Chapter 1 Rebirth. Hello everyone. Typhoon Xuanfeng will make landfall in our city early in the morning of May 10th. We hereby specially remind all citizens. The mumbling sound incessantly approached. Stunned Bryn abruptly widened her eyes, staring at the scene before her with incredulity. In this small living room hung a television on the wall broadcasting the latest news. Before her was placed a 100 billion asset transfer document. Opposite sat a lawyer and her family members. Her sister glanced at her reproachfully. Sister, Malcolm is talking to you. Wasn't she just in the laboratory when it exploded? Not yet having recollected herself, her father's face drew near. Missy, rest assured. These legacies can be managed by your father. You only need to enjoy your life. Bryn dodged back from time to time, scanning around, and an idea formed in her mind. She must have been reborn. Father Akil didn't pay much attention. He excitedly rubbed his hands, greedy eyes as if those billions were already his. Savannah's eyes revealed disdain and she indicated for Bryn to sign quickly. Sarai's sister has no clue about managing these things. Only by entrusting them to father can sister be reassured truly. Sitting in the middle, Bryn suddenly laughed after hearing this. Wanting her shares, wanting her money, and belittling her saying she knew nothing. After her mother died, she had lived with her grandmother. Her grandmother had passed away 5 years ago but had established a will well in advance. This included hiring professional managers for the company, entrusting all properties to experts until she graduated at the age of 22. Unfortunately, her previous self was too stupid, mistaking her biological father and stepsister for the last threads of kinship, always bending over backward for them. Just a slight trickery, and she handed over shares worth billions. When the apocalypse came, only she awakened her supernatural abilities, while they benefited from her protection and resources, looking radiant as ever. Bryn picked up the pen, casually opening the cap, playing with it in her hand. Savannah glared at her angrily but kept a forced smile on her face, coaxing Bryn, Sister, what are you doing? Sign it early so you can fulfill your promise to buy that bag I liked yesterday. Bryn chuckled softly. The pen was evidence of her foolishness, destined to be used to mock her one day. She cast a cold glance at this good younger sister. What does my asset have to do with you? Do you even deserve to be here? Under that chilly stare, Savannah could not help trembling all over. Akil beside her lost patience, now trying to force Bryn to sign. Enough, Missy, aren't you feeling unwell? Quickly sign it and let your sister accompany you back to rest. Such clumsy acting, her previous self was blind enough to fall for it. Recalling how, right before her death, she still couldn't understand why her biological father treated her like this. After all, tigers don't eat their own cub. It was this good father who, due to her awakening of dual fire-thunder superpowers, personally sent her to the laboratory for a high price. He left her to be experimented on by scientific perverts, injected with various mutant solutions, drawing blood, scraping flesh. Finally, unable to endure it, Bryn detonated herself inside the lab, killing the perverts with her. Swinging the pen in front of them, she then tossed it into the trash can near the door, extending a finger toward the two Lius. 100 billion, I want to sell my inherited shares. I want to see the money transferred to my account by tomorrow. Bryn gave a sincere smile. Malcolm, I think you're very reasonable. Since I don't know management, cash is most reliable. Akil looked at the smiling face before him, instantly bursting into anger. Bryn, what nonsense are you spouting? Savannah stared at Bryn in shock. Sister, are you crazy? Where can we get 100 billion? Seeing their expressions, Bryn retracted her smile, straightening up from the chair. This is the legacy Lexi left me. Ownership rests entirely with me. Malcolm can also buy if you want. If you won't buy, Lawyer Hayden can help contact potential buyers immediately. Leaving these words hanging in the air, Bryn turned and walked away. Akil lunged forward in fury. No way, I don't agree. Who gave you the audacity? I'm your father, you must listen to me. Seeing he couldn't pull her, he directly reached out towards Bryn's face. Bryn dragged the chair beneath her feet, and Akil stumbled, tripping over the chair which flipped over with him. Savannah accused indignantly, Bryn, how dare you hit Malcolm? This is unfilial. As she spoke, she pushed Bryn. Bryn dodged and, twisting around, gripped the other's wrist. Unwilling to give Shia Judja a second glance at her accusation, Bryn knocked her to the ground and, as if disgusted, wiped her hand with a tissue. If you won't buy it, plenty of others will. I'm sure many people will fight for 100 billion. Akil hurriedly got up from the ground, inadvertently stepping on Savannah's hand. A scream echoed through the room. Ah! Akil didn't care and quickly stopped Bryn. I'll buy it, 100 billion, I'll buy it. Shia Group had been thriving over the years, and Bryn held 60% of the shares, worth more than 300 billion yuan, ensuring stable profits. For 100 billion, there would be intense competition. Although he didn't understand what was wrong with Bryn today, once he obtained the shares, he could slowly extract money from her, sell some shares at high prices, and remain in control. Seeing Akil's agreement, Bryn nodded pleasantly. She knew they had the 100 billion, everything added up perfectly now. 5 days away from the apocalypse, rain would start tomorrow, lightly at first, then increasing day by day as if the sky had a hole. When heavy rains began, the government would issue warnings to stockpile supplies. Then, she'd see what they had left to stock or live with. After a few words with Lawyer Hayden, Bryn rushed out with her bag. She had more important things to do. To reclaim her inherited jade bracelet. In the post-apocalypse world where everyone struggled for food and clothing, only they two remained rosy-faced and well-dressed. It wasn't until she was locked in the lab that Bryn learned from her stepsisters boasting that it was because of this heirloom bracelet. Stepping out of the company gate, Bryn immediately called her private detective, nearly forgetting about her fiancé who had poisoned her, leading to her being sold into the lab. New and old debts would be settled later. Returning to the villa, Bryn quickly sneaked into her stepsister's room and searched thoroughly. She found her mother's jewelry stacked in the drawer of the dressing table, with the bracelet placed in the least conspicuous spot. She picked up a brow razor from the dressing table, cut her finger, and dripped blood onto the bracelet. The bracelet absorbed the blood, growing increasingly warm, almost as if drawing back from her. As Bryn started to feel uncomfortable, the bracelet returned to its original form, leaving a green vine-like tattoo on her wrist. Strange, in her previous life, the stepsister's bracelet never turned into a tattoo. What was happening? Chapter 2, Activation of the Space. Focusing once more on the jade bracelet, Bryn noticed that it had turned dull and grey, losing all its previous luster. It seemed that now transformed into this tattoo, the bracelet was no longer functional. Bryn tried calling out enter in her mind, and before her eyes appeared a vast white expanse. In sight was an open space roughly the size of a basketball court, surrounded by white mist, concealing everything else from view. Bryn found that she could sense everything within this space by focusing, but her physical body couldn't enter. To test the space's condition, she placed her hand on a cup on the nearby table and mentally moved it into the space. As the cup vanished from her hand, a new cup appeared inside the space, appearing so incredibly small in comparison. This time, she tried without touching anything, discovering that she could visualize objects up to 5 meters away and bring them into the space if she wanted, but not beyond that distance. Clearly, she needed some items to thoroughly test this space. Bryn felt a little better. With this space and the awakening of her abilities, she knew she could live much better this time around. Placing the bracelet back where it was, Bryn quietly left the villa. Who would have thought that after the apocalypse began, this upscale residential area would be one of the first to be submerged? Gurgle. Hearing the sound of her stomach, Bryn realized that this body hadn't eaten for quite some time. Driving along the road, listening to the surrounding calls and seeing the bustling passers-by, she began to feel the reality of her rebirth. She drove to a snack shop she often frequented before the apocalypse, ordering all the snacks available. The boss worriedly looked at Bryn, afraid that she might overeat. "Oh, young lady, you look frail, don't stuff yourself." Ignoring the concern, Bryn's hands slightly trembled as they hadn't held chopsticks leisurely for so long. Quietly sitting down, she began eating, piling the snacks into her mouth. Only when she was completely full did Bryn pat her round belly and reply to the boss. "I'm fine. Boss, please make another set of what I just ate, and pack it up." Seeing Bryn finish the dishes, the boss received another big order and instantly beamed with joy. Walking towards the kitchen while talking, she said, "You can't tell these young girls nowadays, they look delicate yet can eat so much." Hearing this, Bryn realized she indeed ate a lot but felt no discomfort. Her body seemed to have changed a bit. 10 minutes later. With packed food in hand, Bryn returned to her car and mentally stored the food in the space, confirming it was safely on the ground before driving off to the western suburbs. She planned to check her large warehouse there. Then she could start shopping. Outside the warehouse in the western suburbs, Bryn vaguely remembered that several new residential complexes had recently been delivered here. Since she was already here, she decided to take a look. Touring around the newly delivered buildings, she indeed found a promising location. To boost real estate prices, the suburban area had developed several mixed-use apartment buildings and a 5-story mall. Currently, these apartment buildings were mainly used for offices and influencer incubation bases, crowded and varied. After the apocalypse, order gradually collapsed, and with food reserves depleted, everyone had to venture out wildly in search of food, making it unsuitable here. However, the adjacent newcomer housing complex specialized in high-end residences, including villas and townhouses. What Bryn wanted were the townhouses. Stopping by a random real estate agency nearby, she caught hold of a kind-faced young man and asked, "Are there any rentals in the newcomer housing complex? I want the top floor." Seeing a potential customer, the young man eagerly approached. "Oh, miss, how coincidental today is. There happens to be a new listing for a penthouse. Would you like me to arrange a viewing?" Bryn nodded, quickly creating some distance between them. His enthusiasm was somewhat uncomfortable for someone who had survived the apocalypse for so long. On the way, the young man enumerated the neighborhood's benefits. This is a new complex with only 5 townhouses, the rest are villas, with a low occupancy rate, ensuring a safe and quiet environment. One elevator serves 2 households per floor, requiring fingerprint access, preventing anyone from reaching the 12th floor. The duplex penthouse spans 2 floors, totaling 100 square meters, fully renovated, with an attached terrace. Upon entering the terrace, the young man pointed eagerly, guiding Bryn to take a look. Following his direction, she saw the 5-story mall across the river from the terrace, confirming this place would indeed be suitable. The young man, seeing Bryn's interest, seized the opportunity to ask, "Do you plan on renting long-term or short-term?" This house was originally for the landlord couple to live in and grow old, but their son, who is far away in country A, called them over to take care of his grandson. They won't be back anytime soon, so they hope to find a long-term tenant. Bryn nodded slightly. "I'm looking for a long-term lease. You can write the contract duration based on the landlord's requirements. Can we sign the contract now? I have other matters to attend to." Hearing this, the young man became even more enthusiastic, his face beaming with joy as he hurriedly contacted the landlord. Bryn immediately signed the contract and paid the security deposit along with 3 months' rent. With this place secured, she thought about renovating it. Getting through the rainy season shouldn't be too much of a problem. Holding the freshly signed contract, Bryn turned and walked into the nearest store. During her tour earlier, she had noticed that since this was a new residential area, most of the shops were real estate agencies and renovation services. Windows, doors, renovations, everything she needed was available here. Bryn got straight to the point, pointing at the displayed doors and windows. "Boss, I need to reinforce these windows and doors. I also want a stainless steel door with built-in locks on top and bottom. The locks should be multi-security ones." The boss, who had recently focused on this neighborhood, usually received requests for aesthetic renovations. It was the first time he heard such requirements from a young woman. Without raising his head, he glanced at her sideways. "Miss, these kinds of doors might not look very nice." Afraid that Bryn would be unsatisfied later and demand a refund, as such heavy-duty doors weren't particularly attractive, he preemptively warned her. Bryn nodded quickly. "Cerise, I also want to order a cover for the terrace. Please seal it completely with stainless steel." Low functionality was her priority, appearance didn't matter. In the end times, those doors could be kicked open in an instant. She pointed at the nearby glass stores, and glass. "Boss, do you know anyone reliable? Please recommend them to me, and I'll order everything together." Adding her own demands, "I also need some barbed wire to wrap around all the windows. All windows should be replaced with bulletproof glass and fitted with one-way transparent film." She wanted 2 stainless steel doors, one for the front entrance and another connecting the fire escape to the terrace, each equipped with extra thick locks to prevent peeping. The boss listened, stunned, before quickly recovering and writing out the orders, afraid to lose this big customer. "Sure thing, you can count on me. I'm familiar with this neighborhood, and I don't even need to come measure the dimensions." Bryn paid the deposit and communicated with the workers to ensure they'd come the next day for installation. At the adjacent hardware store, she ordered a batch of shelves, requesting delivery the next day as well. The window and door shop owner summoned the workers, instructing them, "This girl may have some PTSD. Make sure the work is solid when we're done." Another boss poked his head out of his store, adding, "Right, make everything sturdy." Bryn, already gone, didn't hear the bosses discussing her situation. Having arranged for the supplies she needed, she looked outside at the rain and felt a pang of distraction. This was a warning before the end times, but no one paid attention to it then. After the typhoons and heavy rains finally ended, extreme cold followed, then earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. Then came the scorching heat, and the virus began to stir. Plants and animals mutated, the virus evolved, zombies appeared, and survival resources became scarce. In her previous life, floods destroyed Akil's villa, and they sought refuge in her small apartment, taking it over. In this life, no one would set foot in her home, let alone kick down her door. As for settling other scores, she'd wait until the end times to deal with them properly. Chapter 3 Stocking Up. The next morning, Bryn received a call from the installation technician and rushed to the Shinshio residential area immediately. The workers were all downstairs, wearing raincoats, moving items in and out while waiting for Bryn to come and open the door. A worker wiped the rainwater off his head, saying, "This rain feels like it's getting heavier. It really hurts when it hits you." Several masters complained to each other, "You're right. We don't know how long this will last. It has been raining for several days without any sign of stopping." There was even heavier rain coming, Bryn muttered in her heart. It wasn't the rainy season now. With this much rain already, it was actually an early warning before the end times. Only no one paid attention. Bryn went inside and scanned her fingerprint, allowing everyone to successfully take the elevator up. Because she had spoken with the boss ahead of time, he specifically arranged for several workers, aiming to complete all installations today. At this moment, some furniture and solar devices for the new house also arrived. Bryn was preparing to go down and meet the workers. Just as the elevator doors opened, a man in black walked out. He wore a black hat on his head and covered his face with a black mask, revealing only upward slanted eyes. His entire body was tightly wrapped in a raincoat, and his tall figure could be vaguely seen. He was pushing a pallet truck loaded with various packages. This must be for the next-door neighbor. Seeing his peculiar attire, Bryn felt that her neighbor might not be quite normal either. Who would cover themselves so thoroughly? After arranging all the furniture and appliances, Bryn told the installation master and quickly left the house. She drove to a car dealership first, ordered 1 large minivan and 5 SUVs, and then took the vehicles to the repair shop. Bryn found the owner, showing some urgency. "Boss, please replace all parts with the best ones for these 5 cars. Change the windows to the most crash-resistant, bulletproof glass, and install privacy protection. I'll pay extra for expedited service." The owner excitedly wiped the grease off his hands and checked the vehicles. "Oh, what are you planning, young lady? These cars are pretty nice. Give me 3 days, and I'll get them done." Bryn nodded and smiled. "I'm going on an adventure with friends, so they need to be solid." After explaining her requirements briefly to the boss, Bryn hurriedly left and headed to the next destination. On the way, Bryn called Cody. Cody's family specialized in managing mountainsides and growing various fruit trees. She wanted Cody to introduce her to a fruit orchard and seedling merchant near the city, expressing her intention to buy some fruit tree seedlings. Excited, Cody said on the phone, "Missy, you finally called me. Don't worry, I'll definitely have my dad find someone reliable for you. He won't let you down." Cody was Bryn's only friend during university, the only one who approached Bryn proactively and showed kindness. After graduation, Cody left Hayden City and returned to Brantley City to work in a public institution. They talked once after the apocalypse began, but everything changed afterward. Bryn had visited Brantley City in the 4th year of the apocalypse, but unfortunately, there was nothing there. Now, she hinted at something through the conversation about buying fruit seedlings. "This rain seems to have a lot more to come. Remember to stock up on food, so you can stay home longer." Cody laughed and replied, "Missy, you really understand me." Bryn secretly decided that this time she would visit Brantley City early to find Cody and ensure her safety. After chatting a bit more, Bryn arrived at the largest farmers market in the city. Although it was raining, people were still bustling around here, with trucks transporting goods in and out. No one paid attention to Bryn's small minivan. Following the prepared list, she headed straight for the largest comprehensive store. Walking around for a while, perhaps seeing her young age and casual attire, no salesperson came to greet her. Bryn went directly to the owner. Before she could speak, the owner glanced at her and waved his hand half-heartedly. "We wholesale only, no retail." Bryn quickly stopped him. "I want to buy wholesale." Hearing this, the owner looked at the delicate hands blocking him. Suspiciously, he glanced at Bryn and casually pointed to the nearby boxes: rice, oil, and grains over there, fruits and vegetables on that side, dried goods and spices further ahead. He raised his head to signal Bryn. "What do you need?" "Browse around. Mind you, everything is sold in minimum orders of 10 boxes. Seeing the dismissive attitude of the owner, Bryn felt somewhat helpless. "Boss, I'll take all your stock today." The owner, who was about to see her off, was stunned, frozen in place with his hand still raised. His shop was the largest and most comprehensive in the entire market. Buying everything would cost several million. The boss took a serious look at Bryn again but still felt that she was fooling around. "You mean all the stock in my store? Do you know how big my store is?" He tried hard to look behind Bryn, searching for any legendary cameras. "You're not doing some live stream thing, and then after I prepare all the goods, you'll tell me you don't want them?" Bryn quickly interrupted the boss's gaze. "It's all the current stock in your store, everything. I can pay a deposit right now, and once you deliver the goods, I'll settle up immediately with no delays." Hearing this, the boss immediately dropped his previous dismissive attitude and excitedly slapped his thighs. "That's definitely possible. No wonder I felt so close to you at first sight. However, what you're asking for is indeed quite a lot. I need to go through everything in the store and the warehouse with the workers to list out the details." He led Bryn toward the settlement hall as he spoke. After thinking for a while, the boss carefully said, "Why don't you sit here for a bit? It might take about 3 hours. Seeing Bryn frown at the mentioned time, he hurriedly waved his hands. "No need for 3 hours. I'll call back the workers. 1 hour will be enough." Bryn nodded in satisfaction, and the boss breathed a sigh of relief. He rushed out to make calls and gather people to start organizing the warehouse. An hour later, the boss returned panting and handed Bryn a list. "It totals to 3 million yuan. Here's the list of all the items, categorized and organized for you." Curiosity got the better of him due to Bryn buying so much. The boss leaned in mysteriously and whispered, "But, young lady, why do you need so many things?" After thinking for a moment, Bryn replied, "I've been given a piece of land in the mountains by my family, and they want me to try developing it. Not for profit, just for practice." Upon hearing this, the boss was inwardly delighted, thinking she must be a wealthy eccentric. He quickly seized the opportunity and said, "Then would you need some seeds or something? My brother-in-law sells seeds. I can help you contact him. I can negotiate the price." This was exactly what Bryn needed. She pretended to think about it and replied, "Sure, see how much they have, and I'll take it all. Have them quote a price, and follow the same process as here." Absolutely, I'll make sure it's handled perfectly." The boss immediately called his family to prepare the goods with a happy smile. Once the boss calculated the total and gave instructions on where to find the large warehouse, this deal was half done. Next stop was the adjacent large clothing market. Bryn headed straight for the biggest outdoor gear store, ordering all their stock. Luckily, she even managed to order Arctic cold weather suits and fleece-lined jackets. Similarly, the boss helped her contact suppliers for various camping tents, climbing ropes, waterproof flashlights, solar chargers. All essential survival gear for extreme cold weather was bought. By the time Bryn finished exploring the market, it was already noon. Surprisingly, the nearby street turned out to be a tourist food street. She happily bought snacks like stinky tofu, grilled gluten, crepes. These were things that would be hard to come by in the apocalypse. Unconsciously passing through the food street, she found herself walking down an antique street. Suddenly, Bryn was attracted by a shop selling antiques on the street. Inside the shop hung various landscape paintings and jade carvings. One wall displayed several cold weapons. These are all reproductions, none of them have been consecrated. Noticing her fascination with the weapons, the clerk scratched his head and looked at Bryn. Bryn was a bit disappointed as she walked towards the door. Suddenly, she felt her wrist tattoo begin to heat up. What's going on? Chapter 4, Space Upgrade. Bryn glanced towards the left side of the shop entrance, feeling lost in thought. She changed her direction accordingly and walked to the left. On the table, there were all sorts of small objects which she hadn't noticed upon entering. Carnelian bracelets, white jade hairpins, gemstone rings, amethysts. There was a piece of dark green jade beside them that stood out like a sore thumb. Bryn pondered for a moment and was just about to touch the jade when the burning sensation on her wrist intensified. She turned her head and pointed to the jade bracelet next to it. "Boss, how much do these items on the table cost?" The young man glanced at what she was pointing at. "Everything on this table is priced at $999 for the promotion, no bargaining. The items are guaranteed authentic." Bryn picked up the items directly. "Then please pack the bracelet and that piece of jade for me." After going through the process of packing and paying, Bryn finally stepped out of the store. However, she was called back after just a few steps. The person handed her the store's WeChat business card. "Miss, why not add us on WeChat? If you have any issues, we can help with repairs. Perhaps you'll find what you need here." With another hint, he turned around and returned to the store. Bryn didn't have time to pay attention to the card as the burning sensation on her wrist was getting more intense. She reached into her bag, grasped the small jade stone, and stored it in her space. She could sense some changes happening within her space. But with people coming and going, she had to wait until she got back to the hotel to check. Back at the hotel, Bryn hurriedly let her consciousness enter the space. The area, which originally was the size of a basketball court, now spanned 2 soccer fields, although the edges were still enveloped in white mist. Her space had indeed upgraded. Bryn had a hunch while on the road, but never imagined it would be true. This time, she attempted to physically enter the space, and surprisingly, succeeded. Beside the piled-up supplies stood a new small straw hut, outside of which flowed a small stream. Looking downstream along the stream, everything was shrouded in white mist. In front of the hut was 10 mu of black soil. Bryn examined this soil carefully. It felt completely different from any soil she had encountered before, immediately piquing her interest. Next to the black soil was a nearly dried-up spring trickling down droplets of water. Bryn took out a small cup to catch the water, wondering how much it would hold. Inside the small straw hut, it was relatively simple. 1 room, 1 hall, no kitchen or bathroom, only a set of table and chairs, and a simple bamboo bed in the room. It seemed that the jade stone had led to the upgrade of her space, though she couldn't see the reason clearly, nor did she know if she'd have the luck to encounter such things again. Anyway, fight hard if you can, end it thoroughly. If you can't win, run quickly. As she was contemplating, Bryn hastily scattered the tomato seeds she had bought into the black soil, wanting to test its uniqueness. When she exited the space, she noticed her phone ringing non-stop. Ding. Weather department warning. Heavy rainstorm expected on May 2nd, red alert issued. Please residents take necessary precautions. Seeing the date of the warning sent by the meteorological station, Bryn was stunned. In her previous life, the heavy rainstorm began on May 5th. Quickly purchasing all the necessary daily necessities for the new house via online apps for delivery and installation the next day. She then embarked on an extensive shopping spree as if she were writing her thesis overnight. The next morning, Cody sent over the address. Bryn checked the location on the map. It was quite remote, so she needed to rush there. The scenery outside gradually shifted from skyscrapers to vast fields, lush and green as far as the eye could see, with the air filled with the fragrance of grass. Loelther along, Bryn could smell the unique aroma of fruit. The boss had been waiting for a while and quickly welcomed her when he saw her car, evidently having been informed beforehand by Cody. The boss pointed at the fruit trees along the road and explained, "Our orchard covers nearly 2,000 mu, with a wide variety of fruits. It also serves as a wholesale base for fruit saplings, generally not open to the public." Since preparations were made in advance, the boss directly guided her to the warehouse. Fruits were secondary. Bryn mainly wanted some fruit saplings because once eaten, fruits would be gone, but saplings could grow indefinitely. Since there was black soil in her space, she could plant them on her small terrace too. After ordering the required fruit saplings and several boxes of fruit, she asked the boss to also arrange for some soil and fertilizer to be delivered to the large warehouse by tomorrow. By the time she drove back to the city, it was already afternoon. The windows and doors shop owner messaged her, stating that everything had been installed, including appliances. Bryn immediately redirected herself to head over to the new house for inspection. Who would have thought that when she took the elevator back to the hotel, a stout man from the 8th floor came up, his lecherous eyes sizing up Bryn from head to toe. He chuckled and said, "Little girl, are you living on the top floor? It's been pretty noisy there for the past 2 days. Are you living alone?" "I'm on the 8th floor." Bryn looked at the man before her and didn't want to bother with him, but he had other plans. When he saw no response from her, the man actually tried to grab her arm. "I'm talking to you, did you hear me?" In retaliation, Bryn twisted his hand backward, just a bit more force and it would dislocate. Seeing the man's face flushed with pain, Bryn's gaze turned chilly. "Don't touch me." Ding. Basement level 1 has arrived. Pushing the man into the corner of the elevator, Bryn strode out quickly. Bryn realized something was off with herself. Logically speaking, she shouldn't be this strong right now. "Wait for my father." Watching Bryn walk away, the man behind her finally revealed his menacing expression. Even if Bryn heard him, she didn't care. However, the incident reminded her that she should start preparing some weapons urgently. Sitting in her car, she finally took out the business card she received yesterday. After scanning the WeChat QR code, she found that the person's username was actually, "You Want It All." How non-mainstream could that be? And wasn't it too presumptuous? Suppressing goosebumps, Bryn sent a message. Excuse me, boss, do you have any available knives or daggers? Bryn asked cautiously. Whatever you want. The reply was swift, accompanied by a picture. Upon seeing this, the corner of Bryn's mouth twitched involuntarily. She examined the picture closely. The dagger in it was the very one she used close combat during the apocalypse. What a coincidence. In her previous life, she got accustomed to this particular short knife, which helped her kill countless attackers. Not having time to think further, she arranged with the seller to pick up the goods the day after tomorrow. Over the next 2 days, Bryn swiftly organized all the shelves and visited various warehouses. She officially closed down her pharmaceutical company under the pretense of renovation and stored all the medicine into her space. She also transported all her submarines, dinghies, and cruise ships into the space and didn't forget to continue renovating the 12th floor apartment. On the agreed-upon day, Bryn returned to the antique shop. The clerk was already waiting for her. He rotated a porcelain item, revealing an empty secret room. Who would have guessed such a place existed so openly? Bryn had expected only minor items, but surprisingly, the room inside was as large as the outside store. Looking at these weapons, Bryn couldn't hide her smile. At that moment, a tall man in black with a mask covering his face approached, his well-covered body unable to hide his shapely legs. He glanced down at her and whispered, "Betty, are you satisfied with what you see?" Chapter 5 Confronting the Scum. Very satisfied. Bryn's eyes sparkled as she stared at him intently. In both this life and her previous one, her only hobby was admiring beautiful things. He was handsome even with a mask on, his muscles were impressive, TSK, just looking at him gave her a sense of security. He blocked Bryn's view with his hand and quickly directed her attention to the weapons. "Betty, please make your selection." "I'll take them all," Bryn waved her hand. Children were the ones who needed to choose. "Fine." The man nodded and gave some instructions to someone nearby. Bryn was still observing around when her eyes lit up upon seeing ancient explosives. She pointed and asked hurriedly, "How powerful is this thing?" "As long as there's enough quantity, it can blow up a bridge." The man glanced at what Bryn pointed to, somewhat surprised. "I'll take it, however much you have." Bryn was no longer concerned about the price. The shop assistant exclaimed in surprise, while the man merely glanced at Bryn calmly before quickly averting his gaze. "All right, give me your address. I'll deliver it tomorrow morning." After leaving the antique shop, Bryn was still dazed. What she thought would be a difficult issue turned out to be so easily resolved. Next, she went to a nearby market to buy all the meat she needed: pork, mutton, duck meat, goose meat, and also bought some baby chicks. Finding a secluded place, she stored everything into her space. Back at the hotel, Bryn started working hard immediately. First, she entered her space and checked on the tomato seeds she had planted. They had already begun sprouting. She tidied up the clutter piled in the space piece by piece. She attempted to put the baby chicks she brought back into the space, relieved when they could enter without any issues. Raising baby chicks in a hotel room seemed impractical. It took her several hours, yet Bryn felt energized, not tired at all, unsure if it was due to the effects of her space. Seeing her storage full of items gave her immense comfort. Glancing over the small spring, she noticed the cup beneath it was barely filled, so she left it alone. Exiting the space, she saw the wind outside picking up speed and heavy rain pouring down. Since her rebirth, her body remained unexhausted, but inevitably, her mind felt weary. Lying on the bed, she fell asleep peacefully. Knock, knock. Awakened by knocking at the door, Bryn originally did not intend to answer. But the person persisted, so she got up and opened the door. Standing outside were her stepsister Savannah and her fiancé, Virgil. Virgil had been on a business trip previously. Upon returning, Savannah immediately sought him out, and together they felt incredibly excited. Xanth Zaire had always complied with their requests, treating their needs as her own. Discovering Bryn's phone line unreachable, Virgil entrusted a friend to trace her hotel location. Bryn opened the door, leaning against the doorframe with a blank expression. "What do you want?" These two seeking her out must be eyeing that money. Virgil sternly accused, "Bryn, you've gone too far. How can you treat your father and sister like this?" He remembered how she used to apologize immediately no matter what he said and then waited for him with gifts. A hint of mockery flashed across Bryn's eyes. "So, what should I do according to you?" "Brayden, Virgil, don't talk to my sister like that. She must have her reasons." Savannah gently pulled Virgil's sleeve. Tears welled up in her eyes as she looked at Bryn. "Sister, tell us, do you have some hardship? Who forced you?" "Ooh." Hearing Savannah's voice made Bryn feel nauseous. Likely due to leftover teabagging syndrome, she inadvertently retched audibly. In her previous life, this loving fiancé always stood up for her father and stepsister. Eventually, she asked why he harmed her, and the bastard admitted he and Savannah were true love since she was already pregnant, leaving him no choice. The scum guy paired with a gold digger, what a perfect match. She was truly brainwashed in her past life. Savannah pretended to cover her mouth. "Sister, are you pregnant? Are you making Brayden Virgil wear green?" Glaring at Virgil with this comment, Savannah added, "Brayden, I didn't mean to." At this, Virgil's face turned green. Whether he liked it or not, wearing a green hat was intolerable for any man. Virgil arrogantly glanced at Bryn, thinking of that 10 billion yuan, determined to get it. "Bryn, I believe you're not like that. Transfer 5 billion yuan to me for my startup." When I succeed, I promise you a grand wedding. Savannah poked where it hurt most. That's right, sister. Once Brayden Virgil succeeds, you can become Mrs. Jiang immediately. Mentioning this matter, Bryn felt extremely embarrassed. Before the apocalypse, one of the things Bryn had most looked forward to was marrying Virgil and becoming Mrs. Jiang. Now, she really didn't want to waste time on these two people. Bryn lazily said, "Who gave you the nerve? Who says I want to marry you?" Virgil put his hand on Bryn's shoulder, trying to lead her into the room. "Missy, how have you become like this? Have I been too busy with work and neglected you recently?" He falsely comforted, "Don't worry, your cousin is always the kindest to you." But this was exactly what Bryn wanted. She followed him into the room, then turned around and slapped him across the face several times until he fell to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. She glared coldly at Virgil. "Who gave you the nerve?" Savannah had never seen such a scene and hurriedly dodged Bryn, rushing to Virgil's side. "Cousin Virgil." She looked up at Bryn viciously. "Bitch, how dare you hit my cousin? You have 100 billion yuan, shouldn't you give it to him?" In response, Bryn threw a photo at them. The compromising photos landed on their faces, scattering on the floor. The photos included inappropriate shots of Virgil and Savannah, as well as pictures of him with various other women. She watched them on the ground sarcastically. "Virgil, you sure get around. As for you, that 100 billion has already been spent. If you want money, ask Virgil to earn it for you." Savannah wasn't bothered by the photos on the ground. Every man strayed. Thinking that 100 billion had been spent by Bryn filled her with unbearable sorrow. That was 100 billion yuan, money that should have been hers. Savannah lunged at Bryn, wanting to tear apart the face that caused her jealousy, screaming, "Give me back the 100 billion. It belongs to me." Instinctively, Bryn kicked Savannah in the stomach, sending her crashing against the wall. Several more slaps rendered Savannah unconscious. Virgil remained collapsed on the side, too terrified to step forward. Bryn looked at their swollen pig-like heads, satisfied as she rubbed her wrist. "Don't provoke me unless you truly wish to die." If the apocalypse hadn't come yet, these two would be corpses right now. Finishing, she left the room and called security to throw them out. The despicable couple tried to protest but were forcibly carried away, only able to scream impotently. Soon after leaving, Bryn noticed someone following her. It seemed inevitable that those people would find her safe house. But since the apocalypse was imminent, there was nothing to fear. She led the followers around Hayden City, buying all sorts of famous snacks, bubble tea, fried chicken, and hamburgers before finally losing them and storing everything in her space. Finally, Bryn went to an auto repair shop and asked the owner to deliver the modified car to the warehouse while settling the final payment. When Bryn left the repair shop, she realized the rainstorm had intensified. Her phone showed dozens of typhoon warnings. Was the typhoon already here? And it seemed even stronger than the last life. The sky turned dark and heavy, indistinguishable between day and night. The rain beat so hard that her eyes couldn't open. Bryn gritted her teeth, preparing to dash to her car. But just as she took a few steps, a fierce gust of wind blew past, knocking her off balance. As Bryn was about to be blown into the middle of the road, a man rushed over and quickly pulled her back. The man firmly grabbed her back to the roadside, and Bryn squinted to thank him. "Betty, are you okay?" The man's expression was calm. Her voice of thanks was drowned out by the howling wind, and she didn't hear a word he said. She allowed him to guide her to the car door and hurriedly got in, turning back to see the man walking away, only seeing a black figure. Since her rebirth, why do they all love wearing black? Chapter 6, The End Times Have Come. But Bryn was now too busy to take care of her savior. Outside, the typhoon was furiously lashing against the car windows, with trees wildly swaying. Various crates and boxes were scattered everywhere by the typhoon, while some shop awnings were also lifted by the wind and then ruthlessly smashed around. She cautiously drove the Hummer toward Shinshio Community. Along the streets that flashed past, people could be seen fleeing about chaotically, truly driven forward by the fierce winds. It seemed like today was the perfect moving day. As soon as Bryn parked the car steadily in the underground parking lot, she saw the person who had harassed her in the elevator before. There were a few other men with him, until all of them vanished into the elevator entrance. Only then did Bryn quickly get out of the car and head home. She first went to check on the neatly stacked supplies in the secondary bedroom, then inspected the racks on the rooftop that she had the workers set up. In such a typhoon, they remained unmoved. Bravo to the workers. Bryn touched the green vine tattoo on her wrist and hurriedly entered the space. She arrived at the small stream she hadn't had time to examine last time due to the tight schedule. The stream water was crystal clear. Upon closer inspection, there were no visible living creatures inside. Bryn couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. She should have bought some small fish to see if they could survive in it. For now, she could only collect some water and irrigate the black soil. She also fed some of the spring water collected previously to the chicks and observed them for a while. Bryn watched in pleasant surprise as tomato seedlings sprouted, then casually planted short growth cycle vegetables in other areas. After exiting the space, she glanced at her watch that she had noticed earlier. Indeed, the time flow inside the space was the same as outside. Her body felt extraordinarily comfortable, even more so than the last time. That night, even the howling typhoon outside failed to disturb her. Beep. Beep. The continuously ringing phone pulled Bryn back from her dream. Upon opening her phone, she realized she had slept straight through until the afternoon. News kept popping up on her phone. At 5 a.m. this morning, a tsunami struck the island country. Currently, various countries have lost contact with important representatives of the island country and are actively attempting to reconnect. The typhoon has reached major coastal cities. Meanwhile, City B is also affected by the aftereffects of the tsunami, and departments have started rescue operations. By 6 a.m. this morning, we still haven't established contact with the island country. Our country will. Citizens, please stock up on supplies at home and do not go out unless necessary. Bryn stared tightly at the phone screen, breathing heavily. The sweat on her palms made it hard to swipe accurately. In her previous life, it took nearly half a month of continuous rain before the tsunami occurred, but now it had advanced by nearly 10 days. She had previously thought that by being reborn, she had mastered first-hand information about the end times and felt confident about living gracefully this time. Little did she expect reality to slap her harshly. Bryn shook her slightly trembling hands, forcing herself to calm down. In this life, she had the space and these supplies. Once her abilities awakened, no one would be able to control her anymore. The tsunami had come ahead of schedule. Who knew what else might be quietly changing without her knowledge? She walked to the window, looking at the big mall opposite. Due to the severe typhoon, the road wasn't very clear. She could only vaguely see people fighting over supplies. Citizens, please purchase goods according to your needs. Do not blindly stockpile resources to avoid waste. Bryn looked down at the latest news notification and knew that the purchasing frenzy among citizens had begun. She slowly ate the bread in her hand, just preparing to send a message to her friend Cody, when she found that the latter had already contacted her early in the morning. Cody, Jingjing, have you settled everything regarding those fruit saplings you asked for last time? Cody, this typhoon weather is really unfriendly, the rain is getting heavier. Stock up more food, stay safe at home. Feeling the concern from the other side and knowing that the other party also stocked up on supplies, Bryn's lips curled into a smile, responding happily, Bryn, don't worry, everything is arranged. You and Malcolm must stay safe in the mountains too. The other side replied instantly, Cody, luckily, you let me stock up more food last time. It's coming in handy now. Living in the mountains disconnected from society, I'm almost moldy. After this incident ends, I'll visit you, and you must take me out for fun. Bryn chatted idly with the other party for a few sentences and casually opened the community group chat, where discussions were already exploding. Initially discussing the fact that the tsunami had submerged the island country overnight, they moved on to talk about this typhoon and heavy rain, and the crisis in coastal areas. Somehow, later on, it turned into a celebration. Some people in the group were sending red envelopes, expressing that they could work from home. Some exchanged gourmet food with each other, showing off with photos. Others even posted pictures of their stockpiled supplies to show off. Continuing to scroll down, there were young people asking for food. Young people who bought houses in the suburbs mostly worked hard every day to pay their mortgage, not daring to stop, relying on takeout daily. And now, with the super heavy rain and typhoon, takeout services had already stopped. I can trade cola for some instant noodles, Larotan pickled cabbage flavor is fine too. Need bread in exchange for the latest facial mask. Some even arranged dinner gatherings within the building. Bryn pursed her lips without interest. When resources truly became scarce, these people would be prey targeted by others. She was about to close her phone when a video of flood rescue efforts in City B popped up. In the video, someone was just helped onto a rubber boat, and the next second, a big wave swept away everyone on the boat. There were also people standing on rooftops calling for help, only to be swallowed by the waves before rescuers could get close. But the rescue efforts never stopped. The Chinese wouldn't give up. However, when disasters became global, how could anyone save everyone? Bryn felt uneasy, realizing she needed to find something to distract herself. She dove into the kitchen, took out prepared ingredients, and cooked a pot of pig stomach chicken, spicy squid shrimp, boiled beef, and boiled fish, preparing some heavy-flavored dishes in advance and then putting them into the space. She kept busy until late at night, finally finishing what she was doing. When Bryn lay down on the bed, she instinctively opened her phone to check if there were any new updates. When a WeChat message popped up, it was from the security guard. Security, hello, all residents, the water level is rising rapidly, the underground parking lot has been completely flooded, please stay at home and don't run around. This is still considered a high-end neighborhood, it flooded so quickly, what's going on? You don't know? My friend in the city center told me it's already flooded up to the 3rd floor there. What's happening? At this moment, people still didn't fully realize that ordinary days would never return. Ding. Dong. Bryn looked blankly at the ringing doorbell. When she went forward and opened the screen, a greasy large face filled the entire screen. Chapter 7, A Spiritual Spring. The person in the video strained to put on a smile, and revealed a few brothers standing behind him. Beautiful lady, I'm Andonis from the 8th floor. We met in the elevator before. The weather is too terrible for us to go out and buy food. Can you lend us some? Bryn glanced at the people standing behind him, each of whom had a fierce look in their eyes. None of them seemed to be good people. This person knew her room number as if he had been watching her all along. Was this a threat? And it was only the first day of the apocalypse. Bryn retracted her gaze and whispered, none. She then hung up the call immediately. Standing where he was, cut off mid-call, Andonis cursed under his breath. Let's see what good stuff you've got after a few more days. Bryn returned to the window and drew the curtains open. She noticed that the mall was already dark, and those who were rushing to buy supplies had long since dispersed. The raging typhoon pushed various objects around, causing them to collide with walls with a thudding sound. The glass windows seemed on the verge of shattering under the force of the torrential rain. Many vehicles were already submerged until only the tops could faintly be seen. Some had even been pushed away by the floodwaters, disappearing into the unknown. Under the cover of night, it was uncertain what tomorrow would bring. It seemed like moving had been too high profile. Now the guy on the 8th floor was targeting her. She needed to be cautious. Bryn shook off these thoughts, returned to bed, and found a new report popping up on her phone. The small island nation was still out of contact, and other regions were simultaneously hit by the heavy rains and typhoons. There was also a list of affected areas and the number of victims. In just one day, the number had risen to over 4,500. A new video caught Bryn's attention. In Country X, the violent wind, like a sharp blade, had split a bridge in two. This was no longer just a typhoon, it was a tornado. People could be seen being swept up into it, their chances of survival nearly zero. Bryn closed her phone, forcing herself not to think about these things any longer, and drifted slowly to sleep. The next morning, Bryn woke up frozen. Checking her phone, she saw the temperature had dropped to only 1 degree Celsius. In the previous life, the temperature had never dropped this quickly. Everything was changing too fast. Today, the weather had still been spring-like at 20 degrees Celsius. How did it drop so drastically overnight? Preparing to turn on the air conditioning, she pressed for a while but nothing happened. There was a power outage. Picking up her phone, she saw that the neighborhood group chat was still bustling. People were complaining about the power outage, the terrifying typhoon outside, and starting to feel scared. Some photos had been posted in the group showing that the floodwater had already flooded the ground floor and was rising toward the second-floor residences. The elevators hadn't been working for quite some time. No wonder there was noise outside. Being a new residential complex, the occupancy rate wasn't particularly high. Some residents began eyeing empty houses, planning to use them temporarily. Since the water might rise up to the 4th or 5th floors, they naturally wanted to move higher up, leading to increasing conflicts. Checking the news feed. Due to abnormal typhoon weather, the entire city has experienced a blackout. All repair personnel are rushing to restore power. Please be patient. Bryn was taken aback. It wasn't just a blackout in the neighborhood, it was citywide. Feeling a bit anxious, she ducked into her space. The comfortable temperature inside calmed her, and she looked at the plants that had started sprouting. Putting aside her concerns, Bryn picked up a small hoe and began tending to her little plot of land. She planted grapevines and fruit saplings she had collected recently. Then she noticed a large rooster strutting towards her with several hens following behind, inspecting everything like a foreman. He glanced back at Bryn, indicating for her to follow. Leading her to a small spring, he pecked her hand gently, pointing to a half-filled container of spring water. Bryn felt a sudden sting in her palm. Her hand had been pecked open. This rooster sure had a strong bite. A voice echoed in the void, bonding successful. Looking at her hand and then the rooster, Bryn remarked speechlessly, "You bonded with me?" The rooster, as if understanding her thoughts, shot her a disdainful look. In the apocalypse, many animals and plants had mutated. Quite a few people had mutant animals as mounts. In her previous life, she hadn't found a suitable mount and had intended to carefully choose one this time. But seeing this proud rooster now, Bryn felt a bit desperate. To bond like this. Who would choose an ugly rooster as a mount? Now she could genuinely feel the rooster's intent. He wanted her to drink the bowl of spring water, clearly intending to peck her again if she refused. Bryn had no choice but to pick up the spring water, signaling several times before gulping it down in one breath. Turning her head, she saw nothing but ridicule in the rooster's eyes, as if mocking her for not appreciating it. Did other people's roosters put on such a performance? Just as Bryn swallowed the spring water, she felt a cramp starting in her stomach and rushed out of the space straight to the toilet. An hour later, despite making countless trips, Bryn did not feel exhausted or physically uncomfortable. The only thing was that she stank. So she quickly took what she called a combat bath. Wiping the fog off the mirror, Bryn looked at herself in disbelief. Before, she could be described as elegant and beautiful, but now, the reflection showed her with skin like snow, a perfect oval face, clear and bright eyes filled with sparkling stars, arched eyebrows, and long black hair casually tied up. This wasn't just any water spring, this was a spiritual spring. She darted back into the space again, seeing the rooster's unsurprised gaze and found it increasingly endearing. After pondering for a moment, she said, "With your red and black feathers, you will be called Myra from now on." Seeing the rooster flap its wings toward her, she quickly left the space. It had made the bond without her consent. Bryn touched the tattoo on her wrist, mentally prepared for this life and ready to adjust her mindset. In the following week, the temperature did not drop sharply anymore but was still hard to adapt to. Electricity did not return as promised, and natural gas stopped working too. Bryn did not leave home, planting in her little plot and using the gas canisters from her space to cook. She chatted with Myra every day and never felt lonely. Drinking 5 drops of the spiritual spring water daily, she could feel her physical strength getting better and her senses becoming sharper. Until one day, after leaving the space, Bryn noticed her phone signal was intermittent, and there were no more messages in the group chat. Originally, she could see people risking their lives to gather food, but now, with the floodwaters spreading to the 4th floor, all she could see outside was water. Even the tap water stopped, making Bryn feel as if the whole world had fallen silent. Unbeknownst to her, everything below the 12th floor had already been turned upside down. Previously, some people had come up to the 12th floor but left cursing after seeing the locked iron door Bryn had installed at the stairs. Even her next-door neighbor made no sound anymore. Worse still, some people were already planning to target her. Chapter 8. Midnight attempt to pry open the door. On this day, Bryn had just come out of the space and was about to go to bed when she heard someone knocking on the door again. This time the sound was not loud but did not cease either. Bryn took out the ancient ceremonial dagger and looked through the peephole. She saw a figure by the fire escape door, which appeared to be a child. However, Bryn did not dare to act rashly and continued listening, finding that the little girl persisted in knocking. Since she started drinking the spiritual spring water from the space, her hearing had become increasingly acute. If this continued, she wouldn't be able to sleep at night. She opened the door and looked at the visitor through the main door. A 10-year-old girl, with messy hair, a thin frame, pale complexion, wearing a small cotton jacket, was persistently knocking on the door. Bryn frowned as she looked at the girl's clothing. Why are you here alone? Go home quickly. Savannah did not speak but continued knocking. Bryn felt somewhat annoyed and was about to open the door when the little girl suddenly raised her head, mouthed silently, "Don't open the door, there are bad people." Bryn immediately understood it was a trap using the little girl as bait. But upon seeing the girl's face, Bryn felt somewhat stunned. It seemed like she had seen her somewhere before. She immediately turned around, closed the door, and continued observing through the peephole. She saw several men appear behind the girl after noticing Bryn was home. One of them slapped the girl across the face. One of the men whispered, "Bad luck, she's out now. We should have thought of a way to get her to open the door." Another one chimed in, "It's so tightly sealed. There must be plenty of good stuff inside. Let's go back and get some tools. We'll come back for this later." Their voices gradually faded away. Bryn felt a headache. Being comfortable at home was nice, but she was completely unaware of what was happening outside. She had been too complacent. Sure enough, in the middle of the night, Bryn heard someone fiddling with the fire escape door. Bryn's expression turned cold. The bait didn't work, so they resorted to force. She leaned against the door and listened carefully to the situation outside. From the sounds, she estimated there were 3 or 4 men. One man complained while picking the lock, "This lock is so sturdy. If I hadn't come myself, no one else could have picked it." Bryn inwardly criticized, "The locksmith downstairs sure has poor skills. This door won't hold up at all. What shoddy construction. Stop complaining and hurry up. This woman doesn't know what's good for her. There must be plenty of valuables inside. And she looks quite decent too. Make sure none of you try to snatch her later." The voice sounded slightly familiar. It was probably Adonis from the 8th floor, who had repeatedly tried to cause trouble and now dared to break in. Another man chuckled, hurry up. This woman lives alone. Let's get into her place." Bryn felt that indeed, some people could make you feel nauseous just by their voices. She gripped the dagger and laid the rope she had prepared on the ground. Just as she finished, she heard the door click open. The man excitedly rubbed his hands together and called out, "The door's open, let's go inside." As he spoke, he felt something press against his back, almost like a dagger, just a fraction away from piercing through. The man trembled in fear and shouted, "Don't move, don't move." Adonis and the others finally realized something was wrong and rushed in, only to see their companion being pushed out with a dagger pressed against him. Bryn stood behind him, her face cold. "I'll give you one chance. Get out and don't dirty my floor." Adonis finally got a clear look at Bryn and sneered at her, "A mere girl. Do you dare?" Another man quickly joined in, trying to persuade her, "You might as well put down the dagger and comply with us, gentlemen. You'll have a better life following us." Seeing they weren't backing off, Bryn, unwilling to listen to these scum any longer, thrust the dagger into the man's back with a single swift motion, straight into his heart, then slowly stirred it inside. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the air. "Ah!" Bryn found his scream too loud and swiftly pulled the dagger out, kicking him onto the corridor. Blood dripped from the dagger onto the floor. Bryn looked at the pool of blood with dissatisfaction. "You've dirted my floor." Seeing their companion lying motionless on the ground, the 3 were shocked. One of them quickly recovered, lifting the wrench they brought and rushing towards Bryn's head. Bryn held the dagger, thinking how to deliver a fatal blow without splattering blood everywhere. Suddenly, the attacker flew into the air, crashing into the corridor pillar with a thud. Blood sprayed everywhere, indicating his internal bones were broken. Bryn felt annoyed. She hated cleaning. When she turned to look at who had arrived, she noticed that the man was dressed in black, towering over others with his muscular build, and his eyes exuded a lethal aura. At this moment, he was elegantly brushing off non-existent dust from his legs. Bryn felt this man was very dangerous, clearly having killed before, just like her. Noticing Bryn's gaze, the man nodded slightly. "My name is Jude." Meanwhile, Adonis, still in shock over his fallen comrade, could only think of attacking Bryn with the machete in his hand. To him, once Bryn was dealt with, everything else would be fine. Bryn was about to teach him a lesson but was surprised by the speed of the man's actions. Before Adonis's machete could even get close, it was already knocked out of his hands and he was down on the ground. Just as Jude was preparing to deal with the last one, Bryn quickly stopped him. "Sir, I have plans for this one. Please wait." Holding the dagger, she approached the man who was trembling in fear, collapsed on the ground. Bryn looked up and gestured, "Do you want to end up like them?" No. The man shook his head vigorously, his face as pale as snow. She pointed to the rope by the door and waved her dagger at him. "Tie these 3 up for me. Clean up this mess as well. If you dare to have any thoughts, watch out for my dagger." He had never seen such a scene before. He joined Adonis's gang during the chaos period. Daring not to disobey, He shakily tied up the 3 men and cleaned the floor using the rags Bryn threw at him. Lifting his head, he saw Bryn standing in the darkness, playing with her dagger, while Jude stood behind her like a guardian, watching over everything. Any wrong move and he would not survive this day. Spare me, I only joined them after the flood when I had no choice. I was forced into it. Quickly dropping what he held, he knelt on the ground and began banging his head repeatedly against the floor, pleading, please spare me, I have elderly parents and children depending on me. My family needs me to bring food back. I can't die. The response didn't come from Bryn but from a weak voice in the corridor. A little girl said, he's lying. It was he who beat up Mom and led these people to take over our home, robbing all our food. Wiping away her tears, she stubbornly refused to let more fall. This was the little girl they had used as bait earlier. After hearing this, the man's body trembled even more. With a clatter, a small camera fell from his pocket. Bryn's expression darkened. They were trying to frame her for good. She didn't believe a single word the man said. If not for subduing the other men today and having a weapon, he wouldn't have hesitated to hurt her. These were all scumbags. Bryn directly knocked him out with her dagger. Turning around, she found both the little girl and Jude looking at her seriously. Chapter 9, Taking in the Frazier and Daughter. Jude looked at Bryn and said slowly, Betty, it's been a while. Bryn looked puzzled. Although you're very handsome, you can't just randomly identify people. Noticing Bryn's confusion, Jude pointed amusingly at the dagger in her hand. Only then did she realize this was the owner of the antique shop. To think he lived next door to her, what a coincidence. Seeing her wary gaze, Jude simply shrugged, not particularly bothered. Savannah hastily wiped away her tears. It was only then that Bryn realized why the girl seemed familiar. In the 4th year of the apocalypse, she had received a mission to kill a level 4 mutant zombie. This little girl before her was none other than that level 4 mutant zombie, which already resembled a human being indistinguishably. What made it troublesome was its ability to control hundreds of zombies using puppetry skills. By the end, nearly 500 zombies had gathered around it. If left unchecked, they would soon threaten nearby bases. And its most powerful puppet was her mother. She could withstand a full-force attack from a level 5 psyker. At that time, Bryn barely survived with her life. But now, the girl stood before her, perfectly fine. She couldn't just kill her right now. Bryn swallowed hard and asked the girl, why aren't you going home? The bad guys are all here, they won't be returning. As she spoke, she pointed at the bodies on the ground. The little girl had been staring at them in a daze. Hearing Bryn speak, she finally came back to reality, nervously rubbing her hands together. She looked to Bryn for help and suddenly burst into loud sobs, seemingly releasing all the emotions she had pent up recently. Big sister, please save Frasier, she's dying. Initially, Bryn didn't intend to meddle in other people's affairs. But she couldn't help but recall how, in her previous life, the girl still tried to crawl toward her mother even as she died. She hurriedly patted the girl's arm, consoling her, don't cry, everything is fine now. Let us take a look at your mother once we're done here. Bryn winked at the girl and pointed at the bodies on the ground. Let's deal with these 4 first. Savannah's expression improved slightly. At least she wouldn't turn into a zombie. Bryn thought that the apocalypse had already begun, and if she didn't eliminate them now, these people might come back seeking revenge or harm more innocent lives. Nor did she want to leave them there to taint her territory. She walked to the edge of the corridor and looked outside. There was no sign of land anymore, only an endless ocean stretched out before her. An idea formed in her mind. Glancing at Jude, it seemed he understood her intentions without words. He picked up 2 men with one hand each, tossing them out like rags in the blink of an eye. Whether those people could survive was up to fate. Watching her thoughtful expression, Jude murmured softly, what you did was right. Bryn pressed down the twitching corners of her eyes. She realized he wasn't surprised by the day's events, handling everything quickly and ruthlessly. Looking at the little girl beside her, her face showed no guilt. But she still felt compelled to remind the girl, this world has changed. Never show mercy to enemies. She ruffled the girl's hair, who nodded earnestly, seeing Bryn as the ultimate existence and aspiring to be like her. Before disposing of the men, Bryn naturally didn't forget to check the box. She now held the key retrieved from Andonis, and the 3 of them headed downstairs together. One flight with 2 households per floor. The family on the 8th floor were the mother and daughter, and Andonis lived there too. It seemed that after failing to get what they wanted from her, they broke into the house within days. Upon entering, they found the girl's mother was indeed on the verge of death. The little girl rushed to her mother, tears streaming down her face, hesitant to touch her for fear of causing pain. Frasier, wake up, don't sleep. The woman lying there had a huge bloody wound on her head, still bleeding despite being wrapped in torn clothes. She sat slumped against the wall, covered in bruises, hanging on perhaps just waiting for her daughter to return. Seeing the woman, Bryn felt genuine relief. It seemed she hadn't mistaken her identity. Suddenly, the girl turned and knelt before Bryn, sobbing, please save Frasier, you could defeat those bad men, surely you can save Frasier. Feeling Bryn's hesitation, Jude said tersely, if you want to save her, save her. Was he encouraging her? Since the apocalypse began, she had been hesitant in her actions. Serrate this man, who she had just met, gave her a sense of reassurance. Bryn clenched her teeth and asked Jude to help carry the woman back to the 12th floor. It was no longer safe here, and she also wanted to conduct an experiment. Jude left the people in Bryn's spare bedroom and then returned home. Bryn took out bandages and Yunnan Bayaro from her medical kit, stopping the bleeding and disinfecting once again. Looking at the girl holding her mother's hand and sleeping peacefully, Bryn thought of herself. Since her mother passed away, even though she had her grandmother, some sense of security could only come from her mother. Bryn took out a few drops of spirit spring water from her storage, diluted it with mineral water, and slowly fed it to the woman. Seeing the woman's breathing stabilize and her lifeless appearance recover slightly, she sighed in relief. It seemed she would survive. She hoped this mother and daughter wouldn't disappoint her. When Bryn went out intending to fix the door lock, she found Jude had already taken care of it. Returning to the room, Bryn clutched the dagger before falling into a peaceful sleep. The next morning, Bryn first checked the water level outside and found it was still rising rapidly. The wind and rain were still fierce, and the sky remained overcast. People were seen jumping into the water despite the storm, trying to find food outside. Many people from the villa area risked their lives running towards these buildings, hoping to find higher floors. The water was filled with all kinds of trash, and occasionally, suspected bodies could be seen floating by. Now they used the water collected on the terrace for washing, and drank the bottled mineral water stored beforehand. Thinking of the mother and daughter outside, Bryn took some small bread and left her room. The woman was already awake, sitting on the sofa holding her daughter awkwardly. Her lips had regained some color, indicating the spirit spring had worked well. She needed to be more careful with its use so as not to attract attention and be killed for the treasure. Seeing Bryn come out, the woman slid off the sofa and started bowing to her. Thank you, Betty, for saving us. Union has told me everything. Before Bryn could respond, the woman anxiously added, Betty, rest assured, I won't disturb you. I'll leave today, but could you please take in my daughter? Bryn thought, fine, with her watching, it wouldn't happen again. She reframed her words, you survived on your own. Rest here until you're better, but I don't keep idle people. Once you're recovered, you'll work for me. Protect your daughter yourself. Hearing this, the woman's dim eyes flickered with hope. From her daughter's description, both Betty and Mr. Fraser from next door were powerful. Staying here would be best for her daughter, and Betty was indeed kind. The woman hurriedly said, Betty, my name is Ellie, and my daughter is Emma. Please rest assured, we will serve you loyally. Seeing the tears about to fall from the mother and daughter, Bryn quickly changed the subject. Tell me what happened during this time. Ellie wiped her tears, looking at Bryn with a terrified expression. Betty, the end of the world has come. Chapter 10, Zombies Appear. Ellie slowly explained to Bryn. Initially, the neighbors were relatively polite to each other. Until the flood completely submerged the second floor, national rescue efforts were long overdue, the storms showed no signs of stopping, and the internet was down, with no news from the outside world at all. Every day, the area that could be moved around in was only the narrow spaces like the corridors. After a fight broke out between two families on the 10th floor over territorial issues, everyone's negative emotions were magnified. A single word would spark curses, even physical fights, and Andonis and his group outright pried open other people's doors to forcibly loot supplies. If anyone dared to resist, the bloody machetes they held would intimidate many into submission. Some people thought it was good for looting, as if those who hoarded supplies willingly contributing would not have been targeted by others. Those who were robbed imitated them, also robbing their neighboring households. They would stab someone and toss them into the water, continuing to plunder the next household without any concern. Ellie and her mother were the first targets of such robbery. Initially, the intruders just demanded food, asking Ellie to cook and wash clothes for them. Until one day, a man from Andonis insisted on dragging Ellie into a room. She resisted fiercely, banging her head against the wall corner. The assailant found it uninteresting and left her aside. For some reason, Andonis forced her daughter to go up to the 12th floor as bait, threatening to kill her otherwise. This led to what had happened earlier. After hearing this, Bryn felt very emotional, realizing how the wickedness of human nature took root in such an apocalyptic world. Late at night, Bryn, dressed in black, went to Andonis's residence. The place was littered with cigarettes, alcohol, beetle nuts, and garbage everywhere. Seeing the supplies they had plundered, Bryn simply waved her hand, putting everything into her storage space. Why let these things go to waste? She then headed straight to the study. She had always been puzzled about why Andonis was so eager to cause trouble for her. Upon entering the study, she found a locked safe, which was rare in ordinary households. Fortunately, the safe wasn't particularly sophisticated. Bryn pulled out an axe and broke it open with brute force. Inside were documents and files of various women, loan details, and stacks of private photos. It seemed Andonis had indeed harbored sinister intentions. If not for the apocalypse, he might have tried to trap her too. How revolting. Bryn threw all the documents into an iron bucket and set it on fire, hoping that the people inside could start anew because of the coming apocalypse. After clearing out all the documents, Bryn noticed a letter at the bottom of the safe. Opening it revealed detailed information about herself, and the last line read, "Make sure to bring this person to Scorching." Bryn looked at the text in confusion. Scorching? Why would she need to be taken there, when she had never been there before? With lingering doubts, she searched again but found nothing else useful besides the letter. She had no choice but to leave it at that for now. Maybe someday she could investigate Scorching. After thoroughly checking once more, Bryn quickly returned to the 12th floor and reinforced the door lock before settling back into her room. She washed up and lay in bed, forcing herself to fall asleep quickly, knowing that peace was likely a thing of the past. The next morning, Bryn was awakened by the continuous knocking on the door. Rubbing her eyes, she stepped out of her room and found that Ellie had already prepared breakfast using the available ingredients at home. Picking up a bun from the table, she bit into it heartily. The filling was made from wild vegetables she grew on the balcony, mixed with eggs, tasting incredibly delicious. Bryn recalled what she had said to Ellie yesterday. Sister Sarai, you can use whatever ingredients I have here freely. Once you're better, you can help take care of my meals. Never did she expect her cooking skills to be so good. It was only the second day, yet Ellie was already preparing meals. Emma finished the last bite of her bun enthusiastically, promoting her mother's skills. Sister Shia, my mom is an excellent cook, and she can do anything. Amaya quickly came out of the kitchen, nervously wringing the cloth in her hands. Betty, I made it rather simple, I hope it suits your taste. Bryn waved her hand hurriedly. Auntie Sarai, call me Bryn. It's really delicious, and I'm very satisfied. She glanced at the door thoughtfully. Xiao Yun, give the neighbor uncle next door a portion later. After all, he had helped them. Throughout the day, the knocking continued non-stop, and everyone tacitly ignored it. It wasn't until nighttime when the knocking finally ceased. Bryn knew she mustn't be complacent. That night, Bryn tossed and turned in bed, glancing at the time, which read 8:50 p.m. She habitually walked to the balcony to look outside, suddenly sensing something in the air that resembled black mist. In her previous life, it was this mist that, once inhaled, had caused the first zombies to appear. Anyone bitten by a zombie would turn into one too, with no way of salvation. This mist could penetrate anywhere and there was simply no way to guard against it. The ongoing typhoon and heavy rain left people with nowhere to run. Their only hope was for government rescue efforts. However, the previous typhoons and storms were too dangerous, so the government could only conduct limited searches in nearby areas. In such remote places, there was no hope of rescue. Now that zombies had appeared, they likely existed within military circles as well. At this time, the military could barely manage on its own, let alone provide rescue operations. As time went on, various mutant animals and plants would also emerge, making rescue efforts even more challenging. With natural disasters outside and zombies inside, the entire country, and perhaps the world, was plunged into crisis. In her past life, due to the sufficient time given for national rescue efforts, several safe bases were established. This time around, she didn't know if it would be in time. To survive, she had to rely on self-rescue. This mist was the key to infection. In her previous life, it only appeared half a year after the end times began, but now, just 20 days had passed. Just after midnight, cries rang out, shattering what remained of the last peaceful night. Bryn hurried back inside, closed all the windows and doors, and instructed Ellie and her mother not to make any sound easily. She herself stayed in the living room, listening to the noises outside. Only when everything returned to silence did Bryn feel safe enough to return to her room. 2 peaceful days passed like this. Suddenly one night, after sleeping for only a short while, Bryn heard frantic knocking and the roars of zombies. Her heart sank. Just as she was about to go out to stop them, she saw that the fire door, which had been rattling from being knocked on, was already kicked open and lying broken on the ground. A woman pushed past a man beside her, desperately rushing inside. The man probably never expected that in that brief moment, he would be abandoned by the person he trusted most, instantly engulfed by zombies. The man blocked the zombies' advance, allowing the woman to escape from their grasp and successfully enter the corridor on the 12th floor. Behind her, a large group of zombies followed, climbing over each other after devouring the man. Their empty, grey eyes seemed to sense the presence of the people, becoming more frenzied. Bryn realized the intruder was Savannah. Well, this one hasn't died yet. Chapter 11. Oh, Savannah delivered herself right here. Well, look at that. She came here on her own instead of me going after her. Savannah hadn't anticipated the fire door would be so flimsy. There was nothing now to impede the zombies from reaching her. She frantically knocked on Bryn's door, shouting loudly, "Sis, I know you're inside. Please open the door and save me." Seeing that Bryn didn't move at all with no intention of opening the door, Savannah clung to the gate, yelling hoarsely, "If you don't open the door, you won't survive either. The zombies have reached this floor and smelled human scent. They won't leave." At this moment, Emma appeared beside Bryn, pointing at Savannah outside and saying, "Sis Shia, that auntie outside has been to our neighbor's house before." The voice from the video call reached outside. Hearing herself being called auntie and Bryn being called sister, a faint tinge of green spread across Savannah's pale face. Considering her current situation, Savannah tried to persuade them earnestly, "Little girl, please open the door for auntie. Auntie will give you money." Bryn looked at the pleading face sarcastically. Since Savannah had met Andonis, did she know anything about roaching? Zombies were right behind Savannah, almost upon her. She could clearly smell the putrid odor emanating from them, and the blood dripping from their mouths made her nauseous. Just as the zombie was about to bite her, Bryn opened the door a crack and pulled Savannah in. She still had some questions to ask. As the door closed, Savannah's piercing scream was abruptly cut off. Bryn casually glanced at the neighbor's door. Despite the commotion, they showed no reaction. She tossed Savannah onto the ground carelessly, then settled into the sofa, eyeing the disheveled woman before her. Savannah's white down jacket had turned dark grey, with several areas torn such that goose down feathers were ready to scatter like snowflakes. Her hair, unwashed for days, glistened with grease, sticking together in clumps. Her skin, malnourished, looked waxen and haggard. Glancing up at Bryn, Savannah clenched her teeth in hate. Why was Bryn still so well off, even looking better than usual? Recollecting herself, Savannah wore an appropriate expression of fear. "You don't know what's happening outside. If you help me, I can stay here." Seeing Bryn unmoved, she shouted anxiously, "Those things outside are monsters that eat people, but I know how to defeat them." Bryn gave her a mocking look. By sacrificing your partners. You think I'm blind? If you don't say something I want to hear, I'll throw you out. Hearing she might be thrown out, Savannah began yelling at Ellie and Emma, who stood nearby. You all saw that this is my real sister. It's so dangerous outside, and she wants to throw me out. Unexpectedly, mother and daughter ignored her completely. Ellie led Emma back into the room. Seeing this, Bryn nodded in satisfaction. She liked people with boundaries. Feeling extremely impatient, she grabbed Savannah, preparing to throw her out. I gave you a chance, and you didn't value it. Realizing this, Savannah clung tightly to the sofa, crying out, Sister, I'm wrong. Don't throw me out, please. But Bryn's strength had grown significantly since before. A puddle formed on the floor where Savannah dragged. She had wet herself from fear. Startled, Bryn instantly threw her out, landing Savannah against the corner wall. Her wails drew even more frenzied pounding from the zombies outside. Lowering her eyes, Bryn watched the crumpled Savannah on the ground, then tapped her face with a dagger. How do you know Adonis? And how did you end up here? Savannah stared at the door in terror, trembling as she said, After leaving the hotel last time, I ran into him. He asked if I knew you were moving to Shinshio residential area. He gave me his business card, asking if I wanted revenge on you. Pausing mid-sentence, she stole a glance at Bryn before continuing. After getting home, I still felt unsettled and called him. He told me to come find him. But when I arrived, there was a super typhoon, making it impossible to go anywhere. I found a single woman, gave her money, and she let me stay. Bryn took out the dagger from her waist, playing with it in her hand while occasionally glancing at Savannah. Savannah, stiffening her resolve, continued, Adonis said that if I paid him, he could ruin your reputation and make it impossible for you to hold your head high again. Bryn confirmed Savannah knew nothing about roaching, feeling slightly disappointed. She had hoped to get some useful information. She quickly opened the door, slashing Savannah's proud face and then tossed her into the zombie horde. The fresh blood would attract the zombies away. Then she fiercely stabbed a zombie's head right at the door with her dagger. After stirring inside its head, the zombie fell on the spot. Only by attacking their heads could they be truly killed. Just as she was about to close the door, she noticed a wisp of white mist floating towards her tattoo. As Bryn prepared to take another look, it vanished without a trace. Only her wrist tattoo retained a faint warmth. This mist seemed connected to the space. Suppressing her surprise, Bryn opened the door and walked out. She skillfully wielded her dagger, using the zombie's slow movement to leisurely gather energy between them. 10 minutes later, Bryn leaned against the wall, slightly panting. Though her body had been improved by the spirit spring, exercise was still necessary. Beside her, Savannah was still fighting two zombies, having been cornered in the hallway. Sitting there in despair, Savannah held her bleeding face, muttering, Madwoman, you're insane. Bryn stood with her arms crossed, watching. Madwoman? Indeed, she was. She didn't save her enemy out of kindness. Finally, Savannah gave Bryn a resentful glance, exerting all her strength to leap from the corridor. Bryn showed a hint of surprise. This woman actually dared to jump. She didn't care whether Savannah lived or died. Dead suited her just fine. If alive, let Savannah struggle a few more years in this apocalypse. Killing her later would be even better. Bryn then went inside and called out Ellie and Emma. These zombies were freshly infected and still looked somewhat human, unlike later-stage zombies, whose faces were sometimes nothing but bones and flesh. Perfect for practice. To her surprise, when they emerged, Emma immediately grabbed the large knife left by Adonis and charged forward, with Ellie closely following. Bryn watched silently, kicking a zombie away whenever it neared them. They eventually realized the fatal point on zombies was their heads. Bryn knew today's purpose was achieved. Bryn couldn't help but kick Savannah. You have quite a bit of luck. Looking at the corpses littering the ground, Bryn sighed in resignation. In the end, she had to clean up the mess with the mother-daughter duo. She wished she had made Savannah clean up before tossing her down. She knew someone was eavesdropping below. Today's events could serve as a warning to others. Signaling Ellie and her daughter to return to their room, Bryn hurried back herself. She couldn't wait to check the space. Chapter 12, Awakened Power is too CPU intensive. As Bryn entered the space, she heard a voice chattering in her ear. Girl, upgraded. I smell the taste of spiritual energy, even though it's very thin, but I can smell it. Bryn grabbed Myra and brought her to the front. Myra, you can talk? Myra looked at her with that familiar disdainful look. I could always talk, it's just that you couldn't hear me before. The thing you just sent in was spiritual energy, but unfortunately, it was too thin. Confused, Bryn asked, Myra, what is spiritual energy? Myra replied indifferently, spiritual energy is just spiritual energy, the essence for all things to cultivate. Seeing the change in Bryn's expression, Myra then patiently explained, because of that bit of spiritual energy just now, it seems to have reinforced the space somewhat and our connection as well. That's why you can hear me now. Glancing at Bryn, Myra continued, puffing up her small chest, and even if you're outside the space, we can still communicate. Bryn nodded and then walked towards the spirit spring, noticing that the spring seemed to have increased slightly. It appeared that the mist indeed provided some help. Myra, on the other hand, circled around the space disdainfully, flapping its wings impatiently. Woman, hurry up and bring in spirit stones. This space is in such a shabby state now, nothing like how it used to be. Bryn immediately caught the familiarity in its tone. You know what the space used to look like? Myra snapped back to reality, eyes filled with confusion. I don't remember clearly either, it's like I saw it a long time ago. Bryn looked at the dilapidated hut and felt an inexplicable anticipation for what the space originally looked like. She then counted the supplies inside the space again and went to sleep peacefully. On the third day after the zombies appeared, early in the morning, Bryn felt unwell, seemingly having a fever. She assumed she had caught a cold from being cold the previous day, so she took cold medicine and antipyretics and lay listlessly on the sofa. After lunch, Bryn's temperature not only didn't drop but soared instead. By evening, Bryn was running a high fever. At this point, she realized something was wrong. This might not be an ordinary fever. Lying on the sofa, Bryn vaguely guessed that she might be about to awaken her power. Since the zombie outbreak had occurred early, it wasn't impossible for power awakening to happen early as well. In the last life, the earliest power awakening happened 6 months after the disaster. The sudden advancement now left her uncertain whether it was good or bad. Basic powers are divided into 5 attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. These 5 powers can both attack and defend, though the wood and water attributes are more auxiliary. Obduraman, space, and mental powers belong to the mutant category. There are also various rare powers. Out of 10,000 survivors, only one would awaken such a power. The only way to upgrade powers is through crystal cores. Currently, the zombies are still basic zombies. Only level 2 zombies can produce crystal cores, which get stronger with higher levels. Mutant powers are very strong and require more crystal cores and time to upgrade compared to ordinary powers. The higher the level of the crystal core, the more toxic substances it contains. Overdosing will drive a person into a state of madness. In the previous life, powers peaked at level 5. Not because they couldn't go higher, but because upgrading to level 6 would cause intense agitation and even loss of sanity. Everyone could only choose to suppress their powers, but once powers were saturated, they must be upgraded. Thus, finding a solution was urgent. During the 5th year of the apocalypse, while on a mission where her life was in danger, Bryn had no choice but to upgrade to level 6 power. She showed no signs of agitation, which led those scientific freaks to target her for dissection and analysis. No strong person wanted to become a lunatic. Bryn pulled open the curtain, seeing nothing but stormy weather outside. Earlier, there were still a few people struggling for survival, but now the entire city was silent. This rainstorm and typhoon came earlier than in the last life, yet there was no sign of it ending. Now that zombies had also appeared, it was unknown what was happening outside. Bryn withdrew her gaze and looked at the little girl circling around her all day. She patted the girl's head. After instructing Ellie briefly, Bryn returned to her room to lie down. Having endured many severe injuries over the years, Bryn was unfamiliar with such prolonged fever. Despite taking all the antipyretics, it remained ineffective. Ellie and her mother thought Bryn was about to lose consciousness due to the high fever. Bryn thought, last life it was just a mild fever, why was it so severe this time? She had to send everyone out and hide herself in the space. As soon as Bryn entered the space, Myra immediately approached her side, sniffing at her incessantly. Suppressing the urge to make the chicken into a beggar's chicken, Bryn pushed it away and walked toward the spirit spring. Before she knew it, after taking a sip from the spirit spring, Bryn fainted directly on the ground and was sent out of the space. Unbeknownst to her, Myra chirped behind her back, "Bryn, you're developing spirit roots. How strange, spirit roots are supposed to be present from birth." Strange, the more I think about it, the more confusing it gets. Unable to understand, Myra gave up trying to figure it out with its little brain. Shaking its head, it wandered over to inspect the vegetable patch, something that seemed to be ingrained in its daily routine. The unconscious Bryn didn't realize that after drinking from the spirit spring, instead of lowering her temperature, she burned even hotter. After an unknown period of time, she was awakened by waves of sharp pain, feeling her bones burning as if they were afire. Bryn felt a sense of despair. Was she going to die from this fever? She couldn't help but feel bitter and slipped back into unconsciousness again. This time, her lips began to crack, and white smoke started to rise from her body, as if all the moisture was evaporating. On the other side, Ellie knocked on the door, but finding no response for a long time, she had to forcibly open it. The sight before her made her tremble in shock. Upon closer inspection, she found Bryn had lost consciousness due to the high fever. She tried every home remedy she knew, but Bryn's temperature wouldn't go down. The 40-degree fever had been raging for nearly a day. If it continued like this, she might wake up mentally impaired. In desperation, they could only ask Emma to seek help from Jude next door, but there was no response. The mother and daughter could only watch over Bryn's bedside, with Emma crying anxiously. Sister Shia was their benefactor. They hoped she would be okay. After another whole night, just when Ellie and her mother were about to give up hope, Jude finally knocked on the door. Chapter 13, Unable to enter the space. Emma immediately ran over to help open the door, anxiously saying to the person who arrived, "Braden Fraser, you should quickly check on Sister Shia, she seems to be in a very bad state." The one who arrived was none other than Jude. He had just returned from outside and sensed something abnormal in the air, so he hurried over. Hearing this news, Jude felt somewhat relieved that he had insisted on rushing back. He patted Emma's furry head and slipped into Bryn's room, placing a jade-like object into Bryn's palm. The moment the jade touched Bryn, it rapidly turned to ashes, and the white smoke surrounding her body gradually dissipated. Her complexion became more rosy, and her appearance became even more exquisite. It was as if she had been completely transformed into another person, and only by close observation could one still detect traces of her former self. Seeing this, Jude finally let out a sigh of relief. Fraser and daughter Ellie were extremely grateful, continuously thanking him. Fortunately, Mr. Fraser arrived in time. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known what to do. Jude merely nodded slightly, walking to sit on the chair beside the bed, waiting quietly for Bryn to regain consciousness. Ellie, seeing this, promptly led Emma out of the room. She picked some vegetables to prepare nutritious food for Bryn once she woke up. Inside the room, Jude gazed at Bryn absent-mindedly. Logically speaking, the item he brought back should have only benefited Bryn and caused no harm. Now that she had absorbed it, he couldn't understand why she hadn't yet woken up. Lost in thought, Jude's gaze softened and grew increasingly tender. Since discovering that despite her reincarnation, she had managed to quickly regain composure, finding shelter and stockpiling supplies while remaining vigilant around him, her resilience was rare and drew him closer, making him want to understand everything about her. Just as dawn approached, Bryn began to wake up gradually. She realized that the sensation of being burned away was gone, replaced by a sense of comfort and vitality, along with a new power within her. Bryn extended her hands, and a small flame appeared in her palms. But this flame wasn't red as usual, instead, it was greenish-blue. Startled by this fire, Bryn sat up straight. Suddenly, a voice spoke from nearby, "This is Nirvana fire, capable of burning anything in the world. However, your Nirvana fire is too weak." The hoarse voice seemed like feathers gently brushing her ear, prompting Bryn to rub her ears. Jude sat silently on the sofa by the bed, dim light filtering through the curtains, casting flickering shadows on his flawless face, his eyes deep and captivating. Bryn felt a wave of warmth wash over her. She shifted her gaze with effort, cleared her throat, and then looked at him. "How did you know this was Nirvana fire? And why are you in my room?" Looking at the lively Bryn before him, Jude's expression revealed a hint of unhidden relaxation. He lowered his head slightly, not directly answering her questions, and said softly, "Since your fever has subsided, I'll return now." Without waiting for Bryn to ask further, he walked out, giving Ellie some instructions before leaving alone. Emma then rushed into Bryn's room, excitedly recounting recent events. "Braden Fraser is really handsome. I don't know what he gave you, but your fever went down." Bryn caught the key point in her words, what Jude had given her, and paid little attention to Savannah's disappearance. She hastily searched under the bed and found a small pile of ash, reminding her of the first space upgrade. Ellie entered with a bowl of porridge, noticing Bryn's excellent condition, handed her the porridge. "Bryn, drink this to nourish your stomach." Bryn took the bowl, staring at the thick vegetable and lean meat porridge, blinking her eyes blurred by mist. She had thought she could live independently, but realized she still yearned for human connection. While sipping the porridge, she reassured the two, "Don't worry, this is my ability awakening." Emma asked cautiously, "Does that mean Sister Shia has become more powerful?" Bryn laughed dryly, "Serais, I will become the strongest." After chatting casually for a few more minutes, Ellie took Emma away, urging her to rest again. Watching the closed door, Bryn instinctively tried to enter the space but discovered it was inaccessible. Even calling Ruby received no response. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead, she quickly checked the tattoo on her wrist. The space was her biggest safeguard. But now she couldn't even enter it. She also wondered about the Nirvana fire that Jude mentioned. It seemed like this person had far too many secrets. Although Bryn didn't think there was anything about her worth his attention. Putting aside these thoughts, Bryn finally relaxed her tense expression and lay back down, falling into a deep sleep. This sleep lasted until noon when faint voices outside finally woke her up. When she got up this time, Bryn felt that her body had fully recovered. Hearing the muffled voices outside, she hurriedly freshened up. She changed into sportswear and put on a thin fleece jacket. After admiring herself in the mirror with satisfaction, she opened the door and walked toward the dining room. Jude was sitting at the table, and Emma was asking him something, causing the corners of his mouth to slightly curl upward. Seeing her, Emma praised sweetly, "Sister Shia, you look so beautiful today, just like a fairy." Even Jude seemed to nod approvingly beside her, though when Bryn tried to catch another glimpse, he had already reverted to his cold demeanor. Noticing Bryn was out, Ellie quickly brought out more dishes. Today, she had reluctantly killed an old hen to make chicken soup for Bryn's health. She placed the chicken soup in front of Bryn, saying, "I took the liberty of killing a chicken, I made you some chicken soup to nourish yourself." Ellie also harvested a lot of vegetables from the terrace, making a large platter along with the seafood Bryn had stored in the fridge, cooking spicy shrimp and sautéed squid tentacles. At the dining table, Ellie still looked worried about Bryn. "Bryn, you said you awakened your power last night. Could this exhaust your health?" Bryn was momentarily stunned, gazing at the abundant dishes on the table. Since her grandmother's passing, it had been a long time since someone prepared such a feast for her. Let alone during the 5 years of the apocalypse, with those heartless people. After serving a large shrimp to Emma, she continued, "Powers will strengthen the body, now I feel full of energy inside." But, Bryn paused, looking at Jude and then made a decision in her heart before speaking. "I not only awakened fire-type powers, but I also have a space-type ability." Chapter 14, The Joy of Getting Something for Free. The reason Bryn chose to speak up was to reassure Ellie and her daughter that they didn't need to worry about food or supplies, as she would always protect them as long as they didn't betray her. As for Jude, Bryn instinctively considered him a partner too. Emma clapped her hands in surprise and delight, saying, "Sister Shia, you're truly the best." Bryn ruffled her hair, and a rare smile of joy spread across her face. That smile touched Jude's heart. He was inexplicably mesmerized. After finishing her meal, Bryn started practicing her martial arts routine when she suddenly heard a voice that had been absent for half a day. "Girl, come in here quickly," Myra shouted anxiously. Thinking something serious had happened, Bryn hurried back to the room and entered the space. Inside, the once dilapidated thatched hut had transformed into an elegant small mansion. Seeing the character's Shia family manor above the main gate, Bryn's heart raced. This space indeed had a connection with their Shia family. Entering further inside, she found a bright main hall with 2 small ancient-style bedrooms at the back. On one side was a small study, and further back, there was even a warehouse. Unfortunately, neither the study nor the warehouse could be opened. Sighing, Bryn never imagined this space could change like this. Outside, the farmland had tripled in size, and some seeds were piled nearby, though Bryn couldn't identify them. The previously collected supplies were stored further back. Walking to the spirit spring, she noticed that the trickling water had now turned into a gentle stream flowing directly into a small creek. Some small fish could now be seen in the creek, much to Bryn's surprise. Myra followed Bryn around and now said urgently, "Woman," a large amount of spiritual energy suddenly surged in, partially restoring the space. Bryn realized the spiritual energy Myra mentioned must have come from what Jude had placed in her hand. With such a significant favor, she felt she should find an opportunity to ask him clearly. Bryn wanted to test her recent training results and also had no knowledge of the outside world. Therefore, she decided to venture out to the mall opposite tonight. Busy working in the space until evening, Bryn informed Ellie to stay home, lock all doors and windows, and not open the door for anyone. Seeing the rain slightly easing, Bryn prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, Jude was waiting at the door, watching her with a tight-lipped expression. "Bryn, I'm going with you." Bryn shrugged indifferently. Phraseist zombies on this floor had been cleared, only a few scattered ones remained, while other doors were tightly shut, indicating survivors hiding inside. She could feel several gazes lingering on them. Early-stage zombies moved slowly, having lost their sight and relying solely on smell and hearing. Once sensing the scent of fresh blood, they would rush forward fiercely. These zombies were dispatched by Bryn using her powers, during which she discovered the difference between hellfire and ordinary fire. Ordinary fire could be extinguished by water, but hellfire remained unaffected, much to Bryn's delight. Water was already rising on the 4th floor, and they planned to enter it from here. Confirming no one was around, Bryn quietly took out the inflatable boat she had prepared earlier. Observing Jude's expressionless face, she wondered what he thought every day. It was completely unreadable. Bryn withdrew her gaze and stepped onto the boat, gesturing for Jude to hurry up. Tonight's mission was crucial and time was tight. After telling Jude their destination, Bryn occasionally observed her surroundings. Even at night, she could see everything clearly. There were no lights in any of the buildings nearby, only occasional zombie howls and some bodies turning into zombies in the water. This was just like the previous life. Dead bodies could still become zombies as long as the head was intact. Zombies couldn't swim, so they drifted with the current until reaching the shore. 10 minutes later, they approached the mall. Due to its higher elevation, only the ground floor was flooded while the upper floors remained intact. When Bryn decided to rent this neighborhood, she had the mall in mind. Now that her abilities had awakened, she felt secure enough to indulge in some free shopping. Noticing Bryn staring intently at the mall with determination, Jude, who hadn't spoken for a while, wondered if he should say something. Instead, he saw her eyes shining as she gazed at the mall, looking resolute. Finding an entrance, Bryn casually put the inflatable boat into the space right in front of Jude. Jude showed no reaction, quickly slipped inside, and checked the surrounding area for safety. This was another reason Bryn liked being with him. He didn't ask unnecessary questions and required no explanation. Suddenly, Jude pulled out a gun from somewhere and handed it to Bryn with the instruction, "Keep it for self-defense." Bryn accepted it without hesitation, surprised that he could obtain not only cold weapons but also firearms. Why didn't he mention this earlier? Bryn thought angrily to herself. With all her money, she could have bought as many as she wanted. Unfortunately, her money had not been spent entirely. After checking their gear, the two walked side by side in the mall. Due to the calamity striking first, the supermarket inside the mall had been ransacked, leaving a mess, which turned out to benefit them now. But before they even took a few steps, Jude killed a few zombies nearby and gestured for Bryn to look ahead. The flashlight illuminated an open-air exhibition area opposite. There were two particularly distinctive RVs on display, boasting comprehensive functions and accommodation for multiple people. To attract customers, the adjacent area was filled with complete sets of outdoor equipment. Bryn hadn't considered acquiring such items before, but now she encountered them just right. Bryn quickly stored everything into her space and urged Jude, "Let's go, we might find better things." First, they went to a clothing store, where Bryn simply waved her hand and took everything. Then they moved on to the snack area and did the same. Finally, they stopped at a shop where Bryn's expression became somewhat odd. "What's wrong?" Jude came over, looking at her with concern. Bryn couldn't help but speak her mind. "I paid a large sum to urgently order a batch of solar generators from this company, but now there's no sun, the sky is practically pitch black." And after her purchase, this tech company had launched a new mini generator, small in size yet fully functional, with low noise levels, and most importantly, powered by water. However, the price tag was several times higher than the solar ones. This made Bryn feel a bit more comforted. She consoled herself, thinking that now she could get them for free and wouldn't be at a loss. So she happily stored 4 of these water-powered mini generators into her space. As they continued, anything she saw was immediately stored in her space. Shopping for free was indeed so delightful. But just as they exited a small appliance store, they bumped into a group of people face to face. Chapter 15, A Strange Leaflet. There were 5 of them in total, 3 men and 2 women, who seemed to be here looking for supplies. The men appeared fairly robust, but their faces were sallow. The other two women looked pale and emaciated, with water dripping from their clothes. They hunched over and shivered uncontrollably from the cold. It seemed they hadn't found anything on the first floor and had come up to the second floor to try their luck. Just as they turned a corner, they came face to face with Bryn and Jude. Their body hairs stood on end, and they recoiled in fright, tripping over debris on the ground. One of the men, seated on the ground, used his flashlight to get a clear look at Bryn's face, then heaved a sigh of relief and muttered angrily, "What's going on? I thought you were zombies." Wiping away the cold sweat from his face, he got up and kicked the boy cowering next to him. "Get up. They're human." Relaxing somewhat, the man began sizing up Bryn's curvaceous figure appreciatively and whistled, well, what do we have here, a beauty?" Jude pulled Bryn behind him protectively, his icy gaze sweeping over the group. Only now did they notice Jude. He was wearing a black down jacket, military green marten boots, and holding a night flashlight. Something could be faintly seen hanging from his belt. The three exchanged glances, and one of them took a step forward courteously. "We've been hungry for days. We didn't find anything on the first floor. Could you share some food with us?" These two were clean and neatly dressed, quite unlike people who had been struggling in the apocalypse. They must have been well protected. Such people are generally too kind-hearted for their own good. He gazed pitifully at Bryn. Facing a woman, playing the victim always worked. Bryn poked her head out from behind Jude. The tall man seemed familiar somehow. After thinking for a moment, she recalled seeing this man with Andonis in the underground parking lot before. Andonis had treated him with considerable respect. Bryn whispered something into Jude's ear. To her surprise, while his face showed no reaction, his ears quickly turned pink. He actually blushed. Jude's eyes grew even colder after understanding the situation. He hadn't forgotten the disgusting looks these three had given them earlier. The three men shivered uncontrollably, while the two women rubbed their arms. "Why is it getting colder?" Seeing that Jude wasn't responding, they exchanged another glance. Driven by hunger, they suppressed their rising fear. One of the men nodded, and the other pushed the woman forward. She approached hesitantly, her eyes timid, adopting an appearance that would evoke pity. "Sir, we haven't eaten for many days. If you agree, sir, I can do anything." She reached out to grab the edge of Jude's coat. Bryn stared at her in disbelief. She was really surprised. Did this woman not know how she looked? Jude turned and caught Bryn's expressive look. A trace of amusement flashed in his eyes. Stepping back to evade the woman's hand, he said, "To the east, there's something there." Then, pulling Bryn, he prepared to leave. One of the men was about to speak but was stopped by his companion. Only then did he see the handgun attached to Jude's belt. No matter what he thought of Bryn, he knew better than to risk it now. Leading the group toward the east, he focused on finding food they hadn't eaten for so long. When the five disappeared from sight, Bryn glanced at Jude's emotionless face and teased, "You weren't interested in her offer. Sending them to the east, how heartless." Jude smirked, "I told the truth, there's stuff there." Bryn rolled her eyes, "We've already searched other areas, clearing most of the zombies. Who knows if the east is any safer?" Jude sighed softly, staring intently into her eyes. "This is the apocalypse. No one's words can be trusted." This was his response to Bryn's previous comment. Bryn felt this deeply. In her previous life, she had survived so many zombie waves only to lose her life to blood-related kin. It was truly ironic. Human nature was the most dangerous thing in the apocalypse. The two were no longer in a rush. As they leisurely roamed around the third floor and were preparing to return, they encountered a cluster of zombies in the stairwell. Seemed like the zombies were waiting for them. Bryn felt a flicker of doubt. What had drawn these zombies together when nothing had been detected before? Estimating roughly, there were at least 20. The third floor was far from the water level, so they had no choice but to return via this route. And the footsteps of the two had already attracted these zombies, but for some reason, they were unaware of it just moments ago. Jude pursed his lips, drawing out a soft sword from his waist. The faint light reflecting on the blade seemed to emit a faint aura. Bryn was about to suggest that Jude retreat and rethink their strategy, when suddenly, over a dozen zombies charged at them from behind. Now, they had no choice but to confront the enemy head-on. Jude shielded Bryn with his back and instructed, "Follow me closely, don't get your hands dirty." Bryn raised an eyebrow. "Do you have any misunderstandings about me?" She shoved Jude aside, swapped her dagger for a long sword, and stashed her backpack into her spatial storage. She was quite accustomed to carrying this bag. One of her goals today was to test her endurance. Bryn slashed sideways with her sword, aiming directly at the zombie behind Jude. Clang. A head rolled toward Jude's feet, and Bryn looked at him provocatively. "Not bad." Jude couldn't help but laugh, then joined in cutting down zombies. His low chuckle sent a jolt of electricity straight to her eardrums, causing Bryn to stumble. She rubbed her ears forcefully, suspecting he did it on purpose. After slicing through 10 zombies, Bryn felt her strength waning. Her grip on the long sword began to tremble, indicating her current body's endurance was far from sufficient. She gritted her teeth, forcing herself to continue swinging the blade. Half an hour later, the two finally eliminated all the zombies. She kept feeling like something was watching them. Bryn abruptly turned her head, only to find darkness behind her, with nothing visible. Jude nodded slightly and said, "Let's go." Bryn gave up on investigating further. They adjusted their breathing and hurried out from where they came in. This time, Bryn pulled out an inflatable boat right away. Just as she relaxed, Bryn tugged at her blood-stained clothes, finding the stench unbearable. Not only was there a pungent odor, but the air was filled with a decaying smell that made her uncomfortable. Emma had been observing from the balcony. Upon spotting them, she opened the door early to welcome them. After bidding farewell to Jude, Bryn entered, placing their belongings on the table. "Take what you need. I'm going to shower." Then she rushed into the room. She couldn't bear the sticky sweat and those smells any longer, needing to clean up quickly. Fortunately, she had previously modified the bathroom, setting up a large water tank on the balcony filled with tap water, which could be directly piped in for use. They had been using this system for a while, making it very convenient. There was still plenty of water left, though it wasn't warm. As she showered, she reflected on the day's events. That gaze from the darkness seemed to have been watching them since they entered the mall, and she only realized it at the end. She needed to investigate again and find out more. After her shower, she changed into comfortable clothes and fell asleep almost immediately upon hitting the bed. The next morning, Bryn woke up frozen. After temperatures dropped to 1 degree last time and didn't fall further, this morning it plunged to -25 degrees. Bryn quickly put on her military coat. Drawing the curtains, she noticed the storm outside had weakened, and the sky was clearer than usual. Many people were using items from their homes to fish in the water, hoping to catch something. As soon as she stepped out of her room, she saw Ellie and Emma whispering together. She handed over the other 2 coats, noticing they were studying a flyer. With the world ending, what could possibly be advertised now? Chapter 16, The Rain Stopped. "Big Sister Shia, come and take a look quickly. Someone left this at the door yesterday." Emma blinked her big, watery eyes and hurriedly presented it to Bryn as if she were showing off a treasure. Bryn examined it carefully and realized that it was actually a handwritten recruitment notice. The notice indicated that someone had established a shelter in a small town located southeast of their neighborhood, welcoming everyone to seek refuge there. It also included a simple map. Bryn was somewhat curious. In her previous life, she had never heard of a shelter being there. She suddenly smacked her head, wondering how she could have forgotten about this possibility. Hastily, she pulled out a small radio from her storage space that she had brought back from the mall. Fortunately, she had casually stored it in her space last night. The 3 of them gathered around the radio, adjusting it repeatedly, and they actually received intermittent signals, apparently reporting on the current situation in various regions within the country. The broadcast explained in detail that if anyone developed a fever, there was no need for excessive panic. It might be due to zombie infection but could also be a sign of awakened abilities, requiring continuous observation. At the end of the broadcast, the host announced that the government was preparing safe zones and broadcast all the locations, discovering that Tien City was the nearest. Tien City was the capital and political center of the country, naturally making it the safest place. When Emma heard Tien City, she jumped up excitedly. "Malcolm, my dad must be in Tien City." Only then did Bryn remember that she had mentioned before that her father was with the military in Tien City, and he had been on a secret mission, unable to contact them since the phone network went down. After listening more carefully, they found out that the safe zone had not yet been built, it was only in the preparation stage. Bryn thought about the impending extreme cold and various zombie disturbances, realizing that no one could guarantee whether this safe zone would actually be constructed. If going to Tien City was the best choice, Bryn was willing to join the safe zone. Although Tien City was supposedly the nearest, before the apocalypse, it still took 3 hours by high-speed train, and now they could only reach it by boat. They studied the map and determined that even at the speed of a powerboat, it would take at least 5 nights on water. With the temperature still fluctuating, it wasn't the best time to travel. Emma looked dejected after reaching this conclusion. She missed her father very much, having held back her worries earlier so as not to upset everyone else, tears welling up in her eyes now. Bryn softly consoled her. "If we're prepared, we'll go to Tien City." Indeed, upon hearing this, Emma wiped away her tears and nodded vigorously. Bryn then retrieved the hydroelectric generator and placed it on the terrace. After Jude broke in through the window previously, the terrace now leaked rain and wind, making it useful for generating electricity. For the next 2 or 3 days, the rain completely stopped, and the typhoon gradually dissipated, though the water level showed no signs of decreasing. Many people began celebrating the end of the natural disaster, acting as if they only needed to eliminate the zombies to restore order. Some people even jumped into the water to catch fish. By the 3rd day, someone knocked on the door, claiming to be part of the community group they had organized. They now had 5 awakened ability users and had cleared all the zombies from the neighborhood. Their intention was for everyone to band together for warmth and to gather information on survivors. Bryn felt these people were overly optimistic. The cessation of rain was just an illusion, and temperatures continued to drop. She let Ellie dismiss the visitor casually and then pulled out the last item she had brought back. A walkie-talkie. This was the latest product from the tech company, requiring only channel adjustment for direct use and secure against eavesdropping. It claimed that 1 hour of charging could sustain a year's worth of usage. Just as she finished adjusting it, Jude came over, staring fixedly at the walkie-talkie without speaking. Bryn handed one over with a chuckle. "This is for you. There are 3 in total. If we leave, Dara can call us." Then she took out a batch of baby bok choy harvested from her storage space, asking Dara to prepare it. The vegetables in her storage space were lush and vibrant, unlike those on the terrace that barely saw sunlight and turned yellow. Ellie made a whole plate of stir-fried baby bok choy. Surprisingly, such simple baby bok choy tasted entirely different. Crisp and refreshing, slightly sweet, it even had a unique plant fragrance when savored carefully. Bryn patted Emma's bulging little tummy and glanced at Jude, who had eaten an extra bowl of rice compared to usual. It seemed the vegetables from the storage space were indeed different from those outside. As Bryn waited for inquiries about the source of the vegetables, Ellie immediately started clearing the table, finding it utterly boring. Jude finally spoke up after a while. The person who came to register today said there's a large warehouse nearby. They've inspected it, and it hasn't been flooded. They hope to gather people to collect supplies there. They'll provide boats. Hearing about the supplies, Bryn's eyes lit up, and she didn't care that they hadn't asked her. Jude looked at her and laughed softly. If you don't feel it's too much trouble, then fine. This guy had been coming over every day recently to freeload on meals. She was feeding so many people by herself. Without stockpiling more supplies, how would it be enough? Bryn glanced at Jude with disdain. Free stuff, plus stockpiled supplies, who would complain? She even rolled her eyes as she said this. Jude patted the dust off his sleeves indifferently and made an agreement with Bryn, so we'll meet directly there tomorrow morning. The next morning, when they arrived at the 4th floor, 3 rubber dinghies were already waiting there. They were almost full, 6 men and 2 women. One of the men was fat and chubby, lounging in the dinghy with a pair of shifty eyes continuously scanning Bryn, revealing a greedy expression. Jude blocked the man's view, but he laughed heartily without a hint of remorse. It wasn't until then that the leader turned around to see the 2 of them, frowning at Jude. I only called you yesterday. It's very dangerous, not for a date. Seeing Bryn's fair skin, beautiful looks, rosy complexion, and slender figure, he thought she hadn't experienced any hardships of the apocalypse. Wasn't this ridiculous? Bryn ignored them. She just wanted convenience, with someone driving her there and back, definitely more comfortable than going alone. If they got into trouble, it wasn't her problem. She stepped into the last dinghy, and Jude followed closely behind, giving the leader a cold look. Let's go. Seeing they weren't listening to him, the leader decided not to meddle further. He would let them handle it when they arrived. With that, everyone started rowing out. The 3 dinghies moved together. After some distance, the leader spoke again. We have 7 men and 3 women in total. This one here is our awakened ability user. We will mainly follow him. Once he confirms safety, we'll go in and collect supplies. Bryn glanced at the shifty-eyed man. People like him could actually awaken abilities. The other 2 remained aloof, gazing at the water silently. One of the women spoke to Jude. Big brother, I can shoot arrows. I can help divert zombies if needed. TSK, TSK, TSK. Bryn thought to herself, indeed, a handsome face makes even an iceberg likable. Just as Bryn was about to say something, their dinghy suddenly tipped to the side, as if hit by something. Jude quickly pulled Bryn toward him, his eyes filled with concern. Be careful. Chapter 17. Who is the prey? Bryn raised her head, ready to make a remark, but she found herself looking into Jude's eyes, which seemed to hold some emotion she couldn't quite understand. In an instant, Bryn pushed Jude away and straightened up. The woman who had been speaking to Jude wasn't so fortunate. With a splash, she fell into the water. Fortunately, she knew how to swim, and others hurriedly pulled her up. Quick, pull me up. I feel something slippery near my feet. The woman's face was filled with terror. With these words, silence fell over the boat. Bryn leaned forward, looked at the area by the woman's feet, and silently shook her head at everyone. Only then did they pull her up. The rest of the journey was made in complete silence as everyone kept watchful eyes on their surroundings. Who knew that nothing else happened until they neared their destination? Jude finally asked the leader, are there any survivors at the warehouse? Of course, it wasn't because he wanted to save anyone. He was worried that Bryn wouldn't be able to store the supplies in her space without attracting too much attention. Finian, changing his demeanor from before, said seriously, 2 days ago, a friend and I drifted there by accident. The warehouse is huge, with only a few zombies, and we didn't see any survivors. Another woman asked curiously, what about your friend? Finian glared at her irritably, he's dead. When we encountered zombies, he saved me by luring them away. Hearing this, Bryn understood clearly, he must have personally pushed his friend towards the zombies. This mission for supplies might be a trap. Well, she'd gather some supplies to compensate for the wasted trip. Seeing the change in everyone's gazes, the leader hastily pointed ahead, that's the place. We can disembark here, walk a bit, turn a corner, and we'll reach the warehouse. Everyone securely tied the boat to the shore before heading toward the warehouse. Soon, countless zombies were washed ashore by the waves, shuffling towards the warehouse. The area was elevated, the lower part already submerged, leaving the warehouse on the upper half, thus avoiding flooding. A few stray zombies on the way were casually dealt with by one of the men. Arriving at the warehouse, a 2-story building with a large iron gate secured downstairs greeted them, looking extremely sturdy. Finian quickly pointed to a hole nearby, this door is too tight. Last time, I got in through this hole. Bryn looked at the dog hole he pointed to and burst out laughing. Others followed suit with laughter. Jude gave her a look, signaling her to settle down. Loelrius, the leader, glared at Bryn. This wretch dared to mock him. Thinking darkly, he wondered if she would still laugh soon. With his plan in mind, the leader offered to go in first to open the door for everyone. After opening the main door, he muttered, there's food on the first floor, we should hurry. The others rushed inside, not noticing that the leader had quietly retreated to the back. Jude whispered to Bryn, it's all empty boxes inside, no supplies. Bryn felt somewhat disappointed, she knew it was a trap. At least, make it more convincing. Throw in some decoys, this was standard practice. Completely empty and bare. It infuriated her. Before Bryn could react, the few people in front, seeing the first floor door slightly ajar, rushed in with excitement. Suddenly, a zombie dropped from above, swiftly biting one person's neck. A piercing scream tore through the air. Accompanied by roars, countless zombies emerged from all directions. Rotten faces opened wide mouths and lunged at everyone, the stench overwhelming. Panicked, they ran back towards the entrance, only to find the door tightly shut. Recalling the dog hole, they scrambled over, only to find it blocked. They realized that the leader, Bryn, and Jude had disappeared. Facing the swarm of zombies for the first time, their morale crumbled. Desperately using their abilities to attack, two women also drew weapons to help. Not helping meant certain death. Gradually, they managed to coordinate their efforts. Meanwhile, Bryn and Jude tracked the leader upstairs. He dialed a number from within a room, waiting a few seconds before being connected. Boss, everyone has fallen into the trap. Serais, yes, all the psychics from that community are here. Got it, got it. Though they couldn't hear the other end, just those few sentences were enough to raise suspicion. What did he want by tricking all the psychics? Ye aren't and the others are in danger. The two exchanged a glance, and Jude drew his long sword from his waist. After the leader hung up, he quickly stepped forward, kicking the leader to the ground and pointing the sword at his neck. Finian looked at them in terror. Why aren't you downstairs? Tell us what's going on. Jude pressed the sword forward, leaving a bloody mark on his neck. Frightened, the leader begged for mercy. I'll talk, I'll talk. He then pulled out a handful of grey powder from his sleeve and sprinkled it towards them, trying to escape while Jude was distracted. But Bryn took a step forward and stabbed her large knife into the man's calf. Bitch. Finian screamed in pain, attempting the same trick again. Jude immediately grabbed his hand and twisted it backwards. With a snap, both arms hung limp by his sides, and the man collapsed, groaning in agony on the ground. Bryn raised her hand, with green flames dancing at her fingertips, preparing to burn him if he didn't tell the truth. Seeing the flame, the leader's face turned incredulous. It's impossible. How can you have karma fire? And you're a woman. Only our chosen ones can inherit the karma fire. Bryn only caught the word karma fire, which intrigued her. She stomped on his chest, eyes filled with killing intent. Since you know about the karma fire, you must know I have ways to make your life worse than death. Why don't you hurry up and tell us what you meant in that phone call? Bryn ground her foot into his chest. Realizing she would really kill him, the leader burst into tears. It's from our town. The cavern has the karma fire. He was sent by heaven to save humanity. The karma fire can burn all impurities in the world. I've seen him purify infected people, restoring their sanity without turning them into zombies. Bryn twisted the knife embedded in his leg slightly, asking impatiently, then why did you lead us here, and mention the rookie community? Finian clenched his teeth, glaring at them. The cavern said that those with abilities are also infected. If not killed early, they will eventually go berserk and start killing people. We were doing good deeds, enforcing divine justice. As for why we need to take the people from the community away, it's to protect them in the shelter. We are saving the earth. He finished with a look of resignation. Hearing the word berserk, Bryn's eyelids twitched. In her past life, ability users indeed went berserk from absorbing too many crystals, leading to madness. But what is really happening here? Could there be someone who has been reborn in this world? Chapter 18, Zombies Come Ashore. Bryn knew she had to check on the reed. She needed to confirm whether he was really reborn. She looked at Jude inquisitively. Jude remained unperturbed, sensing her gaze. He turned his head slightly, puzzled, and silently asked her with his eyes. Only then did Bryn awkwardly withdraw her inquiring look. This man had too many secrets. Gathering her thoughts, tell me, where is your reed? He's in that nearby town. You can't beat the reed, he's sent by heaven. The guide sneered at them. Bryn listened as if it were a joke. Such lies wouldn't fool even a 3-year-old. The guide declared with conviction, it's true. The reed is real, I saw it with my own eyes. He has come to save the world. Only by following him can we survive. Help. Help us. Several people downstairs looked helplessly at the approaching zombies, the stench becoming unbearable, almost suffocating them. After fighting the zombies, their energy was utterly drained. The instinct for survival made them cry out helplessly. Bryn exchanged glances with Jude, and both sprang into action simultaneously. She pulled out her large blade and leaped from upstairs, slicing through the air with fluid motion. Gnarled heads rolled to the ground. Jude dragged the guide from the second floor down to the yard, leaning against a corner, his eyes fixated on Bryn with unusual seriousness. The zombies, incited by the blood on the guide, lunged at them, teeth bared and claws extended. Please, don't leave me behind. The guide knelt and begged, repeatedly banging his head on the ground, his arms dangling listlessly, hoping they would spare his life. Bryn wouldn't give him a single glance. You deceived people to come here. You should have known this day would come. It frustrated her that she couldn't get what she wanted. Then let your reed save you. Bryn gestured for Jude to throw the guide aside, quickly clearing space for the incoming zombies. Of the group downstairs, only the big fat man and the archer woman remained. The fat man had earth-based powers. In the critical moment, he expended all his power to erect an earthen wall. Using the earthen wall and the front door to form a circle, the two hid behind it, barely managing to hold on until now. Had Bryn and the others not arrived, within 10 more seconds, the earth wall would have vanished, and the two would have fallen victim to the zombies. The two slumped to the ground like sacks of mud. Seeing the guide being devoured by zombies sent chills down their spines, but a sense of vindication arose within them. They then cast hateful glares at Bryn. You're so capable, why didn't you kill the zombies? You must have known all along. How could you be so wicked and not rescue people earlier? In their panic just now, they hadn't noticed that the door was simply locked. Now, Jude casually pulled the lock off, and the door swung open. Cerise, you should have fed them to the zombies. Bryn rolled her eyes, she shouldn't have saved these two at all. The woman wanted to say more, but the zombies that were initially attracted by the guide turned back. The leading zombie, lured by fresh flesh, suddenly pounced forward, its blood-stained hand nearly reaching Bryn. With a swift reverse slash, Jude severed a head that thudded to the ground. A bloody mouth opened and closed repeatedly, seemingly unable to comprehend why the meal was lost. Plop! His sword plunged into the zombie's eye socket, brains splattering, and the zombie lost all vitality. The fat man lowered his eyes, concealing a ruthless expression. What a pity, it was so close. Get lost. Jude returned to stand behind Bryn, his icy gaze fixed on the two. In his eyes, they were already dead. The fat man finally got up from the ground, dragging the woman away in the direction they came, muttering through gritted teeth, "One day, I'll make that bitch pay." Unbeknownst to them, just moments later, they were overwhelmed by zombies rushing from all sides, their cries for help drowned out by roars. Jude stepped aside, pulling out his walkie-talkie to try contacting Dara and her daughter, but received no response. It seemed that so-called safe haven wasn't far from here. At this moment, faint roars echoed from not too far away. Jude decapitated a nearby zombie with a single strike and kicked another one charging at Bryn to the ground. "It's a swarm of zombies, they're coming this way," he said indistinctly, protecting Bryn while moving outward. Bryn frowned, carefully identifying the source of the sound. It was coming from the same path they took earlier. Among the zombies' roars were desperate cries for help from humans. Judging by the sounds, there were definitely a lot of zombies, but she couldn't figure out how they appeared. Her expression turned serious as she found a corner and summoned the off-road vehicle. Just as Bryn was about to get into the driver's seat, Jude held her back. "I'll drive, be careful." She had just jumped into the passenger seat when Jude immediately floored the accelerator. The zombies behind them lunged forward but missed, snarling in frustration as they turned their attention elsewhere. Before the zombies appeared, this small village had been a safe place, with its high ground temporarily preventing it from being flooded by rainwater. Now that the zombies were ashore, this once ideal safe zone would soon turn into a paradise for them. Jude glanced at the zombies through the rearview mirror. These zombies came out of the water, they've become faster. Due to prolonged submersion, these zombies' bodies had swollen considerably, their skin turning an ashen blue, and their eyeballs protruding prominently from the water. Their passage left deep watermarks everywhere. Serrate this did not hinder their mobility, instead, they moved faster than before. "The zombies are evolving," Bryn said, her grip on the long knife trembling slightly. These zombies had only appeared 10 days ago, and the first batch of psychics had just awakened, yet the zombies had already begun evolving. Along the way, more zombies were still crawling ashore. Jude steered the vehicle straight into them, crushing several under the tires, but the car remained unshaken. The vehicle steadily headed towards the national highway, Jude maintaining his composure with an unusually calm demeanor. Bryn looked at the abandoned vehicles scattered around, worrying about the road ahead. She hadn't expected such a remote village to have so many cars stuck on the road. What awaited them further along? After driving forcibly for 20 minutes, Jude's furrowed brow tightened. "We can't proceed with the cars up ahead." Bryn pointed at a sign ahead. "We can't go this way, we need to get on the national highway." "All right, hold on tight." As soon as Jude spoke, he slammed down the accelerator, smashing through the small car blocking the path. With a swift turn, the car smoothly made it onto the highway. Bryn couldn't help but stare at Jude, feeling somewhat curious about him. Noticing Bryn's gaze, Jude turned his head to ask. The gentle sunset cast over his handsome face, with some unruly bangs on his forehead, giving him a wild allure. Bryn thought to herself that because he was so handsome, she wouldn't argue with him for now. Then, pretending to stretch her neck, she glanced out the window. Seeing this, Jude sitting in the driver's seat smiled slightly, shaking his head lightly. Once on the highway, they found it equally clogged with abandoned vehicles. However, their modified car managed to crash through a few scattered cars. They advanced laboriously for another 10 minutes, only to be met with an endless line of stalled vehicles. These vehicles seemed relatively new, suggesting they had been recently abandoned. Broken limbs and dark bloodstains splattered across the vehicles gave off a nauseating odor. Trapped inside the cars, zombies sensing the two humans struggled and snarled continuously. Jude stopped the car and surveyed the surroundings. "We'll have to walk from here on." Chapter 19. Can we have a proper meal? Bryn took out her phone to check the offline map. This should be the main road, leading to the neighboring city. Loelder ahead, we should pass by the town that person mentioned. She glanced at the time again, it's already 4:30. It will get dark by 5 o'clock, and zombies will become especially aggressive. Jude looked at the road ahead, contemplating their direction. "We have half an hour left, we must find a place to rest and repair." The two quickly got out of the car. Bryn hastily put the vehicle away in her spatial bag, while Jude walked ahead, saying, "You walk behind me, pay attention to your safety." Bryn felt somewhat dispirited, as this man always thought she was weak and fragile. She waved her hand and swiftly leaped forward, opening the door of an abandoned car and swiftly stabbing the zombie's eye with a dagger. Dark red brain matter spurted out as she pulled the dagger out. Feeling the faint spiritual energy seep into her spatial bag little by little, her mood improved slightly. Zombies along the way were all dealt with casually by Bryn. Gradually, it was getting darker outside. Up ahead is a gas station. Jude came to Bryn's side, took water out of his backpack, and used it to wash the filth off her hands. Bryn followed his finger's direction and cast a quick glance. I wonder if there are any survivors inside the supermarket. The two immediately rushed towards the supermarket. The door is locked from the inside. Jude tugged at the door. He kicked open the supermarket door with one foot, and Bryn held her dagger defensively as she entered. The supermarket was empty, and everything had been ransacked long ago. Underneath the cash register lay a staff member in a gas station uniform, with a large blood hole in his chest and his head bashed to mush. It seemed he was killed instantly without turning into a zombie. After confirming the supermarket was safe, Bryn went around the gas station, discovering 3 fuel tankers behind the supermarket. Her supply of gasoline in the spatial bag wasn't much. As for gasoline and diesel, she naturally wanted to hoard as much as possible. She rubbed her hands together, preparing for a grand harvest. Who wouldn't enjoy a happy $0 shopping spree? Seeing Bryn gradually cheer up, Jude didn't object either. He got up to inspect the surroundings for safety. Bryn surveyed the area, put the 3 vehicles into her spatial bag, then remembered the empty oil tanks she had previously stored inside. The empty oil tanks were too large and would be too conspicuous if taken out for use with a fuel nozzle. Thus, Bryn attempted to absorb a little fuel into the spatial bag, using mental power to direct the fuel directly into the oil tanks. On the first attempt, it failed, but Bryn concentrated again and rejoiced when she saw the fuel successfully entering the oil tank. Holding the fuel nozzle, she began pumping furiously until all 5 containers in her spatial bag were filled. Due to the exhaustion of mental power, beads of sweat formed on her forehead, and her temples throbbed. She looked at the remaining fuel with some regret. At this moment, the sky rapidly turned dark, night falling. Jude, who was patrolling around, signaled her to enter the supermarket quickly and lock the door again. We'll stay here for the night. He pointed at the staff restroom inside, then turned to tidy up. Beside him, Bryn found a decent table and brought out the delicacies prepared by Dara. The braised chicken taken out from the spatial bag was still hot and steamy. On such a weather day, mixing it with rice was simply a heavenly delight. But just as they had eaten a few mouthfuls, countless headlights raced towards them, illuminating the entire gas station. Bryn sighed silently. Can't she even finish her meal properly? She had sensed a group of zombies earlier but hadn't expected them to arrive so quickly. Just as Bryn was putting the unfinished food back into the spatial bag, a screeching brake sound was heard at the entrance of the supermarket. Then came an even louder crashing noise, tearing through the already restless night. In the distance, zombie roars could be heard approaching closer. Before the two could discuss, they heard something forcefully hitting the supermarket windows. Ah! Piercing screams sounded throughout the area. Bryn retrieved a knife from her spatial bag, ready to step out. Unexpectedly, a zombie crashed through the window glass, making a big hole. An ugly zombie was wedged in the glass, its mutilated hands straining forward. It couldn't understand why the delicious smell was right in front of it, yet it couldn't reach it. The person holding down the zombie was surprised to see Bryn and Jude, not expecting anyone else to be hiding in the supermarket. He faintly smelled the aroma of food. It seemed like braised chicken. His expression unreadable, he silently turned his head to kill the nearby zombies. Bryn watched calmly as the man wore a dark green combat suit, with a crew cut and an axe in hand. This person is a soldier. Swapping to a longer blade, Bryn slashed the zombie's head wedged in the glass into 2, feeling a bit disgusted at the splattering brain matter. The two walked out to find that the outside had become a paradise for zombies. The zombies excitedly searched for prey everywhere, while humans ran around in all directions, without any organization. Under the lights, the most noticeable were the dozen figures in dark green. Each of them held the simplest weapons, killing zombies while also trying to save survivors from the zombies' mouths. The large bus at the front of the convoy crashed into a guardrail because it was avoiding zombies. Screams and cries mixed with the screeching of brakes. The car rolled several times, sliding onto the small road in front of the gas station, spanning the entire road. Ahead was the way Bryn and her companion came from, now blocked by various vehicles, making it impossible to proceed. As a result, the vehicles behind were all stuck here, and many people got out of their cars to curse at the bus in front. What's going on? Can't you drive? Quickly move the car. Don't block the way, there are zombies behind us. The zombies are coming, run. For a moment, the scene was extremely chaotic, with all kinds of voices rising and falling. Inside the bus, after experiencing the life-threatening situation just now, everyone became extremely frantic. Nothing was more important than their lives. Watching the thick smoke billowing from the windows, everyone ran frantically toward the doors, pounding on them with all their might. Open the door quickly, the car is going to explode. Everyone anxiously shouted at the bus driver, but no one noticed that the driver was already dead and about to turn into a zombie. One person reached out to pull the driver, wanting the driver to open the door quickly. A pair of eyes suddenly turned back, the greyish-white irises staring straight at him, then pounced on the person in front, biting into the tender neck flesh, mouthful of blood, before leaping toward the next target. The person who had just been bitten gradually stiffened, his eyes quickly turning greyish-white, and he lunged at the people around him. Ah! Zombies! Help! Ah! Don't step on me! Why aren't those soldiers saving us yet? In an instant, the bus descended into chaos as everyone rushed to the rear. Chapter 20, Fight to the End. A large, heavy-set man inside the bus shattered a window and wriggled his bulky body, trying to squeeze out. But as soon as his head appeared, it was ripped by a zombie outside that had been chasing after them. The tender flesh of his neck was torn apart. Ah! The piercing scream jolted every nerve of those inside the bus. Panic set in, and everyone began scrambling chaotically towards the front of the bus again. Many people ended up fighting each other, some even died at the hands of their fellow survivors rather than the zombies. Emmets outside were too busy dealing with the increasing number of zombies around them to pay attention to the chaos inside the bus. Several soldiers at the very end of the convoy wielded makeshift weapons, aiming for the heads of zombies to conserve energy so they could save more survivors. Their green uniforms had been stained black. Facing the swarm of zombies, they showed no fear or hesitation. From afar, they watched the horrific scene unfolding inside the bus, their eyes welling up. These are our country's soldiers. In the previous lifetime, our country never abandoned any citizen, not during initial disasters in the early days nor when the zombie outbreak happened later on. Despite heavy casualties, they remained at the forefront. At the same time, at the back of the convoy, a zombie lingered by a vehicle door, drawn by the inviting scent inside but unable to break through. Inside the vehicle, an impeccably dressed man saw that the zombie refused to leave and more were about to arrive. With closed eyes, he mustered the strength to open the car door and kicked the zombie down forcefully. He quickly jumped out of the car and ran toward the soldiers. Just as the zombie was about to catch him, one soldier stepped forward, pulling him behind. "Stay behind me." Simultaneously, he thrust a steel bar into the zombie's mouth, causing dark blood to spurt everywhere. Gratefully, the man thanked the soldier. "Thank you. I would have surely died without you." Emmett waved it off. "Quickly go ahead, to that supermarket for shelter." As the man started moving forward, a half-decayed face of a zombie emerged from the farmland, still attempting to attack him despite its condition. Seeing the zombie lunge at him, he moved swiftly to dodge. However, this zombie was unexpectedly fast and turned to pursue him. Spotting a flash of green out of the corner of his eye, he gritted his teeth and dragged the soldier in front of him. Caught unawares, the soldier was bitten. Muffled, he endured excruciating pain before managing to impale the zombie's head with a steel bar, making it release its bite. The man muttered, "Who knew he'd be so useless? Not like he could have killed the zombie anyway. I just reacted instinctively, anyone would have done the same." He tried convincing himself while shaking his head and sprinting toward the supermarket. By the time the soldier's teammate arrived and cleared nearby zombies, the soldier's eyes had almost turned ash grey, losing control of his rationality. Kill me. With great struggle, the soldier waited until his teammate came. He did not want to turn into a zombie and preferred dying by the hand of his comrades. Trembling, he drew the pistol from his chest and handed it over. "There is only one bullet left. Help me." After saying this, his eyes turned completely ash grey, and he started convulsing, his remaining sanity urging him not to hurt his teammates. His teammate turned away, raised the small pistol, and shot him in the head. Looking around, confusion filled his eyes. He witnessed everything yet couldn't help in time. He couldn't understand why the people they had sworn to protect would treat them like this. Was their unwavering commitment right? The previously fortified defense line opened up, allowing countless zombies to climb over and attack the group. When the soldiers who had been protecting the surrounding area arrived at the bus, only a few survivors remained. Those inside ultimately decided to huddle together, stacking all the backpacks as barriers against the zombies, successfully buying time. One young soldier broke the bus window and helped people down by letting them step on his shoulders. A portly man carrying a leather wallet nearly fell due to his weight. He glared fiercely at the soldiers, cursing. "Is this how you save people? I will definitely report this to your superiors once we get to the base." Others joined in the chorus of complaints. "Why did you take so long? You promised to protect us. You don't care if we live or die." Ignoring them, the soldiers kept their heads down, protecting the survivors as they ran towards the supermarket. The current zombies were still in their early stages, and no crystal cores had formed yet. For the faint spiritual energy and the group of soldiers, Bryn still raised her saber to help. Jude had no intention of helping at all. He only stayed by Bryn's side, dealing with the zombies sneaking up behind her. The number of zombies at the back of the convoy was enormous. Coupled with the commotion just now, it caused all the surrounding zombies to swarm over. Trapped between zombies ahead and blocked vehicles behind, Bryn did not want to abandon these soldiers and leave. In her previous life, these soldiers had protected her. Bryn quickly signaled Jude to act, and only then did he reluctantly take out his long sword, slicing through one zombie with each stroke. These zombies were like tofu before him. This attracted the attention of many people nearby. As Bryn was thinking about how to break the deadlock, a zombie tried to sneak up on her, infuriating her so much that she slashed at it with her saber. She casually picked up a nearby stone post and smashed the zombie's head until blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. "Oh my god, you're too cruel. This person is already dead, why are you still smashing him with a stone post?" A woman's voice nearby expressed disapproval. That woman was one of the survivors who had come down from the bus. Bryn looked at the woman coldly. The woman, meeting Bryn's icy gaze, lowered her head and hid behind the soldier, mumbling incessantly. Just then, she obstructed the soldier's view, and a zombie was about to bite his arm in an instant. Bryn kicked the zombie to the woman's feet. "Tell me what I should do then, recite Buddhist scriptures?" The zombie, having been soaked in water, resembled a bloated ball. It gave up trying to stand and directly wriggled towards the meal in front of it. Food was being served right to it. It was so excited, feeling its life nearing completion. "Ah!" The woman watched in terror as the zombie came within a millimeter of her. She pulled at the soldier's sleeve and screamed hysterically. "Quick, kill it. Do something. Please, kill it quickly." Chapter 21, Encounter with Mutated Zombies 1. Seeing the soldier unmoved, she shifted her gaze to Bryn. Bryn, noticing the woman's renewed attention, curled her lips and once again picked up the stone slab, smashing the zombie's head to pieces. Having killed so many zombies without a single crystal core, she was already in a foul mood. And now this woman dared to provoke her. The woman, witnessing this scene, felt extremely embarrassed, gave Bryn a deep, hateful glance, and hurriedly ran into the supermarket. Emmett, seeing the people enter the supermarket, turned to nod at Bryn in thanks before rushing off to rescue another survivor. Many survivors also picked up weapons to join the soldiers in battle. Fraser survivors came running out of their cars, crazily squeezing into the supermarket, among whom a young man stood out particularly. "Malcolm, I'm still young, I don't want to die. If I carry you, we'll both die." With that, the young man left his elderly father alone and rushed into the supermarket. A passing soldier saw this and went inside to help the old man, while the zombies behind him began to move threateningly. "Averell, be careful." The old man noticed a shadow approaching from behind and urgently warned him, but it was too late. The zombie bit down on the soldier's arm. He swung forcefully, pushing the zombie aside and then used the baseball bat in his hand to crush its skull. Emmett endured the pain as he helped the elderly man into the supermarket, before turning resolutely towards the nearest group of zombies, igniting a small bomb in his hand and taking them all down with him. They would not abandon anyone, and they were also prepared for sacrifice. As Bryn slashed through zombies while observing the battlefield, she happened to see a woman push a man into the horde of zombies nearby. The woman's wary expression hadn't faded when it collided with Bryn's scrutinizing gaze, causing both to frown and quickly look away. However, Bryn later noticed that this woman kept hovering around the soldiers. Initially thinking she might be planning something harmful to the soldiers, Bryn watched her closely. To her surprise, the woman was actually treating the injured soldiers, rushing to bandage any wounded soldier she spotted. Meanwhile, the woman frequently glanced at a nearby car, leading Bryn to notice there was an elderly man sitting inside. Through the car window, Bryn observed that the elderly man remained calm despite the chaos. This old man is no ordinary person, thought Bryn, who started helping clear zombies near the car, which only drew more side glances from the woman. When most survivors had entered the supermarket, the woman finally brought the old man out of the car, placing him in a specialized wheelchair, thick quilts covering his lower body tightly. A cane rested on his legs, and he casually used it to strike the heads of any zombies that got too close. But upon reaching the entrance of the supermarket, they learned they were not allowed to enter. The woman, standing some distance away, stamped her feet in frustration. If not for the fear of attracting more zombies with too much noise, she would have been cursing aloud. Inside the supermarket, people used shelves to barricade the broken glass doors and piled tables against the door to keep it closed. Apart from them, even the captain and remaining members of the army unit were refused entry. Only the captain and one soldier remained from the dozens who had initially been there. Emmett had been scratched by a zombie while saving a child but had yet to mutate. The captain insisted on keeping the soldier with him. Almost his entire team had been wiped out, and he vowed to protect this last member, ready to end his life if he transformed. That's why they didn't enter the supermarket. Bryn and Jude had never intended to go back inside the supermarket from the start. In the apocalypse, gathering too many people together was the worst idea, as it easily attracted swarms of zombies. They should have learned from previous mistakes. Fraser, places like this were the hardest to escape from in case of an emergency. The captain hammered on the supermarket door repeatedly, his voice trembling. "Open the door and let us in." His eyes were red, a tough man whose voice now carried a hint of crying. "Can't I even protect my last team member?" Inside the supermarket, people saw the blood oozing from the soldier's arm and began to shout in protest. "If you're soldiers, our safety should come first. You bring him in, and you're going to kill us all? That guy was bitten by a zombie. We'll all die if you open the door," said the same man who protected his briefcase on the bus earlier, harboring resentment over the delayed rescue by the military. "Serais, they can't come in. Hurry, put more things in front of the door." Outside, the woman's face flushed with anger, and she pointed at the people inside, yelling insults. "Bullshit. You ungrateful bastards. If it weren't for the soldiers saving you, they wouldn't be in such dire straits. They could have escaped long ago if they had left you all behind. You're all vampires, devils." But those inside were indifferent to her curses. Bang! The woman, in a fit of anger, kicked the supermarket door. It was only then that the old man beside her whispered a gentle reprimand. "Xiao Xiao, there's no need for this." Only then did she calm down and return to the old man's side, helping him with his wheelchair. A woman inside the supermarket who had been saved by the soldiers wanted to open the door but was held back tightly by her family members. She could only look apologetically at the people outside, as if this would make her feel better. Seeing this, the captain outside stared with bloodshot eyes, wanting to remember every single person inside the supermarket. These were the people they had vowed to protect with their lives. The zombies behind them kept moving forward, while the group's stamina had reached its limit. Bryn suddenly looked to the side. Dangerous zombies were approaching. She was ready to expose her abilities if necessary. Nearby, the throng of zombies lingered around the supermarket, no longer advancing an inch. Even their growls became fainter, as if fearing something. Unseen by the others, atop a truck squatted an extremely ugly zombie, over 2 meters long, with 8 octopus-like tentacles sprouting from its back. The ground beneath it was covered in black viscous liquid. It stared at Bryn from afar, drooling uncontrollably, finding her incredibly delicious. This thought repeated endlessly in its mind. Eat her, eat her. We can't stay here long. This place isn't safe anymore." Bryn and Jude spoke simultaneously. Bryn drew her large knife and scanned the surroundings. Although she hadn't found anything yet, her intuition told her it was very dangerous now, an intuition that had saved her countless times in her previous life. Jude also gripped his sword tightly, alertly watching a certain dark spot, feeling a sense of threat that made him uneasy. Upon hearing this, the captain quickly moved his teammate, the woman, and the old man behind him, hiding the three in a closed corner of the supermarket. He tore his clothes into strips and tightly wrapped his hand around the handle of an axe. He had seen how the man could cut through zombies like tofu and knew he had some skills. Soraya's of combat experience told him they might not survive today. But protecting the weak was a duty he couldn't abandon. Bryn glanced at this side. She really wanted to leave these people behind and escape. However, seeing the fearless look on the soldier's face, she couldn't bring herself to run away with Jude alone. Bryn walked directly to the soldier's side, joining him in guarding the people behind. Chapter 22, Encounter with Mutated Zombies 2. People inside the supermarket also imitated them by staring outside to check, but naturally found nothing and turned their heads to ridicule them. Who are you trying to fool? You want to trick us out of here so you can take refuge in the supermarket yourself, Benny speculated maliciously about Jude's words. Exactly, how could someone's heart be so wicked? We must not open the door for them. The supermarket is already full, you'd better go somewhere else. The crowd in the supermarket glared at the people outside with hostility. Quickly move away. The situation changed in an instant. Jude and Bryn leaped to the side again simultaneously. It turned out that when the zombie saw Bryn moving, it started to panic and hurriedly used its tentacles to wrap around a nearby car, smashing it toward the crowd. It wanted to keep that little human. It wanted to eat her. Thanks to Jude's timely warning, the people around him quickly dove to avoid the attack. The small car smashed directly into the front of the supermarket and slid several meters, embedding itself in the supermarket door, trapping everyone inside. Before the two had time to check on everyone, a tentacle quietly appeared behind Bryn from somewhere. That tentacle moved extremely fast. Bryn's brain registered what was happening, but her body couldn't react in time. The suction cups on the tentacle grabbed her back and pulled her whole body into the air, retracting rapidly toward the darkness. Bryn was utterly bewildered as she was flung into the air by something behind her. This body is really... Seeing this, Jude was enraged. He formed several ice blades in his hand, aiming them at the tentacle, rapidly pulling Bryn back. As the ice blades pierced the tentacle, Jude drew his long sword from his waist and charged toward Bryn. The leading ice blades hit the tentacle precisely, tearing through it with a sharp sound, leaving several small cuts. In pain, the tentacle convulsed and hurled Bryn fiercely toward the ground. Feeling the suction release, Bryn fell from the air. She was just about to swing her knife at the tentacle. Bryn. Jude shielded Bryn with his chest, dodging another tentacle spraying black liquid. Bryn rolled her eyes at him. Man, you're interfering with my attack. If you hadn't protected me, that tentacle would have been cut off already. Jude shouted at the few people near the supermarket in trance, stay back. In that moment, 3 more tentacles shot out, spraying black liquid at the two. Oh my god, what kind of monster is that? The ground is being corroded, exclaimed the survivors inside the supermarket who had just avoided the car. Holding Bryn tightly, Jude dodged everywhere, inevitably getting splashed. The black liquid corroded everything. The edges of Jude's sleeves and pants were sizzling and giving off a foul smell. The team leader anxiously searched for cover, preparing to act when the opportunity arose. I'm fine. I'll find this ambusher. In Jude's arms, Bryn sought the source of the tentacle. During the third attack, she found the zombie's position, opened her palm, and condensed a green fireball. With a swoosh, the fireball shot into the darkness, apparently hitting something. Bang! The loud noise and bright sparks illuminated the darkness for a moment. Only then did everyone see that it was a zombie with an octopus face on its head and countless octopus tentacles behind it, slightly wrapping around its body. Following the fireball, Jude's ice blades doubled in number and shot toward the wound they had inflicted earlier. The previous fireball had blasted all the tentacles in front of him, and the flames wouldn't extinguish, forcing it to endure the pain and sever the tentacles. Although it didn't suffer substantial damage, it was incredibly furious that these small beings had hurt it. This is ability power, Edward murmured softly, his gaze filled with admiration for Jude and Bryn. These two were brave and smart, working perfectly together. The woman beside him barely dared to breathe. The back and forth exchanges were terrifying. Frasier, it's magic. A child in the supermarket gazed admiringly at Bryn. Soraya, you should be just as strong one day. The woman next to her gently tousled the child's hair. Everyone inside the supermarket watched breathlessly. They knew that if the people outside lost, they would have no hope either. They sincerely wished for the outsiders to defeat the zombies and save them. The exposed zombie sprang up swiftly, attacking Bryn with multiple tentacles extending from its back, slicing through the wind, and striking forcefully toward Bryn's face. Bryn drew her long sword, focusing her ability on it. As the tentacles flew at her, she raised her sword defensively. The tentacles smacked directly against her sword, producing a faint wisp of smoke at the point of contact. It smelled like grilled squid. At the same time, Bryn was also thrown away by the tentacle, falling to the ground with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Behind her, Jude quickly formed an ice sword. The ice sword was incredibly sharp, gleaming with a cold light as it attacked the zombie's vital spot. The zombie used its tentacles to protect itself. One stroke of the ice sword cut off 2 segments of the tentacles, and a large gash appeared on its chest. In pain, the zombie rolled on the ground, glaring at them and roaring angrily. Bryn got up, seizing this opportunity to leap forward like a snake, attacking the zombie again. Gradually, the zombie was led away from the supermarket entrance, and Bryn secretly heaved a sigh of relief at this result. She realized that the zombies feared her karmic fire. Any touch of it would force the zombie to sever its own tentacle since the fire could not be extinguished. The zombie turned to dodge the attack. Bryn pulled out another large knife from her spatial bag, aiming for the zombie's back. Unexpectedly, the octopus head on the zombie's head quickly turned around, all its tentacles protecting the zombie as it sharply turned. Thus, the large knife only stabbed into the zombie's abdomen. Die. The military captain hiding nearby seized the chance to appear behind the zombie, raising his axe and charging towards it, trying to create an opening for Bryn. A powerful suction cup grabbed him, pulling him rapidly toward the zombie. In desperation, the captain crazily slashed the tentacle with his axe but couldn't make any wounds, as if nothing he did had any effect. Could this be the apocalypse? He was utterly useless in such an apocalypse. As the zombie came closer, despair overwhelmed the captain. But he didn't want to die. Not like this. Just as the zombie was about to bite him, Bryn rushed forward with her large knife, cutting through the tentacle that was holding the captain. Dark liquid sprayed everywhere, and she hurriedly pulled the captain away by grabbing his collar. Throwing the captain aside, he had blocked almost all the liquid for her in the critical moment, now emitting corrosive black smoke from his body. The woman next to the elderly man immediately rushed forward to help take off the captain's coat with her bare hands, without caring about exposing her own skin. Meanwhile, Jude approached with his sword, blocking the zombies' attacking tentacles. Bryn and Jude were nearly exhausted after using their abilities extensively, leaving them no choice but to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the zombie. Seeing it couldn't catch Bryn, the zombie's patience ran thin. It lifted itself into the air with its tentacles, opening all its suction cups to prepare for spraying all the dark liquid, seemingly intending to corrode Bryn and everyone present. It greedily stared at the little human before it, knowing that just a bit more, and it could devour her. By chance, Bryn made eye contact with it and saw the resolve in its eyes. Jude, seeing the danger Bryn was in, disregarded the splashing liquid and quickly ran towards her. Don't come. Seeing his reckless move, Bryn shouted loudly. Chapter 23 Who gave you the guts to mess with me? Jude had always played the role of protecting her during this trip. Sometimes, he would leave the easier zombies to her for physical training. But should she live under his protection forever? That didn't match her personality. In the previous life, she spent 5 years in the apocalypse, struggling alone. This time, she met Jude who protected her. She was happy and determined to become stronger to protect him better. Bryn looked around for a way out. If she dodged to the side, the corrosive substance might touch the gasoline. Once it exploded, no one would survive. Fiery energy condensed in her palms. Her power level was only at level 1, so she could form just a small ball, much smaller compared to the fluid sphere of the zombie. Just as Bryn prepared to fight with all her strength, Truman from her space spoke up. Missy, let me help you. Hurry, come out, Bryn silently urged Truman. A big red rooster appeared in front of everyone. He carried a spirit stone to Bryn. Missy, absorb it quickly, then you can advance. Bryn took the spirit stone which turned into ashes upon absorption instantly. She felt her power fill her body, erasing all exhaustion. The fireball in her palm grew larger. Her gaze on the airborne zombie became resolute. Seeing the approaching black liquid ball, Bryn leaped forward, throwing the fiery ball with all her might. The collision instantly evaporated the liquid. The fireball proceeded to consume the zombie. Who gave you the guts to mess with me? Looking for death. Roar! Roar! Agonized screams spread across the area as the zombie fell to the ground, still being consumed by the fire. It was dead for sure. Bryn also fell, staring at the writhing zombie on the ground, dazed. Success. Jude reacted first, pushing others aside to embrace Bryn tightly. His hands were tight to the point where veins protruded. Bryn hadn't seen him so flustered before, making her body slightly stiffen. Gradually relaxing her body, she leaned against his chest. Listening to his heartbeat, she suddenly felt at ease. You mustn't be hurt. Jude's voice trembled. Feeling somewhat helpless, Bryn gently patted his back. Don't worry, next time I'll let you handle it. This made Jude chuckle softly. I'll protect you from now on. Realizing he was hugging her, Jude quickly released her, his ears turning pink. Bryn struggled to look away, noticing Truman covering its eyes with feathers, muttering, public decency. What an indecent sight. Pretending to be serious, Bryn nodded and hurriedly walked towards the burning zombie. By then, the zombie had already turned to ashes, leaving behind a glowing white object. Finianless zombies around them became agitated once more. Jude bent down and picked up the object before handing it to Bryn. It's a crystal core. It's even fire type, quite large. I wonder if I can absorb it, Bryn exclaimed happily. Taking the crystal core, she noticed the white starlight flowing inside, along with tiny specks of black. An elderly man in a wheelchair came over to observe the crystal core closely under moonlight. Look, something's wrong at the supermarket, a soldier nearby suddenly shouted. Bryn quickly put away the crystal core and ran toward the supermarket with everyone else. They had led the zombies away from the supermarket earlier to avoid casualties. The supermarket, small to begin with, was packed with people and blocked by cars. Don't crowd, there's no space left, go over there. Why are you grabbing me? Ouch, girl, you're the one who bumped into me. With the thin air and today's encounters, everyone's emotions reached a peak. Help, someone is killing. A sharp scream silenced the supermarket. A man swung a bat wildly, charging at a woman. Clint hugged the man tightly, but he fiercely struggled, striking the woman's head fiercely. I'm beating you because you killed my son. I've been looking for you. The woman covered her head, running around crazily, occasionally hitting passers-by, causing more disputes. In a corner of the supermarket, a little boy was covered in cold sweat. Under his leg, which he was trying to hide, black blood was gushing out. He felt that the sounds around him were becoming distant. Gradually, he could no longer hear any sound, only feeling an intense hunger in his stomach, and there were things nearby that could satisfy this hunger. He hesitated for a moment, then fiercely bit into the food closest to him. Fresh blood flowed down his throat, giving him a sense of satisfaction. Ah, zombie. This scream was drowned out by the chaos in the supermarket, and many people did not notice the difference in this corner. Until several zombies simultaneously launched attacks. The supermarket turned into hell on earth, a feeding zone for zombies. Bryn and her group tried multiple times to get close and save people but were blocked by the zombies surrounding the entrance. There were too many people inside. After the mutated zombies died, the lower-level zombies, no longer suppressed, rushed towards the supermarket for a feast. They stood at the back, with no zombie willing to turn its head towards them. Suddenly, a face appeared on the supermarket's glass window. It just happened to be the woman who had berated Bryn earlier. She looked at Jude, crying and shouting, "Save me, please, save me." Bryn silently watched the scene, reminded of her previous life. At any time, human nature was the most terrifying thing. They sealed off the supermarket, never imagining it would become their death trap. Seeing that those outside were unmoved, the woman's gentle expression instantly turned ferociously fierce. She glared at Bryn with hatred. "It's you who won't let them save me. Why don't you save me? You let me out. I'm still alive, please save me." Seeing Bryn ignore her, she pointed at two soldiers, begging them. As the woman saw no one responding, she slid down to the ground in despair. When she stood up again, her eyes had completely turned grayish-white. Bryn observed the reactions of the people around her. The two soldiers frowned but did not ask Bryn and Jude to rescue her. The teacher and the woman remained motionless, with no intention of taking action. Now, the supermarket had become a major stronghold for zombies. The surrounding zombies detected the scent of their companions and began moving closer to Bryn. Without hesitation, Bryn took out a large RV in front of everyone, helped the four onto the vehicle, and hopped into the passenger seat. Once Jude saw everyone was settled, he slammed the accelerator, and the RV steadily raced towards a side road. A sliver of light appeared in the sky, signaling the end of darkness and the return of light. Chapter 24 Borrowing lodging in a small village. Half a day passed in a flash, and the RV struggled to move on the muddy road. Bryn was fiddling with the crystal core in her hand while gazing out the window, contemplating how to deal with it. Although the black substance inside the crystal core didn't make her go berserk, could it be possible to remove such elements? Before she could come to a conclusion, an exclamation came from behind. "It's not good, the two of them have a fever," said Goldie, who had introduced herself briefly after getting into the RV. The wheelchair beside her held her grandfather, Apollon A.O. Bryn felt that this name sounded somewhat familiar. The two soldiers, one bitten on the arm and the other corroded by black liquid, were brought into the vehicle by Bryn despite the risks. After simply dressing their wounds, she fed them the prepared spiritual spring water and left them to their fate. After last night's events, Bryn felt that fighting alone was still too dangerous. She decided to form her own team. These two soldiers were potential members of her team. She hoped they would join her group when they woke up, but even if they refused, she would still save them. Bryn hadn't expected both of them to develop a fever. Jumping from the passenger seat, she walked to the center of the RV to check their conditions, then let out a sigh of relief. Bryn cheerfully told Goldie, "They're developing their powers. Just leave them be." Goldie was about to reply when the elder next to her stared eagerly at the crystal core in Bryn's hand. "You call it a crystal core? What is its use, and did you use it earlier?" He looked at Bryn with the curiosity of a child. Bryn knew the elder must have a significant background and patiently explained, "Those zombies are level 1 zombies, they move slowly, their bodies are stiff, only their sense of smell is relatively acute. The zombies we encountered last night are gradually evolving into mid-level zombies. Once evolution is complete, crystal cores will appear in their brains. Crystal cores correspond to 5 elemental abilities: metal, wood, water, fire, each represented by a color. As for the one we saw yesterday, it was just a mutant zombie, hence its crystal core is bigger and white. Any ability user can absorb any crystal core, but absorbing one matching their element will be more effective." At this point, Bryn felt a lump in her heart. Jude, whom she considered a friend, never told her about his awakened ability. She shot him a hard look before pointing to the two people on the ground and continued, "Awareness of power often manifests as a high fever. If they survive it, their power will awaken, otherwise. I know, they turn into zombies, right?" Goldie suddenly raised her hand, answering with a playful smile. Bryn laughed and nodded. Turning around, she found the elder looking kindly at her. "Betty, may I ask what your next plan is?" Bryn was surprised the elder had seen through her intentions so quickly. "Sir, I plan to build my own team and hope our team can support each other through this crisis." Bryn wasn't worried about any ulterior motives from the elder. After all, she was the only level 2 ability user in this vehicle. "But now we need to head to a town ahead to save my friend." Bryn felt a bit of a headache. Having chosen a random path yesterday, she didn't know how far away the town was. They would have to take it one step at a time. The elder stroked his beard. Xiao Zaire, if it's not too much trouble, my grandson and I wish to join. Goldie has always been skipping grades, though she's now a medical doctor, her temperament needs some work, please forgive her. I'm a national expert in genetic research, this time hired by the state to continue serving at Tien City Safety Base. The current situation exceeded our expectations. Without you, we wouldn't have made it to Tien City. The elder smiled warmly as he spoke, leaving Bryn with goosebumps. It turned out that this elder was the first person to research the treatment for violent syndrome in her previous life. She had completely forgotten this. Now, this big shot wanted to join her team. This felt like winning the lottery. Of course, welcome aboard, Bryn said, feeling a bit tongue-tied as she tried to suppress her excitement. Even the two lying down looked better in her eyes. Shin, Jude suddenly called out while quietly driving. Bryn noticed they had stopped at the entrance of a small village, paying little attention to Jude's calling name. If we want to proceed, we must go through this village, Jude said to Bryn. It's nearly 5 o'clock, let's find a safe place to rest and recover, Bryn agreed, knowing both she and Jude's abilities were almost depleted. Looking at the wandering zombie elders outside, this small village seemed to be a left-behind village, with most of the wanderers being elderly people and children. She had 2 people awakening abilities nearby, they needed to find a place to settle down. Jude restarted the RV, carefully driving into the village, searching for a suitable location. Driving another dozen meters along the village, most houses were made of earth. After the apocalypse, they had undergone various damages. Some had broken doors, others shattered glass windows, and some even had half their structures collapsed. The weak and disabled zombies moved slowly, trying to climb onto the RV, gradually increasing in number. Bryn drew her large blade, eliminating them one by one, allowing the RV to continue moving forward. Just as they were about to leave, everyone noticed a small brick building used by the village secretary for office work. It was evident that it had been built just before the apocalypse. There were 2 buildings, one only had its foundation laid, while the other was fully constructed, with all doors and windows intact, indicating it was likely occupied. Jude got out of the RV and gently knocked on the door, receiving no response. Seeing that there was no one inside, Bryn got out and took a hairpin from her pocket, skillfully picking the lock. Click, the door opened. Don't blame me if it can't be locked tonight. She flashed her white teeth at Jude and carefully put the hairpin back in her pocket. This was her universal key, which she must keep safe. They entered the brick house, where Jude inspected the surroundings. There were no signs of recent occupancy, confirming the house's safety. Bryn then brought everyone from the RV inside, working with Goldie to arrange the 2 soldiers in an upstairs office. Based on their fever duration, she estimated they would wake up soon. Senior Shia, there happen to be 5 offices on this 2nd floor. Let's all stay here instead of downstairs. If anything happens, we can support each other. Goldie hadn't expected that after the apocalypse, her words had turned prophetic. Chapter 25 Bait on the doorstep. Fine, let's divide up those rooms then. Bryn quickly claimed a room, temporarily safe now, she needed to thoroughly study within her space. After securing the door, Bryn immediately vanished into her space. Jude outside could sense Bryn disappearing from this area, knowing she had entered her space. He leaned against the doorway with his arms crossed. Upon entering her space, Bryn could immediately feel the spiritual energy had become more abundant. Alia came fluttering over with flapping arms. Missy, praise me, wasn't I great? Bryn laughed and stroked its chicken tail, curiously asking, where did that spirit stone come from? And what happened to the space? The faint spiritual energy from killing zombies was just enough last night to upgrade your space. Now, spirit stones are starting to form under the spring. Alia tugged at Bryn's clothes, leading her towards the spirit spring. Bryn hadn't expected not only her ability but even her space to have upgraded. It seemed her capabilities were closely linked with her space. Indeed, several tiny spirit stones lay beneath the spring water. Upon examining one, she found the white radiance inside identical to that in her crystal core but without the black substance. Bryn hesitated for a moment before placing the crystal core next to the small spirit stones, wanting to test if the spring water could remove the black substance. Behind the stream, the small hill was becoming visible. The house showed no changes except that the black soil had expanded twice its size, and there was a new shelf filled with herb seeds. This greatly surprised Bryn. During her previous stockpiling, she had specifically bought books on these topics, so they would surely be useful. Exiting the space, she conveniently took out a few packets of instant noodles. Upon opening the door, she saw Jude walking away. Without thinking much, she went to the hot water room and leisurely cooked the noodles using the gas stove, adding 4 duck eggs when serving. Wow, Sister Shia, that smells divine, Goldie exclaimed, sticking half his head out, dramatically sniffing the air. Here it isn't convenient to make fire, so we'll have some instant noodles. I'm worried Howard won't get used to them, so I warmed up some buns from earlier. Bryn opened the nearby steamer, releasing a plume of steam from 4 fist-sized buns. Sister Shia, being with you is too blissful. The other person stared at Bryn with adoring eyes full of stars. While you were cooking, I checked on the 2 men. It seems the captain might wake up soon. His wounds started healing faster this afternoon, Goldie reported casually as he chatted. Seeing his mock-serious face, Bryn smiled, lowering her eyes. Through 2 experiments, different dilution levels produced different effects. Gurgle gurgle. The pot of boiling noodles made beautiful sounds. Bryn hurried Goldie to call everyone for dinner. A large pot of noodles and 4 big buns left nothing wasted among the 4 people. While tidying up her bed, Bryn pondered their unusually smooth entry into the brick house. Just as she prepared to find Jude, she saw him leaning against the door, arms crossed, eyes fixed on her. Isn't this man too handsome? Only when she turned did Jude retract his gaze. Tonight might be restless. Keep the crystal core safe. I'll be outside. Without waiting for her response, he went straight to the lobby and sat down. At night, Bryn tossed and turned, the elder's words in the car giving her new ideas. Uncertain if she could pull it off, sleepless, she put on her down jacket and sat next to Jude. Were you wondering if forming a team was right or wrong? Jude, who knew her movements inside, looked at Bryn resting her chin in her hand. Sarais, unsure whether it's right or wrong. How did you know what I was thinking? Bryn suddenly looked up, losing herself in the starry expanse reflecting her own image. Noticing his playful smirk, Bryn clenched her teeth. You didn't tell me about your awakened ability, yet you call us friends. I didn't mean to hide it. My ability has flaws, but once I recover, no one will hurt you, Jude said earnestly, still feeling disgruntled from the gas station incident. He had never felt so weak. If it has flaws, how can it be fixed? Bryn scrutinized Jude, suspecting after all this time that he might also be reborn, though she didn't know why he sought her out. All she knew was Jude wouldn't harm her. As for the rest, she'd wait until he chose to speak. It's a small issue, as long as there are enough crystal cores. Jude closed his mouth without mentioning other matters. He really didn't know where to start and could only wait for the right moment. Hearing the man speak of crystal cores like they were common stones, Bryn felt a headache coming on. They had risked their lives to obtain just one crystal core. Suddenly, Bryn thought of the spirit stones in her space. Both spirit stones and crystal cores could help her advance, and the spirit stones did not contain any black substances, making them very pure. Perhaps she could try giving some to Jude. Just as Bryn was about to say something, an urgent knocking at the door interrupted her thoughts, accompanied by a woman's voice. Help me. Bryn exchanged glances with Jude. The people they were waiting for had arrived. Jude's conversation with Bryn was cut short, which left him extremely displeased. His already cold expression turned even icier. As soon as the door opened, the woman outside was scared back 2 steps. Once she saw Jude's appearance, she quickly rushed forward. Handsome guy, save me, there are zombies behind me. Her soft voice sounded eerie in the night as she raised her arm pointing backward. Indeed, several elderly zombies were slowly advancing towards her. Jude stepped aside, allowing the woman to stumble into the hall. She then looked up to see Bryn's face half smiling, half serious. The woman cursed the man's lack of affection in her heart and approached the man weakly again. Can the handsome guy let me stay overnight? I'll leave early tomorrow morning. Jude swiftly shut the door and retreated behind Bryn, staring at the tips of Bryn's hair, lost in thought. Bryn giggled, and the woman reluctantly spoke to her. Please accommodate me for the night. The zombies outside are too terrifying. I can accommodate you if you hand over your supplies. Otherwise, please go back where you came from. Bryn stared directly at the bundle behind the woman. The woman was momentarily speechless. The supplies in the bag were meant to fool these people, but it was all the food she had left. She bit her lip and took out a few small bread rolls from the bag, offering them forward. She offered the bread toward Jude while wiping tears from her eyes with her other hand. This is all the food I have left. I hope you can accommodate me for the night. Chapter 26, A Shelter Hidden Here. Jude's face showed no reaction as he turned and went upstairs back to his room. Only then did the woman reluctantly hand the items over to Bryn, her tone dismissive. This is all I have. Bryn pointed to the corner and told her to place the items there. She instructed, stay in the hall. All the rooms are full. Don't wander around randomly. Leave early tomorrow morning. Without waiting for a response, she returned to her room. Like Jude, she was waiting for bigger prey to arrive. Seeing that no one cared about her, the woman began to look around the first floor. She had clearly smelled instant noodles earlier. Late at night, Bryn heard some noise and immediately got up. Just as she opened the door, she saw Jude already waiting outside. Seeing her come out, he whispered, they're here. The two of them descended from the side of the stairs and stood by the wall. At this moment, the front door was open, and several voices were heard entering. It was the woman's voice. They're all on the second floor. 2 are injured and unconscious, 2 women, and 1 man. Then a man's voice sounded, such few people, and they dared to eat instant noodles? They must be tired of living. Have you seen their supplies? We searched the RV thoroughly but found nothing. The man was visibly upset. Not on the first floor, they must have moved it upstairs. One of the women is extremely beautiful, like a celestial fairy. Hearing this, the man's sleazy voice came again. Braden's, we'll enjoy those 2 women later. The others, we'll send them on their way with a few bullets. You've done well this time. We'll reward you when we get back. The man even started groping the woman. The woman endured it, saying, thank you, boss. Upon hearing this, Jude, who had been silent, his eyes burned with anger. These people deserved death. Bryn instinctively felt these people might die horribly today. She could only whisper to Jude, they have weapons. We shouldn't confront them head on. Unexpectedly, Jude gave her an unfathomable look and turned to see Goldie coming down from upstairs. Sister Shia, I just glanced. Those people seem to be wearing combat uniforms, and they have weapons. Could they be soldiers? Bryn waved her hand. Ah, spit. Don't defile the soldiers. Be careful, the 2 upstairs might jump up and shout at you. Protect yourself during the commotion. If anything happens, go upstairs and don't come down again. Patting Goldie's upturned hair, she realized both she and Jude liked touching people's heads. Looking into each other's eyes, Bryn jumped straight out. The newcomers entering the hall were startled. "Oh my, what the hell?" Saying this, they immediately drew their guns and fired. Rat-tat-tat. Jude quickly leaped out, raising an ice shield in front of Bryn, blocking all the bullets. Shia looked at the terrified men, wondering how they could dare to rob with such small courage. Seeing the 5 shocked intruders, Bryn poked her head out from behind the ice shield. "I heard you're looking for me, right?" Borrowing the moonlight, the intruders finally saw Bryn's face. One of them exclaimed, "Boss, we must take this beauty back." Their leader nodded eagerly, "Absolutely." Seeing that Jude was the one who acted, he thought Bryn was kept. Turning to Bryn with greedy eyes, he said, "Beauty, staying up late? Looks like you were waiting for me." Before he finished, a silver light flashed, and the boss felt a cold sensation on his neck. In an instant, blood gushed out, and he fell to the ground. He never expected such a quick strike before dying. The remaining 4, seeing their leader dead, reacted quickly. One pulled out a gun and shouted angrily, "Braden's, avenge the boss." But all their attacks were blocked by Jude's ice shield. Behind him, Goldie started throwing scalpels with incredible precision, soon followed by screams. "Ah, my leg." A man was stabbed in the thigh and rolled on the ground in agony. "Sister Shia, I can fight with you too." Goldie tried to puff out her chest. She didn't want to be someone always protected, she wanted to protect everyone too. On the contrary, Bryn suddenly found being protected quite nice. Wanting a swift end to the conflict, she drew a dagger and rushed toward the intruders. Taking advantage of the intruders reloading, Bryn slashed their throats swiftly like cutting vegetables. The initial woman noticed this and tried to retreat stealthily. Seeing this, Goldie threw a scalpel, hitting her back. Bryn quickly moved forward, curious about these people's situation. She briefly instructed Goldie, "Go upstairs and guard them. If anything happens, go to the RV and wait for us. Keep this walkie-talkie, and you can contact me if anything happens." She tossed the walkie-talkie to the other person without waiting for Goldie's reply and sprinted off with Jude in the direction the woman had gone. The woman stumbled along the way, her blood attracting zombies who had gathered due to the noise. This allowed the 2 of them to easily follow her trail. Following the woman, they unexpectedly arrived at an abandoned tunnel. The tunnel entrance was blocked by various obstacles, leaving only a small opening with a small gate installed. Bryn looked at the tunnel entrance. In her previous life, she had also taken refuge here, but it was half a year later when she hadn't awakened her powers yet, and she hadn't taken this route. The people in charge inside were not the same as those tonight. No wonder she didn't recognize it. It was in this base that she fell into the hands of bad guys while trying to save her stepsister, awakening her powers during a critical moment. She wondered if that person was still here. Seeing Bryn's troubled expression, Jude wanted to say something but kept his mouth shut. The woman knocked 3 times on the door, and someone came out from inside. "What's going on? Why are you back alone?" "Walter was killed. The group we encountered tonight was too strong. I ran back here as fast as I could to ask you all for help," the woman said through her pain, blood flowing continuously from her body as she climbed mountains repeatedly, causing her to feel dizzy. Seeing several zombies following her, the man impatiently opened the iron door and came out with weapons to handle them. If these zombies weren't dealt with, there would be a large gathering by tomorrow. While the man was killing zombies, Jude formed an ice blade in his hand and thrust it straight into the man's head. With a thud, the man fell, and the woman fainted upon seeing this scene. Bryn directly threw her to the nearby zombies, leaving her fate up to chance. Noticing their teammate's absence, another guard peeked out from inside. "What's taking so long? Can't even close the door." As he saw his fallen teammate, a shadow flashed, and a cut appeared on his neck, spraying blood onto the ground. After retrieving her dagger, Bryn and Jude quickly ran inside before the door closed. Once inside the tunnel, Bryn led Jude along the edge, counting to the 4th safety door and pushing it open. "Follow me closely." Without waiting for a response, Bryn stepped onto the path she had walked many times in her previous life. Chapter 27 Finding the Lifesaver from her previous life. The teammates who were guarding the door together realized something was amiss when one of them didn't return, and got up to check outside. "What's taking so long? Don't even close the door." As he spotted his fallen teammate, a shadow flashed past, and a dagger pierced into his back, straight into his heart. After retracting the dagger, Bryn and Jude took advantage of the open door and swiftly ran inside. Once in the tunnel, Bryn led Jude along the edge, counting until they reached the 4th safety door. She was about to push the door open when Jude stopped her, pointing at her face and saying, "You shouldn't go in like that." Bryn looked at Jude with confusion. He sighed helplessly. She didn't realize how crazy people would become over her looks. Jude pointed to the coal ash on the ground and smeared it on himself after dirtying his coat. Only then did Bryn understand. She took out an old hat from her backpack, tied up all her hair, and smeared coal ash on her face and clothes. Seeing this, Jude directly put some coal ash on Bryn's face as well. The cool touch of his fingers on her warm cheeks made both of them freeze for a moment. Startled, Jude pulled back his hand as if electrocuted, and both of them turned away to finish their disguise. Now, they looked like brothers in adversity. Bryn finally pushed the door open and looked back at Jude. "Stay close." Without waiting for a response, Bryn stepped onto the path she had walked countless times in her previous life. Jude noticed how many caves there were, yet Bryn didn't pause once, casting a strange look at her. Emergency lights hung on the walls faintly illuminated the winding path ahead. After walking for what felt like hours, they saw a beam of light in the distance. Climbing up to the cave entrance revealed a massive mine pit. Before the apocalypse, the upper tunnel was just a facade, below hid a large-scale mine, with miners concealed among the construction workers in the tunnel. Unexpectedly, this place became an underground shelter after the apocalypse. It must be because the apocalypse hadn't lasted long enough yet. The people here were different from those Bryn encountered in her past life. In her last life, she had heard elderly survivors mention that initially, this shelter was controlled by the mine owner's men, and all the workers were under their command, including a small arsenal. Later, another group stormed in, killed everyone, and took many young people away, which changed the appearance of the shelter. These must be the original group from the beginning. If they could get their hands on the arsenal, this trip wouldn't be wasted. It was now deep into the night, and only a few weak oil lamps illuminated the vast mine pit. Phraseist people had set up simple tents in family units, while the majority of the tents belonged to the original miners. Just as they took 2 steps forward, a patrol team turned the corner towards them. Bryn wondered if they could eliminate the guards quietly. Suddenly, a pair of hands stretched out from a nearby tent, pulling them inside. They weren't prepared and were dragged into the tent. Jude reacted first, preparing to draw his sword, but Bryn raised her hand to block his attack. At that moment, Bryn recognized the person in front of her. She tried calling out, "Indira?" To her surprise, the person replied with a smile, "Cerise, it's me." At that moment, the patrol team passed by the tent. Bryn and Jude held their breaths. Fragments of conversation drifted in. "Finian, that guy Brantley led people out and hasn't returned yet. Who knows what he's up to?" a gruff voice said. The patrol captain responded indifferently, "He's probably somewhere having fun. Didn't even take the walkie-talkie, didn't want us to find him." After a pause, the other person added, "It's better if he doesn't come back. We've had a lot of new people lately, plenty who'd love to take his place." The henchman chuckled, "Who needs him? None compare to our martial arts leader. Once this shipment goes through, the leader will be the top dog here." The patrol captain cleared his throat. "It's time to wrap up. Remember to go up top for the shift change in 2 hours. No slacking off like last time." Bryn and Jude exchanged a glance. They needed to make good use of these 2 hours before someone discovered the bodies. And based on what they heard, there had been a lot of newcomers recently, so they wouldn't know everyone yet. Indira hummed in response, then stared at the two, puzzled. She didn't recognize them, maybe it was too dark. Bryn confirmed that this was indeed Indira from her previous life. The elderly woman today still had a rosy complexion, not pale from long-term underground living, and her eyes were not blinded from lack of light. Bryn recognized the old lady at once. Her eyes welled up with tears, feeling everything was just in time. In her previous life, Indira had been beaten to death for hiding herself. Bryn had been determined to find her, never imagining this opportunity would present itself so soon. This time, it was Indira who pulled them into safety when danger approached. Feeling Bryn's friendly gaze, she fumbled around and passed a sweet potato from her pocket to Bryn's hand. She felt a connection with this person. "You young girl, take care of yourself out there, especially in such chaos. I wonder how my children are doing." Indira looked off into the distance, missing her family. Bryn knew that Indira hadn't left because she feared missing her children if they came back looking for her. Who could have thought they wouldn't meet eventually? This time, Bryn vowed to take the elderly woman away from this place of demons. "Keep this sweet potato for yourself." She pushed it back, touching the old woman's hand, reassured by its warmth, before pulling her own hand back. Indira finally agreed. "Now, let's follow them and see if we can find out where the arsenal is." Since it was Indira's tent, it was safe. Bryn turned to discuss plans with Jude. Jude nodded twice, then took out a small handgun from his backpack, signaling Bryn to keep it. Bryn's eyes widened. This was the gun she had returned to Jude, now he was giving it back to her. Being petite, her hands were smaller than average, but surprisingly, this pistol fit perfectly. With the handgun in hand, Bryn told Indira, "Lexi, stay here and wait for me. I'll come back for you and find your son and daughter." Hearing she might see her children again, Indira didn't question anything, only nodding and waving for them to hurry. Only then did Bryn exchange a look with Jude and swiftly make their decision. Chapter 28, Ambushed. Bryn pursed her lips and began to recall the layout of the mine. The mine was circular with or surrounding it, and that passage they had just taken was only one of several smaller roads leading to the surface. Unfortunately, even in her previous life, she had not managed to explore all the paths thoroughly. In the largest tunnel, there were several restrooms and an arsenal dug out. In her previous life, the arsenal had already been emptied, so Bryn didn't know its exact location and could only adapt as things progressed. Jude turned his head and asked Bryn, "Do you have a plan?" He knew that Bryn was looking around, clearly having made up her mind. However, he did not mention why she was so familiar with the terrain here. Bryn nodded. She did have ideas, but combined, the two of them probably wouldn't be able to hold off nearly 100 people even if they each held guns in both hands. Jude said, "They have guns, there should be quite a number of them. Perhaps we can find their arsenal." Bryn looked at him in some surprise. She only knew about the large arsenal from her previous life, yet he could deduce most of this from what was visible now. Bryn then nodded and said, "Let's follow them and see." The two lifted the curtain and followed the group ahead at a distance that was neither too close nor too far. Along the way, they pretended to be newcomers, observing their surroundings. After walking along a small path for a while, they followed the patrol team to a tent that looked no different from the ones around it. The two quickly squatted beside it, listening to the commotion inside. Inside, there was initially bustling noise which gradually faded away, leaving the tent seemingly empty. "It looks like this is just the entrance to the outpost," Jude guessed to Bryn. Glancing at each other, they directly pulled back the curtain and walked in confidently. Just as they were about to look for the entrance, there was a click, and a door opened against the stone wall of the tent. A man appeared, facing them head-on. Pointing at them, he said, "Hey, what are you two doing?" As he spoke, he staggered toward Bryn and Jude. As he got closer, a mix of alcohol and foul smell hit their noses. Bryn rubbed her nose uncomfortably. How long had this man not bathed? Jude moved forward inconspicuously, blocking the man's hand reaching toward Bryn. He hid his hand gripping an ice knife behind his back and whispered, "Is there something wrong?" To their surprise, the man slung his arm over Jude's shoulder, saying, "You must be the new members." Jude barely nodded, enduring the discomfort. "Well, since we're all brothers here, these tents all look the same. I also always got lost when I first started. Come on, let me take you in." As he spoke, he tried to lead them inside, but Jude skillfully disarmed him, almost causing him to stumble backward. By the time he regained his balance, the two were already gone, and he stormed out, cursing. "If it weren't for my shift changing soon, I'd definitely teach you a lesson." Meanwhile, after entering through the stone door, Bryn and Jude continued down the corridor. After about 10 minutes, they reached a fork in the road. Listening carefully for a moment, they heard women crying and pleading accompanied by men's manic laughter coming from the left side. Bryn glared angrily in that direction. She didn't need to see what was happening, it was the kind of inhumane act she narrowly avoided becoming part of in her previous life. Suddenly, her hand was enveloped by something warm. Jude was loosening her clenched fist. "Let's go this way," he said, looking towards the other direction. Bryn shook her head and told Jude, "You go find the arsenal on that side, I'll come find you later." Jude frowned in disagreement but knew once she made up her mind, it was hard to change. She couldn't suppress her rage. The apocalypse had just begun, yet these people had already lost their humanity, acting without restraint in such a place. As Bryn moved further down the corridor, the cries of the women became more pitiful. She found a room randomly, sat on the bed, and waited for the bait to come. Since drinking the spirit spring water, her senses of hearing and smell had become very sharp, and in this cave system, sounds carried directly to her ears. "My beauty should be arriving soon. Want to join me?" This was the patrol leader from earlier. "No thanks, just got a message to send another batch of able-bodied young men tomorrow," another voice replied. "Didn't we just send a lot over a few days ago? How could Apsil lack manpower again?" he complained. Many young people had already left the shelter, leaving only the elderly and weak. If something happened, there would be no one left to help. Hearing this, Bryn was somewhat surprised. These people were actually connected to Apsil. It seemed they were on the right track. But why did Apsil need so many young men? "Mind your own business and get out of here quickly." The man's tone was somewhat serious, which greatly displeased the patrol captain. So when he got to Bryn's side, he kicked the door open with his foot. "Beauty, so cooperative. Looks like you've been through this plenty of times." Seeing that Bryn was already seated on the bed, the man thought she was being very accommodating, assuming he could skip some trouble. "You be a good girl, and you'll live a life of luxury with us." He lunged toward Bryn as he spoke. But Bryn sidestepped, avoiding him. Just as the man was about to flare up, Bryn, leaning against the wall, pointed at the rifle slung over his back. "I've never seen someone carrying a gun before. Is yours real or fake?" "Sure enough, you are inexperienced." "Of course it's real. We took these from a small military unit." The man stroked his rifle narcissistically. Since getting this gun, he became the boss around here. No one dared look down on him anymore. "Military? Sent by the government for rescue?" Seeing the man's interest piqued, Bryn seized the chance to ask. "They were fools, easy to deceive. A little drug knocked them out, and we sent them straight to Apsil." The man wanted to show off in front of Bryn and was now eager to do so. Bryn felt truly disgusted being looked upon by such a person. Seeing him almost touching her, she hurriedly asked again, "So you have only these guns? They won't last long." To her surprise, the man looked at her mockingly. "You really don't know much. Who says we only have these few guns? We have an entire room full." He then lost patience, wanting to touch her. Bryn pretended to caress his face but secretly pulled out a dagger from her pocket. Seizing the moment when he closed his eyes to savor it, she stabbed directly at his carotid artery. "Ah!" The man screamed but was quickly muffled by Bryn. Outside, voices came through. "Amadeo must be really into it today. That woman is gorgeous. After Amadeo is done, we'll go too." After confirming there were only two people, Bryn gave the patrol captain a half smile, half snarl. The man was now desperately holding onto his gushing wound with one hand while trying to raise his gun to shoot Bryn with the other. Chapter 29, Found the Arsenal. Bryn directly dislocated his other hand, forcing him to kneel on the ground. The continuous sounds of struggling came out, and she looked at his terrified eyes, kindly explaining, "You have done so much evil, it's really a pity to end your life with just one slash. You will slowly feel your life slipping away until death." After saying that, she stuffed the bedsheet casually into his mouth and dislocated his other hand. With no hindrance, blood flowed more and more fiercely from the exposed major artery. That person looked at Bryn in despair. Bryn moved forward, slightly opened the door, and the two people outside only thought the team leader had finished, rushing in hastily, clearly not their first time. Seeing the two enter the room, Bryn directly pulled out her dagger and slashed their throats from behind. They didn't even see what attacked them before they fell motionless to the ground. It was only then that the other person reacted, but Bryn had already appeared behind him, covering his mouth and threatening, "Where is the arsenal? Tell me, and I'll spare your life." That person was also an amateur and had never seen such a scene. It's down this small road, go straight along the path, turn left at the end, and you'll find it. That person felt his legs go weak, and soon a puddle of unidentified liquid appeared on the ground. Seeing the scene, the captain stared at Bryn as if she were a demon, unable to understand why a seemingly ordinary night would become his last. Bryn lifted her dagger somewhat disgustedly, putting him out of his misery painlessly. Bryn collected the guns of the three into her spatial bag and then pushed the door open to walk out. She pushed open the door of the adjacent room, which was already empty, except for a telephone on the desk, presumably the device used to contact the cavern. She tried dialing back but found it was just a one-way phone, impossible to call the other side, similar to the previous encounter. It seemed there would be no useful information obtained. Just as she was about to touch the doorknob, commotion came from outside. It appeared the three bodies had been discovered. Bryn could only hide behind the door opportunistically. As she just squatted down, bang, the door was kicked open. Hearing the footsteps approaching closer and closer, she quickly darted out and slashed the throat of the incoming person. Unexpectedly, just as she was preparing to run toward the arsenal along the small road, someone leaped out pointing a gun at Bryn's head. "Speak, who sent you?" Recognizing the voice as the other person in the previous room, Bryn realized this person was on a different level compared to the former captain. Knowing how to ambush here indicated this wasn't the first time this happened. Seeing Bryn remain silent, that person was preparing to speak again when Bryn suddenly leaned back her head and kicked the pistol skyward with a foot, stabbing the man's face with her dagger. Unexpectedly, that person moved faster, blocking Bryn's attack with the other hand after the pistol was kicked. Upon seeing this, Bryn raised her hand and fired a shot. The person conjured a metal shield mid-air to block the bullet but staggered back 2 steps. Bryn seized the opportunity to catch the falling pistol, rolled against the wall, and rapidly fired. The person expanded the metal shield, blocking all of Bryn's attacks. Bryn got a headache. It turned out this person was a metallic-type ability user, making a quick victory impossible. Admiration showed in the person's eyes as he saw Bryn's skills. "Woman, you are pretty good. Why don't you join my side and renounce the dark? I can guarantee such blind missteps won't happen again." Seeing Bryn unmoved, that person took advantage of the shield to move forward, still persuading, "Follow me, and I promise you won't be at a loss." That person relied heavily on their ability, completely disregarding Bryn, thinking it was just a coincidence earlier. No matter how strong the opponent was, they couldn't match up to his abilities. At this moment, Bryn suddenly leaped up, wielding the dagger to stab powerfully at the person. The wind cut through sharply. Seeing this, that person casually raised the metal shield. Unexpectedly, Bryn suddenly withdrew her force. Bryn swiftly kicked sideways, knocking the metal shield askew and condensed a tiny fireball in her palm. Seizing the moment, she threw it toward the person's chest. A bang sound echoed as the fireball exploded, a mini-bomb Bryn had recently developed over the past 2 days. Amidst the smoke, Bryn didn't wait to see whether the person was dead or alive. Time was running out, and she needed to get the items from the arsenal as planned. As for the remaining people, she had already thought of a way to solve them all together. She always kept the walkie-talkie turned on inside her spatial bag, per Jude's request. He wanted to know every move Bryn made so he could act separately with peace of mind. Voices from Jude's side came through, having pinpointed the exact location. Bryn ran swiftly along the route the person mentioned. After Bryn left, the man she had attacked struggled a few times with his golden armor on his chest turned black due to the explosion. Ultimately, he passed out but was not mortally wounded. The journey onward revealed only a few people around. She glanced at the time, the guard changeover was approaching, and it wouldn't be long before someone started searching after that severely injured man. Bryn hadn't walked far when she heard voices nearby. She quickly found a rock to hide behind. "Hurry up, let's get this batch of goods to the arsenal, and we can rest," the leader instructed as they wheeled large wooden crates on carts from the corner ahead. "Boss, they say they specially saved a college girl for you today. Enjoy tonight," one person fawned from behind. "Soraya, you know how to treat me right." Finished speaking, he urged the others to move faster. To her surprise, the delivery led her right to the arsenal. Otherwise, finding the correct path in these winding trails would have been difficult. Soon, they arrived near the arsenal. Bryn kept a safe distance, suddenly feeling a pair of hands cover her mouth from behind. Just as she prepared to retaliate with her dagger, a familiar voice whispered, "It's me." Bryn immediately relaxed all her defenses. She pushed away the hand and quietly told Jude, "I just injured someone." Jude asked instead, "Did you get hurt?" When Bryn remained silent, Jude reached out to check, accidentally touching her wound, causing discomfort. Upon closer inspection, he saw the abrasion on her arm, his eyes flaring with anger. "Wait until I go back and kill that guy." Bryn held him back firmly. "We don't know the situation yet. We need to act fast." Only then did both refocus their attention on watching the group unload the goods into the warehouse. They exchanged looks, both feeling helpless. Entering was easy, but getting out required another plan. Chapter 30, Jude is in trouble. Following them through twists and turns, the path they came from was barely remembered. The place where weapons were stored was a hollowed-out giant rock, with 2 large iron doors at the entrance and 2 guards armed at the door. Bryn checked her watch again. There were still more than 10 minutes before the shift change. She tapped Jude's wristwatch. Jude nodded, his eyes darting uneasily at the goods. To save time, those few people placed the carts properly and then moved the items one by one in order. Suddenly, the cart that had been steady began to slowly slide backward while the people were chatting with the guard about today's topics. "What time is your shift change?" "Today, besides this batch of goods, there's another batch of women coming soon." The guard responded enthusiastically, "You bet, the previous batch wasn't interesting at all. Today, we finally have a new batch." By the time they noticed the two carts disappearing, the carts had already slid a considerable distance and were about to crash into the stone wall. "Oh no, the carts are loaded with bombs, quickly bring them back," one of them shouted loudly, startling everyone to rush forward to stop the carts. At this moment, Bryn and Jude swiftly ran into the armory. Inside the armory, in an unexpected arrangement to prevent private weapon storage, weapons were only lined around the perimeter, without any shelves as barriers. This was something they hadn't anticipated. Once these people turned around, they would be sitting ducks. Powers could eventually run out, and once gunfire started, drawing more people, their situation would become even more perilous. Both were anxiously looking for a way out. Outside, the group had stopped the carts in time, muttering among themselves, "That's really strange, I remember parking them properly." "Stop jabbering and get the stuff put away," the guard said impatiently. "Serais, yes, let's hurry up and move them." The team leader gave his teammate a kick, sending him directly into the armory. Seeing this, Bryn gritted her teeth, took Jude's hand, and pulled him into her space. The person felt someone move just now, rubbed his eyes, thought he might have been kicked into a daze, and decided to finish up and go back to rest. Several people hurried to move the goods inside the armory, leaving 2 people to stack the cargo neatly before they finally left. The guards inspected the armory carefully, confirming no one had intruded, and then exited, locking the armory behind them. Bryn, who successfully entered the space, saw Jude also enter, sighing with relief. As long as those people left the armory, they could leave too. Bryn then looked nervously at him, partly worried if the space would reject him, partly concerned that knowing her space was like this, he might develop inappropriate thoughts toward her. She didn't want to be disappointed again. Seeing Bryn looking warily at him, Jude understood she was thinking some unpleasant things again. Just as he was about to speak, Ruby quickly approached and circled around him. Then, running to Bryn, she communicated telepathically, "Missy, this person smells so familiar." "What do you mean? Have you met him before, Ruby?" Bryn stared in confusion at the rooster hopping around. "A face can change, but a soul cannot. His soul feels familiar to me." Ruby flapped her wings and sniffed around Jude again. Jude watched their exchanges, feeling a headache coming on. He interrupted, "Bryn, do you know what's happening outside?" "Oh, right." Bryn finally tore her attention from Ruby and walked to Jude. She led Jude to the stream, waved her hand over it, and the scene outside appeared before them. "They are still sorting out the goods," Bryn noted, a discovery after her system upgrade. "Their armory seems quite comprehensive, with everything." Jude pointed at the reflection, changing the subject to avoid unnecessary thoughts. Those crates have marks, but they've been scratched off." Bryn pointed at one crate. Jude glanced and immediately understood, these should be special military markings of our country. No wonder that person said they robbed the military. These truly deserve death. Bryn clenched her teeth recalling earlier information. As Jude was about to nod, ice mist suddenly surrounded him, starting to form icicles on his eyebrows. Bryn was still focused on the scene outside, unaware of Jude's transformation. By the time Ruby returned, Jude was nearly frozen solid. Bryn finally reacted, "Ruby, is this a side effect of entering the space?" Ruby stared at Jude with interest. "This has nothing to do with the space. His spirit root belongs to the ice element, but it seems incomplete." Seeing Bryn's worried expression, Ruby continued, "It should be that the spiritual energy in the space is abundant, stimulating his spirit root to grow again, but his body can't quite bear it. Missy, this man's body is too weak, he's not suitable as a mate. You should quickly find someone else." Bryn glared angrily at Ruby, her face flushing slightly. She anxiously circled around Jude. "Ruby, hurry and tell me how to help him. Look at him, he's almost frozen solid." Ruby strained to recall methods for remedying damaged spirit roots. Just as Bryn could hardly wait any longer, she finally said, "Missy, try giving him the spirit stones from beneath the spirit spring and that crystal core from last time. Treat it like a last resort." Bryn shifted her gaze to the vicinity of the spirit spring and hurriedly picked up the crystal core she had previously discarded there. The black substance inside the core was now completely purified, leaving only a silvery white glow. She gritted her teeth and brought all the spirit stones to Jude's side. However, Jude had already turned into an iceman, making it impossible to deliver the spirit stones or crystal core to him. Noticing Jude's face turning increasingly pale, Bryn bit her lip and summoned nihilistic fire, slowly approaching him. Only when she saw the ice on his body gradually melting due to the nihilistic fire did she let out a slow sigh of relief, her eyes fixed intently on him as she carefully controlled the fire, fearful of accidentally burning him. After more than 10 minutes, beads of sweat appeared on Bryn's forehead. Through such meticulous control, she realized she had truly mastered the second-level power she had upgraded using the spirit stones last time. Seeing that his hand was almost exposed, she hastily retracted the nihilistic fire, knowing her powers were nearly depleted. She hoped this would succeed. In a rush, Bryn stuffed the crystal core and spirit stones into Jude's palm. Chapter 31, The Underground Passage Blown Up. As the crystal core and spirit stones fell into Jude's hands, the flowing light inside instantly disappeared and turned to ashes with a breeze. The ice on his body visibly melted at a rapid speed, and his previously pale face caused by frost gradually regained its color. Bryn, seeing that he was unharmed, went back to observing the outside. Despite all the commotion inside the space, the guards outside only just closed the door now. She was pleasantly surprised to find out that due to the upgrade of the space, the flow rate inside and outside had changed. 1 hour inside the space was only 15 minutes outside. After some thought, Bryn still decided to wait for him to wake up before making any decisions. If she left and he was also thrown out, it would be troublesome. So, Bryn studied the seeds on the shelves while waiting for him to regain consciousness. After about 10 minutes, Jude slowly opened his eyes, finding a large red rooster staring intently at him. Seeing he was awake, the rooster immediately scurried off to the side. At this moment, Jude remembered he was in Bryn's space. When Bryn came over, she found Jude deep in thought. Looks like you're fine now, they have already left. Jude looked somewhat bewildered toward the direction where the stream had vanished. He clearly remembered being frozen solid and had felt something familiar about this stream earlier, which returned now. Ruby beside him hastily said, "It was our Missy who gave you the crystal core and spirit stones, helping stabilize your spirit root." Jude was greatly alarmed. No wonder he felt much better from the cold symptoms within his body. But it seemed a pity to use those items on himself. "I will help you get more spirit stones." Bryn pointed to a small spirit stone that had just condensed under the spirit spring and asked with a tilted head, "The stones you gave me on the day I awakened my abilities, were these the same kind of spirit stones?" Jude's body stiffened, not expecting her to have guessed it already. Bryn then smiled, "Then we are even. We can leave now." Saying that, she flashed out of the space. Jude felt a force pushing him and was then thrown out as well. Bryn found the boxes immediately, and indeed, they were filled with timed bombs. This was like delivering a pillow when someone is sleepy. Jude approached the door, listening outside. "Bryn, put the stuff into your space quickly, there's trouble outside." Bryn kept her hands busy while speaking, "Probably the person who ambushed me earlier." Outside, besides the guards, a few more people rushed in. "Did you see a woman in sportswear wearing a grey cap?" No, why? How could a woman walk out from here? Looks like you're not doing a good job." Two guards exchanged glances and mocked. They had already been quite annoyed because they missed everything happening today during their shift. Now they had to look for people, wasting their time further. The newcomers glared at the two guards and ran elsewhere to search, unwilling to make things public for fear of disgracing the boss. Bryn stared at the timed bomb she had taken out separately and told Jude, "Let's go." She installed the timed bomb behind the door with a countdown of 20 minutes. Bryn chose a moderately powerful explosive that could destroy the underground passages without affecting the external mine pits. On Jude's side, he deliberately bumped into the door, causing an immediate response from the two guards outside. One of them complained, "What's going on? Didn't they say they'd put the stuff in properly?" "Exactly, hurry and check, there are dangerous items inside." Another guard hurriedly took out the key to open the iron door. Seeing the door open, Jude instantly formed two ice daggers, stabbing accurately at their heads to prevent any later zombie transformation. Bryn watched Jude use his ability in amazement. His control was impressive, but he had absorbed a few spirit stones, and she couldn't afford to fall behind. Turning around, she glared at Jude with puffed cheeks. They were all her precious spirit stones. Bryn again tucked her hair into her hat, changing her clothes into another outfit. Carrying a rifle, pretending to be one of the insiders, she joined part of the group searching everywhere. Bryn secretly planted several small timed bombs hoping to help the women escape. The two then took advantage of the chaos to return to the external mine pit and walked towards Indira's tent. Unexpectedly, they bumped into someone who made Bryn stagger, revealing the gun she carried. It was the drunkard they had met earlier. Bryn narrowed her eyes, ready to kill him. Unexpectedly, the man saw they had guns and assumed they were comrades. Grabbing Jude forcefully, "Quickly notify the boss, someone has sneaked in to attack, everyone above is dead." He then let go and lay down, snoring loudly, as if none of the tension had happened. Leaving the man in a corner, the duo turned into Indira's tent. Bryn glanced at the time, it was just perfect. She wanted to witness the explosion with her own eyes. The entire mine began to tremble, with small rocks falling to the ground, collapsing countless tents. Survivors started investigating what was happening. The more timid survivors were already packing their belongings, preparing to seek shelter outside. Bryn quickly gestured to Jude, "Jude, you carry Indira." Indira remembered Bryn's previous words, so she didn't hesitate and accepted their help immediately. She allowed them to lead her out with the crowd. While they walked with the crowd, Bryn stood on a high rock, patiently waiting. Soon, Bryn's eyes lit up as a raggedly dressed woman ran out of the door, followed by another one until no more women came out. Quickly approaching, she shouted from not too close or far, "Hurry, follow me, it's about to collapse." Bryn knew that if they stayed here, they would eventually face the same fate as before. It might be better for them to escape, who knows, they might find something new. Hearing this, the leading woman gritted her teeth and pulled her sisters along, fleeing. Only then did Bryn follow behind them, helping anyone who fell along the way. When she finally ran out of the tunnel with everyone else, she saw Jude from afar and withdrew her gaze from the group of women. She hoped they could survive in this apocalyptic world. Bryn didn't realize that shortly after, the man she had fought earlier also emerged from the entrance, clutching his chest and standing outside a tent, catching his breath rapidly. "That bitch, don't let me catch you." The man glared at the collapsed cave, furious. He needed to send people to dig for the weapons inside, otherwise, he couldn't explain it to those above. But when he reached the weapon storage room a day later, the empty room made him enraged, wishing he could tear Bryn apart. Achoo, Bryn, sitting in the motorhome, quickly rubbed her nose. Chapter 32 Finally approaching the town. The three who escaped from the tunnel managed to successfully return to the town hall thanks to Jude's excellent sense of direction. Goldie had been waiting at the entrance. Seeing the three return, she immediately rushed over. Sister Shia, Braden Fraser, you're finally back. Braden Fraser, who is this on your back? Getting closer, she saw the elderly woman on Jude's back. Goldie, this is Indira. She will be following us from now on, Bryn introduced her proactively. Only then did Jude set Indira down and left them to converse. By this time, the sky had begun to lighten. Having not seen the outside world for a long time, Indira was shedding tears profusely. Goldie quickly took out a handkerchief from her pocket and covered her eyes, which improved the situation. Indira immediately grabbed Bryn's hand and asked, "Little girl, you said you would bring me to see my children. Where are they now?" Bryn looked down at the old woman and said seriously, "They are at the Tianxia base. I will take you there." In her previous life, she had seen pictures of the old woman's 2 children. In the 3rd year of the apocalypse, she met them at the Oriental base. At that time, she had remained silent but knew they came from Tianxia. So, she guessed they initially appeared in Tianxia or the Tianxia base. Hearing Bryn's precise location, the old woman felt relieved and repeatedly thanked her. Thank you, thank you. Once I find my children, I will have them properly thank you." Seeing that Howard Apollon also had something to say, Bryn hurriedly went forward and asked, "Old man, what do you want to say?" After listening to their conversation earlier, Howard Apollon felt somewhat melancholic but chose to speak up. "Betty, since you mentioned going to the Tianxia base, I have a request. Once we reach the Tianxia base, please allow me to contact the commander there. If you agree, I wonder if I could help out with anything there." Upon hearing this, Bryn understood that Mr. Apollon was someone who cared deeply about the country and admired him. She naturally would not refuse and would ensure his safety as they traveled to Tianxia. "Rest assured, whatever you do, I will support you." Bryn gave the old man a smile. Bryn went into the kitchen once more and brought out some buns and steamed bread, along with bagged soy milk stored before the apocalypse. They had indeed starved last night, both her and Jude. The rapid use of their powers made them particularly susceptible to hunger. Goldie was persistently asking Bryn about the underground shelter, making her excited and even somewhat angry. From what Braden Fraser guesses, they must have gotten these supplies from the military. Who knows if those soldiers are still alive? I hope so. If they are alive, they are likely trapped in that so-called town. Once we get there, we'll know for sure. Bryn genuinely hoped those soldiers would survive. Drip, drip. Goldie glanced at the sky outside and hurriedly told Bryn, who was eating ravenously, "Sister Shia, it's raining again." Bryn nodded, knowing this rain would be heavier than before. After finishing the meal, Bryn had everyone start packing up and preparing to leave. Since she needed to pack things, she let Jude go to the RV first to shower. When she entered the RV, she saw this scene. A man was casually wiping his short black hair with a white towel. Drops of water trickled down his forehead, over his cheeks, and finally under his white t-shirt. Bryn struggled to swallow. Just as she wanted to look away, she couldn't help but stare at him intently, enjoying the view curiously. Feeling uncomfortable under her gaze, Jude adjusted his clothes and said, "It fits well." Turning around, he avoided Bryn and hastily left the RV. Bryn sniffed the air. The rose scent from the shower gel was still lingering, a fragrance she loved the most from her pre-apocalypse days. Indeed, this shower gel pleased her immensely. Feeling cheerful, Bryn started humming a tune while showering. "I'm a beauty lover, and the beauty loves me." Little did she know that Jude hadn't gone inside but was guarding the RV, catching every note she hummed. After Bryn finished her shower and offered Indira a turn, the old lady waved her hand. "An old bone like mine doesn't need such luxuries." Bryn reluctantly agreed and urged everyone to load up quickly. As they got into the RV, Bryn noticed that the 2 soldiers were still unconscious. Contrary to what she expected, they should have woken up by now. They would have to continue waiting. She had found the specific location of the town in the underground shelter and realized they had to hurry. Delays might put Dara and others in danger. Jude continued driving the RV down the muddy road, occasionally swerving to run over any mindless zombies trying to latch onto the vehicle. Thinking of the broadcast she had heard earlier on the 12th floor, Bryn immediately took out the previous radio from her backpack. Sure enough, when the radio was turned on, it was still the same channel as before, continuously looping. "Welcome all survivors to take refuge in the town. No need to bring any supplies, just be healthy with no wounds to enter the town and become a citizen. The town is located in Hayden City's East-West district, welcoming all survivors." Such blatant recruitment of survivors reminded her of official bases. However, after what they had experienced earlier, Bryn and the others felt more strongly that there was something wrong with this town, and the problem might be significant. It wasn't until they saw some colorful buildings in the distance that everyone understood what this so-called town really was. It was a magical amusement park called Fantasy Town. Before the apocalypse, this place was one of Hayden City's famous tourist attractions, built right here in the suburbs, yet none of them had thought it would be this place. Inside the town were various children's amusement facilities, with a huge tent next to it housing an animal circus. The town also had specialized hotel and movie viewing facilities. Jude didn't dare to drive too close to avoid attracting attention from the townspeople, so he began turning here. The town had driven surrounding businesses, so there were many self-built houses nearby, which operated as countryside inns before the apocalypse. This area seemed to have already been searched by people from the town, with all gates open and few zombies seen. Bryn asked Jude to stop the car under a seemingly dilapidated but actually sturdy self-built house. Then she told everyone to stay in the car while she got out alone. However, she paused for a moment before continuing inside. This 2-story self-built house was relatively well preserved, with burglar bars installed on both upper and lower windows, giving her peace of mind. The first floor had been used as a farmhouse restaurant with only a large back kitchen. The second floor was where the original owner lived, with 4 rooms in total, just enough for them to squeeze into. As she was about to go downstairs, the sound of car engines came from outside. Through the balcony, Bryn noticed 3 small cars heading toward their location. Chapter 33, The Green Vine That Steals People at the Pharmaceutical Factory. By the time she reached the bottom, the car had already pulled up in front of her, and the few people inside had gotten out. Standing by the roadside, one of the men was talking to Goldie. Upon seeing Bryn, Goldie quickly pulled her aside and said, "Sister Shia, these people seem to be heading to the town too." Bryn nodded and walked over to the group. Finian turned out to be a man with fair skin, wearing glasses. Bryn felt oddly familiar with him. His wife sat in the back seat, looking very delicate and gentle, obviously well protected. Noticing her slightly protruding belly, Bryn realized she must have been pregnant for some time and couldn't help but glance at her again. She still remembered from her previous life that during the early stages of the apocalypse, it was extremely rare for pregnant women to successfully give birth, and even if they did, the newborns couldn't survive. Later on, when their base offered incentives of supplies and food to encourage childbirth, no new lives were born. Until her fiancé told her his half-sister was pregnant. The woman noticed Bryn staring at her belly and shyly smiled. "Hello, I'm 8 months along." Bryn nodded and glanced at the others. Behind them was a young couple who looked like college students. They had come to Hayden City for tourism and unexpectedly got trapped here. Finally, there were 2 brothers. The elder brother looked around 20 years old, while the younger brother was about Emma's age. They had all met on their way to the town after hearing the broadcast. The leading man politely asked Bryn, "I wonder if your destination is also the town. If so, we hope we can travel together." Seeing Bryn silent, he pointed to Goldie. "You can discuss this. We noticed the house next to you is relatively intact. We'd like to make some repairs nearby, hope you don't mind." Bryn casually nodded. Since they weren't proposing to live together and had informed her in advance, there was no need to refuse. Seeing the group drive their cars to the neighboring area, Bryn called everyone to get out of the vehicle, moving their belongings inside. After a rough cleanup, Jude led the 2 soldiers upstairs. Previously, Bryn hadn't researched Apollon Laro's wheelchair, but this time she saw it transform into something capable of climbing stairs at the staircase. She couldn't help but marvel at how technology changes everything. Confirming everything was set, she found Goldie and Indira, handing them the pre-prepared food to cook dinner. Meanwhile, she returned to her room and entered the space. Inside the space, Ruby was anxiously pacing back and forth, having called for Bryn frantically since they neared the town. But Bryn had ignored her. "Missy, I can sense spiritual energy nearby, which should be enough for the space to upgrade again." Bryn touched the tattoo on her wrist. If so, her tattoo should have reacted by now. Ruby hurriedly explained, "This is my special perception. You can't feel it yet because we're not close enough." Bryn nodded, realizing only entering the town would confirm the situation. Knock. "Bryn, it's time for dinner." It was Jude. Hearing the voice, Bryn quickly exited the space and opened the door to go downstairs with him. With neighbors right across, they could only prepare a simple meal of porridge with pickles. "Goldie, should we join forces with those people?" Goldie asked, unsure of Bryn's thoughts. "We can form a temporary team, it will help us enter the town. Just don't reveal too much to them." Bryn noticed her interest in the pregnant woman. "I understand. I wonder when those 2 upstairs will wake up," Goldie mumbled, changing the topic. Before they knew it, the big iron gate was pounded loudly. Goldie eagerly jumped up to open the door, only to see a pregnant woman standing outside. "Oh my, what happened?" Goldie was startled. "My husband, something happened to my husband." The woman clutched her stomach, trembling hands, and sweat beading on her forehead, breathing heavily. Bryn rushed over, seeing her condition and quickly instructed Goldie to help her inside. Once seated with hot water, the woman gradually calmed down. "Please, save my husband. He was dragged away by vines," the woman pleaded, looking anxiously at Bryn, knowing she was in charge here. "Tell me more about it," Bryn urged. "My husband has had a fever for 2 days now. After cleaning up the house, I put him to bed and went to prepare food. When I returned to the room, I saw a vine pulling him away through the window," the woman recounted. As she spoke, her legs buckled, and she was about to fall to the ground. "They have already chased out. I thought of finding you all, together we can figure out a plan, so I came running over." Seeing this, Bryn immediately steadied her, looking into the woman's terrified eyes. "Don't move, or you'll harm the baby. Your husband will be fine." Then it seemed she thought of something, quickly turning to look at Jude. "Oh no." The 2 swiftly climbed upstairs, and Jude kicked open the door. Sure enough, the 2 soldiers were gone. Jude picked up a leaf that had fallen from the bed, slightly shaking his head at Bryn behind him. Bryn looked at the leaf in her palm, feeling a bit frustrated. This green vine was quite powerful, managing to snatch people right under their noses. Following the window, they indeed saw drag marks on the ground. The 2 directly jumped out of the window. Bryn paused for a moment, shouting inside, "Everyone get in the car." Bringing them along is a good idea. Jude was still examining the drag marks, which were relatively clear due to the presence of only 2 people. Serais, not bringing them along might invite another ambush. Bryn nodded, confirming the direction of the green vine, then both quickly got in the car. Jude drove the RV, chasing the trail until they stopped at an abandoned pharmaceutical factory. This pharmaceutical factory was right behind the town. The few people who had arrived earlier were earnestly studying how to open the gate at the entrance. Bryn immediately instructed Jude to park the RV by the roadside, then hopped off to meet with the group. Picking up a stone, she smashed the guardhouse to retrieve a mini key. Click. The factory gate swung open. The 4 people exchanged somewhat awkward glances. One of them hurriedly stepped forward. It's here. We saw Braden Lowell being dragged inside. Bryn's heart skipped a beat. This person actually had the surname Lowell. Jude directly drove the RV into the factory. Bryn was pushing Apollon Larrow outside, studying the guide map of the plant, which seemed to cover an especially large area. It was filled with obscure English, comprehensible only to experts like Apollon Larrow. Shia, this pharmaceutical factory is likely specialized in researching genetic disease drugs, Apollon Larrow explained. Chapter 34. The pharmaceutical factory has an underground laboratory. Look at that area. It should be their self-brought laboratory. Only that place in the whole factory has a large garden. Maybe it's there, said Riggs, looking at the map. If we go there, try to bring some things out as much as possible. Don't let those materials go to waste, suggested Riggs to Bryn, then he added, always prioritize your lives. Bryn nodded silently after hearing that. She cherished her life very much. In this life, she didn't plan on dying easily. Bryn hurriedly instructed everyone to find the employee dormitories of the pharmaceutical factory. It was late and rainy. There was no need for everyone to stay together. They had to find a suitable place to settle down somehow. She and Jude then quickly ran towards the direction of the laboratory. The group successfully found the employee dormitories. Goldie even found a notebook on the ground which read, "Why are our people getting fewer and fewer? Where did those people go? The pharmaceutical factory is a place that devours people. We will be next." They always thought it was the town clearing away the zombies, but maybe not. Maybe it was this vine that stole people. This vine must have sucked countless people and zombies. Riggs finally realized where the discomfort came from. Xiao Xiao, contact Shia quickly. It's too dangerous there. Have them come back and think carefully. Goldie took out the walkie-talkie, but because of the blocking function of the pharmaceutical factory, he couldn't contact the other party at all. The storm outside seemed to be even stronger, making it hard to see the road while walking in raincoats. Bryn, who was petite, almost got blown away by the wind. Jude reached out his hand, firmly holding her. He stared straight ahead without any improper intentions. When the two finally found the laboratory, they were both soaking wet. Bryn turned on the flashlight and saw that the door was already damaged. They stepped inside directly. There were only basic research equipment and unfinished products in the room. There wasn't anything special until Bryn stopped when she felt stepping on something. She shone the flashlight on it and saw 4 big characters. Work log. The moment Bryn picked up the notebook, she felt something around her ankle. Looking down, it was a green vine as thick as a wrist, with one end already wrapped around her ankle. The green vine pulled her down suddenly. She raised the dagger in her hand and stabbed it. Green sticky liquid covered her hands. The green vine shook even more violently after being stabbed. Jude waved his hands, and the front end of the green vine was frozen by frost. Although it shattered into pieces, several ice bricks fell to the ground. He pulled Bryn behind him and looked around cautiously. As Bryn stood up, she picked up the notebook as well. On the last page of the log, the expert wrote after the zombies appeared that he believed zombies were an evolution, just in the most superficial layer now. Therefore, he hid his assistant who turned into a zombie, hoping to experiment and find a method for genetic modification. However, the experiment failed, so he went outside to catch zombies and employees of the factory to conduct experiments. Later, he found humans couldn't bear it, so he shifted the experimental objects to plants in the garden behind. All the pages after the log were torn off, leaving no trace of what happened afterward. Genetic modification. This person had a lot of ambitions. Bryn sneered at the log in her hand. It doesn't look like a place capable of conducting human experiments. Jude glanced through the log with Bryn. Is there another laboratory here? They thoroughly explored the laboratory again but still couldn't find the second laboratory's entrance. Let's check the garden first. Jude pointed to the back of the laboratory. Calling it a garden, it was actually a glass conservatory. Before the apocalypse, it contained potted landscapes, but now only empty pots remained. Bryn thought that such a fierce typhoon and heavy rainstorm hadn't broken these glasses. Upon closer inspection, they indeed were bulletproof glasses. It seemed that this laboratory they stumbled upon wasn't ordinary. Just when they were at a loss, Bryn noticed that a patch of soil was different from the surroundings, seemingly being continuously dug up. Taking out a spade from her space, she swept away the surrounding soil. Sure enough, she saw an underground door that blended with the soil color. If not for its neglect, it would be very hard to spot. Opening the underground door, a foul smell greeted them. Bryn quickly found a gas mask and protective suit from her space, grateful that she had prepared everything before. Then she took out 2 small cups of spiritual spring water from the space and handed them over to Jude, signaling him to drink. She was also afraid that there might be toxic substances inside. Drinking the spiritual spring water should help them resist it a little. Seeing that the other party didn't have any suspicions and drank it all at once, Bryn suddenly felt awkward. As for why she felt awkward, she didn't bother to think about it because she noticed that the tattoo on her wrist started to feel hot again, more painful than ever before. This indicated that there was something full of spirit energy in here. After getting dressed, they walked towards the underground laboratory, their hearts sinking deeper as they ventured further in. This place was indeed not small, roughly 1/3 the size of the pharmaceutical factory. The entire pharmaceutical factory had already lost power and water supply, but this underground laboratory still had electricity, with faint yellow lights illuminating the path inside. On the side was an archive room filled with records of animal and plant gene research and mutation studies. Lower down, the files looked newer, actually labeled human gene phasedification. These files occupied an entire row. No wonder a small pharmaceutical researcher dared to carry out gene modification, they specialized in this field. Bryn waved her hand and put all the documents into her space. It didn't matter that she couldn't understand them, Riggs could. They continued walking forward, and there were scribbles on the walls. Why do zombies have crystal cores? Why are zombies considered key to human evolution? Can humans combine with plants to form evolved beings? All kinds of questions were written on the wall. Bryn's eyes stopped on the part about humans combining with plants. This person could really come up with such ideas, truly a mad scientist. Come over here, we can see the last surveillance footage, Jude hurriedly called Bryn over. In the video, people were busily moving various documents, preparing to evacuate. Some arguments occurred during the process. A message from above said that experimental subjects are missing. We need to retreat immediately and destroy all data. But we've discovered that the gas in the stones can make plants mutate. If we continue experimenting, we can certainly achieve human evolution. Ernesto, don't be like this. We have to follow orders. Then there was continuous moving of items, while Ernesto sat motionless in his original place. The footage ended here. Suddenly, Bryn felt a chill down her spine, as if something was coming from behind her. Chapter 35 found the unconscious people. A green vine shot swiftly from behind, aiming for the back of their heads. She and Jude exchanged glances and each rolled to a side. Before they could react further, more green vines launched attacks from behind. Jude cut the green vines with his sword but found that this time the vines couldn't be severed in one slash. It was the same for Bryn. These green vines had somehow become hardened, totally different from what they initially encountered. The two simultaneously infused their special abilities into their weapons, one green and one white, and managed to chop off the approaching green vines. The injured parts of the green vines quickly retreated. They exchanged glances and followed the vines to find their source. Following the corridor deeper inside, they found a large laboratory storage room. Various glass bottles held experimental specimens, three-headed giant lizards and turtles with morning glory flowers growing on them. Gradually, the specimens turned human. One person's skin was completely split open, his head inflated like a balloon. Some people were deformed with 4 arms, their bodies abnormally twisted while submerged in water. There were also hands combined with lizard hands, seemingly an attempt to endow humans with the strength of lizard hands. Of course, all these people were failed experiments. Those scientists should die. Anger made Jude's eyes turn red, and Bryn looked at him in surprise. She hadn't expected Jude to care so deeply about such matters. They indeed should, conducting such inhumane experiments here. Bryn gave a slight smile. In her previous life, she was also tortured by these deranged scientists. This time, she wouldn't let any of them off. The two continued walking forward, finding a small observation room inside, with various dried bloodstains on the floor. That's the captain next door, and those 2 soldiers. Bryn breathed a sigh of relief seeing the 3 intact. She was truly worried that these 3 might already be dead. These 2 beside them are also feverish. Jude noticed the abnormal complexion of the other 2. Why did this man capture so many feverish people? The 2 exchanged glances. Does he know that fevers indicate ability awakening? Bryn looked around incredulously. Suddenly, she seemed to hear the sound of branches twisting, hissing. She tightened her grip on the broadsword. You 2 did well to find your way here. A hoarse voice, as if it was leaking wind, broke into their ears. Rasping sounds came from all around. Looking down, countless green vines appeared on the ground under the light, casting countless shadows. But since you've come, don't leave. Stay here with me, this old man, that voice said just before countless green vines flew towards them. Jude wrapped his arm around Bryn and rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding being hit on the head by the green vines. You can't escape, the man roared angrily, noticing they had managed to avoid the attack by the green vines. The green vines inside the room reacted as if stimulated, thrashing about wildly and creating a fierce wind. As the green vines were about to strike the people on the ground, Bryn clenched her teeth, determination flashing in her eyes as she raised the broadsword with great effort. With a clang, she blocked the green vine's attack and was forced to step back a few steps. Several nearby green vines aimed for Bryn's head, and she moved her right foot to the side. The green vines grazed past her arm, striking the ground. Seeing this dangerous scene, Jude drew a deep breath and dodged the lashing vines, sweeping his left leg sideways to clear the green vines in front of Bryn with powerful gusts of air. Breathing heavily together, the green vines surrounding them seemed to be stimulated, shaking and retreating. He can't move or would have appeared long ago, Jude whispered to Bryn. Let's check it out. Bryn nodded in agreement. They rushed outside along the direction of the green vines, finding a simple laboratory. This laboratory must have been kept hidden. Pushing the door open, they saw a 3-meter-tall bougainvillea that had taken over the entire lab. With its blooming stage, petals floated in the air, making the place seem like an earthly paradise. Bryn looked at the scene, a safe base filled with all kinds of flowers, endless fields where people were working, and Jude smiling and waving at her. Was this the life she had always dreamed of? No, she was clearly in the laboratory. A jolt of clarity woke Bryn up. The sea of flowers created a scene that entranced her into a dream, delving into her deepest desires. The scene created by the petals blurred her vision, making it impossible for her to see the position of the bougainvillea's main trunk. Bryn turned her head and saw Jude's face full of struggle. Beads of sweat from anger already formed on his forehead, and his fists were tightly clenched. She could only imagine the kind of nightmare he was having. Bryn hurriedly stepped forward and pinched Jude. Only then did he gradually wake up. Upon opening his eyes and seeing her, he immediately rushed over and hugged her tightly. At least you're still by my side. This time we will definitely live well. Jude's trembling voice constantly stirred Bryn's heart, making her fingers that held the broadsword feel slightly numb, and even the tattoo on her wrist seemed less burning. From Jude's words, she almost confirmed that he had been reborn. But in her previous life, she had never met him. With such a handsome face, how could she possibly forget if they had met? When the two calmed down, the flowers behind them, which had just bloomed, started to wither. The green leaves on the branches began to turn yellow, and all the green vines started to wither, revealing the main trunk hidden at the back. Staring at the tree now reduced to a massive main trunk, was this why the green vines quickly retreated and would appear stronger next time? This bougainvillea was accelerating its growth, becoming more powerful each time. This is a level 2 mutated plum. We need to destroy it before it grows again, Jude said to Bryn. That main trunk is moving, I'll go check it out. Jude condensed an ice blade in one hand and slowly approached the main trunk. Be careful, my ability might not be very effective against it, Bryn advised. After all, she was only a level 2 ability user, while it looked like it was about to level up. The quiet room was left with only their heavy breathing. As Jude approached, a human face suddenly appeared on the tree's main trunk, resembling Ernesto from the video earlier. You found me here after all. Ernesto slowly opened his eyes and looked at Jude in front of him. Chapter 36, The Professor and the Helen emerged. A crazed look shone in the professor's eyes, one Bryn had seen too many times in her previous life. He intended to use them as nutrients for the bougainvillea's growth. Bryn put away her dagger and quietly ignited the hellfire in her hand. She heard an extremely faint sound of wind. How could there be wind in such a sealed environment? She only felt several shadows flash before her eyes, and a sense of crisis erupted within her. Entering a state of high alert, she instinctively prepared to retaliate. Unexpectedly, Jude swung his sword at her. It seemed harmless but was actually covered with ice-based abilities. Those attacking green vines, broke and scattered on the ground, covered with a layer of frost. You actually have superpowers? Ernesto stared at the two of them with wide eyes. He had spent his entire life researching genetic modification technology. Now, to obtain immense power, he had transformed himself into this state. Serrate these two people could effortlessly acquire powers and still retain their human form, which made him furious. Fraser, seeing the ridicule on their faces, he felt insulted. His research direction was absolutely not wrong. Meanwhile, Bryn felt the tattoo on her wrist getting hotter. She knew the object must be inside this bougainvillea. It seemed that Ernesto's fusion with the bougainvillea was also due to the jade. You never even considered merging with the bougainvillea. What you are now is just a mistake, Jude said sarcastically, looking at Ernesto. You merged based on a piece of jade, but it failed, Jude continued, stunning Ernesto. The bougainvillea constantly goes through cycles of growth, blooming, and fruiting. Once its life force is exhausted, its last withering will be your end. So you keep finding those about to become superpowered individuals because you don't dare face true superpowered people. You know that once you completely wither, you're finished. And you can't afford to take that risk. Bryn watched him coldly. This approach was simply foolish. Do you know how long I studied before successfully merging myself with the bougainvillea? You don't understand the value of my research. You aren't worthy. Ernesto's face became increasingly distorted. The surrounding green vines fiercely attacked the two of them. Several vines dragged someone over from the next room, delivering the person to Ernesto's mouth. Ernesto bit into the person's neck, causing their complexion to rapidly turn pale. In 3 seconds, they became a mummy, while a green vine pierced the person's dantian, extracting a small bead. No, stop it. That's a freshly formed spirit core, Jude shouted upon seeing the bead. He thrust his sword towards the green vines. Unlike zombies whose crystals are in their heads, a superpowered individual's spirit core is located in the dantian. Superpowered individuals die by self-explosion or being completely devoured by zombies. Even if killed by others, everyone subconsciously searched for items in the head rather than the dantian. Naturally, Bryn didn't know this either. Seeing Jude's sword entangled by green vines and unable to advance, Bryn quickly launched a fireball, scattering the green vines into small pieces falling from the air. Jude saw it slow down and promptly threw out several ice blades to cut the vines, dropping the spirit core. Bryn bent her knees, pointed her toes, and leaped forward, grabbing the spirit core in her hand. Seeing this, Ernesto's face turned ashen, his eyes burning with rage. He extended thicker green vines, wrapping around Bryn and hanging her in the air. Bryn threw out several fireballs, burning off the outer layer of green vines, but more kept wrapping around. She pursed her lips, continuously scorching the same spot with fire. Ernesto had already fallen into madness, causing the bougainvillea to condense all its energy. It's useless. I'll extract your spirit cores now. Once we become the most powerful existence, no one can obstruct us anymore. Ernesto shouted frantically. The green vines tightened around Bryn. Just as she prepared to enter her spatial realm, Jude said to her, "Give me the spirit core." Thinking he had a plan, Bryn threw it to him. Jude caught the spirit core and swiftly turned around, smashing the green vines onto the ground. After landing, he rushed towards the main trunk and took the opportunity to throw the crystal core into Ernesto's mouth. As Ernesto ecstatically absorbed the crystal core, he tightly gripped the nearest branch. Jude was transferring his spiritual energy into the bougainvillea. Unbeknownst to them, a red light flashed from a camera in the corner of the room. Seeing this, Ernesto struggled wildly. Stop. You're crazy. You'll die. You left those people in that room, not because you didn't want to absorb them, but because each time you can only absorb one crystal core. Absorbing too many would be more than you could handle. Jude spat out the blood that had welled up in his mouth, wiped the corner of his lips, and said indifferently, "How do you help? Stop it, I'm going to explode, none of us will survive." Ernesto frantically retracted all the branches to stop Jude. Jude still clung tightly to the branches, glanced back at Bryn who was running towards him after falling to the ground, slowly shook his head, and his eyelids gradually drooped. He did not feel the moment Bryn grabbed him, nor did he know that she had thrown him into the spatial realm in the last second. The bougainvillea, having absorbed too much spiritual energy, could no longer bear the strain and grew larger and larger like a balloon. Ernesto's face became increasingly agonized as he tried desperately to grab Bryn. "You have killed so many survivors to become what you are now. You deserve this fate." Bryn looked at him coldly, knowing the explosion was imminent. She also flashed into her spatial realm. With a loud boom, the outside bougainvillea and Ernesto exploded due to the overwhelming pressure. Green and red mixed liquids splattered everywhere in the room, emitting a stench of decay. Everything in the room was destroyed by the explosion, leaving only the framework intact. In one corner, there were piles of bones from those previously absorbed, forming a small mountain. The roots of the bougainvillea were buried in a potting soil, explaining why they couldn't move. At this moment, something was shimmering in the soil. Bryn emerged from the spatial realm, walked over, and dug it out. She examined a black stone that appeared ordinary, yet contained immense spiritual energy for some reason. Holding the object in her hand, she did not immediately absorb it but then noticed a trace of green in the soil. Bryn cleared away the surface dirt with her hands and found a seed, likely left behind by the bougainvillea. Searching around again, she saw no sign of Ernesto's crystal core, presumably destroyed in the explosion. She flashed into the spatial realm, where she saw Jude lying on the bed, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, and thought of using the object on him. Ruby quickly flew into the room and stopped her. Chapter 37. The temperature keeps dropping, it's going to be extremely cold. "Missy, you absolutely can't use this thing on him. It will kill him," Myra advised. "He has exhausted his spiritual energy and damaged his spirit root. The spirit stone in your hand isn't something he can absorb at his current level." Seeing Bryn's puzzled face, it hurriedly added an explanation. "What should we do then?" Bryn scratched her head anxiously. He had tried this method for her sake, leading to a suicidal clash with Ernesto. She couldn't stand by and watch him die. "You need to upgrade the space first. Remember that study inside? There are ancient books there which might offer a solution." Myra couldn't bear seeing Bryn distressed and quickly shared what it knew. Bryn hurriedly planted the seeds she had obtained near the spirit spring and poured a spoonful of the spirit water over them. Then she rushed to do as Myra suggested, but when she placed the jade stone on the grass in the space, they were immediately kicked out. Along with Jude lying on the ground. She could still feel the old hens and supplies inside, but for now, they seemed unable to re-enter the space. Bryn took out the walkie-talkie from her waist and called Goldie to come over with a few people to carry the injured. Meanwhile, she headed to the lab ahead, managing to store some of the equipment into the space before it was too late. Next, she found a food storage room nearby with a decent supply, even including basic medical kits. After putting everything into the space, she began exploring this underground laboratory again. Something about this place felt off to her. The door clearly wasn't large enough for all these things to be moved in. Bryn kept feeling along the walls until she finally found a switch. Pressing it, a huge gate appeared on the right side. Using her flashlight, she saw a long, bottomless path stretching ahead. There was no telling where it led. Tracks on the ground suggested it was used for transporting items. This must be how the test subjects were brought in, either for experimentation or removal. It made sense why it was built here next to the observation room. Bryn was considering exploring alone when she heard footsteps outside. She hid behind a dark corner with her dagger ready and switched off the flashlight. Relaxing only when she saw Goldie appear. They headed to the storeroom to take some food and daily necessities she had deliberately left behind. Then they quickly carried the unconscious men back along the way they came. 1 hour later. "Wake up, honey, wake up." A pregnant woman rushed over urgently. Feeling the man, she let out a deep sigh of relief. Turning around, she prepared to kneel down to thank Bryn. "Betty, I really appreciate what you've done. When my husband wakes up, I'll ask him to thank you alongside me." But before her forehead touched the ground, she was gently stopped by a warm hand lifting her up and guiding her to a small stool. Just as long as everyone is fine, Bryn watched the man lying on the ground intently. Taking off his glasses and the stubble grown overnight, Bryn recognized him. This was the infamous mad captain of her previous base. Operating solo without rewards or titles, just for killing zombies. No matter how dangerous the task, he was always the first to volunteer. When Bryn encountered him while hunting zombies in the wild, she learned the true meaning of giving it everything. His ability level was already at peak grade 5, rumored to be caused by substances inside crystal cores. Seeing his wife crying softly beside him, Bryn sighed internally. Love truly transformed people. She guessed this was part of why he had become so different. When Bryn looked at Jude again, she reminded herself to stay true to her own heart. Little did she know how intensely she would feel in the future. "Betty, Thank you so much for helping us find Braden Lowell. The other members of their team also gathered around, expressing gratitude and hoping she would travel with them. Bryn simply nodded and instructed them to move the injured to the neighboring room, without giving a direct answer. Given how capable Mr. Lowell seemed, traveling together might not be bad. Goldie, noticing only teammates were left, pointed to the men on the ground with a smirk. Sis Shia, according to what you said, both of them are psychers. Why are they still sweating after so many days without waking up? Goldie said with a hint of envy and frustration, wishing she were a psyker. Serais, they haven't woken up because their injuries were too severe before. They've been struggling between zombification and awakening their psyker abilities. This was something Bryn had discovered when she saw the green vine in the lab. The professor and the Bougainvillea had been in an intermediate state, needing constant absorption of spirit energy to stabilize the abilities. Excessive absorption eventually led to them being unable to endure it, causing their bodies to explode. And these two might need some spirit energy as well. Using the water bottle as a cover, Bryn fed them some diluted spirit spring water. If they can wake up, we'll see by tomorrow. We need to keep an eye on them, Bryn instructed Goldie. She hadn't thought of this earlier, but now this should be enough for them to resist zombification and regain consciousness. Jude passed out because he was trying to save me. Seeing Goldie looking hesitantly at Jude, Bryn explained directly. When will Braden Fraser wake up? Goldie was anxious. The team was already small, and now several men were down, leaving only 2 women and 2 elderly people. It's hard to say. Try killing more zombies. If you get any crystal cores, collect them. Maybe they'll help him. Bryn wasn't sure herself. Jude had too many secrets, and now, having damaged his spirit root for her, the resolve Bryn had just reaffirmed seemed to be cracking. When everyone gathered around upon her return, she quickly sent the 2 elders to rest. Such weather could make them sick easily. They chose to crowd into one employee dormitory to prevent what happened before. The dorm had bunk beds, with 8 beds per room. It fit them perfectly. The other team also cleaned up the next room. With others in the neighboring room, she couldn't take out too many items from her space, so she borrowed the RV to get a few thick blankets. She then asked Goldie to deliver 1 blanket to the pregnant woman in the next room. While changing clothes in the RV, she noticed the temperature was getting colder. Checking the car thermometer, it was already minus 15 degrees Celsius. This was heading towards extreme cold. Chapter 38, Encounter in the Apocalyptic Raid. The typhoon and heavy rain were more intense than before. Even though the town was dangerous, they had to continue moving forward. If they stayed here, once the area was flooded, being in the water might be the most perilous situation. Goldie, we'll set out as soon as it's light, Bryn briefly instructed Goldie. Seeing the nod from the other side, she leaned against the bed edge and closed her eyes to rest. Next day. When Bryn woke up, she glanced at the time. It was 6 o'clock. Outside, it was still dark, with only the sound of heavy rain hitting the ground audible. Judging by pre-apocalypse standards, this time should already be close to summer, and it should be bright at 6 o'clock. The indoor thermometer hanging on the side of her bed read minus 23 degrees Celsius. She quickly walked over to Jude, touched his warm hand, and breathed a sigh of relief. While Jude was fine, she herself was nearly frozen. She looked up and saw 2 elders giving her teasing glances, causing her to retract her hand somewhat embarrassedly. Then she turned to take some bread, milk, several warming packs, and self-heating hot pot heating bags from the backpack. There were also the thermal underwear they collected from the mall earlier for everyone to wear. She made them put on thermal underwear first, then stick warming packs all over their bodies, and finally put on down jackets lined with cotton. She did this to avoid arousing suspicion, otherwise, she could have dug out the thick northeastern cotton coats and given one to each person. Goldie skillfully used the self-heating hot pot heating pack, which was her favorite tool during her university days. After warming up all the milk, she handed it over to the 2 people. Then she quietly tucked her own bottle of milk into her pocket, wrapped in a warming pack. Turning around, she saw Bryn looking at her speechlessly. Well, isn't that expecting mother? I just thought she needed to replenish her nutrition. Goldie regretted being so kind-hearted even in the apocalypse, knowing that Shia would definitely disapprove. Bryn, noticing a hint of regret in Goldie's eyes, realized that Goldie had misunderstood. Drink yours and take mine over there now. Otherwise, no matter how you keep it warm, it will get cold if you wait any longer. Hearing this, Goldie's face lit up with surprise, and her admiration for Bryn soared. Indeed, Bryn was both beautiful and kind-hearted. Bryn didn't bother about how Goldie would deliver the milk, she trusted Goldie's discretion. Goldie always remembered not to expose the squad's secrets as instructed by Bryn. So when she found the young pregnant woman moving things alone, she followed her to the car. To her surprise, she saw an entire trunk full of guns. Goldie hastily checked the small milk box and hurried back to report to Bryn. Meanwhile, the pregnant woman in the car, upon seeing the milk, immediately suspected it was from Bryn. This confirmed her determination to join Bryn's group once her husband woke up. So many days into the apocalypse, anyone with such good health and organized behavior clearly belonged to a well-prepared team and trustworthy people. However, she wondered if this small gift in the trunk would meet their standards. Bryn remained oblivious, unaware that the other party planned to offer gifts to join them. Muttering under her breath, she wrapped 3 men in blankets and dumped them directly into the RV. She, a frail woman, had to protect the elderly and children, yet these 3 big guys needed her to carry them. She gave Jude a light kick afterward. Ahem. Jude shifted uncomfortably, scaring Bryn into taking several steps back. Only after confirming he hadn't woken up did she pat her chest and prepare to help the 2 elders get into the vehicle. Unexpectedly, she met the young pregnant woman around the corner, who was struggling with a large box. Betty, I want to ask for your permission to follow you until my husband wakes up. I know one must show humility when asking for help, so here are some tokens of gratitude. Please accept them. At this moment, Goldie rushed over, panting, Sis Shia, I need to tell you about that young pregnant woman. She was preparing to explain the situation but lifted her head to see the young pregnant woman standing next to her, holding a large box. What is in that? She pointed at the box. These are gifts for Betty, the pregnant woman replied, placing the items on the ground before turning to leave. She knew that Bryn not stopping her meant agreement and protection for her and her husband. Let's move those items to the car. Bryn asked Goldie to hurry, but Goldie looked perplexed. Sis Shia, don't you want to check what's inside? They have so many guns, I suspect they were taken from soldiers, Goldie speculated angrily. Bryn smiled slightly at her. She's the heiress of a powerful family, don't you think? Bryn left this statement and went to wake others in the room, leaving Goldie behind. She was left alone in the rain, disheveled. 30 minutes later, everyone finally set out as planned. Before departure, Bryn climbed up the tallest lighthouse at the pharmaceutical factory and used a night vision telescope to barely see the entire town. Though they had seen the town from afar earlier, it was actually a 2-hour drive away. However, before the apocalypse, for more uniqueness, artificial rivers were built around the town. Thus, the town, surrounded by water on all sides, resembled an independent city. The only way into the town was via the overpass bridge, only then could one truly reach the town. The overpass had clearly been cleared already, allowing vehicles to travel normally. To get onto the overpass, they had to return to the national highway and drive over from there. Going through the water was too risky, a zombie might leap out and bite you. So Bryn drove the RV in front, with the young pregnant woman driving a small car carrying her husband behind, followed by 2 other cars. Cars traveled poorly in the heavy rain, so they moved at a snail's pace. The national highway was littered with abandoned cars. Bryn violently rammed any loose ones out of the way, making the road much better than before, clearly the work of people who had gone to the town previously. Goldie studied the radio in the RV again and this time found another channel. Static. All survivors listening, hello, this is Tien City Base, this is Tien City Base, repeat, this is Tien City Base. The Tien City Safety Base is under construction. We hope all survivors who hear this message will head to Tien City Base. Please follow National Highway 325, where supply stations are set up along the way for official assistance. Repeat. In her past life, Bryn hadn't heard of such measures being taken by the Tien City Safety Base, let alone the supply stations. With supply stations, she believed most survivors around Tien City would flock there. But she didn't know why she hadn't heard about the supply stations in her previous life. Goldie looked up and asked Bryn, Sis Shia, I'll remember this channel and listen occasionally, we might get some useful information. Who knows if it's true or not? What if it's like the town, a scam? Bryn shook her head. They could confirm that the town was a scam, but only those inside knew the real reason. After hearing this, Goldie was also frightened. She believed many people hearing about the Tien City Safety Base would trust it without question. She could only pray that it was a genuine official base. Bryn found a large tree, behind which lay an expanse of grassland. The adjacent mud road was relatively firm, so Bryn stopped everyone here to rest. Unexpectedly, just after they parked, 10 or so people jumped out from the rear bushes. No movement, everyone out of the cars. The man in front held a pistol, while the others carried various farm tools. Chapter 39, they finally woke up. These people had been keeping an eye on them ever since they got on the national highway. Boss, there are 3 vehicles, one of which is even a camper van. Fat lambs. One of them stared greedily at the vehicles ahead. I wonder if there are any women in there. We haven't touched a woman in ages. Another one stared recklessly at the car doors. All right, hold your guns steady. Finian in front finally spoke. Everyone looked at the 3 vehicles before them, convinced that these were now their belongings. Bryn watched the group outside and mentally criticized the situation. Was this what it felt like to encounter robbers in the end times? Ms. Shia, what do we do? Goldie looked at her with some anxiety. The 2 elders beside them also wore worried faces. To them, the other party had guns, and there was no way they could win in a fight. Bryn told them not to get out of the car for now and she would check the situation outside herself. Seeing that Bryn had no intention of getting out of the car for so long, the boss outside pointed his gun at her, waving it slightly as a threat. If you don't get out of the car, my gun might just lose control. That man's face was lined with scar tissue, and every movement made his facial muscles tremble, emphasizing a long scar across his cheek. Only then did Bryn slowly get out of the car, her eyes flickering. Her legs started shaking uncontrollably, her eyes timidly looking towards the people outside, then retreating as if startled, only looking down at her shoes. Those people outside couldn't tear their eyes away from Bryn once they saw her, their gazes hungry like starving wolves. Seeing Bryn's frightened appearance, especially in the rain, gave off an unusual charm. After several seconds, they snapped back to reality. Finian hurriedly ordered someone to check inside the cars, seeing elderly, sick, weak individuals inside. This sight filled him with immense satisfaction. Including those in the rear vehicle, everyone appeared defenseless to them. Boss, they're all old and weak. Looks like our luck has turned around. One of the followers eyed them with predatory gleam. Soraya, boss, and there's even a pregnant woman. Another person, upon spotting the pregnant woman at the back, seemed impatient already. I'll handle this girl first, you guys stay here. With that, the boss forcibly dragged Bryn towards a nearby shack. Bryn masked her murderous intent, following him all the way to the plastic shed, barely holding up under the heavy rain. Little sister, this is our first time, and the setting is rather humble. But rest assured, it'll be better staying with me than going to that town. Bryn looked at the scar-faced man with disdain. He wanted her to be the example to warn others. Benedict thought she had resigned to her fate, stripping off his clothes while walking without noticing the murderous intent in Bryn's eyes. Bryn's voice finally caught the man's attention. Woman, don't mistake kindness for weakness. The man noticed the change in Bryn's expression. Struggling is futile. It's better if you comply, he sneered, thinking she was trying another form of resistance, inching closer with a leer. As if watching a comedy show, Bryn took a step back, then kicked him squarely between the legs. Ah! Benedict instantly curled up in agony, shriveling like a shrimp. Outside, the gang misinterpreted the scream as Bryn's and prepared themselves eagerly. I've seen ugly people, but never have I seen someone as ugly and presumptuous as you. Bryn looked at the pile of flesh on the ground with disdain. Anger surged through Benedict along with pain as he reached for the gun he had discarded while undressing. Bryn stepped forward and stomped on his hand. Trying to retract his hand, Benedict found Bryn unmovable like a boulder, refusing to let go. Meanwhile, Bryn picked up the gun and aimed it at his head. Ah, please, don't kill me. Benedict went limp in fear, sitting slumped aside. His previous arrogance disappeared, his facial muscles twitching wildly out of fear. You're pretty strong, aren't you? Bryn's eyes were fierce. She wondered how many lives these men had ruined, using the gun to tap the man's face. I'm wrong, miss, please spare me. The man realized he might have encountered a demon. So tell me why you think it's better to follow you than to enter the town. Bryn retracted her hand, fiddling with the gun. I escaped from that town. It's not a place fit for humans. Ordinary people can only do the dirtiest and worst jobs there. This scar on my face. It was cut by a man. The man hastily explained everything he knew. Oh, and the guns? Bryn looked skeptically at him. These guns were taken from the military depot. I just picked up after they raided it. Only this one of mine has bullets. The man divulged everything he knew, now regarding Bryn like a devil. Since that's the case, you're no longer useful. Before he could respond, Bryn stuffed his clothes into the man's mouth. A muffled came from Benedict as bright red blood flowed from between his legs. Leaving the man behind, Bryn immediately put away her gun, put on the black raincoat, and walked out. Some thought the boss had finished enjoying and asked, Boss, is it our turn now? Suddenly noticing a figure in a black raincoat, they realized it was the same woman who appeared just now. Before they could question it, Bryn was already in front of them. She pulled out a baseball bat from behind her back and ruthlessly struck at the man's legs. Ah! A scream was drowned out by the sound of heavy rain. You wouldn't even spare a pregnant woman. Bryn looked at the man with disgust and swung the bat again, breaking his spine with one hit and casually tossed him aside. Seeing Bryn's actions, those who intended to step forward were filled with anger. How could a woman be so audacious in front of them? One of them reacted first, raising an iron shovel and charging at Bryn. Bryn kicked him down to the ground and slashed downward with a large knife from his chest. The man's face twisted with hatred and fear in his eyes. Others hesitated to advance, some even dropped their weapons and began begging for mercy on the ground. Please, let us go, we did it out of desperation. Bryn looked at this group of scum with disdain. Amidst the rain and screams, she didn't notice a small knife appearing behind her. By the time she turned around, the knife was only a centimeter away from her face. Stepping back, Bryn was about to act when another knife flew toward her from behind. She dodged by sliding sideways, narrowly avoiding the knife that grazed her face. The owner of the knives remained unseen, clearly a metal-type ability user hiding in the shadows, which was rather low. Realizing his attacks were futile, the man controlled several knives to shoot towards Bryn's back. Before Bryn could react, a wall of earth rose in front of her, blocking all the knives. Then a bolt of lightning struck, aimed right at the group of men. Chapter 40, Arrival at the town entrance. The others quickly dispersed around. Only a large pit remained in the center, with the man inside lying on the ground, struck down by lightning, his body emitting black smoke. Bryn pursed her lips unhappily. She hadn't even had her fill of the fight when it was cut short. Serate, she also felt somewhat relieved that her spiritual spring water wasn't wasted. Those two finally woke up. She knew they were from her squad because she remembered very clearly that Amadeo Lowell awakened with fire elemental ability, just like her. Two men came out of the RV, wearing thick northeastern fur coats over military combat uniforms underneath. The taller one had a pair of piercing eyes and bulging muscles, exuding an intense aura. The shorter one glared at this group of people outside with burning rage. Even though they had been unconscious all along, they could still sense everything happening around them. They naturally knew that Bryn before them was the savior who saved both their lives. The two men quickly walked to Bryn's side, guarding her on either side. Betty, I'm Cash, and this is my new recruit Coil. Cash introduced himself seriously. With these robbers now rendered insignificant, Bryn didn't plan to kill them. She didn't want to dirty her hands or lose what she cherished most, perhaps that would be more painful for them. And extreme cold was about to arrive, and not everyone here might survive it. Bryn ordered them to take away all the handguns from the robbers. Then she walked up to the young pregnant woman. There's something wrong with this town, but we're not clear what exactly. I have a reason to go into the town. If you have other options, I suggest you don't go. Bryn spoke plainly to her. After all, once inside the town, getting out might become extremely difficult. We have to go into the town as well. The young pregnant woman looked at Bryn resolutely. Before the apocalypse, we were tourists in Hayden City. My sister and the others came here first while I stayed at the hotel because I wasn't feeling well. That day had a heavy rainstorm, so they likely stayed at a hotel in the town. My name is Alana, and my sister is Lee. If possible, please allow us to follow you, the young pregnant woman explained to Bryn. Bryn nodded. Given her condition, if the town can provide temporary shelter, she should be able to survive the cold. Your husband will probably wake up in a couple of days. You can stay with us during this time, but once he wakes up, our deal ends. Bryn knew her own limits and couldn't easily promise too much. Alana nodded gratefully, her normally gentle demeanor turning unexpectedly strong. For the sake of her husband and child, she had to grow stronger, strong enough so no one could harm them. Bryn's actions had already changed countless fates invisibly, and her own mindset was changing, though she hadn't realized it yet. Let's get moving, we need to find another place to rest. Bryn couldn't stomach the sight of these disgusting people any longer. Cooper, you drive. Bryn went straight into the RV. Cash nodded, and the people behind him hurriedly got into the vehicles. They left this area, leaving behind those helpless people. Some of the people left behind were surprised to have survived, some harbored gratitude towards Bryn. One person had been forced to join the group and did nothing just now. But was he really innocent? Sometimes doing nothing can also mean complicity. When they went to seek their leader inside, blood on the floor deterred everyone from offering help, leaving him to die in the freezing cold. What Bryn and her group didn't know was that the town patrol had encountered these people while patrolling and brought them back to the town. On this side, they found a new resting place, a makeshift shelter by the national highway built using shipping containers. The container houses were equipped with small beds and a few chairs. Bryn parked the RV right at the entrance, and the people from the car rested inside the container, while her team stayed in the vehicle. Xiao Jin, I've boiled some ginger tea to warm everyone up, Indira said worriedly as she offered the ginger tea to Bryn. Looking at everyone in the car, Bryn felt grateful, knowing that despite reincarnating, she thought she'd be alone but ended up gaining many companions. Bryn, while we were unconscious, we heard your words. We all wish to join your squad, Cash declared to Bryn. Sarais, Sister Shia, Cooper and I both awakened with abilities. We can protect everyone from now on. Coil put down the ginger tea and nodded firmly. Rest assured, once we enter the town, I can protect everyone. Bryn looked at everyone and said firmly. Shia, I definitely know how powerful you are. You're my idol. Goldie waved her arms hard, also wanting to protect everyone. The solemn atmosphere suddenly became warm. Bryn's gaze shifted to Jude, not knowing when this guy would wake up. There were not many zombies around here, so they could only rely on the spirit stones from her space. She had already quietly given him 5 small spirit stones on the way, but there was no sign of awakening. Bryn shook her head and asked Goldie to send ginger tea to the others while she quickly changed into a dry set of clothes. By the time they drove onto the overpass, it was still half an hour before complete darkness. Unexpectedly, when they arrived at the entrance of the town, 4 or 5 cars were parked in front. The town was actually queuing. Bryn looked at Coil, who immediately understood her meaning and got out of the car, threading through the vehicles to the front. At the very front of the town gate, more than 10 people were standing guard, each holding a submachine gun. A piece of white paper was pasted where the safety rules for the town should have been written. Town base entry guidelines. The first rule stated that a team needed to provide 10 kilograms of grain to be allocated housing. If one was a psychic, they could register for free housing. However, they had to follow the town's arrangements, such as joining the search and rescue team or patrol team. The second rule was that once inside the town, people couldn't move around randomly. A curfew would be implemented at night. After Coil finished reading these, he finally understood why these people were stuck here, unable to enter the town. The town's promotion did not mention the requirement to hand over food, leading many people to come all the way only to find out they couldn't enter. They directly broke down emotionally, starting arguments at the entrance. One elderly woman was especially agitated. She kept shouting at the guards, "Do you know how hard it was for us to get here? Why won't you let us in? How is what you do any different from demons? Let us in, don't you respect the elderly?" Just as Coil was about to retreat, he heard a bang. It was a gunshot. Chapter 41, Entering the Town. The guard fired a shot into the sky. The old man, who had been shouting moments before, instantly crouched on the ground, hands covering his head. "Don't kill me, don't kill me." The old man looked up, preparing to say more. The guard aimed his gun directly at him. "Get lost quickly, don't delay others." The old man retreated back into the car. Earlier, his family thought that by making a fuss they could get into town, so naturally, they left it unchecked. Now, seeing this scene, they felt extremely embarrassed and kept blaming the old man in the car. Coil watched this drama unfold and hurriedly backed away. "Ms. Shia, they require each group to hand over 10 kilograms of food here." Coil reported what he had seen to everyone. Why wasn't this mentioned in the broadcast? So many people will have come for nothing. Goldie was puzzled, wondering what this town was up to. "We'll figure it out eventually. We have food in the back of our vehicle, which should be enough." Bryn glanced at the food in the back of the RV. She had specifically brought it along earlier. "Miss Brantley, we'll tell them we're all from one group. I'll handle the food submission, just remind those behind us. Let's see how the accommodation is arranged later. How do you feel about the other 2 groups?" Bryn walked to the back and found Alana in good spirits. She explained the situation. Betty, the people in the two groups behind were saved by my husband and are trusted individuals, so I hope Betty can help with the arrangement, Alana said earnestly, nodding firmly. Bryn turned around after hearing her words. They waited in line next. A few vehicles failed to enter due to insufficient food supplies and tried to find others to share resources, but no one dared to agree without knowing what would happen inside. By the time Bryn's group reached the front, it was already pitch black. The guards had been replaced, and the new ones carefully checked if any inferior goods were being passed off as real. Before the inspection was complete, they were all ordered to get out of the vehicle. Someone immediately drove their car away. They could only wait under the shelter at the gate. How unlucky. This rain is getting heavier, and I'm assigned patrol duty tomorrow. One guard leaned lazily against a table, holding a gun. Soraya, come over for a drink tonight. Another guard raised his gun to his mouth, gesturing to the first. It seems they're living quite comfortably here, Goldie whispered to Bryn after overhearing their conversation. Bryn didn't miss the way some men had been eyeing their women lecherously as they passed by earlier. Greed in their eyes, disgusting, she thought. Where are you from? Any injuries? What about those two? The guard looked suspiciously at the two people they were carrying. Horace stepped forward. We're from this city. We used to live in a village nearby. After hearing the broadcast, we came straight here. These two caught a cold and have a slight fever, but they're not injured. The guard nodded. Entering the shelter requires a full body check, then isolation for 24 hours. If everything is fine, someone will inform you of the next steps. Horace quickly offered a whole pack of cigarettes. Please be kind. We have a pregnant woman. It's really difficult. Seeing the pack of cigarettes, the guard eagerly pocketed it inside his coat. His companion saw this and reached for it, only to be slapped away. These guards didn't lack food or water but craved this luxury. They hadn't encountered good cigarettes in a long time. Due to the continuous rain, many cigarettes had been soaked or dampened and unusable. These cigarettes were something Horace had specially requested from Bryn in case they might be useful. Who knew they'd actually come in handy? After confirming the goods, the guard added, when you go in, report number 13 to the inspectors, and they'll know what to do. Horace thanked him profusely. Thank you very much. They proceeded through the main gate to the quarantine center located in the town's customer service building. Vehicles were forbidden inside the town, and only walking was allowed. This area had been transformed into a quarantine point. There were 4 rooms in total, almost fully occupied, with 2 guards stationed outside each room. In the central hall stood a table where an officer sat, flanked by 2 guards. Since the town was originally designed for scenic enjoyment, all rooms were equipped with floor-to-ceiling windows, intended for customers to admire the scenery while waiting. Now, through the glass, anyone could clearly see the people inside. Isolated without any privacy, the mixed-gender quarters led to chaos. When Bryn's group entered, there was already someone causing trouble, creating a cacophony of noise. Why aren't you letting us out? We've already been isolated for 24 hours, a woman shrieked. I've already explained to you. You can only leave once the last person in the room completes their 24-hour isolation. The guard looked at her disdainfully, having repeated this countless times. Unexpectedly, after the woman started raising a fuss, several men behind her also joined in. We were among the first to enter. We've almost been inside for 2 days. Why can't we go out? The man, with his brutish face and robust build, stood directly by the door, trying to intimidate the guard with his physique. Unfortunately, the guard was unmoved by this attempt. He pointed his gun at the man's head. I've said all I need to say. Can't you see those red marks on the floor? The guard gave them a derisive look. The muscular man was about to say something when the captain of the guards walked over and slapped him. Suddenly, the muscular man was knocked down as if by a powerful gust of wind. He tried to get up but found himself unable to move. I'm wrong, I'm sorry. The muscular man quickly apologized while bowing his head, finally able to move again. He hurriedly got up and hid among the crowd. Bryn saw this and felt somewhat reassured. It was fortunate that she had brought some cigarettes and alcohol just in case. Although Keaton disapproved of such behavior, he knew they were insignificant here. He quickly approached the officer and said, "We were instructed to report number 13. The officer had been writing something while looking down, but slowly raised his head upon hearing this. All right, I understand. Do we still need to strip for the inspection since we have a pregnant woman? Keaton asked cautiously. No need, follow me. The officer got up, his eyes lingering on Bryn and her group. After speaking briefly with the guards, he led them to a nearby small house. Inside, it was clean and tidy, with beds and a few chaise lounges. The difference was immediately apparent. Soon after, a woman arrived. Bryn quickly told Goldie to hand over the suitcase to her. Chapter 42, Strange Town Rules. Their compliance seemed to have caught the inspectors off guard. She and the officer opened the suitcase right in front of them, revealing a whole bag of flour, a small box of bread, and some snacks. Only after inspecting these items did the two men close the suitcase with satisfaction and instructed them, "Wait here. Someone will come later to take you for registration." The officer was also a woman. Seeing their appearance, she realized these people had been well protected during the apocalypse. Unable to hold back, she turned to Bryn and her group, saying, "Don't ever act alone within the town, especially if you're pregnant." She hoped they would remember this advice. Alana looked at her gratefully. Sure enough, about 20 minutes later, someone came to lead them. Walking with this person for roughly half an hour, they reached a registration desk for check-in. Seeing the room numbers on the key cards he received, Keaton frowned and said to the staff member, Braden, considering our large group, could you arrange a suite for us? To his surprise, the person behind the desk glared up and retorted harshly, take what you're given. Don't be picky. Keaton retrieved something from his bag and tried again, I really can't help it, brother. Already annoyed, the person's temper flared even more, listen, you. But as he lifted his head, he saw a bottle of fine wine placed on the table by Keaton. He quickly stashed the bottle under the counter, opened it, took a deep breath, and savored its aroma. Then he hid the alcohol in his thick coat. After a brief glance at Keaton, he finally said lazily, I made a mistake. Go to the standalone villa number 10, considering your group size. Then he took out a sticky note and asked, what's the name of your squad? I'll report it online. Keaton glanced at Bryn. Indeed, they had never considered naming their group. After thinking for a moment, Bryn replied, let's call ourselves the Hope Squad. Hoping we all can survive well in this post-apocalypse world. That's a good name, Goldie exclaimed enthusiastically. Great choice, suits us well, Coil echoed from beside. Do any of you have psychic abilities? If so, you can register here and get supplies refunded eventually, the registrar added casually. After exchanging looks, Shia Kong replied, no psychic abilities among us. Only then did the registrar retrieve another key. The task hall offers tasks for ordinary people too. You should check it out when you have time. Follow this road to the tallest building. The villas are on the left side, Unit 1032. These are the shelter requirements. Please read them carefully. Then, he tossed the items onto the desk and hurried into a room. Presumably to enjoy that bottle of wine. Keaton had noticed the smell of alcohol and thus brought a gift. Picking up their belongings, they headed towards the villa area. Their assigned villa was number 1032, located towards the rear of the complex. To recreate fairy tales, the town featured not only 5-star hotels but also many villas hidden within a forest. Their villa had a Snow White theme, with a black roof and red-hued exterior reminiscent of Snow White's cloak, making it slightly eye-catching. The villa had 2 floors. The ground floor included a living room, dining area, 2 small rooms, and a bathroom. Upstairs were 4 bedrooms, each with its own bathroom. Thanks to an independent power system, electricity was available, but shortly after settling down, they experienced a blackout. Bryn shone a flashlight on the shelter guide, which read, electricity is suspended from midnight to 6 a.m. Candles are provided in each room for use. She immediately asked everyone to retrieve the candles, noticing they had already been used before, signs of previous occupants. Next, she checked all windows, doors, and other facilities, even inspecting for surveillance equipment. After ensuring everything was secure, she drew the curtains and asked everyone to settle in. Having placed the 2 unconscious members in one room first, they gathered around the dining table as Coil briefed them on the town rules. The town restaurant provides food, but it requires labor credits for exchanges. There are regular tasks and psychic ability tasks, issued daily at 7 in the morning at the task hall. After 6 p.m., no one can leave their room without special reasons. All residents must unconditionally follow the town's directives, or bear the consequences. Everyone exchanged looks. These rules were puzzling. Why can't we go out at night, and what does it mean to follow orders unconditionally and bear the consequences? Bryn thought for a moment and said, let's settle down first. The weather will only get colder. Tomorrow, we'll go to the task hall and see. Now, we need to rest well and plan for the long term. After saying this, she dismissed everyone. Bryn called back Keaton and said, this town seems strange. We must prioritize safety in everything we do. 2 members of our squad were captured here earlier. Fraser over, they were in an underground shelter before. I know their weapons were taken from the military. I don't know if these military personnel are dead or alive. These people really deserve death. We have to find them as soon as possible, Keaton said anxiously. Knowing there was something wrong with the town but arriving so late, they currently had no clues at all. But we don't even know where the enemy is. This made the tall man, standing at 1.85 meters, extremely frustrated. Soraya, so in the coming days, you'll be responsible for gathering information at the hall, while I'll walk around to see if I can find any leads. All right, I'll follow your lead. Keaton nodded and went back to his room to rest. The 2 elderly people and the patient stayed on the first floor, while everyone else was on the second floor, which would make it easier for them to move around. Bryn quickly fed Jude the last bit of spirit spring water. She sensed the space again, it remained closed. She couldn't rely on spirit stones and had to find a chance to collect some crystal cores. She also placed some supplies from the car into Jude's room. Finally, Bryn returned to her room, unable to sleep all night. The next morning, everyone divided the food they had among themselves and set off in a large group to the task hall. To their surprise, the task hall was already packed when they arrived. Oh, stop pushing me. Who's pushing? I got here first. Some people vied for tasks without worrying about the rain, even shoving others aside. Take it easy, today's tasks are unlimited, everyone can take them, the registrar shouted from atop a table at the entrance. Chapter 43, Found the Clue. Keaton glanced at Coil, who immediately understood and walked towards the crowd. Braden, what are you all doing here? Coil asked a man in a black cotton coat who seemed approachable. Today is the weekly task assignment day. This week's tasks will be arranged today. Whether we can eat depends on whether we get a task. The man stopped and looked at Coil. He noticed that Coil only wanted to ask a question and kindly explained a few sentences. Just as he finished speaking, he saw a group of people carrying a large blackboard with tasks and rewards written on it. The simplest tasks included tilling land, building greenhouses to grow vegetables, which would provide 3 meals a day. Next were patrol duties, 2 shifts per day, working by the month without being able to quit midway. Besides 3 meals, one could receive a bag of staple food every week. A slightly more challenging task was dealing with zombies, with the reward being 3 meals, 2 bags of staple food, and a small bag of snacks. Very few people signed up for this task. Coyle tried to get closer to take a look but was suddenly pulled back by someone behind him. "Braden, you shouldn't take on this task," said the man in the black cotton coat. Coyle pointed at himself, unsure if the man was talking to him. The man nodded, indicating that he should step back a bit. "Have you seen zombies? They're super disgusting, their bodies completely rotten, mouths filled with blood, and they try to pounce on you the moment they see you." Coyle stiffly nodded, not quite understanding what the man was getting at. "This task requires you to capture those zombies alive, not just kill them. Capturing zombies alive is much harder than killing them. And we are ordinary people, how can we compare with those ability holders?" The man saw his confused face and whispered mysteriously. Coyle hurriedly asked, "Do you know how many ability holders there are in our shelter? How could there be any ability holders here? They are all monsters." The man proudly puffed out his chest. Noticing Bryn and her group approaching, the man quickly grabbed his hoe. Coyle wanted to ask more, but the man squeezed into the crowd, apparently rushing to sign up. When he turned around, he found Bryn and her group already standing before him. He hurriedly recounted what had happened. How could ability holders be considered monsters? Shouldn't they be respected? Why is it the opposite in this town? Coyle complained, utterly puzzled. "In that case, let's sign up for the zombie capture task and see what they want with these zombies." Bryn pondered for a moment and then asked Coyle to sign up. It would also help Jude get some crystal cores. Before long, the task board listed Hope Team. Coyle returned with the task description. "The task sheet says we'll gather at the entrance of the town at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning for unified arrangements. There's another point, life and death are in fate's hands. When I signed up for this task, I saw that person actually laughing. Maybe I was wrong." Coyle scratched his head, feeling somewhat depressed. "In that case, we should separate and explore what's in the town." Bryn took the task card handed over by Coyle, noticing Goldie eager to join in, so she quickly told everyone not to linger here. Bryn shook off her raincoat and headed toward the building. "Haven't you heard? That event is opening again tomorrow. Wonder how many people will participate." "I saw the announcement too." Bryn overheard 2 aunties discussing as she entered the hall. One was petite and slim, while the other was a little chubby with sharp eyes. She moved closer and asked sweetly, "Where did you see this event you're talking about, sisters?" They saw Bryn smiling and quickly pulled her aside. "Little girl, you must have just arrived at our shelter." Bryn followed their gesture and squatted down. "Soraya, your conversation caught my interest, so I thought I'd ask. That place isn't suitable for a delicate young lady like you." One of the aunties sized Bryn up and down. Despite wearing a raincoat dripping with water, she looked well-fed and untainted by hardship. "Oh, come on, why keep secrets? We're all here." The sharp-jawed woman nudged the other. "That place is where you can earn supplies. If you have the courage, you can gain a lot. But it's dangerous. You might end up losing your life instead," the auntie whispered mysteriously. "Oh, really?" Bryn looked at her in surprise. Not far from them, a group of men in black escorted a masked man out of the building. Suddenly, the man paused, looked in Bryn's direction with an unreadable expression, and remained silent for 3 seconds. Just as the people behind him were about to ask, he resumed walking and left the building. At this moment, Bryn heard Myra's voice in her heart. "Missy, upgraded, upgraded." Bryn was delighted upon hearing the voice. It had finally upgraded. Without the space recently, many things were inconvenient. "Thank you 2 aunties. By the way, have you seen a woman with a girl? The woman is quite tall and has a scar on her forehead." Bryn hurriedly asked about Dara and her daughter. "No, there are so many people here every day, I haven't encountered them." One of the aunts casually waved her hand. "Don't say that, I think I've really seen someone with a scar on her forehead, but I don't know if she was with a girl." The plump aunt had a thoughtful look on her face. "Then please help me think where you saw her." Bryn spoke while offering 2 packets of instant noodles from her pocket into their hands. The other side grabbed them quickly, put them in their pockets, and then said, "It was at this event, a woman appeared. She killed 5 zombies in a row and obtained supplies, but also got injured. Who knows if she can survive? Of course, I don't know if it's the person you're looking for." That woman rushed to pull someone towards the stairs, as if fearing Bryn would take back the instant noodles. Bryn's eyes darkened. Dara had actually shown up there. Following the direction they pointed, she saw the so-called event. The activity started at 8 p.m. at the circus tent. Successfully passing would earn rich supplies, but life and death were determined by fate. What a matter of life and death, using one's life as stakes. Around the event guide, there were still many people gathered. "I wonder how many will sign up tonight. Are you going to watch tonight?" "Of course we should go. One day our supplies might run out, and we may have to try it too. There are only so many tasks in the task hall. If there's no food left, we'll have to go. Soraya, the town doesn't allow free entry and exit. I don't want to be quarantined there for 24 hours again. Staying here is safer than going out." As Bryn listened to their conversation drift further off topic, she quickly ducked her head and slipped away from the crowd. Unexpectedly, someone grabbed her clothes. Chapter 44. A Kid Steals. Bryn sensed that someone was trying to pick her pocket. She quickly seized the hand, about to speak, when the other party unexpectedly spoke first. Help! Someone is hitting a kid. It was a small, dark-skinned boy shouting shrilly at everyone. As the crowd gathered around, Bryn was momentarily stunned, and just like that, he slipped out of her grip. He even turned back and waved the item in his hand at her. This kid had pretty good reflexes. No, this was a provocation. Bryn looked at him speechlessly. He had taken not only the snacks she carried but also the dagger Jude had given her for self-defense. The snacks were trivial, but she had to get the dagger back. Bryn casually followed the boy's steps, keeping a leisurely pace behind him. Seeing Bryn following him, the boy squeezed through the crowd, looking back several times. Finding that she was always following closely but not too closely, he gritted his teeth and quickened his pace. When he looked back again and saw no sign of Bryn, he felt relieved and headed in another direction. Big brother, what did you bring back today? When Bryn finally caught up with the boy in a corner of a parking lot, she heard a little girl's voice. Little sister, big brother brought your favorite bread, said the dark-skinned boy. Big brother, didn't you take this bread from someone? I'm not hungry, you eat it. Clang. Sis, wake up. Murray's worried voice echoed. Hearing the sound, Bryn tore open the tent and saw a little girl lying on the ground, while the boy was wiping tears beside her. Looking up and seeing Bryn, she noticed the sad expression inappropriate for a boy his age. Oh. She sighed and reached out to touch the girl. Murray looked at her warily, hiding his sister further in his arms. But he knew that since the other person had managed to follow them here, he couldn't escape. Struggling, he let go of his sister, kneeling on the ground and banging his head as if humiliated. Please spare my sister. It's all my fault. Bryn ignored him and touched the girl's forehead, confirming she had a fever, her lips cracked and her face pale and malnourished. Murray was probably 15 years old, and the girl looked only 6. She placed a small water bottle from another pocket on the ground and extended her hand to the boy. I just want my dagger back. Surprised, the boy hadn't expected the other party not to hold a grudge. Since he and his sister arrived here, they faced only various kinds of bullying. This was the first time he sensed that the other party wasn't causing trouble. He took out the dagger from behind and handed it over to Bryn. We were among the first to enter this town. I know everything, you can ask me. I saw you watching for quite some time. Afraid of being misunderstood, he explained hastily. Bryn didn't say anything, intending to leave, as she wasn't one to meddle in others' affairs. But then a pair of small hands pulled at her raincoat. Why did these siblings like pulling clothes so much? Please, miss, help us. A weak voice came. Savannah woke up, and Bryn immediately gestured for the boy to give her some water. So, tell me more about this town, and consider these snacks as payment. Bryn could only think of this approach seeing the girl's watery eyes. People often disappear in this town, the boy began, seeing his sister improving, knowing what Bryn wanted to hear. Disappear? Bryn asked, puzzled. And under the circus, there are prisoners and zombies, he hastened to explain, noticing Bryn's interest. I overheard you asking those 2 ladies about a woman I've seen. But after getting supplies, she didn't return to the building. Instead, someone took her away. The boy revealed the information Bryn most wanted to know. You're sure? Bryn grabbed the boy, feeling a bit excited. If so, Dara and the others might be in very bad shape. I can take you there tonight and help you find that woman, though I'm not sure if she's who you're looking for, the boy promised Bryn. Bryn fished out 2 instant noodle packs from her coat and handed them over. This is your reward. Now, tell me more about these disappearances. This building has been fully occupied from the basement levels to the top floor for a long time. 4 months now, new people keep moving in, but no one ever leaves, the boy whispered, leaning closer to share his suspicions. Bryn realized that the problem might lie within that circus. The building has a total of 20 floors. The basement levels are where we poor households live, while the rooms upstairs house those who can go on missions to offset their accommodation fees. The top floor is where the Reed resides. Every half-month, the Reed arranges a pilgrimage meeting for everyone. A pilgrimage meeting? Bryn grew increasingly confused as she listened. Why did this town have so many peculiarities? Everyone must attend. The Reed tells us about the origin of the apocalypse and informs us that only by following him can we survive until the end of it. The little girl leaned against the side, softly explaining. That man is just a liar. We've wanted to escape for a long time, the boy said with anger evident on his face. Anyone who questions him will disappear. Murray seemed to recall something, trembling slightly as he rubbed his arms. It's my fault for dragging down my brother. Hearing this, the girl lowered her head, reaching out aimlessly beside her. Murray quickly held onto his sister's hand. Only then did Bryn realize the girl was blind. What a pity for those eyes. This was already the 3rd time she had heard about this so-called Reed, preaching under the guise of saving humanity while wantonly harming psychics. What exactly did this person want? Bryn agreed to meet at the entrance of the circus later that night and got ready to leave. The elevators in this building were still operational, and the Reed resided in a penthouse suite on the top floor, not worried at all about power outages. It appeared that the person had a firm grasp on this town. She would need to be discreet. As Bryn contemplated her plans for the evening, she walked slowly toward the exit. In the basement of the circus, the masked man lounged on a sofa, holding a tablet displaying footage of Bryn from the 1st floor of the building. Sir, we've investigated thoroughly. This is a squad that entered the town yesterday. They're called the Hope Squad. A man entered the room, approaching the masked man, squatting down to whisper in his ear. Hope Squad, hoping for hope after entering the town. The masked man stared at Bryn on the tablet, gently swirling a wine glass in his other hand. Have this woman sit in the front row when she comes to watch the event tonight. After instructing someone nearby, the masked man discarded the now blackened tablet and stood up. He took a few steps forward, facing a stone emitting green flames. He extended his hand toward the stone, but the flames seemed to recoil as if repulsed by his approach. TCH, haven't you recognized your true master yet? The masked man waved his hand, and the flames obediently gathered in his palm, unable to struggle any longer. If Bryn saw this, she would surely recognize it as her karmic flame. What a show is about to begin, the masked man murmured to himself, gazing at the flame in his hand. Chapter 45, The Space Upgrades Again. Bryn, wearing a raincoat, was preparing to stroll around the town when a voice came from behind her. You must be new to this town. Let me show you around. It was the little boy who had covered his head with a large plastic bag, but there was nothing shielding his body. No need. I'll just wander around on my own. Bryn waved her hand, thinking if she caught a cold and clung to her, how could she handle it? I accepted your food, so it's only fair for me to give you an introduction. The boy stubbornly followed by Bryn's side. Bryn gave in at last. He took Bryn for a rough tour of the town. This is the cafeteria, but only those who have received tasks can come here with meal tickets. The yellow cards in their hands are meal tickets. Murray pointed to the people queuing inside. If there aren't many tasks, wouldn't many people not get enough to eat? Bryn looked at him somewhat puzzled. With so many people not getting food, wouldn't that lead to unrest? Besides receiving tasks, as long as you attend the weekly pilgrimage meeting, they will provide a week's worth of supplies. Mainly small bread and such, which can't compare with these warm meals. Murray swallowed and continued explaining to Bryn. Tell me, what defines psychics, ordinary people, and zombies in this town? Bryn still couldn't understand. Psychics are mutants. If they aren't destroyed promptly, they will bring catastrophic disasters to humanity. Zombies have degenerated and also need to be eliminated, otherwise, we would all degenerate along with them. Only the sacred Avrel's fire can kill them. Each psychic and zombie turns into a bead after death. The sacred Avrel protects the entire town with these beads. If you have any psychics, do not expose them. Murray whispered confidentially to Bryn, one shouldn't casually discuss these matters outside. Previously, a new resident caused trouble and was burned to ashes by the sacred Avrel's fire. No one dares to challenge him now. Isn't this brainwashing? Anyone who doesn't accept brainwashing vanishes, leaving the whole town under his control. This sacred Avrel sounds too terrifying. What's his background? Seeing the boy completely drenched, Bryn still took him back to the villa. Go change clothes. She handed over the prepared boy's outfit, but he didn't reach out to take it, hesitating instead. I don't need to change. If you have your sister's clothes size, I'd work harder for you. Murray summoned up the courage to say, fearing Bryn might think he was ungrateful. Brat, just change as I told you, quit talking nonsense. Goldie burst out laughing next to them. Only then did the boy unwillingly accept the clothes. Unexpectedly, Goldie handed him a backpack before he left, telling him to look at it when he got home. He glanced past Goldie but found no sign of Bryn anymore. Meanwhile, Bryn went to Jude's room. Hearing the boy leave, she directly brought Jude into the space with a wave of her hand. Upon entering the space, Myra immediately surrounded her. Putting Jude on the bed, Bryn began examining the room. What used to be a small flat had turned into a little loft. The downstairs remained unchanged, but upstairs now had an extra room and balcony. Inside the room lay a double bed. Bryn took a casual look and walked towards the study. As soon as she touched the door, it opened gently by itself. In the study, an entire wall was filled with bookshelves packed with ancient books. Bryn went over and picked up one titled Comprehensive Medical Book, then another called Comprehensive Alchemy Book. Right in the center of the room was a large desk. On another wall were numerous compartments, each containing a small box or ceramic jar. Bryn randomly grabbed one, which read Tender Love Embrace. Her lips twitched, no doubt it was some kind of aphrodisiac. She should have known better picking it up. But maybe there was something to treat Jude within this space. Bryn quickly called for Myra, and they started searching together. Lingchi pill, as the name suggested, could restore one's spirit power with a single dose, returning them to peak condition. Jude's spirit power had been drained when he transferred all of it away. This pill might be helpful. Bryn felt bewildered. The space seemed to be evolving into something like what you'd see in a cultivation novel. Discarding that thought from her mind, she hurriedly poured a pill from a bottle and fed it to Jude, finally breathing a sigh of relief as he swallowed it. Oh, Myra, has this pill expired? Bryn stared at Jude, regretting that she trusted the items in the space too much without knowing how long this pill had been stored. Don't worry. They were all sealed before, so the efficacy of the medicine won't be affected. Myra casually flapped her wings and walked out with a twist of her chicken butt. Outside, across the small stream, a tree had grown. Myra, this tree looks so much like a Helena. Bryn tilted her head to examine the tree. Cerise, it grew from that Helena seed. When it upgraded the other day, it jumped here on its own and started rooting and sprouting. Myra also looked at the Helena in surprise. A green vine reached out from the Helena, picked the largest bud from the top of the tree, and handed it to Bryn. As if saying, it's for you, take it quickly. The moment Bryn touched the flower, she understood its wonders. This flower could be controlled by her to bloom, and once it bloomed, it could mesmerize enemies, allowing allies to escape. Bryn liked it very much, so she gently stroked the green vine. To her surprise, the vine began waving around as if shy. She quickly stored the small flower bud and left the spot. Looking at the distant mountains barely visible, Bryn felt that her space still had a lot of potential for development. The initial stockpile was behind the farmland, looking somewhat empty next to it. It made Bryn, who enjoyed hoarding things, feel itchy. Finally, she came to the farmland where previously harvested fruits and vegetables were piled in the warehouse, looking incredibly fresh. Missy, don't worry about these fields, I will certainly help you take care of them properly. Myra strutted past her with pride. Myra, do you think we can plant these traditional Chinese medicine seeds? Bryn tilted her head, thinking of those ancient books in the study. Myra nodded furiously beside her. It had the same idea. Bryn asked Myra to set aside half a plot of land to help with planting, intending to carefully store the original fruits and vegetables. Then she glanced at Jude and saw that he showed no signs of waking up. So she exited the space directly. Nobody is allowed to enter his room. After locking Jude's door, she informed Goldie. Only then did Bryn head to the kitchen carrying the fresh vegetables and pork she had just taken out of the space. In the kitchen, there was only one bag of rice and a small bag of potatoes left. Indira, let's make some braised pork tonight, along with these fresh vegetables. We might eat a bit earlier today as we are going out tonight. Everyone had been on the move these past few days and hadn't had a decent meal. This villa area basically had a good stock of food for everyone, and various delicious smells could already be smelled during the day. They didn't seem out of place. Since they were staying here, whatever happened in the town, they should eat and drink as usual. Chapter 46. Go and see the so-called Colosseum. When it just got dark, Cash and Coil had not returned yet. Bryn let everyone start eating first, then kept the dishes warm in the steamer. Unexpectedly, they heard someone moving at the door after just 2 bites. Bryn quickly got up to peek out of the window. Just in time to see Coil supporting Cash walking towards the door. Goldie, hurry up and open the door, it's Cooper. Bryn hurried Goldie, who was nearest, to open the door. Quick, Cooper is injured. Coil called everyone through the door as he dragged Cooper all the way, preventing the enemy from finding Cooper's blood trail. He could only press Cash's waist tightly with clothes to prevent the blood from dripping onto the ground. Cash was almost slipping into unconsciousness due to excessive blood loss at this moment. He vaguely heard the voices and gritted his teeth, trying to stand up independently. Don't worry about me, I'm fine. However, he exerted too much strength, fell on Coil directly, and fainted. Coil and Goldie quickly carried him to the sofa. When Goldie removed the clothes pressing against Cash's wound, fresh blood spurted out. This isn't serious. We don't even know if it has hurt his spleen. Goldie was a bit angry at Cash's reckless behavior earlier, but she still examined carefully. He wanted to stand up just now, really risking his life. Is this a bullet wound? Asked Goldie uncertainly. Coil nodded hastily. Cerise, it's from bullets. Those people are no better than beasts. Goldie frowned looking at Cooper's wound. Though she was a medical student, she hadn't seen a bullet wound before. Goldie glanced at Bryn and finally gathered her courage to say, Sister Shia, surgery is required to get the bullet out. Bryn nodded. It was necessary. Millimeter, find a room. She had seen worse injuries in her past life. Although Scions were tougher than normal humans, Cash had just awakened his ability. No one knew how it would develop. Entering the room, Bryn quickly closed the door, separating others outside. She rummaged around in her spatial storage, determinedly took out various surgical instruments, an operating table, tools platform, scalpel, tweezers, mini-lamp, and eventually medical anesthesia. Sister Shia, you're incredible. Goldie looked astonished at Bryn. Hurry. Bryn signaled Goldie to proceed immediately. Her healing skills were still the crudest methods from her previous life. If she performed the surgery, Cooper might not endure it. Goldie retracted her gaze and just picked up the anesthetic medicine when Cash caught her hand. Sometime between now and then, he had opened his eyes. Just give me a cloth, no need for anesthesia. Goldie looked helplessly at Bryn. Listen to him, Coil hold him down. Bryn didn't ask why, but told everyone to follow. Coil stuffed a piece of medical cloth into Cash's mouth immediately and explained, our boss is allergic to anesthesia. Go ahead. Only then did Goldie take the scalpel, cut open the flesh, and cautiously found the bleeding area. Bryn wiped away Goldie's sweat, listening to Cash's muffled groaning. Half an hour later, a sound of clang, indicating the bullet dropped into a silver dish. Goldie checked Cash's condition anxiously. She saw his face pale like snow, and he slipped into a coma again. Although we have removed the bullet and stopped the bleeding, the long-time blood loss may be fatal without a blood transfusion condition. Goldie walked back and forth, red-eyed, mumbling different treatment methods. Seeing Cash comatose, Bryn directly took out some spirit spring water, forcing Coil to pour half of it into Cash's mouth. Goldie didn't want to give up. Just having undergone Scion ability awakening and found a temporary shelter place, there was still so much left undone. She couldn't accept that it might end like this. Immersed in her thoughts, filled with confusion and frustration, she refused to accept fate. As a doctor, she couldn't save her own companion, which made her indignant. Goldie clutched her fists tightly. She felt her body warming up as tears streamed down uncontrollably. Just as Bryn decided to look for medicinal pills in the spatial storage, Goldie emitted white light blinding the two beside her. Goldie, you have awakened a healing psionic power, said Bryn incredulously. After so many years of apocalypse, she witnessed someone awaken abilities purely by willpower for the first time. Their team wasn't simple, and she picked up a healer unexpectedly. Healer, Goldie stared blankly at her hands. Soraya, try it on Cooper, urged Bryn. Goldie tried to cover Xia Jidong's wound with her hands, and the flesh inside grew rapidly right before their eyes. The muscle fibers were also slowly recovering. It continued for almost an hour until Goldie, exhausted, collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily. Bryn quickly took out 2 spirit stones for her to absorb. Only then did Goldie come back to her senses and pointed at Cash, shouting, "Quick, look at Cooper." Seeing that Cash's complexion had recovered and his waist only bore a faint red mark, Coil looked at Goldie and Bryn with admiration. "Thank you both for saving Cooper. I'll repay you even if it means working as an ox or a horse." Coil found out that Cooper was almost awake. Overjoyed, he grabbed the sleeve of his shirt to wipe off the sweat on his head. "Don't dilly-dally, just tell us what happened." Seeing Cash stable, Bryn hurriedly grabbed Coil. Recalling the incident, Coil was full of indignation. They were going to scout around the entrance when they found a zombie chasing someone in the corner of the gate. The zombie was about to bite its prey. Thinking that person was in danger, Cash, in panic, used his psychic power to cut down the zombie. Seeing Cash using psychic power, that man pulled out a gun and shot towards them. Completely unprepared for that action, Cash could only move aside and got hit in the waist. That man wanted to attack again, so Coil erected an earthen wall and escaped with Cash. Initially thinking that man would chase after them relentlessly, he actually didn't follow. Due to Cash's roundabout path and heavy rain covering their tracks, Coil dared to walk toward the villa. That man probably intended to catch the zombie alive to claim supplies, Coil speculated. "You interrupted him, and he is an awakened one," said Bryn thoughtfully. "What's wrong with awakened ones?" "Only they can protect everyone," said Goldie resentfully. "All the people in this town have been brainwashed. Awakened ones here are seen as mutants and must be eliminated," explained Bryn helplessly. "Such an absurd thing happened right here." "It can be like that," exclaimed Goldie. Coil stared at her in surprise. "Bryn, that man's gun was an army issue. I saw the mark on it." Cash suddenly woke up and urgently informed Bryn of his discovery. "The army seems to be here." Bryn nodded, indeed confirming their suspicion. "This evening, we will go to the so-called Colosseum." Cash straightened his body. Before Bryn could say anything else, Cash jumped out of bed and twisted his body. He still felt some soreness, but it didn't impede his movement. "Goldie, thank you." Cash's words made Goldie burst into tears. "He's fine. It's okay," she pursed her lips, trying to calm herself down. "If you guys go, I want to join too." "I can also help now," insisted Goldie, afraid of rejection, wiping her tears away and stubbornly looking at Bryn. "Boss, I definitely need to go. I'm best at running," Coil added opportunistically. Cash gave him a helpless look and turned to Bryn for her decision. "The decision is yours. Tomorrow there will be searches for injured people everywhere. Tonight, all of us will go and check out that so-called Colosseum," Bryn decided, getting more interested in tonight's event. She was determined to see what exactly this Colosseum was all about. Chapter 47. These people are worse than beasts. When they arrived at the arena, the boy was already waiting for Bryn at the entrance. "Why are there so many of you?" Murray looked at them in surprise. "Is there a limit on how many people can go inside?" Goldie tilted her head and looked at him. "Well, not really," the boy said, pulling at his clothes awkwardly. "Let's go." Bryn strode inside, looking around with her head held high. This place used to be an animal circus, with a circular performance area surrounded by audience seats. Now the stage had become an arena while the audience seats remained the same. These beasts referred to zombies. But these zombies were once humans as well. It was unknown whether the zombies would feel resentment at being called beasts in this way. When they arrived, the first match was about to begin. As everyone was about to find a random spot to watch the match, a man in black approached Bryn. "Betty, our master invites you to the VIP seating to watch the match." He kept his hands respectfully by his sides, but there was disdain in his eyes. "And who is your master?" Ignoring his look, Bryn crossed her arms lazily. "Of course, it's the lord of our town, Lord Reed." The man in black looked at Bryn somewhat disdainfully. He thought the woman the master chose must be pretty formidable, but she seemed frail and weak. "We don't have to go if you invite us," Coil retorted when he saw how impolite the other side was. "You." The man was annoyed by Coil's impoliteness. Just then, his fingers on both sides bent slightly, and several barely visible silver threads shot towards Coil's ear. Right before the threads could enter Coil's head, Bryn quickly pulled Coil forward one step, just avoiding the sneak attack. The silver threads fell to the ground unseen without hitting their target. With her hand hidden in her sleeve, Bryn mirrored the man's action and fired several small flames directly at the man's fingers. He felt as if his 5 fingers were burning in a fierce fire, and the pain was unbearable. Instantly, his back was soaked in sweat. Large drops of sweat rolled down his face onto his collar. Satisfied with her work, Bryn thought her new trick seemed quite effective. It wasn't until Coil touched the back of his ears did he realize something lightly pierced him. He wanted to argue but saw the man's current state and laughed out loud. "Brayden, with all that sweat, one might think we're going to eat you alive." Now he realized that the black-clothed man's attempt failed and was instead dealt with by Bryn. Enduring the severe pain, the man tried to get at Coil, but the intense pain worsened instantly. He shook his hands violently, but the searing sensation did not lessen. There was clearly nothing on his hands. "You." His eyes widened in fear at Bryn. What kind of background did this woman have? "Please thank your master for his kindness. We have enough people, and we can find our own places." Bryn ignored the look in his eyes and led everyone to the audience seats nearby. The man behind her was now kneeling on the ground in agony, not only feeling the pain in his hand but also as if his soul were burning. Biting hard on his lips, he struggled to get up and staggered towards the basement. He knew only Reed could save him now. By the time he reached the basement despite the excruciating pain, he was almost unconscious from the agony. Falling to the ground upon seeing the man before him. Please, save me. He begged for help from his last hope. This is Karma Fire. Did you offend her? The masked man examined the man on the ground with interest. Please. The man was writhing on the ground in pain. With a wave of the hand, the Karma Fire became visible. Then he intensified it. Soon, the man on the ground couldn't even scream anymore. A few minutes later, only ashes remained on the ground. Bryn didn't pay attention to that person again. She knew that once someone was hit by her Karma Fire, the burning sensation wouldn't stop until the end of their life. But as she watched the tiny flame in her palm, which had become nearly invisible, her power should have been upgraded to level 2, yet it depleted so quickly. What was wrong with this ability? When she felt exhausted, she absorbed spirit stones taken from her spatial bag, but it only restored a fraction of her power. Bryn sighed deeply in her heart, unsure how many crystal cores and spirit stones it would take to fully recover. The number of spirit stones in the spatial bag was limited and small, so she could only use them temporarily. It seemed she needed to find an opportunity to kill more zombies and get crystal cores. Bryn shook her head at the few people who were concerned about her and pointed at the arena, signaling everyone to pay attention to the match. The host was already standing on the platform above the arena, behind which sat a man wearing a silver mask, casually playing with a ring on his hand. Welcome everyone to this beast fighting event. If you're interested, you can sign up backstage directly. Now let me introduce the rules. The host's voice carried across the entire venue without any external aid. Goldie looked curiously at the host on stage. Shia, he seems like a trainee. I've seen him participate in variety shows. How did he become a host now? Can there be such an ability? While most abilities are related to gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, there are also some unique ones, though extremely rare, Bryn explained softly. In her previous life, she hadn't seen many of these special abilities either. Under the host's amplified voice, the arena had completely quieted down before he continued. The arena is an advanced mode where only one person can challenge a zombie at a time. The more zombies you kill, the more supplies you get. If you're injured by a zombie inside, it's a matter of life and death. Even though Reed is present, he will not intervene to save anyone. The first contestant is a disabled man with both legs missing. As the host introduced, a disabled man was wheeled into the arena. The man's face was ashen, and his lips trembled uncontrollably, clearly not participating voluntarily. He looked toward Reed, hoping for salvation. Unfortunately, he received no response. At that moment, a zombie was released from the opposite iron gate. This zombie had no arms, with bulging eyes, and it went into a frenzy upon smelling the fresh scents around it. Its bloody mouth wide open, waiting for food to come. Once the zombie fully entered the arena, all the iron gates closed with a bang. The zombie was initially confused by the numerous scents but soon found the man to be the nearest human and staggered toward him. Seeing this scene, Bryn clenched her fists tightly, feeling irritable. These people were worse than beast. How could they treat their own kind as toys for entertainment? Chapter 48, she will definitely save this person. The man could only run frantically to the side with the help of a crutch. He took one hand off his crutch and banged on the iron gate. Let me out, please let me out. Throughout the Colosseum, only excited shouts were heard. Bite him now. Bryn looked around her. Faced with their compatriot being harmed by the zombie, these people were not only unmoved but also abnormally excited. Bryn suppressed her impulse and looked at the little boy again, who was glaring at the zombie with hostility. Click, went a sound. The man in the arena hit the zombie forcefully with his crutch, but it caused no damage to the zombie. Its eyes were fixed only on fresh food. With all his strength, the man managed to push the zombie back one step. The zombie quickly reacted and rushed forward to bite the man's neck, the freshest and most tender part. You will not die a good death. The man stared at the direction of the saint, his eyes bulging as he died unrepentant. After a few seconds, the man became infected and turned into a new zombie. Due to having no feet, he could only crawl forward on the ground. Just as Bryn thought the first round was over, the iron gate opened again, pushing out a woman and a little girl. In this kind of weather, the woman wore only a single piece of clothing, which had been torn in many places, and she walked oddly. Phraseist dangerously, she had no weapon in her hand, while the little girl helplessly held onto the hem of her clothes. Coyle, standing nearby, saw this scene, his eyes turning red with anger. Supposedly a refuge to aid everyone, it was actually doing this kind of thing. The ground of the Colosseum was covered with dried bloodstains, and countless people had lost their lives here. Fraser terrifying was that these people showed no reaction, even cheering for the zombies to bite humans. Coyle wanted to move forward, but he was held back tightly by Cash. Goldie's eyes were also red, she couldn't stand it any longer. Shia, can you save them? Save. Bryn nodded but needed to make a plan. They didn't know the strength of the other party, and these spectators clearly supported them. Acting now would likely mean no one would survive. You stay here and watch over everyone. I'll be back soon. Bryn gestured to Cash to keep everyone in place. She was looking for an opportunity to help them. Betty, I know how to get there. The little boy quickly followed as he saw Bryn moving. Cash didn't have time to hold anyone back. What do you think I'm going to do? Bryn was somewhat surprised that the boy would help her. You are good people. Murray bit his lip. In fact, he had ulterior motives. He wanted to help Bryn so he could take his sister to join them. His intuition told him they could end everything here. This way, there's a small door that leads to the Colosseum and no one else can see. It's a blind spot for surveillance. Murray led Bryn through continuous turns until they stopped in front of a wall. How did you know about such a hidden place? Bryn couldn't help but ask. This is a maintenance point, mainly to prevent passengers from entering by mistake, so it's made very discreetly. Murray pressed lightly, and a small door appeared before them, his eyes showing some memories. All right, let's go. Bryn followed the boy further along. They walked down the path behind the door, reaching a small ventilation shaft just steps away from the iron gate. Betty, if, hypothetically speaking, you leave town, could you take my sister and me with you? Murray blushed as he said this, lowering his head to avoid Bryn's gaze. I promise. Bryn looked at him amusedly. This kid might be young, but he was sharp. At this moment, the woman in the arena was crazily hitting the iron gate like the man before, hiding the little girl behind her as zombies approached step by step. The people near the iron gate had long returned to the waiting area, and due to insufficient power, large screens were not turned on for broadcasting. So they could only watch the match from the stands, which could be used to advantage. Bryn was thinking of a way to help the woman without being noticed. The Blatilla, a type of orchid, in the spatial dimension began calling her. Bryn, I have an idea. The Blatilla, you can talk now? Bryn was surprised. Cerise, I can leave my main body in the spatial dimension and summon my avatar out for you to freely use my vines. The Blatilla swayed its branches joyfully inside the space, making Bryn feel both amused and exasperated. Chumph, what's so great? If not for me, would you have gained consciousness so quickly? Ruby jumped up and down next to them. Seeing the urgency of the situation outside, Bryn could only first summon the Triangular Vine's avatar, leaving other matters for later. The avatar of the Triangle Vine was a small triangle vine, which now extended countless tendrils to firmly cling to Bryn's wrist. After adapting for a moment, Bryn found that as long as she communicated her thoughts to the Triangle Vine in her mind, it could transform at will. At this time, due to physical reasons, the woman had been directly bitten on the arm by the zombie but still struggled to endure. Sweetie, Frasium can't be with you anymore. After ensuring everything around her was safe, Bryn whispered lowly to the woman inside the iron fence, if you don't want to die, stop talking. Upon hearing the voice, the woman clearly paused, looking around cautiously. Bryn's voice sounded again, don't look around. I'm right above you on the right. Draw the zombies here, and I'll help you take care of them. The woman widened her eyes, seemingly unable to believe that someone would really save her, yet she had no other choice but to trust this person. She protected the little girl against her chest and then gritted her teeth to move closer to Bryn, with the zombies following her movement. Bryn raised her hand, and a green tendril as thin as a hair thread emerged from her sleeve, extending along the ground and finally wrapping around the woman. The woman shifted uncomfortably. In the next second, the zombie was about to bite the woman's neck. With a boom sound, the zombie was killed instantly by the green tendril piercing its head. The woman slowly slid to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. It was just that close. If this woman had appeared earlier, could she have? Please save my daughter. The woman pleaded bitterly to Bryn. The green tendril withdrew, and Bryn frowned. This was her first time bringing out the Triangle Vine from the spatial dimension to cooperate. Their cooperation was very seamless, but there was one difference, the zombie on the ground. Theoretically, the green tendril should have easily pierced into the brain, but it obviously met resistance just now. It seemed that regular zombies had completed their evolution. The crowd in the stands noticed that the woman wasn't bitten anymore, and instead, the zombie was dead. They all wore expressions of disbelief. How could someone without any strength defeat a zombie? They were here to watch zombies plunder. It's impossible. How could that person kill a zombie? She doesn't even have a weapon. How is that possible? Is she an ability user? Damn ability users. Kill her, kill her. Various voices spread throughout the arena, with many people excitedly standing up and walking to the railing edge. These people who could appear on the scene today had all been successfully brainwashed by the Saint. Those who tried to resist had long disappeared from this town. The Saint on the high platform also stood up. Bryn glared fiercely at the person on the platform. She was determined to save this person. Chapter 49, would anyone believe it was an accident? The read on the platform did not sense any spiritual power from the woman. This person was not a psychic. How interesting, truly fascinating. He seemed to have discovered something and spoke a sentence to the person beside him. Only then did the man in black withdraw. That person hurriedly rushed to the waiting platform. When the iron gate opened again, 10 zombies scrambled inside one after another. The only remaining disabled zombie in the arena continued to crawl toward the two people despite being trampled by the other zombies. Seeing this, Bryn had no choice but to arrange multiple green vines at once, wrapping around the woman's body before attacking the zombies. This time, the zombies were clearly more difficult to kill than the previous one. Bryn seemed to have thought of something and looked up at the platform. Sure enough, the reed was staring intently at them. The woman had already been bitten and was turning into a zombie. After all the zombies were strangled by the green vines, Bryn thought the match was over. The little girl won? How ridiculous. There must be something fishy going on. What's happening? What is this arena doing today? The victory of the little girl over all the zombies sent the entire venue into an uproar. They demanded that more zombies be released so they could witness the woman's death with their own eyes. For them, zombies were weapons. If these weapons died, it meant everyone would be exposed to danger. In their selfishness, they only cared about saving themselves and didn't bother thinking about right or wrong. As Bryn watched the girl being led away from the arena, she was just about to breathe a sigh of relief. In the next second, green hellfire enveloped the girl, burning her to ashes instantly. It was that Reed. Bryn didn't have time to act before the opponent turned to ashes. For the first time, Bryn felt a sense of defeat. Even more so, she felt the need to become stronger. She clenched her hands tightly, she wouldn't let this Reed off. Taking advantage of the commotion, Bryn asked the boy to lead her to the zombie candidate area. Murray led her along a small path, and they appeared before the guards just as the last wave of zombies was about to enter the arena. Bryn drew her dagger and quickly moved behind the guard, stabbing his head. Blood flowed down the dagger and onto the ground. Inside the space, Truman was shouting loudly, Bryn, Bryn, I feel the stone, it's beneath us. Originally, she had only planned to cut off the source here. Since the stone was below, it seemed she had no choice but to go down. Bryn paused for a moment, then turned back to see bloodlust in the boy's eyes. Before she could say anything, the boy picked up a nearby rock. He smashed it fiercely against the guard's head until the face was unrecognizable. This guy was my father's colleague. He ambushed my father. Bryn remained silent, only looking at the dozen or so zombies in front of her. No wonder they dared to bring so many zombies alone. These zombies' mouths were sealed with special materials, preventing them from spitting out anything through their mouths. Such zombies posed no threat. Coming back to his senses, the boy dropped the rock and stared blankly at the zombies. These are all employees of the animal circus. He removed the item from one of the zombies' mouths. The zombies' dull eyes stared at them for a while before turning and heading out of the arena. The other zombies, bound together by their hands, followed. Seeing Bryn didn't stop him, the boy proceeded to release all the zombies. And declared that he needed to go underground to look for something. They continued toward the basement where the zombies were kept. Betty, my dad is the maintenance worker here. I'm familiar with the underground passages in this town. I'll take you through a small path where we definitely won't encounter anyone, the boy said seriously to Bryn. All right, lead the way. Bryn urged him to hurry. The Reed on the platform might already have noticed something was amiss. On a narrow path illuminated only by weak candlelight, occasional zombie growls could be heard. There were certainly many zombies inside. After walking for about 5 minutes, the path ahead gradually widened. These damned zombies, they've been driving me crazy every day. The voice sounded like a young man. Oh no, it's the patrol team. Murray looked around, but the only place nearby were several cages. In the next second, he was dragged into an iron cage by Bryn. Stop complaining. If these zombies cause trouble, none of us will survive. Another person yawned, telling the others to stay alert. Do you think the Reed has some plan for keeping so many zombies here? The young voice sounded very curious. The Reed surely has his own plans. Didn't you notice that the railings reinforced last week need to be reinforced again this week? The man looked at the other person speechlessly. He was actually bored, so he could only chat with the other person to pass the time. These zombies getting stronger means we are in more danger. The young man rubbed his hands nervously. He joined the guard team just for a living. Who would have thought they'd be assigned here to watch over zombies? Then what about those soldiers in that room? I've been here for 2 weeks, and there's not a sound from inside that room. The young man quickly changed the subject by pointing to the last room. Don't ask what you shouldn't, the shift will change in an hour. The older man was already losing patience, warning the person after that. He urged the other person to catch up with the team, as they had to patrol other areas too. This was a 6-man squad, each armed with a small rifle. Any conflict would surely draw more people due to the noise. Betty, judging by these footsteps, they should be heading to the back to patrol all the rooms. There are 3 shifts of guards here. The next shift will come in about 10 minutes, the boy strained to identify the sounds. 10 minutes, that's enough. Both were crouching in the shadow of an iron cage, and Bryn started calculating the time. On the left were rows of iron cages, which looked newly reinforced but some were already deformed. If not re-reinforced soon, they wouldn't hold the zombies much longer. The zombies here had upgraded, crystal nuclei must have grown inside their heads. You two done discussing? A voice came from behind them. Bryn was startled, having not sensed anyone behind her. The old man smiled silently at Bryn and the boy. Did you notice? Seeing Bryn's wary look, the old man pushed aside the person blocking him and walked out of the shadows. We have a guard with the ability to conceal his presence, so you couldn't detect him. Bryn felt somewhat embarrassed. Despite being a seer for so long, she hadn't foreseen much. The old man looked to be in his 80s, like Riggs, still standing tall, without a hint of despair despite being confined here. He looked at Bryn seriously. Young lady, why don't we talk inside? Considering her ability's recovery status, Bryn determined she could handle any danger and bring the boy to safety. She nodded. 2 soldiers slightly closed the door and stood guard outside, blocking the view from outside. The old man wanted to approach, but was stopped by a soldier. Hoover, we don't know if this person is friend or foe. Hoover shook his head. I never misjudge people. Pushing aside the soldier, Hoover walked to Bryn. We've sacrificed too much. They're just scared. Don't mind them. Hoover, we saw many military weapons outside and followed them to this town, Bryn explained directly. It's not easy to find this place, it's guarded everywhere. Hoover extended his hand, inviting Bryn to a more secluded spot inside. Other soldiers formed a circle, protecting the center. Nice work, coming here alone. Hoover nodded approvingly before explaining further. Bryn felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this. If she said it was an accident, would anyone believe it? Chapter 50, Time is running out. Maximilian, also known as Ara Jongwo, was 83 years old and the head of the military in Brantley City next door. He had been hired back by the state as an expert to help train new recruits, though in reality, he was staying in the military zone to enjoy his twilight years. Before the storm arrived, he was inspecting training conditions at the military base when orders came down from Tien City. If the disaster became uncontrollable, they were to provide active assistance. Their military base was close to Hayden City, making it faster to reach here than to go into Brantley City proper. So they changed course and came this way, rescuing survivors along the way. However, there were just too many people in need of rescue. They found this town and continued their search and rescue operations centered around it. The town was already holding a lot of trapped people, and with the newcomers, it soon reached capacity. Only because of the military's strong presence could some semblance of peace be maintained. But the number of military personnel was limited, and they couldn't manage so many survivors. They recruited survivors to patrol, conduct external searches, and look for supplies. Until the zombie outbreak happened, and that man came to the town. No one knew what he said to those survivors, but after that, they wouldn't hand over their weapons or supplies to the storage. One day, a survivor reported a large gathering of zombies outside the village, which threatened the town. Maximilian had to send most of his soldiers to clear them out. Little did they know, that man led the survivors directly into the office, returning with news of total annihilation. Maximilian didn't want more casualties, so he allowed himself to be locked up. From then on, the town was controlled by that man. They had resisted before being locked up, even awakening psychics who tried to save everyone but failed. Those psychics were taken away by the man, their fates unknown. Speaking of this, Maximilian seemed to age instantly, feeling guilty about his decision that led to this outcome. Bryn stared at him with big eyes. You still haven't told me everything, right? You're a good girl, very good. Maximilian nodded in satisfaction upon hearing Bryn's words. If that guy controls the town, why lock you up? Why not feed you to the zombies? Bryn winked at him. She sensed he was testing her, but she didn't mind. After all, in the apocalypse, human hearts are unpredictable. Cough, cough, little girl, I have no choice. For such important matters, I can't trust anyone completely, Maximilian replied with unchanging composure, his sharp eyes flashing with authority. So what now? I'm your only chance. There are 2 minutes left. Bryn glanced at the time. Maximilian sighed. Indeed, I'm old. My authority isn't what it used to be. Actually, we established our military zone in the suburbs because we discovered 2 stones. Maximilian pulled Bryn to the inside, having someone separate the boy. At first, that area spontaneously caught fire, which couldn't be extinguished no matter what we did. The strange thing was that the fire was blue-green, unlike usual fires. Fortunately, the fire didn't spread, remaining confined to that area, allowing us to keep it secret. Later, we dug out 2 black stones with blue-green patterns from the scorched earth. No expert could decipher the secrets on these stones. After the disaster, higher-ups ordered us to transport the stones to Tien City base under the guise of weapon delivery. Coming to this town was disrupted by the zombie outbreak. I knew when that man appeared, his purpose was the stones. Maximilian glanced at Bryn, continuing only when he saw no reaction. He appeared in front of me during a typhoon. No one else noticed anything. Finding the stone, he intended to kill me until he discovered it was missing a piece, thus sparing my life. Maximilian rubbed his neck, remembering the man's gaze. That stone must have been what Myra sensed earlier. Not sensing it now suggests it's not with him. Bryn lowered her eyes, hiding her thoughts. It turned out one of my soldiers betrayed me, allowing him to easily take the stones. Maximilian gritted his teeth thinking of this person. Maximilian, the other stone? Bryn raised her head, asking the crucial question. Maximilian gestured for Bryn to extend her hand. As Bryn did so, the green vines on her wrist prepared for battle. Maximilian gently drew a Brantley on her palm. Bryn raised an eyebrow, confirming that experience did indeed come with age. Little friend, I have a request. All I have is this old body. It's the same wherever I am. But for my soldiers, I hope you can save them. Maximilian looked at Bryn, his shrewd eyes revealing sincerity. Hearing Maximilian change his address to her made Bryn somewhat amused. It seemed he had been waiting for her. Maximilian, how many psychics are there among your soldiers? Bryn pondered about the odds of winning with a psychic by her side. To her surprise, Maximilian held up 3 fingers. Indeed, the robust physique of military personnel made them more likely to awaken abilities. I need 2 of them, and I will ensure your safety as well. Bryn gazed at Maximilian resolutely. Seeing this look in her eyes, Maximilian fell silent. This determined gaze reminded him of many he had seen in his lifetime, yet none matched the impact it had on him from this young girl. Maximilian called over the nearby soldiers and gave them instructions. 2 of them immediately moved to stand behind Bryn. Betty, I am Adrian, and this is Aziel. We follow your orders. They both stood in a military salute. Bryn nodded and seized the opportunity to ask, have you seen a mother and daughter? The mother has a scar on her forehead, and the girl is around 10 years old. No strong impression, but I can confirm they are not among those zombies. Aziel tried to recall and pointed at the caged zombies nearby. Approaching Maximilian, she said, bear with me for a moment, I'll place a small tree on you for protection. Helena, send out another vine to protect Maximilian. Bryn spoke to the Helena in her space. As she spoke, a green vine slid from Bryn's wrist onto Maximilian's hand, climbing up to his shoulder. Curiously, Maximilian wiggled his shoulders but found the vine unmoving. He hummed a tune, finding it interesting, then waved to reassure Bryn. Just then, the sound of the patrol team gradually approached. Bryn glanced at her watch. It was almost time. Chapter 51. She hates rats the craziest. The surrounding soldiers quickly surrounded and crouched down around the three people. Crouching, Bryn tried to utilize a small section of green vine to climb out and wrap around the legs of the guards. After waiting for this wave of guards to leave, Bryn said, "Outside are all zombies, but inside is relatively safe. Wait patiently for me." Having said that, she took the three out from the iron cage. Bryn let the boy continue leading everyone through the back routes. They had only walked a short distance when a sound came from around the corner. Two soldiers quickly used their abilities to erect golden shields and earth walls in front of Bryn for protection. Their task was to protect Bryn. However, what emerged from the corner was just a rat. This rat was clearly different from those before the apocalypse. Its black fur stood on end, and its body length was more than 3 times larger than an ordinary rat. Seeing the rat pounce towards them, Adrian swiftly threw out a metal dagger shaped by his power at the rat's head. Unfortunately, this attack did not succeed in killing it. Instead, it seemed to hold a grudge, warily watching them, looking for an opportunity to sneak attack the three. "It seems to know we hurt it," the boy pointed at the rat, somewhat surprised. "I used half my strength and couldn't even kill a rat." Adrian looked somewhat dejected at his hands. "This is a mutated zombie rat, naturally much tougher than regular rats." Speaking of which, Bryn had already bound the entire rat with green vines and dragged it in front of everyone. "Try using 70% of your strength," Bryn reminded him. Adrian then condensed a larger blade, gripping it tightly and stabbing viciously at the rat's head. Screech. The rat emitted a miserable cry, its pair of shifty red eyes glaring hatefully at the three in front. Seeing this, Adrian gave it one final stab with all his might, finally ending the mutated zombie rat's life. "Check if there's anything inside its head," Bryn reminded Adrian. This zombie rat being so hard to kill must mean something. "There's a stone, black and dirty." Adrian picked up the object and handed it to Bryn. "It's a crystal core, keep it for now," Bryn said, looking at the dirty crystal core with some disdain. She hated rats the most. But looking at such a large crystal core, Bryn felt that greater danger lay ahead. This mutated zombie rat was likely the leader, and that Screech could have been summoning its companions. Is someone actually breeding rats? Bryn shook her head. Who would be that twisted? She didn't know that her unintentional speculation might very well be true. "We need to hurry downstairs. Only by finding the stones can they understand the man's situation." Bang! They had just reached the next level when a gunshot sounded from above. "Sister, is something wrong upstairs?" Murray turned to look at Bryn without waiting for her answer. "Maybe I shouldn't have," the boy muttered to himself. "Those zombies would have eventually caused trouble whether or not you let them loose." Bryn patted the boy on the shoulder, trying to reassure him. "We're already on the second floor. The Reed is also on this floor because this floor has a dedicated rest area. But there will be more guards on this floor," the boy warned the others. "Was this a rest area before the apocalypse?" Bryn questioned, finding the structure of this animal circus oddly peculiar. "Sarais. And there were frequent power shortages here, making my dad stay here often to ensure timely repairs." Murray looked at the nearby lights, recalling the times he accompanied his father for repairs. As they moved forward, there were only earthen walls on all sides, no proper rooms in sight. And along the way, they didn't encounter any guards, making Bryn increasingly uneasy. Inside her space, Truman kept calling out, "Bryn, we're close. I can feel it's very near. Very near." Bryn looked around. There was nothing but earthen walls, not even a door. "Shia sister, I definitely didn't take a wrong turn. There's only this one path." The boy looked disheartened at the dead-end earthen wall. Bryn carefully observed the surroundings. "Aziel, try using your ability to see if this part is newly constructed." Aziel placed his hand against the earthen wall, sensing it. "I found it, Betty." Pointing at a spot on the wall, Aziel activated his ability, and a hidden earthen door disappeared before them. "Heaven, it's right here." Murray watched in amazement at the scene, then gazed enviously at Aziel's hand. If he could also awaken his powers, maybe his father wouldn't have died. The tattoo on Bryn's wrist felt hotter than ever before, as if her wrist was about to snap. Silently touching her wrist, she was sure the thing she wanted was inside. Sarate, it seemed too easy. What was going on? Without thinking further, Bryn followed her instincts and walked into the room. Inside the room was a black stone placed on a plate on the table. An unknowing person would only think it was a decoration. Bryn noticed that the others didn't see anything unusual about the stone. Only she could see the green flame rising from it. Wait, something was missing on the stone. Remy had mentioned that the stone had greenish-blue patterns, but this one didn't have them. It was fake. Realizing everything before her was fake, Bryn became even calmer. She thought it had been too easy all along. Looking at the stone, she reached out to grab it, but in fact, all the green vines were ready to spring into action. In an instant, as soon as Bryn touched the stone, a puff of white smoke rose from it. Bryn quickly withdrew her hand and stepped back 3 paces. The small stone gradually transformed into a 5-meter-tall stone monster. Everyone was horrified by the sight of the stone monster. Bryn inwardly complained, putting on a horror show? No one noticed that the earthen walls around them had already vanished, even their heads enveloped in white mist. "Big Sister Shia, what is this thing?" Murray looked at the enormous creature with fear. A stone monster, aren't these things supposed to be in movies? Adrian stared curiously at the monster. Don't joke around, look at the monster, it's staring at us. Aziel quickly moved forward, raising an earth shield in front of everyone. There was a dark hole where the eyes should be on the stone monster, and everyone felt its gaze fixed on them. Everyone, get out of the way, Bryn shouted. The stone monster opened its large mouth and spat out a pile of small stones at everyone. Bryn rolled sideways with the boy, and Adrian followed. However, Aziel, who was covering for everyone, was hit by the small stones against his earth shield. The earth shield instantly turned to ash, and the stones struck Aziel, leaving a mark on him as he fell to the ground, spitting blood. Aziel. Realizing what happened, Adrian glared angrily at the stone monster. Chapter 52 TSK, being beautiful also makes it easy to be targeted by monsters. She conjured a golden blade in her hand and swung it towards the stone monster. The golden blade struck the stone, leaving only a scratch. Although the stone monster was not seriously injured, it was very angry seeing the scratch on its chest. Not only did these people wake it up, but they also ambushed it with weapons. They truly deserved to die. It clenched its fists and swung at Adrian. Bryn was inwardly shocked. Although she knew this place was an illusion, one could still suffer serious injuries here. It seemed that death in the illusion meant true death. Everyone, be careful, Bryn warned. Adrian and Aziel jumped to the side with all their might, narrowly avoiding the stone fist. Just as they stood, the stone monster quickly threw another punch, forcing Adrian to continue dodging. Unable to catch anyone, the stone monster became even more furious, letting out a wild cry to the sky. Looking at everyone running around, it transformed its entire body into 3 stone monsters, attacking the crowd from all directions. While dodging the stone monster's attacks, Bryn looked for a solution to the illusion. Based on her observations, there was nothing left here except for a sea of sand and the stone monster before her. So where was the switch? Lost in thought, Bryn almost got hit multiple times by the stone monster. As if mocking her lack of focus, another stone monster split into 3 smaller ones, surrounding Bryn tightly. Bryn raised an eyebrow, looking at the stone monsters with disdain. With ugly faces like yours, do you really think you can hurt me? Meanwhile, Adrian and Aziel, due to their good coordination, were able to fend off 2 stone monsters while teasing them, driving the stone monsters to go berserk. Once again, the stone monster's fist nearly grazed Bryn's cheek, then it grabbed the boy next to her and slammed him to the ground. Bryn didn't have time to save him, and the stone monster's fist appeared before her once more. A woo! The stone monster made a sound like an animal. Bryn was speechless. Stone monsters are supposed to be stone, right? Do they dream of becoming animals? Bryn stretched out green vines, binding all the stone monsters together, and shouted loudly, Aziel, build an earth wall. Adrian, metal attack. Just as she finished speaking, Adrian and Aziel acted simultaneously. The 2 large and 3 small stone monsters were trapped inside the earth wall, and the metallic shields falling from above pierced straight into their heads. A thick cloud of dust rose, and Bryn tried her best to clear it away with her hands. Big Sister Shia, it worked, the boy said happily, looking at Bryn. No, we're still in the illusion, Bryn said, frowning. Illusion? Betty, how can we possibly be in an illusion? Aziel said, covering his chest, disbelief clearly written on his face. Before Bryn could respond, she saw a faint figure appear behind the settling dust. Not good, it's merging again, everyone scatter. Bryn quickly grabbed the boy and jumped to the side. Adrian and Aziel exchanged glances and ran off in different directions. As the dust settled, they saw the loosely constructed earth wall draped over the stone monster, with green vines hanging from its arms, creating a rather comical scene. The metal blades lay scattered on the ground. Fraser, importantly, the stone monster's eyes had turned a vivid red. Not good, this stone monster has gone berserk. Bryn discussed the plan with Adrian. I'll control it, you find the opportunity to strike its eyes. Adrian and Aziel immediately nodded, indicating their understanding. Meanwhile, seeing them scattered in 3 places, the stone monster failed to catch any of them. In its rage, it focused on Bryn, knowing this person smelled the sweetest. Bryn felt annoyed as the stone monster stared at her intently. TSK, being beautiful makes it easy to be targeted by monsters. Bryn vigorously flung out the green vine, staring intently at the stone monster, taunting it. The stone monster swung both arms at Bryn, making louder sounds than before. Bryn agilely jumped on its arms, the green vines weaving through the air. By the time the stone monster noticed, its arms were already tightly bound by the green vines. Bryn pulled the green vines tightly, controlling the stone monster, and shouted, Adrian, Aziel, now's the time. Adrian and Aziel rushed forward, aiming at the stone monster's eyes with dirt spikes and metal knives. The stone monster casually shook its head until a random metal knife thrown by Adrian stabbed its throat. Suddenly pulling back, the stone monster yanked Bryn airborne. Seeing Bryn flying towards it, the stone monster opened its mouth, eagerly awaiting the feast. But after waiting for a long time without any food entering its mouth, it saw only a little figure clinging to a green vine, Bryn hanging midair. Big Sister Shia, I did it. Murray gripped the green vine firmly, tears streaming down his face. He was making up for not saving his father last time. The stone monster angrily raised both fists and was about to smash them down on the boy. Bryn did a roll and sat on the ground, not minding her cheek that had been scratched by stones, pulling the green vines with all her might. The fists still struck towards the boy. Don't. Bryn let go of the green vine and quickly ran towards the boy. A cloud of dust rose up, revealing that in front of the fist was a combination of a gold shield and an earth shield, which were dispersing with the wind. Though they blocked most of the attack. At this moment, the berserk stone monster's strength was not something they as novice psychics could resist. The three of them flew far away like kites and fell onto the ground. Bryn opened her reddened eyes. You should die. Green vines burst from her body, forming a whip as thick as an adult male's arm. She clenched her teeth and channeled the hellfire into the whip. Step by step, she walked towards the stone monster. Seeing the hellfire in front of it, the stone monster instinctively took several steps backward. It let out the same awoo sound at Bryn. Seeing that Bryn was unmoved, it disassembled its arms into countless pieces of stones that it threw towards Bryn. Bryn blocked each stone one by one with her whip. When the last wave of stones disappeared, Bryn utilized her whip to leap up and jump onto the stone monster's shoulder. This made the stone monster very nervous, frantically slapping its shoulder, trying to knock Bryn off. Bryn swung the whip, directly trapping its neck, slowly tightening it. As the whip carrying hellfire wrapped around its neck, the stone monster began to cry out in pain, twisting its body desperately, hoping to shake Bryn off. However, no matter how the stone monster shook, Bryn remained completely still. The hellfire soon spread to the stone monster's neck area. Bryn felt relieved in her heart. Indeed, this was the right spot. The stone monster's crystal core was located in its throat. Bryn gritted her teeth and touched a fine crack on the stone neck, sticking her hand inside. The hellfire also slipped inside, while the stone monster used its hands to grab its neck in agony. Bryn defended herself from its arms with green vines while feeling around the crack. Bryn finally touched a small stone and felt relieved in her heart. I found it. Meanwhile, the stone monster's arms were about to strike Bryn. With one strong pull, Bryn dragged out the crystal core. The stone monster turned back into a pile of rubble. Looking at the red crystal core in her hand, only animal cores were red. This stone monster moved by means of this animal crystal core. It had been modified by someone. What is going on? Bryn sighed inwardly, jumping off the pile of stones and rushing towards the three who lay unconscious. Relieved to see they were only severely injured and in a coma, Bryn took a deep breath. The white mist in front of her gradually dissipated, revealing the original appearance. This place was indeed a lounge, but there was nothing in the room. They had been trapped in an illusion since they entered. Bryn tossed the crystal core into her spatial ring and instructed Myra to give it to Jude for use. While feeding the three of them with spirit water, a black figure appeared before Bryn. It seems you're much smarter than before, which is good, the man said, wearing a silver mask and a black suit, playing with a stone in his hand. Bryn immediately sensed his presence when he appeared. Ahoom, what she sensed was the stone. Staring at the stone in his hand, the hellfire seemed to want to get closer to her, struggling continuously in the man's hand. Noticing this, Bryn held her palms backward, summoning hellfire. Seemingly sensing the hellfire in Bryn's palms, the man licked his lips. You are indeed the food prepared especially for me. He looked at Bryn greedily. Was the previous illusion and the stone monster created by you? Bryn asked. You mean that stone? That fool Baiju researched it, saying it was some kind of combination of animals and stones. I just added some dark matter to its core, the man replied nonchalantly. Ernesto, you're actually connected to Ernesto. Are you one of his test subjects? Bryn asked in surprise. That idiot, he discovered the world's strongest thing but wanted to destroy it, ending up in that state, the man sneered when mentioning Ernesto. I injected myself with the extracts he studied. Look, now I am the strongest being. The man stretched out his hands, staring intently at Bryn. Come join me, this town will belong to you and me. From now on, the whole world will be ours, the man tempted Bryn. Shut up, your mask doesn't even know how ugly you really are underneath. Bryn looked at him with disdain, the green vines and hellfire intertwining in her hand. Look, we match perfectly. Give up your resistance. Chapter 53, The Masked Man Turns Out to be a Zombie. A flame identical to Bryn's burst forth from the palm of the man's other hand. Appearance means nothing, power is everything. Bryn rolled her eyes. This was the most narcissistic person she had met in her previous life and this one. Taking advantage of his self-admiration, she swiftly threw the flame wrapped in green vines into his hand holding the stone. He indeed paid little attention, simply swatting away the bundle of vines with his hand. In an instant. Bang! The small bomb created by Bryn exploded next to him. Smoke instantly billowed up. Bryn took the opportunity to extend a small green vine and snatch the stone from his hand. Upon receiving the stone, Bryn felt its obvious affection towards her. Not daring to be careless, she quickly stored it in her spatial bag. The whole space began to shake violently. Bryn thought Jude would be thrown out again. But it didn't happen, which put her at ease. She couldn't handle many more patients like this. Absorbing the 3 spirit stones she took out of her spatial bag, Bryn lit up a small flame in her palm again, eyeing the smoke that had dissipated warily. Her flame was almost depleted, and the spirit stones could not replenish enough energy. As the smoke cleared, the man saw that the stone in his hand had vanished. Looking at Bryn, he laughed out loud. Do you think you can protect the stone just by snatching it? The man lightly opened his mouth. Return. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Ha ha ha. A bout of mad laughter echoed through the room. It was Aziel. He had just woken up and couldn't help but laugh at the other's mindless action. Cough, cough. Bryn was startled by Aziel's laughter too. Then she gave him a thumbs up behind his back. The masked man looked at his empty palm, his eyes flicking towards Aziel's grinning face. Looking back at Bryn's somewhat smiling face, he said, "You shall die." Flipping his other hand upwards, a bolt of lightning descended from above, striking the two in front of him. Bryn dragged Aziel to roll aside, narrowly avoiding the lightning as it brushed past their faces. The spot where they were instantly turned black from the lightning strike. "This guy is actually a lightning-type anomaly," Aziel muttered, patting his chest. "Not right, there's something in his palm." Bryn watched closely. Just as the man was about to make another move, Bryn finally saw clearly what was in the masked man's palm. It was a spirit core, a human-specific spirit core. He wasn't a dual anomaly user, instead, he had taken others' abilities for himself. "Be careful, he has other anomalies," Bryn warned Aziel, fearing he might rush forward to his death without realizing. Aziel stared at the masked man and nodded, saying, "Is this guy like thousand-armed Guanine, possessing all types of anomalies?" Hearing this, Bryn suspected it might be true. Otherwise, why would he say that anomalies are evil and should be caught? The truth emerged as they discussed it. At that moment, the man used another ability, Ice ability. Ice spikes jutted out from the ground, and countless ice blades fell from the sky. Reacting quickly, Bryn used green vines to pull both of them off the ground, while Aziel erected an earth shield overhead. The earth shield blocked the attacks from above. However, Aziel's ability level was far below the opponent's. Although the shield blocked most of the attacks, some still struck Aziel. He protected Bryn tightly against his chest, remembering their original mission. To protect Bryn. When they landed again, Aziel started spitting blood profusely. "Aziel, hold on." Bryn tried her best to feed him spirit spring water, but he spat blood so fast that the water couldn't be swallowed. Seeing this, the masked man extended his hand towards Bryn. "Since the stone won't return, absorbing you would be fine." "You're dreaming." Bryn hurled her last flame at him. Simultaneously, a thicker earth wall than before rose between them. Seeing Bryn's flame, the masked man did not dodge but directly reached out and engulfed the flame in his palm. At that moment, a lightning serpent attacked from behind the masked man. To avoid the fire dragon, he withdrew his hand and dodged sideways. "Bryn, we're here." Jason, Coil, and Goldie appeared. "Goldie, save him." Bryn brightened upon seeing them, realizing the green vine planted on the guard had led them to her. Goldie rushed to Aziel's side and started healing him with healing abilities. Aziel's bleeding gradually slowed down. Jason stood at the front, wary of the opposite party. When they arrived, they saw this person trying to attack Bryn. "So many helpers arriving so quickly, then let's use all of you together." Although the masked man spoke thus, his target remained Bryn. He conjured a vine in his hand, but it was much smaller than Bryn's, and it intertwined directly with Bryn's green vine. Another green vine wrapped around from behind, lifting Bryn up using the tree vines. "Bryn!" everyone exclaimed in shock. Bryn allowed the vines to carry her to his face. She had realized that although this person possessed numerous abilities, he needed time to cast each one. Only Earth type hadn't appeared yet. Seeing him getting closer, Bryn drew the dagger from her waist and thrust it towards his head. Just as it was about to reach his head, an earth wall indeed sprang up in front of him. But Bryn also noticed that he wasn't as quick as they were in using abilities, seemingly needing to switch between them. Bryn retracted her dagger, spun her body, kicked the earth wall with both feet, and bounced herself back. Bryn landed on the ground, watching him warily. Each time he uses an ability, there's a 3-second casting time. "We need to exploit this gap. Wait for my signal." Bryn whispered the strategy to the others. Seeing Bryn slip away again, the masked man finally dropped his casual attitude, now looking seriously at the group. Bryn stared intently at him, with the green vines behind her growing rapidly. She gripped the dagger and launched an attack on the man. Countless green vines charged towards the masked man, aiming straight for his head. The masked man quickly erected a golden shield in front of him, but it was noticeably thinner than before. "Jason, break it!" Bryn shouted to Jason. In the next second, Jason stepped forward, amplified his ability to the maximum, and broke through the masked man's golden shield. Seizing this moment, Bryn guided the green vines straight for his head. The masked man paused for 3 seconds, then extended green vines to block Bryn, giving her just the opportunity she needed. Bryn pulled out her dagger and, using the cover of the green vines, tried to stab his head. Unfortunately, he noticed and stepped back, narrowly avoiding the dagger. Clang! The masked man's mask fell to the ground. "He's a zombie." Goldie pointed at his face in horror. Chapter 54. Jude finally woke up. No one expected that this person was actually a zombie. It made perfect sense why he had been completely covered up. His face had turned the same ashen white as a zombie's, with various veins protruding and skin rotting in patches. Half of his face was nearly decayed away. One eye was normal, while the other had already turned greyish-white like that of a zombie. Seeing the looks of disgust everyone gave him, the kind directed at zombies, the masked man frowned. "Shut up, I'm not a zombie. I'm the strongest human," the masked man roared at Goldie. "You're only half zombified." "Why?" Bryn looked at him in confusion. She had never heard of anyone being infected by the zombie virus without fully mutating. Bryn pondered whether to take out her weapon but discarded the idea since the noise would be too loud. If it drew everyone over here, they wouldn't stand a chance. "Haha, obviously, it's thanks to the stone in your hand, the fires of karma." The masked man laughed as if he just heard the biggest joke. Bryn looked at the masked man blankly. "Don't you know how powerful your fires of karma is?" Seeing Bryn's expression, the masked man said. "To possess a world weapon and not even realize it, truly idiotic. How unfortunate, I even wanted you to rule the world with me." The masked man sneered at Bryn. Since that's the case, let me swallow you and extract your spirit core to serve me. The masked man stepped closer to Bryn. Coil stood in front of Bryn, erecting a wall of earth. Keaton quickly placed his hand on the wall, turning it into an electrified barrier in front of everyone. But the masked man merely waved his hand, and a flame of karma shot from his palm, forming a fire dragon. The force knocked everyone off their feet and dissolved the earth wall. Bryn clutched her chest, swallowing the blood that rose up. She felt bitter, having survived for so long and accumulated so many supplies, she couldn't believe she might die at the hands of this pervert. Looking at the severely injured others nearby, she felt deep frustration. She still hadn't led her squad to the best safe base. She hadn't lived the life she dreamed of. She couldn't die now. Jude was still unconscious, and she still needed answers from him. Clutching her teeth, Bryn took out the stone and began absorbing its power, while grabbing her gun with the other hand. There was no choice but to get through the immediate crisis first. Seeing Bryn take out the stone, the man finally realized something. So you have spatial abilities. I must obtain your crystal core. The masked man reached out, trying to snatch the stone from her hand. The stone trembled violently in her palm, but Bryn held onto it tightly, striving to absorb the fires of karma energy inside. I'll see that in my dreams. I'd rather die than let you succeed, Bryn replied disdainfully. She knew his spirit core had little energy left. Feeling her body continuously impacted by the fires of karma energy, breaking and reconstructing her meridians again and again, Bryn fought the urge to faint. Biting down hard on her lip, she endured, shielded protectively by the green vines behind her. Keaton and the others who had fallen started to regain consciousness. Using the same method as before, they erected an electric barrier in front of Bryn. Once again, it was instantly swept away by the masked man's fires of karma, leaving them helpless as he advanced on Bryn. Fortunately, the masked man wasn't interested in harming them, enjoying the cat-and-mouse game. Bryn, let me out, Jude's voice suddenly echoed in Bryn's mind. Delighted, Bryn exclaimed, Jude, you've finally woken up. You can't come out, you're just awake, it's too dangerous outside. Bryn refused, not wanting him to risk death again. Don't worry. My abilities are about 80% restored, thanks to your crystal core. I have a way to deal with him, Jude said softly. All right. Reluctantly, Bryn released Jude. Startled by this sudden appearance, the masked man staggered back a few steps. Before he could steady himself, Jude thrust his ice sword towards him. Each time the masked man tried to use his spirit core abilities, Jude interrupted him. Left with only the fires of karma in his other hand, the flames seemed to shrink in fear of Jude's ice sword. In no time, Jude slashed at the masked man, slowing his movements further. Bryn, look at his face, Aziel shouted, eyes fixed on the masked man. Only then did Bryn notice the half of the masked man's face that was zombified continuing to spread. He was moving slower too. Bryn shifted her focus back to absorption. She needed to finish quickly. The masked man also noticed his predicament and looked at Jude with great anger. He couldn't understand why the other party wasn't afraid of his fires of karma. The fires of karma should be able to suppress all powers. Roar, the masked man, who wanted to speak, could only emit a zombie's hiss. He roared even louder after discovering what was wrong with him. Trouble, he's summoning zombies over here. Jude retreated in front of Bryn, taking a glance at her as she absorbed energy. Goldie, you give everyone a group healing first, Jude instructed Goldie. Aziel, Coil, when the zombies come, you use earth walls to surround Bryn so she can focus on absorbing. Keaton, you and I will guard them, Jude made a quick decision. Now the most important thing was to hold on until Bryn woke up. Although he could injure the opponent, he still needed Bryn to eliminate the enemy completely. The masked man tried to grab Bryn again, just grabbing her and absorbing her would allow him to recover fully into human form. However, every time he attacked with his power, the man in front of him blocked it off, making him grit his teeth in frustration. Braden Fraser, his moving slower and slower, Coil observed, feeling very happy. Don't be complacent, Jude warned. Roar. Another zombie hiss. 3 mutated zombies charged to the back of the masked man. One zombie was 3 meters tall, its body like coated with metal, shining dimly in the environment. Another resembled a frog, covered with poisonous bubbles all over its body, with an extremely long tongue that kept retracting and extending. One touch and you'd lose half your life. The closest zombie to the masked man seemed the most normal. They appeared to be controlled by the masked man, standing behind him waiting for orders. Keaton, are you ready? Jude tilted his chin towards the zombies in front. Keaton instantly understood. But then, the masked man reached out and pierced the head of the nearby zombie, pulling out its spirit core. He held the crystal core in his palm, absorbing it. The crystal core turned into powder and dissipated in the air. Just after absorption, the zombie virus in the masked man gradually receded, and his body wasn't as stiff. He stood there, moving his body slightly, looking down on the people in front of him contemptuously. Behind him, a large crowd of zombies appeared. These are the zombies we were imprisoned next to. Aziel had memorized the clothes of the neighboring zombies out of boredom before, which is how he recognized them at a glance. Do you remember how many there are? Keaton asked, looking back. A lot, very many, super many, absolutely more than we can handle. Aziel's face revealed fear. Today they might really have to end up here. I originally wanted to leave you intact corpses and turn you into zombies under my command, but now it seems unnecessary. Go die. The masked man ordered, and 2 zombies from behind rushed toward the group. Behind them followed countless hordes of ordinary zombies. Chapter 55, Mutant Zombies Go Rampage. Jude stared intently at the masked man and instructed the others nearby, "We just need to hold on until Bryn finishes absorbing." He wasn't afraid of the man in front of him and was determined to protect Bryn. "This guy is mine," he said, nodding his chin at the masked man. "Then those 2 mutant zombies are ours." Keaton and Coyle exchanged a glance and said in unison. Upon hearing this, Aziel hurriedly placed Adrian and the boy in front of Bryn, then erected an earthen wall around the 3 of them. Seeing this, Coyle also activated his ability, increasing the thickness of the earthen wall. Only then did they turn around, looking resolutely at the 2 zombies ahead. The 2 zombies stopped advancing upon seeing the ice sword in Jude's hand. Roar, they emitted a growling sound from their mouths. The regular zombies behind them acted as if they had received some command. Originally aimlessly moving closer, they now surged forward crazily towards the group ahead. Behind were the 2 mutant zombies from before, eyeing them hungrily and preparing to attack. Without discussion, everyone chose to defend against the regular zombies using their tools. Jude glanced at Goldie, who immediately understood and started digging for zombie crystals behind them. In no time, Goldie had gathered nearly 20 zombie crystals. Due to her awakened abilities, her strength had increased significantly. She worked hard to pile all the killed zombies outside the corridor, leaving only a path for one person, making it impossible for ordinary zombies to differentiate. Countless zombies were blocked by the mound of dead zombies. "Hurry up and absorb, to recover your abilities," Jude, ignoring the dark substance within the crystals, urged everyone. Only by recovering could they continue fighting. He guarded near Bryn, keeping a close watch on the masked man, stabbing any zombies that dared approach with his sword. The others imitated Goldie, sucking on the crystal cores intensely. The 2 mutant zombies, finding regular zombies not much of a threat, roared even louder. Regular zombies turned violent, attacking indiscriminately, not sparing even the zombies beside them. At this moment, the 2 mutant zombies charged to the front. The frog zombie extended its long tongue and sprayed out toxic liquid, which splashed onto the earthen wall around Bryn, causing it to corrode with a sizzling sound. Immediately, a large hole appeared. Bryn watched the scene wide-eyed, gripping the stone in her hand tightly. She had never thought so many people would protect her. In her previous life, she was always protecting her supposed family. This time, what virtues or abilities did she possess to meet such people willing to protect her? She must become stronger and leave no regrets this time. Enduring the intense pain in her body and the roar of Truman in the space, Bryn closed her eyes and focused on absorbing the stone, trusting Jude. With the rapid absorption, her face turned unusually pale, and beads of sweat rolled down her beautiful face, wetting the ground bit by bit. "Bryn, don't push yourself." Seeing Bryn's self-destructive behavior, Jude felt anxious, wanting to interrupt her but afraid it would worsen her condition. Frowning and holding his ice sword and shield, Jude realized he needed to regain his power soon. He was too weak now to protect Bryn adequately. To ensure Bryn could live the life she desired, everyone present must be powerful enough. Noticing the opportunity, the frog zombie leaped forward, aiming to spray its toxic liquid through the gap again. However, Jude concentrated his power, transforming an ice spear that deflected the toxin back. Infuriated by the failed ambush and with the toxic fluid not fully replenished, the frog zombie could only roar angrily from a distance, not daring to advance. Meanwhile, another mutant zombie attacked Goldie, who was extracting crystals. It leaped right in front of her, swinging its metal arm toward her. Reacting, Goldie used her dagger to block but was knocked into a wall by the metal zombie, falling down and spitting blood. Seizing the moment when the metal zombie was distracted, Keaton summoned lightning and struck it fiercely. Unexpectedly, the metal zombie remained unharmed, yet the surrounding zombies were all electrocuted to death. Seeing the fallen regular zombies, the metal zombie snarled at Keaton and raised its metallic arms, ready to attack. Keaton dodged and searched for the metal zombie's vital point. Everywhere the metal zombie went, the earthen walls crumbled. Just as it was about to strike Keaton, the already unstable earthen wall in front of it collapsed directly, pinning it down. Seeing this, Coyle immediately reinforced the earthen wall on top of it, preventing it from escaping for a moment. The masked man became extremely angry when he saw that numerous zombies were unable to resolve the situation. Truly useless. The masked man removed his gloves, revealing his bluish-grey arms and black fingernails. Those black fingernails needed only one glance to confirm he was a zombie. The masked man raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Everyone felt the scene before them constantly changing. Aziel, having entered an illusion once before, had developed some resistance. Under his control, the 2 mutant zombies managed to break free from their restraints and got up again, surrounding everyone. His casting an illusion. Aziel loudly alerted everyone. Jude immediately used his ice sword to cut his palm, instantly regaining his senses, then attacked the masked man with his ice sword. The others had already fallen into the illusion and were walking straight toward the zombies in front of them. Just as the zombies were about to bite down, a fragrance wafted over everyone. "Triangle plum, go." Bryn struggled to extend her other hand. A small flower bloomed in her palm, releasing a sweet fragrance that awakened everyone from the illusion. But because Bryn was distracted again, blood began to seep from her 7 orifices, and her body slumped to the ground. Only her hand holding the stone never let go. When Keaton opened his eyes, he saw a zombie mouth right in front of him. With all his strength, he swung, sending a bolt of lightning that burned all the surrounding zombies. The others also reacted similarly, killing the zombies in front of them and retreating. Though regular zombies kept charging forward, this only provided them with more sustenance. They killed zombies, dug out crystal cores, and absorbed them simultaneously, resulting in a stalemate. Seeing that his illusion failed again, the masked man grew so angry that his grey zombie eyes turned black. Adrian also regained consciousness at this moment. Looking at the current situation, he gritted his teeth and stood up. Hanks can only die honorably in battle, not live cowardly. Seeing the opponent's metallic zombie operation, he mimicked the method, spreading his metallic abilities across his entire body. Running to the front of the group, he intercepted all the poison from the frog zombie this time. The indiscriminate attack by the poison killed several ordinary zombies around it. Following this, Adrian learned from Jude how to conjure a golden knife, adding Keaton's lightning power, working together to slash the frog zombie to the ground. Then they dug out a green crystal core. Jude smeared the blood from his palm onto the ice sword and leaped forward, pointing straight at the head of the metal zombie. Chapter 56, End of the Battle, Collapse of the Basement. The metal zombie, relying on its metallic body, directly rammed its head against Jude's ice sword. To everyone's surprise, the ice sword pierced straight through its brain, and a large grey crystal core was impaled out. As the metal zombie fell, Jude also kneeled on the ground, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth casually. This move injured both the enemy and himself. He struggled to stand with the support of the ice sword, wary of the next move from the masked man. The masked man now had some thoughts of retreating but felt reluctant. His stone was lost, and the fire in his hand was almost gone. He must devour Bryn before she finished absorbing the energy, otherwise, he would not escape death. Holding all the mutant cores in his hand, he used his remaining flames to extract their abilities. After fusing all the cores, a colorful crystal appeared before him. With a sinister smile, the masked man said to the crowd, "Since it's like this, you shall all die." He concentrated all his energy into the crystal sphere, creating an ability sphere far stronger than before. "Everyone, retreat!" Jude shouted loudly, urging everyone to hide behind him. Blood dripped onto the ground as he steadied his weakened body, determination clear in his eyes. He could have fled alone with Bryn. But he knew these people were Bryn's teammates and what she cherished most in her life. If he did that, Bryn would hate him forever. So, at any cost, he would protect them. He cut his palm again, letting blood drip onto the ground. With one hand stained with blood, he began drawing runes towards the masked man. The more he drew, the more blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his movements became slower. Just as the ability sphere was about to reach the almost completed rune, a delicate small hand appeared before him, making him slightly stunned and then gently smiled. It was her. The sphere as big as the entire corridor was blocked by this small hand. Jude's rune gradually dissipated due to this momentary pause in writing. From the intense effort of drawing the rune, Jude was drenched like he had been fished out of water, now only able to kneel on one knee. He looked up at the owner of the small hand. "You're awake." Jude gazed deeply into Bryn's eyes and then spat out a large mouthful of blood, unable to hold on any longer. Bryn met Jude's bright eyes, stunned for a moment. Seeing the person in front of her softly falling down, she hurriedly reached out to catch him and laid him on the ground. Loelrius, Bryn turned to look at the masked man behind the sphere. It was because of him. The damned thing should be dead. The faint blue flame surrounding Bryn grew bigger and more visible at that moment. She compressed the sphere in her hands until it shrank to the size of a soccer ball. However, its power had increased many times over. Now, a layer of flame covered the surface of the sphere. Die. Bryn angrily threw the sphere towards the masked man. The masked man could only grab nearby zombies in front of him to try to withstand the sphere's power. Unfortunately, the zombies hadn't even touched the sphere when they turned into powder and dispersed in the air. In the end, the sphere reached the masked man. Bang! A loud explosion echoed. Ah! The masked man showed a pained expression, his whole body burning continuously. He tried using the remaining flames to resist the sphere but couldn't stop the speed of his own combustion. He could only watch helplessly as his flesh burned to ashes. Within seconds, the masked man had become a skeleton. And the burning continued. The masked man strained to turn his skull, wanting to make a sound but unable to. All he could do was watch his own core burn. He had spent his life pursuing the path of strength, injecting the zombie virus into himself. Following his heart's guidance, he found the flaming stone, transforming into a half-human, half-zombie. He thought that after obtaining another stone, he could return to a complete human being. He didn't expect everything to end without starting, disappearing from the world. He suddenly regretted bothering this woman. He never expected such power under her gentle appearance. After Bryn threw the sphere, she no longer paid attention to the masked man. She knew nothing could escape the flames. After burning, the masked man's core didn't turn into ash but instead transformed into a small core, falling to the ground. A rat was quietly approaching the core, its black eyes darting around. Bryn squatted down, retracting all the flames from her body. She then threw a fireball backward, and the rat was instantly enveloped by the fireball, turning into powder that dispersed in the air. She stuffed the spirit stone into Jude's hand and watched as he absorbed it. Only then did she secretly sigh with relief. Unfortunately, this time the spirit stone did not improve Jude's condition at all. Blood continued to seep from the corner of his mouth. Bryn thought of the runes Jude had previously drawn and her expression turned somewhat gloomy. She also thought about how he had protected her. Forget it, if he doesn't want to say anything, so be it. Bryn dismissed the thoughts from her mind. Are you all okay? She turned to look at the people behind her. The looks on their faces were filled with shock, gratitude, admiration, and joy. They weren't afraid of her for the color of her hellfire. But just seeing everyone injured and maimed, Bryn awkwardly touched the tip of her nose. Since she had fully absorbed the stone, her abilities had become especially abundant, nothing like how weak they used to be. Even the wounds on her body were completely healed. Betty, we're fine, but those zombies behind us. Keaton pointed to the tide of zombies behind Bryn. Bryn calmly took out the impact cannon she had gotten from the armory earlier. You move aside. Everyone immediately moved to the sides upon hearing her words. The sound of the light ball earlier must have attracted many, who would be rushing here with weapons in hand. There was no need to hold back anymore. With so many zombies, one should use whatever powerful means available. Bryn set up a small impact cannon, aiming right at the swarm of black zombies ahead. Everyone retreated behind Bryn, and Coyle took the opportunity to carry the little boy on his back. A bang sounded, and the zombies in front were blown to pieces, limbs flying everywhere. Bryn put away the used impact cannon and brushed off non-existent dust from her hands. Goldie, Coyle, hurry up and pick up the crystal cores, these are all good stuff, Bryn said, walking to where the masked man had vanished. She picked up the small crystal core, which had been burned by hellfire. It now shimmered with iridescent colors. Still saying he's not a zombie? This crystal core is extraordinary. Bryn put the object in her pocket. She addressed the people behind her. We can only continue forward along this path, to see if we can find an exit. As she spoke, she pointed to the small road behind. Betty, what about Hoover? Adrian asked while following the group forward. Chapter 57, Underground Organ Trafficking Organization. They're already upstairs. Bryn casually pointed upwards. After the zombie wave reached this place, she instructed the Bougainvillea to notify Hoover to wait for them on the surface. The basement had been torn apart by the zombies' previous attacks. Combined with the attacks from the light orbs and shock cannons, it was about to collapse. Let's go quickly. Turning around, Bryn saw the stars in Goldie's eyes and suddenly felt her mood lighten up. The group continued forward along the path ahead. The deeper they went, the more shocked they became. All around were various rooms blocked off by iron gates. Almost every room was covered with dried bloodstains on the ground. Some rooms were now empty, while others contained various test subjects. These test subjects could no longer be called human. They had strange features. One had a human torso but horse legs, another had a cactus head and was covered in spines. The only commonality was that they all lay on the ground, barely alive. It was clear these were failed test subjects. Sister Shia, there's not even one guard here, Goldie remarked, puzzled. Maybe they were too arrogant, Bryn shuddered, recalling the masked man's tone of voice. It was quite unsettling. Aziel might be right. The stronger someone is, the easier it is for them to believe they're invincible, Aziel speculated, stroking his chin. No matter what, caution first. Jude remained alert, scanning the surroundings while gently supporting Bryn's waist. An experimental subject started banging wildly on an iron gate, as if trying to get their attention. Goldie quickly pointed out, Sister Shia, this person seems to want to say something to us. Bryn finally got a clear look at him. His upper body appeared relatively normal, but his lower half was scorpion-like, the connection between the two parts being grotesquely fused together. The man pointed at the boy on Aziel's back. They realized he resembled Aziel's burden more accurately. The boy looked like him. Could this man be? Are you his father? The experimental subject slowly nodded, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Only his throat remained intact, showing a black hole where his vocal cords had been completely destroyed. Did you not die but were captured here instead? Bryn could only speculate based on his nods. Continuing, what can I do for you? This time, the man nodded frantically, pointing at the fusion point between his human body and the scorpion. He gestured with his hands, forming a small circle. You don't expect us to extract your crystal core, do you? Goldie covered her mouth after speaking. That would be too cruel. With tears in his eyes, the man nodded again, seemingly losing control. His eyes turned red, and his body convulsed, struggling between two states. This instability likely explained why he had been kept here. The experimental subject looked at Bryn pleadingly. I promise you, I'll leave this crystal core to your son and daughter, Bryn promised, nodding firmly. Forming words silently with his mouth, the man said, don't tell them. Goldie's eyes welled up with tears. The man's human part had long since withered, surviving only on sheer willpower. Silently, he produced a piece of parchment from behind him. Sister Shia, this is the map of this place. Coyle took it and studied it carefully. Bryn pulled out a large blade from her spatial storage and slashed through the iron gate with great force. With a loud crash, the chains fell away. He struggled to gesture towards the scorpion fusion, indicating Bryn should strike there. They understood he didn't want to leave in such a monstrous form. Closing her eyes tightly, Bryn reopened them, resolute. I'll tell them their father was a hero, she said, and swung her blade. The man split into two, black blood gushing out, instantly staining the ground. A smile lingered on his face. He was free. Palm upward, Bryn summoned hellfire, instantly igniting his remains. Among the ashes emerged a pristine crystal core. Goldie rushed forward to pick it up, determined to keep it safe separately. Sister Shia, I don't understand where they got this technology from. Goldie, as a medical student, truly couldn't comprehend how any of this was possible. The end times, anything is possible. Bryn stroked the boy's forehead, finding his high fever still persisted. She gave him some sleeping water. Those two zombies we saw earlier were probably the most successful test subjects, but that masked man didn't seem capable of such feats. Keaton hadn't spoken until now. Everything here had completely overturned his understanding. It took him until now to really digest it all. He mocked himself for not even matching these few young people in front of him. Since we have the map, let's follow it. Bryn pointed at the map in Coil's hand. They had entered this place by sheer luck. Who would have thought a basement could be like an ant's nest? Without this map, they'd find it difficult to leave. It was unclear whether they should feel fortunate for meeting the man. The group composed themselves and continued forward with the map, passing organs on display with various labels on both sides of the path. Heaven. This date is from before the end times. Goldie stepped back in shock. Then she approached another one reluctantly. This one too, and it's a child's. Goldie covered her mouth in horror. It seems that even before the end times, beneath this fantasy town was an organ trafficking organization, Bryn said after a moment of silence. These scum, turning fantasy town, which was supposed to be a children's paradise, into their hideout for such activities. Keaton's mood, which had just calmed down, turned red-eyed again due to anger. These people are worse than pigs and dogs, Coil cursed from the side. Despite his young age, he was especially fond of children. That was why he chose to carry the boy all along. Bryn looked back at Jude, who seemed unfazed by the scenes like her. Seeing Bryn looking at her, Jude thought she needed something. She bent down, lowering her head close to Bryn, tilting it to listen. Let's go. The truth may be just ahead. Bryn shoved her away and walked forward. However, not taking 2 more steps, a young man in a white coat appeared around the corner. Who are you? How did you break in here? Chapter 58. Another perverted laboratory. Bryn was about to speak when the man sensed something was wrong and opened his mouth to shout. Jude directly threw an ice blade that severed the man's vocal cords. Bryn looked at Jude in surprise. Was he avenging the previous man? The man, with his vocal cords cut, fell to the ground, pressing hard on his throat, glaring at them with venom and fear in his eyes. Keaton stepped forward, kicked him down, and then stomped on his back, making him sprawl on the ground like a dog. The man's malicious gaze was buried in the dirt. We will ask the questions. You nod or shake your head, Keaton said coldly to the man on the ground. Do you have someone conducting experiments around this corner? At Keaton's gesture, Bryn quickly squatted beside him. Seeing this, the man nodded vigorously. Was your group previously involved in organ trafficking? Bryn continued questioning. Seemingly unwilling to answer, the man closed his eyes and pursed his lips. Keaton immediately grabbed the man's hand covering his wound and twisted it behind his back. The man screamed silently in terror before frantically nodding at Bryn. One last question, answer properly. How many people are inside? Bryn tapped the man's cheek with a dagger. He opened his mouth and whispered the word 5. In the next moment, Bryn followed the trail and slit his throat. The man never understood why he was killed despite cooperating. Trading children's organs, these people deserved worse than death. The most formidable one in this basement was the masked man, which is why no guards were posted here. Following the man's directions, they found the laboratory. Inside, 4 men in white coats were heatedly discussing something together. On the couch sat a man in colorful clothes, clutching his chest. A child lay on the ground. Bryn recognized her at first glance. It was the missing Emma. She still wore the same cotton-padded jacket from the day of their farewell. But now the beautiful jacket was tattered, its lining barely left, scattered on the floor. Her once clean little face was swollen and bruised, discarded like a rag in the corner, barely breathing. Loyalty burned in Bryn's eyes. She had worked so hard to raise the girl healthy and plump, only for her to be ravaged into this state. Holding a large sword, Bryn stormed into the lab, determined to kill these people and quell her anger. After 2 steps, Jude held her back. Let go, Bryn barked. Bryn, calm down. Look what's there, Jude pointed toward the entrance of the laboratory. There was a fine thread, almost spider silk, stretching across. This was an ambush. Tightening her grip on the sword, she gradually calmed down. No one else can take those heads inside. With that, she imbued her sword with flames and slashed at the silk threads. As the threads broke, a spider web dropped from the ceiling. Though white, the web shimmered with silver, blending almost imperceptibly with the silver-toned lab. Aziel stepped forward, creating a mud wall that blocked the spider web at the lab entrance. Seeing their trap fail, the men retreated into the corner, staring angrily at Bryn and her companions. Who are you? How did you get down here and even kill our assistant? Finian, dressed in a white coat with grey hair and wireframe glasses, demanded. If Riggs were here, he would recognize this man as China's renowned heart transplant surgeon. They seemed unaware that the masked man had already been brutally killed, glancing at each other. Only then did Goldie step forward. We stumbled in by accident and got lost. If you can show us a way out, we'll leave immediately. She even blinked at the young man behind the old man. Sensing he couldn't handle them, the old man replied quickly, all right, come over here, I'll tell you how to leave. Just then, the man on the couch stood up, leering at Bryn. Woman, you're quite a catch. If you stay with me today, I won't kill those behind you. Bryn stared at the man, incredulous. Did this guy not understand the situation? Are you stupid? Bryn asked skeptically. The man instantly flew into a rage, snarling at Bryn. I see you're asking for death. The man then formed a fireball in his hands and hurled it at Bryn. Bryn almost laughed at the sight of the fireball. Why did they think she was easy to bully? Didn't they see her massive saber? What kind of judgment were these people using? Bryn gently lifted her left hand, catching the opponent's fireball in her palm. She looked at the man in colorful clothes. This fireball is a bit small. How about I give you a bigger one to play with? Bryn smiled, doubling the size of the fireball and hurling it back at the man. The man gaped in terror at the oversized fireball approaching him, never imagining this woman could be so formidable. He tried to mimic Bryn by catching the fireball, but it instantly engulfed his entire body. No matter how he struggled to control his abilities, he couldn't stop the flames from spreading until he felt his body start to burn, only then realizing the danger. Doctor, save me. The man fell to his knees, looking up at the doctor behind him. Only then did the old man step forward, pulling out a bottle and pouring an unknown liquid over him, gradually diminishing the hellfire. Seeing this, Jude's face turned cold, raising an ice blade and striking toward the doctor. Although the doctor had the small bottle, he had no combat skills, and Jude's blade already rested against his throat. Dodging the small bottle, Jude glanced at it once before tossing it aside in disappointment. Crack! The small bottle shattered on the ground, its remaining contents seeping into the floor. The man in colorful clothes frantically crawled over, trying to scoop up the spilled liquid. But it evaporated immediately upon hitting the ground, leaving no trace. Only then did Bryn approach the man, igniting hellfire in her hand as she asked, "Did you hurt that girl? She bit me first. That's why I punished her." The man clutched his head, terrified of the hellfire reigniting across his body. The liquid had only dampened the flames, not extinguished them completely. If they ignited again, he would be burned alive. "Biting you?" "Naturally, because you bullied her," Bryn said through gritted teeth. She knew exactly what Julan's personality was like. She hurled the hellfire directly onto the man's body. He rolled on the ground in agony, burning continuously. "Let the hellfire purify your sins," Bryn whispered softly as she watched him. Bryn walked over to the girl, took out a large blanket, wrapped her up, and handed her to Keaton. Only then did she turn to confront the doctor and his assistants. Chapter 59, The zombie virus can be like this. When Bryn approached the doctor, Jude had already pressed the sword to 1/3 of its full potential. "Where did you get this little bottle?" The doctor's body trembled, but he gritted his teeth and ignored him. Bryn ignited the fire at her fingertips and leaned toward the doctor. "It doesn't matter. The doctor just wants to be like him, right?" Cough, cough. The doctor tried his best to prevent those hands from getting closer, but Bryn's hand was as immovable as a rock, not budging an inch. He could only let the hellfire approach. No, he didn't want to die. To save his life, the doctor fumbled in his pocket with his other hand until he found what he wanted. Feeling delighted, he was about to open it and let the poison seep out. In the next moment, click. His arms fell weakly by his sides, then his head dropped onto the ice sword. Bryn looked at her own masterpiece and shrugged innocently. This old man is really no fun. Jude rummaged through everything in the doctor's pocket and spilled it on the ground. Seeing the doctor's face, he knew what the doctor wanted to take out. There was another small glass bottle on the ground. It was different from the previous bottle because this one contained a pile of black substance. "What is this?" Bryn leaned close to Jude and stared at the small glass bottle together. Jude retracted his cold gaze and looked at Bryn lovingly. Zombie virus. Hearing this term, Bryn quickly knocked the little bottle out of Jude's hand. The bottle fell on the ground, rolled several times, and coincidentally returned to the doctor's side. The doctor sighed. "Since you've guessed everything, there's nothing to hide. Averell of Holy, don't." The two people behind the doctor struggled but were held tighter by Keaton and others. They could only shake their heads crazily at the doctor. The doctor ignored them, glancing at Jude casually, and said slowly, "These two things were sent here on the day the disaster arrived. 2 white bottles, 2 black ones. The black can turn people into zombies, while the white can restore those who are not fully zombified back to normal humans. This is the last half bottle left. I experimented day and night just to create the most perfect human, but unfortunately, I failed." The doctor's voice grew weaker, looking at the floor as if recalling something. "Your direction is wrong. Merging humans with aliens is impossible." Jude glanced at the doctor. "It's impossible. How could I be wrong? Haven't you seen the perfect specimens outside? Just give me enough time, and I will certainly create more perfect humans." The doctor stared at Jude. He would never admit his failure. "He sounds like Ernesto," Bryn remarked to Jude. "Are all scientists crazy? But Riggs seems perfectly normal." Bryn shook her head in confusion. "Baiju. Thanks to him, we have that temporarily perfect entity outside, but it's still not perfect enough," the doctor lamented with a shake of his head. "Is he talking about the masked man? But he's already dead." Bryn asked Jude with her head tilted. "It's impossible." The doctor, hearing this, stared at the young girl in shock. How could such a young girl kill his perfect entity? "It's impossible. The fact is, that ugly zombie is already dead," Bryn said seriously, staring into his eyes. "It seems heaven wants me to end the experiment early." Upon hearing the definitive answer, the doctor lost the will to live. He took a step forward and placed his neck on the ice sword. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the doctor died instantly. Jude put away the sword, picked up the black glass bottle, and handed it to Bryn, indicating she should keep it safe. Meanwhile, the two people behind him were trembling on the spot. "One of you explain why the doctor is also a Averell of Holy." Keaton poked one of them with his stick. That person stuttered like a sieve. Averell of Holy is a code name. Such a simple sentence, everyone understood immediately. Bryn asked a more important question. "Where is the power system here?" The person seemed surprised they knew so much about the place and could only shakily point to the back of the laboratory. Bryn immediately signaled to Keaton. The two assistants were shot in the head instantly. Bryn walked around the lab, waved her hand, and stored all the experimental equipment in her spatial storage. She carefully examined the walls and soon found a switch similar to the one in the previous lab. Bang! A large door appeared before everyone's eyes. Sure enough, this door led to the laboratory outside. Bryn closed the door and turned around. She grinned at everyone and said, "Let's continue with our shopping spree." The power station. Located in the central area of the small town, the power station consisted of 5 large rooms neatly arranged with various exercise bikes. Behind each bike were modifications that allowed continuous power generation as long as they were pedaled. Thus, there was a person on each bike, exerting themselves to keep it moving, each for their own reasons. Ellie was currently striving hard on one of these bikes. Her frail body was drenched in sweat, her face pale, and her lips dark purple from prolonged dehydration and malnutrition. It was a far cry from her appearance on the 12th floor. She knew only by completing twice the required task would she have a chance to redeem her daughter. She had to endure. Drip. Time's up. Ellie slid off the bike onto the ground, unable to get back up despite several attempts. People behind her began urging her impatiently. "What are you doing? Frasiv, quickly, don't waste my time." With great difficulty, Ellie used her arms to inch herself aside. Suddenly, a pair of Black Martin's boots appeared before her eyes, extremely familiar, just like the pair Bryn wore when she left home. Struggling, she lifted her head and saw the girl squatting down before her. It was Bryn. How could it be? Ellie thought she must be dreaming or delusional. How could Bryn be here? In the next second, a voice broke through her thoughts. "Auntie Sarai, Bryn has come to take you away." Looking at the fallen Ellie, Bryn felt a sharp pain in her heart. If she had brought them along when she went out, would all this have happened? Would Auntie Sarai and her daughter have faced such a situation? "Bryn, it's great to see you, but it's dangerous here. You should leave immediately." Hearing Bryn's voice, Ellie only wanted her to escape without sparing a thought on how she got here. Bryn gestured for Coil to bring the young girl over. Seeing Emma, Ellie realized this was no dream. This was all real. Emma, wake up. It's Frasium." Ellie struggled to sit up and hugged Emma tightly, tears streaming down her face after holding them back for so long. Suddenly, she was struck by an electric current from Emma's body. In panic, she had no choice but to let go. Chapter 60, Rescuing Ellie and her daughter. Emma, who was lying on the ground, was still emitting electric currents. Keaton quickly stepped forward, absorbing all the lightning from her. She's awakening her superpower. Perhaps she's too frightened, causing her body to activate its self-protection mechanism. Keaton kindly explained as he approached. Goldie also stepped forward at this moment, using her power on Ellie. Before long, Ellie felt strong enough to pedal the exercise bike once more. She stood up and saw her daughter in Keaton's arms. Confirming that her daughter was unharmed, she hugged Bryn tightly. "Thankfully you're safe. Thank goodness everyone is okay," Ellie murmured with lingering fear. "Dara, everything is fine now." Bryn patted her back gently. Bryn knew that if anything had happened to this mother-daughter duo, she likely couldn't forgive herself. But deep down, she knew that she couldn't protect anyone forever. To avoid being hurt, one must grow stronger themselves. After this incident, she would definitely train everyone to enhance the team's overall defensive capabilities. "Well, since we've found them, let's head back right away. Sarais, we should go back and tidy up. The young lady should change her clothes too." Goldie and Aziel echoed each other, easing everyone's tense moods a little. But what about the guards here? Ellie looked around and realized all the guards had vanished. And the people on the bikes, due to numbness, couldn't dismount for the moment. When we came here, there weren't many guards anyway, and they were taken care of immediately. "Soraya, these guys didn't even worry about intruders." Aziel playfully kicked a fallen guard and, following Bryn's nod, shouted loudly, "Zombies have appeared in the town. Run. There are zombies. Run." He shouted twice, and the people on the bikes finally reacted, rushing off their seats and running towards an exit. Seeing that everyone had run out, Bryn waved her hand again, storing all the exercise bikes into her space, along with a few large motors nearby. Satisfied, she clapped her hands. Just as everyone was ready to follow the crowd, Ellie held Bryn's hand. "Bryn, there's a place ahead which serves as their armory. There are lots of weapons inside. Why don't you store them like before?" Ellie imitated Bryn's gesture with a big wave, making Bryn blush slightly. Then they headed to sweep through the armory. As they approached the weapons, Bryn spotted an old acquaintance, the metal-based mutant from the underground shelter who ended up guarding weapons here. "How ironic. I'll deal with him." Bryn winked at Jude. "You're not crushing on him, are you? You even want to spar?" Aziel teased Bryn. "Shut up." Jude glared at Aziel, who sheepishly touched his nose. Bryn, however, found Aziel quite likable and gave him a silent thumbs up. "Who's there? Who is it?" The man noticed a piece of Bryn's clothing and started moving toward her. Bryn flashed past him, appearing before him with a gentle smile. "Long time no see." Recognizing Bryn, the man remembered how she had caused him to be demoted to watch the armory, tarnishing his reputation. "Bitch, you dare show your face to me?" The man raised his fist, concentrating his metallic powers within it and sprinted toward Bryn. His fist whistled through the wind, nearly striking her face. Proudly, he thought a woman could have only so much strength. In the next second, Bryn easily dodged by shifting slightly to the side. Then, raising her left leg, she swung it directly at him. She hit the man's groin. Unable to dodge, the man fell to the ground, clutching his crotch and rolling in pain. "I used all my might. That area must be ruined." "Ouch." Sister Shia's really ruthless, Aziel commented from the sidelines. Enduring the pain, the man shot all the metal darts from his body at Bryn, thinking he wouldn't lose to a mere woman. However, Bryn casually waved her hand, summoning a roaring fire dragon. All metals melted into molten gold, indicating the extremely high temperature of the flames. How can this be? How did you become so strong? Looking at Bryn's face, terror set in. It's because you're too weak. Bryn mocked him. It had been a while, yet his abilities hadn't improved at all, truly trash. Seeing Bryn approach, the man attempted another surprise attack. Bryn conjured a large sword from behind and slashed it. The man instantly slit his throat, blood spilling everywhere. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Bryn felt a sense of pleasure both mentally and physically. Kicking open the door to the armory, she swept all the weapons inside clean. To her surprise, there were even mini torpedoes and small submarines inside. Bryn looked contentedly at her space filled with the newly acquired items. This haul was very satisfying. She then called everyone, following the route taken by the main group earlier, and soon they emerged from the basement. Pushing aside the earthen wall gate, the underground third level of the building appeared before them, revealing an interconnected area. They were now in the building's equipment zone, where the entrance was incredibly hidden. The circus tent and the building were nearly opposite ends of town. The basement underneath spanned almost the entire small town. It was the boy behind Coil. Betty, where are we? Murray held his head, looking around confusedly. He squinted and looked closer. Isn't this the underground third level? Weren't we fighting those stone monsters? Coil chuckled and set him down. He patted the boy's head and said, we've already won, and we're out. Only then did the boy regain his senses. He struggled to stand up and bowed to everyone. Thank you for not leaving me behind. My name is Gifford. Betty, I mentioned before that I hoped my sister could join you. Do you still agree? Gifford formally introduced himself to everyone, hoping they wouldn't see him as just a child but as a partner. Bryn looked at Gifford amusingly and nodded. Father and son alike. Then I'll go pick up my sister and come to your villa. Gifford flashed a childish smile that quickly faded. Hey, Coil didn't have time to hold him back as Gifford slipped away like an eel. Without realizing it, he had become much faster. Coil spread his hands, helpless. All right, let's head back to the villa first. They hurriedly made their way out of the building. On the way, the building seemed relatively peaceful, but only they knew about the thousands of zombies underground. Human efforts couldn't control it anymore. The basement could only temporarily contain those zombies. For how long, they had no idea. The circus tent was likely in chaos by now. It would eventually spread to this side of the building. Help! Save my child. Chapter 61, safely back at the villa. Outside the building, on the road. A voice reached Bryn's ears. This voice was extremely similar to Alana's. This person? Sister Alana? Bryn recalled the promise she had made to Alana and stopped in her tracks. Let me check on that person. Bryn stepped toward the figure. The woman was looking around anxiously, and upon seeing Bryn, her eyes lit up as if she had found a savior. Please save my child. As Bryn looked up at the woman, she could indeed see a resemblance to Cody. Lee! Bryn tentatively called out. The woman gazed at Bryn in surprise, then her expression turned wary, as if some unpleasant thought had occurred to her. My sister Alana, she asked me to find you. Bryn bent down and whispered to the woman. Sister, yes, I have a sister. Can you save my son? Only then did Lee reveal the person behind her. A boy of 15 or 16 years old, with a blackened arm from a zombie scratch. It looks like the zombies from the circus have escaped. Bryn observed the crowd running around nearby. Phraseist were unaware of how to fight back, only a few chose to pick up weapons and resist. These people had grown weak under such domestication. Goldie approached and noticed the boy had a fever. He has a fever. If he can awaken his powers, this scratch will heal naturally. Conversely, if he doesn't make it through, he will turn into a zombie. Before Bryn finished, the woman interrupted her forcefully. I'll do it myself. She gently wiped the sweat from her son's forehead, her eyes filled with sorrow. She had heard that power wielders were bad people. If these powers could save her son, she would protect him with her life. Why don't you come back to the villa with us? Cody is waiting for you there. After saying this, Bryn gestured for Aziel to help move the boy and return to the villa. On the way, they knocked out any zombies along the route to prevent them from wandering towards the villa, and collected the secondary crystal nuclei that had already formed. By the time they reached the villa, they had filled 2 large makeup bags full of crystal nuclei. Cody had been waiting at the gate for their return, and Hoover, along with others, had been waiting outside the villa based on the message from the Green Vine. Several soldiers surrounded the villa, guarding its safety. Finally spotting movement at the window, Cody rushed over to open the door. As she prepared to go out and welcome them, she saw a disheveled figure beside Aziel. Lee, is that you? Cody called out hesitantly. Seeing the other person staring blankly at her, Cody quickly embraced her. Sister, it's Alana. My sister is named Alana. Really, my sister is named Alana. The normally composed person was now somewhat delirious. Just moments ago, she was normal. What happened? Coil scratched his head in worry. It's probably post-traumatic stress. Seeing her family member just triggered it. Let's see if she calms down later. Goldie examined Lee carefully and guessed. Miss, we didn't want to intrude, so we waited outside for you. Hoover walked out from the bushes, hands clasped behind his back. Hoover. Bryn hurriedly invited him inside. Come in first. Jude reminded them from the side. This wasn't a place to talk, it would only attract more zombies. Once inside, Goldie busily escorted Ellie and her daughter back to their room, while accompanying Alana in caring for Lee. Lee's son was placed in a separate room for isolation. Bryn led Hoover to the sofa. Childhood Jengua? Daylan, who had been observing the zombies by the window, turned around in surprise. Apollon Ao? Hoover looked equally surprised. What are you doing here? The same question goes to you, old friend. Daylan felt a slight moistness in his eyes. So much has happened, so much. The two elders sighed deeply, looking at each other. Daylan, Hoover used to be the captain of the army those people held captive. Bryn explained briefly. No wonder, no wonder. Daylan nodded without further questions. Hoover, I've brought your two back safely. Bryn pushed Adrian and Aziel forward. You two boys, you've had good luck. Hoover smiled at them. Haven't you thanked Betty yet? Thank you, Betty. Adrian and Aziel immediately saluted Bryn and returned to the team, a bit reluctantly. Indeed, they had learned much during their time with Bryn's team. Bryn, we've cleaned out the villa next door. When things settle down, I hope you can come over for a chat. Old friend, we have the chance to meet again. After saying this, Hoover walked out without waiting for a response from the others. Childhood Jengua and I were in the same class. If only my leg hadn't been so useless, I wouldn't have switched to a scientific research career, Daylan said enviously, looking at his comrade's still straight posture. He had always dreamed of standing with everyone, fighting side by side. It was a pity. Daylan, I have something here that needs your study. Bryn quickly interrupted Daylan's thoughts, not wanting him to get lost in them. This little bottle reportedly contains the zombie virus. We don't have the tools right now, so we can only wait to study it later, Bryn explained as she handed the small bottle to Daylan. This thing looks almost alive. Daylan carefully examined the black substance inside the bottle. You keep it first, and wait until there's an opportunity. This old man will study it further. Having said that, he hurriedly returned the item and wheeled himself back to his room to rest. He had been waiting for them to return and had stayed in the living room all along. Being old, he couldn't keep up with the young people anymore. Goldie had just finished tidying up with Cody and quickly rushed to the dining table with the items in hand. Sisshia, look at how many crystal nuclei we have. Goldie proudly placed the items on the dining table. Colorful crystal nuclei were scattered across the dining table. These secondary crystal nuclei are enough for everyone to advance one level, Bryn nodded, looking slightly satisfied at the crystals on the table. She casually sorted through the crystal nuclei on the table, and soon they were neatly divided. Shoshana, I put some vegetables in the kitchen. Could you please help everyone make some midnight snacks later? Bryn promptly called Shoshana, knowing they would have a tough battle ahead. With full stomachs, they could work better. They must ensure everyone gets upgraded before the town goes into chaos. Bryn glanced at Jude, who shook his head, indicating he didn't care for these crystal nuclei. The crystal nuclei were classified according to everyone's powers. Goldie, being of the healing type, could absorb all kinds of crystal nuclei. So Bryn gave her all the less used crystal nuclei. A healer's upgrade was crucial for the team. Then Bryn picked up a makeup bag and packed 2 small portions of crystal nuclei. This is for Adrian and Aziel. Any objections? Seeing everyone shaking their heads in agreement, Bryn packed the things away. As you all know, the town is bound to be in chaos in the next few days. Bryn leaned back in her chair. We must all enhance our powers before then. Once the town is in chaos, we will leave here under the cover of disorder. Bryn dropped another big news. Chapter 62, Teammates enter seclusion for leveling up. Isn't the villa safe enough? Goldie looked at Bryn with confusion. The temperature is still dropping. We need to return to the 12th floor before the extreme cold hits, Bryn told everyone seriously. Sister Shia, what's so special about this 12th floor? Goldie gazed at Bryn in puzzlement. That's the safe house I built. The entire place has been insulated by me. The stern look on Bryn's face made Goldie realize how terrifying this upcoming extreme cold would be. We'll follow Bryn's instructions, Keaton said, speaking up. Since they had joined Bryn's team, he was determined to comply with her orders. All we do is follow orders, no need for so many questions, Coyle teased as he glanced at Goldie. I wasn't refusing to listen to Sister Shia, I just wanted to ask a question. Goldie stomped her feet anxiously, her cheeks flushed red. Instead, it caught Coyle's eye. Attracted by the commotion, the 2 brothers and the young couple, who had just come downstairs, stopped in their tracks, staring blankly at the crystal cores. Only when they heard voices from behind did they snap out of it and walk towards the dining table. Oh, stop arguing and come eat your noodles. Indira and Ellie quickly brought over the bowls of noodles. They had thought from afar that the 2 were having an argument. Dara, you should also eat some and then rest. Bryn hurriedly took the bowl from Ellie. Ellie had barely escaped death today and yet was exerting herself helping out. I'm fine, lying down might make me think too much. Ellie waved her hand. She couldn't sleep without her daughter awake. Bryn, the doors at home have all been kicked in by those intruders. Is there anything we can do? And our chickens were all taken away because we didn't protect them properly. Ellie felt ashamed as she reported the state of their home to Bryn. How can you blame yourselves? It's all because of those thugs. Thinking of those people made Goldie feel uneasy inside. Fortunately, they were all dead now. Bryn, can we directly absorb these crystal cores? Keaton had been studying the crystal core in front of him intently. Where did these crystal cores come from? And where did the virus from the doctor originate? Just absorb them, Once you're saturated, you'll naturally level up, Bryn said, holding a crystal core herself. She believed the zombie virus came from the black substance within the crystal cores. But why did these crystal and spirit cores even appear? There's another crystal core from Masked Man. Bryn quickly pulled out the colorful crystal core from her pocket. Masked Man was a level 3 zombie but could retain human thinking, just like a normal person. If more formidable zombies appeared later and behaved entirely like humans, who could tell the difference? I'll keep this crystal core since it's level 3, and you guys can't absorb it yet. Do you have any objections? Bryn asked for opinions. Everyone shook their heads but eyed the crystal cores on the table with longing. Unfortunately, none of them were psychics and thus couldn't level up. If these crystal cores were in their hands, could they also awaken psychic powers? Sometimes, one's mind changes everything. Alright, everyone finish eating and go to your rooms to enter seclusion. Jude pushed a bowl of egg noodles toward Bryn. It was already dawning, so they should hurry up and not delay Bryn's rest. Bryn smiled wryly at the noodles in front of her but still picked up her chopsticks. These noodles were indeed delicious. So fragrant. After finishing the meal, everyone returned to their respective rooms to work on absorbing the crystal cores. Bryn and Jude went back to one room. This was your room before, and I stayed here for easy care, Bryn explained somewhat awkwardly. I know, I can feel it. Jude looked amused, his eyes filled with amusement, as if he couldn't get enough of looking at her. Initially, he had only planned to observe Bryn. Thinking about kicking him earlier, Bryn felt incredibly embarrassed. I'll leave the Masked Man's crystal core for you. I'm already a level 3 psychic, so it won't be as useful for me. But I'll store it in the space first and remove the black substance before you absorb it, Bryn added hastily. Without waiting for his response, she was about to leave when Jude stopped her. Don't worry, Bryn. Whatever you desire, I will help you achieve it. Jude stared earnestly into her eyes. He knew she yearned for a loyal team, so he worked hard to protect them. This man really is. Bryn didn't know how to respond to Jude. Her thoughts were in chaos. I just remembered, Remy called me over. Bryn quickly changed the subject to avoid answering. Let's go. Jude smiled lightly, then opened the door and walked with Bryn to where Remy was. Next villa room, on the sofa. Remy saw Bryn and Jude come together and gave a meaningful smile. Little friend Shia, I have one more request. Remy put away his previously feigned kindly look. What is it, Remy? Though Bryn had some guesses, certain things needed to be said by him first to make them valid. Help me reclaim the town. I will draw you a map. As you may have guessed, at my age, I'm indeed not suitable for long journeys anymore. Remy looked at Bryn with fondness. He really liked this young girl. If she could stay in the town, that would be even better. Alright, I agree. After some contemplation, Bryn felt helping Remy reclaim the town was the best deal. But I have a condition. I want zombie crystal cores, and there must be my people among the administrators. Bryn relaxed into the sofa. She knew he would definitely agree. Sure, no problem. Remy nodded. He just wanted the town to remain a place of refuge for everyone. As a soldier, he couldn't abandon the townspeople. One more thing, I'm speaking candidly today, though it might seem presumptuous. Though Remy spoke humbly, his eyes told Bryn exactly what he thought. I know you took control of the arsenal. I only hope you can share a little with us. He only needed basic defenses. Bryn looked at Remy with a slight headache. The Brantley brothers certainly didn't hold back. Alright, I can give you some rifles and grenades. Anything more, I don't have, Bryn said seriously, albeit with some exaggeration. No one really knew how much ammunition she actually had. Thank you, little friends. Remy happily extended his hand to Bryn. Just as Bryn was about to shake hands, a voice came from outside the door. Remy, zombies are surging up from the basement. A soldier reported from the door. Chapter 63, Two Leaders of the Town. Bryn and Jude exchanged glances, then sighed deeply. This truly gives no respite. Mr. ARA, I will place the weapons in the living room shortly. You can collect them there. Additionally, I have a bag of crystals for Adrian's 2 brothers. It's what they deserve. They won't accept it if given directly, so I can only entrust it to you. Once we've arranged things on our end, we'll come over to assist. After saying this, Bryn didn't wait for Mr. ARA's response but placed the items directly on the table. You're such a stubborn young lady, I will pass these along. Also, I would like to ask your thoughts on town management. Mr. ARA grinned, pushing the items aside and turning to sit on the sofa. Bryn stood by the window, watching the soldiers guarding the safety of the villa with all their effort. She thought of those people sitting on the stands, enjoying the battle between zombies. Mr. ARA, this town should never belong to an individual, it belongs to everyone, Bryn said calmly. If we want to stabilize the town again, we must establish a system where psychics and ordinary people are treated equally. Even if one is an ordinary person, as long as they are willing to pick up arms, they should be welcomed into the town. This was something Bryn had been thinking about for days. In this kind of apocalypse, should only psychics deserve to live? Should ordinary people become second-class citizens or even servants? Or perhaps like this town, roles between ordinary people and psychics should be reversed. Eliminating psychics to gain more power. Bryn realized that what she wanted was a base where everyone was equal, not blindly conceding just because someone is a psychic. Nor looking down on someone just because they are an ordinary person. They despise those who leech off others and lose their humanity. As children of Shia country, human nature is fundamental. Bryn makes sense, I was mistaken before. Please explain the upgrade details for psychics to Aziel later. I appreciate it. Mr. Ara exaggeratedly performed a salute. Bryn could only turn her body to avoid it. Seeing that everything that needed to be said was said, she pulled Jude out. Snow continued falling outside, temperatures dropping lower. It was both a natural disaster and a survival of the fittest. Bryn returned to her room and instantly entered the space. The space seemed unchanged from before. In reality, as soon as Bryn entered the space, she felt every pore of her body opening up, absorbing the spirit energy in the air. She could clearly feel the spirit energy in the space becoming denser. Missy, this spirit energy is getting more suitable for cultivation. I feel like after some time, I will be able to upgrade. Myra fluttered her arms around Bryn. Looking across the stream, Bryn could faintly see a small hill. She always felt that something inside was about to burst out. Myra, have the Chinese herbs grown? Bryn turned to look at Myra. Some of the herbs have started sprouting, but they are much slower compared to your fruits and vegetables. I think it will take more time, Myra considered and informed Bryn of the situation. Bryn nodded, walking straight to the study. She found a comprehensive book on traditional Chinese medicine on the shelf, putting it in her pocket. She then dropped the crystal core under the spirit spring to remove impurities. Only then did Bryn return from the space to her room. Whether due to an impending psychic upgrade, she felt energized, not feeling drowsy despite not having slept for so long. She forced herself to close her eyes, allowing her body to enter sleep. The next day, Bryn was woken by footsteps outside. She quickly jumped out of bed and stood behind the door. Only after confirming Dara was descending the stairs did she relax and stare at the bed for a moment. Bryn tidied up and left her room. Who knew that as soon as she stepped out, she bumped into the two brothers. The two were still annoyed because Bryn ignored them yesterday. Upon seeing her, they walked right past her without stopping. Bryn pursed her lips slightly. She went to Keaton's room, finding the two still in seclusion. Even Goldie was still meditating. Bryn could only go downstairs and sneak into the kitchen. What a feast. Your cooking suits my taste perfectly, Bryn praised enthusiastically. Indira and Ellie looked radiant upon hearing this. With an egg pancake in her mouth, Bryn prepared to go out alone. No one, not even zombies, disturbed them last night, likely due to Mr. Ara's efforts. He was extending goodwill towards them. Before Bryn could leave, gunshots echoed outside, louder and more frequent than yesterday. The gunfire outside is even denser today compared to yesterday, Ellie said as she emerged from the kitchen. She had only suffered from some physical exhaustion before, but after this one night, she had recovered quite a bit. Indeed, the gunfire yesterday was sporadic, while today it seemed like it was intentionally being broadcast for everyone to hear. Bryn silently gazed at the distant place where the gunshots were coming from. It seems that someone couldn't wait any longer. Bryn, I'll go with you. Jude walked up beside Bryn, slightly lifting his head and pointing outside. He felt exceptionally calm only when he was with her. Bryn shrugged and started walking out. The person behind missed the moment her lips curled up. The town was shrouded in a grey darkness, with countless people already infected by zombies. Even more were picking up weapons to defend their homes. These people were still fighting fiercely against the zombies. As Bryn made her way through, she dealt with all the zombies on the road that attempted to attack them. She didn't feel obligated to save everyone. If they wanted a safe base, they had to take action themselves, not just sit back and reap the benefits, or even watch so-called performances. Those who were willingly brainwashed experienced this zombie incident. They were mostly cleaned up. When they watched the so-called zombie performance, they never thought they would end up like this. Zombies were never allies, nor were they the original family members anymore. To survive, one must pick up weapons and kill zombies. What was once the safest building has now become the most dangerous place. Countless zombies rushed out from inside. Some people fled into the building. Another group ran towards various restaurants in the town. Now, two leaders have vaguely emerged from the two restaurants. On one side, the soldiers dispatched by Mr. Ara took the lead, armed with the weapons Bryn left in the living room. They killed zombies and then screened survivors before sending them into the restaurant. The only requirement was that after resting for 3 hours inside, one must pick up weapons and go out to kill zombies. Only the elderly could perform maintenance work on buildings after entering the restaurant. Everyone was treated equally. There must be contributions to gain protection. On the other side were the former town guards. Though they lacked psychics, they had plenty of guns. And there were many people. However, to enter their restaurant, one must be a young adult, and they openly recruited psychics. Psychics had become highly sought after. Women and the elderly who wanted to enter had to pay a price. As for what price? Chapter 64, the zombies in the building are trying to escape. Bryn saw a few women barely clothed in the corner of the room through the window. Although there were two choices, they chose this one. Elders appeared here almost never. In this short night, another kind of ugliness was rapidly born. Bryn watched those people with a headache. Why are humans always like this? Kill one batch of ill-intentioned people, and another batch like them will emerge. Bryn really couldn't understand. Human nature, in the apocalypse, is infinitely magnified. Without restraints, everyone wants to do as they please. Jude patted her on the shoulder, telling her not to look anymore. Only then did Bryn walk over to Adrian. She already knew why Remy had come to find her last night. He didn't want the remaining survivors to decrease because of striving for control over the town. Adrian, what's the situation at the building? Bryn looked at the building before her. Sister Shia, the entrance to the building has been sealed off. The entire first floor is filled with zombies. People inside can only run upstairs. But the zombies will eventually climb upstairs, Adrian said with a hint of deflation. After parting ways yesterday, he took on the urgent mission to clear zombies and rescue survivors. But up until now, there have only been these few people. Phraseist of those who escaped from the circus thought zombies were friendly until it was their turn to face them. They came to realize how terrifying zombies could be. These people had been in the town since the beginning and hadn't experienced the zombie world outside. As for the building side, since zombies appeared, a group of people ran out before they sealed off the building. However, these people were mostly quarantined in nearby observation rooms. Anyone found infected would be shot immediately. This led to the fact that although there were more survivors under Adrian's jurisdiction, some people still wanted to try moving to the neighboring area. Once they got into the other place, they wouldn't have to worry about food and drink or having to go outside to kill zombies. As for why they didn't call for an escape last night, Adrian did shout, but the people inside the building ignored his words. They believed the building was the safest fortress. Initially worried, Adrian became cold-hearted towards these people. They had been numbed by life in the town. So Remy spent the whole night making new town regulations according to Bryn's request. This resulted in the town having two groups of leaders. Sister Shia, is there any hope for the people in the building? Last night, screams and cries kept coming from inside. Since there's nothing we can do, we could only seal the doors. Even though some managed to break through successfully, we also opened the door. Unfortunately, all of them were infected. Adrian gazed sadly at the zombies pacing inside the building. The zombies on the first floor were now densely packed. How many superpowered individuals do we have now? Bryn asked a question about superpowered individuals. About 12, Adrian glanced at the manual given by a teammate. There were 4 superpowered individuals among these soldiers, plus the weapons given by Bryn. There were no casualties last night. And originally, there were even more superpowered individuals, but the people from the opposite side tried various methods to recruit superpowered individuals. Many superpowered individuals ran over to them. Then divide them into 2 teams based on their abilities. Today, let's investigate the building, Bryn said with confidence. She also wanted to see how effective her hellfire would be against these zombies. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Adrian hurriedly went to gather the superpowered individuals with his teammates. A few people on the opposite side kept staring at them for some unknown reason, causing Bryn to subconsciously straighten the fur around her neck. Seeing the other party continue to stare at them, Bryn prepared to go over there to take a look. Just then, she noticed Jude had been silent, only gazing outside the town. What's wrong outside? Bryn followed his gaze but didn't see anything unusual. Nothing, let's go over there. Jude withdrew his gaze, urging Bryn to hurry up. Bryn inwardly grumbled, this guy is truly boring to the extreme. When she arrived on the other side and saw the leader, she was inevitably surprised. It turned out to be the ringmaster from the circus. It makes sense. The other party was a superpowered individual whose voice was alluring and persuasive. He warmly approached Jude, saying, I believe this gentleman must be a superpowered individual. My name is Elliot, welcome to join us. Elliot stared at Jude for a long time. He was dressed in a black long-down jacket, wearing a pair of military green marten boots, showing no sign of hardship from the apocalypse. The woman beside him was also well protected. She looked rosy-cheeked and fair-skinned, just like those inside. This man clearly has real skills, otherwise, the woman wouldn't be protected so well. Bryn raised an eyebrow. It seemed this guy thought they hadn't reached an agreement with the other side. And, was he treating her like a decoration? Bryn narrowed her eyes and quietly watched the man's performance. Elliot, seeing Jude ignoring his hand, didn't get discouraged. You won't be disappointed if you join us. We have absolute power here. Ordinary people can only survive by relying on us. You can make them do whatever you want. Elliot understood most of the psyches of the superpowered individuals. Many people, after awakening their powers, felt like they had hit the lottery, starting to look down on others. Some even thought they were chosen by destiny. His conditions allowed him to satisfy those people's vanity. Only when zombies appear, we need everyone to work together to solve the problem. Elliot kept talking incessantly in front of Jude. What do you think? Jude directly ignored Elliot and asked Bryn. This made Elliot rather embarrassed. This man was too disrespectful. And why should he ask a woman for her opinion? Once these two come in, he would keep this woman. Immediately, his gaze towards Bryn became lecherous. Jude, as a man, was all too familiar with such looks. He felt the sword at his waist stirring. Mr. Elliot, we are sent by the other side to discuss a cooperation with you. Bryn saw the situation and quickly spoke up. The zombies in the building must be dealt with. I believe you also know that it's hard for your side alone to completely resolve the issue. We hope both sides can cooperate to solve the building problem. As for the ownership of the town, we can discuss it later. Bryn opened up in what she thought was a very friendly manner. Elliot's mind was filled with all sorts of nonsense as he listened to Bryn's words. Before the apocalypse, he was already somewhat famous and had dated all kinds of girlfriends. But someone as special as Bryn was his first encounter. Just as he was about to refuse, someone from the building ran over. The glass doors of the building can't hold out much longer. Chapter 65 Intimidation. It seemed that this door wouldn't hold for much longer. Some of the psychics here also heard this voice, but most of them chose to ignore it. Only a few discussion voices were transmitted into Bryn's and her companion's ears. Can the skyscraper's door hold? Should we go and help? Why would we go? Haven't you seen those are soldiers over there? They definitely won't leave anyone to die. Soraya, why bother? Even if zombies break out, we brothers will be fine protecting ourselves. Bryn thought these people were ridiculous. Elliot was just thinking about how to politely decline them. Then he saw Bryn and her companion had already turned and left. She even didn't want to bring them along. These zombies were just right for the squad members to practice on. Seeing the two ignored him, Elliot felt furious. Since he became a celebrity, no one had ever ignored him like this. He used his psychic power, sound wave attack, on Bryn and her companion. Forget all the invitations, forget all friendliness. At this moment he only wanted these two to kneel down and beg for mercy. Unfortunately, just as he was ready to unleash the psychic power, Bryn disappeared right before him. By the time he realized, she had appeared behind him. Bryn raised the dagger in her hand and stabbed directly into his scapula. Ah! The scream attracted the surrounding survivors. You bitch, I'll make sure you don't die peacefully. Elliot desperately drew out his pistol and pointed backward at Bryn. Bang! The pistol was snatched by Bryn, who then shot him in the thigh. His ear-splitting cry made some psychics, who intended to act, stop their steps. They were naturally profit-driven. Bitch, I'll kill you. Lying on the ground, Elliot still muttered the nastiest words. His eyes kept spinning. You, whoever can help me get rid of this bitch, will be the leader of this town. Elliot looked at the psychics around. He hurriedly opened his mouth, as long as he could survive. Some psychics wanted to step forward. After all, Bryn was just a woman. They just took 2 steps when they were about to do something. A flash of cold light passed before their eyes, leaving a mark where an ice sword had slashed. Jude stood in front of everyone, making it very clear if anyone dared to step forward, they'd die. Seeing the situation, other psychics immediately turned around and walked into the house. Elliot felt these people were utterly ungrateful, despite his good treatment of them. But he never thought about why these people came to him. It was all for satisfying his vanity. Responsibility? That didn't exist. Bryn looked at the people inside with disgust, then looked down at the man kneeling on the ground. He looked at Bryn again, now with pleading eyes. I beg you not to kill me, my psychic power is special, it must be useful to you. Seeing the effect she wanted was achieved. She showed no mercy, ending Elliot's life instantly. Throwing the corpse on the ground, someone would take care of it. This person did indeed have rare psychic power, but so what? Dead was dead. Perfect for intimidation. Bryn pulled Jude and walked straight back to the villa without looking back. Howard, after the upgrade, it feels totally different. I feel much lighter. Goldie said to Grandfather Apollon about the feeling after the upgrade. I feel stronger. Coil quickly shared his feelings. After saying, he almost wanted to show off. But a look from Goldie held him back. Bryn returned right at this moment, suddenly feeling that having a team wasn't bad. Everyone has upgraded their powers. Bryn looked around and didn't find Cash. They've all been upgraded. The eldest brother is cleaning up scattered zombies on the small hill behind us. Coil's smile instantly became serious. Playful or serious, he was reliable when it came to business. Looking for me? Just in time, Cash returned. Soraya, since our powers have been upgraded, let's go to the skyscraper for training. Seeing everyone gathered, Bryn spoke. As for the few upstairs, their deals were finished and were no longer within her concern. She believed Amadeo Lowell would make decisions upon waking up. Really? I want to go too. Goldie's face turned rosy with excitement. Just in time, I also want to try out my new power. Coil swung his fists excitedly, couldn't wait any longer. Bryn directly sent Indira, Howard Apollon, and Ellie mother-daughter to next door Remy's place. Recalling the looks from the few upstairs, she'd rather trust Remy. On the way to the skyscraper, Bryn took the opportunity to hand out several advanced bulletproof vests and silenced guns to everyone. Just in case, our goal is the crystal cores and rescuing people. We'll improvise for everything else. Bryn carefully explained their mission objectives. Shia, my power seems different from before. I didn't mention it at the villa because I thought 2 people upstairs were eavesdropping, Goldie said with a helpless gesture, pulling at her hair. She wasn't fond of liars. As she finished speaking, she extended her fingers, from which many star-like points floated out, drifting into everyone's bodies. Cash felt the effect most distinctly. He had just gone outside and fought some zombies, exhausting both his physical strength and psychic power. I feel incredibly comfortable, all the fatigue vanished, even old injuries seem much better. Cash quickly shared his experience with everyone. The others only felt a refreshing sensation throughout their bodies. Mass healing, Goldie, that's amazing. Bryn stared at Goldie with fiery admiration. In her past life, Bryn had only heard of this power but never seen it in action. With this ability, their safety would be far more assured. At this moment, Coil raised his hand, causing puzzled looks from everyone. I also have new changes, Coil said, then opened his clenched fist. A seedling emerged from his palm, slowly extending upwards until a vine appeared. Coil, you've awakened plant-based powers? Bryn looked at him in surprise. Was she blessed by Lady Luck? How did her teammates get so powerful? She immediately turned to stare at Cash. Don't tell me you have dual powers now. Cash silently nodded, having just gone outside to gauge his changed powers. Suddenly, dark clouds covered the sky above them, revealing several streaks of purple lightning within the clouds. Everyone was stunned. This was simply too powerful. Bryn was overwhelmed with joy, leading her to glance at Jude inadvertently. This guy had eaten so many spirit stones and crystal cores, yet why did he show no significant changes? Chapter 66, heading to the building to harvest crystal cores. Seeing Bryn's gaze, Jude helplessly stroked his arm. The dark clouds had dispersed, but the light snowfall seemed to have intensified. The temperature continued to plummet. By the time they approached the building, Elliot's corpse was just being dragged away, leaving a red trail in the snow. Bryn looked at the entrance of the building. The zombies that had been piled up there had vanished without a trace. This wasn't a good sign. Sis Shia, shortly after you left, the zombies outside the building started retreating. We don't know where these zombies went. We also don't know how many survivors are still inside. Adrian and Aziel came to her side, looking worriedly at the building. They could only hope the survivors inside could hold on a little longer. Bryn handed Adrian the bulletproof vests she had prepared beforehand. I need the second-level crystal cores. If you encounter any, make sure to collect them for me. Then she led everyone toward the building. Helena, can you use your new skill to sense where those zombies are? Bryn called out to Helena in her mind, who had upgraded early due to the abundant spatial spirit energy and was now at the second level. No problem. After replying, Helena placed a small flower in her hand. Everyone watched as the little flower in Bryn's hand drifted upward with the snowstorm, the red petals standing out strikingly against the white snow. There are 3 third-level mutated zombies in the building now. They control the lower-level zombies for protection. They are on the 10th, 18th, and 26th floors. The most survivors are on the 28th floor. Bryn relayed what Helena had seen. Third-level abilities were something she had just barely reached. It was the perfect opportunity to test her skills against these zombies. We'll go up using the elevator. We're responsible for the 26th floor and the survivors on the top floor. If you're not confident about handling the third-level zombies, prioritize rescuing the survivors. We're going in first. Remember to use the elevator. Bryn assigned the tasks directly. Got it. I'll make the arrangements right away. Adrian quickly walked toward the restaurant with the supplies. Once he was ready, Bryn's team had already entered the building. There are approximately 400 zombies on the 26th floor, and Gifford and his sister are also on that floor. This was the latest information Helena had provided. She had almost lost hope, but these 2 children had managed to hold on until now. While zombies had co-evolved, not all of them had crystal cores. Even the zombies in the basement nurtured by the reed couldn't guarantee crystal cores, let alone those in the building. Everyone, remember our goal is the crystal cores. As for the survivors, we'll leave that to their own devices. Bryn had no personal connection with those people and had never intended to save anyone beyond those present. Sometimes, saving people ended up getting oneself killed, something she had witnessed too often in her previous life. In this lifetime, she would only save the people in front of her. They arrived beside the elevator. Keaton stepped forward and manually pried open the elevator door. The elevator was conveniently stopped on the ground floor. Once everyone got in, he channeled lightning into thin wires connected to the elevator's generator, ensuring it would reach the 26th floor. Ding, 26th floor, a mechanical female voice announced. The zombies outside turned their heads upon hearing the sound and began crawling towards the elevator. Are we all ready? Ready. Dark clouds gathered on the rooftops, filled with hidden lightning. Countless ice blades floated in the air, aimed at the zombies' heads. As the elevator doors opened, lightning struck the zombies, blocking their movement. Ice blades ruthlessly pierced through their heads. Instantly, over 100 zombies were decapitated. Bryn disdainfully eyed the corpses on the ground. Despite so many zombies, very few had crystal cores. This was quite a loss. The entire 26th floor had been densely packed with zombies, even filling most rooms. Now, countless zombies felt the presence of the team and began moving out. There was nowhere to stand on the ground. So everyone remained stationary, letting the zombies come to them. Before long, half of the zombies were eliminated, and the remaining ones seemed to receive orders to retreat. They've retreated to the opposite side, Coyle said, looking bewildered at the zombies on the other side. After such a large number of zombies, they only obtained a small bag of crystal cores, with only 2 second-level cores. No wonder people raised zombies. Coyle suddenly understood the masked man's actions. Instead of killing these zombies, raising them might yield more crystal cores. Coyle shook his head to dispel the thought. How could he even have such an idea? Raising zombies was way too dangerous. But somehow, it didn't sound so bad in his mind. He quickly shook off the thought and hurried to catch up with everyone else. Bryn was still communicating with Helena. That third-level zombie was extremely cunning. It had been hiding among the other zombies, making it impossible to distinguish. However, it didn't matter, as long as all the zombies were killed. It would naturally be found out. Kicking away the obstructing zombies, everyone walked toward the opposite crowd of zombies. Goldie used her ability to help everyone quickly recover their powers. Coyle promptly handed over the collected crystal cores to her so she could use them directly. Here. Gifford and his sister are here. Bryn stopped outside a room, one of the few with closed doors. Helena told her that the Jiang siblings were inside. Knock, knock. Bryn knocked on the door rhythmically. Unexpectedly, Gifford didn't open the door. Instead, a narrow crack opened next door. Are you here to save us? My mom can't walk, find someone to carry her. The man immediately began giving orders upon seeing the people outside. But no one paid any attention to them. Hey, I'm talking to you. The man shouted angrily. This attracted a few zombies, causing him to quickly shut the door tight. This guy is too practical. Goldie couldn't find the right words to describe it. Coyle swung the vine in his hand, directly shooting the zombies in the head. Hearing the voices, Gifford stood by the door and whispered, "Is it Sister Shia?" Gifford awaited a response from outside the door eagerly. When the zombies broke out in the building, he had just rescued his sister who was forcibly taken away. After barely managing to get her back, the building had already fallen, and he could only carry his sister up the stairs floor by floor. Finally stopping on the 26th floor, his abilities were completely drained, unable to move further. Due to climbing the stairs, his feet were completely worn out, easily attracting zombies. So he dared not open the door, fearing that it would attract zombies and harm everyone. "Xiaofeng, you can open the door," Bryn reassured him from outside. Upon hearing Bryn's assurance, Gifford finally cracked the door open slightly. Chapter 67, Digging Crystal Cores with a Cheat Phraseared. Alicia lay on the bed, her pale little face showing that her body had reached its limit. She had already fallen into a coma. She seemed even weaker than when Bryn had seen her last time. "Older Sister Shia, should I give it a try?" Goldie saw the frail girl and was about to step forward. Gifford blocked her way, looking warily at her medical kit. "What is she going to do to my younger sister?" He asked Goldie but looked at Bryn. "Don't worry, she has healing powers," Bryn reassured him hastily. Only then did Gifford let Goldie approach, while he stayed by his sister's side. Goldie made a few star-like lights dance from her fingertips into Alicia's mouth. After 3 seconds, Alicia opened her eyes, her complexion improved significantly, and she could even speak. "Brayden, where are we?" Alicia noticed some red shadows before her eyes and stretched out her hand in search of Gifford. "I'm here, sister." Gifford hurried forward to embrace her, unable to hold back tears. It took Alicia a moment to realize that the red shadow rushing towards her was her brother, and everything around them was grey. She curiously looked at the other red shadows and noticed one of them carried a hint of green. "Brayden, is that the older sister who saved us?" Alicia pointed at the most peculiar shadow. "Sarai's. That's Sister Shia. Can you see now?" Gifford realized that his sister had accurately identified Bryn. "I can see red shadows, a few lighter ones behind you, and something green further back," Alicia described as she turned her head. "Thank you, and sorry. Our lives belong to you now. Tell us what you want us to do," Gifford said, his eyes red. Goldie looked at Bryn, unsure how to respond. She'd never experienced such gratitude before. "Your sister might have awakened her powers, she must have been too weak before." Bryn found it amusing how grown-up this young boy sounded. "You'll be part of our team now, welcome to Team Hope," Bryn teased, mimicking his tone. Bryn threw clothes and weapons onto the bed. "Put on the thermal wear and tactical jackets quickly, it's getting colder." Gifford blushed furiously, quickly dressing his sister before taking care of himself. "Let's go dig for crystal cores." The people next door weren't worth their attention. "Brayden, there are so many green shadows ahead." Alicia held her brother's hand, pointing at the dense cluster of zombies. "Remember to inform us immediately if you see these shadows," Gifford instructed, clutching the big sword Bryn gave him tightly. With various abilities combining, most of the zombies ahead vanished. "Sister Shia, I'll handle the scattered ones." Gifford eagerly wielded the big sword, eager to practice and grow stronger. A gunshot echoed from downstairs, causing everyone to pause. Those people were also taking action. "We need crystal cores from zombie brains for upgrading. Hurry up." Bryn crushed the nearest zombie's head with her foot, finding nothing inside. "Don't worry, Sister Shia." Gifford walked towards a lone zombie, slashing vigorously. After disposing of 3, he calmly split their heads open, searching for cores. Finding the first core, Gifford silently breathed a sigh of relief. Alicia followed closely, reaching into a zombie's head, pulling out a glowing stone triumphantly. "Is this the glowing thing, Sister Shia? There are so many on the ground." Alicia dashed around collecting more cores accurately each time. Bryn marveled at how adaptable the two kids were. Who would have thought a teenager wielding a big sword could move so fast or that a 6-year-old could extract cores so skillfully? It turned out Alicia had both clairvoyance and strength abilities. The scene was almost beautiful. Bryn felt delighted. Frustrated, she kicked a corpse with no cores. Then, Gifford led the way, while Alicia collected cores. Bryn and the others followed happily. Whenever they encountered level 2 zombies, they used abilities to take care of them. In just this short time, they had collected over 50 first-level crystal cores and 5 second-level crystal cores. This was like having a cheat mode on. Bryn announced alone, "These two are the lucky stars of our team." When only a few dozen zombies were left, everyone clearly felt less at ease than before. These zombies were mostly physically tough or particularly fast. They were third-level zombies that had screened themselves out to protect themselves deep inside. Just as Bryn was considering whether to ask the triangular flower for help, Alicia pointed at the deepest zombie. "Big Sister Shia, there's a red stone on that zombie." Bryn's eyes lit up after hearing this. This ability was truly amazing. The zombie seemed to realize Alicia could identify it, retreating further and hiding behind other zombies. "Can't see it anymore." Alicia was a little downcast, eager to be of help. "Don't worry, tell us when you see it again." Bryn patted Alicia's hair. Though her power was impressive, it consumed a lot of energy and took longer to recover. They had to locate that third-level zombie first. Jude suspended ice blades in mid-air, directly piercing the heads of the zombies in front of him. Even though he hadn't upgraded, his power was more than enough to handle second-level zombies, and it seemed inexhaustible. Bryn genuinely envied him. After adjusting his powers, Keaton gradually reduced the layers of second-level zombies in front. The final third-level zombie, seeing this situation, let out a sharp sound. "Cover your ears." Bryn and Jude shouted simultaneously. Everyone felt the sound like a chainsaw tearing at their skulls, and even covering their ears did no good. Enduring the severe pain in her head, Bryn continued searching for the last zombie. No wonder this zombie could summon so many guardians, it turned out to be a third-level psychic-type zombie. Currently, only she and Jude were least affected. Jude created an ice path in midair, and Bryn hopped onto it with her large sword. With a wave of her hand, it was like slicing watermelons. The hidden third-level zombie, seeing its guardians decreasing, grabbed a nearby zombie and stuffed the crystal core into its own mouth. It stared at Bryn with anger and fear. Just this action allowed Bryn and Jude to lock onto it. A fire dragon and an ice dragon shot at it simultaneously. Chapter 68 We Are Just Cool. Its tiny brain subconsciously felt that the fire dragon was more dangerous, so it struggled to evade the fire dragon, which led to the ice dragon striking it directly. It hit its little leg directly, instantly freezing it into ice. A slight movement caused the ice leg to shatter into fragments. The level 3 zombie realized it had lost a leg, and fury immediately engulfed it. While digging out the crystal core, it simultaneously unleashed its psychic power to the maximum, directly targeting Bryn. Bryn then realized, wasn't this the leader who had robbed them in front of the town? That man with one missing leg. Oh. Now he's missing 2 legs. She finally understood why this zombie kept attacking her. Even as a zombie, it still harbored resentment. Feeling the psychic attack, Bryn felt as if her head was being sawed by knives. She tried to slap her head hard to clear her mind, but it didn't help much. The level 3 zombie, supporting itself with nearby zombies, looked at Bryn mockingly and ordered all surrounding zombies to launch an attack. Jude, standing beside her, seemed unaffected. Suddenly, Jude's voice sounded in Bryn's head, "Concentrate your spirit, try to materialize your mental energy and resist its attack inside your head." With no time for anything else, she quickly followed his instructions. Bryn focused her spirit intensely and discovered some purple stars appearing in her mind. Gritting her teeth, she gathered these purple stars until they coalesced into a large ball. At the same time, she noticed a black thread attacking the spirit core in her head. This was the zombie's mental energy. Mimicking the zombie's method, Bryn turned the purple ball into a rope. She directly consumed the enemy's mental energy and followed the trail of mental energy straight to its brain. Roar! It worked. The level 3 zombie clutched its head in pain and squatted on the ground. Seeing its momentary lapse in defense, Bryn and Jude launched their actions simultaneously. The uncontrolled zombies began moving about chaotically, and the team members stopped their pained expressions. They kicked away the zombies lunging at them and swiftly moved closer to it. The level 3 zombie tried to hide again. Flames and ice blades shot towards it once more. This time, its leg was pinned to the ground by an ice blade, and the eternal flame ignited its body. No matter how it rolled, it couldn't extinguish the eternal flame, and even nearby zombies started burning after catching the flame. It wanted to launch one final psychic attack but found its mental energy completely depleted. In the end, it could only crawl towards Bryn using the most primitive method. It didn't know why, but every time it saw this woman, it wanted to tear her apart. With its last bit of defiance, the level 3 zombie turned to ashes. A red crystal core appeared on the ground. Jude picked it up and handed it to Bryn, who received it with wary eyes. Only now did the team fully recover from the psychic attack, hurriedly getting up and rushing to Bryn's side. "Vera, are you okay? What happened just now? Why was that level 3 zombie so powerful?" Several voices chimed in together. Bryn then took the crystal core, showing it to everyone. "This is the level 3 zombie's crystal core. It might be upgrading to level 4 soon. This crystal core is so big, and the red color inside is so beautiful." "That's true, still, Sister Shia is awesome." Coyle spoke while his eyes continuously shifted between Bryn and Jude, sensing something amiss with these two. "There are many people coming up the stairs, heading towards us." Alicia looked at the empty corridor behind them. Bryn quickly put the crystal core in her pocket and signaled everyone to do the same. Just as they finished putting things away, a group of people turned the corner from the stairway, facing the team. "Are you also survivors? These zombies were all killed by you." The leading man sized up the team members, raising an eyebrow. He seemed to doubt that just a few people could kill so many zombies. Who knew how many ordinary people had sacrificed themselves? Nevertheless, he extended his hand reluctantly. "Are you all psychics? I'm a fire element psychic. These people behind me are survivors from the building." As he said this, he raised his hand, with small flames appearing in his palm. Bryn glanced at Jason, who immediately stepped forward. They wouldn't reveal that everyone on the team was a psychic, it would only invite jealousy. People's hearts in this apocalypse were not worth testing. Hiding everyone was the best course of action. Jason, having been a soldier, exuded a natural military demeanor, making him the most suitable representative. Obduraman element. Then he ignored the man. Sure enough, seeing Jason's demeanor, the man assumed he was simply aloof, casually rescuing the people behind him. After all, there were women and children among them, clearly weaklings. "We heard the gunshots and came down from the 28th floor, looking for a way to break out of the building. At this moment, unity is the only way to survive." To be honest, the man had some disdain for the people behind him. He just thought that in times of need, those ordinary people could help him block zombies. After all, psychics were now humanity's hope. Seeing the man's eyes darting around, Bryn knew what he was thinking. In this apocalypse, how many good-hearted rescues were there? It was all about using and being used. Unfortunately, they had been chosen. This man's ability was almost breaking through to level 2, and the people behind him followed his lead. We gathered on the 28th floor yesterday. I'm Inigo. Would you like to join us? The man asked Jason again. No interest. This time it was Bryn who replied. To her surprise, the man glanced at her with disdain. What do you know, woman? Shouldn't your man control you? In his eyes, Bryn was just an ornament, not worth talking to. Be polite, Jason stepped forward to retort. Inigo never expected Jason to stand up for an ornament like her. The team collectively rolled their eyes. They were about to go around the crowd and head downstairs when the people hiding in the room rushed out. We want to join you. They just killed many zombies and dug out many crystal cores. Saying this, they pointed straight at Bryn and her team. Goldie's face turned red with anger upon hearing this. Someone from the larger group shouted, you killed so many zombies, surely you have many crystal cores. We are more numerous, you should share some with us. Sarai's. Maybe they got a lot of supplies too, leaving those would work as well. Hearing about the crystal cores, Inigo's eyes gleamed with greed, glancing towards the team members. Upon hearing others agree, he remained silent, not interrupting at all. Isn't that funny? We killed the zombies, and you think we should just hand them over because you say so? Do you think I'm your dad? Coyle coldly stepped forward. When it came to insulting people, he never lost. An elderly lady immediately exploded. How do you talk? You obviously aren't a proper person. Don't you respect elders? The old lady, wearing a large floral cotton jacket, trembled as she raised her hand. Why should I respect you if you don't set a good example? Coyle dug in his ear, barely resisting the urge to throw her off the building. Chapter 69, Healing Type. And you few, when we were killing zombies, all you did was cower in the room. Now you expect to get supplies so easily. Have none of you looked in a mirror? Coyle glared furiously at those who had been hiding in the room. They had no skills for fighting zombies but demanded supplies as if they deserved them. Who gave them the nerve? Seeing the large group of dozens of people, those in the room instantly puffed up their chests and joined the crowd. Now it's the end times, shouldn't we be helping each other? One woman, imagining herself elegant, flipped her hair. She blinked at Keaton and prepared to approach him. Are your eyes having a fit? With that ugly face, you shouldn't come out and make a fool of yourself. Coyle blocked her path first. You. The woman's chest heaved with anger. She wanted to say more but was held back by a companion. Inigo's gaze already looked like it could tear her apart. He's still here, and she's thinking of luring outsiders. Does she not respect him as the captain? Ever since becoming captain, he regarded the whole team as his own. Don't get too upset, we just want to make friends. Inigo admitted that this small team wasn't simple even if he couldn't tell how. He moved aside, giving Bryn and the others a way through. Since these people can't serve him, let them clear the way instead. Boom. The entire building began to shake uncontrollably as a massive creature climbed on its exterior wall. Bryn felt that thing was about to reach the 26th floor. Mutant zombie, run. Bryn led the group rapidly towards the opposite direction, the elevator side. Inigo, reacting quickly upon hearing this, shouted for everyone to follow Bryn. The front ranks were filled with psychics, while the rear consisted of the elderly, sick, and weak. Fall back, hurry down one floor. Keaton narrowed his eyes at the rear group. This Inigo, damn it. Some thought Keaton was criticizing them for being too many and ran harder towards their group. The mutant zombie outside smashed through the window, tearing off a huge chunk of stone from the building, hurling it over. Instantly, it flattened countless people and split the entire 26th floor into two parts. Those who followed Keaton's advice turned around and ran down a lower level. The zombie squeezed its enormous head through the window, turning the adjacent wall into rubble. Big Sister Shia, why is this zombie so big? Alisha found this zombie especially long, with its shadow flickering incessantly behind. Everyone turned back, realizing this wasn't an ordinary zombie. It was clearly a combination of a crocodile and human, having human limbs but also 4 crocodile claws, a crocodile's head, and a long crocodile tail behind. It forced its entire body through the corridor, shattering everything the tail swept past. Its radar-like eyes constantly explored the ground, targeting Bryn and her group before crawling straight toward them. That side smelled delicious. If only it could eat those people, its level would stabilize completely. Fraser stones fell from above, fortunately deterring most commoners who fled downstairs after the initial impact. The mutated zombie was heading directly towards Bryn's squad and Inigo's elite team, most of whom were psychics. Inigo didn't care about others, even believing it unnecessary. As long as these elites remained behind him, someone would still support him. As the mutated zombie was about to catch up, a middle-aged woman in a red floral padded jacket from Inigo's squad stretched out a green vine toward Alisha's ankle. Almost grabbing Alisha, she could toss her backward, thus drawing out the zombie. Whoever cursed at this group should now suffer for it. Just as the vine wrapped around Alisha, a metal blade appeared mid-air, slicing through the vine. The woman, losing her grip, fell backward, desperately clutching onto a nearby pillar to steady herself. Who attacked me? She cursed while running. Little sister, are you okay? Gifford immediately turned his sister around, shielding her in his arms. Earlier, sensing something approaching, he visualized a knife when noticing the vine aiming at his sister. To his surprise, a Rayal knife appeared, severing the vine. Just because you have green vines? Coyle, leading ahead, turned around and shot green vines accurately hitting under the woman's feet. Startled, she jumped higher and higher. Those around her found the middle-aged woman annoying and felt that she was provoking them. One by one, they were about to take action against Coyle. Inigo finally reacted, realizing the other team had more than just one psychic, and from how skillfully they used their abilities. It was something these people behind him could never achieve. In a second, Inigo conjured a small fire dragon, hoping to separate the two teams, giving them a favor in return. To his surprise, the woman from the opposing team stepped forward, standing in front of the fire dragon. He hurriedly retracted his power, only to see the other casually wave her hand, making his fire dragon vanish without a trace. At the same time, ice knives hovered next to the heads of those ready to cause trouble. Stop it. Show some mercy. Inigo shouted loudly, now ignoring the mutated zombie behind him. He knew these people far exceeded his imagination. They could disperse his fire dragon with a wave of their hand, suspend ice blades in midair, and accurately throw green vines wherever they wanted. These people were anything but simple. As Inigo moved forward, a row of earth spikes appeared before him. It seemed like they were telling him that if he advanced any further, the spikes would pierce his body accurately. He raised both hands, a smile plastered on his face. Don't provoke us anymore. Otherwise, a crocodile's mouth is your best destination. Bryn disdainfully brushed off the dust from her clothes as if tainted by these people. By this point, the middle-aged woman had been tormented enough by Coil, squatting down and leaning on the stone wall, gasping for breath. With the mutated zombie almost here, she didn't have any strength left to run. Her entire body bore marks from being whipped by green vines, each bloody streak looking alarming. The other members of Inigo's team finally caught on. They held back their rashness from earlier, no longer daring to entertain any thoughts towards this small team. One man approached the middle-aged woman, finding that the small team did not stop him. After all, psychics were very scarce, and adding one more to the team was valuable, though the woman's days ahead wouldn't be easy. Bryn curiously watched as they treated her, noticing that after a long while, the woman's heavy breathing eased somewhat, and her forehead sweated less. Is this considered a healing type? Chapter 70, Mission completed, time to go home for Hot Pot. What kind of demons and devils are these team members? Her Goldie is truly the best. The mutated zombie behind them saw that these people actually stopped and waited. It excitedly swung its tail, imagining the scene where it would devour these people and thereby gain an upgrade. Inigo turned back and upon seeing this scene, became even more determined to let the opposite team go first. He would wait until they were both weakened before reaping the benefits. Little did he know, just as he was about to turn around to say something, he saw Bryn directly step on the green vine ladder made by her teammate and slide right in front of the mutated zombie. Are you all crazy? Everyone in Inigo's team exclaimed in unison. A flower vase. How could that be possible? Bryn jumped right in front of the mutated zombie. The mutated zombie found a small human standing right at the tip of its nose, which it felt provoked its territory. It tried very hard to shake the person off, with so much force that a strong wind immediately swirled up in the air. Inigo's team directly sent forward their earth and metal psychics to try and withstand the wind. Serrate, the team of over 10 people was still blown about by the strong wind. Looking here, Jude casually waved his hand, instantly setting up an ice wall at the forefront. The few people behind him leisurely watched Bryn. This made the opposite team even more envious. Bryn stood steadily there, wanting to test how powerful her mental strength really was. The previous one was at her level, but this one had already entered the rank of 4th level zombies. Unfortunately, its forced upgrade caused its mutation to be quite unstable. No wonder it wanted to catch these psychics today for nourishment. Bryn focused her mental strength and looked into the mutated zombie's eyes. Her mental strength traveled through the eyes straight into its brain. Inside its brain was nothing but black substances, extremely nauseating. The only light came from its crystal core. A yellow crystal core. This zombie was a power-type zombie. No wonder it was so strong, capable of rock climbing. It must have come from the 18th floor. The mutated crocodile zombie sensed a strange thing entering its brain and could only scratch its head endlessly with its claws. Its main body was a crocodile, understanding no strategies but knowing it had to get rid of this thing inside its brain. It must eat these people, otherwise, it would explode and die. Seeing the crystal core expanding and contracting continuously, Bryn guessed that this might be due to insufficient upgrading stability. Without timely supplementation of the crystal core, it would also self-destruct. That would waste the crystal core. Little guy, since you've brought yourself here, how can I refuse? Bryn smiled, enveloping the other party's crystal core with her mental strength and pulling hard. When the crystal core shrunk, she could pull it out, but once it grew larger, it returned to its original position. The mutated crocodile zombie felt the most important thing in its brain being pulled, rolling painfully while trying to knock Bryn off its body. Unexpectedly, she stood unmoved, forcing it to look at the people in front of it. Perhaps if it ate these people and became stronger, the thing inside its head would be driven away. Its thought was correct. Once its abilities surpassed Bryn's, her mental attack would be suppressed. Forced attacks could even result in backlash. It quickly crawled towards the old lady, who was completely ineffective against it with her green vines until it picked her up. Just as it opened its big mouth to enjoy the first meal. This was the opportunity. Bryn raised her hand, ignited the inferno fire, and directly shot it into the crocodile's mouth. The crocodile's skin was very tough, and her inferno fire wasn't fully restored yet. She could only take advantage of its unawareness and attack internally. The inferno fire swallowed, the crocodile zombie sneezed so hard it blew the old lady flying to the corner. Bryn noticed the crystal core started to continuously shrink. She again focused her mental strength and enveloped the other party's crystal core. With the loss of connection to the crystal core, The crocodile zombie wildly thrashed its tail like a madman. Jude and Coil worked together to block the attack from outside. The opposite team was directly scattered, falling to the ground and vomiting blood. In one breath, Bryn enveloped the inferno fire in her hand and punched right through the zombie's eye. Ah! A scream echoed throughout the 26th floor. Bryn precisely located the crystal core and pulled it out forcefully. The crocodile zombie instantly lost vitality and fell dead on the spot. Bryn disdainfully shook her arm. The black substance from inside was extremely uncomfortable. Next moment, Jude and Coil approached. Coil held an iron basin, while Jude had long thrown ice into it. Approaching the corpse burned by the inferno fire, it melted into a basin of water, which he handed to Bryn. Wash your hand. Bryn looked at the two people in front of her and raised her eyebrows in amusement. They actually had the time to find a basin. She didn't hesitate to put her hands in the water, which was just the right temperature. She then cleaned the crystal core thoroughly and picked it up again. The crystal core had already stabilized into its smallest form, but the yellow starlight flowing inside was still abundant. This crystal core was still grade 4. The corpse behind her had completely burned away during this time. Bryn looked at the ashes on the ground with a tinge of regret. With such sturdy crocodile skin, they should have kept some for weapons. Inigo's team stared at the scene in front of them, their mouths hanging open collectively. All that was left in everyone's eyes was envy. Amazing. She's not human. How did they do that? We're all psychics. What went wrong here? They're so powerful. I wish I could join them. Even washing hands, it's really washing hands. I haven't taken a bath for half a month. Bryn put the crystal core away. Let's go. Mission completed. Back home. Then Keaton opened the elevator and used the previous method to make it run after everyone entered. Inigo's team watched as the elevator doors closed without anyone moving. Until the number on the elevator slowly changed from 26 to 1. Only then did everyone come back to their senses. Wait. They came down by elevator. So they also went up by elevator. They really took the elevator both ways. We honestly climbed 28 floors. I want to ask, did they say they were going home in the elevator? Sarais. Then it's true they said they would eat hot pot at home in the elevator. Sarais. What kind of team is this? Never heard of it, never heard of it. Too amazing. I want to clean their floor. I wonder if they need someone. Without comparison, there would be no hurt. They had been struggling up the stairs, fighting zombies, and desperately trying to survive. These people were living so carefree. Everyone was momentarily unable to tell whether they felt envy or jealousy. What they knew was, this team left an indelible scar on their fragile hearts. Chapter 71 Finally leaving the town. On the first floor of the building. After Bryn and her team came down, they just met Adrian and Aziel's teams. Compared with their tattered appearances, only Gifford from Bryn's side had some bloodstains on his feet. The others were neat and clean, showing no signs of fighting zombies. Betty, here are the crystal cores. It's just that a mutated zombie broke out of a window on the 18th floor. Adrian reported the latest news to Bryn unintentionally. Oh, it's already dead. Bryn took over the 2 small bags of crystal cores and waved her hand indifferently. Talk about arrogance. If you're so capable, why did only you guys come down? What about the survivors? You probably used those survivors as bait. A girl appeared behind Adrian, staring at Bryn provocatively. She must have been the one whom Adrian refused because of Bryn. She disliked how respectful Adrian was to Bryn. This woman didn't measure up to herself in any way. As soon as she finished speaking, many survivors appeared on the first floor of the building, many of whom were elderly people and children. Seeing Bryn's team, they immediately came forward to express their gratitude. Cooper, thank you so much. If it weren't for your warning, we might have been buried inside. Luckily we ran into them, otherwise, we wouldn't have survived. My grandson said he wants to be like them when he grows up. Are these soldiers? Has the military sent people to rescue us? The country hasn't forgotten us, sending Cooper to save us. These were all the people who, after listening to Keaton's words, ran down the stairs. They naturally associated these survivors with Adrian's actions. The woman who spoke earlier blushed with embarrassment. Adrian quickly arranged for someone to settle this group of people. Now only their team remained in the town. Since they were the only ones who went into the building to save people, they now gained everyone's admiration. Adrian wanted to say a few more words to Bryn but turned around to find that they had already left. This time, Bryn's team had a bountiful harvest. She wanted to celebrate with hot pot. Who would stay here to be scrutinized by those people? It's not a zoo. They directly turned a corner and found another villa. Indeed, there were many villas here, but they required a large amount of supplies to redeem. So when they exchanged all their supplies for the villa area previously, it caused many curious glances. But it wouldn't be long before this place would be evacuated. Keaton went straight to Hoover's villa to fetch people. They no longer intended to return to the next door villa. Ever since they discovered that several people upstairs had impure intentions, they never planned to go back. Fortunately, Adrian and his team found several emergency generators in the warehouse. Now the town barely managed to maintain power supply. As for what Bryn collected, there was no way she would return it. Upon entering the house, Bryn took out 2 sets of clean clothes from her backpack and handed them to Gifford. Quickly take your sister upstairs for a hot bath, everything is clean. We will have hot pot later. Thank you, Sister Shia. Gifford blushed slightly. He and his sister felt as if they had entered a fairyland. We are already family, don't say thanks anymore. Once we return to our real home, we'll make do for now. Bryn looked at the two kids in front of her. Without waiting for their reply, Bryn headed straight to the kitchen and took out all the hot pot ingredients. Snowy days called for hot pot, and hot pot must be accompanied by chilled drinks. By the time Bryn came out of the bathroom, everything was neatly arranged on the dining table. 2 hot pots, with everyone sitting around. Dara arranged the condiments just like before the apocalypse, allowing everyone to choose freely. Indeed, with Dara, happiness follows. Betty, we're waiting for you. Coyle hurriedly invited Bryn to sit down. Eating hot pot and dipping mutton, it felt like they had returned to the pre-apocalypse world. Everyone focused on eating, with no time for chatting. Dish after dish of meat was devoured instantly. Only Jude seemed less interested. In the end, some even mixed a bowl of rice. Finally sipping a chilled cola. It was truly perfect. Bryn leaned contentedly on the sofa, even belching loudly. Betty, quickly bring out those 2 crystal cores for everyone to see. Goldie gathered everyone around. Bryn handed the 2 crystal cores to Riggs. Unfortunately, without proper equipment, it was impossible to investigate the material within them more thoroughly. Goldie eagerly counted the crystal cores obtained from the building. Counting crystal cores had become her happiest task. Alicia also followed along, fascinated by these shiny objects. To her, they were like the stars her mother told her about. Watching Alicia becoming happier as she counted, even her small eyes curved into crescents from laughter. Gifford felt immensely relieved, knowing his choice was right. Gifford, this one is for you. Go absorb it upstairs later. Gifford looked down at the crystal core handed over by Bryn and raised his head in surprise. He pointed at his own nose tip with his finger. I get one too. He had always thought that as long as they accepted him and his sister, he would be satisfied. He never imagined he would also get a crystal core. It's for you. You need to level up quickly so you can better contribute to the team. Goldie saw his stunned look and hurriedly came forward to place the crystal core in his hand. I said before, we are family, Bryn said, feeling somewhat helpless but understanding his reaction. Gifford looked bewilderedly at the crystal core in his hand, sensing a familiar feeling enveloping him. Done counting. There are a total of 105 first-grade crystal cores and 13 second-grade crystal cores. As for 3rd and 4th grade crystal cores, those all belong to Sister Shia, Goldie said happily, holding the crystal cores in her hands. With these crystal cores, they believed it wouldn't be long before they could upgrade again. The higher the level, the harder it gets to upgrade. These crystal cores are far from enough. Let's store these crystal cores first. Once we reach our territory, everyone can upgrade together. The town was not their territory after all. Previously, when upgrading from level 1 to 2, the time was short, so it didn't matter. Knock, knock. It's me. Hearing the knocking, Bryn immediately put everything back into her storage space. Coyle slowly went to open the door. Shia friend. I've come over again, shamelessly. Seeing Hoover's foxy expression, Bryn looked helplessly at him. She knew that Hoover cared about the people and was unwilling to abandon the survivors in the town. Bryn quickly raised her hands, looking innocent. I haven't touched the town's granary. Hoover awkwardly rubbed his nose. Shia friend, I sincerely want you to stay. From the moment Bryn brought back the survivors and Adrian reported the news from the building, Hoover realized he must not let them go. Everyone in this team was talent, and losing such talents would be a loss for the town. He was willing to do anything to keep them. All right, I'll think about it. Bryn reluctantly agreed, watching the snow outside getting heavier. She made up her mind secretly, she would leave tonight. No one could stop her from going home. Chapter 72 Zion left, extreme cold arrived. Mr. ARA naturally heard the evasive response from Bryn. He shook his head helplessly and handed the paper in his hand to her. Indeed, he was getting old. He could not retain talents anymore. Bryn clutched the note in her hand, hoping for a chance to meet them again. As it grew completely dark, Bryn hurriedly roused everyone, had Coyle carry Emma, then covered her with thick sable fur. With a wave of her hand, she stored everything into her spatial ring. Since the zombie incident, no one was moving around in the town. They quickly walked toward the town gate, where Keaton had been waiting. He drove the exact RV that belonged to Bryn. He asked everyone to squeeze into the RV. Bryn caught a snowflake with her hand. The outside temperature was dropping sharply. Previously, inside the villa, the indoor temperature had already dropped to nearly 30 degrees below zero. Staying here to endure the extreme cold was not the best choice. After all, home wasn't far away. Unexpectedly, they encountered swarms of zombie rats at the gate, probably trying to enter the town to find shelter from the extreme cold. They needed to speed up. Bryn jumped out of the car and ignited the infernal flame in her palm, attacking the zombie rats. Fragments later, only ashes remained on the white snowfield. Luckily, these zombie rats hadn't advanced in level. Indeed, level suppression was always the most powerful. Bryn brushed off the ashes from her palm, took one last look at the town, and then asked Keaton to drive along the route indicated by Zion. She hoped Mr. ARA would see the note she left behind. When she and Zion came, they took a detour. On the return trip, after Keaton's modifications, the RV only took about 20 minutes through the snow to reach the shore. Bryn directly took out a small yacht from her spatial ring. Thin ice had already started forming on the water. If the temperature continued to drop, the water surface would freeze. Standing on the yacht, looking at the home just ahead, Bryn sighed in relief. Having been out for so many days, she could finally go home. The others on the boat didn't say a word, but their gazes towards Bryn revealed their trust. Wherever Bryn went, they would follow. There was an implicit anticipation for the home in this apocalypse. Bryn noticed that the water level, which was at 3 or 4 floors before they left, had risen to 6 floors. Due to previous events, the residential area had long been deserted. By the time they arrived home, it was less than an hour later. Opening the door, they felt a significantly different temperature from outside. Wow, it's so warm in here. Coyle rubbed his hands excitedly. Oh, my clothes are dripping, don't get the floor dirty. This place feels so comfortable. Goldie enthusiastically took off her coat and threw it at the entrance. Xiao Jin, we're finally back, Dara said while looking around the house. There won't be incidents like that again. Hurry and take Emma to the room, Bryn said seriously to Ellie. Zion immediately lit the fireplace in the living room upon entering. The balcony's hydroelectric generator had been running continuously, keeping the home appliances functioning normally. After arranging everyone comfortably, Bryn went straight to her room to shower. Dara led everyone on a tour of the house, changing clothes and cleaning up. When Bryn came out after her shower, she found a doorway connecting her living room to Zion's house. Shia GE, Fraser Braden just let us blast this wall open. Coyle still felt excited thinking about the scene. It will be more convenient this way, Zion explained to Bryn. They had changed into simple t-shirts and were sitting lazily on the sofa. Clearly, this was to take advantage of the warmth. Bryn turned away and delivered the ingredients to Alina and Dara. Such heavy snowfall made northeastern hot pot a perfect choice. After dinner, everyone lay contentedly on the sofa, enjoying themselves as if it were before the apocalypse, perhaps even more so. Bryn took out the cleaned crystal cores from her spatial ring and distributed them according to each person's situation. She gave the largest yellow crystal core to Zion. Unexpectedly, he refused outright. Bryn looked back. It's absolutely safe here. Let's push our abilities to the next level. Serais, boss, Coyle smiled mischievously. They eagerly awaited Bryn swallowing the crystal cores, curious about what effects they would have. Sending everyone to absorb the cores in their rooms, Bryn pulled Zion onto the terrace. Why can you speak directly in my mind? What did you do to me? Bryn looked at Zion with some anger. If he had done something to her, she would set him on fire. It's just mental energy. I can only communicate with you this way if you don't reject me. Zion was somewhat curious about why Bryn's mind could have so many interesting thoughts. So, can you hear what I'm thinking? Bryn took a few anxious steps back. Without your permission, I won't know anything. Zion reached out to touch Bryn's hair tip. An arrow shot directly from the void, and Zion grabbed it mid-air. Bryn, I need to go out for a while. Take care of yourself. Zion looked at the arrow in his hand with an inscrutable expression. It seemed he had found what he was looking for. Mph, like I need you to worry about me. Bryn dodged the arrow and also avoided Zion's hand. She was still upset that he could speak directly in her mind about such matters. It made her feel very insecure. Wait for me. Zion sighed deeply, gave Bryn one last look, and then jumped off the terrace. Only then did Bryn realize what happened. When she tried to find him, there was no sign of him. This guy just jumped down like that. Bryn was somewhat dazed. How many more secrets did this person have? She thought she would ask Zion thoroughly when he came back. But she didn't expect that for a long time afterward, she wouldn't be able to see him again. Returning to the room, Bryn hurriedly entered her spatial realm and inventoried all the items inside. Both Truman and Triangle Plum were in deep sleep, so she checked them over carefully. Feeling reassured, she exited the spatial realm and lay back on the bed. The next day, when Bryn heard movements in the kitchen, she opened her eyes and glanced around her room before lying back down. Indeed, the sleep was comfortable. Pulling the curtain open, she saw that the snow outside was falling even harder. However, the indoor temperature remained a constant 23 degrees, completely isolating the wind and snow outside. Only by going onto the terrace could Bryn feel how much colder it had become outside, probably another 10 degrees drop. It seemed the extreme cold had arrived. Chapter 73, Cultivating the Bone-Washing Flower. This morning, Remy received the letter Bryn had left behind and could only sigh helplessly. The temperature is continuously dropping. Quickly find a way to keep warm. After reading Bryn's message, Remy quickly made a decision and instructed Adrian and the others on their tasks. Remy stood by the window, looking out at the heavy snowfall. I hope everyone can stay safe. Bryn, standing on the balcony, shivered and hurriedly went back inside. After confirming that lunch was her favorite chicken curry rice, she started lounging on the sofa. Not long after lying down, she ran to dig out the old radio, this time finding the channel quickly. Welcome all survivors to the Tien City Safety Base. Please note, follow National Highway 335, repeat, please follow National Highway 335. Bryn propped her chin up. She clearly remembered the last announcement being for National Highway 325. Could that road have been completely overrun? There are also other safety bases across the country besides the Tien City Safety Base. Shia, what exactly is this safety base? Alisha walked over and squatted like Bryn. Safety bases are mostly established by the government. They have supplies and weapons, providing greater protection for people. It's impressive how quickly the state responded to this sudden disaster. Anyone who hears these broadcasts from the radio will surely try their best to reach the safety bases for protection. We received the recall notice on the second day of the disaster. Riggs wheeled himself over upon hearing the commotion. Bryn sneered. Who knows how much of it is still under government control? They probably don't even know themselves. If it were all under government control, there wouldn't have been so many private bases in her previous life. Phraseist of them were converted from government bases. And there were no shortage of perverted lords among them. We received the government's recall on the second day of the calamity. Bryn, are we going back to the Tien City safety base? Keaton thought of his former teammates, now only he and Coil remained. If the base doesn't require any resources, we can check it out when the time comes. It's not the right time yet. At least until the extreme cold passes. Bryn knew they couldn't just hide on the 12th floor indefinitely. Whether zombies or psychics, both were continuously evolving. Now that the extreme cold has arrived, who knows if other disasters might come sooner. If conditions permit, they indeed should go observe the Tien City base first. Otherwise, they could build their own base and lead it. Thinking about building a base, Bryn realized how ambitious she'd become. She quickly looked at Keaton, no longer dwelling on such bold thoughts. Cooper, did you absorb it already? She wondered if this time would bring any surprises. Serais, but these crystal cores seem insufficient. I only feel my psychic power becoming more potent. Keaton stretched out his hand, summoning a small lightning bolt in his palm. Even such a tiny bolt contained tremendous power. He had grown stronger. I failed too. But my plant-based psychic power seems stronger. As he spoke, a seed sprouted in his hand, grew into shape, and finally bloomed into a cute little rose. Hey, I found this seed accidentally in town. Coil handed the small rose to Goldie, who had just emerged. Goldie saw everything. Coil's psychic power had reached an incredible level. She couldn't lag behind either. I didn't upgrade, but it seems my healing speed has improved. Like Cooper's injuries before, they now only take half the time to heal. Wow, you're all my treasures. Bryn looked left and right, marveling at her finds. Unbeknownst to her, it was because of Bryn that their fates had changed. The spirit spring water altered their physiques, making them different from others. Bryn stared at the rose, seemingly inspired by something. She directly moved a pot of black soil from her space and took out a young bone-washing flower sapling. She had read about it in the books within her space. This is the bone-washing flower. It can cleanse bone marrow impurities and may allow one to develop a spirit root. Having confirmed its effectiveness from Ruby, Bryn knew it would work for them. Although the black soil and spirit spring water were used in the space, growth remained slow, still only sprouting. She had just thought of using Coil's plant-based power to accelerate its growth, so she took it out for a trial. Quickly, she poured some spirit water onto the sapling. It was now clear that the spirit water could improve human bodies and enhance plant growth. What if it succeeded? If it could be cultivated, it could definitely be tested on the elders, possibly bringing unexpected surprises. Xanth's sister, this is also mentioned in that book. It can be used to refine pills, like the bone-washing pill. Goldie instantly recalled the ancient book. The text inside was too profound, she could only understand some of it superficially. However, she found that as her psychic power improved, her comprehension also increased accordingly. Coil, try using your plant-based power to accelerate its growth, but don't overexert yourself. Bryn hurriedly placed the items on the table, making room for Coil. Seeing the flower pot and sapling in front of him, Coil already understood Bryn's intention. He stretched out his hand, eager to try. Green starlight emerged from his fingertips, flowing along the sapling's branches into its roots. After more than 10 minutes, everyone watched the motionless sapling. Can you really do it? Goldie teased from the side. How can a man say no? Coil, slightly angry, stared at the sapling, directly increasing his psychic power. However, the sapling remained unchanged. This time he completely depleted all his psychic power. Everyone wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Goldie, quickly. As soon as Bryn finished speaking, Goldie reached out to alleviate Coil's discomfort caused by exhausting his psychic power. With his psychic power drained, Coil's face turned pale as he looked at the small tree sapling, feeling very reluctant. What kind of sapling was this, so hard to cultivate? You shouldn't have tried so hard. Bryn promptly handed the spirit stone to Coil. After absorbing it, Coil felt his psychic power seemed even stronger. Although depleting psychic power is painful, it seems to have grown stronger. Coil scratched his head sheepishly. He was just in a hurry, wanting to quickly cultivate the plant. Once his psychic power recovered, Coil once again supplied the sapling with energy. This time, he knew to keep a thin reserve. It took more than 20 spirit stones from Bryn before the sapling finally showed some changes. Chapter 74. The Shisui flower is too fragrant. The sapling had grown into a mature young tree. It was covered with fresh green leaves, and 3 small buds appeared on its branches. The entire tree was emitting a faint yellow glow. Oh my god, it's so beautiful. Just imagine how beautiful it will be when the flowers bloom. There's also a light fragrance. Can you imagine how sweet it would smell if the flowers bloomed? Goldie thought this flower looked very different from what was depicted in ancient books. One could even say that the illustrations in ancient books captured less than 1/10 of this flower's true beauty. Shia, give me some more crystal cores, let's go all out. The fragrance is so comforting. Coil was also captivated by the sight of the flower. All the spirit stones in her hand had been absorbed. And he wanted more. No way, there are none left. We'll stimulate it again tomorrow. Bryn slapped away the hand reaching toward her. Now I don't have any crystal cores. We need to find time to collect more. If we have supplies, there's no need to panic. Bryn had already planned the next few days carefully. Over the next 5 days, everyone cleared all the zombies in the neighborhood. The weather was getting colder, approaching -40 degrees, making it unsuitable for further outings. The water beneath had long frozen into thick ice. After several busy days, they collected a total of 24 first-grade crystal cores and 2 second-grade crystal cores. Now, only they remained in the entire neighborhood. Shia, why doesn't it bloom after we feed it ability energy every day? Coil stared at the little flower bud. He couldn't understand why it was so difficult to bloom. As written in the book, this is a spiritual plant. It won't be that easy, said Goldie as she squatted beside him, dragging her hand while looking at the flower bud. All right, come eat quickly. Dara had seamlessly integrated into the group. Her daughter, Emma, woke up on the first day. She awakened with lightning abilities and trained daily with Cooper. She also became good friends with Alicia. We're having chicken stew with mushrooms, garlic ribs, and oyster sauce lettuce today, so fragrant. It feels great to follow a good leader. Coil licked his lips as he looked at the dishes served. They ate better these days than before the apocalypse. If not for Bryn organizing physical exercises led by Cooper every day, he would definitely gain a lot of weight. Bryn glanced at him, having decided already. Before the bitter cold passes, she didn't want to go out anymore, she just wanted to stay at home. The indoor temperature wasn't affected by the outside cold, except for the water generator on the terrace, which needed daily defrosting. Everything was so comfortable. The forgotten flower bud on the terrace slowly opened its petals as everyone ate. A gentle fragrance spread through the air. Bryn was the first to notice something was amiss. She quickly finished the rib in her hand. Sister Shia, something is approaching, lots of them. I think they're many small animals, but I can't identify them all. They're all heading toward us. Alicia also dropped her chicken leg in shock. Why are the small animals running towards us? Emma asked, puzzled. Alicia just shook her head in response. The flower has bloomed. Bryn pushed open the terrace door. Despite the fierce winter wind, the pure mutated animals drawn by the flower were undeterred. Unlike the mutated zombies they had previously encountered, these pure mutated animals were different. This spiritual plant indeed wasn't ordinary. In the darkness, Bryn's eyes sparkled. She did not put the little flower into her spatial ring. Purely mutated animals can level up, and some have developed intelligence. All psychics hope to bind themselves to a cute pet. This reminded Bryn of the iron rooster bonded to her in the spatial ring. Her chest still hurt a little. Even without binding, purely mutated animals are like psychics, possessing strong energy inside their bodies. Eating them wouldn't enhance psychic abilities, but it could strengthen the body and purify abilities. Shia, so many animals, what should we do? Goldie worried that these animals might destroy their cozy home. No worries, now that they've come, they won't leave. These mutated animals, if you can tame them, can serve as your pets. Being able to capture so many animals at once excited Bryn. These mutated animals were smart and usually avoided humans during the early stages, quietly leveling up in the forest. The first to arrive was a white dove, its tiny eyes fixed intently on Bryn. It knew that to pick the little flower, it must defeat the person in front of it. Bryn wanted to tame these animals, so she couldn't burn them to ashes with her hellfire. Of course, if they refused to comply, she could always make them into dinner. She had already thought of 10,000 ways to cook the white dove. The white dove shivered under Bryn's gaze, frozen in place, too scared to move. Another eagle flew down from the sky, aiming its beak straight at the white dove. It was immediately struck away by Keaton's lightning bolt. Seeing this, the white dove jumped onto Keaton's shoulder and rubbed its face against him. A tall and muscular man with a white dove perched on his shoulder. The scene was too beautiful. The eagle swooped down again, glaring at Keaton with hostility. Opening its beak, it spat out a dragon of fire, but Bryn simply waved her hand, and the flame dispersed into nothingness. The level difference made it too easy. After flying away again, the eagle did not return. In the darkness, something with a huge mouth swallowed the eagle and kept wriggling. Clang. The ice on the water surface shattered into pieces, making crunching noises. There's a big creature. Eating all the small animals that came around is a bit excessive. Bryn stared into the darkness, knowing something was there. Big Sister Shia, it's so long. Alicia raised her head in shock. Keaton sent down a bolt of lightning. With the light of the lightning, everyone finally saw a giant white snake standing outside the glass wall. The snake coiled itself in the air, its scales shining white, and its body as thick as a stone pillar. Its large eyes scanned over everyone. Bryn waved her hand and immediately put the little flower into her spatial ring. The biggest prey had arrived, and the little flower could rest for now. Seeing that what it sought had disappeared into Bryn's possession, the giant snake lashed its tail furiously. It slammed against the bulletproof glass, instantly causing countless cracks to appear. Damn! Don't wreck my house. Bryn took out a large knife and leaped out onto the terrace, standing on one of the stone pillars on the rooftop, glaring coldly at it. Missy, a level 4 monster, how did you provoke such a powerful thing? It has wind abilities, which allow it to stay suspended in the air, and its body is very tough. Chapter 75, Taming the Cute Little Bye. Let me out, I'll help you. Myra woke up and, through the space, discovered Bryn was staring down the giant snake. Next to Bryn, a large red rooster appeared, but its body had grown significantly compared to before. Myra, what's going on? Bryn didn't have time to inquire about Myra's changes. SSS. The giant snake saw Myra appear, flicked its tongue, and lashed its tail towards Bryn. Missy, get on my back. Myra directly threw Bryn onto her back, flapped her wings, and flew into the air, evading the giant snake's attack. Bryn picked up a stone that had been broken by the snake and hurled it at the snake's head. SSS. In pain, The giant snake grew even more frenzied. It flew into the air, trying to entangle Bryn and Myra. Shia Missy. In the darkness, everyone's shocked voices echoed. Bryn reacted swiftly, using a great scimitar imbued with hellfire to slash at the snake's body. Bam! Sparks flew as the scimitar clashed with the snake's body. Myra carried Bryn to a distance of 5 meters, finally stabilizing their position. The burnt parts of the giant snake were clearly more swollen than other areas, causing it to twist painfully in midair. Not bad for a level 4 mutant giant snake, my hellfire couldn't ignite it. Bryn discarded the ruined scimitar and stretched her wrist. Missy, this thing is about to evolve into a dragon. Those bulges should be where its claws will grow from. The giant snake's unstable energy now is the best time to subdue it. Myra quickly reminded Bryn. Bryn condensed hellfire between her hands. Myra, take me to its vital spot. Bryn leaped steadily onto the snake's vital point and slammed down the hellfire. She clutched the snake's vital spot, continuously infusing hellfire while pressing down with a cold spiritual force. The giant snake lowered its head slightly, flicking its tongue, revealing a hint of fear in its eyes. Bryn communicated telepathically, "Will you follow me?" Seeing the snake unresponsive, Bryn persisted, "I know you want that flower. If you agree." Upon hearing this, the snake slowly nodded. Bryn rejoiced inwardly, biting her finger as Myra had taught her, then jumping onto the snake's head. A drop of blood fell, and a golden light flashed. "Little one, it's been a pleasure." Bryn gave the snake an amiable pat on the head. In her mind, she heard a voice. "Master, that flower can help me evolve into a dragon. If I don't succeed soon, I won't be able to absorb the power of transformation and will likely self-destruct." Bryn noticed the snake was entirely white and said, "From now on, your name will be Xiaobai." Then she took out a rebirth flower from her space storage and tossed it into Xiaobai's mouth. She felt relieved, glad she had 3 flowers. As Xiaobai ate the rebirth flower, yellow light began to emanate from its body, leaving only a brief message, "Master, I may enter hibernation." It then shrunk to the size of a bracelet, wrapping around Bryn's left hand, barely covering her tattoo. Bryn turned her head toward the nearby shore, sensing someone watching her. She shook her head, puzzled. Jude has been gone for so many days, why hasn't he returned yet? Once he comes back, she must have a talk with him. As for the slight bitterness in her heart, she had long cast it aside. "Myra, I didn't even get to ask, how did you end up like this?" Bryn sat on Myra, curiously stroking its feathers. "This texture doesn't resemble a rooster's at all." Myra shivered when touched. "Don't touch me, men and women shouldn't be too familiar. I've awakened my bloodline, so naturally, I need to revert to my ancestors' form." Myra proudly lifted her head. "You're just a big rooster." Bryn was bewildered. Do roosters need to revert to ancestors nowadays? "You're the rooster, your whole team is roosters." "I'm a mighty phoenix." Myra angrily threw Bryn onto the terrace. Then it turned to peck at Bryn's arm. Bryn dodged, innocently saying, "You don't look like a phoenix now." "Shia, is this a rooster? How did you bind a rooster as a pet?" Goldie's puzzled voice came from beside them. Goldie looked curiously at the large rooster. "This isn't what I wanted either." Bryn laughed, seeing Myra sulking and hiding behind her. She continued, Xiao, this actually is a rather plain-looking phoenix." "Oh, a phoenix. What?" Goldie's face was full of questions, looking at the messy feathers and malnourished crest on Bryn's back. "A phoenix?" Myra angrily spewed a flame towards the corner of the terrace. "I am a phoenix, this is my true fire. Have you ever seen a chicken breathe fire?" Myra spread her wings and looked at the 2 women in front of her. This phoenix is going to be driven mad. When Myra turned back, she saw the 2 women squatting where she had just sprayed the fire. Cluck. From the burned hole in the wall, 2 grey rabbits hopped out. They must have just arrived and narrowly escaped the flames. Bryn looked at the 2 rabbits, feeling that happiness had come too suddenly. "Shia, this should be a male and a female. This rabbit seems pregnant." Goldie excitedly pinched the rabbit's ears. "Then let's put them inside, perhaps we can eat fresh rabbit meat soon." Bryn felt that today was indeed a good day. Meanwhile, 2 black-clothed figures stood by the shore. Jude gazed in Bryn's direction and muttered, "It seems you are quite satisfied with this gift. Master, going through all this trouble to lure that snake here, was it worth it?" The other black-clothed figure asked, puzzled. "You could have eaten the snake's crystal core yourself for maximum effect." As soon as he finished speaking, he fell to his knees with a thud, large beads of sweat dripping from his forehead onto the ground. "Did I find what I wanted?" Jude cast a cold glance at the man on the ground. If he had stayed by her side, the unstable energy in his body might have erupted any time. Back then, her space couldn't have protected her. In his previous life, he voluntarily became an experimental subject and spent 5 years controlling it. He, who never experienced emotional fluctuations, learned how to approach her in a human way. Who would have thought that now, whenever he thought of Bryn's determined choice to self-destruct in his previous life, he actually felt heartache, and Bryn's final look haunted him for a long time. Jude touched his chest. Were these human emotions? "Master, the item is in the southeast direction." The man dared to speak only after seeing Jude move. Only then did Jude withdraw his pressure. The southeast direction was towards Tianshi. The 2 shadows vanished instantly from their original place. Back in the room, Bryn, who had already climbed into bed, was still pondering how to cook the rabbit. These cute little rabbits, should she make spicy rabbit head or hot pot rabbit or even rice pepper rabbit? Chapter 76. Someone is claiming territory. asking for a beating. Bryn, who had been dreaming about spicy rabbit heads all night long, seemed to see her grandmother and mother making them for her. Missy, these spicy rabbit heads are really delicious. She then saw a man twisting a rabbit's head and walking towards her. I'll fulfill anything you desire, this is my promise. Dazed, Bryn got up from bed. That man seemed a bit like Jude. Did they know each other in the previous life? Shaking her head, she quickly tied it up and rushed out of the room. She directly took out the flowers from her dimensional space to avoid similar occurrences as before. Little bye on her wrist has not moved since last night. As for Myra, ever since leaving the space, she refused to go back, only staying by Bryn's side, trailing behind her now. Shia, come quick. I found the method of consumption for the Shi Sui flower in an ancient book. Goldie sat at the dining table, seriously holding the book in her hand. What does it say? Bryn bit into an apple on the table. Apples from the dimensional space were extraordinary, refreshingly delicious with a faint aura. It says here that one should consume according to the petals. Those with weaker constitutions should not eat more than 2 petals. Goldie pointed to the ancient text, translating. So Riggs and Indira can only have 2 petals each. My old limbs, eating these would be wasteful, right? Young people like you should have them. Right, my legs are like this, what else can I expect? Indira and Riggs pushed back at each other. Thinking of last night's dream, Bryn remembered how her grandmother and mother always kept the best things for her. She directly plucked fresh flower petals and handed them to the 2 elders. I'm also doing this for our team. If we need to run one day, you being slow would drag us down. The 2 elderly knew Bryn was trying to push them, but they could only shake their heads and eat the petals. Bryn hurriedly stuffed 2 petals into Ellie's mouth too, as she couldn't resist her either. Soon after, the 3 of them started running fevers and fell unconscious one after another. Shia, will Howard be alright? Goldie asked fearfully, he being her only remaining relative. Don't worry, even if they don't awaken powers, it will still improve their health. Bryn took out some snacks from before and spread them on the sofa. Now, she just waited for the 3 to wake up. Watching the busy crowd, Bryn felt most comfortable when she laid back. Thank goodness you're all here, Bryn smiled, thinking that this small room was now full of people. We're all here because of you. Goldie sat solemnly beside Bryn, only to be stuffed with chocolate by her. Just as she swallowed the food in her mouth, she noticed Bryn jumping off the sofa. Bryn stood on the balcony and looked outward. Sure enough, there were 3 boats paddling hard toward them on the ice nearby. Something seemed to follow those boats, and due to the distance, Bryn couldn't quite see clearly. Shia, zombies, many zombies sliding over here. Alisha pulled Emma down the stairs quickly, followed by a tense-looking Gifford. Bryn waved casually, indicating she already knew. Shia, among them are psychics, and they seem to be coming directly to us, Alisha said again. Bryn felt a headache. How long had she been lying low? Was she destined to be the chosen worker? There might be a special psychic among them. Coil, Myra, let's go to the balcony. Bryn took out 2 sniper rifles from her space, handing one to Coil. She was excited, having not fired a gun in a long time. Myra stood on a stone pillar, ready to charge upon Bryn's command. On the ice surface, 3 boats struggled toward the 12th floor. Ah, save me. From the last boat, something slippery broke through the ice, leaping up and dragging a girl underwater. By the time others reacted, the person had already sunk. Finian showed no intention of saving anyone. Shia, what the heck is that thing? Rao mentioned it, didn't she? It's zombies. Bryn focused her eyes on the water. These zombies are really like loaches. Coil shivered at the sight. Prepare. Whoosh. A zombie jumped out of the ice, intending to drag someone else, only to get shot dead. It fell straight onto the ice. Bryn raised an eyebrow and glanced at Coil. Coil immediately aimed and hit the zombie's head with a single shot. The zombies trailing behind the kayaks were like targets, all of them shot in the head by the 2. Shia, I can't tell. You've been hiding your skills. Coil found that Bryn was giving them more and more surprises. Not really. Bryn flicked her wrist. In her previous life, she had used such weapons many times. Friends on the opposite balcony, we were forced to run toward you. A clear voice from one of the kayaks echoed up to the balcony. How did you know there was someone on the balcony? Bryn was truly curious. They usually acted discreetly, not turning on lights at night, and these people had never seen them before. We have a psychic who can sense human body heat. The voice came again. And there are psychics like that. Coil couldn't help but comment. Though they kept talking, their guns remained aimed and ready. This building is ours, Bryn said coldly. As she spoke, she fired a shot near the kayak. She didn't know how many psychics were on the kayak and didn't want them to get too close. Boss, what do we do? Are you sure it's warm enough inside? It turned out that person could not only see body heat but also indoor temperature. To him, the 12th floor was a giant warm room with several blue heat signatures inside. They had abandoned 3 places already and could not survive the extreme cold anywhere else. They happened to spot this building from the shore. Thus, they intended to take over the territory. Initially, they planned to sneak in quietly, but those few zombies were an accident. They have guns, so let's not make any rash moves. First, find a place in the nearby buildings to settle down and then plan for the long term. Dongji, the leader, directly used his power to push the 3 kayaks ashore. They arrived at the building next to where Bryn and her group were staying. Shia, that guy has ice powers, and he feels pretty strong. Coil watched the leading man warily. I think this team has done quite a lot of burning, killing, and looting. On the 3 kayaks, there were no elderly or children. Phraseest were strong men with dried bloodstains on their clothes. The few women looked listless. Bryn put away her gun and returned to her beloved sofa. Life should start with letting go, and tomorrow's matters can be dealt with tomorrow. Chapter 77, The Kayak Squad Comes to Squeeze Resources. After all, she did see that the supplies on their kayak were not few. They might have some ulterior motives. On the side of the kayak squad, people were busy moving things into the room. Zahir, the ones who shot previously were a man and a woman, and there seemed to be a bird beside them. A man with a sleazy appearance and even sleazier behavior was speaking. He fawned around Zahir, worried about those two's sharpshooting skills. Zahir pushed the man away in disgust. We've done this before. Didn't you say there wouldn't be more than 10 people inside? But since those people dare to stay here alone, they must have some abilities. Let's not provoke them for now. Okay. The sleazy man nodded, calculating something else in his mind. Tomorrow, he would send those few women over with some items. If they could be disposed of directly, it would count as a great contribution to the boss. They hadn't failed once in so long. Just 2 gun users. The next morning, Bryn squatted in the corner, watching the rabbit about to give birth, hoping it would produce more offspring. Sister Shia, someone is approaching us. Leading the way were 3 women, seemingly aiming to evoke sympathy. Not far behind followed a sleazer-looking man, short and hunched, with shifty eyes roving over the few women in front. The 3 women wore thin clothing, with greasy hair and faces looking like they'd come out of an oil field, covered in various bruises, their lips turning blue from cold. One of them clenched her teeth, remembering the guns they had, not daring to go upstairs directly. She shouted up through the ice, "Good morning. We're here to thank you for helping kill zombies yesterday." Speaking, she gestured at the supplies they carried, mineral water, instant noodles, and flour. The sleazy man stared up at the 12th floor, surveying the occupants. The energy fields of young people, elders, and children were different. Each time, he accurately identified how many adults were present, aiding their team in formulating plans for killing and robbing. These people are generous. And they seem to live quite well, Coyle said, holding yesterday's sniper rifle. Should anyone below step toward the building, his rifle would not agree. As long as they retreat after recognizing the situation, Bryn commented nonchalantly. Compared to these people, the rabbits were more appealing. She regretted forgetting to stockpile rabbit meat before the apocalypse. Once someone craved something, they always felt itchy if they couldn't eat it. Handsome guy, you were the one who killed those zombies yesterday, right? You're really skilled. Seeing Coyle appear, a woman hastily adjusted her clothes, revealing her chest in the icy weather. If you don't leave quickly, my rifle won't tolerate your chatter, Coyle responded uninterestedly. Handsome guy, you saved us yesterday. Do you decide who can stay on this floor? Can you kindly let us stay? Those people are scum, we don't want to be with them anymore. What do you want? We'll cooperate. 3 women, seeing Coyle's response, tried every trick, with one woman opening her coat, exposing her figure. Don't look in the mirror. You look ugly now. Your luck was good yesterday, but not necessarily today. If I miss, hitting you instead. That will be my apology, Coyle grinned, setting up his rifle. You. The woman turned red with anger, recalling how she used to be an 18-line actress before the apocalypse, now being called ugly. Handsome guy, please, we just brought some gifts. We hope you can join our team. Sarais, yes, see our abundant supplies. Glancing at each other, the 3 women tried to persuade Coyle. If successful, maybe they'd get more food without doing that kind of work anymore. Bang! A bullet hit beside their feet. Ah, why did you shoot? The 18-line actress trembled to the ground, lifting her head and staring pitifully at Coyle. Unable to return empty-handed, she felt irritated knowing she'd be tortured by the sick freak if the mission failed. Because I warned you already. Coyle explained again kindly, this time aiming his gun at the actress. Our invitation comes from kindness. If you kill us, our boss won't let you off easy. The woman continued to shout recklessly. You're so powerful, yet you played with those zombies like dogs yesterday. Bryn, seeing Coyle hadn't come in for a long time, resignedly left the room and just happened to hear this sentence. The sleazy man's eyes instantly widened. By contrast, Bryn was incredibly eye-catching. Even though she was makeup-free, with fair skin and a casual bun, she was the kind of high-cold beauty he would never have a chance to touch in his entire life. However, the 3 women below only saw jealousy in their eyes when they saw Bryn appear. Especially the 18-line actress, combined with what Bryn had just said, her eyes were now almost spitting fire. Bryn looked coldly at the 4 people below, feeling disgusted upon receiving the sleazy man's gaze. Sarais today was just an accident. The sleazy man wanted to make a good impression on Bryn and pushed away the 3 women to answer himself. With 4 second-tier psychics in your team, you would definitely be safer if you join us. The sleazy man had already forgotten about Bryn's previous sarcasm. His mind was filled with thoughts of how comfortable he could be once he got Bryn. Coyle took a step forward, blocking his lecherous gaze. What use is having more people when they're all trash? Bryn leaned out and glared fiercely at the sleazy man. She directly attacked him with psychic power. These people were too annoying. The sleazy man felt a sharp pain in his head. Was it that woman upstairs? Or that man? From his angle, he couldn't see Bryn anymore. Quick, help me leave. He shouted for the 3 women to hurry and support him away. Compared to beauties, he valued his life more. Only after they walked 10 meters away from the building did his head finally ease up, but every time he tried to activate his psychic power, there was a stabbing pain. He didn't know what that psychic power was just now, but it was so strong. Bryn had only remembered this person because she heard the 18-line actress call the sleazy man's name just now. Baron. So she made her first attempt to attack the crystal core in his spiritual sea, unexpectedly succeeding. Deserved. Let's see how he uses his psychic power now. Chapter 78. The magical food that can restore stamina. Seeing Bryn's look of disdain, Coil knew this person was done for. Shia, what about these people? Goldie saw the two enter and heard their conversation, but she didn't know what Bryn planned to do next. That perverted man just now is named Baron. Not only does he look perverted, but his actions are extremely perverse as well. His favorite thing is to abuse women. Because of his special abilities, he has been doing arson, murder, and robbery all along. He even directly formed a small team, whose members are all kinds of peculiar ability users. How peculiar can peculiar abilities be? This aroused Coil's curiosity directly. I remember there was one who could pickpocket at will and another with a defecation ability. Anyway, there isn't a single good bird in his team, yet they somehow thrive in the apocalypse. They haven't harmed many people. Goldie felt sorry for those women. How do you know that some women don't willingly attach themselves? Some women would do anything to survive, like those three downstairs earlier. How do you know they were forced? After Baron's team was established, they never stopped taking in women. Those women clearly knew how much trouble these men would cause. But they still joined willingly, some women even took pride in joining them. As a result, Baron became more and more arrogant. If he liked a woman, regardless of her willingness, he either stole her away or ambushed her team when they were out on missions. When he got tired of them or killed them, he just walked away. Due to the peculiarity of their team's abilities, many other teams couldn't guard against them, leading this person to become increasingly reckless. Anyway, Bryn had never heard news of his death. Indeed, evil can last 1,000 years. Bryn shared the highlights with everyone. Goldie's eyes were starting to burn with anger. This guy should have been in jail. Why not kill him now while we have the chance? Cold light flashed in Keaton's eyes. This was the first time he wanted to kill someone proactively. Finian of this team is someone else. We don't know their attitude. Why should we take the initiative? Who cares? Hearing about this prison-bound and perverted man, Coil just wanted to go and chop him up right away. Calm down. Baron has already been disabled by me. Let's see what they're up to. She wouldn't let Baron off, but if his team turned out to be decent, they couldn't just kill innocent people. After all, one shouldn't be too ruthless. When did you take action? Why didn't I see it? Coil wondered if Bryn had a secret weapon. Bryn shooed away the head that approached her side. The zombie she killed yesterday looked like it combined with aquatic creatures. She didn't know what kind of danger was hidden under the ice now. Wake up, Howard, Lexi, Dara, they've woken up. Seeing the two young girls in clothes altered by Indira, Bryn felt regretful that she hadn't stored all the clothes from the mall earlier. She went through so much trouble picking and choosing. Looking into her storage space, where ingredients were constantly decreasing, made Nan feel insecure. It seemed that after the extreme cold passed, they would need to stockpile supplies again. Back in his room, Baron still felt an intense pain in his head, which he considered as an after effect and believed would get better over time. Benny woke up and saw that the four were gone. He knew what they had gone to do and didn't call them back. He also wanted to find out more about the others. Now, seeing Baron looking uncomfortable, he was surprised. After all, Baron was always skilled at hiding behind others, rarely appearing in front of people or dealing with others directly. Serrate he had gotten injured this time. Baron, what happened? Benny casually looked at Baron. Baron's heart tightened. He had finally managed to stand out in front of the boss. If the boss knew he failed. Boss, we were delivering things, but that man directly shot at us with a gun. He also said if we didn't leave, he would come over and wipe us all out, taking all our supplies. Baron quickly turned his eyes. This fool Benny knows nothing but brute force. If provoked, he would surely strike back. Let them weaken each other, then Baron could reap the benefits. Baron warned the three women beside him coldly, making sure they wouldn't reveal his true motives. Otherwise, he had plenty of ways to torture them. Sure enough, seeing Baron's injury, Benny wasn't suspicious at all. So arrogant. Even in prison, Benny have never seen anyone so arrogant. Due to excitement, Benny's arms bulged, with tattoos that looked especially terrifying. Benny walked out of the room and called his subordinates over. We'll attack tonight once it's dark. I want to see what these people are capable of. Indeed, they had 4 second-level ability users, all of whom had escaped from prison together with Braden Dawn. Now that Baron was down, although he never had much combat power to begin with. The other three, however, had offensive abilities. None could match them. Isin hid in the dark, having a gut feeling that this time they might have hit a hard target. On this side, Bryn hurriedly went to see the three who had just woken up. Howard Apollon's legs regained sensation, Indira seemed younger overall, but unfortunately, neither of them seemed to have awakened any abilities. Bryn, look at me. Ellie stood helplessly on the ground, drenched from head to toe, and a large puddle of water formed around her. Congratulations Dara, you've awakened water ability. Bryn looked at her with some joy. Really? Then we won't have to worry about water supply for our team in the future. Ellie sighed in relief after hearing this. Her daughter is still young and can't contribute much to the team yet. Now that she has awakened water ability, she feels more at ease. Over here, Howard Apollon discovered that his legs had regained sensation and wiped his tear-streaked face as he caressed his calves. These legs forced him to leave the military, and now during the apocalypse, there was actually a possibility of recovery. Bryn, under the right conditions, can I study this flower? It might be able to help more people. Howard Apollon's eyes sparkled with hope. Seeing Bryn nod, he mustered his strength and actually stood up. In just 3 seconds, an old man was brought to tears. Thinking about being able to help more people, Howard Apollon felt energized. Missy, eating this flower was a waste for me. Indira felt somewhat dejected when she saw that she was the only one among the 3 without any change. Indira, you've gotten younger. Goldie grinned widely due to her grandfather's improvement. Cerise, you and Dara already provide us with so many delicious meals every day. Bryn quickly stepped forward to hold her hand. Alright, are you still hungry? I'll cook you something good now. Indira patted Bryn's hand and wiped away her tears. Who knew that this time the Kung Pao chicken she served glowed red? Indira, this Kung Pao chicken smells amazing. The aroma lured Bryn off the sofa. She felt like licking the plate clean. Chapter 79 Everyone is a treasure. The others also gathered around at the same time. Did you see it glowing? Indira asked uncertainly. No. Coil directly picked up a piece of chicken with his hand and put it into his mouth. As the chicken entered his mouth, the crispy aroma instantly overwhelmed him. Coil savored it carefully. This is too delicious. By the time he realized he wanted another bite, he found that the Kung Pao chicken was already down to just the plate. You guys are way over the top. Lexi, after eating this chicken, I feel like the energy I expended during exercise has come back, Emma said while biting her chopsticks, looking puzzled at everyone. I have the same feeling. Indira, this might be your ability, Bryn said, looking at her with amusement. None of them had ever expected such an ability to awaken. This one emits red light. Wait here, I'll go make something else. Indira wiped her hands excitedly and went back into the kitchen. This is sautéed bok choy, which gives off green light. Try it. Indira looked at everyone expectantly. This time it was Riggs. I feel an itch in my bones, as if the flesh inside is being pulled. Riggs closed his eyes and carefully felt the changes in his body. Indira, the dishes you cook can help us recover some of our stamina and hidden injuries. I bet other dishes have different functions too. Bryn looked at her with surprise. As a result, every dish Indira cooked was devoured by everyone until she exhausted all her ability. This led to everyone lying on the sofa holding their full bellies. Happy and content. In summary, meat dishes can restore stamina, vegetable dishes can heal hidden injuries, and mushrooms can enhance our 5 senses for a short period. We'll check out the others later. Heaven. Indira, you're a treasure. Bryn gazed at her beloved ones with satisfaction. Everyone is a treasure. She had hit the jackpot. What they didn't know was that even though they had closed all doors, the aroma still wafted out, drawing more envy from the neighboring kayak team. What kind of days are these, where they're indulging in so much food? This is outrageous. They gnawed bitterly on the bread in their hands, fantasizing about all kinds of delicacies. Boss, they have electricity, water, and supplies. To actually cook so many hot meals, they're taunting us. Baron's shifty eyes glinted. If Coil were there, he would surely retort, Brayden, you're thinking too much, we eat like this every day. To conveniently observe the others, they had chosen a nearby building, and a higher floor in the middle. Little did they know, it was now they who suffered. Baron thought that if they could subdue those people, those supplies would belong to him. But when he tried to use his ability to spy, the pain in his head became more severe. Only by abandoning the use of his ability did he feel slightly better. Now he knew that person must have done something to his ability. Once the boss eliminates them, he should be fine. This must not be known by the boss. On Bryn's end, her intention was to let this person look at her abilities but be unable to use them. Every time he used his ability, his pain would double. Until the crystal core bursts, leading to death. Humph, these people are simply disrespectful. Benny glared darkly toward the 12th floor. He hadn't faced such disrespect during his years in prison. He chewed on the bun in his hand, getting angrier with each bite. Let's go, I'm going to meet them right now. Boss, they have guns, and definitely have ability users. We shouldn't act rashly, a bespectacled man next to him said while tearing his bun and lowering his head. Sure enough, upon hearing him speak, Benny obediently sat back down. Our most important task now is to find a place to survive the extreme cold. It's getting colder, and even ability users can't last much longer, the glasses-wearing man continued. He wasn't exactly a softie either, but he knew how to prioritize. I really can't hold my temper, hurry up and think of a plan. Benny bit viciously into the tasteless bun, only to feel hungrier the more he ate. Laro-san, how's your ability recovering? The man called out by the bespectacled man leaned against the wall unnoticed by everyone else had he not been mentioned. 10 seconds, the man replied indifferently, having awakened the invisibility ability. Initially, it was only 5 seconds, but gradually it extended to 10, and he could now cover 3 others simultaneously. However, the interval between uses became longer. Good, add speed, and we can subdue them before they notice. The bespectacled man put down his bun and nodded at Benny. Good, let's go. Baron, you stay here and keep watch. With that, Benny walked out without looking back. On this side, Bryn and the others were sitting together, studying the white dove perched on Keaton's shoulder. This white dove had made itself at home on Keaton's shoulder ever since it joined him. Even inside the house, it didn't seem afraid of anyone, not even Ruby, whom it ignored completely. Horus, what's up with your white dove? Coil reached out to touch it, only for it to leap from his left shoulder to his right. Clearly, it didn't want to be touched. I have no idea. I did as Bryn said, dripping blood onto it. It seemed to absorb it, but it hasn't communicated with me yet. They had long stopped being surprised by Bryn's secrets. When she said extreme cold was coming, it meant it would definitely come. When she said Baron was bad, he was definitely bad. When she said the white dove could form a pact, it surely could. Is this white dove mentally challenged? As if sensing Coil's doubtful gaze, the dove jumped up and pecked at Coil. Coil casually blocked with his hand, but the little white dove leaped over his arm and pecked his big forehead instead. Hey, you bird, holding a grudge. Coil dodged and yelled. Who asked you to talk about it? I can feel its anger. Keaton stood nearby with crossed arms, watching the scene unfold. You did this to yourself. Goldie also watched amused. Initially carefree, Coil quickly erected a thin layer of earth wall after getting pecked several times, trying to block the little white dove. The little white dove shattered the earth wall with one peck and, in a flash, landed another hit on Coil's forehead. Horus, this little white dove isn't simple. Bryn struggled to sit up from the sofa. Its attacks are fast and rely on its beak. Keaton observed the white dove quietly and analyzed calmly. You guys don't help me, but instead enjoy the show. Coil, bouncing around, turned to complain to everyone. That earned him another peck on the forehead. The little white dove knew its limits, it just turned his forehead red. If it bites harder, it might peck your spirit core out. Bryn watched them with amusement. Hold on, someone's coming. Bryn stopped laughing, gestured for everyone to pause. Chapter 80, really, you are so beautiful. Seeing this, the white dove also landed on Coil's head and looked toward the gateway with everyone else. Bryn thought about the iron gates that had previously not withstood a single kick. If they were to be kicked down again, they would truly have no face left. She shouldn't have trusted the craftsmanship of those people downstairs. The door was too fragile. Thus, she walked forward directly and opened the gate, waiting for whoever was coming. However, no one appeared despite her certainty that someone was nearby. There. Shia, what are you? Before Coil could finish his sentence, everyone only saw Bryn deliver a flying kick into thin air. Bang, it was the sound of a person falling to the ground. A man slowly came into full view on the ground. How is this possible? The glasses-wearing man couldn't believe it. The combination of Larosan's invisibility and speed had never failed before. What kind of courage do you have to come here to ambush us? Just by being invisible? Just at your snail's pace? After Bryn finished speaking, she shot out a dagger directly into the sky. Blood splattered through the air as another figure gradually revealed itself. It was Benny, who tightly pressed on the wound on his shoulder while blood flowed onto the ground. There's still one person. Is he playing hide-and-seek? Who wants to come out and play? Bryn didn't want to bother doing it herself and just wanted everyone to come out to play. With Keaton's agreement, the white dove leaped next to Emma. Ah! A painful cry rang out. He was pecked in the eye by the white dove, and lightning struck from above. How is this possible? You're also an Esper? He never imagined that the girl he intended to kidnap was also an Esper. This team was actually so strong. They had hit a hardboard indeed. The glasses-wearing man instantly teleported, intending to go downstairs, but a shadow flashed past even faster. Ow you! The glasses-wearing man was kicked down once more, with Gifford standing beside him. That move you just did you think only you can teleport? Keaton gathered a ball of lightning power in his hand. Coil extended green vines to bind the three people together and lifted them into the air. Alicia held her long knife, eager to test it out. Bryn thought, is everyone just restless from being cooped up inside? How come everyone seems so excited when someone comes knocking on the door? Don't waste time, we need to sleep. Hurry up and talk. Did your boss come? Bryn's eyes darted among the three men. She hadn't expected them to be so impatient, disturbing their peaceful night's rest like this. That's quite impolite. TCH, it was clearly you who provoked us first. Benny glared at Bryn. You injured our people and mocked us. How could I forgive you? Since the apocalypse began, he had never experienced such humiliation. With a sudden effort, he broke free from the green vines. Women, you'll be my first target. Benny raised his flaming fist and charged straight at Bryn. Seeing the fist almost reach her face, Bryn only then stretched out her hand, firmly catching the punch. It's impossible, no one has ever caught my full power strike. Benny stared in disbelief at the woman in front of him. Using all his strength, he couldn't make the punch budge even an inch. Are you stupid? A level 2 Esper showing off in front of me? Bryn gripped the punch with both hands and lifted him up. Ever since her nether firebug was fixed and her mental power was activated, her body was far different from before. At this level, even 10 of him would be nothing. Disdainfully, Bryn threw him aside. Benny was smashed into the wall and slid down helplessly. His sleeve tore, revealing patterns on his arm. Those patterns resembled some kind of animal, with a huge head and protruding eyes, quite terrifying. Bryn found these patterns familiar but couldn't recall where she had seen them. She could be certain that she had never met this man before. Why did you come here? Coil pushed the green vines through the shoulders of the other two men. Allowing that person to escape the vines earlier was already his mistake. He needed to thoroughly interrogate these two. It's Baron, he said you would kill us all, which angered our leader who then wanted to settle accounts with you. Pained, the glasses-wearing man lowered his eyes, exposing Baron. We only wanted a place to survive the extreme cold and didn't intend to harm anyone. He continued. This time, he lifted his head and stared directly into Coil's eyes. Suddenly, a white dove flew over and pecked at his eyes, causing blood to flow profusely. "Mph, trying to mesmerize me. Even if you don't help me, I won't fall for it. But thank you." Coil proudly thanked the white dove. The white dove flew straight back to Keaton's shoulder. "You guys escaped from the prison in the east, right?" With this one sentence from Keaton, the remaining two people froze on the spot. "Isn't that the notorious prison for the worst criminals?" Coil looked at Cooper with some surprise. How did he figure it out? That prison houses extremely dangerous individuals who are all serving life sentences. So once they escape, they will definitely kill people. Seeing everyone looking at him in confusion, Keaton hurriedly explained his theory to them. "Oh, what was your crime?" Bryn poked the glasses-wearing man. The man discarded his disguise and sneered, "My girlfriend cheated on me first. I just wanted her to belong to me forever, and I feared she would be lonely, so I made her family stay with her." "Do you have the surname Adonis?" Goldie pointed at the man and asked. Upon hearing this surname, the man's body stiffened instantly. "Sister Shia, our mentor told us a case once. A girl and her entire family were brutally murdered by her ex-boyfriend. He first severed all her tendons and then injected a coagulant into her arteries to solidify her blood. Afterward, he poured preservatives into her body and stored her in a refrigerator for an entire month. The most pitiful thing is that the girl was pregnant with the child of her ex-boyfriend. When her parents noticed her disappearance and came looking for her, they were also cruelly killed by the man, who then dismembered their bodies and fed them to dogs in the backyard. That person had the surname Adonis." "You're lying. She was carrying another man's child, she slept around." Upon hearing Goldie's words, the Adonis-named man struggled violently against the green vines binding him, falling into a frenzied state. "I saw a picture of that girl. A girl yesterday looked very much like her," Goldie added, not thinking it was enough to stir things up. "Liar, everyone is a liar. Don't try to trick me." The Adonis-named man swelled up entirely, his body turning red. "You want to self-detonate? Really, you are so beautiful." Bryn stretched out her hand to conjure a fireball, throwing it directly at the man. Chapter 81 Sister Shia, How Cute the Bunny Is. The fireball enveloped the man, forming a natural transparent orb filled with flames. With a bang, the man exploded inside the flames without a trace leaking out, until he burned to ashes within the fireball. Pity about the crystal core. The one-eyed man watched this scene in terror. "I beg you, spare me. I have an invisibility skill which will surely be helpful to you. Third Elder Braden, you traitor." Braden Dong had just woken up and heard these words, staring at them with burning eyes like furnace flames. The woman earlier must have had the same short-term ability as Third Elder Braden. Otherwise, how could she have only attacked once? He would never admit that a woman was stronger than himself. "Bruno, you didn't see how Braden Adonis died. Beg for mercy quickly. Maybe we can still save our lives." The one-eyed man shook his head incessantly. In prison, he always tried to lower his presence. That's why after the apocalypse, when he awakened his invisibility power, he joined Bruno's team. Now Bruno lost, but he didn't want to die. "Bruno made us do it all, seizing territories and killing other captains. He demanded it. I had no choice. Alone, I wouldn't survive in this world." The one-eyed man hurriedly distanced himself from Bruno's provocations. "Bullshit, traitor, every time you led people to ambush others invisibly, and then tortured those women invisibly. Now you're trying to absolve yourself. Spit." Bruno turned red with anger and lunged at him. Bryn now understood why Bruno wasn't famous in this post-apocalyptic world while Baron remained a scoundrel. Such a brain, he was just a pawn for others. Bruno turned and saw Bryn looking at him, which further fueled his rage. He raised his fist, believing no woman could counter him with abilities. "Ah, I'll kill you first." Bryn, watching the man charging towards her, swung her long saber, severing Bruno's head in one strike. Bruno couldn't understand until his death how he fell to the woman he despised most. The hanging one-eyed man had a green vine driven into his brain by Coil, who stirred it around. A level 1 spirit core, faintly grey, was extracted. The rarer the ability, the harder it was to upgrade. Bruno had body-enhancing powers, making his spirit core pale pink. There was no need to listen any further. These people definitely caused harm since the apocalypse, otherwise, how did they acquire so many resources? Besides, they asked for it by coming here. They deserved death. Sister Shia, those outside seemed to be preparing to flee. Alisha observed that the shadows were getting farther away. "Serais, I noticed." Bryn knew but didn't intend to stop them. "Baron won't live much longer. They run fast." Baron probably realized something was wrong because they didn't return. "This guy is a disgrace, Sister Shia, let me go kill him." Coil eagerly fingered his sniper rifle, not having enough excitement yesterday. "Go to the terrace." Even at night, Bryn could see clearly on the ice. Baron couldn't resist using his ability to spy on them earlier. "You guys pack up quickly, Bruno and his crew are done for." Baron, enduring severe pain, spied on Bryn's group. "So we escape on our own?" Someone asked hesitantly. "Why else? Follow me, with all these supplies, you won't be disappointed. Staying here means certain death." Baron glared fiercely at the woman, rubbing his temples irritably. What did they do to him? Why does it hurt so much? His face turned pale as he leaned against the wall, watching the three people move supplies. What a life of luxury. Bryn tossed the sniper rifle to Gifford. Little Orange, try it. Sister Shia, please don't call me that, Gifford blushed furiously. Still, he took the rifle and listened to Keaton's instructions. Basil, give it a shot. Keaton finished speaking just as 2 minutes passed. Downstairs, they finally packed everything up. Baron, being helped, sat in the boat, enjoying the same treatment as the supplies. 3 women pushed hard to get the boat moving. Gifford, following Zaire's instructions, aimed at Baron's head. Bang! Ah! Gunfire and screams rang out simultaneously. Baron was directly shot in the head from a distance, and the 3 women who were vigorously pushing the inflatable boat screamed in shock. Baron had clearly said that the enemy was engaged with Bruno and his group. How did they discover they were trying to escape? It turned out that Baron, enduring severe pain, had peeked at Bryn's side again and saw the scene where Bruno was kicked away. Last night, he knew these few people weren't easy targets. And after following Bruno for so long, he had memorized his figure just for today's situation. So he called the 3 women, asking them to bring supplies and run as fast as they could. But after using his ability, his entire head felt like it was splitting open. The headache was intense. No matter how much rest he got, it wouldn't ease like before. If Bryn were here, she would tell him. His spirit core already had cracks, and if he used his ability once more, it would explode. And he would immediately die of brain death without any visible signs from the outside. This was Bryn's latest spiritual attack method, with the only limitation being that the target must also be utilizing psychic power. If it were an offensive ability, she couldn't reach the opponent's core with her mental power. Downstairs, the 3 women, realizing what happened, panicked and ran around in all directions. Who knew that they had only taken a few steps before being dragged into the water by zombies waiting on the thin ice. This time, no one came to their rescue. On the terrace, everyone watched silently, until the 3 disappeared under the ice completely. Betty, I'll go clean up the bodies in the hallway. Coyle, seeing that the matter was settled, hurriedly went outside to clean up so he could get some sleep earlier. He hadn't gotten a chance to shoot, and next time, he had to find a good opportunity to practice. Big Braden Shue, I'll go with you. Gifford rushed to follow closely behind. Alicia and Emma also skipped along after them. Bryn looked at the inflatable boat sliding far away on the ice below. She hoped that the supplies on this boat would meet people who truly needed them. Betty, it's born. Goldie, having just returned to the room, saw the male rabbit jump out of its nest. She leaned over to take a look and discovered that the female rabbit had given birth. Emma, Alicia, come see the baby rabbits. These little girls were especially curious about such things at this age. She wanted them to come over and witness it right away. You'd think you're a midwife. Bryn chuckled at her. These baby rabbits still had a long way to go before they could be eaten. Luckily, these 2 rabbits hadn't developed intelligence. Otherwise, there would always be a bit of guilt. Bryn swallowed non-existent saliva. Big Sister Shia, how cute the bunny is. Chapter 82. The snow outside seems to have stopped. The unique, adorable voice of the little girl sounded beside Bryn. Bryn was about to teach the children a lesson but then heard the next sentence. Wouldn't it taste exceptionally delicious? Bryn froze in place. Not bad. Indeed, they were meant to be on the same team. Sarais, rabbits are very delicious. We'll have Indira cook them for us when the time comes. The responsibility of raising rabbits will be handed over to you 2 from now on. Bryn pretended to look at the 2 kids seriously. Big Sister Shia, we'll definitely raise them to be plump and delicious for sure. Ha ha ha. They're just too cute, the adults around laughed. The 2 children ignored everyone and stared at the rabbits. After taking Myra back to the room, Bryn directly flashed into the space. The aura inside was abundant, making her feel incredibly comfortable. Bryn had guessed the origin of this space before, but whenever she thought of something, those thoughts would disappear from her mind, causing her to forget about exploring further. Anyway, wasn't it clearly marked as the Shia Manor? The Shia family has always practiced matrilocal marriage. She, her mother, grandmother, all the way up to their ancestors. This must definitely belong to her family. As long as it helps, other things can be left to fate. Little did she know that some plants grew unusually slowly when she went to check on them. Some were still tiny sprouts, and she had no idea how long it would take for them to mature. She couldn't pin all her hopes on planting here. Accelerating plant growth needed to be done cautiously. A mistake might attract mutated animals. Finding the study again, Bryn sat directly on the straw mat, imitating the posture described in the book. Last time, she discovered such a place and wanted to try it out ever since. After closing her eyes, Myra lay down beside her, cultivating quietly during her breathing. Bryn silently recited the cultivation method described in the book. Half an hour later, all the aura in the space began to rush madly into Bryn's body. Finally, it formed a small vortex. Beside her, Myra opened her eyes, looked at Bryn in surprise, and then took the opportunity to absorb the energy as well. The next morning, the woman on the straw mat slowly opened her eyes. It was always daytime in the space, leaving Bryn confused about time. After learning to enter meditation yesterday, she felt like she floated up, completely relaxed and not wanting to wake up. Looking at her watch, it showed 10 in the morning. She had never slept this late. Feeling the energy within her body, she happily discovered that her flame ability seemed even more controllable. Her mental power also became stronger. But reaching level 4 ability was still far away. Bryn quickly checked on the triangle plum, and saw that it was still in deep sleep. Then she ran to see the fish growing in the stream. Unexpectedly, with a thought, 3 fish jumped onto the shore voluntarily, wriggling, seeming to tell Bryn to pick them up quickly. Do you know I'm going to eat you? Bryn teased. Myra fetched a bucket, and before Bryn could move, the fish jumped into the bucket by themselves, leaving Bryn baffled. Lastly, she gathered a basket of eggs and some frozen meat and hurried out of the space. Big Sister Shia, you finally came out. Goldie smiled at her. This was the first time he saw Bryn oversleeping. After handing over the items to Indira, Bryn waved her hand. She placed various guns and swords from the armory on the table. Everyone come and choose. Cooper, please train everyone according to their situations. Bryn had thought of this last night in the space. Their team consisted of old and young members. During their previous supply-gathering mission, Dara and her daughter got lost. Therefore, they must train every member. Fraser over, after encountering Bruno's group. They now had level 2 abnormal beings in their ranks. This made Bryn feel a sense of urgency. Fraziest of their team leveled up by consuming crystal cores. Otherwise, Coil's green vine wouldn't have been so easily broken free from yesterday. We must train everyone thoroughly, ensuring each person can protect themselves. Bryn is right. I will create plans for everyone. Keaton walked over and chose a pair of meteor hammers. These would be handy for hitting heads. Big Sister Shia, I understand your meaning. I will step up my training. Coil selected a chain similar to the green vine. Goldie chose darts, Indira chose a cleaver, and Dara chose a dagger. Gifford picked a long sword, while Alicia and Emma, being young, received pistols suitable for women. The temperature outside hasn't dropped any further, and everything outside is now ice-covered. Those zombies in the water won't come out soon. We must seize this time to improve ourselves. Bryn spoke to everyone about her plans for the near future. She glanced out of the window again. Jude still had not returned, and she wondered if he had found a safe place. Achoo! Jude casually touched his nose and then tossed aside the stone he had absorbed from, leaving it by the side. Master, Lady Shia must be thinking of you, said a little phoenix, similar to Myra, flapping its wings next to Jude. Hearing this, Jude tugged at the corner of his mouth and continued picking up the stones around him to absorb their energy. Behind him was a small hill of stones, and further back was an entire river of molten lava, continuously bubbling. This was the location they had found before, the magma layer beneath the volcano. Not only was there lava here, but also lava stones. The heat of the lava made Jude feel very comfortable. His ice spiritual root was incomplete, and currently, he could only rely on the fire spirit within to help stabilize his ice spiritual root. It was here that Jude found a phoenix egg, helped it hatch, and established a contract with it. Coincidentally, Myra was male, while this one was female. Its body was much smaller than Myra's, but its feathers were even more vivid, shimmering with gold light. Compared to it, Myra looked rather malnourished. The little phoenix was a chatterbox. After forming the contract with Jude, it sensed his longing. It constantly asked Jude about Bryn. Jude was driven mad by its persistence and could only tell it something every day, thereby easing his own yearning as well. As a result, the little phoenix now kept calling Bryn Lady. Jude raised his left hand and watched as a flame appeared. After all this time of absorption, these fire spirits were now completely under his control. It felt like having another ability. His right hand, however, remained motionless. Jude slowly exhaled. His body alternated between stability and chaos, and he feared hurting others. Jude closed his eyes again, accelerating the absorption of energy from the stone in his hand. He had to hurry, he missed Bryn. A week later. Big Sister Shia, you're too good. I give up. Goldie lay panting in the converted gym. Cooper had specifically arranged this place for them to learn combat and how to use their abilities. Everyone had rapidly improved over these few days. Perhaps because of their awakened abilities, they had undergone significant changes in both physical strength and memory. The 2 young girls were already proficient with guns, and Bryn told them not to conserve bullets. After all, practical training and simulation differed greatly. Big Sister Shia, the snow outside seems to have stopped. And look over there on the ice. There's a dark mass, it looks like a crowd of zombies. Coil pushed the door open forcefully. Chapter 83, The Double-Headed. Note, double-headed seems to be a mistranslation or misunderstanding in the original text, as there's no indication of a double-headed deer. I will translate it as mule deer for coherence. Zombie horde? Are you sure? Goldie asked in surprise. In such cold weather, there was still a zombie horde. Could it be caused by humans? Let's go and check it out together. It's also a good opportunity to see our recent progress. Bryn instructed the 2 elderly people to secure everything at home and make sure they always had their weapons on them. She then called everyone to set off. Such extreme cold weather meant that likely no one would come looking for trouble. Myra, you stay home and help take care of the 2 elders. Let me know if anything happens. Coil created green vines, and everyone slid down onto the ice along the vines. Bryn took out 3 sleds. She rode with Goldie, Zeus with Gifford, and Coil with the 2 young girls. Goldie, hold on tight. Bryn charged forward directly until they approached near the mall, where everyone could finally see clearly. Behind the mall were densely packed zombies. Because they had been blocked from view, no one had noticed them immediately. Now, naturally, they were a benefit to everyone. Phraseist of the zombies wore military green work uniforms, while others wore various civilian clothes. Everyone, let's have a contest. Big Sister Shia, a contest to count zombie heads. Coil looked at the zombies before him, feeling his blood boil. Finally, they could get some action. Of course, it's about crystal cores. Let's see who can collect the most crystal cores from killed zombies. Only after reaching level 3 do zombies undergo significant changes. Below level 3, they're not much different. Just as Bryn finished speaking, numerous sharp cactus spines appeared in the air, gradually enlarging and aiming at the zombies' heads. A large mass of dark clouds gathered in the sky, accompanied by lightning flashing within them. Goldie pulled out the darts in his hand, ready to practice on the zombies in front of him. Alicia followed behind Gifford, both wielding weapons and engaging in direct combat. If Bryn used Hellfire, these zombies, including their crystal cores, would all turn to ashes. So she chose to use her psychic power, dividing it into countless threads that floated into the zombies' brains. Then let's fight. Young man. Alicia's comment made Coil stumble as he rushed forward. The lightning struck instantly, and the cactus spines pierced the zombies' heads. On this side, psychic power disrupted the zombies' brains, causing them to stand still. Under Bryn's control, the zombies reached into their own brains and firmly grasped their crystal cores. Retrieve. A large number of zombies fell simultaneously. Some held crystal cores in their hands, while others collapsed before even reaching inside their heads. Just 10, that's too few, Bryn said in disappointment, seeing only 3 crystal cores among a large number of fallen zombies. Haha, big sister Shia, I got 12, and 2 are level 2, Coil happily showed his collection. They then looked at Zeus together. I have 8, and little Yoon has 2, Zeus spread his hands, revealing 2 sparkling crystal cores. Next, they observed Goldie fiercely battling zombies. Why no crystal cores again? What's going on? Where are the crystal cores? Ouch, finally, one here. He threw darts and dug with a dagger, showing particular diligence. Over on the Jiang siblings' side. Brayden, kill this one. Wow, a level 2 crystal core. Brayden, the one behind you. Another level 2 crystal core. Gifford was thoroughly numbed, every zombie his sister pointed out contained a level 2 crystal core. It was like having a natural crystal core detector. Those nearby never expected such a practical use. Brayden, we've got so many level 2 crystal cores. I'm so sleepy. After killing the 10th level 2 zombie, Jiang Fei felt her energy drain, starting to feel drowsy. Gifford directly gave her a level 2 crystal core to absorb, allowing her to fall asleep on his back. In just a few minutes, they cleared hundreds of zombies in the area. I think I can kill a few more. Coil shook his arm, he hadn't even used his ultimate move yet. Just then, Bryn and Zeus stepped forward together. A mutant mule deer? Goldie moved forward a few steps, finally recognizing the hindquarters of a mule deer. However, the mule deer had its back to them, searching through the zombies with its head lowered, seemingly unsure of what to do. Big sister Shia, should we go take a look? Goldie thought this might be similar to the animals attracted by the marrow-cleansing flower last time. He was about to step forward when the mule deer heard the noise and suddenly turned around. My god, what is that thing? Coil's startled shout scared everyone. I wasn't scared by the deer, you scared me, Goldie glared angrily at Coil. How can this mule deer grow 2 heads? Emma was somewhat terrified yet curious. Now it's the apocalypse, and she has to get used to this completely different world. This mule deer had 2 heads, both with varying degrees of decay. One of the deer head's eyes had almost turned blood red. Clearly, that head was nearly zombified. The 2 heads of the mule deer slightly tilted to either side, glancing at the group with its intact eye, and it was also the same head that had a zombie head in its mouth. There was no trace of fear in its eyes. Do these zombies have anything to do with this mule deer? Zeus reacted first. Is this mule deer a zombie or a mutated animal? Goldie was uncertain, seeing how the mule deer didn't seem afraid of people. But it also didn't attack them. Look at its eyes, one should be nearly zombified. That's probably why the zombies earlier didn't attack it. The 2-headed mule deer had been at the back of the zombie horde, so they naturally hadn't seen it. Could it be waiting for us to kill all the zombies so it can come up and scavenge? Coil looked at the mule deer uncertainly. Are mule deer now this powerful? Goldie was surprised. It's likely that the intact brain on that side has mutated. Bryn pointed at its head. The mule deer glanced back at Bryn and the others, then quickly turned around with the zombie head still in its mouth and ran toward the shore. Isn't there some treasure in that head? Should we follow it, Sister Shia? Coil, excited by the commotion, wanted to follow. Seeing Bryn nod, everyone acted together, sliding on the sleds to follow the mule deer. They were genuinely curious about what it intended to do. Following it, they moved behind them all. Before the apocalypse, this was an untamed mountain, not yet developed. A few people came here to challenge themselves, but due to the many venomous insects in the mountains, fewer people ventured here. The mountain became increasingly desolate. Now, with the disaster, only 1/3 of the mountain remained above ground. But it was still large enough. Following the mule deer into the snow-covered forest, along the way, the 2-headed mule deer kept looking back at them from time to time. It seems to know we're following it. I feel like it's intentionally letting us follow. Chapter 84, this place seems to have signs of human activity. They eventually found their hiding place in a thicket. In a grass nest, there lay another deer, smaller than the 2-headed one, with only one head, and one of its eyes had already started to zombify. She's pregnant. Not only is she pregnant, but she's also about to give birth. This might be why they are only half zombified. Everyone carefully examined the deer, with Goldie particularly wanting to get closer for a better look. This was her first time witnessing childbirth. The two-headed deer dropped the zombie head on the ground, stomping it into pieces with its hooves. A shining crystal core was inside. The two-headed deer gave the crystal core to the struggling mother deer lying in the grass nest. No wonder it was so picky among the zombies before. After swallowing the second-grade crystal core, the mother deer began to moan in pain. Will she be able to deliver? Emma asked curiously, only able to see the mother deer's pained expression. With this crystal core, she might still need a little more. The fawn inside her is likely a mutant. Bryn carefully sensed the bodies of the mother deer and the fawn. Sisshia, where did this deer come from? Goldie was quite puzzled. Logically, they should have noticed any commotion immediately. This one probably escaped from the town circus. During the previous calamity, everyone was busy searching for supplies, and someone accidentally opened all the iron cages. All the animals ran out. This must be one of them. But with so many animals from the circus, where did the others go? Gifford looked at the ashes on the ground, seemingly lost in thought. Seeing that the mother deer still couldn't give birth naturally, the two-headed deer kept circling around her. Finally, as if making a decision, it ran toward the group. Just as everyone became wary, the two-headed deer dropped to the ground on all fours, kneeling. One of its heads had completely zombified and started growling at the other head. The other head hung low before the group, emitting pitiful whimpers. Sisshia, it seems like it's seeking help. You want us to save it? Goldie pointed at the laboring deer behind it. The two-headed deer lowered its head even further. Its eyes were filled with tears. This deer has become sentient. Coyle patted his chest in shock. We'll help you. Bryn understood that originally, a second-grade crystal core would have been enough. But now, with the fawn absorbing energy from its mother, an additional second-grade crystal core would ensure a safe delivery. Hearing this, Goldie took out a crystal core from her bag and placed it on the ground. The two-headed deer eagerly picked up the crystal core and fed it to the mother deer. Indeed, the mother deer regained strength, giving birth to the fawn with renewed effort. Everyone sighed in relief upon seeing the fawn had only one head. It seems this happened after she got pregnant. It looks like the fawn wasn't affected. The mother deer struggled to help the fawn stand up. This fawn, born a mutant, managed to stand within minutes, proving its health. Seeing the fawn successfully stand, the mother deer could no longer hold on and collapsed in the nest. After a low mournful cry, the two-headed deer fiercely bit the zombified head and slammed it against a sharp spike. Now a single-headed deer, it deeply gazed at Bryn and the others with the fawn, then disappeared into the forest without looking back. Sisshia, should we follow? Coyle was unsure. No need. We've done what we can. Let them take their own path. Bryn looked at the deer's body. This deer's blood is red, while zombies' blood is black. That means they aren't zombies, yet not typical mutants either. What's going on with these two deer? Goldie couldn't figure it out. We'll know when we encounter more. They took a different route back but didn't walk far when Keaton pointed to the side. Then he stood up and brushed the snow aside. Maybe we've found it. A cave entrance appeared before them. Did this exist before the apocalypse? Didn't climbers find it? Was this used to cool off before the apocalypse? The group behind them kept discussing. Stop talking. Let's go in and see. Ouch, this damn rock blocking the entrance. This is a large stone tablet. This tablet just happens to be lying at the cave entrance. One wrong step, and it could easily trip someone. Coyle angrily kicked it a few more times. Let's go. Bryn walked straight into the cave. The inside of the cave was much warmer than outside, and a small path appeared before everyone. Bryn, I'll take the lead. Keaton moved to the front of the group. Coyle had long retreated to the back of the line silently. This doesn't look like a route meant for guests. It seems deliberately built, but it doesn't feel very old. Keaton inspected the roadside. Probably just a month or two before the apocalypse. Sure. There's something ahead. Bryn quickly gestured for everyone to be quiet. Squeak, squeak. It's a rat. Just as Gifford spoke, a black rat lunged directly at his face. Bryn raised her long sword to cleave the rat in two, only to find the blade slowed down upon hitting the rat. Using skillful force, she split it through the seam in its skull, finally splitting the rat into two halves. These rats aren't like ordinary mutated ones. Rats are social animals, there definitely won't be just one. As if Bryn's words were a curse, countless pairs of dark red eyes stared at them from the darkness. Their fur is very tough. Everyone, use your skill to hit them through the bone seams because it takes too much strength otherwise. Everyone drew their weapons and unleashed their abilities. Lightning struck from the sky, directly knocking down the front row of rats. Fraser rats charged forward one after another, only to be impaled by green vines that pierced through their bone seams. Gifford used speed to corner some rats and then, together with Goldie, picked them off one by one. Fraser aside. Bryn hurled the fireball in her hand directly onto the pile of dead rats on the ground. A roaring flame instantly erupted, and the remaining rats didn't dare make any rash moves. Since you're not coming over, I'll come to you. Bryn knew that if these rats weren't all killed, they would always pose a threat in the future. She took the lead and released hellfire directly at the mass of rats. The few that managed to escape were finished off by Keaton and Coyle. Fragments later, all that remained of the rats was a pile of dust. Continuing forward, the group came across a hot spring vent. Wow, no wonder it's so warm here. We should have checked this place out earlier. It looks like there are signs of human activity here. Bryn observed nearby. Chapter 85, a level 4 zombie rat king appears. The flashlights everyone held illuminated the entire cave. Over there, there's a can. On this side, there are clothes. You can still tell they're army green. When we came in earlier, that large stone slab at the entrance, it should have been used by them to block the entrance. Coil and Goldie were discussing intensely. This cast cave was extraordinarily large, as if it spanned through the entire mountain. Could it be that all the people here turned into zombies with no survivors? They hid here. Weren't they afraid that the flood would inundate the cave? Goldie was somewhat curious about how these people got here and headed towards the pond. They probably discovered this place after the rain stopped. Look at those tents. Even though they are completely dry now, it's evident they were soaked by rainwater. Coil walked to some overturned tents, where various daily necessities lay around. This indicated that people could still make fires and cook here. This doesn't look like it could accommodate hundreds of people, does it? Those zombies we saw before numbered at least 200. It dawned on Goldie, who exclaimed in shock. You noticed too, didn't you? The clothes here are just like those worn by the zombies. Only part of them belonged to the people in this cave. As for why so many zombies gathered here, I can't figure it out. Keaton observed and speculated about the behavior of the zombie group. But zombies are not humans, and now there are no survivors left to ask what really happened. Keaton placed the flashlights everyone held in different parts of the cave. This way, most areas inside the cave were visible, leaving only a small portion in darkness. Bryn felt uneasy at the thought of so many zombies moving together. Something significant must be about to happen. Following the path, they arrived at the edge of the pond. Take a look. Bryn pointed to the black spots beside the pond. Upon hearing this, Coil immediately picked up a hiking stick and poked around. It's a zombie rat. Whoa, there are bodies of zombie rats everywhere here. Zombie rats generally decompose easily, and their tough fur is quite distinct. So, it's confirmed. It seems the zombie rats buried by the pond polluted the water source. And since this was their only source of water, it likely led to their complete annihilation. Why didn't the zombie rats come out and eat them before? People hiding here might have been surviving by eating rats all along. Bryn squatted down, staring at the fire pit, using a wooden stick to poke at the rat bones on the ground. Or perhaps they were raising the rats. Rats breed quickly, have a short growth cycle, and in this darkness, they would grow even more easily. Good heavens. That's disgusting. Goldie found it hard to accept eating rats and turned her head away. Check over there. Goldie pointed to a large rock not far from them. A corner of a cage behind the rock seemed to confirm what Bryn had said. They were raising rats, but the rats mutated and even went to contaminate the water source, turning everyone into zombies. Coil scratched his chin, deep in thought. That's a bit far-fetched. Do rats have that kind of intelligence? You might as well say they fought amongst themselves and poisoned each other. Goldie thought such a possibility was extremely low and less likely than her speculation. Who would poison themselves? But you're right, these zombie rats were much stronger than those we faced at the town entrance last time. My hand still trembles a little when I think about it. Coil recalled killing the zombie rats and still found it strange. In theory, zombie rats shouldn't be this strong. Keaton circled the pond, observing everything. The problem seemed to originate from the pond itself. Since entering, Bryn felt something watching them. She was now even more convinced. I suspect there are still living zombie rats. No sooner had Bryn finished speaking than a black shadow darted past, charging straight at Goldie. Goldie, watch out behind you. Goldie turned around and pulled out her dagger, placing it in front of her chest just in time. Clang. It was the sound of rat teeth clashing with the dagger. Goldie was pushed back forcefully and barely managed to steady herself. She found her dagger broken into 2 pieces. Phew, those teeth are brutal. Goldie drew a sharp breath. This rat was 3 times larger than other zombie rats, with teeth twice the size of its head. Its red eyes glared viciously at the few people in front of it. These were the ones who killed all its kin. In its tiny brain, plans rapidly formed on how to kill these people and extract their spirit cores. This one is huge, it must be a zombie rat king, Coil exclaimed dramatically. As soon as he finished speaking, the zombie rat king turned its head and retreated back into the darkness. Fraser accurately, it's an intelligent zombie rat king, with a mutant ability level of 4, Bryn stepped forward cautiously, hiding Gifford and Emma behind her, giving them quiet instructions. Gifford, if anything happens, teleport away immediately, don't worry about us. The zombie rat king was aware of finding weak points. Bryn focused on her surroundings attentively, seemingly searching for something. Why can it level up so quickly here? No matter how powerful it gets now, it shouldn't reach level 4. This was what Keaton found most perplexing. The secret must be here. We'll know once we take down this zombie rat king. It seems to know which attacks are the weakest. Those shifty eyes were constantly turning just now. Bryn gripped her long knife tightly. Coil, protect Apollon. Before Bryn could finish her sentence, another shadow darted out from the darkness, charging straight at Goldie again. Seeing the zombie rat about to reach Goldie, who had no weapon and could only use her hands to shield herself in front of her chest. Suddenly, an earthen shield appeared in front of Goldie, against which the zombie rat king's teeth and claws fiercely scratched. Goldie, looking at the teeth through the earth wall that was so close, swallowed hard. Coil hurriedly wrapped green vines around Goldie's waist, pulling her directly to his side. Another green vine lashed out towards the large zombie rat. Whoosh! The green vine missed, and the zombie rat king pulled out its claws, swiftly turning to pounce onto the ground. It immediately leaped up from the left. Just as everyone thought it would charge at Bryn, it jumped over her and lunged toward Gifford and the others. Fortunately, Gifford reacted in time, using a teleportation spell to bring his sister and Emma to near Keaton. Phew, seeing this giant rat up close is even more terrifying, and it smells rotten too. This isn't just a mutated rat anymore, it has gained some intelligence because of its upgraded level. Bryn had been studying the situation here. From the surface, nothing seemed wrong with this pond. The problem lay within the pond itself. She also took the opportunity to step closer to the warm spring pond. As she approached the edge of the pond, the tattoo on her wrist began to react. Chapter 86, Psychic Power Upgrade. If there are stones in the pond, it's not strange for a zombie rat king to appear. Seeing the group gathered around the hot spring pond, the giant zombie rat became somewhat anxious. It patiently observed, trying to figure out where to start. Bryn was contemplating the difference between her abilities and the zombie rat king's. She was currently at the peak of level 3, but she felt it was worth a try. Before the zombie rat king could make its move, Bryn immediately sent her psychic power through. The moment her psychic power entered the zombie rat king's head, it was blocked by a black wall. No matter how much Bryn intensified her efforts, she couldn't reach the crystal core. A single level difference made all the difference. The zombie rat king seemed to sense this and fiercely glared at her before pouncing directly at Bryn. Its massive fangs aimed at Bryn's delicate face, leaping over with lightning speed. This was clearly its all-out attack. Just as the zombie rat king's teeth were about to reach Bryn's face. Shia, be careful. Bryn, get out of the way. Shia sister, no. Everyone sucked in a breath, believing that Bryn wouldn't be able to avoid the damage this time. Emma covered her eyes in fright. Bryn activated her psychic power, allowing her to see every movement of the zombie rat king clearly. All its actions appeared slowed down to her. Right now. Bryn coated her long blade with hellfire and dodged the zombie rat king's fangs by sidestepping. Before it could react, she crouched down, raising her blade upward. With a swish, the zombie rat king's tough fur scraped against the blade, producing an ear-piercing sound. Simultaneously, the hellfire-coated blade sliced into the zombie rat king's soft belly. Hellfire could only suppress those of the same level or lower than Bryn. Higher levels couldn't be burned directly. However, Bryn suspected it was because her hellfire was incomplete. She needed to find a chance to go to Brantley Market and obtain another stone. In this brief moment, the zombie rat king had collapsed and tried to rise again to attack Bryn. Only then did it realize its belly was slashed open, and flames burned into its wound, hindering its healing. It snarled at Bryn, never imagining that this human was so powerful. Bryn has grown stronger again, Keaton observed intently. It was clear they needed to train harder. Otherwise, they would only hold Bryn back. The zombie rat king unsteadily stood on a rock, staring tightly at the group. Bryn directly approached, targeting the zombie rat king's joints. The situation shifted from being chased by the rat to Bryn chasing it. The zombie rat king climbed onto a high rock, seemingly preparing something. Sure enough. It opened its mouth and sprayed a black substance toward Bryn, who was relentlessly pursuing it. Bryn immediately raised a wall of earth in front of her. However, the black liquid corroded the wall, seeping through. Bryn used her hellfire-coated strength to resist the black liquid, causing a sizzling sound. But she managed to block the liquid. This guy can even use tricks and ambushes. Impressive. Coil jumped up, cursing at the zombie rat king. How disgusting, unable to win and start spitting poison. Seeing that its poison hadn't harmed anyone, the zombie rat king decided to run. It would take revenge after growing stronger. Want to escape? No way. Bryn moved forward with her large blade, slashing at the zombie rat king's black tail this time. The zombie rat king cried out in pain as if it wanted to devour Bryn. Bryn focused her mind and summoned a huge hellfire dragon. Keaton, gather lightning. She intended to enhance her hellfire with lightning. Now. As soon as she spoke, the fire dragon and lightning dragon intertwined, charging towards the zombie rat king. The zombie rat king tried to bite, but when it touched the lightning, it got electrocuted, its tough black fur turning to ash. Just rest in peace. Taking advantage of its resistance to lightning, the hellfire followed the previous wound and swiftly surrounded the zombie rat king. Bryn launched another psychic attack, surprisingly entering the zombie rat king's brain directly this time. Perhaps due to its focus on resisting lightning and hellfire, nothing stopped her, and she easily enveloped the crystal core. Retrieve. Her psychic power retracted completely, including the crystal core of the zombie rat king. This time, the crystal core was far more challenging. Despite using all her strength, Bryn couldn't budge it. Overextending her psychic power caused her head to feel like it was being torn apart, yet she refused to give up. She wasn't willing to accept that she was so close yet couldn't succeed. Bryn endured the intense pain and forcibly continued using her psychic power. Just as she was about to give in. Whoosh. The psychic power wrapped around the crystal core was pulled out from the zombie rat king's head. Bryn looked at her palm, eyes filled with disbelief. My psychic power has upgraded. Now it's just level 2, yet I can deal with a level 4 zombie animal. The zombie rat king burned completely in the hellfire, turning into ashes. Psychic power is too powerful. I'm sick of saying how envious I am. Goldie exclaimed in surprise, walking quickly to Bryn's side. With a wave of her hand, points of starlight fell into Bryn's body. Bryn played with the crystal core, examining it closely. This crystal core is something I've never seen before, and it's actually black. Could it be because that rat had a black heart? Coil and everyone crowded over. Seeing everyone still tense, Coil hurriedly said some things to help everyone relax. Maybe it really scared me to death just now. Goldie patted her chest, finally completely relaxing. It's okay, let's take a break. Let's eat first. Bryn patted Emma, letting her relax as well. She quickly took out a camping dining set from her spatial bag and started cooking instant noodles on a gas stove. After eating at home every day recently, she occasionally wanted a change, something different. Instant noodles were the best choice. Wow, Sister Shia, this instant noodle smells so good. I want grilled sausages too. Me, I want a bowl of rice. Bryn fulfilled each request one by one. If not for the surroundings, it really felt like they were on an outdoor spring outing. In the end, she gave everyone 2 earth eggs from her spatial bag, each fried in front of them. Water and food produced in the spatial bag could improve the body to some extent. So the members of their team were much stronger in physical strength and endurance than ordinary people. Just no one had noticed yet. After finishing the delicious meal, Bryn took out small cups and poured everyone a little cup of warm rice wine from the pot. Snowy days went well with rice wine. Ah, so satisfied. Ever since I followed Sister Shia, my abs are gone. I've gained so much weight, but there's no scale. There is, I'll bring you one when I go back. Bryn mercilessly exposed Goldie. Don't say that. If you keep talking, we'll have extra practice when we get back. Coil joined in teasingly. As a result, Goldie's face immediately turned red, whether from embarrassment or dizziness from the rice wine. Since we're full and content, let's get back to work. Chapter 87. The tsunami is coming. Bryn waved her small hand, tossing everything into the spatial pocket to tidy up later after they returned. Trash was sorted and bagged properly. After all, they were civilized, good young people. The mutant zombie rat king can reach level 4, the reason should be in this pond. Bryn pointed at the water pond while everyone stood around it. She recounted her previous hypothesis to everyone. So what do we do now, Sister Shia? This pond looks quite deep. It's hard to tell just by standing here. We need to go underwater. But we don't know if there are still any zombie rat toxins in this water. Coil circled the pond twice but couldn't come up with a good plan. It seems likely that there are some. I'll go down alone. Bryn finished speaking and took out her diving suit and protective cover. Sister Shia, how can you go? Coil is the one who should go. Goldie quickly stopped Bryn from getting dressed. It's fine, I'm the most suitable. Her body had been nurtured by the spatial spirit water for a long time. If Bryn says she can do it, she must be confident. Keaton told Goldie to move aside. Bryn never acted without preparation. I can hold my breath for 5 minutes underwater. I won't touch any viruses. Right now, we have no idea how many viruses are in there, so please stand back. Although our mutation abilities make us highly resistant to becoming zombies, it doesn't mean it's impossible. Everyone listened to Bryn's rambling until she suddenly stopped. They realized she had already put on her gear and jumped into the pond. Sister Shia, be careful. Don't push yourself too hard. Bryn vaguely heard their warnings as she plunged deeper underwater. Time passed minute by minute, and Bryn felt her lungs becoming increasingly strained, reaching her limit. Just as Bryn was about to turn back, she saw something shimmering at the bottom of the pond. Is this the stone? Maybe the zombie rat king threw it in when he sensed our presence. Bryn thought to herself. Despite knowing her body couldn't hold much longer, she clenched her teeth and swam down. As soon as she grabbed the object, a suffocating feeling overwhelmed her. Bryn swiftly entered the spatial pocket. Immediately upon entering, the stone flew into the air. You got this stone through so much trouble, and now you take it away like this. Bryn yelled angrily at the sky. She was only venting her frustration but didn't expect the spatial pocket to respond. Water gushed out as a stream, drenching Bryn, and fish leaped from the ground, brought along by the stream. You have consciousness. You went too far. Bryn never expected the spatial pocket to answer. Let me see this stone first. The stone then steadily flew back into her palm. There are green patterns on it, just smaller than the other one. Before Bryn could finish inspecting it, the stone flew away again. She felt the spatial pocket's rejection. Too far. I wasn't ready yet. She was kicked out of the spatial pocket. Bryn rushed back to the surface with all her strength once she was back in the water. Phew. Sister Shia, get up quick. Goldie extended his hand urgently. Keaton and Coil originally wanted to step forward but turned away after a few steps. The diving suit fitted Bryn perfectly, accentuating her figure. After being underwater, her beautiful physique became even more exposed. She has an amazing figure that would make any woman jealous, Goldie whispered near Bryn's ear. Did he forget that they were all mutants and could hear him? The two men's ears turned red. Cough, cough, Sister Shia, hurry up and change. Don't catch a cold, Coil hurriedly interjected before it became more awkward. Fortunately, items from the spatial pocket could still be taken out. Bryn directly pulled out a tent and changed clothes inside. It's a stone, similar to the one in the town, but smaller. I can't show it to you right now. Bryn spread her hands, feeling helpless about her spatial pocket. First, she bound a phoenix resembling a rooster. Now, she discovered that her spatial pocket had its own consciousness. Anyone hearing this would cry. At least she still had her little white. Thinking of this, Bryn touched the bracelet on her wrist where little white slept. It seemed to stir a bit in the spatial pocket earlier. Thank goodness you're safe, Sister Shia. Goldie said today, still shocked by the rats. I'm fine. Bryn smiled. There's nothing left in the water. It's unlikely that such a mutated zombie species will appear again. Then let's go back. Keaton hurriedly walked ahead. They had been out for a day. When they emerged from the cave, it was indeed completely dark outside. Since there were elders at home, they chose to return back to their own homes. You're back, that's good. I've cooked some chicken soup, each of you drink a bowl and then go to sleep. Everyone was urged by Indira and Riggs to drink until all were finished, only then were they allowed to leave. Bryn lay on her bed and pulled out her phone for the first time in a while. The phone had long lost signal, and the last message remained stuck on flood rescue. Staring at the time on her phone, Bryn pondered what would happen after the extreme cold ended. All natural disasters were happening earlier than expected, so next would be earthquakes and tsunamis. Today's behavior of those zombie groups was also strangely odd. They seemed to gather from all directions, heading eastward. And that seeker deer also appeared as if it were fleeing for its life. These occurrences magnified Bryn's unease greatly. Carrying this anxiety, Bryn could only manage a light sleep. Early in the morning, she was woken by Truman. Bryn, don't sleep anymore, something's not right with the smell in the air. Truman moved restlessly beside her, looking anxious. Not right. Come, let's go to the terrace. Once Bryn reached the terrace, she understood what Truman meant by not right. With windows blocking it inside, standing on the terrace, one could immediately smell the faint salty taste of seawater in the air. Their city was not by the sea, there was another city between them and the ocean. So right now, they could feel it. Tsunami. Bryn gasped. The tsunami was coming earlier. Earthquakes inevitably accompanied tsunamis. So yesterday's behavior of those zombies and the seeker deer made sense. Bryn looked down at the ice surface, dimly seeing things moving eastward inside. That was the direction of Tien City, the center of the country. Bryn was greatly alarmed, still remembering the scene of the tsunami from her previous life. She thought there was plenty of time, but it turned out to be imminent. Sister Shia, the broadcast is speaking again. Chapter 88, Joining the Evacuation Group. Emma was responsible for listening to the radio daily. Today, she unexpectedly heard something different from usual, so she quickly called Bryn over. Hello survivors. According to our country's satellite monitoring, a massive tsunami has already submerged Xiaodao Island, and the cause of the tsunami is still unknown. All survivors gathered by the seaside should move away immediately and head for the Tien City safety base. May the survivors of Huagua escape this disaster and rebuild a new home together. After hearing the broadcast, everyone frowned deeply. A tsunami indicates that the Earth's crust is moving. Riggs stared at the radio. Sarais, earthquakes can cause tsunamis, but no one knows how long it will take to reach us. Bryn quickly made a decision. We're leaving today, the sooner the better. I believe this broadcast must have been heard by others. The later we leave, the more chaotic it will be. Just as Bryn finished speaking, she sensed movement outside. Bryn, there are many people walking on the ice. It was Ruby. It hadn't come inside but continued observing the weather on the terrace. From afar, you could see teams on the ice, with some distance between each team. The entire queue looked very long, much like animal migration. These were all people fleeing from coastal cities. At this moment, crossing the ice was indeed the fastest route. However, the ice was extremely slippery, making it difficult to walk on, so their speed wasn't very fast. Some teams used inflatable boats to slide on the ice, paying no attention to the zombies beneath. Are there any survivors? If so, please pack up quickly and join the main group moving eastward. Repeat. All survivors, please pack up quickly and join the main group moving eastward. A large speaker kept repeating this message, seemingly telling everyone that the nation had not abandoned any survivors. Sister Shia, there are actually military personnel. They're probably from the neighboring safety base. They might have seen or heard something, which is why they are evacuating in such large numbers towards the east. Considering the scale, they would likely reach here in about 30 minutes. Let's stop looking and pack up quickly. Then, we'll follow the group. Bryn waved her hand and stored the water generator and several large water tanks from the terrace into her space, along with a few trees she had planted. She then went to the bathroom to pack up the shower equipment and pipelines. Indira summoned Ellie, and the two began working overtime, using a large steamer to make white flour buns. They cooked all the existing ingredients in the kitchen into ready-to-eat food and tidied up all the tools, waiting for Bryn. Once everything was packed, the fragrant steamed buns were also stored away. Finally, Bryn let her cherished rabbits enter the space. Then she took out several small bags she had prepared earlier, distributing supplies among them for the kids. Each bag contained basic medical items, 2 chocolate bars, 2 protein bars, and 3 compressed biscuits. Everyone wore these bags under their coats. This way, even if they got separated, they wouldn't need to scavenge for food. She then packed 4 backpacks with some simple water and dry rations as visible supplies. Let's go. Bryn gave one last look at the house on the 12th floor. Her only concern now was Jude, who had disappeared somewhere. Whether he was alive or dead was unknown. Bryn carved Tien City on the wall with a large knife. If Jude returned after the flood receded, he would know where to find them. To avoid drawing too much attention, they left via the stairs this time. Bryn pretended to drag an inferior inflatable boat from the corridor. They had elderly and children, so the boat was necessary. As soon as they joined the evacuation group, they drew curious glances from nearby teams. After all, it was rare to have new teams joining mid-route. You girls are quite capable, despite having the old and young among you. An enthusiastic auntie approached Goldie to assess their situation. Goldie shook her head wildly. She hated these types of aunties, always asking about her grades or if she could tutor their grandchildren back in the day. She ran whenever she saw them, never expecting to encounter one during the apocalypse. Oh, you only have those few bags. Will that be enough to eat? The auntie's eyes darted around, raising her voice slightly. People nearby, hearing they had backpacks, couldn't help but glance over. The auntie, my sister isn't good with words. But looking at your suitcases, I bet you have more supplies. Look at our large group, we might need your help along the way. Coil directly pulled Goldie to the side and flashed white teeth at the auntie. With such an auntie, one shouldn't be polite. Sure enough, upon hearing borrowing, the auntie immediately twisted her waist back to her group, muttering, I have nothing. Times are tough, I can barely take care of myself. This conversation already drew quite a few covert gazes. Auntie, don't leave yet. You haven't told us how many days you've been on the move. Coil stepped forward to ask, but a soldier walked over toward them, holding a notebook and pen. Today is already the third day. We plan to reach Brantlisher City today. Hello, we are from the Haisha safety base. Who is the team leader here? We need to register as per regulations. He glanced down at Riggs before addressing everyone. It's me. My surname is Zaire, Keaton. Keaton stepped forward immediately. I'm Yuri, responsible for external affairs and registration. Do you have any psychics in your team? If so, how many? Yuri pointed at his notebook. Bryn glanced over and indeed saw densely packed entries of various teams listed. They were assigned number 53. How many teams is that? Seeing their astonishment, Yuri kindly explained, don't worry about number 53. Actually, only 21 teams remain, including those who joined midroute like you. The other teams? Goldie couldn't help but ask. Yuri sighed, they went out to gather supplies and didn't make it back. We have 2 psychics. I possess lightning abilities, and this is Coil, with earth element powers. Keaton reported their 2 male members since he wasn't sure about the others. Upon hearing this, Yuri's eyes lit up, you two sound promising. If any team needs help later, you might be called upon. Keaton's words were also meant for those nearby to hear. Anyone who had ulterior motives just now had to temporarily hold back. Due to special circumstances, we can't distribute supplies right now. But as long as you contribute, you'll be allocated supplies when needed. After saying this, Yuri pointed ahead. Bryn looked at the central area where there were only inflatable boats and people, no supplies in sight. It seemed they had spatial psychics. Chapter 89. This road is blocked, no alternative route. We have a spatial ability user, and the supplies are stored in the space, very safe. Yuri thought about their 2 attack ability users and added a few more words. Don't cause any trouble. We have ability users and guns. I'm going to the back now. Call us if anything happens. Yuri said this to Keaton before continuing to walk backward with his notebook. Only then did the team members gather to whisper among themselves. Those central soldiers should all be ability users. There must be some powerful ability users who have intimidated everyone. Following them, we can save ourselves quite a bit of trouble. Goldie, after last night's events, was only just recovering her composure. Sister Shia, what about the town? Coil, I remember you secretly left a walkie-talkie with Adrian. Ah, Sister Shia, you know about that. I absolutely did not contact them without permission. Coil raised his hands innocently. He only wanted to keep the option open, just in case they needed help. Bryn rolled her eyes. Without her approval, how did he think he could bring it back? If there's an opportunity, we can try contacting them. We won't follow this group forever. Sometimes, being too many people together can be unsafe. Perhaps they would meet them soon. Traveling with the large group, they seemed to encounter no zombies or even mutant animals. The group also gradually expanded, occasionally joined by smaller teams. Jude exhaled a breath. Feeling the spirit core inside his body, he had used this magma fire spirit to reshape a fire-type ability to balance the fire-type ability within him. This temporarily stabilized his internal energy. It was a success. However, his spatial ability still faced great difficulties in recovery. His strongest ability had always been spatial, but unfortunately, after activating the time rewind once, he couldn't sense its existence anymore. Jude stood up, stretching his stiff limbs. Congratulations, Master, on your success. Mara recently liked sneaking outside to play and had learned many human languages. As for those humans trying to capture it, that was a pipe dream. Master, your fire-type ability is at level 5 now, but to balance the ice-type ability, you can only use up to 50%. If fully activated, it would backfire on you. Alright, where's the rest? Jude glanced at the black-clad man kneeling on the ground. His fire-type ability being at level 5 came from the fire spirit's inherent level. To retain enough energy to counterbalance the ice-type, his current body could only support him using a level 3 ability. A level 3 ability was sufficient for now. Missy, how are they? Betty and the others have emptied the 12th floor and are following the High City safety base people toward Tien City. Why? Jude thought Bryn was still on the 12th floor, enduring the intense cold, waiting for him to return. It's due to a tsunami caused by tectonic movements. Jude frowned, looking into the distance. Just as they were nearing the town, they found a dense crowd blocking the way ahead, causing the larger group to halt. Looking forward, the path was completely blocked, with no alternative route available. And this road happened to be the fastest way to reach Tien City. They had no choice. What's the situation ahead? Why does it feel so congested? Seeing the activities in front getting less and less, Coil noticed the hostile looks from nearby teams towards new arrivals. Xanth's sister, I just went to check. It's Hoover talking with the person in charge here. Xanth sister, if it's the townspeople, this number seems off. Coil looked strangely at Hoover and company. Don't worry. Let's stick to our original plan and stay low-key. Don't approach Hoover for now. After joining, quite a few teams already eyed them unfavorably. Bryn hated having trouble come knocking. Xanth sister, there are 5 or 6 ability users nearby, all at level 2, Alicia reported what she saw. Xanth sister, shall I go check the situation ahead? After speaking, Gifford was ready to run. But Bryn held him back with one hand. No rush. Someone's coming. Big brother, I know what's happening ahead. A girl around Alicia's age approached from nearby. Wearing old clothes, her hair seemed chopped off with a sharp tool, she wore a cotton hat and carried a small bag. Standing 2 meters away from their raft, she didn't come closer, merely extending her hand. Keaton glanced at the girl in surprise. Then she took out a small handful of candies from her pocket, motioning for the girl to come over and take them. Savannah's eyes sparkled at the sight of the candies, and she dashed over to stuff all the candies into her small bag. Aren't you afraid I might grab you while you're coming over? Keaton said, trying to scare the little girl. Despite her young age, she was quite bold and had already found a way to do business. Seemingly feeling that the small bag wasn't secure enough, she tucked it inside her clothes. This is the end of the world, having food means survival. Savannah shook her head and then answered Keaton's question. We were the first batch to arrive. We don't know when it started, but many strange animals started squatting there. A big gorilla overturned the overpass, and the main road is filled with rocks and cars, making it impassable. Now they are blocking the ice surface too. As she spoke, she pointed to show them, as if fearing they wouldn't believe her. First batch. You are from the town? Bryn leaned in, knowing this place was near the town, which made sense. But the girl shook her head again. We came from the mountains. There were many strange wolves up there that the adults couldn't fight off, so we came down the mountain. Upon arriving here, we found those animals had gone mad. The roads were destroyed, and the adults have been clearing them for 3 days. 3 days. Bryn exchanged glances with Keaton, both recalling the zombie horde 3 days ago. Could these animals have been waiting for the zombies, only to find the zombies eliminated by them? How many waves of people have arrived? Bryn asked again. Savannah extended her hand once more, gesturing toward Keaton. Keaton quietly shook his head. It was still the same amount of candy as before. Savannah, as usual, put the items into her small bag inside her clothes, then slowly held up 5 fingers. You are the 4th wave. You need to be careful. Watch out for the black-clad team. Stick with your large group. Savannah hesitated, as if recalling something frightening. In this apocalypse, it was always survival of the fittest, whether voluntary or forced sacrifices. Sister Shia, I can see many crystal cores and spirit cores ahead. Chapter 90 can't wait to send a human head. The whispered conversation between Alicia and Bryn also, to some extent, confirmed that the girl hadn't been lying. Goldie took out a small packet of biscuits and handed it to the girl. Go back to find your family quickly. Don't do this anymore, it's unsafe. Especially not in this chaotic situation now. Seeing the girl turn around and run back, Gifford felt even more fortunate that Bryn had managed to save him and his sister back then. Otherwise, they might not have survived until now. Ellie and Emma shared the same thoughts. Keaton found time to glare at a few people who were staring at them all the while. The group pushed the inflatable boat forward, continuing their journey. Sis Shia, this girl is about the same age as my sister, Gifford said with some difficulty. You want me to take her in? Bryn was a little curious about what Gifford had in mind. No, it's clear someone has been protecting her, or she wouldn't dare do this. If we speak up and upset others, we could become targets ourselves. Though only 15, Gifford was mature and thoughtful. It was the end of the world, naturally, one's own life came first. If trouble didn't seek you out, that was good enough, who would invite trouble? Emma also spoke up, that girl looks ragged, but when she opened her coat, her clothes underneath were neat and clean, just like us. Bryn and Keaton were somewhat surprised. They hadn't expected young Emma to have such keen observation skills. Savannah might have come out to gather intelligence. After all, there had been a gaze following her all along. Emma, you're quite impressive. Bryn chuckled softly. The little girl blushed and ran behind Dara to hide. As they continued on, they indeed saw 4 groups ahead. Just as the girl described, most people from the mountain wore animal skins. To avoid drawing attention, the girl had taken off her outerwear. Standing nearby was a group of men in black, with large SUVs parked beside them. Those standing below held weapons. Then there was Hoover's team, though it was unclear why their numbers were reduced by more than half. Lastly, their own team, the largest but least united, almost disintegrating. Despite the minimal distance between the 4 groups, the differences were clear. The first 3 groups maintained some discipline, whereas theirs was a mix of laziness and unrest. At the front lay several mutated animals, lazily sprawled out on the ground, seemingly asleep. A giant elephant, twice the usual size, already presented a formidable challenge. Beside it was an oversized crocodile and a massive black bear. Who could have thought these 3 species could coexist peacefully? But the path blocked by these animals was a route humans had to cross. Those gathered must be discussing how to deal with the situation. Coil soon found a flat area to deflate and store the inflatable boat. Coil used his earth powers to secure the perimeter before instructing everyone to put their backpacks together and set up tents with Gifford. They spent the afternoon doing just that. With so many people, it went surprisingly fast. Shoshana and Dara joined in preparing dinner once they saw others starting. At noon, they had deliberately kept a low profile. Except 2 men had been watching them closely since morning, which was somewhat vexing. Frasier over, those 2 seemed to be growing increasingly impatient. The moment had arrived. Bryn gave Coil a look, and he finished setting up with the kids, taking out small loaves of bread from his bag. He distributed them casually. Seeing this, the 2 men gritted their teeth, as if the bread belonged to them. In this time, having small loaves of bread at will made everyone envious. However, they didn't act rashly, probably hearing that the group had 2 ability users registered. Suddenly, someone even more impatient rushed over. Hand over the bread. 3 people approached, 2 men and a woman, all carrying guns, each with a small green cloth pinned to their arms. They had been patrolling when they saw these few people eating bread openly. Combined with the presence of elderly and children in the group, greed got the better of them. Ironically, Bryn's chosen spot was secluded, with hardly anyone around. Everyone had avoided open areas for fear of zombie attacks, inadvertently giving them an advantage. Since they had guns, they believed the other side would comply. You, hand over everything edible now, and we'll let you go. Otherwise, Finian showed off his gun. Or what? Kill us. With these 3 old guns. Seeing that the bait didn't work, Coil ended up with 3 impatient individuals who were practically begging to be neutralized. He looked at the trio arrogantly and casually tore open a bread packet from his bag, eating it slowly in front of them. Goldie chuckled softly beside him. She hadn't expected Coil to be so skilled at aggravating people. The woman opposite assumed she was being mocked. You dirty slut, what are you laughing at? Didn't you hear us? I hate women like you most. Looking weak but luring everyone around. Enough chatter. Let's grab the stuff and take care of these people. Don't kill the 2 girls, just leave them half dead. The moment Coil heard those first few words, his eyes started to burn with anger. How dare they insult someone he regarded as his sister? In an instant, as the woman raised her gun, he flashed right in front of her, slapping her hard across the face. Coil had never subscribed to the idea of not hitting women. He followed up with another slap. Goldie was surprised. Big Braden Shoe, when did you get so strong? The woman was knocked to the ground, spitting blood mixed with teeth. A closer look revealed her jaw had been dislocated. I just got really mad, Coil said, scratching his head awkwardly. Not bad. Looks like the training paid off. Good job earlier. Here's a thumbs up. Bryn interjected humorously, implying that the woman on the ground deserved it for not respecting others. While she was talking with Coil and Goldie, one of the men crept up behind her, raising his gun to aim at the back of her head. Bryn sensed it but wasn't worried, her turn hadn't come yet. Sure enough, as the man attempted to move, a bolt of lightning struck him dead. It felt like something out of a karmic retribution scene. The man lay smoking black on the ground, motionless. You think you can mess with our team's stuff? The last person fell to the ground, then quickly scrambled up and ran backward. Not happening. Gifford flashed over, kicking the man square in the chin, sending him flying 5 meters away. The man landed on the ground, covered in blood. Sisshia, am I really this powerful now? Gifford asked, barely believing it himself. Bryn smiled warmly, about to say something. Then a voice rang out, what's going on here? Can't we have a moment's peace? Chapter 91, Mutated Animals, Entire Body is a Treasure. A bearded man holding a gun walked over. Seeing the sorry state of the 3 on the ground, he was about to whistle. But when he saw the green marks on their arms, his expression darkened instantly. Raising his hammer at Bryn and her group, he said, You've bullied people right to our town. Do you know that we here protect our own? We don't know. Everyone shook their heads together. They had only left the town a few days ago and truly did not know. Frasier over, it was clear this man was using the town's name to bully others. Seeing Bryn's group not giving him any face, he became even more infuriated and embarrassed. I see you're looking for death. The man immediately lifted his iron hammer towards Coil and Bryn. Before his words could end, Yuri came over. I think you're the one looking for death. You didn't even check which team they belong to. Yuri, do you think because you have Lyndon protecting you, I can't touch you? Lyndon? That madman Jew? Finian of their large troop? The infamous madman Jew, a level 5 wind-type ability user who could use everything around him for attack. He commanded troops and built a safety base near Tien City, renowned among all bases in the country. Never thought Yuri would actually be connected to this person. Coil, receiving Bryn's nod, led Gifford back slowly to the tent entrance. Yuri adjusted his glasses with a pen from his hand. Do you dare to move against me? This is our high city squad. Not only won't I be moved, try touching these few. Do you think I was born to be frightened? They were the ones who caused trouble first. This man was still somewhat wary of Yuri, so he did not act immediately. It was clearly these 3 who provoked us first, and they deserved what they got. Wilson, here's a bread roll. Without hesitation, Bryn shoved a handful of small bread rolls into his pocket. Yuri wanted to refuse, but as he reached out to push away, he realized the food was already in his pocket. He looked astonished at the smiling Bryn. He couldn't even follow her movement, it must have been a coincidence. Thank you then. In broad daylight, daring to show food, this small team must be special. When he looked again at the bearded man, his eyes were filled with pity. This guy has met his match. Seeing Yuri's expression, the bearded man felt puzzled and insulted. You brat, what look is that? He raised his gun ready to jab Yuri. Yuri directly shot the pen out of his hand, grazing the bearded man's cheek, landing on the ice. A huge crack appeared on the ice surface. Just one pen could cause such damage. You have an issue. The bearded man remembered then that although Yuri looked scholarly, he killed zombies with just a pen. He did not want to be pierced by that pen. You wait. The bearded man backed off with his gun. No one stopped him this time. And Bryn's purpose had already been achieved. The surrounding people watched them with extra caution now. Just that Yuri turned out to be a level 3 ability user. It was surprising anyone could upgrade so quickly. Bryn and Keaton exchanged glances. Looks like these people haven't spared crystal cores. Yuri gave the bread to a little girl staring at him before returning to Bryn's side. Why did you give your things away like that? Aren't you worried someone will cling to you? Bryn asked, puzzled by his actions. Since we are soldiers and luckily became ability users, protecting everyone is our duty. Thinking about it, Bryn pondered, is he really just too good-hearted for his own good? Seeing Bryn's strange look, Yuri continued, of course, I chose to give. If I hadn't wanted to, no one could take anything from me. When it's time to rebuild, everyone will contribute. Bryn rolled her eyes. This guy seems both brave and clever, looks like a crafty strategist. Only this elder seems familiar, yet I can't remember where I've seen him. My apologies. Finished speaking, Yuri bowed respectfully to Daylan. That anyone remembers me is an honor. I am surnamed Apollon. Daylan was surprised. He did not expect the younger generation to recognize him. Are you the Daylan who studies biological evolution? Yuri looked surprised at the lively Daylan. Before the apocalypse, he had the chance to meet Daylan once with his brother. Back then, due to his leg condition, the elderly man looked rather despondent, unlike the vibrant one now. Dare I ask Amadeo Shia, where were you originally planning to go? We are responsible for escorting Daylan to a safe location. Bryn reluctantly pulled a smile at Keaton. Apparently they had been discovered. We were originally planning to go to Tien City. Daylan was required by the state to report to the Tien City safety base. Bryn directly revealed their destination, hoping it might reduce potential trouble on the journey. That's good. Rest assured, we will ensure your safety along the way. I noticed that this young boy seems to be a speed-type ability user. Yuri nodded and pointed at Gifford, recalling how quickly he had darted out earlier. Sarais. But he is still young, so we didn't report him yet. Keaton pushed Gifford slightly behind him. No problem. I'm also a speed type. If there's a chance, we can interact. Yuri liked this boy. He had the makings of a soldier. Brayden Yuri, you're really kind. Brayden Yuri is also very powerful. Yuri blushed at Emma and Alicia's compliments, hiding a small smile behind his hand. Rest assured, with me and my brother here, we will definitely reach Tien City safely. Bryn seemed to think of something, and she pulled out a small box from her backpack, tossing it into Yuri's pocket again. This time he was aware, but still couldn't avoid Bryn's action. His expression changed as he looked at Bryn. He was certain this wasn't an accident. She was incredibly strong, perhaps only his brother could match her. When he felt the object in his pocket, Yuri stiffened. It was cigarettes. Everyone present loved smoking, enduring months without it. Seeing this, they wouldn't be able to hold back. Wilson, tell us about those animals, okay? The information the girl mentioned was too basic. These people must have stayed here for another reason. It's not a secret. Everyone wants to take down those big ones, but as you saw, there are only 3, and the issue is how to divide them and how to attack. Those mutated animals don't seem easy to deal with, and if we don't move soon, what about the incoming tsunami? Bryn pointed at the sky behind them. Soraya, so tonight, this matter must be resolved. Also, let me tell you, these mutated animals have something in their heads that's highly beneficial for us ability users. Yuri pulled Bryn and Keaton closer, whispering to them. Bryn widened her eyes and asked, what kind of benefit? Chapter 92, The Dark Lord appears. There's a kind of stone inside the heads of animals and zombies, which psychics can absorb to strengthen themselves. Oh, crystal cores. They are indeed good, but they also come with significant side effects. Unlike them, we only consume purified crystal cores. Keaton looked at Bryn. Only now did she feign surprise. There's actually such a good deal. Of course, we will follow our team, but why at night? Animals are usually lethargic during the day, but they become active at night. I heard from the other 3 teams that these animals block the path during the day. When it gets dark, if we can't handle them, we can run. The corners of Bryn's eyes twitched. What a great and wonderful plan. Right, stay as far away from the black-clothed team as possible. They have too many weapons. With that said, Yuri walked away straightly. Everyone entered the tent together to discuss the evening plans. It's definitely not as simple as what Yuri described. How can so many ordinary people escape at night in such a large area? What do we use to escape? But Yuri doesn't seem like that kind of person. I also think Brayden Yuri is a good person. The current situation isn't something he can control. His older brother must be in charge. He only mentioned that the black-clothed people have many weapons but didn't say how many psychics there are. It seems there aren't many psychics. What's the advantage of those people on the mountain to create this balanced scenario among 4 teams? Controlling beasts. One of them must be able to control beasts. Bryn's words enlightened everyone. Sarais. In such a situation, controlling beasts would be useful. Keaton stood at the tent entrance, discussing while observing outside. Meanwhile, the man with a stubbly beard, who had escaped earlier, squatted nearby with his people. Boss, those people beat up our guys and threatened me. In front of the man, the stubbled beard guy was bowing lowly, completely different from before. I've always told you not to provoke others. Now you're under Lyndon's protection, what can I do? Wait until it gets dark, and when the fighting starts, lead them toward Brantlyhan University, then we'll grab the loot after the fight. You're so smart, boss. Whatever the boss says. Keaton noticed both of them early on but didn't make a move since they were inactive and consulted Bryn. Bryn, should we deal with those two petty thieves outside? No need. With their capabilities, they might not even survive tonight. Bryn lay leisurely in her fishing chair. Should we prepare anything for tonight? We don't need to prepare anything. If things get tough, we'll follow Yuri's advice and run. Sis Shia, does this mean Yuri was deliberately telling us that information? Well, considering how cunning he is. Goldie, you've improved. Coil teased Goldie, who stomped her feet in anger. I've always been smart. Bryn watched the two of them, shaking her head with a smile. Then she handed out night vision goggles, although she no longer needed them. But she still wanted everyone to be prepared, as these tools are quite useful at night. Keaton and Coil refused, as they could see well at night even before the apocalypse. Now in the apocalypse era, it's even less of an issue. Then they took out the walkie-talkies, adjusting the channels to ensure they wouldn't get lost. There were only 3 walkie-talkies available, one each for Bryn, Coil, and Riggs. We'll adapt as the situation develops. Now, Gifford has a task. Gifford stood up straight upon hearing about the task, mimicking Coil's salute. Later, go ahead quickly and memorize the route. See which plan suits our escape best. If anything happens, we run immediately. Mission guaranteed to be completed. Gifford dashed off instantly. We probably can't use inflatable boats tonight. Riggs's leg still needs more time to heal, and Coil will carry him tonight. Zaire Amadeo will clear the path, while Alisha identifies dangers ahead. Dara and Emma will handle any stragglers behind. Make sure no one gets separated. Tonight will likely be chaotic. Bryn quickly brought out the magical chicken soup made by Indira from her space pocket. Kept warm in the space pocket, the steaming soup refreshed everyone. They felt their energy fully restored. Great. Bryn added an egg to Gifford's bowl, waiting for him to return. Next, everyone rested inside the tent, mentally and physically preparing for the coming night. Please, stop hitting me. To steal from me, little bastard, stealing from your grandpa? Uncle, that's the last thing my mom left me. Can you give it to me? I'll kowtow to you. Your mother was nothing but a good-for-nothing who wanted to protect you. What's the point of having so many supplies if you're still going to die? If I keep it for you, you have a chance to live. That's not true, that's not true. Don't speak ill of my mom. Ah. You bastard, you dare to bite me? Watch me beat you to death. Kirk bit down hard on the man's ear, refusing to let go no matter what happened. At this moment, a woman came back from not far away and started hitting Kirk with a stick in her hand. Little bastard, let go now or I'll smash the last jade your mother left, the woman threatened as she saw Kirk wouldn't let go. She pulled out the white jade placed in her luggage bag. Seeing the jade, Kirk immediately let go and knelt on the ground, hoping the other would give him the jade. Who knew that his uncle touched his bleeding ear and, seeing the blood flowing freely, snatched the jade and threw it to the ground. The jade shattered into 2 pieces. Kirk looked at the broken jade on the ground and burst into tears. Kirk, you're a jinx, you were the one who caused your mother's death. Now the only jade she left is broken because of you. Everything is your fault. Why don't you just die? The woman kept cursing at the boy on the ground, not noticing that he was enveloped in darkness. Shia, how can those people bully a little kid like that? Goldie was awakened by the curses. She couldn't understand why someone could be so evil. Then she found Bryn standing there in a daze. Goldie, what name did that person shout just now? Bryn asked uncertainly. It sounded like Kirk. Hearing the name, Bryn's eyes widened instantly. That's Kirk. The future Dark Lord. Who could tell her why today it was first Lyndon and now Kirk? Do these big shots encounter so easily nowadays? Shia, what's wrong? Do you know that boy? How could I? Impossible. Bryn shook her head vigorously. But the Dark Lord was being beaten like this now. If she intervened, the Lord might feel embarrassed. Would he find an opportunity to silence her in the future? She was getting anxious, seeking answers. Chapter 93, Lolcha Bigwig kneels to me. Why are you glaring? If you want to die, don't die here. Die somewhere else. Kirk clutched the broken jade pendant in both hands. This pendant was the only thing his father had left for his mother, symbolizing his father's identity. It was also the most cherished possession of his mother. Clearly it's your fault. Kirk stared fiercely at the people whom his mother regarded as family. His good neighbors, the good uncles and good aunts. Because of them, his mother went out alone to look for food and was eventually bitten by zombies. Though his mother hadn't fully zombified, these two killed her mercilessly. He had been planning all along to retrieve the jade pendant and find a chance to kill them. But now, he couldn't even protect this one thing. All because he was too weak. If we go out, Vera? Goldie interrupted Bryn's reminiscence, noticing the escalating situation outside. Sure, but even if we don't help, this person can handle it themselves. Otherwise, how could they become such formidable figures? Bryn couldn't help but recall how dazzling he looked when he first appeared. Outside. What kind of look is that? Seeing Kirk's fierce eyes, his uncle felt a chill run down his spine. Originally, he planned to use Kirk to get revenge on his father who looked down on him, to revel in Kirk's misery. Now, this boy couldn't be spared. He exchanged a glance with the woman and then took out a stainless steel rod, dragging Kirk toward a large tree nearby. Everyone around knew what would happen to the boy, yet no one dared to intervene. They were all intimidated by the man's weapon. Are they going to settle it in the woods? Let's check. Bryn pulled back the tent curtain, and a few others followed the man to the tree. Is that little tree big enough to hide you? Bryn appeared right in front of them, her eyes on the small figure crouching on the ground. Until now, they had only heard his voice, finally able to see him. She saw that the current Kirk was scrawny, wearing medium-length hair, dressed in a thin hoodie, and covered in chilblains. This wasn't the image of a bigwig at all. Bryn felt her previous recollection fading like bubbles. Where do you come from, bitch, daring to interfere with my business? Within the group, each handled their own affairs. He didn't believe anyone would dare meddle. He glanced over, seeing only a frail woman, and began to relax until another man and woman emerged behind him. What bad luck. Seeing the woman still staring at Kirk on the ground, he aimed the stainless steel rod at her. Unexpectedly, a gust of wind slashed across his throat. A dagger was suddenly pressed against his neck, with Coil standing behind him, mockingly saying, "Since you can't talk, maybe you don't need this voice anymore." The man hurriedly clutched at his wound, dropping both the weapon and Kirk on the ground. He had metal manipulation powers, but they required metal objects to function. He couldn't create metal spontaneously. Startled, the weapon fell to the ground. He had to think of a way out. Unfortunately, Coil wouldn't let him have his way. Coil pushed the dagger deeper by an inch, making the man's face pale and his legs tremble. The man thought inwardly, where did all these meddling people come from? He muttered, "Brayden, it's a misunderstanding. All this is just because I got angry at the kid, so I started rambling." His raspy voice, cut through his Adam's apple, sounded especially grating. "Do you really think I'd believe your lies? With you bullying others like that, who knows if you'd swing that stick at me the moment I let go?" Coil glanced sideways at the man's hand trying to reach for the stick. He didn't expect this guy to be so opportunistic. Meanwhile, the boy seemed lost in his own world. Even being thrown on the ground didn't elicit any reaction from him. "Young boy, you." Goldie wanted to help him up but was stopped by Bryn. "Don't touch him yet. Look at the black aura around him, he's awakening his power." Goldie quickly withdrew his hand, patting his chest. "No wonder you said he could handle it himself." Bryn wasn't referring to this initially, she only realized after coming out. But there was no need to explain further. "We heard everything clearly. You seized their supplies, took their jade, and now you want to kill them to cover up your track." Goldie pointed at the couple, indignant. "We didn't, don't make things up." The woman shook her head wildly, refusing to admit it. She realized that once they admitted it, there would be no peaceful resolution today. "Should we deal with these scumbags?" Coil felt his dagger itching in his hand. "Don't worry, wait for him." Bryn pointed at the deepening black aura surrounding Kirk on the ground. Kirk now seemed to be enveloped in darkness. He struggled fiercely, trying to see the light, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape it. Since he couldn't leave this darkness, he would make use of it. After absorbing all the darkness, he slowly opened his eyes. He had sensed earlier that his uncle was dragging him away but was stopped by someone. This wasn't the first time he encountered good Samaritans helping him, but those people were always threatened away by his uncle's weapon. But this time, these people were still here. And they even injured his uncle. Kirk quickly crawled toward Bryn beside him, remembering that this person was the first to speak up for him. "I beg you, help me kill them. I'll do anything you ask." After saying this, he started kowtowing to Bryn. Bryn hurriedly moved aside. "The future bigwig is kowtowing to me. Am I crazy, or is he?" Little did she know that the bigwig had already awakened his dark power. Dark power could absorb enemies' abilities in the dark and amplify their fear. Such a powerful bigwig, Bryn naturally wanted to recruit him into her team. She was just thinking about how to approach him. Unexpectedly, he spoke first. "Want to kill them? Do it yourself." Bryn tried to keep her expression neutral as she said this calmly. In reality, she was overjoyed inside. "I've tried, but I always failed." Kirk's eyes flashed with a glimmer of hope that soon dimmed. "You can do it. Pick it up and settle the score with your enemy yourself." Bryn directly threw the man's stainless steel rod on the ground. "If you're afraid there are too many people here and feel embarrassed, we can go to that big tree over there," Coil added when he saw Kirk staring at the rod. The man under the dagger immediately went weak in the knees, knowing these people were serious. His wife, seeing the situation, kept backing away. With a whoosh, a dagger shot into the tree behind the woman. Chapter 94. Why hasn't Gifford returned, Serate? "Where do you want to go?" Coil glared fiercely at the woman's pale face. The woman was so frightened that she collapsed on the ground, unable to stand up straight. So fragile, and yet capable of doing evil deeds. He despised those who bullied children the most. "Kirk, let's go." Bryn looked at Kirk, encouraging him again. Trembling, he held the stick and walked towards the man. Don't come closer, don't come closer. Beast, if you kill me, you'll never know where your father is." The man's hoarse voice was like nails scraping on a blackboard. It was unbearable to listen to. "You used this matter to threaten my mother to go out for supplies. There were enough supplies at home, but you forced her to leave." Kirk stared intently at the man, determined to remember every expression on his face. He clutched the stick tightly with both hands. "Mph, who would have thought she refused me so adamantly? Otherwise, I wouldn't have sent her outside to fend for herself. It was clearly because of your father." If not for him, my mother and I would have gotten married long ago. You're just a bastard. Looking at Kirk's face, which resembled his father's, the man felt nothing but hatred and resentment. All his dignity had been trampled underfoot by that man. Finally, it was his turn. The man had gone mad. Bryn felt goosebumps all over her arms. If they didn't act soon, she might lose control. Ah. So, I knew you had something going on with that woman. Bitch, it must be her seducing you. She deserves to die, and so do you. The woman leaning against the tree also started cursing after hearing the man's words. Whoosh. It was the sound of the stainless steel rod piercing into flesh. The woman couldn't believe what she saw as she stared at the rod protruding from her abdomen, looking at Kirk in disbelief. She hadn't expected him to actually dare attack. You bitches, you will all die miserably, the woman screamed with eyes wide open, spewing curses non-stop. Kirk withdrew the stainless steel rod, and the woman fell into a pool of blood. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth as her body struggled toward the man, seemingly desperate for even a glance from him. But the man was lost in his own world and paid her no attention. Perhaps he dared not look. Kirk, trembling, dragged the stainless steel rod back to stand before the man. He had heard the woman insult his mother and thus summoned the courage to stab her. Now only one remained. Where is my father? Kirk stared fixedly at the man before him. You'll never know where your father is in this lifetime, the man spat at Kirk. Kirk shook with rage, remembering how his mother told him on her deathbed that his father had just gone out to take care of some business and would surely return. He wasn't an illegitimate child, his father loved him and told him to find him. Wait, I should know where your father is. Bryn stared at the man amused. Do you know what I do? Everyone in this post-apocalyptic world knows, and it has already been written into legendary stories, okay? Oh, from the previous post-apocalyptic era. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The man shook his head frantically. This was his biggest leverage. Without it, he was surely dead today. Bryn found his words somewhat familiar. Kirk looked at Bryn suspiciously. They had met for the first time today. The jade pendant you have, I remember the pattern on it, 2 dragons, one without horns. She knew this well. Her stepsister had specially asked her to find the legendary storybook and read it 3 or 4 times every day. Could anyone forget such details? Kirk and the man both froze, knowing that the woman spoke the truth. If that's the case, then you are no longer useful to me. Kirk lifted the stainless steel rod and thrust it directly into the man's chest. Whoosh. The man died with his eyes wide open, staring at Bryn. If not for these people. After killing the man, Kirk threw away the rod and wiped his hands furiously on his clothes, trying to get rid of the blood. Realizing it wouldn't come off, he looked at Bryn and Goldie with wet, large eyes. This guy is cheating. Bryn sighed and found a small pit, using fire to melt the snow. She never thought her fiery power would be used like this. She gestured for Kirk to come over. Big sister, can I join you guys? I can do anything. Just tell me where my father is. While washing his hands, Kirk kept looking at Bryn pitifully. Big sister. Seeing Bryn silent, Kirk became uneasy, wondering if she was repulsed by his actions earlier. Bryn could only purse her lips in agreement, noticing Coil frantically signaling to her from the side. She knew it. Everyone thought he was just bronze, and no one would have guessed he'd be a king. She had found another treasure. Today would be another day she could finish 3 bowls of rice. No matter how happy she felt inside, Bryn showed nothing on her face. Thank you, I can work, Kirk said seriously to the 3 of them. This kid probably didn't even know he had awakened with a dark ability. You come with me first. Goldie pulled Kirk into the tent because she noticed Coil's eyes were about to twitch away. Let's clean your wounds first. Our team has many people. Don't worry, everyone is very nice. After the sounds faded away, Coil finally spoke up. Sisshia, our team already has so many people. Are you sure you want another? I don't mean I won't help him. Bryn looked at Coil's conflicted expression. Don't worry, the food in my space will last us a lifetime. I didn't mean that. Supplies will definitely increase as we go along. Coil hurriedly waved his hands and forced a smile. The kid is good, with a sense of responsibility. The task of finding supplies will be handed over to you later. She patted Coil's shoulder and walked back. Leaving Coil standing alone in the snow, his smile gradually freezing. Sis Apollon, it's so warm in here. Not yet, hey, don't move, this part isn't disinfected yet. When Bryn returned to the tent, she saw Kirk in ragged and thin clothes, covered in sores. Using her backpack, she took out a set of thick northeastern cotton jackets, down coats, and thermal underwear in matching colors. Seeing Kirk's eyes grow wider, Bryn found it amusing. She then took a bowl of century egg and lean meat kanji from a nearby suitcase, knowing the boy shouldn't drink chicken soup directly after being hungry for so long. Go change over there, and the kanji should be just the right temperature. Bryn pointed to a corner of the tent. Century egg and lean meat kanji, still hot. How did you manage this? Kirk was dumbfounded by everything around him. Was he still dreaming? Good boy, quickly change. Missy, shall I cook some more for him tonight? Indira had known this boy was their new member as soon as he entered the tent. Sure, I'll bring them over later. Has Gifford returned? Bryn asked Zeus with her eyes. No, I was just about to look for him when you all came back. Why hasn't Gifford returned yet? Chapter 95, Mutated Animals Run Rampant. I'll go with you to check. Coil, you stay and guard the place. After putting her things down, Bryn walked to the front with Cash. Unfortunately, they went around but didn't find Gifford's trace. Now it was just 10 minutes before nightfall. Bryn, let's go back first. Chaos will likely ensue soon, Cash said as he watched a mutated animal closing its eyes for rest 10 meters away. Soraya, either Gifford is still investigating something or he has been captured. Bryn analyzed all possibilities. At this time, he should not be in immediate danger. Everyone was now preparing for the evening. When they returned, Indira had finished cooking dinner. She used 2 portable alcohol stoves to reheat the previously cooked braised chicken, paired with steamed white rice. As everything was nearly ready, she sprinkled sesame seeds and chopped green onions over it. Others were also cooking nearby, but only their side emitted the most enticing aroma. This even attracted some children. Seeing those children look pitiful, Coyle gave them some bread. It was uncertain if they would ever meet again after tonight. Inside the tent, Riggs was talking to Goldie. Goldie, do you know what you did wrong? Riggs looked at his granddaughter sternly. She had always been intelligent from childhood. After the apocalypse began, they were fortunate enough to receive help from Bryn. However, due to this, she hadn't fully adapted yet and often showed excessive sympathy. In this world, such traits were dangerous. Howard, I don't know, Goldie fiddled with her hands, feeling a bit aggrieved. She couldn't understand why Howard pulled her aside for this conversation. Ah, my dear child. You need to realize that without enough strength to help others, you might put everyone into danger. Do you understand? Riggs patiently explained. His granddaughter possessed healing abilities, making it hard for her to refuse helping others. Howard, I felt so sorry for him. What if one day someone intentionally deceives you? Riggs wanted to prepare her for the worst-case scenario. Howard, how could that be? I can judge people. Goldie stamped her feet impatiently. She was young but not foolish. Goldie really is too kind-hearted. Bryn and Cash overheard this by the tent entrance. It's okay, we'll take our time. We'll protect her. Bryn never expected her to become indifferent overnight. There will be plenty of opportunities for her to see through human nature later on. What's the rush? Riggs stopped talking when the two lifted the tent flap to enter, telling Goldie to help out. You worry too much. Let's hurry up and finish cooking, Indira interrupted his thoughts. Eating was more important than anything else right now. How delicious. Braised chicken. Bryn glanced at the pot of chicken, taking several whiffs. So fragrant. Anyone who could enjoy such meals in this post-apocalyptic world couldn't help but be envious. Alisha, sitting anxiously, asked, Big Sister Shia, did my brother come back with you? Don't worry. It's dark now. We'll try again later to look for him. Let's eat quickly. Afterward, we need to pack up everything. I heard they're already gathering manpower outside. The food for Gifford will be kept for him. He still has a bowl of chicken soup. For a moment, the tent was filled only with the sounds of eating. At this moment, eating wholeheartedly was the greatest respect to the braised chicken. Balder, newly joined, held his meal tightly, hesitating to eat. He wanted to hide the food, fearing that the team wouldn't last long with this consumption rate. Basil, eat fast. Our team doesn't lack food, Coyle reassured him, understanding his concerns. Balder finally relaxed, nodding along with Goldie beside him. At the same time, inside the black tent. You're acting sneaky. What do you want? The man dressed in black lazily leaned on a chair, casually playing with a pistol in his hand. Gifford glared angrily at the man. He saw the scruffy man acting suspiciously and thought he intended to harm them, so he followed. Unexpectedly, when passing by their tent, these people caught him. Even though he insisted he wasn't eavesdropping, no one believed him and had him tied up. He clearly used his speed power to dodge, but was still caught, indicating this person's power surpassed his. That scruffy man seemed to lure him here on purpose, possibly intending harm to Sister Shia and the others. But who were these people? He must get back and tell Sister Shia that these 4 teams never intended to cooperate, instead plotting to benefit themselves by grabbing all the mutant animal cores. Ultimately, those affected would be them. Gifford, lost in thought, tried to free himself from the ropes but found them tightening instead. He froze on the spot. It seems you've noticed. The magic of these ropes is that the more you struggle, the tighter they become. Just spit it out. Who sent you here? If you don't speak up now, you never will. The man in black pointed his pistol directly at Gifford. It's the people from the mountain. They're afraid your talks today were a scam. Gifford closed his eyes, spouting what he had heard today. You've learned to tell lies too. The man in black chuckled at Gifford's boldness. This kid really isn't afraid of death. He stood up and moved closer to Gifford. At this moment, Gifford activated his ability and sprinted towards the tent entrance. Just as his head was about to hit the door, a foot stretched out, and Gifford instinctively dodged to the side. However, the foot had already predicted his movement. Slap. Gifford was thrown back in front of the man in black. Not bad, you still dared to escape. I'll fulfill your wish right now. As he spoke, the pistol was pressed against Gifford's head. Gifford felt somewhat disheartened. He only wanted to gather some information, yet ended up captured and couldn't escape. He truly felt useless. Fortunately, he had noticed it was already dark. Bryn and the others would surely try to find him. Sweat trickled down his face as the man prepared to pull the trigger. What I said is true. The people from the mountain have the beast control ability. Gifford shut his eyes and relayed Bryn's earlier suspicions. Oh, the beast control ability? That's quite intriguing. The gun slowly moved away from Gifford's head. As Gifford breathed a sigh of relief, the man in black asked again, so, tell me, what are those people planning? Hearing the sarcastic tone, Gifford's breath caught in his throat once more. Where would he know their plans? Just as Gifford pondered how to respond, the tent flap was lifted. Boss, the people from the mountain made their move early. Chapter 96, Zombie Crows Attack. The man carrying a gun, panting for breath, said that he had immediately run over when he noticed something was amiss. Oh, why is there no commotion outside at all? The man in black clearly didn't believe it. If the people on the mountain were so capable, they would have stayed here waiting until now to become 4 teams. Their people took advantage of the animals sleeping, jumped onto the animals, did something which caused those animals to never wake up, but they kept struggling. Judging by the situation just now, I think those mutated animals are waking up. Thinking of the scene earlier, the man with the gun trembled slightly. Those huge creatures actually let people jump on them. If they go berserk, we're all dead. What they used must be the beast controlling technique this kid mentioned. If what you say is true, little one, then I'll spare your life for now. The man in black showed interest as he wiped his pistol, and when Gifford lowered his guard, he looked into Gifford's eyes. Thank you, boss. After looking into the other party's eyes, Gifford became dazed and thanked him involuntarily. Boss, it's a waste using this kid. The people on the mountain really don't follow the rules, not acting according to the agreed plan. I can't let it stand, I'll deal with those people. The man who had previously stopped Gifford said disdainfully, he had always disliked those people on the mountain. Hey, no rush. I find this kid quite interesting. Let's see where he's from. Just as the man in black was about to question Gifford, roar. A roar seemed to respond to his words, echoing from outside the tent. Those animals are awake. They sound angry. The man in black put away his power, looking outside the tent. With the animals awake, things got tricky. Take this kid along. We'll check later if he has any accomplices. Gifford was thus taken out of the tent dizzily. Roar. 3 consecutive roars echoed in everyone's ears. Are these the mutated animals going berserk? Coyle asked casually while eating. Everyone knew from the animals' cry that they were enraged. Looks like it. Can't even finish our meal in peace. Quickly eat, I'll go take a look first. Bryn finished her last bite and lifted her head. In this apocalypse era, wasting any food was unacceptable. When Bryn exited the tent, she found everyone around packing up, ready to flee. Didn't we agree to advance and retreat together? Drew Hayden walked over at this time since their squad had 2 power users and needed special recruitment. Betty, may I ask if Cooper is available? The mutated animals ahead are awake. I wonder if Cooper and Coyle could lend a hand. If successful, we will reward with supplies. Logically, the animals shouldn't wake up at this time. Now they've woken up disrupting the plan. We need to recruit people sooner than expected. The reward will be generous. Seeing Bryn staring at the surrounding tents, Yui hurried to add a sentence. Bryn sneered inwardly at his refusal to mention the animals' agitation. Fine, I'll talk to them. Thanks, Betty. Yuri was momentarily stunned by her reply but quickly realized. It turns out this Betty is the team captain. He made a mistake. See you in front then, I'll visit other squads. With other squads to visit, Yui put aside his astonishment and thanked Bryn swiftly. After watching him leave, Bryn entered the tent. Seeing everything packed up, she stored all items in her space directly. Looks like each of these 4 teams has their own agenda. The ones who acted should be those on the mountain. Only they could provoke these animals. Let's stay together to avoid getting separated and making things worse. Everyone left the tent directly. Outside, ordinary people were orderly heading towards the shore, many children separated from their families amidst pushing. Fortunately, regular soldiers came to assist, keeping this side relatively orderly. The neighboring town was in a similar situation, with all capable power users gathered at the forefront. Let's head forward. Dara, you lead Indira and Riggs to find cover. Everyone else, including Kirk, come with me. Bryn turned serious immediately. The show is about to begin. Following the road, 3 mutated animals appeared. Sis Shia, someone's on top of them. Alisha pointed at the mutated animals curiously. It should be the people from the mountain. Come on, there's a big rock over there. It's far from the main battlefield, so it should be safe. Riggs, you 3 stay here and remember to protect yourselves. Don't worry, go ahead. Hearing Riggs's reply, Bryn then led the group towards the center. This further strengthened her resolve to find a good place to settle down. It was truly not easy for the 2 elderly to follow them through these trials. Who knew that as soon as they approached the frontmost tent, various strange noises came from overhead. A man dressed in animal hides. Quick, take cover, those are zombie crows. As he spoke, the zombie crows arrived. Large, magnified versions of crows swooped down from the sky, their wings slicing through the air with strong gusts. They directly pounced on psychics, pecking at heads or carrying people into the air before smashing them back down. In an instant, chaos ensued, and numerous psychics were already victims of these lethal beaks. Coil. Earth barrier. Coil quickly cast an earth barrier, enveloping everyone inside. At this moment, 2 voices echoed in Bryn's mind. Bryn, your grandpa is back. Missy, this is Triangle Vine. Bryn paused for a moment and then hurriedly handed a cleaver to Kirk. Not much else, but cleavers were abundant. Triangle Vine, seeds. Myra, I'll let you out in a bit. After arranging them, Bryn carefully observed outside the barrier. Space has returned. Absolutely thrilling. On the other side, large flocks of crows swept past the barrier. No trace left behind. Gunshots rang out around, with various psychics' abilities flying everywhere. Seeing the effectiveness of Bryn's group, surrounding psychics began copying their tactics, huddling in groups, using earth-based, plant-based, metal-based, all forms of defense available. But some abilities were too low in rank, allowing zombie crows to break through barriers and snatch people away, without any room for resistance. On the black-clothed man's side, a crow was about to reach him. He casually grabbed to his left and threw it at the crow. When the person flew out, he realized it was a human. But it didn't matter. Other black-clothed men quickly stepped forward to protect him with their powers. After colliding with the zombie crows, Gifford fell over 5 meters away. Gifford. Chapter 97, Mutated Gorilla. Braden. Two voices sounded at the same time. Gifford struggled to his feet and looked back. It was Bryn and the others. Bryn had turned seeds into green vines, wrapping them around Gifford and dragging him over. Then she used the green vines to reinforce Coil's barrier. Sister Shia, your green vines have become more powerful, Coil said curiously as he reached out to touch the thick, sturdy green vine net above his head. His own green vines couldn't compare in terms of thickness or strength. Is this the gap? Don't chatter, focus on what's ahead. The final wave of zombie crows arrived before everyone. The various psychics, having learned to cooperate, managed to survive the last attack. Phew. These zombie crows are too strong. Why do they only attack people's heads? Didn't you know? There's a crystal core similar to zombies in human brains. Do these zombie crows have become spirits? Upon hearing the psychic beside him chatting, Coil glanced deeply at Bryn. Following Sister Shia felt comfortable, with first-hand information all the time. Watch out, they're coming again. Alerted by Bryn, Coil quickly retracted his gaze and reinforced the barrier once more. Hush hush. The flapping sound of wings returned. Goldie directly shot darts from his hand, each dart carrying a trace of healing power. Healing power specifically targeted zombies. Zombie crows that got close fell one by one. Emma also didn't stay idle. She created dark clouds in the sky, sending lightning strikes towards the zombie crows surrounding them. But this was far from enough. There were just too many crows. Keaton intensified the electric force, but waves of zombie crows kept surging. As if knowing the strongest psychics were here, they wouldn't give up. Sister Shia, there are just too many zombie crows. It felt like hundreds. Bryn stretched out her hand, setting fire to all nearby zombies. The cries of the zombie crows echoed continuously. Their surroundings were instantly cleared. Too strong. Pity the crystal cores are burned. Bryn also regretted it. When would this inferno bug be fixed? Seeing the relaxed psychics being taken away by swarms of zombie crows. Go away, damn it. A burly man was too heavy for 2 crows to drag away. In the end, a flock appeared, attacking his entire body incessantly. No matter how he used his powers, those crows always had replacements appearing. His companions could only watch helplessly as he was overwhelmed by the flock of crows. None dared step forward. Everyone knew stepping forward would result in the same fate. In moments, the burly man turned into a pile of bones. And the largest zombie crow flew off with the crystal core in its beak. The crystal core shone in the darkness. These zombie crows couldn't be allowed to continue growing stronger. Just as Bryn prepared to intercept, a furry giant palm swooped down, grabbing the zombie crow in hand. With a squeeze, the crow became a mess of pulp. The palm disdainfully shook off debris, directly swallowing a crystal core and a spirit core into its mouth. Crack, crack, crushing the crystal core crispily. Meanwhile, the little humans hanging on its back had been dropped back where they started. After eating the crystal core, it seemed unsatisfied, opening its blood-streaked mouth and roaring at the small humans on the ground. Boo! The stinky wind drifted among everyone. The barrier could protect against damage but not odor. Sister Shia, this gorilla's breath is really foul, Goldie exclaimed, pointing at the black bear standing silently beside them. Bryn's heart tightened. This gorilla had approached so silently. Given her current abilities, it shouldn't have gone unnoticed. It was an ability. This black bear has an ability, likely awakened while sleeping. That explained why upon waking it started looking for crystal and spirit cores. Coil, let's move. We'll look for a place with some cover. Bryn vigilantly watched the gorilla, uncertain when it would strike. The zombie crows, having lost their leader, scattered harmlessly. They were no longer a threat. If people found dealing with zombie crows difficult, attempting to kill the gorilla was truly bold or suicidal. Sister Shia, what's going on? Seeing Bryn's serious expression, Coil sensed the severity. This gorilla seems complex. Look behind it at those 2 animals. Behind the gorilla stood an eagle, perched on the remnants of an elevated bridge, closely watching this area. Those people on its back had long been eaten one by one. There was another creature, a large cat. It was indeed just a cat, only its size was huge, nearly the size of an adult wolf. The cat lazily lay on the ruins of the elevated bridge. The few small humans on it had long been thrown down. It was too disdainful to eat these small humans. But it did have an interest in toying with them. When they all leaned against the ruins, Bryn finally spoke. That gorilla has an ability. If I'm not mistaken, it should be invisibility. Heavens. The gorilla's strength is already frightening enough, and now it can turn invisible. Isn't that unbeatable? Goldie and Emma grew more and more frightened as they spoke. Calm down. There are still so many psychics here. As long as we cooperate, there's still a chance. Keaton calmly looked at the psychics present. 4 squads if there were nearly 30 psychics here. Of course, he was talking about the best, most ideal situation. How can we stay calm? Shia sister, let's run. How can we run? The way is blocked. Coil spared a moment to reply before concentrating on maintaining the barrier. He knew very well that this barrier couldn't withstand even one blow from the gorilla. We don't rush. Let's see how they move first. Bryn referred to the heads of the 4 squads when she said they. It was hard to identify positions in the dark. But they had chosen an excellent spot. On one side was the ruin, and on the other were the squad leaders. The squad leaders were definitely protected by the finest psychics. One must say location was crucial. At this moment, the 4 squad leaders were right beside them, discussing their strategy. I say, you 3 should act now. The Edmund of the mountain team anxiously watched the 3 people in front of him. They had previously gone to control beasts. Out of 10 people, only 3 escaped. Their village consisted entirely of their own people. Now with such heavy casualties, they didn't know how to resolve the situation. Seeing the 3 unmoved, the old man sighed deeply. Bryn was listening intently when she suddenly felt a shadow moving ahead. Chapter 98, it's time to make a phrasive. The old man on the mountain could only lower his head and say, they took action ahead of time, I truly didn't know. Otherwise, I would never have let them do such a foolish thing. Never mind, it's useless talking about this now. Quickly think of a way to deal with these 3 creatures. Seeing the other party still wanting to say something, Hoover hastily stopped him. What use was talking about this now? It was obvious that there was something wrong with the gorilla after it woke up. Lyndon, the person in charge of maritime affairs, was seeing the animals awake for the first time tonight and did not know they had evolved. He simply stood to the side in silence, thinking it was always like this. Well, you 3 should discuss how to divide things. Otherwise, when we make our move, none of us will benefit, said the man in black while wiping his pistol lazily, looking at the 3 people before him. Oh, forget it. You don't need to bother dividing anything. This mess is your fault. Why? We sacrificed so many lives. Just because you didn't act according to the plan. Hearing the conversation among the 4 men, Bryn felt her head explode. Danger was right in front of them, yet these people were bickering. That shadow just now was indeed the gorilla, but it only moved slightly before stopping. And now, at this moment. Watch out, it's moving. Bryn's voice increased tenfold, enough for the leader behind her to hear. Due to the darkness, there were only a few dim lights. Many people couldn't see the gorilla's movements. Suddenly, the gorilla scooped something off the ground and tossed the small figures into its mouth. Some quick-reacting psychics barely escaped. But those who didn't react fast enough were directly swallowed by the gorilla. By the time they realized what happened, they were already in its stomach. Screams of agony filled the scene. The gorilla knew its body needed much energy, and these little figures were merely snacks to fill its teeth. After it was full, it would go after the other 2. Finians here were still waiting, wondering who would make the first move. Whoever made the first move would withdraw from the competition for the 3 crystal cores. Adrian, go! Hoover could no longer bear more sacrifices and called to Adrian beside him. Adrian was still recalling that voice, which sounded very much like Bryn's. Hearing the call, he immediately came to his senses and quickly led his men away. You all hide and find cover. Adrian hurriedly reminded the scattered psychics around. Only then did everyone react, seeking cover everywhere. After several attempts, the gorilla found no more little figures and grew furious. It began pounding its chest and roaring. Grr! Guided by its instincts, it sensed that the strongest psychic was on Bryn's side, and it directly headed towards them. Feeling the approaching gorilla, Bryn was contemplating her options. The 2 in space started calling out. Bryn, let me out, I want to play with it. Missy, I also want to challenge it with my vines. Bryn felt helpless, as if they were going on a picnic. While she was considering who to release, the reinforcements behind panicked first. Protect the boss. Protect Hoover. Protect Howard. Protect Big Braden. The most elite psychics, sensing the gorilla's movement, acted preemptively. In an instant, various powers lit up the area like fireworks. Powers flew towards the gorilla without regard for the crystal cores. Grr! The gorilla's body was huge. Although it wasn't bleeding, it suffered quite a bit from the attacks. It directly activated its invisibility power and rushed in front of the psychics. Other abilities hit where the gorilla had disappeared, dissipating into the air. But it was enough to illuminate the area. The gorilla slowly appeared before everyone, lifting its fist to strike everyone. Psychics were constantly being struck down, spitting blood as they fell. How could it be? The gorilla has powers too. How can we fight it? Ordinary psychics were scared by the scene and ran around in panic. A bunch of cowards. The man in black raised his gun and aimed at the gorilla's eyes. Bang! This shot was blocked by the gorilla's arm, but the bullet penetrated its arm. Sisshia, it's this guy who tied me up. Gifford, resting nearby, heard the voice. He quickly reported it to the elder. Reporting wasn't shameful, reporting made one happy. Fine, I remember. Bryn kept her eyes on the gorilla. Seeing the gorilla look over, the man in black quickly jumped onto the gorilla's arm. The gorilla followed his gaze. The man in black looked into the gorilla's eyes and said, "Stop." The gorilla stared at him and actually stopped in its tracks, standing still. Our boss is really powerful. This is the boss's psychic ability, hypnosis. Amazing, it can even hypnotize a gorilla. Those animal tamers are indeed useless. Just as the man in black was feeling smug, the gorilla moved. It seemed angry that this small human dared to play with it. It made a move to grab the man in black. A gust of wind blew by, and the man in black had already been swiftly moved by someone else, but his speed was not a match for the gorilla. The gorilla made a quick turn and slammed both of them onto the ice. The ice cracked rapidly, and they fell directly into the water. The hole kept growing larger. The gang members hurried to rescue them from the hole. This gorilla is too strong. Are we all going to die here today? I want to go home. Why is there an apocalypse? I miss my mom. Chaos quickly spread around. Hoover, let's join forces. Forget the crystal cores. It's not easy to survive tonight. Our animal tamers can also help you by confusing the gorilla. Adrian, follow orders. Lyndon stretched out his hands, and the air was filled with howling winds. The gorilla was confused by the taming ability. In those 3 seconds, huge rocks were lifted by the wind and thrown directly at it. Despite its massive size, the gorilla did not have an invincible body. Multiple wounds appeared on its body from the stones. Seeing it no longer used its invisibility power, Bryn understood. This thing must be waiting for its cooldown. Everyone, attack together. It's already injured. For a moment, various abilities and bullets rained down on the gorilla again, increasing the number of wounds on its body. It began swaying around, trying to swipe the psychics away with its hands. Coil, reinforce the area above. The eagle had moved at some point and was circling above their heads, but it took no other action. Shia, this eagle won't wait for them to kill the gorilla and then snatch the crystal cores, will it? Coil curiously watched the eagle overhead. In the darkness, its eagle eyes shone brightly. The gorilla, wounded by these abilities and bullets, pretended to run backward a few steps, with all the psychics following behind. But then it raised its fist and swung back forcefully at everyone. At this moment, the eagle swooped down. Now's the time, Coil, take them away. It was her turn to make a move. Chapter 99 Lone Battle Against the Eagle. Bryn instructed Coil to take the people away while she extended the green vines, which swiftly entangled the gorilla. She jumped onto its head. The gorilla's all-out strike had already drained all its strength, and now its head shaking was negligible. Bryn glanced at the eagle still swooping down. To her, the eagle's movements seemed to slow down. Bryn reached out directly, attaching fiery flames to her hand, and punched straight into the gorilla's head. After retrieving the crystal core, she immediately stored it in her spatial bag. At the same time, she released Alia. A completely red bird shot upward from below, facing the eagle head-on. The eagle realized that what it wanted was gone. Not only that, but a red bird had also appeared. Its eagle eyes glared darkly at Bryn as if trying to remember this tiny person who had snatched its prize. Turning its head towards Alia, it fiercely flapped its wings, sending countless feathers like steel needles toward Alia. Alia, be careful. Goldie felt his heart leap out when he saw the steel-like feathers were only millimeters away from Alia. Such powerful steel needles, how could Alia dodge them? Who is that woman? And this red bird? I want to know everything about this woman within 30 seconds. The man in black widened his eyes, looking at Bryn with curiosity and interest. There was also a hint of determination in his gaze. He had completely forgotten the failure of hypnotizing the gorilla and the loss of the crystal core. He had never seen such a violent woman. She was truly amazing. Unfortunately for her bird, though, she is from our maritime security base. Brayden, this person is Bryn I mentioned. Her team is almost entirely composed of psychics. Yuri quickly added, emphasizing it for his brother. How could they let such talent be taken away by these people? Oh, so this is the interesting team you mentioned. Lyndon watched Bryn with interest too. Pity, neither she nor her bird will likely survive. The gorilla has been exhausted, and the eagle is just starting to act at its peak power. How can she escape the eagle's claws alone without us helping? Lyndon observed Bryn's actions closely. He thought this woman was just lucky and good at seizing opportunities. The crystal core would still belong to them once she died. It's impossible. Sister Shia is so powerful. How could she? Hoover, it's Sister Shia. Aziel spoke confidently that Bryn wouldn't get hurt, yet the worry in his eyes betrayed him. Hoover remained unperturbed, even with a slight smile on his lips. This girl seems to have improved again. Howard, this is the team that gave me bread. Please help them. Savannah, who had sold them information before, bravely sought help from her grandfather, seeing Bryn in danger. We probably don't need to help them. Her grandfather affectionately stroked her hair, yet his eyes gleamed. With that crystal core taken, why should they save her? Aziel was anxious to step forward to provide aid to Bryn. Unexpectedly, members from 3 other teams surrounded him. What do you mean? Hoover, your soldier is quite impulsive. The mountain elder stroked his beard, talking to Aziel. Aziel, don't panic. No, Hoover, the eagle is shooting steel needles. Aziel anxiously watched the direction of Bryn. On the side of the team members, it was another scene. That eagle, poor thing, actually provoking Alia with such a bad temper. You're right, Sister Shia's move just now was really cool, actually reaching into such a big skull. See, there isn't any dirt on her hands. All must have been burned off by the hellfire. Goldie and Coil were chatting calmly about what just happened. Emma admired Bryn, simultaneously live broadcasting for Alicia. They weren't worried at all. Gifford started thinking about how to exact revenge on the man in black once Bryn returned. Alexei kept an eye on the people behind, fearing they might trip them up. These people, after witnessing Bryn getting the crystal core, definitely wouldn't help now. It was uncertain if Hoover could be trusted now. Better to be cautious. Why is Alia being so sluggish, not attacking yet? Are you blind? Can't you see it's waiting for Sister Shia? Just as Coil finished speaking, Bryn flipped over and leaped towards Alia, landing perfectly on her back. Everyone then realized the red bird was waiting for the woman to climb aboard. Once Bryn sat securely, the steel needles were almost upon them. Looks like they are done for. What a pity for this woman. Remember to retrieve the crystal core later. Amidst various sounds, Truman quickly turned sideways and then spread her wings, directly returning the feather needles to the eagle. The eagle was contemplating whether to eat Bryn's spirit core or Truman's crystal core first. Suddenly, it found that all the feather needles it had shot were flying back towards itself. How could this be? How could the needles reverse their flight? The eagle angrily swerved to avoid the attack, flapping its wings and flying right in front of Truman. How could it be possible for the bird to spin so quickly at such close range and return the needles? This speed is incredible. It's simply impossible. The speed psychic from the black-clothed man's team watched the scene in great surprise, developing a covetous desire for Truman in his heart. If this bird belonged to him, combined with his own speed, no one would be able to match them. Maybe there's an opportunity. Impossible what? Our Truman is top-notch. Coil happened to overhear the other person talking and looked at them disdainfully, eyes filled with contempt. This guy must have ketchup for brains. To actually entertain such thoughts. He would find an opportunity to teach this person a lesson. Swoosh. Truman appeared as if set ablaze. Bryn, look at my new skin, isn't it beautiful? Dear, are we supposed to be fighting here? Seeing that the opponent was defying it, the eagle directly turned pitch black, merging into the darkness. Whoosh. The eagle aimed straight for Truman's head. In the darkness, none could detect its presence. This time, it was determined to peck out its crystal core to vent its anger. Truman, the eagle has become invisible. This eagle is quite formidable. They escaped by luck just now, but this time it seems they can't escape death. Countless voices rose again around them. Bryn felt speechless. No one helped her fight the monster, and everyone was even hoping to loot her remains. What were these people thinking? Too good to be true. Chapter 100, The Joyful Box Touching. Stop daydreaming. Myra replied to Bryn and swiftly dodged the eagle's attack by moving sideways. The flames on her body burned even more fiercely. With a thought, Bryn attached the eternal fire to Myra's body. Since they were in a master-servant bond, the eternal fire followed Bryn's will. Myra's entire body turned into a mixture of green and red. Seeing its attack unsuccessful, the eagle disappeared back into the darkness again. Mr. Ara, Sister Shia is amazing. Aziel, who was previously worried, now felt completely reassured. Sarais. Let's just watch and see. Mr. Ara hadn't seen Bryn fight before, but today's events revealed the significant gap between them and her. The gap was huge. Even their team seemed extraordinary compared to others. Sister Shia, deal with it. Now you're talking big. That eagle seems to be preparing for an all-out attack. We can't even find where it is. You think Sister Shia will survive this time without a scratch? The eagle reappeared, aiming at Bryn on Myra's back. It could tell this bird was special to the person on its back. Appearing above Bryn, it looked like it would swallow her whole any moment. This time it used all its power to become invisible, making its presence undetectable. Bryn raised her hand and unleashed a pillar of flame. 4 green flame pillars erupted from the sky around where the eagle was, trapping it inside. Forcing it to reveal itself. The eagle tried to break through the flame pillars but felt excruciating pain upon contact. A smell of roasted meat wafted through the air. This smells too good. I've never had roasted eagle before. Big Braden Shoe, why do you only think about eating? You're already getting fat. Goldie showed some disdain as she looked at his round, white face and suddenly realized how unlike the end times they appeared. Because they were too clean and tidy. All thanks to Bryn. Sister Shia, come on, deal with it. She mimicked Coil, finding it wasn't hard to say encouraging words. The eagle was enraged again, these 4 flame pillars trapping it here. Though it wouldn't be burned if it didn't touch them, how could the eagle admit defeat? It was the strongest king. How dare that ugly red bird compete with it? Roaring to the sky, the eagle released black threads from its body that spread out around it. On the ruins mountain, the mutated cat saw this and twisted its body to retreat into the darkness. Escaping. What is this? Ah, so painful. One of the black threads floated into an ability user's palm. Black smoke started rising from his hand, quickly spreading throughout his body, turning him into smoke in the air. But these black threads, after emerging from the eagle's body, didn't seem under its control. The flame pillars were being eroded by the black threads and couldn't hold much longer. Earth-type users set up protective barriers, split into teams, and hide each other, Bryn calmly instructed. These black threads continued to expand. All Earth-type users stepped forward, using Earth shields to block wave after wave of black threads. Plant-type users create vine nets to defend against the next attack. Everyone instinctively followed Bryn's orders. The black-clad leader wanted to step forward to help but was held back by the guards beside him. Boss, no, our brothers are still there. The black-clad man pulled back and stayed in a safe position. Bryn knew the eagle was not at the same level as the gorilla, and she couldn't kill it directly, only wound it severely. But letting the black threads spread unchecked, all ability users would exhaust themselves and face death. That wasn't worth it. Better to. All offensive-type users Gather your abilities and follow my command. Myra, get ready. Bryn didn't stop her hand movements, forming a complicated seal. She had seen this in the ancient book within the space. Today, she would give it a try. Just as the eagle broke free from the flame pillars, Bryn was almost done with the seal. Attack. All offensive type ability users swiftly launched all their powers towards the eagle from all directions. The eagle couldn't move for a moment. These abilities couldn't kill it, but immobilized it and caused numerous small wounds. These tiny humans really deserved to die, as it was about to release more black threads from its body and prepare to attack Bryn with full force. At that moment, Bryn completed the seal. Myra, let's go together. Myra flapped her wings quickly, and flames condensed into a phoenix, illuminating the area. From Bryn's seal also emerged a green flame phoenix. The two phoenixes intertwined, finally forming a massive green fire phoenix. The massive green fire phoenix collided head-on with the eagle. They were seen colliding continuously in the air, showering the ground with countless sparks. The green fire phoenix grew smaller and smaller, while the eagle gradually gained the upper hand. Shia, be careful. This won't do, I need to help Bryn. Me too. Everyone from their squad rushed toward Bryn, readying all kinds of defensive abilities. They had to protect her. The phoenix is about to fail. Everyone, on guard. If the eagle doesn't die, we will all be buried with it. 3 members of the 4 teams attacked simultaneously. The Beastmaster flew into the air, revealing a purple star on his forehead as he faced the eagle, attempting to subdue it. The black-clad man was lifted into the sky by guards, his eyes quickly turning starry as he stared directly at the eagle's eyes, trying to hypnotize it. Lindenzi moved forward, and from him emerged countless metal blades aimed straight at the eagle's head. All were counting on this final blow. Watching this scene, Bryn thought, these people actually want to take advantage of the situation, they have no shame. Judging from their postures, they seemed to think both sides would be weakened and were hoping to gain without effort. Just as the green fire phoenix turned into a fireball, the eagle prepared to escape, and everyone was ready to act. Boom! The fireball exploded instantly, unleashing an even larger green fire phoenix. The supersized green fire phoenix charged at the eagle, leaving it no time to dodge. The entire green fire phoenix engulfed it. In just that moment, everyone on the scene stood frozen. The eagle struggled painfully in the flames, seemingly immobilized, unable to break free. Metal blades hovered motionlessly in the air. The black-clad man's starry eyes flashed with confusion. The purple light from the Beastmaster flickered once and then went out. Who was this person? She could do this. Doesn't she want anyone else to live? The 3 of them probably had shadows cast in their hearts as vast as the sea. Only Hoover remained unperturbed, sitting there unmoving, with Adrian steadily holding the wheelchair behind him. And those who rushed to Bryn stopped midway. Shia, magnificent. I knew Sister Shia was the best. Bryn, well done. Following Sister Shia brings happiness. Sitting on Myra, Bryn saw that the flames had almost burned out, so she instructed Myra to fly over. Besides the crystal core, this eagle seems to have something else. Chapter 101, Manually Picking Treasures. What is this thing? Bryn looked at the black magnet-like object that flew into her palm, while Myra landed on the ice. This little thing should be the reason why the eagle produced black threads. But now, holding it in her hand, there seemed to be no sign of black threads floating out. Having a toy but not knowing how to play with it, Bryn felt a bit depressed. Seeing everyone gathering around, she could only put the item away in her spatial pocket first. She would come back to study it when she had time later. Sister Shia, are you and Myra both alright? That was so thrilling just now. It was also very exciting. I wonder when I can be like Sister Shia. Goldie's mouth didn't stop talking, nor did her hands stop working. Countless white starlights floated in the air, finally falling into Bryn and Myra's bodies. Healer. Someone around exclaimed in surprise, and everyone instantly looked over. You, join our team, and we'll give you top-tier treatment. The man in black directly stepped forward, gun in hand, preparing to poke Goldie, but suddenly a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking right at him. As his companions teleported him away, the man in black finally reacted. What's going on? It's just trying to poach, no need to get so rough, right? He looked somewhat depressed at Keaton, who had taken action. But then he glanced at Gifford beside him and stiffened. Lowering his pistol towards his nose, he stared straight at Bryn, saying, I say it's a misunderstanding, do you believe me? Really? You used my teammate as a shield against zombie crows, that account hasn't been settled yet. Bryn raised an eyebrow. That guy was sneaking around outside my tent, so I grabbed him. Isn't he fine right here? The man in black said this, seeing that the person was unharmed, he felt justified again. I already said I was just passing by. Gifford felt infuriated, regretting having fallen for someone else's trick. Bryn had never imagined that the leader of a gang would be like this. No wonder she had never heard of such an organization in her previous life. Sister Shia, I was tracking that bearded man, thus I unintentionally passed by. Gifford explained the cause and effect. Bearded man? Where is that person? Bryn patted his head. If that were the case, they certainly needed to settle accounts with the other party. There. Coyle scanned the surroundings and spotted him behind a pile of rubble. Bryn glanced at the rubble, preparing to turn back, but then her gaze paused. Then she directly ignored the surrounding big shots and walked over. Naturally, the people around her followed her. Do you want to kill me? The town won't let you off. He was hiding behind the rubble, breathing heavily, still thinking it was Bryn's team that brought bad luck. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been near the battlefield. He always harbored resentment, wanting to see Bryn's team die a miserable death up close. Little did he know, he was attacked by zombie crows, who bit off 2 large chunks of flesh from his arm. One of his feet was completely pecked clean by crows, leaving only a bone. The town? Who says they won't let anyone off? Adrian, who had followed along, stared blankly at the bearded man. Forgive him, with so many members in the town, not everyone was memorable. They are the ones who oppressed town members earlier. I was planning to report it, but this happened. Team Brantley, quickly take care of these people. The bearded man struggled to stand, tremblingly pointing at Bryn. In the end, he could only collapse helplessly onto the ice, panting continuously. Do you think I can win? How about you try cleaning up yourself? Adrian looked speechlessly at the man on the ground. His words undoubtedly added insult to injury. You're just letting others bully town members like this. Seeing Adrian unmoved, the bearded man resorted to threats and inducements. Unfortunately, Bryn, what do you want to do with this guy? It was at this moment that Remy spoke. The bearded man widened his eyes. This wasn't the town manager he knew. He entered because he saw how protective the town was of its people. This time, he came hoping to become one of the town's core figures. Basil, haven't you heard any legends in the town? Adrian glanced oddly at Bryn before focusing on the bearded man on the ground. Legends? What legends? The bearded man looked bewildered. In the town, he spent every day collecting relief food and annoying others. Previously, the town was ravaged by zombies. That mutant zombie was eliminated by a squad of women. Phraziest of the zombies were slaughtered by them, allowing the people in the building to survive. Aziel sighed and gave him a hint. Of course I've heard. They say that woman was like a fairy, with fair skin and great beauty, long legs. That leader is not only a woman but also an extremely powerful fire-type mutant. And the squad also has a healer, making them almost invincible. Ha 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 ha. Bryn couldn't help but laugh. She just felt that. Dear, if you can talk, please talk more. She loved listening. Her laughter drew a furious glare from the bearded man. Bitch, what are you laughing at? But before he could finish speaking, a pair of small hands appeared in front of him. Slap slap, his entire face quickly swelled into a pig's head with a beard. He felt a breath stuck in his chest, then a little starlight floated into his body. Suddenly, he could move again. Goldie winked mischievously at Bryn. Not done playing yet. This guy can't die yet. Healing ability. Thinking back to the scene of Bryn battling the eagle earlier. Super strong fire mutation. How could this be? It must be impossible. The bearded man opened his mouth wide and turned his head toward Adrian with difficulty. But the other party just nodded slightly. Big brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have bullied others or talked nonsense. It's all my fault. Please save me, big brother. The bearded man quickly fell to the ground and reached out to grab Bryn's clothes. This guy probably used to be an actor before the apocalypse. Bryn didn't come here for him. But there was a seedling growing in the crevice behind him. Just now, the hibiscus in her spatial pocket had been calling her to come over here. Who knew he was hiding right here? Bryn squatted down and reached behind him. Aya, don't kill me. The bearded man thought Bryn was seeking revenge and wanted to kill him, so he urgently held his head. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The bearded man struggled to open his eyes and saw a pair of fair and tender hands pinching a small seedling, passing by his face. This one. This little seedling made the hibiscus insist she get it. Bryn looked at the seedling curiously. To her surprise, the seedling actually wriggled. Chapter 102, Surviving the Tsunami. Bryn was almost scared to drop it on the ground. Gently pinching its only tender leaf, Bryn directly shot spiritual energy at it. I just wanted a nap. Why did I get caught by such a beautiful lady? She could actually hear its voice now, why couldn't she before? Bryn, because they didn't have consciousness awakened before. Just like that eagle today, we could actually hear it too. A miniature Alia stood on Bryn's shoulder, answering her questions. So this is a new use for spiritual energy. Amazing. Bryn felt thrilled. What kind of plant are you? Heavens. How can such a beauty be so blind? Cough, cough. The beauty can't even hear what I'm saying, truly lonely. Bryn was speechless. How could a plant be so dramatic? Can't it be more sincere? Missy, it's a ginseng sprout. It has to agree before we can take it into the space. The hibiscus in the space calmly said. Then it dropped a seed which followed Bryn's arm as green vines directly wrapped around the little sprout. I'm Tammy, little ginseng, how did you end up like this? Heavens. There's finally someone who can talk to me. I'm so moved I want to cry. I had to escape from underground tremors, nearly being buried alive. The more I ran, the smaller I became until I turned into a sprout. Do you want to come into my owner's space? You're inside. Naturally. Upon receiving confirmation, the sprout immediately flicked Bryn with its roots, indicating she should hurry and bring it inside. Bryn shook her head and directly took the sprout into her space. Spatial ability, Yuri exclaimed as he watched her. This squad is simply too powerful. They even helped the town before. It's truly heaven's gift for them to join their team. Meanwhile, Boris had already been terrified. Why did he go and provoke such powerful people? Today looks like the day he dies. To his surprise, the other party was standing still, studying the small sprout in hand. He wasn't even as useful as a sprout. Heaven help him. Only then did Bryn give Boris a proper look. I don't want to kill you, but you won't survive anyway. How many people have you messed with? Feel the despair of life slowly slipping away. Goldie stopped upon hearing this and smiled at Boris. But in Boris's eyes, these people were demons. Before this, he'd used his knife skills to snatch countless supplies and defile countless girls. Never once did he think he would meet such an end. Bryn, long time no see. Seeing they were done handling things, Remy finally spoke again. Beside him, Yuri kept a wary eye on him, afraid he might snatch someone. Coyle rolled his eyes. They weren't blind. Could they forget how he stayed out of it earlier? Remy, long time no see. Why are there only so few left in the town? That was all Bryn wondered about. Alas. Some people thought the broadcast was a scam. They feared not making it alive to Tien City. Aziel opened his mouth in resignation. They spent a day persuading everyone just to get this many people. That's all I can wish for them. Bryn shrugged. Those who refused advice weren't worth pitying. Their fate is always in their own hands. Where did that big cat run off to? Quickly gather the others and let's move. Bryn hurriedly advised the captains of the other 3 teams. Due to these 3 animals, they've wasted precious time. Now they must hasten the journey, regardless of night or day. Amadeo Shia, I'm Lyndon, glad you joined our maritime base. Lyndon extended his hand. Bryn patted his hand. It's temporary. Everything will be decided when we reach Tien City. She knew this guy's real intention. He isn't joining the Tien City base but building his own safe zone nearby. His ambition is vast. She just wants a safe haven to protect her team. Let any ambitions blow away in the wind. Lyndon nodded. Witnessing the prowess of this team, he naturally wouldn't offend them anymore. Just as the black-clad man tried to step forward again, someone rushed out from behind yelling. Oh, huff huff. There are so many zombies appearing on the opposite side of the road. They're all running this way. The man fell to the ground gasping for breath after saying this. What? Is this a zombie tide? Why are there so many zombies? Lyndon grabbed the man. Why does everything happen at this time? Now all the psychics haven't recovered their powers. Kill the zombies, dig out the crystals, recover our powers. Those people in the town probably won't make it. Remy calmly issued orders. Bryn stood beside him and looked back. It's coming. So fast. The big cat ran because it was afraid. It's the earthquake. The tsunami is coming. Bryn was surprised by this conclusion. How could it come so quickly? What? Lyndon directly used his psychic power, but it was deflected by a lightning bolt in midair. It's ours. It was the white pigeon from Keaton. He had sent it to scout ahead earlier. It has only just returned now. Tsunami, the tsunami is coming. Keaton looked at Bryn seriously. So fast. It seemed she hadn't misjudged. Bryn lowered her head and noticed that the ice surface seemed to have changed. Look at the ice. Crack, crack. The ice surface kept showing cracks. With such great force. Even psychics are nothing but tiny beings before a tsunami. There's no way to resist it. Don't panic. Bryn used her mental power to cover the area. Hurry up and call everyone. Let's go, find higher ground. Under the calming effect of mental power, the psychics finally calmed down and hurried to find the survivors nearby. As for the zombies nearby, they likely have no time to look for them either. Whether it's humans, zombies, animals, or mutant plants, now they can only run for their lives. Go forward, towards Brantley Market, run to the tallest building there, which is the military building, the most solid structure. Perhaps it can offer us a glimmer of hope. Remy quickly made a decision. Just as he finished speaking, everything around began to shake. The ice cracked wider and wider. Fortunately, this was the outskirts, with no huge buildings or exceptionally tall mountains. All the fields started shaking and developing cracks. The only option now is to clear the road. They still have a chance. Bryn sat on Aaliyah and asked Keaton to protect the elderly hiding nearby. Aaliyah carried her directly into the sky, and Bryn took out the loudspeaker from her space. We have at most 2 hours left. All psychics go to the highway and start clearing the path. Whether we live or die depends on tonight. Chapter 103, Preparing to Escape. Everyone, hearing the voice in the sky, froze in place. 1 second later, all the psychics started moving. They had witnessed Bryn's intelligent battle against the mutated animals firsthand. While they were afraid, they seemed to have found their mainstay. Signs of a tsunami were already appearing. Other than following Bryn's commands, there was no other choice for them now. The ordinary survivors did not know what had just happened. They only knew to cower in their small tents. Yuri, you go collect the rubber boats. Remember all of them. Yuri knew that Bryn couldn't take care of the ordinary survivors here, so he quickly grabbed a megaphone and ran towards the back. It was considerate enough for Bryn to lead the psychics to clear the way. He was a soldier, and protecting the people had long been engraved in his bones. Another characteristic of soldiers is that they never ask why. Hoover began directing the ordinary people on the other side to pack up and prepare. Yuri held the megaphone, continuously shouting loudly in the vicinity. The tsunami is coming. Bring all the dinghies up. We're figuring out a solution at the front. Everyone should get their stuff ready. But honestly speaking, Bryn didn't really care about these people's lives and deaths. Quite a few of these people didn't like her just now. She wasn't that great. Only Ruby couldn't possibly take everyone away at once. This road wouldn't be cleared without effort. If they didn't think of a way to escape, their team would be doomed. Some ordinary people in the back, seeing zombies right beside them, were so scared that their legs turned weak. No matter how others tried to support him, he could not move. Then stay here, I don't want to die. In this period, I regarded you as an admirable senior brother in university, but look at you now. The woman wiped her tears with disappointment. You. If I hadn't supported you financially when you were most struggling, could you have graduated smoothly? Seeing the woman detest him like this, the man felt rage filling his mind. It also made him rise up abruptly. The woman rushed forward excitedly to help him up, just missing the malicious expression in the man's eyes, while the woman kept packing things herself, preparing to flee with the main force. Everyone wanted to live, especially in such an apocalypse. As long as they could live. All psychic plant manipulators, strength-type psychics, throw all the rocks into the field to push the zombies to the sides, so they can't get closer. Try to encircle those zombies if possible. Earth-type psychics, quickly repair the roads and fill the destroyed paths layer by layer. Ice-type psychics, be ready. Once the earth road appears, immediately freeze it. Absolutely cannot let water wash away the road. Fire-type psychics, cross the bridge and melt the ice, will go the water route. Bryn gave orders one after another, and no one at the front spoke, because everyone was listening attentively to their assigned roles. After hearing these orders, everyone started preparing. Such matters made these psychics filled with fervor. In the moment of life and death, everyone was knitted together tightly. Psychics who received assignments quickly took their positions. The only ones left were lightning-type psychics and relatively special abilities. Soon some psychics raised questions. What about me? What about us? Bryn directly let Ruby fly in front of them. Frasier, is she a fairy? Cerise, yes, it's a fairy helping us. Frasier, are we going to die? No, none of us will die. A mother and daughter hid behind. The little boy was so innocent and understanding. Her mother was already in tears. She truly hoped they could survive. As long as they could live. But with such a terrifying natural disaster, could they really survive? Lightning-type psychics, you are the most crucial core tonight. I need you to wipe out hundreds of zombies nearby within 5 minutes. You have 10 psychics, 5 of which are level 2, while the other 5 are level 1 aiding from the side. Bryn hurriedly told the lightning-type psychics their tasks. Without this group of zombies, she would be worried about how to deal with the situation. Now, with the zombies, it's like a pillow came just when she needed it. Why kill zombies when a tsunami is coming? What's the point? Clearing the path and running quickly is more important. Can you do it? An unsympathetic voice appeared, followed by other voices. A woman, trying to command us. I think she's messing around. Completely different from their previous trust in Bryn. Bryn directly ignored the speaker. All other special psychics, I want you to use every possible method to assist the lightning-type psychics in killing zombies. Our goal is the crystal cores. Crystal cores? What are crystal cores? Some newly awakened psychics had never heard of these things before. Don't ask so many questions, just do as you're told. The man in black was very impatient and flicked his clothes. That person immediately shut up. But the look he gave Bryn was filled with malice. One day when he's strong enough, he would definitely have this woman under him. A woman can only be a man's accessory. Bryn saw this look, which was all too familiar. In her previous life, during the 5 years of the apocalypse, she had seen it almost everywhere, to the point where she became numb to it. In this life, she didn't want to see this look anymore. A fire dragon flew out from her hand. The fire dragon directly surrounded the man and swiftly flung him aside. Give him a lesson first, now there's an urgent need for manpower. Once they reach a safe place, there will naturally be ways to deal with him. Lyndon also frowned at the scene. He couldn't quite figure out what Bryn was really after, but in this dead-end situation, only she could break through, so they should temporarily follow her orders. So Lyndon directly led 2 of his lightning-type subordinates towards the zombies. Keaton also took Emma, gathering electricity as they walked, shooting at the nearby zombies. Frasier people followed suit. Seeing that all the psychics were properly assigned, Bryn then let Ruby fly over to the ordinary people. All ordinary people, form groups of 10 quickly. Get rid of all overly cumbersome luggage, otherwise, you'll know how much of a burden it is when running for your life. All tents should be gathered together, and we'll figure out what to do. Everyone only knew to fear the tsunami, but Bryn knew. By the time the tsunami reached their location from the shore, its power would be halved, which was already much better than facing a full-force tsunami head-on. Therefore, they still had time to prepare here. She only hoped everything would be in time. Sister Shia, the rocks on that side are mostly cleared. Chapter 104, The Tsunami is Approaching. Bryn, upon hearing the voices, made Myra fly over quickly. She helped the psychics move the last few large rocks on the bridge together. When the rocks were mostly moved aside, a huge deep pit indeed appeared before everyone's eyes. Without the bridge, moving those surrounding big rocks would be even more impossible. If they tried to climb over, many of them might have been washed away by the tsunami long ago or impaled on sharp stones. Now with this small section of path cleared out, they could connect to the water up ahead. It had already taken an hour. Many psychics had used up all their energy and collapsed on the ground. They'd never drained themselves like this before, and it made everyone uneasy. But then, unexpectedly, a girl about 14 or 15 began to emit sparkling crystals, the very core Bryn had mentioned. Some people naturally recognized these. Now no one was unfamiliar with the magic of cores. Those who received the core followed the method suggested by others to absorb it and found that their energies started to recover. Some could even sense the doorsteps to advancement. Seeing this scene, Bryn understood it was time for the next step. Shia GE, everything is ready. Bryn nodded and flew to the front, looking at the piles of rubber dinghies and tents. There seemed to be barely enough. All plant-type psychics still having energy, report here. Those without energy, stay beside us and learn. Once you regain your energy, you can take someone's place immediately. Bryn stretched out green vines in front of everyone, starting to weave vine nets right before their eyes. The size of the nets matched the rubber boats perfectly, fitting each boat snugly. In just a few minutes, she had woven 5 vine nets. She then demonstrated to everyone how to tie 5 rubber boats together into one group, increasing stability. These collected boats were of the lowest quality and prone to puncture by sharp objects in the sea, which would cause anyone inside to be swept away by seawater. By tying 5 boats together, the makeshift raft became bigger and more stable. Got it. First batch, go. The rest, watch closely. Bryn had Coil set up all the tents according to her instructions. The triangular tents stood on the new rafts to prevent waves from capsizing the boats. However, such rudimentary setups could only withstand one wave, leaving the rest up to fate. I'm recovered, my abilities are back. So am I. Hurry up, we don't have much time. The number of level 2 cores was limited, but there were plenty of level 1 cores. Goldie and a few others distributed around and still had around 100 level 1 cores left. Shia GE, what about these cores? Serais, that's good. We'll need these cores to save our lives. Bryn glanced down, surprised that the count exceeded her expectation. The zombies over there are almost done being dealt with. Wilson is impressive, managing to block a whole wave of zombies alone. But Cooper is the best. Emma and Alicia chatted casually nearby, finding watching zombie fights less entertaining than competitions among themselves. Remy stopped Bryn hastily, knowing it might not be a chance again. Bryn, do you have room in your space? Can you store our town's supplies for us? I know, Adrian mentioned you have spatial powers. Bryn raised an eyebrow, impressed by Remy's trust in her. Sure, I'll help you carry them. Once we're safe, I will return everything as is. Wilson, just returning from fighting zombies, overheard Bryn being a spatial psychic and felt a bit surprised. How many secrets does this girl hide? The amount of supplies from the town was significant, meaning her spatial ability must be quite substantial. Unlike theirs, which was only 4 square meters. Before Lyndon could ask further. Shia GE, the water route is complete. Hearing another thing completed ahead of schedule filled Bryn with surprise. It was faster than expected. She turned her thoughts to how much time they actually had left. Shaking off the thought, Bryn had everyone lift the patched-up boats and place them back on the ice surface. Each assembled raft, composed of 5 dinghies, could hold about 50 people. 4 such rafts could accommodate 200 people in total. The remaining 3 dinghies were constantly reinforced by psychics. It was clear that those few responsible individuals and their people were left for last. Try to allocate ice, water, or earth-type psychics on each boat for defense. Have the offensive psychics rest immediately. While Bryn was assigning these tasks, the man in black kept staring at her intently. The more he looked, the more unusual this woman seemed to him. Before the apocalypse, his father had forced him to take over the family's power base. He always refused until his father was sabotaged by an enemy. After avenging his father, he naturally took over everything, but he wasn't a born leader. But now, he found someone who could help manage things for him. Bryn was too busy to notice this stare. 2 hours had already passed. Bryn could feel the wind in the air starting to change. Hurry, everyone, get on the boats quickly. Don't take anything you can't carry, just move forward. As soon as Bryn spoke, chaos erupted. Let's go. Don't step on me. Damn it, there's a blockage up ahead. Yuri began using his megaphone again. Don't panic, follow your assigned teams. Some psychics directly leaped over ordinary people and boarded the boats first. The 4 groups naturally divided themselves accordingly. Phraseist were from the Haisha base. Boats filled up very quickly. Those left behind could only squeeze in wherever they could. The responsible individuals, including all members of Bryn's team, were the last to board the small boat. They perfectly fit into one dinghy. In the air, Bryn kept looking toward the distance. Although everything was dark ahead, Bryn knew what was coming. The tsunami. Suddenly, a 100-meter-high wave appeared in the sky. Hurry, everyone, start moving. All psychics get ready. Water types control the water, ice types control the ice, wind types control the direction of the wind. Remember, keep going straight, don't veer off course. Our goal is the military building. As she spoke, Bryn made Myra turn around. Under the control of psychics, the makeshift rafts slid out on the ice surface. Just as Bryn jumped onto the dinghy and Myra entered her space, the massive wave appeared before everyone's eyes. Chapter 105, the military building vanished. Staring at the towering wave before them, everyone felt their scalps tingle. Humans were truly insignificant in the face of nature. Ah, something is falling from the sky. What is that? Little fish. We have food now. Unfortunately, this sentence was not fully uttered when even more little fish rained down, hitting everyone. Look up there. The giant wave appeared right above their heads. As the waves continued to move forward, they found themselves on top of the massive wave from the ice surface. Phrasium, are we going to die? I don't want to die. I haven't even married a princess yet. My poor child. The conversation between the mother and son reached everyone's ears. At this moment, a firm voice came through. Everyone, don't panic. If we follow the previous method, there might still be a chance for survival. Bryn amplified her voice several times over. This approach had a low probability of success, but if they didn't do this, there would be no hope at all. If it really didn't work, she could only take her team into the spatial realm. Survival was the most important rule in the apocalypse. Bryn stared intently at the direction of the wave. The most dangerous part is coming. All psychics get ready. It doesn't matter if the seawater drowns us. Just find the right opportunity to break through the surface. This time, Bryn received unprecedented replies. Understood. Just as the voices faded, all the boats were already inside the belly of the wave. In moments, all the boats would be swallowed by the gigantic wave. Phrasive now. Amidst the towering waves, the boats seemed like insignificant ants. In the next moment, the wave covered everything, making all the boats vanish. Only the surging waves remained. Just as the waves began to calm down, a small boat burst out of the tumultuous sea, riding the wind like a fish. One after another, the other boats followed suit, rocking unsteadily on the water. Loud cheers erupted across the sea. We made it. We're alive. Heaven. Amidst these sounds. Quickly, help save the people, the boat capsized. The inflatable boat is broken. Come help fast. Excitement quickly turned to chaos as everyone scrambled to rescue the people in the water. However, the speed of the waves was even faster. Behind them were more incoming huge waves. Bryn wiped the seawater off her face, remaining vigilant. 2 boats, so many people. They had no idea where they had been swept to. How could they save them? They barely managed to take care of themselves. The green vines connecting the remaining few boats had long been torn apart by the waves. They could only drift along with the waves. The military building ahead showed no sign of appearing. Due to the extreme cold, everyone wore thick coats, which caused their body temperature to drop rapidly in the freezing seawater. Psychics were slightly stronger. It's too cold. When will we reach the building? There's nothing but sea around us. Where's the building? No. We survived the waves, but are we going to freeze to death here? In the darkness and sound of waves, some desperate voices rose. Bryn stared into the darkness ahead, wondering why the military building hadn't appeared yet. Did they get carried away in the wrong direction by the waves? Or had the building also been engulfed by the waves? Myra, can you go check if the military building is still there? Bryn released Myra from the spatial realm, taking advantage of the relatively calm waves to scout ahead. Sure, wait for me to come back. Myra spread her red wings and flew into the darkness. Keaton's white dove was trembling inside his sleeve. What kind of situation is this? The man in black angrily shook the seawater off his sleeves. He had never felt so frustrated in the post-apocalypse era. Braden, a few soldiers' lips are frozen shut. Yuri was somewhat worried. They couldn't just keep drifting on the sea without a plan. Wake up, George, don't scare Frasium. A miserable scream caught everyone's attention. On one boat, a mother clutched a young boy, pressing him close to her body. Her outerwear was soaking wet. She could only hope her body heat would warm him up. She whispered to her child, urging him to stay awake. Suddenly realizing the child wouldn't respond, the woman let out a despairing scream. On another boat. Malcolm, look at me, don't leave me. Just the 2 of us rely on each other now. I'm scared. Foolish child, don't be afraid. I can still hold on. The old father tried to touch his child's head but found his hands frozen stiff, unable to lift. Bryn, are we not going to reach the military building? Maximilian wiped away some seawater. Although his leg was fine, the recent weather had caused his knees to ache excruciatingly, so he sat in a wheelchair. He could only lean against the edge of the inflatable boat alongside Shialaro. Now, he couldn't even feel the pain in his knees anymore. To be precise, he couldn't feel his legs at all. We've been drifting on the sea for an hour. According to the speed of the seawater, we should have reached the military building by now. Shialaro lowered his gaze but did not diminish his worries. He knew that Bryn must be thinking of ways. And their team would definitely be okay, he just needed not to drag them down. But he couldn't tell these words to his old comrade. He also couldn't persuade Bryn to save everyone. Indira tightly held Ellie's hand. We'll be fine. Ellie's we referred to their team. She unconditionally believed in their team. They all wore waterproof raincoats given by Bryn under their coats. And they were covered with heat pads, so they weren't cold at all. So their team only had a bit of seawater on the surface. Coyle stood on the inflatable boat, staring straight ahead, hoping the so-called building would appear. Keaton protected Gifford and Alicia, trying not to think too much. Their confidence came from Bryn. Whatever Bryn did or said, they followed. Why do I feel like you're not cold at all? Such normalcy felt odd at this moment. The guardian of the man in black rubbed his hands as he sized them up. You guys. Just as he was about to say something, Myra flew back. The strong wind forced him to shut his mouth quickly. Bryn, there's no building. I flew for a long time, only seeing the sea. I didn't dare to fly farther, so I turned back. When Bryn heard Myra's words, her heart tightened. No building. What would happen to these people? From the 2 small boats nearby, various cries could be heard. Braden, don't scare me, we agreed to live. A little girl threw herself onto her brother, shaking his body forcefully. Wet clothes would only take away the body's heat. If this continued, even psychics wouldn't last. Bryn pursed her lips and waved her hand. Chapter 106 finally said goodbye to the main group. The disappearance of the building was something she had not anticipated. She had 2 boats in her spatial ring, a medium-sized yacht and a small one. With so many people before, the yachts could not possibly accommodate everyone. She also didn't want to reveal her enormous space in front of everyone. But all she heard were various cries around her. Revealed, then so be it. She hoped these people could survive. This damned apocalypse, when would it end? Suddenly, the appearance of the yachts on the sea frightened everyone. All that could be heard was the sound of the waves. In just an instant. How did yachts appear? Am I hallucinating? Are we encountering sea ghosts? Pinch me, is this real? Everyone, quickly get on board. There are resting cabins and some towels and blankets on the boats. Bryn's words dropped into the crowd like a bomb. It's a real boat, we're saved. Brayden, let's get on the boat, we can definitely survive. People climbed onto the yachts from both sides. Ah, don't crowd me. No cutting in line. Splash. In the chaos, someone fell into the sea. Before they could cry for help, they were swallowed by the water. A green vine swiftly plunged into the sea. Wrapping around the person's waist, it directly threw them onto the boat. But this incident made Bryn irritable. This wasn't what she wanted to see. If you continue like this, I'll take back the yachts, and you'll all freeze here. Don't. This is what saves us. Did everyone hear that? Everyone can get on, don't crowd. Soraya, yeah, hurry up. Bryn then turned her head to look at the 3. Eyes filled with probing curiosity. Hum. You 4, quickly get on board. Bryn, I didn't expect you to have such abilities. Hoover's gaze, Bryn understood it well. He blamed her for not bringing out the yacht sooner. Bryn's face immediately turned cold. She owed no one anything, nor did she have any obligation to save anyone. Don't impose that great selflessness on her. Seeing Bryn's reaction, Hoover realized he had been too abrupt. But as an elder, he couldn't bring himself to apologize. Woman, you're quite impressive. Join our Dragon Tiger gang, let's build the strongest base in this apocalypse together. These so-called upright gentlemen only know how to morally coerce. Bryn looked at the black-clad man in surprise. Not bad, mouthpiece. Hoover didn't bother dealing with the kid and ordered his soldiers to lift him up and onto the boat. Seeing Hoover on board, Bryn had another plan in mind. Since they thought of her this way, might as well part ways now. The supplies in her space would be the reward for this boat. She wouldn't lose out. You better get on board. Woman, my name is Coleman, remember it. My Dragon Tiger gang will always keep its door open to you. The black-clad man, oh right. Coleman was thrown over the shoulders of the guards and directly leaped onto the boat. Still nagging at Bryn non-stop. All Bryn wanted was to say goodbye to this guy as soon as possible. The boat would serve as a gift to send him on his journey. She cast her last silent glance at Lyndon. Please go ahead. Escaping with so many people, the maritime safety base had done its best. She wouldn't charge them anything. Once everyone was on board, they realized that only Bryn's team hadn't boarded. And now, the yachts were already crowded. There was no room for her 10-person team. There's no more room. The boat is already sinking dangerously. Can't add more people. Add more people, and the boat won't withstand the pressure. It could easily capsize. 2 men shouted loudly, seeing the situation. Fraser people joined in, preventing Bryn's team from boarding. Those 2 men looked at Bryn's team with mocking eyes. Who asked her not to bring the boat right away, making them so embarrassed, freezing for so long. Why shouldn't they get on board? Betty gave us the boats. Soraya, what you're doing is too much. Then get off. Let them come on. 10 people, 10 of you get off and let them on. The ones who spoke shut up instantly. The boat was divided into 2 factions. Those 2 men kept yelling. Slap slap, the faces of the 2 men swelled like pig heads. If you can't speak properly, then don't speak. It was Coleman, he made his people give those 2 big slaps. If they weren't in his gang, he'd throw them straight into the sea. Disgraceful. Hurry up and get on the boat. Why has the wind suddenly gotten stronger? Lyndon glanced at the sky, seemingly sensing something was amiss. Something's wrong, another wave is coming. Hurry up and get on the boat. Adrian, go organize the space. Bryn, you all hurry up and get on. At this moment, everyone realized that apart from Bryn, no one in her team had stood up. Bryn had already used her mental power to communicate with everyone. A wave is coming. A scream accompanied by another huge wave directly swallowed everyone in Bryn's team. The yacht they were on was thrown far out by the immense force. Dawn pierced through the dark clouds, casting brilliant rays of sunlight over the sea. On the sea surface, sunlight reappeared after a long absence. Smoke slowly drifted from a small yacht, carrying a delightful aroma. Indira, can I have another skewer of grilled squid? Oh, Indira is grilling corn for me. I want some too. I also want grilled sausages. Sis Shia likes grilled fish, let's grill her another one later. By the time Bryn retrieved her fishing rod, her grilled fish was already ready. So fragrant. Sis Shia, it feels so good to be away from those ungrateful wolves. Goldie, who had slept well, still felt particularly angry. Right, I'm really mad too. If it weren't for Sis Shia stopping me, I would have definitely gone on board and given them a piece of my mind. Coyle said this and took a big bite of the grilled squid in his hand. So delicious. It's better being away from them, at least we don't have to hide anything we do. Keaton flipped the roasted potato slices he was making. I wonder where they've drifted off to. Uncle Zaire, are my potato slices and ham sausages ready yet? Emma pondered for a moment, then looked at the food in front of her and forgot about her question. Who cares about them? Gifford, Alicia, this is delicious. Bryn silently ate her grilled fish. Her thoughts wandered. In her previous life, the waves didn't flood as fiercely. She managed to escape by running up a mountain just in time. But it wasn't supposed to be like now, with nothing but endless sea. The tsunami was also much larger and more ferocious than in her previous life. I wonder what happened to Jude. As Bryn thought about Jude, she recalled the moment the sea water engulfed them. Chapter 107 Free and Easy, Upgraded. Just before the huge waves hit yesterday, Bryn had Coil separate the small dinghy from the others. Then she directly brought out the small yacht, with the dinghy landing perfectly on top of it. Next, they relied on Dara's control over water to propel them away from the surface. By that time, the large yacht had already been carried far off by the sea waves. Naturally, those on board assumed they had perished. The colossal waves surrounding them continued one after another. It was unknown where these waves had carried them. Meanwhile, on the large yacht, the four teams reverted to their state of mutual suspicion as before. Originally, those people on the mountain had already been at a disadvantage. Now, with even fewer numbers remaining, they immediately defected to Lyndon's side. This directly invited Aid's displeasure. Were they looking for support? Was this an attempt to leave them behind on the ship? Remy, thinking about the troublemakers earlier, began to wonder if his long-held beliefs were mistaken. Remy, does this mean Betty? They won't die so easily. Bryn and her team are not ones to perish so casually. But whether there would be another chance to meet was uncertain. Upon hearing this conversation, the other leaders finally shut their mouths. They still hoped Bryn could survive. Her squad was a powerful addition to any base. They had watched the sea surface for hours now. Indeed, no bodies were seen floating around. This included those who had fallen into the water earlier. It seemed like they were alone on the sea. And now, the biggest issue was survival. Shia-ji, come quickly. Bryn hastily abandoned the fish roasting and walked over. Shia-ji, look at the sea. The tsunami had subsided, and objects in the seawater were gradually surfacing. Goldie was pointing at a floating corpse nearby. No. To be precise, it was a zombie. They struggled in the seawater, trying to get closer to the small yacht. Unfortunately, their doggy paddling wasn't quite up to standard, causing them to drift further away from the yacht. Where are these zombies drifting to? It's hard to tell direction and position right now. We need to look for mountains or buildings. Bryn stared at the seawater, deep in thought. She felt something was off. These zombies seemed to be avoiding something. Bryn shook off the thought. The facilities on the small yacht were very complete. Without knowing their direction, they could only let the boat drift with the sea current. Loelil only needed to sustain daily life. Even if it ran out, Bryn could just use a pipe directly from her dimensional space. It couldn't be more convenient. Except Daylan and Keaton had developed some seasickness, which only just started to ease up. It's raining again. Coil flicked the raindrops off his arm. Shia-ji, let's go to the rest cabin. Okay. Beside the rest cabin was a temporary shower facility Bryn set up. After boarding the ship yesterday, they each took hot showers one by one. Inside the rest cabin, they set up a charcoal grill. Fire sparks continuously emerged from the coal and floated out through the chimney. The rain is getting heavier outside. Who knows where we're drifting to? Having eaten their fill and tied it up, everyone huddled inside the rest cabin. Wrapped in blankets, Bryn considered the items stored in her dimensional space. So, let's check our spoils together. Bryn directly took out the crystal cores from her space. This one belongs to that gorilla. Judging by its appearance, it should have been level 4, but unfortunately, this crystal core is now at peak level 3. Zaire Omedeo, this one is for you. It matches your abilities. Under normal circumstances, all crystal cores can be absorbed freely. However, targeted cores offer better assistance for specific abilities. Bryn, this is too precious. Keep it for yourself or Jude. Keaton felt he hadn't contributed much and was unworthy of receiving it. You need to upgrade quickly to better protect everyone. Just take it. Bryn didn't listen and tossed the item to Keaton. He could only accept it with bowed head. His respect for Bryn grew increasingly deeper. This is the Eagle's crystal core, a level 4 one. I'll absorb it myself. Bryn showed the crystal core to everyone. Then she brought out the strange stone. Holding the stone, no black threads appeared, and she dared not test her powers on it for fear of harming everyone. Finally, came Remy's supplies. Remy's supplies mainly consist of grains, coarse foods, things easy to preserve. Now, the food in my space is enough to sustain us at least until the apocalypse passes. Bryn checked the supplies in her dimensional space. They had only used a tiny fraction of it during this period. But, who would complain about having too many supplies? If we come across more supplies, we still can't afford to miss them. Bryn turned and fixed her gaze directly on Coil. The latter shrank his head somewhat guiltily. Xanth sister, there are still some second-level crystal cores left here. These are from the zombies we killed before. Goldie opened the small backpack she was carrying, revealing a full load of small crystal cores. After distributing them, upon finding she still had so many, she decided to keep them for now. She would look for an opportunity to bring them up again. Who knew the situation would turn out like this? Goldie, well done. We'll split these crystal cores among us. Let's aim to advance to level 3 as soon as possible. After this absorption, Cooper should be able to upgrade to level 4. So, our team will have 2 level 4 psychics then. I wonder where Braden Fraser is. As we fled all over the place, I wonder if Braden Fraser can find us. To be honest, he hasn't shown up again. Hearing everyone discussing Jude, Bryn subconsciously recalled the look in his eyes before he left. That look did seem a bit off. Sigh. Honestly, she missed him a little. Bryn herself felt conflicted. On one hand, she relied on him, but on the other, she found his behavior suspicious. She instinctively believed he wouldn't harm her, but he never clarified his intentions. She really couldn't figure out what he meant. Now, he had been gone for so long. Was he playing with her? 1,000 miles away, deep in the mountains. Orky. Jude rubbed his nose and continued walking deeper inside. This path was lined with glowing spirit stones. Man and bird followed the light, walking deeper into the cave. This was a spiritual vein. It could help him repair his body. Though his ice element spiritual root was suppressed by the fire element, it still needed gradual repair. Otherwise, his most powerful abilities could not be fully restored. Master, go this way, the spiritual vein is right here. Chapter 108, the spirit chi in the air has changed. Jude nodded and walked around it directly. An entire ribbon-like spirit vein was thus exposed before them. After all, people nowadays could hardly imagine that these things from novels could actually exist. How could they really exist? 6 months before the apocalypse, due to earthquakes and fires, the government had detected some clues. This spirit vein deep in the mountains had only recovered a little bit after several hundred years of restoration. Jude shook his head. A mat suddenly appeared in Jude's hand. Cerise. Jude also had a spatial item. And it was a pair with Bryn's. Shadow, how is Jin over there? In the darkness, a shadow appeared, squatting on the ground directly. Master, Betty, and the others encountered a tsunami and are now adrift at sea. Your subordinate cannot locate them. Your subordinate should die for this failure. Drifting at sea isn't too bad, but I fear they might encounter dangerous anomalies. The small world is already in chaos. Jude frowned, pondering whether to go back directly, but since his problem hadn't been resolved, he wouldn't be able to help much even if he returned. Master, Betty is already a level 4 anomalist. She should be capable of dealing with those anomalies. This spirit vein can repair your body, maybe restore part of it. Kale was afraid that Jude would impulsively run out to find Bryn. Ever since the master developed emotions, he was completely different from before. It seemed like he had become more humane. Wake me up if there's any abnormality. Having said that, Jude closed his eyes, and the surrounding spirit chi kept flowing into his body. His momentum was overwhelming, making Jude resemble an abyss that couldn't be filled. The spirit chi of this plane had just started to recover, and it was still too weak. He couldn't absorb the entire spirit vein either. That would be a fatal blow to this small world. They had already been drifting at sea for 3 days and 3 nights. The temperature didn't rise, and the rain grew heavier, showing signs of becoming a torrential downpour. The small yacht swayed incessantly in the waves, looking like a leaf tossed about by the ocean. In the rest cabin, Bryn and Keaton were each on separate beds. Bryn immediately sat cross-legged, and seeing this, Keaton followed suit. Visible spirit chi continuously flowed into their bodies. But the spirit chi entering Bryn's body was far thicker, while that entering Keaton's body was relatively thin. Goldie, do you think this is the spirit chi in the novels? And inside these crystal cores, is there also spirit chi? I read in that ancient book that refining medicine requires mobilizing spirit chi. But I don't know how to do it yet. Goldie appeared to be talking to Coil but was actually speaking to herself. She had been looking for opportunities to study that ancient book, wanting to quickly learn this knowledge to better help everyone. I really don't understand either, but why can we see spirit chi this time when we couldn't before? Coil squatted at the door, watching the two inside. And aren't they taking too long this time? Actually, Bryn had entered a void state. She felt spirit chi continuously entering her body, slowly converging towards her brain's spirit core. Meanwhile, the energy from the crystal core was also rushing to her brain, but separately, leaving Bryn unsure which one to control. That's right. She could now clearly sense her spirit core. Before, the crystal cores could be absorbed directly into her body, then slowly digested. Now, she could only absorb through this method. Frasier over, she felt her spirit core seemed eager to level up. However, everything was unprecedented, and she could only explore on her own. She understood that anything excessive could be detrimental. She only wanted steady progression, not upgrading. Thus, she tried to keep her spirit core from wobbling, guiding the energy within the crystal core to mix with the spirit chi entering her body. A golden thread gradually formed, slowly wrapping around her spirit core. 1 circle, 2 circles. Just as the thread covered the entire spirit core, it suddenly disappeared. Undeterred, Bryn tried again. This time, she wrapped several more times. But once again, the golden thread was completely absorbed by her spirit core. However, Bryn noticed that her spirit core seemed somewhat stabilized. Frasier-tivated, she kept wrapping the golden threads around the spirit core. Eventually, the spirit core truly stabilized. And for some reason, Bryn felt that her spirit core became richer. When she realized that the energy within the spirit core was used up, she could only try to envelop it with spirit chi. Without the golden thread, there was absolutely no effect. The crystal core energy and spirit chi had to be used together to form the golden thread. What was going on? Bryn saw that the spirit chi had completely lost its effect. She opened her eyes directly, exhaling a breath of turbid air. She hadn't leveled up, but she knew she could now take on a level 5 anomalist or beast. Bryn glanced at Keaton, who was enveloped in spirit chi across from her, and was surprised to find that the spirit chi was now visible to the naked eye. Before, she could only sense its presence, not see it at all. Keaton was drenched in sweat, looking extremely pained, trembling uncontrollably. Bryn thought of something. Horus, focus your attention. Merge the two energies, don't let them run rampant inside you. Then direct them to converge on the spirit core in your brain. After Bryn spoke, Keaton gradually calmed down. Satisfied with his condition, Bryn walked directly towards Coil and Goldie. Give this to Indira, I want to eat spicy rabbit heads. Bryn handed over 3 lively rabbits to Coil. The abundant spirit chi in the spatial item had caused these rabbits to grow fat very quickly. They looked delicious. All right. Coil took the rabbits and walked straight to the stern of the boat. Besides the rest cabin, the boat also had a crew cabin. They were guarding in shifts while others rested in batches. Goldie, I seem to have heard you mention that medical book just now. Bryn looked at Goldie, as if waiting for her to say something. Sister Shia, I've read through the book many times, but I have no idea what it means by using spirit chi. Goldie felt ashamed. She felt she had failed to complete Bryn's task well. She always considered herself a top student. She didn't expect to stumble this time. Don't worry, let's take a look together. This says to use spirit chi to blend these few herbs and form a medicinal pill. As Bryn listened to Goldie explain, she took out several plants from the spatial item to experiment. Bryn raised her hand, and the spirit chi in the air gradually gathered in her palm. There wasn't much spirit chi, and after gathering for a long time, it was only the size of a tomato. Bryn used the condensed spirit chi ball to envelop 2 plants. She focused her mind, and her hands continuously kneaded the 2 plants. A bang sounded as an explosion erupted. Chapter 109, What Sneak Attack? The pill refinement failed and exploded instead. Bryn, looking at her blackened hand, quickly glanced over at Keaton. Fortunately, he hadn't been affected by their situation. This was really unexpected. Goldie was also startled by the explosion and took a step back. People outside were drawn to the noise they had made. Are you okay? Soraya, yeah, we're fine. Get back to your business. Bryn scratched her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. At this moment, all the spiritual chi around Keaton dissipated. He opened his eyes, a flash of lightning in them. Cooper, you leveled up. Coil exclaimed as he approached. Soraya, 4th level awakened. This feels totally different. This time, thanks to Bryn, or I might have dropped a level. Keaton patted his sleeves with some lingering fear before standing up. Was it because of what Sister Shia said? Sister Shia, what happened exactly? Coil's curiosity was fully aroused. The air contained so-called spiritual chi. It entered the body along with crystal cores. Everyone must remember to combine it with the crystal cores. Only then can we absorb it smoothly. After explaining the situation, Bryn spread out her palm again, and threads of spiritual chi slowly gathered there. So this is spiritual chi. It's actually visible. I want some too. Emma tried mimicking Bryn but nothing happened in the air. In the end, everyone found that only Bryn and Keaton could gather spiritual chi. Looks like it depends on the awakened level. Now we have 2 4th level awakens, which puts us way ahead of those other teams outside. Riggs comforted everyone and then slowly stood up from his wheelchair, taking a few steps forward. Riggs stopped and looked at everyone. Howard, you can stand. Goldie wiped her tears onto Howard's collar. Old man, your legs are better. Bryn looked over, pleasantly surprised. It's still because of that plant you gave me. I've felt my bones moving every day lately, and just these past few days, I realized I could stand. Bryn, I don't know how to thank you enough. Sister Shia, I consider you like a real sister. Goldie looked at Bryn emotionally. As long as everyone is doing well, that's all that matters. Bryn felt a lump in her throat. Even though they weren't related by blood, these people were her family. She dismissed everyone and walked to the bow of the boat herself. Looking at the torrential rain overhead. The small yacht wouldn't last long in such seas. The current path was completely different from before the apocalypse. There were no tsunamis or heavy rains in her previous life. This was hellishly different. And ever since she woke up today, she felt something was about to happen. This made Bryn increasingly uneasy. Sister Shia, it's mealtime. Your favorite spicy rabbit head. Seeing Bryn's serious expression as she stared at the sea ahead, Goldie followed her gaze. Sister Shia, what are you looking at? In this heavy rain, nothing is visible. Who knows when we'll reach land? Maybe soon. Come on, the spicy rabbit head is waiting for us. Bryn shook off her thoughts, thinking it was best to accept whatever came. What was meant to happen, hiding couldn't delay it for long. Heaven, how can this spicy rabbit head be so delicious? Indira, I feel energized all over. Pity there are only a few rabbits, otherwise, I could eat forever. Wearing gloves, Bryn took a fierce bite of the rabbit head, the juice filling her mouth instantly. She didn't lack any condiments in her spatial bag. Since Indira acquired her unique ability, the food she prepared not only had amazing effects but also tasted perfect. Indira, let's braise some beef and vegetables for backup later. These large steamed buns, we didn't even get to eat them properly before. Coil bit into a large steamed bun stuffed with rabbit meat and vegetables, finding it immensely satisfying. Indeed. Thankfully we all love steamed buns, it's not a problem. Keaton and Coil both loved white steamed buns. Since following Bryn, they almost always asked Indira to make some every now and then. We feel more comfortable acting independently. Kirk, eat more. You've been eating lightly these past few days, so I made this batch milder for you. Xiao Bei felt his perception constantly overturned after the apocalypse. He'd never seen such a team, not even in High City's safety base with Mr. Ju. Life can still be like this in the apocalypse. Ever since he joined the team, it seemed that he had never eaten repetitive dishes. Even the stomach-nourishing porridge Indira cooked for him was different every day. He still couldn't believe how lucky he was. Clearly, luck had never been on his side. Kirk, don't cry. Emma was originally trying to serve Kirk more food but found that he wasn't eating and instead began silently shedding tears. Bryn directly pulled out her phone. She captured this explosive moment. Shocking scene of a post-apocalypse big shot crying uncontrollably. Click. Bryn looked at Kirk naturally. I accidentally slipped. After saying that, she quickly put the phone back in her pocket. Kirk blushed due to Bryn's action. This was too embarrassing, being caught crying by Sister Shia. Bryn thought about selling photos of the big shot as a crybaby once the apocalypse ended. Would it go viral? Bryn, Ruby hasn't returned. It went out this morning and hasn't come back yet. Riggs wiped his mouth with a towel and then asked Bryn. Riggs, it's fine. It's been going out every day lately, completely carefree. Who knows what an ugly phoenix like it could be up to outside? Bryn curled her lip, doubting Ruby's reliability. Even its feathers were unreliable. It only became reliable during fights. If it got into trouble, it would definitely call for her mentally. I hope Ruby brings back good news today. Alicia clasped her hands and prayed earnestly. After everyone was full, all garbage was packed up neatly. They were afraid of polluting the seawater or toxic substances in it. But it didn't matter, they had plenty of utensils. The sky gradually darkened. At night, they wouldn't turn on any lights. Tents needed to be drained periodically to collect rainwater or dump it into the sea. Tonight's night duty was assigned to Bryn and Keaton. Coil was just tagging along for fun. Bryn leaned against the edge of the boat, watching Keaton and Coil drain the rainwater from the tent into the sea. At this moment, Bryn sensed something rushing towards them. But just as it neared, it slowed down. Unconsciously, she straightened her body. Her eyes stared intently at the sea ahead. It's coming. Coil, Earth Shield. Chapter 110, the phrasiest pitiful mermaid in history. Bryn's voice made Coil instinctively throw out an Earth Shield, positioning it behind him and Keaton. A huge wave surged towards the boat. Thanks to the Earth Shield, not much water entered. Seeing this, the figure directly emerged from the sea. She grabbed the edge of the boat. Handsome guy, please save me. Damn, zombies can speak. Frightened, Coil hastily threw 2 vine ball bombs. To his surprise, the other party caught the bombs with her head. However, a putrid stench spread from the top of her head, instantly assaulting everyone on the boat. Coil, what did you use here? This is too smelly. Stop using it. Bryn covered her nose, looking at him with disdain. After enhancing her senses, such foul smells were unbearable. Shia, I didn't want any enemy to have bad breath. Like those people earlier. The figure hanging on the boat's edge observed the 3 people on board while enduring the stench. The strongest one was the tall man. This man who threw the stinky balls was just trash. And that woman showed no signs of energy fluctuations, so she should be easy to deal with too. But why were these 3 treating her like air? She was so beautiful, yet no one even glanced at her. Cough, handsome guy, can you pull me up? No, you're too smelly right now, Coil refused outright. If he let her aboard, Bryn would definitely dismember him. That person struggled to hold back the twitching corners of her mouth. Thinking about how she could complete her mission soon, she ignored everything else. Handsome guy, look at me. Her enchanting voice filled with allure made Coil stare blankly at her, noticing her eyes glowing purple. Handsome guy, can you help me up? In Coil's eyes, the person before him turned into a stunning beauty, fitting his aesthetic perfectly in every detail. Suddenly, the beauty transformed into a fish. Terrified, he instantly hurled vine leaves at it. My god, scared me half to death. Green vine darts were stuck all over its head. You, bullying a fish too much. With that, it released its grip and sank into the sea. But why had it failed when it had successfully mesmerized that man? It had no time to think. This was its first mission since adulthood, and it had already captured over 10 people. Accidentally spotting this small boat, it naturally couldn't miss out. Biting its lip, it submerged under the ship. Everyone, be careful. Hearing the commotion, everyone had already come out onto the deck. Hearing Bryn speak now, they quickly prepared their abilities. Shia, what was that thing? Bryn looked at the sea with some disdain. Late at night, clinging to the boat. Clearly not a decent person. What did it mesmerize you into seeing? Bryn had roughly confirmed her suspicion. Though she only heard about this creature in her past life, this was her first encounter. Just now I saw a beauty, then. Coil's words were cut off as the boat began to shake continuously. Haha, looks like you're ready to get married. Bryn looked at Coil amusedly. Was this teenage love? The boat swayed more violently. The thing beneath the ship kept shaking, trying to capsize it. Just as Bryn was about to act, Ellie stopped her. Betty, let me try. Seeing Bryn agree, she extended her hand toward the sea surface. The seawater condensed into a water dragon that plunged into the sea. Its form remained intact, pointing straight toward the bottom of the ship. Splash. A creature was pushed out of the water by the water dragon, creating a graceful silhouette on the surface. A mermaid. Emma exclaimed, covering her little mouth in surprise. Cerise, it's a mermaid. This matched Bryn's earlier guess. Its voice and eyes can mesmerize people, luring them into the depths of the ocean. But she wondered why a mermaid would appear here. These mermaids may seem harmless, but in reality, they are ruthless killers. Their appearance mustn't deceive anyone. Emma, this is the apocalypse, and mermaids are certainly not what you imagine. Everyone, be careful. It's angry. Bryn took out her long sword. Inspired by Jude's suggestion, it was quite effective. When a mermaid gets angry, the consequences are severe. It stared at this group of unresponsive humans in the sea. This was vastly different from what its teacher described. It could only resort to violence. The mermaid leaped out of the water. Its long tail opened with all the quills fully exposed. It struck the boat fiercely, aiming to throw these jesters into the sea. Then drain their energy. Bryn directly stretched out a green vine, quickly forming a vine net. Ordinary fishing nets were useless against it. Only a special net with psychic powers could possibly capture it. Bryn recalled how the person who claimed to have encountered a mermaid explained it to her before. Coil, Earth Shield. Keaton, Emma, use lightning power. The mermaid's tail attack shattered the Earth Shield, but by the time it reached the boat, its force had been halved. The air was filled with the smell of seafloor mud. Of course, the mud used in the sea would naturally be the mud soaked in the sea. The boat was thrown about 3 meters away before it finally stopped. How powerful is its tail? How can mermaids be so violent? I will never like mermaids again. Emma practiced condensing lightning while giving up her love for mermaids. How frustrating. Just as the mermaid thought it was certain to win. The Earth Shield dissipated, and the hull behind slowly emerged. This can't be. It couldn't believe its eyes. The tails of mermaids couldn't be resisted by such a small Earth Shield. It was absolutely impossible. A bolt of lightning struck from the sky. Ah! The mermaid was directly struck by lightning and fell painfully into the sea. Who knew there was a big net waiting for it in the sea? Just this kind of net. You think you can trap me? The mermaid immediately raised the spines on its tail, trying to tear the net apart. It never imagined that no matter what, it couldn't break through the net this time. Damn humans. It gnashed its teeth and cursed the humans, feeling extremely anxious inside. The green vine net slowly lifted upwards. If it didn't escape now, it would be caught on board. Shia, it's coming out. Wow, this mermaid is huge. Its tail glows. I wonder if it will turn into foam. Is this mermaid female? The discussions almost made the fish cry. This fish is male, okay? Humans are indeed all bad. Is this the point? It needed to find a way. Once it was pulled out of the water, its power would weaken. Then it would be even harder to escape. As it was being hoisted out of the water, the mermaid opened its mouth. A beautiful sound spread to everyone's ears. But to Bryn's ears, it unexpectedly became, Barala Little Magic Fish. Chapter 111, The Formation's spiritual energy attracted a strange beast. Bryn looked up at the fish in the air with confusion. What an interesting taste this fish has. By the time she snapped out of it, she noticed that everyone around her was already immersed in the sound. They started to walk into the sea uncontrollably. Only Keaton's face showed signs of struggle. Bryn immediately raised her long sword, gathering the hellfire and stabbing directly towards the other party's chest through the vine net. Hiss. She quickly withdrew her sword, wanting to see the sight of the other party being burned by hellfire. To her surprise, the mermaid only showed pain, but the hellfire did not burn its whole body. However, the music came to an abrupt stop. With a splash, the mermaid also fell into the sea. Shia Zaire looked at the sea with an unreadable expression. This mermaid seemed able to resist her hellfire. Could there be a new bug with the hellfire? Why does my golden finger differ so much from others? Bryn couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. Not only did she need stones for upgrades, but she also expected it to burn everything, yet always encountered some immunity. Angry. The others around her regained consciousness because the music had stopped. What happened? Why did I run here? Heaven. I'm going to fall down. Save me. It's okay, it's okay. Bryn, are you alright? Indira saw Bryn staring straight at the sea surface. It won't come back again, will it? This mermaid is amusing. Why does it keep targeting us like this? There are definitely more ships at sea. Why does it always focus on us? Exactly. Why always on us? Under the sea, the mermaid tightly covered its chest wound. Mermaids are naturally endowed with self-healing abilities. That's why it dared to attack people alone. However, this sword was too powerful, preventing its wounds from healing naturally. Just what is this? The mermaid looked at the burning green mark on its chest. Fortunately, mermaids don't have hearts. Otherwise, it would have been dead by now. It took the risk because it sensed fluctuations of spiritual energy on the ship. It never expected that the woman who seemed to lack energy had such immense power. When it recovers, it will definitely return to settle accounts with them. After waiting for a while, no one on the ship saw the mermaid sneak up again. Shia, what did you do? Did you finish off the mermaid? When they woke up, the mermaid had already disappeared. So Coil, representing everyone's curiosity, looked at Bryn. Hey, I just gave it a stab. It didn't die, just ran away. Bryn could sense that. Ruby, you're back. Ruby descended from the sky and stood on top of the rest area. Missy, I found the shore. Just to the east, there's a mountain there. The top of the mountain looks intact, and it seems there might be survivors up there. The mountain's peak is actually flat. Bryn murmured to herself, Flat? Plain? That must be Cody's mountain. Cody once introduced to her that his family owned a mountain. But due to previous requisitioning, people flattened the mountaintop and built an airstrip there. No one knew why they built it there, and no plane had ever landed there. Shia, what's wrong? Goldie noticed Bryn's excitement when she heard about that place. A friend of mine might be there. Let's go check it out. If we meet her, I might make her join our team. Bryn explained the situation to the team members. Shia, if you want someone to join, they can join directly. We have no objections. Bryn nodded. Coil, start the boat. Sure thing, Shia. We may have been circling the sea all along. Logically, her city shouldn't be this far from us. No wonder we couldn't find the military building. So it turns out the building is actually ahead. Now we're not sure about the exact direction. After finding that mountain, we might get some clues. Ruby, you lead the way from above. Bryn suddenly felt excited, looking forward to meeting her friend. Sarate, she was also anxious, fearing she wouldn't see her friend. After all, this life is completely different from the last one. Shia, don't worry. Your friend will surely be safe. Alisha spoke gently, usually very accurate when she did. Thanks, Xiao Yao, let's get some sleep. Seeing everyone entering the rest cabin, Bryn leaned against the ship's hull. She entered her space directly. This was a function she had only recently discovered after upgrading her mental energy. Now, she could enter the space with just her mental energy. If she wanted something, she could obtain it based on her mental energy as well. Little Ginseng, thank you for helping me manage the medicinal field. Ruby only liked to patrol the vegetable fields. Every time it came to the medicinal fields, Bryn had to do it herself. With Little Ginseng now, it was like living in pure bliss. Bryn walked into the study. She took out the book she had been reading the past couple of days. It contained some small formations, 2 of which she had already memorized thoroughly. Now all that was left was practical application. Her favorites were the defensive formation and the spirit-gathering formation. There was spiritual energy in the air, but it was quite thin. If she had the spirit-gathering formation, she could make the spiritual energy more concentrated. It would also facilitate others' advancements. But the requirement mentioned 1 high-grade spirit stone and 5 mid-grade ones, leaving Bryn puzzled. She suspected the small spirit stones in her space were merely low-grade. The defensive formation similarly required 2 high-grade spirit stones and 6 mid-grade ones. As Bryn flipped further through the book, she suddenly brightened up. Teleportation formation, can teleport to any teleportation point. With this thing, wouldn't she be able to flash step? If she couldn't win, she could use this teleportation formation to escape. Bryn read on with interest. Teleportation formation requires 10 high-grade spirit stones and 50 mid-grade ones for the array I. Robbery. So expensive. I'm poor and have no resources, and it starts off so pricey. Bryn quickly went to the spirit spring, taking out all the spirit stones she had accumulated over the past period. To her surprise, she found a few that were relatively large. But no matter how she looked at them, they didn't seem to be high-grade spirit stones. Bryn carried a handful of spirit stones out. She studied on the boat according to the book's instructions. She placed the 2 largest stones at the bow and stern of the boat. Then she arranged the remaining 6 smaller stones around the 2 larger ones. Hands raised, she turned the spiritual energy into her own use. Mimicking the book's gestures, her hands kept moving. Activate. A silver light flashed, enveloping the entire boat. The rain outside was immediately kept at bay. It actually worked, even repelling rain. This is too cool. Bryn was excitedly looking at the first formation she had successfully created. Missy, you can create formations now, Ruby cheered in the sky, flapping its wings happily. Soon, however, it began to urgently call out to Bryn. Missy, the spiritual energy from your formation is attracting strange beasts. And not just one. Chapter 112, A Delicious Seafood Feast. Bryn carefully sensed it, and found that there were more than just a few. It was actually a whole group of them. But the energy of these creatures wasn't very strong, so she hadn't paid much attention earlier. Now, as she looked again, the number of this group was increasing rapidly. Seriously, could they not have a moment's peace? She still had to find people. These creatures were attracted by the spirit energy she had gathered. They were all relatively small creatures. Some small fish and shrimp. But now the number of these creatures was becoming larger and larger, which was not very friendly to the small yacht. Strands of sunlight fell on the sea, shimmering on its surface. It's daylight. The storm in the air was completely blocked outside. Has the rain stopped? Coil rubbed his eyes and came out of the rest cabin. When he finally steadied himself to look, he found that it was only their boat that had no rain. Outside was still raging wind and heavy rain. What happened? Why is it like this? Coil rubbed his eyes vigorously, completely unable to believe such a thing could happen. Don't make noise. We might as well test the defensive capability of this magic array. Bryn glanced at Coil with disdain. He was making a fuss like this even though he was an adult. If Coil knew what she was thinking, he would only be able to grumble inwardly. This already surpassed his understanding, comparable to the levels seen in the apocalypse. Shia, why are you so serious? Coil suddenly noticed that Bryn's expression was off, instantly turning serious. There are countless small beasts heading towards us. Small beasts, why are they coming towards us? It can't be because of that thing. Coil pointed to the protective layer in the sky that had vanished. So Shia, why don't you put that away? They're being attracted by the spirit energy I gathered before, It has nothing to do with this. I also want to experiment and see if this defense array really works. You go wake everyone up. Upon hearing this, Coil quickly turned around and walked toward the cabin. Judging from Bryn's tone, there weren't many of those creatures. But inexplicably, he looked back once. The entire bow of the boat seemed to be surrounded by a swarm of fish. These little fish surged out of the water without fear, directly rushing towards the boat. Their target was naturally Bryn. Shia, little. Before Coil finished his sentence, he saw the school of fish being blocked by the protective layer on the boat and falling back into the sea. Coil's mouth dropped open, as if he was nailed to the spot. What kind of magic array is this? So powerful. He wanted to learn too. Wonder if he could sneak learn it. Seeming to feel Coil's gaze, Bryn also turned around, exchanging a look with him. Finally, Coil fled in disorder. In his heart, he kept muttering, Shia's eyes are so sharp, how does she know what I'm thinking? Bryn looked at his retreating figure speechlessly. He didn't listen when told to go inside but insisted on stirring up trouble. But this magic array was indeed useful. Before Bryn could continue studying, another batch of fish reached them. They attacked the boat just like the previous batch. But in those fish's eyes, Bryn somehow felt a hint of confusion. When she turned back, she saw everyone standing behind her, looking up in surprise at the flying fish in the sky. Shia, how did you do that? Goldie reacted first, asking her directly. This was amazing. Shia, I want to see more. Next was Emma, who felt that the scene was just like something out of a fairy tale. Bryn suppressed a twitch at the corner of her eye. You're good at talking, never mind doing that again. You two stop causing trouble. This should be something new. Bryn researched, a defensive device. Riggs carefully observed the changes on the boat and noticed a few stones placed in specific spots. Bryn nodded and said, this is a defensive array. Be careful where you step, don't break the array. These spirit stones were not enough, it had already withstood 2 waves of attacks. The spirit stones were already dimming significantly. It wouldn't last long. Just these stones? At least we don't have to get wet. Goldie pulled Emma and Alicia down to study the stones on the ground. Shia, these stones seem somewhat similar to crystal cores. Soraya, we'll try using crystal cores next time. Bryn was almost certain that the spirit stones she used corresponded to medium-grade and low-grade spirit stones. She just didn't know how powerful high-grade spirit stones would be. After waiting for a long time, the 3rd wave of attack didn't come. Ruby landed on the boat, analyzing aloud to Bryn. Bryn, the fish have dispersed. They probably gathered after realizing Serai couldn't turn back and decided to rush over to check. After 7 seconds, they forgot why they came here and scattered. Bryn smacked her own face after hearing Ruby's explanation. So that's how the 7-second memory of fish works. She couldn't help but marvel at it. Indeed, only our Ruby could figure this out. As long as they weren't attacking them, she didn't mind. After everyone came out, Bryn directly dragged a bucket of seafood from the corner of the boat. Last night, in the dead of the night, feeling bored, she had done some experiments. Knowing that the sea was polluted, she naturally didn't dare to eat marine animals. She directly fished up the animals and soaked them in water from the stream. Though the sea and the stream were different, Bryn just wouldn't give up. Surprisingly, it worked by accident. After some black substances floated off the seafood, she indeed felt that these seafood became edible. Shoshana, let's have a seafood hot pot today. This weather is perfect for having something warm. Shoshana gently took over the bucket of seafood. Since Bryn said it was safe to eat, she must have processed it. Add some meat and vegetables. Absolutely amazing. Flanking Coil began drooling again, and Gifford also looked at Shoshana with anticipation. The usually unnoticed Kirk also gathered his courage to say, Shia, I'm feeling better, I also want to eat spicy food, I want to join everyone. Of course there's no problem. You go play with Gifford. Bryn saw the change in him, squinted her eyes and nodded, but was instead disdained by Riggs. You, young girl, talking like an old man, what are you trying to do? Without waiting for Bryn's response, Riggs passed by her directly. He went to the stern to continue his research. As soon as he got on the yacht, he had Bryn prepare some tools for him, then had Zaire team leader and Coil set up a simple lab for him. Now that he didn't have to worry about getting wet, he could focus on his research. Heaven. Garlic lobster, it's so delicious. These noodles smell great. Kirk, hurry up and eat. This seafood soup is fantastic. Shoshana, your cooking skills have improved. This seafood hot pot really smells good. The squid tentacles are delicious too. Wow, look at me. This made everyone look at Coil, who used his green vine ability, and ended up looking like an octopus. The green vines disappeared, leaving behind the octopus's black ink. Heaven. Shoshana, this power is incredible. Bryn laughed as she took a bite of fish meat. Let me try too. Chapter 113, Going ashore to find companions. Sure enough, what Bryn shot out this time were actually fish bones. Indira, has your superpower upgraded? I did feel something different while cooking today. Everyone watched Coil, who was still spurting ink. After 3 minutes, he returned to normal. This superpower can launch an attack for 3 minutes by eating certain things. Very suitable for ambushes. Indira, make some more so Shia could store them away. Everyone found this unique power particularly amusing. However, Indira's superpower was unstable. Not all delicacies had such miraculous effects. Okay, I'll make you all some cooling soups. Don't all get overheated after eating the pot. Indira, can we not mention what happened last time? Wasn't it just because we hadn't eaten well in town for too long and overate, everyone ended up with mouth ulcers? Fear of death is nothing, but afraid of these small mouth ulcers. Coil couldn't help but laugh at the thought. After dinner, everyone sat inside the cabin, holding their stomachs. These past 2 days, besides dealing with those fish swarms, life had been comfortable. No worries about rain or food and drink. Everyone, once we reach the mountain, bathing will be difficult, let's have a good bath now. Still, Sister Shia thinks ahead for us. Kirk heard this suggestion and opened his eyes wide. Since boarding the boat, he had already bathed twice. And they were going to bathe again today? Even if Kirk hadn't experienced much, he knew. In the apocalypse, their team belonged to a relatively abnormal type. Of course, ladies first when it came to bathing. Thus, after Bryn finished her bath and came out, they realized they were very close to the mountain. Bryn secretly hoped they would encounter Cody. Are we all ready? I'll bring out the dinghy. Bryn planned to put the yacht directly into her space, so no one else would covet it. When they needed to use it next time, she could simply take it out again. Kirk, wear this raincoat underneath, and take this small bag. Wear the small bag inside, it's less likely to draw attention that way. Bryn handed him the items and pointed to the small bag inside her coat. This was a team perk. Who knew Kirk would start tearing up again? She couldn't help but doubt whether he really was destined to be a big boss. He was clearly a crybaby. Sister Shia, I'll try hard not to hold back the team. Kirk wiped away his tears and made a resolve with Bryn. You don't know you have a superpower yet? Bryn probed gently, only for the other party to widen his eyes dramatically. I have a superpower. Kirk pointed at himself blankly. He didn't feel any special abilities at all. Bryn sympathetically nodded. The kid must have gone through a lot to become a big boss. You can try to feel it out yourself. I'll check on you later. Bryn patted his shoulder. Then she called everyone onto the dinghy and stored the yacht away. They returned to being drenched in the rain. Kirk sat in the corner, feeling the small bag Bryn gave him. Chocolate, a first aid kit, and candies. Kirk lowered his head, hiding his surprise. Trying to brainwash himself, this was normal. This was their team. Then he pulled out a candy and tossed it into his mouth as quickly as possible. Relieved when no one paid attention to him. This candy was really sweet. Ellie directly used her water-based power to push the dinghy towards the shore. What was called the shore wasn't much land at all. Just then, people on the shore started frantically waving at them. Were people in the apocalypse really so bold? Didn't they fear they might be bad guys? Or was there some kind of trick? Bryn glanced at Jason and saw caution in his eyes too. The closer they got, the more Bryn noticed. Those people on shore looked at them like hungry wolves. There were 5 men, no women. That was unusual. Come ashore quickly, we'll pull you up. Facing the enthusiasm of the 5 people on shore, no one on the boat responded. They simply brought the boat to the side and hopped onto the shore. As soon as Jason stepped ashore, a burly man from the crowd stopped him. Where are you from? Just these few backpacks. The burly man disdainfully pointed at Jason's backpacks behind him. From afar, they thought the dinghy carried supplies. But, just this. Jason sidestepped, blocking the burly man's gaze trying to see behind. An unpleasant smell assaulted everyone's noses. Clearly, they hadn't bathed in ages. The big man's hair was so greasy it looked like it could be used for cooking. His 2 hands were pitch black, and upon seeing Emma, he actually wanted to grope her. Coil narrowed his eyes. What a lecherous pervert. Even chopping off his hands would still make them too disgusting. Brayden, these are all my people. Jason directly pushed him back and then glanced at the clothes that had been touched, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Oh, look, I almost forgot to introduce myself. The big man said, retracting his hand with a lecherous smile. But his eyes kept darting among the few girls behind Jason. Until he saw Bryn, who was the last one to step ashore. What kind of situation allowed a girl to be so fair-skinned and beautiful in this apocalyptic environment? She even seemed to have a hint of fresh grass scent. This woman, he must have. The other young girls were also quite nice. The big man swallowed hard before he managed to turn around and look at Cooper. A small team, with only 2 adult males, the rest were elders and children. And apart from being soaked, they didn't seem to have suffered much in the apocalypse. It seemed these 2 might not be easy to deal with, better to think carefully. The big man's eyes flickered, and he put on a fawning face towards Jason. No need, we haven't seen any visitors here for a long time. The men behind the big man gave him a push, only to receive a warning glance from him. Oh. Jason dragged out the sound, noticing Bryn giving a slight nod. He finally responded to the big man. So be it, we will accept your offer. My name is Emerson, I'm the boss here, you can call me Tanner. Tanner tried to stand up straighter to highlight his status. Unfortunately, his head only reached Jason's chest. Tanner indeed looked very dirty. Bryn couldn't bear to look directly at him and turned her head away. Let's go. Our base is in that bungalow nearby. That used to be the airport command center. Tanner led them towards the bungalow, while the 4 men around him kept sizing them up. Do you have no women or children here? Bryn took the opportunity to ask. Tanner's eyes wandered as he replied vaguely, no kids, but we do have women. After saying that, he gave Jason a meaningful look, as if saying, we're all the same. Jason didn't say another word to him throughout the walk. He found it disgusting. Bryn deliberately fell back, walking at the rear, carefully observing the surroundings. Though there was a small airport here, it had been abandoned for a long time. The adjacent empty land was now filled with plants. At a glance, it was a natural shelter. By the time Bryn regained her focus, she realized everyone was almost inside the bungalow. However, she felt like someone was watching her. Just as she was about to release her mental power into the greenery, the members of their team suddenly ran out. "Shia sister, we can't take it anymore." Chapter 114, Night Falls, the show begins. Bryn strode over with a few quick steps. A pair of black eyes from amidst the greenery nearby stared intently at Bryn. And these were none other than Cody's. She used the foliage as a cloak, blending seamlessly into her hiding spot among the plants. Seeing Bryn about to head toward the bungalow, Cody was filled with anxiety. She wanted to jump out and pull Bryn over, but she was firmly held down by someone next to her. Cody struggled in terror, rainwater mixing with sweat. "You don't have to panic, it will be dark soon," a man said silently through mouth movements, which finally calmed Cody down. "That's my friend. She must be here to find me." Cody watched helplessly as Bryn entered the bungalow, while she could only remain hidden here, motionless. "As long as we act tonight, your friend will be fine." The man clutched Cody tightly, fearing her impulsive actions might ruin their plan. They had planned to rescue people that night, hence they were observing the bungalow. Unexpectedly, they spotted a kayak heading ashore. Cody never imagined it would be Bryn. And this Bryn was so neat and efficient, nothing like her disheveled state. Feeling somewhat dejected, Cody was certain that Bryn's arrival here was not a coincidence. She must have come to look for her. But whether Bryn could handle Tanner was uncertain. If she couldn't, Cody feared she would have put Bryn in danger. At this thought, Cody's gaze became resolute. Since she could escape, if Bryn failed, she would rescue her too. Meanwhile, Bryn walked briskly to the door. A smell of dried blood wafted into her nose, mixed with some peculiar odors. And there was a thick, frightening black smoke, covering her mouth and nose due to discomfort. "Women, it's already the apocalypse, yet you're still so delicate." It was the same man who waved to Bryn earlier. He almost whistled at them. "Garbage. Sis Shia, the smell inside is so unbearable." Several young girls also covered their mouths and noses, with others showing signs of extreme discomfort. Tanner didn't expect them to be so picky. He waved impatiently. "There's only this bungalow. In total, there are 4 rooms. One side is where we men sleep, another for women, one is the kitchen, and the last is for storing supplies. In our place, men and women are separated." Goldie and Bryn endured the discomfort to check the women's room. In such cold weather, 3 women wore thin clothes, huddled under one blanket for warmth, looking hollow, like mere shells. What a bunch of scumbags. The only ventilated area in the bungalow burned damp wood, emitting choking smoke, irritating everyone. Tanner seemed determined to separate them. "If you want shelter, you must follow our rules here." However, who cared? Jason ignored him and led everyone out of the bungalow, then set up tents from backpacks a few meters away. Tanner turned purple watching this unfold. He had hoped to seize supplies from those big backpacks. Turned out, they contained only tent. Jason glanced provocatively at him. "Tanner, sorry, we're used to our own tents." "Thanks for your offer. One shouldn't offend someone who smiles at you," so Tanner swallowed his words. "We'll see how arrogant you all are once it gets dark." Without turning back, Tanner went straight into the bungalow, pulling a man beside him. "Prepare something nice for them tonight. New guests, welcome them well." After giving instructions, he entered the women's room. Angered earlier, he needed to vent. "Sis Shia, what's that sound?" "Ignore it. Clara, be good, cover your ears with Emma and come keep warm with Grandma." Inside the tent, Bryn took out 3 portable heaters and a super quiet generator. High-tech was the only drawback, needing charging once the battery ran out. Everyone took off their coats and warmed themselves around the heaters. The tent became exceptionally cozy, starkly contrasting with outside. With such warmth, who would choose to freeze in the bungalow? "It's getting dark, Bryn." Bryn extended her mental senses. Within 10 meters, she felt someone squatting in the foliage. And someone was watching from the bungalow. These 2 groups were not accomplices. Serrate. Underground, there was someone else. Bryn was somewhat surprised by this discovery. Unfortunately, mental power could only detect these things and did not have the function of X-ray vision. She didn't know exactly how the person underground was. "Cooper, there's a cellar in the bungalow, in that direction," Bryn pointed with her finger. Jason followed her pointed direction and pondered for a moment. "That should be the kitchen. Usually, cellars are there for easy access to food. There's someone down there." "Someone? Why hide people in the cellar?" Jason was puzzled, not just him but everyone else as well. Indeed, why would they hide people in the cellar? "Bryn, there are also people hiding among the green plants over there. They used the greenery as a cover, but my feeling won't fail me." He had sensed it when he passed by. They don't seem to be from the same group. We'll improvise." But, could Cody be in the cellar? Bryn felt something odd about this place. Logically speaking, those women's eyes shouldn't appear so vacant. That kind of look comes from extreme shock. What kind of shock could turn people into hollow puppets? "Don't worry, we'll go down and check once it gets dark." Jason stared at the steam rising from his clothes. "We came here to find her, right?" "Big Sister Shia, there's a man whose body seems black." Alicia silently munched on the sweet potato in her hand, tilting her head towards Bryn and sharing what she saw. "Black. Looks like this person has a suspicious ability." Coyle had just dried the girls' clothes and was handing them back one by one, showing interest after hearing this. "Seems it's not a conventional ability." We need to be cautious. Bryn wasn't sure what it meant, but she was certain Cody was on the mountain. This premonition appeared when she first heard about the mountain. Just like she was certain Jude was still alive. They started a fire in the kitchen. They can actually cook. We haven't seen them have any supplies before. Coyle looked outside sarcastically, roasting the sweet potato until it was charred before passing it to Jason. Probably got it from the cellar. Jason tore off the skin of the sweet potato and took a big bite. By then, Bryn had finished her last bite of sweet potato and spoke calmly. It's getting dark. The show begins. Chapter 115, The Pervert Who Eats People Deserves to Die. They're coming over. Keaton lifted the curtain and took a glance outside. Are they holding food in their hands? Heavens. Sister Shia, even you noticed that. Coyle leaned closer for a peek and saw that Tanner was indeed carrying something in his hand. It looks like he has prepared something good for us. Tanner held up the drink in his hand, excitement flickering deep in his eyes. In this post-apocalyptic world, drinks were extremely rare. He had spent a lot of effort on this, confident that these people would fall for it. Cooper, we've opened all the rooms to let in some fresh air. Why don't we all join for dinner and make it more lively? Seeing Keaton did not respond, Tanner explained with an awkward laugh, these are some drinks we've collected. Would you like to try them? We've been alone for so long. Since we met, it's a kind of destiny. Cooper, please do us the honor. Alright, thank you then, Keaton agreed after seeing Bryn nod. Upon hearing Keaton agree, Tanner felt a wave of disdain within him. He thought these people were too proud, but now they accepted the drinks and even came for dinner. Good calculation indeed. It was just unfortunate that they encountered him, Tanner. Only then did Bryn lead everyone out of the tent. But as soon as they stepped outside, she caught a peculiar scent in the air. This smell was familiar, but since her rebirth, she hadn't smelled it again. Lowering her brows, Bryn glanced at Tanner. Once inside the house, Tanner quickly shut the door and instructed his companions to close all the windows. Seeing their unhappy expressions, Tanner stepped forward to explain. Don't mind this, the weather is freezing cold. Goldie kept examining the room, finding it true that after opening the windows, the smell had improved somewhat, yet it still felt uncomfortable here. Especially the hollow gazes of those few women. Emma wrinkled her nose, finding this smell quite peculiar. Sister Shia, it smells delicious. I've never smelled anything like this before. I wonder if we can learn how to make it. Shoshana, thinking it was a special recipe, looked innocently at Tanner. Hearing this, Tanner grinned at them. You really have good taste. Our chef is making dinner now, please dig in when it's ready. If you want to take a tour, of course, no problem. Just as he turned around, his smile became eerily twisted, even his eyes flashed with an odd light. Inside the house, Bryn was now closer to the kitchen. The smell of meat grew stronger, merging with her buried memories. Bryn was certain now what was being cooked in the kitchen. These people were truly daring. At that moment, a head popped out from the kitchen. The dishes will be ready soon. This man was much taller than Tanner, dressed in a chef's outfit with a chef's hat. Just as he turned back, his face broke into an eerie smile, unnoticed by the outsiders. They followed towards the kitchen, but before reaching there, everyone wrinkled their noses. The smell of blood was overwhelmingly strong. What are you standing there for? Seeing the group stop, looking bewildered, Tanner directly leaped over them and walked into the kitchen. Really fragrant. Laro-san, your cooking skills have improved. You should hurry inside for a visit. Keaton glanced at Bryn as if seeking confirmation, and upon seeing her affirmative nod, he maintained a stern expression. Stepping inside immediately. The kitchen used a traditional wood-burning stove, with a large pot that stood out prominently. White broth boiled vigorously inside the pot, pieces of white meat constantly surfacing. The aroma emanated from this very pot. Shoshana looked at the pot in confusion. She had never seen meat like this. What could it be? She was about to ask but was stopped by Riggs pulling her sleeve, shaking his head. Shoshana suppressed her curiosity. The chef squatted near the firewood, continuously adding wood. Don't stand there and look. Come sit down and eat. Using a wooden stick, he pointed towards a large table beside him. The firelight on his face, coupled with his eerie smile, frightened Emma, who immediately hugged Bryn's leg. This uncle is scary. Children's senses were always the most sensitive, and such an environment was enough to make her and others uneasy. Meanwhile, at the large table next to them, the other 3 men and the 3 women were all present. Seeing that they didn't move, Tanner urged them again. Don't just stand there. Come sit down, dinner is almost ready. Wasting food is wrong. He plopped down into a chair as well, savoring the scent of the meat in the air with an appreciative expression. Bryn and Keaton did not move, while Goldie curiously stared at the large pot. She observed for a long time but could not figure out what kind of meat this white meat was. Just then, a piece of white meat was flipped by the broth, revealing a human ear. Goldie was so scared that she took a few steps back, only prevented from falling by Coyle's support. She covered her mouth and refused to smell the air again, feeling incredibly nauseous. The words muffled by her hand were unclear, so Bryn had to interpret for her. Our young girl is asking what's inside. Upon hearing Bryn's question, everyone at the table turned their heads towards them, each revealing the same eerie smile on their faces. The male chef also stood up, throwing the wood in his hand on the ground, looking seriously at Bryn and the others. Is the meat not fragrant enough? Or the broth not white enough? After interrogating Bryn, he directly picked up the pig-killing knife on the stove. The 3 women at the table had empty eyes, seemingly unaware of what was happening. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Tanner reluctantly got up from the table. Why don't you sit down together? This pot of stew is all the result of our chef's hard work. Tanner walked to the large pot and scooped a ladle of broth with a big iron spoon, containing the very same ear Goldie had just seen. With the ladle, Tanner enjoyed the broth, swallowing the meat along with it. Smelling the aroma of the meat, Goldie felt it was nothing but disgusting, and despite her efforts to cover her mouth, she turned sideways and started vomiting. Old 3, I was right, your cooking skills are getting better. Just today it wasn't stewed long enough. No help for it, we'll have to make do. Tanner continued to ladle soup bowl by bowl. Today, the boss will personally ladle the soup for you. We don't have to worry about food temporarily, so eat your fill after a while. Hearing this, the 3 people at the table stood up and moved directly to the kitchen entrance, completely blocking off Bryn and the others' path of retreat. Those 3 stared at the few young girls inside, even drooling at the sight. In such a young girl, we haven't tried it yet. It must be delicious. Rest assured, I'll ensure you're cooked very deliciously. The butcher knife in the chef's hand was covered in fresh blood, clearly recently used. As a doctor, Goldie couldn't accept this at all. Her legs turned weak and she was carried away by Coil. Bryn looked at the little ones behind her, who all looked pale, and felt somewhat heartbroken. Coil, take them out first. Chapter 116, turning to ashes would be too merciful. Bryn frowned, her eyes sweeping over the group before her. At first, when she caught a whiff of the odor, Bryn was somewhat doubtful. However, once she entered the kitchen, the pungent smell of meat and the overwhelming scent of fresh blood confirmed her suspicions beyond any doubt. She decided to play along and see what exactly was going on with these people. Phraseist importantly, she had to check the cellar for any clues about Cody. In the 3rd year of the apocalypse, incidents of cannibalism started to appear due to extreme hunger. Some people became so desperate that they even attacked survivors outside for food. This eventually formed an entire underground industry, and Bryn herself had participated in raids against such operations within the base. What she didn't expect was for such things to already be happening at this early stage of the apocalypse. Serrate, having experienced it before, Bryn wasn't too surprised by it. However, these young ones hadn't gone through such ordeals yet. It would certainly be hard for them to digest this reality. Another thought occurred to Bryn, had Cody already fallen into their hands? She could confirm that the meat in the pot wasn't fresh, they hadn't had time to kill anyone today. The chilling possibility made her feel cold all over. Had she arrived too late? Her gaze turned frigid as she looked at these creatures before her. It didn't matter, she would deal with them. Leave. Where do you think you can go? Leader Emerson laughed slyly, looking at them. People like you who are still so well protected during the apocalypse must taste delicious. Don't worry, we won't finish you off all at once. Delicious food should be kept and savored slowly. Those around him couldn't help but swallow, imagining the feast ahead. These 2 burly men's muscles will surely have some chew to them. Imagine how delicious they'll be skewered. And those 2 old folks, if they're no good, we can keep them for cleaning up. It'll save us trouble next time visitors come. Indira felt goosebumps rise all over her body at his words. It was truly revolting. You'd better let them go. Bryn's face darkened. She turned away from Leader Emerson and fixed her gaze on the 3 men standing by the kitchen door. The cellar under the kitchen was likely where they disposed of the bodies. Disgusting beyond measure. Want to leave? In your dreams. Once you enter our house, there's only one fate awaiting you. These 5 weren't originally villagers from this mountain, they were refugees who had been taken in by an elderly couple. Initially, they loitered at home, unwilling to venture out for food. Outside, zombies roamed freely, making it a death sentence to leave. In the depths of starvation, Leader Emerson set his sights on the elderly couple. Initially, the others disagreed, but after he awakened his power, they willingly followed him. After consuming the elderly couple, they turned their attention to people seeking refuge. They lured them in, knocked them out, threw them into the cellar, and feasted on them slowly. Until Bryn and her companions arrived. Coil and Keaton had grown impatient with Emerson's excited eyes and endless chatter. Coil grabbed the 3 children and headed for the door. To walk out after hearing the story is quite a disrespect to me, Leader Emerson. You are evil indeed. Cannibals should die, anytime, anywhere, Bryn said coldly, turning back to face Emerson. Emerson shook his head and levitated into the air, enveloped by a cloud of black smoke. The others prostrated themselves on the ground. Can't you see who I am yet? If you submit to me, I might spare your life and allow you to serve me. Pivoting his gaze to Keaton and Coil, Emerson's eyes turned pitch black, trying to brainwash them into submission. With these men under his control, the remaining prey would provide much entertainment. Alas, Keaton and Coil just looked at him with disdain. Bryn twitched her lips and raised her hand. Were you hiding when humans evolved? With your level of ability, you still dare to brag. When others awaken powers, your brain has apparently degenerated. These words flushed Emerson's face a sickly liver color. Simultaneously, he realized his attempts to control the 2 men were completely ineffective. Impossible. Emerson's complexion changed, but before he could act further with his black smoke, a green flame burst forth from Bryn's palm, extending rapidly. A lifelike fire dragon appeared before everyone, its presence awe-inspiring. Seeing this majestic fire dragon, Emerson's legs trembled uncontrollably. Before he could kneel and beg for mercy, the fire dragon opened its massive mouth and lunged forward, engulfing Leader Emerson and his black smoke. Leader Emerson struggled fiercely in the flames, screaming. Bryn's light voice echoed. This is what happens when you show off. In the hellfire, Leader Emerson writhed in agony. The other 4 men in the room, seeing their leader dead, immediately got up from the ground, attempting to ambush them. The chef swung his cleaver down at Bryn. The cleaver stopped steadily in front of the woman. The chef exerted all his strength to press down but found that his body couldn't move at all. He had never imagined a woman could be so powerful. It turned out this woman was the real leader of the group. The other 3 rushed over in hatred, one almost reaching Goldie, but no one could be faster than Keaton's lightning. Instantly, lightning enveloped them, turning the 3 into charred remains. Then, under Bryn's mental control, the 3 began attacking each other. You chop my hand, I'll chop your foot. Even if they couldn't move, they tried hard to bite off each other's ears. Although controlled by Leader Emerson, they still had self-awareness and were far from innocent. Now, they could only scream in pain as they watched their limbs being severed bit by bit. Realizing too late they had met their match. While attacking each other, they kept begging for mercy. We were wrong, please spare us. In the future, we will offer those people to you. Keaton curled his lips and kicked the few aside, telling them not to block the way. Seeing this, the suffering Leader Emerson desperately released his powers at Bryn. Unfortunately, no matter how he looked at Bryn, it did nothing to help. It can't be, why can't I control a mere woman? Bryn was speechless. Challenging beyond your level, you have quite some courage. Beautiful lady, let's talk things over. Look at this vast place we have. You be the leader, and I'll follow you completely. Dreaming of beauty while looking like that. At this moment, Keaton helped the woman out from the cellar. The woman's lower half, arms, and ears had already been cut off. Keaton could only carry her upper body. Seeing this scene, Bryn immediately activated her psychic power. The 3 men who had their limbs chopped off by their teammates autonomously put their necks under the blade. And the chef stared in horror at himself holding the butcher knife and cutting into his own leg. He couldn't even scream. Bryn looked at these people. How could cannibals be forgiven, especially after trying to kill them? They deserved death. Bryn used her powers. Watching Leader Emerson's corpse turn to ashes, Bryn felt he had it too easy. Chapter 117, finally reunited with good friends. So weak, yet he managed to rule here for so long, it was quite a spectacle. Goldie saw the woman breathing faintly and was about to go forward to help her. But the woman looked at Bryn and said, please, kill me. The 3 women behind her, who had previously had hollow eyes, gradually came back to their senses. One of them glanced at the big pot beside her as if she recalled something. A scream broke out as the woman started holding her head in pain. The other 2 women looked around the room and then fixed their gaze on Bryn. We know nothing. Please, take us in. You are lying. You all worked together. They know everything and are ruthless. They have an excellent way of deceiving people. The woman on the ground, nearly dead, stared fiercely at the 3 in front of her. No, you're making it up. Those 2 snarled and tried to get up from the ground, attempting to cover her mouth. Unfortunately, a green vine grew out in front of the woman. If anyone got close, it would lash out at them. With this reassurance, the gasping woman continued. If not for your pretending injuries, my brother wouldn't have tried to save you. We wouldn't have ended up like this. You are all perverts. Bryn walked up to them. In this apocalypse, there still must be some moral bottom line, otherwise, you don't deserve to be called human. Please, help me kill them. Hearing the woman's cries, Bryn turned and glanced at her. How about this, I ask you something. Then I will let you take care of it yourself. Bryn didn't want to soil her hands, why dirty herself when she had tools? Alright, I agree. A trace of resolution flashed through the woman's eyes. She could finally avenge her brother. Do you recognize this girl? Bryn took out her phone and showed a photo to the woman. The group on the ground was surprised. It had been almost this long since the apocalypse. Serate, someone still had a working phone with battery. Cerise, I have seen her. The woman confirmed after a single glance at the photo. Oh, her name is Cody. She came with her father, the woman added hastily, noticing Bryn's skepticism. Her father sacrificed himself to save her and was killed by those men. But she escaped, successfully ran away. The woman remembered the day they planned their escape. Originally, they were all locked in a cellar. Only one person had awakened a power, but unfortunately, it was water-based without any offensive strength. That day, the 5 of them conspired to escape. Tanner's henchmen had strength power which they couldn't resist. It was Cody's father who struggled bitterly with that man, giving them the chance to escape. Cody thus managed to flee. But my brother was delayed by these women. They begged my brother to take them along, only to stab him in the back later. By the time I pulled him out, it was too late to escape. Is that so? Bryn gave the woman a deep look. She is lying, your brother stayed behind to save you, which made it impossible for him to escape. What does it have to do with us? The 3 women argued defensively. Just as Bryn was about to say something, she just opened her mouth. She quickly stood up and walked to the door. Cooper, someone is coming. It should be the people hiding in the bushes earlier. Looks like they can't wait anymore. Keaton directly grabbed the woman. Do you have accomplices? No, no accomplices. The woman waved her hands frantically in fear. I know it was Cody and her group, they must have come back looking for you. Seeing lightning overhead about to strike, the woman hastily revealed Cody. She knew that Bryn and her team were looking for someone. Upon hearing this, Bryn did not immediately open the door. She walked over to the window. A man and a woman approached their place, seemingly arguing. The man kept stopping the woman from moving forward. Outside the door. If you're scared, I can go alone. My friend is inside, I have to save her. Cody was annoyed by the man's cowardice. After escaping 2 days ago due to her father's reason, she developed a high fever. This man kept watching her vigilantly and discovered she had awakened powers, sticking closely ever since. It was really annoying. She had intended to come and rescue people yesterday, but he kept hindering her. Today, with the door remaining closed for so long, she became increasingly concerned about Bryn's safety. Her father was already gone, Bryn mustn't be hurt either. Tanner's power was extremely sinister. One wrong move and anyone would fall prey. She lowered her head and prepared her psychic power, inching closer to the door. Who knew the door would open directly from the inside? Cody. A clear, cold voice made Cody freeze in place. She looked up and saw Bryn's fair, tender face. Bryn. Cody dropped her guard and ran straight toward Bryn. Hugging Bryn tightly, Cody could no longer hold back her silent sobs. Bryn patted her back. It's okay now, didn't I come? I didn't expect you to really come. When I saw you yesterday, I thought I was dreaming. Holding onto Bryn's warm body, Cody finally felt a sense of reality. I was caught by that bad man, and my father fought with him for me. My father was stabbed by them, and so much blood flowed out. Even now, when Cody thinks about that scene, she can't get over it. If only she wasn't so weak, if she had awakened her psychic power earlier, maybe her father wouldn't have died saving her. It's not your fault, the fault lies with those evil people. Don't let yourself be trapped because of them. Not worth it. Bryn consoled her, looking at this true friend in front of her. She wasn't sure if she should feel relieved, but at least she had found her. The only regret is that we couldn't save Uncle. Bryn blamed herself for not being faster, maybe she could have saved Uncle. I know, none of these people are good. Cody glanced at the few women behind Bryn. Seeing the woman on the ground with only bones left where her limbs should be, she seemed unsurprised. Bryn released her. Only then did Cody step forward. You four, none of you are any good. Just dogs fighting each other. Bryn, they must have told you different things to deceive you. Coyle looked at the girl in front of him in surprise. He saw a shadow of Bryn in this girl. The woman on the ground who is almost dead, she deceived me. She lied to me about being injured and asked me to help her home, and it led me to this den of thieves. She didn't want to listen to her brother who wanted to leave Tanner's gang, so she killed him herself. And even ate her own brother's flesh. Chapter 118. Welcome the new team member. She's a psychopath. Inexplicably, she had the audacity to try and kill Tanner. She wanted to take his place herself. We escaped amidst the chaos that night. It was you who pleaded with my father to take you all with him. But little did we know they were intentionally stalling for time to lure that ability user over. In the end, my father sacrificed himself to ensure I could escape. None of you are innocent. After saying this, Cody wiped away her tears. She blamed herself for misjudging people. In the apocalypse, how many acts of kindness were really necessary? Bryn handed a knife to Cody. If that's the case, settle things yourself. It was somewhat regrettable that Tanner should have been left for her too. Missy, what about Tanner? Cody took the knife and scanned her surroundings with her eyes. He's dead. That pile of ashes is him. His helpers are also lying dead nearby. Coyle casually pointed in the direction. Cody and the people behind her widened their eyes in surprise. The place where they barely survived was now resolved by them. Who's this? He escaped with me but isn't familiar. Cody directly ignored the person behind her. This person just coveted her abilities and had no real connection with her. You, Cody, you've gone too far. At least I risked everything to come back and save people with you. You're only afraid that if I leave, the zombies would find you and you wouldn't be able to protect yourself. In just a few days, Cody had already seen through these people's true nature. What surprised her was that Bryn's team was so large, including both young and old ones, which wasn't like Bryn's style. Shaking off those thoughts, Cody lifted the knife high. Killing you lot will settle this matter. Do not aid evil doers again in your next life. Shrieks shattered the night. Seeing Cody like this, Bryn realized that countless walls had already been built in her heart. Even if she hadn't interfered, it would have been enough for Cody to survive in this world. Seeing Cody looking helplessly at her hands, Bryn stepped forward and made a promise to Cody. Missy, welcome to our big family. I'll be there for you from now on. Ellie also stepped up. A stream of water appeared out of nowhere, washing her hands clean. You can call me Dara since you're as old as Betty. The little ones also joined in, calling you Sister Brantley. Goldie had calmed down a lot from the scene earlier. She knew anything could happen in the apocalypse, but never thought she'd be so fragile. With a wave of her hand, Goldie healed several hidden injuries on Cody. Wow, this is healing. So amazing, Cody said in amazement. Betty is the best. Goldie, the most fearful of compliments, was momentarily shy. Bryn, the forest offers better cover. Shall we go into the forest together? Sure, maybe we'll find something interesting. Seeing Bryn nod slightly, Coyle quickly finished her sentence for her. After packing up the tents, Bryn threw an inferno at the bungalow. This sinful place might as well be burned. Cody, aren't you coming back with me? The man stood at the rear, helplessly looking at Cody. A man without any abilities couldn't possibly survive in the apocalypse. But Cody only gave him a glance. Take care of yourself and don't rely on others. In the apocalypse, one can only rely on oneself. She herself was a liability and had no reason to burden Bryn further. Saying this, she quickly caught up with Bryn's squad. leaving the man standing there, quietly watching the group ahead of him, his aura completely different from before. Watching the departing squad, he whispered softly, "I finally completed the mission and can report back to the boss. Cody, tell us about this forest." The forest here was still lush and vibrant. The heavy rain was somewhat deflected by the trees, reducing its force. This place became this dense only after the apocalypse. With this weather, these plants should have withered long ago. Look at them now. Could these plants have evolved? Coyle looked around. These plants seemed quite ancient. We were originally in the mountain's midsection, but the storm forced us up the mountain. Our remaining supplies were also taken away. Cody recalled the ordeal, almost like it was a dream. We haven't seen anyone else in the forest, and I haven't encountered many animals either. Just as Cody finished speaking, a monkey swung past everyone, grabbing onto a vine. These plants are just larger in size, but they don't have any other special characteristics. As soon as these words were spoken, countless green vines flew out from all around, attacking the group. Big Sister Brantley, I think it's better if you don't speak anymore. Alicia spoke softly and pointed to the left with her little finger. Big Sister Shia, the crystal core of this plant is over there. Let me handle it. I haven't had a chance to fight today, my hands are itching. Coyle mimicked the others, causing numerous green vines to burst out of the ground. Then, imitating the attack style of the green vines, he engaged in a friendly exchange with them. A green crystal core appeared in Coyle's palm. Plant type cores are green. That's quite rare. The color is quite pretty, just the size is a bit small, not very impressive. Oh, there's a rabbit. Brayden, go catch it quickly. As soon as the words were spoken, Gifford returned holding a grey rabbit. Big Sister Shia, this is actually a mutated rabbit, it's so big. Great job, brother. Lexi, Yarrow wants to eat spicy rabbit cubes again. That can be arranged later. Watch out. Cody saw something black flying towards them and instinctively warned them. However, the black object stopped on the shoulder of the tall man. Little says there's a small cave over there we can go to. Keaton relayed the message from the white dove and then looked at Cody. Miss Brantley, sorry about that. This is my pet. You're welcome. It's okay. But, isn't it nighttime now? Isn't everything dark? How can they see everything so clearly? Cody mechanically watched as the team arrived at the so-called small cave. She hadn't noticed this cave during her days here. Dazedly watching them take out tents, Bryn set up a simple shower device. Then came the fire roasting setup, a stove, a large pot, various kitchen tools, and ingredients. By the time she came to her senses, she was already sitting at the table, holding a bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge. Cody took small sips of the porridge, watching the lively scene across from her where they were enjoying spicy rabbit cubes and spicy rabbit heads. Huge bowls of white rice and mountains of vegetable sprouts. It was then that she realized, after drinking the porridge, the soreness all over her body was gone. She felt like she could climb a mountain. This. She was about to ask when she noticed a little boy looking at her secretly and giving her a slight nod. Alright, no need to ask. This is a magical team, so magical that she felt like she wasn't in the apocalypse. Instead, she felt like she was on an outing. Out. Chapter 119. Actually, this Fraserunton is not ordinary. Cody turned her head to look at Bryn, who had made the sound. How could I forget to take out the rice wine that wasn't finished last time? She watched as Bryn pulled out a jar of rice wine out of nowhere. Amazing. She's actually drinking. Shoshana, quickly warm it up. Give Cody a cup later. After saying this, she squinted her smiling eyes at Cody. Don't ask anything. After dinner, take a hot water bath right away. I've prepared everything for you. Welcome to our big family. Everyone echoed with Bryn's words. Those few short sentences forced tears out of Cody's eyes once again. All she could do was nod furiously. After she finished bathing and changed into new clothes, she saw Bryn leaning against the simple door. Keep this pistol well. Yarrow said you have metal abilities. You can find Cooper, he will help you. Missy, your team is really extraordinary. You are so amazing. Cody looked at her friend in admiration. Bryn felt somewhat shy being praised by her friend. Seeing the squad's prowess, Cody hesitated for a moment. She decided to bring up the matter that had been bothering her. Missy, actually, this mountain isn't ordinary. Could it be haunted? Bryn looked at her with excitement. Finally, something interesting. No, when I was hiding here, I found something similar to an air raid shelter. But it's completely covered with green vines on the outside, making it impossible to approach. Cody always felt that there were secrets hidden inside. Otherwise, why would there be a small airport on this mountain? My intuition tells me there must be good things inside. Previously, when I helped my dad deliver something to the top of the mountain, I inadvertently saw several people in white coats. I don't know if it has any connection with the air raid shelter I saw. White coats. Hearing this, Bryn thought of the underground laboratory in the town. Could it be like the lab there, with stones? If so, maybe her space can continue to upgrade. If not, perhaps they could collect some supplies. Alright, we'll check it out early tomorrow morning. Having said that, Bryn hurriedly pushed Cody into the tent, telling her to sleep immediately. Looking at the warm mattress and soft bedding in the tent, Cody felt like she was enjoying paradise. But she simply couldn't fall asleep easily. The habits cultivated during the apocalypse wouldn't let her. Lying in bed, she looked down at her palm. What could her metal ability provide for the team? Maybe she should ask Cooper. Before she knew it, her body relaxed, and she fell asleep as soon as her eyes closed. David, who was discussing with Bryn, rubbed his nose. He sneezed. Bryn, you mean we're going to check out that air raid shelter tomorrow? Seeing Bryn's pleasant mood, David confirmed the importance of Cody to Bryn even more. He must protect her well. We've come this far, we might find something valuable. Bryn had always adhered to the philosophy that nothing should go to waste. She nodded seriously. The only thing I'm worried about is whether you guys should wait here or go together. Of course, we go together. Before Bryn could finish, David cut her off. We are one whole, we must act together. Besides, what if we get attacked while you're gone? I won't know when you can receive the news and come rescue us. The last sentence was purely nonsense from David. But he knew Bryn had indeed become fearful after the incident with Ellie and her daughter. Injured squad members. Well, let me think. Let's sleep in naturally tomorrow. Having said that, Bryn waved her hand and entered her own tent. Immediately, she flashed into her space. First, she inspected her stored food and then went to check the weapons previously accumulated, including the gasoline and fuel. Satisfied, she nodded. Ruby, how's the little ginseng doing these past couple of days? Missy, I'm fine. Although the spirit chi here isn't particularly abundant, it's quite pure. I've grown another root. Oh, since you are ginseng, shouldn't you nourish others? Why don't you pull out a root to help Cody strengthen her health? Hearing this, the little ginseng buried itself into the soil instantly. These legs just grew, and you want to use them. Woman, don't be too greedy. Seeing Bryn looking at her quietly, the little ginseng added. Fraser, your friend doesn't need to supplement with ginseng, too much might affect her body. Hearing this, Bryn abandoned the idea. But, Missy, the medicinal herbs we planted earlier have started growing a little. The little ginseng pointed with its root at the side. This is starleaf grass, 100-day leaf, shallow autumn grass. Bryn remembered the book in the study, where one talisman book had these ingredients listed. Now she still barely understood the formations, yet she was tasked with drawing talismans. Bryn hadn't noticed that her memory was getting better. She could remember many things effortlessly. These 3 are materials for talismans. Ruby, how did you arrange the planting of these? Bryn reacted quickly and asked Ruby. These talismans may be useful later, plus these herbs are relatively easy to grow. Look at those, they show no reaction at all. Who knows when they will be ready for alchemy? Ruby looked disdainfully at those herbs, the vegetables nearby seemed more appealing. Bryn followed Ruby's gaze around. Maybe an upgrade will help. Little ginseng, what do you mean by pure spirit chi here? Bryn was particularly interested in this. The spirit chi here has no impurities. The outside spirit chi is thin and impure, unsuitable for cultivation. Bryn opened her mouth in surprise. Isn't the outside an apocalypse world? How come it feels more like a cultivation realm now? Bryn felt her head spinning from confusion. Unable to figure it out, she decided not to think about it anymore. Maybe one day she would understand what's going on. Bryn, my racial mark inside me has been loosening recently. But I need a talisman formation. Ruby approached Bryn with a pleading look. You plant the talisman, so you want me to set up this for you? You really? No, drawing a talisman requires the blood of beast and gold sand for preparation before starting on the talisman paper. Ruby denied it so quickly that Bryn rolled her eyes. Alright, how's the triangle begonia doing lately? Bryn deflected the topic, thinking the begonia was the most sensible. Missy, these are for you. Several small flowers floated from the air and landed in Bryn's hand. These? I've kept these buds for you before they bloomed. The blue ones have hallucinogenic effects, the yellow ones have anesthetic effects. Upon hearing the explanation, Bryn's eyes widened. These little flowers were truly amazing. Just as Bryn put away the buds, she sensed something was amiss outside. Not good. Ruby, let's go. Chapter 120, Beneath the pond lies a whole new world. She hadn't particularly paid attention to the outside while inside the spatial realm. Bryn, with Myra following her directly, walked out from the spatial realm. Just as she exited the tent, she heard Goldie's anxious voice. Cooper, go save Brayden Shu quickly. I'll call for Sister Shia. What happened exactly? Cooper looked at Goldie seriously. He had been in charge of today's duty roster. They hadn't noticed anything unusual earlier. The pond, there's something in the pond. Seeing Bryn approaching, Goldie hurriedly explained what had just happened. Brayden Shu and I were sitting by the pond. Then Brayden Shu taught me how to skip stones, and we played for a while. But suddenly, something flew out of the water and dragged Brayden Shu right into it. Upon hearing the commotion, others had gathered behind Bryn. Dragged into the water? Bryn exchanged a glance with Keaton and hastened 2 steps towards the pond to inspect it. The water was calm, showing no disturbance. Bryn released her mental energy and found that she could only see the surface layer of the pond. This was also the reason she had been deceived initially. She intensified her mental probing again. She discovered that this pond was bottomless. Unwilling to give up, Bryn searched meticulously. She found it. There's an entrance on that edge. Bryn pointed toward the front of the pond. But the pond looks so shallow. Goldie gazed at the water, puzzled. There's a seal here. A seal. Bryn knew now wasn't the time for explanations. She quickly instructed Keaton. Cooper, take care of the shore. I'm going to check it out. Sister Shia, stay on the shore. If anything comes up, use your powers. If you can't fight it, hide. Don't be reckless. Without looking back at everyone's faces, Bryn dived into the pond, leaving Myra standing guard by the shore, ready to help at any moment. Daring to jump directly into the pond was because she sensed that the thing Goldie mentioned had retreated into a cave. Inside the pond, indeed, nothing remained. Holding her breath, Bryn followed the path indicated by her mental force. Surprisingly smoothly, she reached the cave entrance but found herself unable to step in directly as if blocked by an invisible barrier. It resembled the seal formation described in books. But why did the seal still allow something to escape? Bryn stared intently at the patterns of the formation. The lines shimmered briefly. Could a formation run out of power? Does it need charging? Unfortunately, Myra didn't follow, or else she could have discussed it with her. Seizing the opportunity as the formation loosened, Bryn swiftly slipped into the cave. The moment she landed, she discovered this place held a hidden world within. Water from outside couldn't enter. Squatting down, she saw distinct drag marks. Following these tracks, she proceeded further along a narrow path. To her astonishment, the deeper she went, the more it resembled a complete forest inside the mountain. Is such a thing possible? Standing there, various animals passed by her. However, they merely glanced at her disdainfully. Bryn, let me out quickly. This is my home. In the spatial realm, the little ginseng root had already broken out in a sweat. Once freed, it frantically bounced around in Bryn's hands. Heaven. You've brought me home. Bryn, you're my idol. The little ginseng, lifting its plump body with its tiny sticks, tried to get close to Bryn. I have OCD. Don't touch me. Bryn pushed the little ginseng aside in disgust. If this is your home, then how did you get out? I wandered out before but found I couldn't come back. Then I got curious about people outside. And thus all the events happened, I haven't lied. The little ginseng looked at her solemnly. Let's find Coil first. Bryn allowed the little ginseng to hop onto her shoulder. I'll help sniff out that smelly man. Wow. You're a ginseng root, not a dog. Found him, Jingjing, this way. Bryn glanced at the little ginseng in surprise, amazed that it really could smell. She followed its direction, encountering numerous animals en route. She felt like they were deliberately surrounding her. Was she being treated like a monkey exhibit? Haha, everyone is just curious since they've never seen a human. Little ginseng, didn't you say you've lived a long time? How long exactly? Bryn had a vague idea forming in her mind. I can't really remember, but from when I started having memories until now, it's been nearly 500 years. The little ginseng tilted its head, pondering for a moment. It didn't know how long it had actually lived. In the beginning, cultivation was very painful. There was no spiritual energy to absorb, not even the essence of the sun and moon here. Then, one day, the spiritual energy gradually became abundant, allowing me to start absorbing and cultivating. Bryn thought of a term. Spiritual energy revival. Cerise, that's it. Things seemed to be getting more complicated. She suddenly thought of someone. Jude. Maybe he knew. Bryn kept thinking about Jude and didn't notice that the small animals beside her had already disappeared. Even the little ginseng changed from sitting to lying down. It wanted to remind Bryn but couldn't speak. When Bryn finally came back to her senses, she found herself standing on a stone platform. You have finally come. An elderly voice came from the opposite direction. Bryn looked around with many question marks in her mind but saw no one speaking. I am above. Following these words, Bryn finally made out what was in front of her. It was an extremely long stone pillar, coiled by a dragon. Cerise, a real dragon. Different from the little white dragon on her wrist, this was a true dragon. It was wrapped around the stone pillar, and the voice came from its head. I never intended to harm you. I captured your friend just to lure you here. My time is limited, so I couldn't greet you directly. Where is my friend? The dragon made a big monkey nearby carry Coil out, and Bryn examined him. Just as she was about to speak, the dragon's words froze her in place. Do you have the surname Shia? Could this dragon have any connection with their Shia family? Bryn eyed it warily before gently nodding her head. Only your family has been known to accept sons-in-law, and only your Shia clan still has descendants who can carry on the legacy. Seeing how well the dragon knew her family. Unfortunately, your father died too early. Akil was already dead. That shouldn't be. Chapter 121, The Boundary from 3,000 Sarayas ago. Seeing Bryn still dazed there, the dragon added another sentence. But your mother is still alive, unfortunately. Bryn looked at him with a face full of question marks. Is this dragon sure it's talking about her? Her mother had already passed away when she was little. Every year, she was taken by her grandmother to pay respects. Now you're telling me my mother is still alive while it's her father who's gone. While Bryn couldn't believe it, deep in her heart, she felt a bit hopeful. If her mother really was still alive, she would do anything to find her. What's there unfortunately about? You say my mother is alive, then tell me, where is she? Bryn lifted her head and looked at the dragon seriously. Of course I know, your mother is just. Bryn showed no emotion on her face, but her tightly clenched fists betrayed her nervousness. That's not right, you don't know where your mother is. The old dragon stared intently at Bryn, as if looking through her at something else. Finally, he laughed and said, really interesting. You humans are indeed the same as always. Suddenly, the dragon raised his head and looked at the sky, which had never changed, towards the place of sealing. The Shia family sealed them here, went to great lengths to create a sky for them, and even buried a spiritual vein underground for them. Just to give this world some chances. Just tell me. Bryn sounded almost exasperated. She seemed to read an affirmative answer on the dragon's face. Her mother might really be alive. Then why didn't her mother come to find her? Why did she leave her alone since childhood? Did her grandmother know about her mother? Once people start to have doubts, they would recall past events endlessly, trying to find clues from them. Unfortunately, these matters from her previous life now seemed distant to Bryn. The dragon coiled around the stone pillar kept watching Bryn's expression silently. During the last time travel spell, it knew that everything originated from this little girl before its eyes. Bryn seemed to also realize her tone. I lost control just now. Please, Mr. Dragon, tell me where my mother is. The dragon looked at the little girl in front of it and sighed deeply. Forget it. If you help me with something, I will tell you. What is it? Bryn pointed to herself, wondering what could this dragon possibly need from a little girl like her. It looks like you can't leave this stone pillar, right? Bryn had observed this stone pillar earlier. Above the stone pillar, covered by clouds and mist, it seemed to connect with the heavens. And you are bargaining with me? Suppressing her anxiety, Bryn crossed her arms and sat on the ground directly. Since it wants her help, there's room for negotiation. You little girl, you have a bit of your ancestor's shadow. Seeing Bryn's behavior, instead of being angry, the dragon laughed. We were trapped here by your Shia family. Don't you think we're pitiful? Don't you feel bad for those little creatures? They've never seen the outside world. Just like the little ginseng on your shoulder. Howard dragon, I didn't mean to run out. The little ginseng hung its head low in dejection, knowing Howard dragon was upset because it ran off. But it's safest for you all here. You don't know, the outside world has completely changed. All kinds of viruses and zombies run rampant. You might lose your lives anytime. Bryn stared into the dragon's eyes and spoke earnestly. She truly believed this place was hundreds of times safer than the outside. Sarais. So I hope you can help me strengthen this boundary. In this world, only you can strengthen this boundary. This was why it led Bryn here. All things happen for a reason. Heaven does not abandon them. Me. Bryn was a bit surprised. Why would she be the one to strengthen the boundary? What a plot twist. Don't you want to get out? To leave this stone pillar? She asked her questions straight up. Ha ha ha. Instead, the dragon's laughter came, echoing across the woods, shaking all the trees. Bryn looked embarrassed at him. Is it that funny? Do you think I was locked up by your Shia family? This is the place I protect. I came involuntarily. In ancient times, this was the only way to preserve these bits of spirit plants and spiritual creatures. Bryn heard a touch of melancholy from his few words. What about the other creatures? Bryn finally gritted her teeth and asked. Cannot be said. We hide here barely clinging to life, hoping that one day you end the chaos outside. And then let us out. In exchange, I will help the young dragon on your wrist. Speaking of the young dragon, the great dragon seemed to want to roll its eyes. It had never seen such a weak young dragon. Your dragon, if it doesn't soon transform from a young dragon into a true dragon, it's in trouble. This successfully frightened Bryn. It has been sleeping constantly. I thought it was absorbing the bone-washing flour. Bryn said this while gently stroking the little young dragon with her fingertips, only then realizing that the once luminously white young dragon had now become noticeably duller. The great dragon, seeing this action, seemed to recall something and lowered its head. A dragon roar echoed. The small young dragon left Bryn's wrist. It slowly floated into the air, aligning itself with the great dragon. This little one actually has dragon blood. No wonder it could grow dragon horns. Unfortunately, its lineage is too weak. The great dragon shot a drop of blood from its forehead towards the small young dragon's forehead. Ah! A painful scream came from the small young dragon. Due to their bond, Bryn could feel the pain of the young dragon. Mr. Dragon, Cosmo is in pain. Pain, bone washing, flesh stripping, dragon transformation, none of these are without pain. It must break through on its own, otherwise, failing to transform will also mean an early death. And you should fulfill the promise you made just now. With a wave of the great dragon's claw, Bryn vanished from where she stood. When she regained awareness, she found herself in a clearing. The surroundings were filled with thick white mist. Mr. Dragon, where is this? This is the day of the sealing boundary 3,000 years ago. Little girl, look closely, and learn how to reinforce the boundary. The voice of the great dragon echoed in the air as if right next to Bryn's ear. In the next second, she soared up into the sky, until she hovered beside a woman. Unku, is there really no other way? It was the great dragon, but it looked youthful and strong, not at all like the aged and listless one today. The dragon circled around the woman, showing clear affection. The woman wore ancient attire, standing by the edge of a pond, silently gazing at the water. This pond was more than twice the size of the current one, and the water was much clearer. An endless stream of spiritual energy flowed out of it. This was the spiritual energy from 1,000 years ago, far superior to today's. Suddenly, a figure in black robes appeared, a black claw extending towards the woman's back. Watch out. Chapter 122, Awakening of the Bloodline Power. Bryn nervously opened her mouth. The woman merely lifted her hand slightly, and the man in black vanished like a bubble. Bryn stared in surprise at the colorful bubbles in the air. This was a true powerhouse. Come out. Thank you for your warning earlier, young friend. With a wave of her hand, the woman brought Bryn right before her. Bryn was still in shock. The dragon hadn't said she could be seen by others. Such a powerful expert, would she take my life? Sarate, this woman was incredibly beautiful. Clad in a simple green robe, her hair casually tied back, barefoot in midair, one hand behind her back, with a rainbow-like glow emanating from behind her. Upon seeing Bryn, the woman also appeared somewhat surprised. You carry, remarkably, the bloodline of our Shia family. The woman glanced at Bryn's wrist, her delicate eyebrows furrowing slightly before smoothing out again. My small world and estate are also on your hand. It seems our efforts have not been in vain. Bryn felt utterly confused by what the woman said. Small world? Estate? Was she talking about her spatial ability? Young friend, since Yul has sent you here, there must be something important he wants you to do. Immortal fairy, even you can guess that. Unable to resist, Bryn blurted out it was hard not to, given how beautiful she was. What woman doesn't appreciate beauty, especially violent beauty? Can you tell me how many years in the future you come from? The beautiful woman frowned. Bryn quickly answered. About 3,000 years. The dragon by my side told me. Yul rolled his eyes yet again. Bryn hadn't noticed, but this woman had apparently been rebellious in her youth. Hearing Bryn's words, the woman murmured to herself, 3,000 years later. Looks like we can't escape it after all. After some thought, the woman made her decision. Young friend, will you come with me? She moved above the pond once more, and Bryn followed. She realized she couldn't move at all. Young friend, as a descendant of the Shia family, the bloodline power has become quite diluted by your generation. Watch carefully how I do this. Listening, Bryn watched without blinking as the woman's hands continuously formed various gestures. Just when Bryn thought she wouldn't be able to remember them, she suddenly found the gestures etched into her mind. This. Finishing the final gesture, the woman stretched out her wrist. A bead emerged from the tattoo on her wrist. Go forth. I hope you can protect these living beings. The bead flew straight toward the depths of the pond. Yul, it's up to you now. The woman gently touched the dragon's horn, giving it a lingering look. Patriarch Shia, live well. Before Yul could finish speaking, the woman waved her hand, and the dragon shot into the water like stardust. From then on, he would protect the living creatures inside alongside the bead. Bryn noticed the woman's tattoo. Due to recent events, a part of it was missing. Could it be? Young friend, you have good eyesight. This piece of heaven is indeed a part of my small world. The woman raised her hand, revealing the complete tattoo on her wrist. Even with a piece missing, her tattoo was much larger than Bryn's. Bryn couldn't clearly make out the pattern on the tattoo until now. It was a phoenix. Now the phoenix seemed to be missing its tail, and the tattoo on her wrist was just one wing. The difference was so vast. Young friend, tell me what happened in the world 3,000 years from now. There was a natural sense of closeness toward the woman before her. Hearing her question, Bryn revealed everything. Was this what they meant by kinship? Suddenly typhoons started, rain fell, extreme cold, tsunamis, and now zombies and mutated animals and plants have appeared. Zombies. People who've died but lack consciousness, yet desire human blood. No wonder. The woman waved her hand towards Bryn. A wisp of black smoke floated from Bryn's body, caught directly in the woman's palm. The black smoke struggled, finally dissipating into the air. It appears they never gave up. The woman's expression turned serious. Young friend, I'll give you one more great gift. Immediately, Bryn felt her body becoming lighter. The woman drew the spiritual core from her body and injected it into Bryn. What are you doing to me? Bryn screamed in pain, feeling as if she were being torn apart. Young friend, bear with it. I need to awaken all your bloodline powers. The power of the bloodline will bring you the true inheritance. At that time, you will become the true master of the Shia manor. Blood began to seep from the corners of the woman's mouth as she finished speaking. Transcending time to perform such an act defied the laws of the world, but it didn't matter. She had little time left anyway. Bryn clenched her teeth, sensing something was wrong with the woman. What's wrong with you? Seeing the woman's figure becoming increasingly transparent, Bryn had a bad feeling. Little friend, from now on, you are the head of the Shia family. All living things can be summoned by you. My task is completed, and it's time for me to dissipate into the world. My small world will disperse across various places. I hope you can quickly reassemble it. You are very important to this world. Bryn watched helplessly as the woman slowly faded into the air, and green light dispersed everywhere. The bloodline power in her body became purer. However, the inheritance brought by the bloodline power was almost unbearable for Bryn. Too painful. Bryn felt like her spirit core and spiritual mind were about to explode. Gradually, her body could no longer bear it, and she began to spit out blood uncontrollably. Looks like irresponsibility is inherited in the Shia family. Bryn wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and couldn't help but criticize. She landed next to the pond, sitting cross-legged and started absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. To cleanse her spiritual veins within her body repeatedly. Don't ask how she knew. Inheritance. Serate, this bloodline power was too overpowering. Bryn could only maintain her body's balance while spitting blood. Just when she couldn't endure it any longer, a shadow appeared beside her, shielding her from the scorching sunlight. If you keep this up, your spiritual mind will explode. Bryn rolled her eyes. Didn't she know that already? Didn't she see Bryn was trying hard to adjust? Not helping but talking casually. What kind of person is this? Wait, this voice. Why does it sound so familiar? Bryn cautiously raised her head to look at the person standing before her. Upon seeing that face, Bryn drew a sharp breath. Jude, why are you here? Chapter 123 Obtaining the Energy Sphere. The The man looked at Bryn's clothes with some curiosity, but his puzzled expression was paired with venomous words. I have naturally come to slay you. Bryn narrowed her eyes as she heard the tone of his voice and stared at him. This person is not Jude. Jude wouldn't speak to her like this. But why does he look exactly like Jude? Looking at him, Bryn declared firmly, you can't kill me. She knew when the black-clad figure attacked by surprise. The black-clad figure couldn't see her, let alone touch her. Only her ancestors could touch her. But she also didn't understand why this person in front of her could see her. Oh, you are quite an amusing child. No one has dared to say such things in front of me. Only then did the man deign to give Bryn a proper glance, and with that single glance, Bryn felt an overwhelming killing intent. An outsider should be killed. Bryn felt herself about to kneel on the ground, begging for a swift death. Serate, she did not want to die. She just wanted to live. Bryn's whole body was smoking from frustration, but she still stubbornly rolled her eyes. I have no grievances or enmity with you. Why would you kill me? Don't bother with your supposed execution. As she finished speaking, flames of karma in her hand rushed straight toward his chest. To her surprise, when the flames reached him, they vanished without a trace. Bryn's eyes widened in shock. This was the first time she had clearly felt the pressure from the difference in levels. Before this man, she had no power to fight back. She couldn't even fathom how powerful he was. Flames of karma. You actually inherited the flames of karma. No wonder Unku would defy fate itself to help awaken your bloodline powers. Bryn was speechless. Why did this person talk so much? Bryn silently continued to sort out the chaotic spiritual energy running through her body. This spiritual energy was far more domineering than what existed in the Apocalypse era. However, under her relentless efforts, her spirit nucleus was gradually becoming denser and seemed to be on the verge of forming a small humanoid figure. That left Bryn too preoccupied to care about the man, and she ignored him. Talking about executing her yet wasting time chattering. Villains who talk too much die quickly. This man looked perfect for being a villain. The man extended his hands towards Bryn, emitting a white light, which unexpectedly rebounded back to him and then disappeared into the air. Fascinating, you really do bear the mark of my people. Upon hearing this, Bryn's first thought was of Jude. These two looked identical, surely there must be some connection. Bryn raised her head and asked seriously, who are you really? To her surprise, the man paid her no mind, stroking his chin as he scrutinized Bryn thoroughly. Peculiar, strange. You are clearly someone who should already be dead, yet you exude boundless vitality. Those words made Bryn freeze in place. Did he know about her rebirth? Perhaps he knew something more. What else do you know? Bryn eagerly wanted to learn more from him. Seeing that the man remained silent for a long time, Bryn prepared to speak again when the man suddenly frowned and squatted down in front of her. I can't see your future. Bearing the pain in her body, Bryn said to him, I am, the future. The man ignored Bryn, merely calculating with his fingers as if trying to deduce something. So that's it. Perhaps I can't see your future because... I hesitated to strike. Bryn didn't know what to say. What she wanted to say was that she came from the future. But since Unku has acted to purify your bloodline powers, I'll give you a gift too. Hopefully, you can truly change the predetermined destiny of this world. Bryn looked at him blankly. World? What did it have to do with her? She just wanted to live well. I am the patriarch of the Fraser family. The Fraser family patriarch only has a surname, no given name. The strongest ability of the Fraser clan is reversing the tides, rewinding time. Unfortunately, I can only rewind time by 2 years. The one who helped you be reborn must have paid an enormous price. Bryn remained bewildered until the last sentence struck her. So, her rebirth wasn't an act of divine pity. Someone did it for her. Why did this person help her be reborn? Could it be Jude? Serate, she had never met him in her past life. The surging spiritual energy within her also caused her breathing difficulty and slowed down the circulation speed of her spiritual energy. What were all these things happening? Bryn felt her headache worsening. Ever since entering the boundary, the influx of information was overwhelming. Just as Bryn felt she couldn't bear it anymore and was about to faint, the man reached out, pouring the spiritual energy from his hand continuously into Bryn's body. Ah! The icy sensation made Bryn cry out. This was the same ice ability as Jude's. Serate, he still claimed not to be Jude. You are Jude. Bryn looked at the man with certainty. The man's techniques and small gestures undeniably revealed that he was Jude. Girl, I have the surname Fraser, not Fraser. Besides, there is only me in the Fraser family, and I have no descendants. But the friend you mentioned might share a bond with me, otherwise, they wouldn't look exactly the same as described. Bryn was concentrating on sensing the spiritual energy inside her body, which was surrounded by this new spiritual energy and eventually formed a white light sphere floating in her brain. Bryn tried to extend a thread from her spirit nucleus to touch it. She found that the spiritual energy followed the thread toward the spirit nucleus, causing it to tremble uncontrollably after absorbing the spiritual energy. Frightened, Bryn quickly retracted the thread. It seemed the spiritual energy hadn't disappeared but was just bundled up by him. If she wanted to absorb it, she only needed to extend the thread. What a powerful tool for cultivation. Seeing Bryn regain clarity, the man immediately withdrew the extended spiritual energy. In her brain, he saw someone identical to himself. That person was indeed him, though not a complete version. It appeared the new world was quite interesting. I've placed a little gadget in your brain. What? Take it out right now. It's not a time bomb, is it? Waiting until I master my skills, then blow me up. Bryn became excited, starting to chatter incessantly, a habit she had suppressed for a long time. She didn't expect that this would resurface during such a critical moment. Don't worry, it won't harm you. It may help you when necessary. Just as Bryn wanted to argue more, the man instantly teleported her to the entrance of the waterpool barrier. Girl, you should go back. This place no longer welcomes you. Before Bryn could respond, the man pointed to the sky outside the waterpool. Look outside, this world has already begun to reject you. Go back. Bryn screamed as she was pushed away. Chapter 124, I will take you home. In her last vision, she saw a bolt of lightning as thick as a stone pillar streaking straight toward her location. Then she could no longer see anything. She felt herself sliding continuously, gradually losing strength in her body until she fainted. Pu. The man sitting cross-legged among the rocks spat out a mouthful of blood. Master, why are you spitting blood? Mara anxiously circled around Jude. I'm fine. Jude's eyes darkened. The mark he left on Bryn to sense danger had disappeared. Only he could erase that mark. Clutching his chest, Jude spat out another mouthful of blood, the backlash force. Jude waved his hand, and a mirror appeared in midair. On the other side of the mirror was the black-clothed figure from before. How is she? Master, I have safely delivered Lady's friend into her hands. But it seems Lady has intruded into a pond. And then I lost her trail. Jude waved his hand, ending the conversation. A pond. At the last moment when he could feel Bryn's safety, there must be something powerful inside the pond. He had to act fast. Desperately absorbing energy from nearby stones, this was already the third location he had changed to. This body required too much energy, and he couldn't absorb all the newly generated energy in this world. To nurture this world, these energies were crucial. Missy, wait for me, I will come back and find you soon. Saying this, he closed his eyes and focused on absorbing the energy. Of the 5 elements, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, he still needed wood and gold. On the other side, it seemed Bryn heard what Jude said last. She suddenly opened her eyes. Looking around blankly, Coil sat beside her, holding spring water worriedly. The little ginseng even pulled off its hard-earned roots and lowered its head, diligently grinding them into powder. Bryn, eating my ginseng roots, you will surely wake up. Little ginseng. Whoa, am I hallucinating? I just heard Bryn call me. Phut, seeing the other's cute appearance, Bryn couldn't help but laugh. At such a sorrowful time, how can you, dogman, still laugh? Little ginseng angrily scolded Coil, then thought again. Coil is male, how could he speak in a woman's voice? What is going on? Bryn, you're alive. Excited, little ginseng jumped directly onto Bryn. Oh, don't press on her. Coil looked at little ginseng speechlessly. For someone who lived for hundreds of years, he didn't seem very mature. I'm fine. Bryn felt the spiritual palace inside her body. The white light was still there, and the spirit core was exceptionally solid. It seems everything was real. Bryn stood up from the ground, brushing off dust from her clothes. After doing so, she looked at the anxious giant dragon on the stone pillar. Cohen. Did you see her? Did you really see her? Hearing Bryn call out his name, Cohen shed tears of joy. Not at all like the young and handsome black dragon Bryn had seen before. Indeed, her little white one was cuter. Serais, I saw Unku. Thank you for letting me see her, she gave me strength. As Bryn spoke, she raised her hand, feeling that her bloodline now belonged solely to the Shia family. The part related to her father seemed to have vanished completely. And she didn't mind it either. She is well, my master. Don't you know? When she dispersed from the world, the bond between you would disappear automatically. Bryn's words made Cohen's luster dim more and more. I miss her, I grew up with her since childhood. I thought I would accompany her until death. I didn't expect to only be trapped here. Seeing his mood change, Bryn quickly said, she did what she wanted to do, and that's enough. At this moment, Bryn felt this might be the last unspoken message Unku wanted to convey to Cohen. Cohen, after hearing this, shed a tear. The tear fell directly into Bryn's palm, forming a crystal ball. What is this? A dragon's tear, capable of seeing through all evils in the world. If it shows the person's heart is black, don't hesitate, kill him. Bryn stared in wonder at the crystal ball in her hand, amazed by its power. Upon hearing this, Coil glanced at Bryn and immediately covered the crystal ball with his hand. The crystal ball emitted colorful light, piercing their eyes instantly. You sure have a loyal partner. Shia sister, isn't this like a natural ball to detect bitches? In her previous life, she failed to recognize the green tea stepsister, the white lotus fiancé, and her father who used familial ties for moral blackmail. She ended up with a self-explosion as her fate. Brayden, can you handle it? You really know how to rub salt in my wounds. Bryn shot Coil a dirty look and quickly put away the treasure before sharing her thoughts with Cohen. I have learned the art of creating protective barriers you want. Bryn paused for a second. But I cannot seal you all here any longer. You want to renege? Cohen roared angrily. It was because of the Shia family's bloodline that he allowed her to return, never expecting such an outcome. And she even took his tear. Damn it. Black lightning continuously emanated from Cohen's body, darkening the sky. Bryn waved her hand and said, aren't you old enough? Can you be more mature and let me finish? Sigh, truly exhausting. I returned and found out that this place is actually part of my small world. It's already the end of days now. Hiding here isn't necessarily the safest option. Even if I fix the barrier, it would only last for 3 years. After 3 years, when everything collapses here, you'll have to seek survival outside. Bryn naturally felt good towards these creatures and wanted to take them along. You mean to take us all away? Soraya, my legacy taught me how to reintegrate this world back into my small world. If we can all leave without affecting our living environment, I am willing to cooperate with you. Cohen deeply looked at Bryn, ultimately choosing to trust her. There was no other way. Just like she said, it naturally knew fixing the barrier could only last for 3 years. There's a better plan. It was willing to take a gamble. Hearing its reply, Bryn finally relaxed her furrowed brows that had been tense from anxiety. Once she relaxed, various sounds filled her ears. Heavens! Little Ginseng is so lucky. This human looks so handsome. Do you think we can be like little Ginseng? The big guy next to him can't. He's really ugly. Upon hearing this, Bryn burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Chapter 125, so let's have snail rice noodles hot pot. Coil, they said you're ugly. Bryn, seeing Coil's darkened expression, felt that those little creatures in the distance were indeed incredibly adorable. She had talked about integrating this place into her little world, though she wasn't quite sure what consequences this action would bring. She had a vague feeling that doing so was like bringing them home. After this integration, she wondered how her space would change. Coil, I'm going to do an experiment. Please cooperate with me. Bryn pulled up Coil's sleeve after speaking, trying to bring him into the space. She always thought she could bring everyone into the space. But after this attempt, she found it might not be the case. Indeed. Seeing Coil standing motionless where he was, Bryn got her answer. Indeed, Fraser Tsone could enter the space, proving his uniqueness. Others simply couldn't enter. Seeing Coil's puzzled look, Bryn didn't explain any further and took him outside directly. We're going to the barrier area. Bryn recalled the gestures she had learned before, successfully transforming this place into a small bead. She whispered to the bead, when the two lands merge, don't be afraid. After the merge, all that land will belong to you. Due to the presence of the bead, Aiden came out directly and also told the little creatures inside, behave well inside and stay put. The awakening of your pet's bloodline still needs time. I'll find a quiet place for you inside. Aiden looked at Bryn's worried face again. Don't worry, if you need help, just call on me anytime. All descendants of the Shia lineage can summon me. Oh, right, there seems to be an underground building built by humans nearby. An underground building? Bryn and Coil exchanged glances. This might be the place Cody mentioned. Haha, what a heartless guy. He accidentally broke through the barrier, and I kindly let him out, but then he brought countless people to build houses around here, wanting to study us again. But now I've stationed guards at the barrier, so no one can break in anymore. Bryn nodded, showing she understood. It seemed like that place was a laboratory. Only after finishing its words did Aiden return to the bead. Bryn held the bead tightly and struck her tattoo. The bead was immediately absorbed by the tattoo, and Bryn noticed that the phoenix's wings within her tattoo had slightly diminished. It worked. Sis Shia, this isn't spatial ability, it's more like a mobile castle. Coil felt his entire perception was overturned by Bryn. The end of the world, zombies, mutated animals, and plants, all of these were less shocking than such a mobile castle. It's the end of the world already, no need to overreact. You wait here. Just as Bryn finished speaking, she disappeared from Coil's sight. At least give me some preparation time. Coil sat down and stared at the little rocks on the ground. Why did these stones feel sparkly and almost like crystal cores? Unaware of Coil's contemplation, Bryn entered the space directly. At the barrier, it merged seamlessly with the space. The invisible area in front of the stream now appeared, revealing a large mountain standing majestically, and she could feel the vitality of the forest. Hurry up. Quickly thank little fairy. A large tiger carried a ginseng and 2 monkeys on its back. Missy, they came to thank you. The spiritual energy here is abundant, very beneficial for their cultivation. Seeing the 2 little monkeys, Bryn smiled, her eyes squinting with joy. Triangle Flower had already run to the entrance of the forest, taking up its role as a guardian voluntarily. Aiden had indeed found a secluded place with Xiao Bai, as promised. As the master of the space, Bryn knew precisely where they hid. Confirming that everyone was settled, Bryn exited the space without delay. Upon landing, she saw Coil closing his eyes, surrounded by small spirit stones. Well done, you absorbed all these spirit stones. Seemed like Coil accidentally achieved something great, he might soon break through. Even if she retrieved the bead, the entry barrier still existed, so there was no concern about water flooding in. Thus, while watching over him, Bryn also prepared to explore this cave. Since that underground lab was nearby, it should be accessible via this cave. Bryn walked a few steps forward and saw traces of artificial excavation on the ground, but it hadn't been fully connected to this side. It looked like this path was impassable. It probably resulted from both sides digging simultaneously, discovering they almost breached each other but never finding an entry, fearing water flood. What a case of being outsmarted by one's own cleverness. After determining the route, Bryn returned to Coil's side. This guy would probably need some more time. She couldn't stay here any longer. Bryn took out a small flower bud. This was its newest function, perfectly fitting her current needs. The small flower bud quickly grew larger in Bryn's hand, directly swallowing Coil whole. Then Bryn kicked the big flower into the water. The flower, enveloping Coil, floated upward with the current. Unfortunately, there were only 2 small flower buds, otherwise everyone could have had one, which would have been quite nice. Seeing the big flower disappear from sight, Bryn also held her breath and entered the water. After she left, the barrier behind her disappeared along with the cave. This is what? Why is this flower so big? It can't be that something is going to attack us, right? Let's not make any rash moves. We'll wait. As Bryn was about to surface, she heard a few people on the shore discussing. She casually threw the big flower towards the shore. It's us. Sis Shia, you're finally back. Is Coil inside this big flower? Goldie glanced at Bryn, then at the big flower. She looked at the big red flower in disbelief. It was too beautiful and vivid, hiding a big man inside. Too beautiful to behold. She couldn't look. Soraya, he's at a crucial stage of upgrading. Let him stay in the big flower for now. Bryn instructed Keaton to move the big flower into the tent, then turned her gaze to Cody. Missy, take me to the lab you mentioned now. Bryn, shouldn't you rest a bit? You've been down there for a whole day. Cody's words successfully made Bryn stop in her tracks. A whole day, really? It felt like just a blink of an eye to her. Sarai's. We've been waiting here all day. And just now, a lot of small animals came around for some reason. But soon after, they disappeared on their own. Goldie quickly told Bryn what had happened earlier. They were probably attracted by the spiritual energy. So let's go tomorrow morning. Haven't you guys eaten yet? After getting an affirmative response, Bryn directly took out a small bamboo basket from her space. Let's have snail rice noodles hot pot then. Chapter 126 Everything into the space. Before they could react, Bryn's small wicker basket caught their attention. Inside the wicker basket were 5 packs of instant snail noodles, along with Cokes, Sprite, and even some lamb rolls and beef rolls that Bryn had added. The sight was almost irresistible. Bryn only realized how hungry she was after hearing them speak. After such a big event, it was only natural to treat herself to a good meal. Other matters would have to wait until nightfall. Indira regained her senses and immediately went up to take Bryn's wicker basket. Let me do it. When there's an opportunity, I can make my own pickled bamboo shoots and homemade snail noodles. That would be wonderful. I wonder when we will be able to settle down. Bryn knew that all this traveling had made everyone yearn for stability even more. Once tomorrow's events were settled, they could continue on towards the heavenly market base. She had a premonition that the stone rigs mentioned might very well be here. This was Brantley Market, where there is an underground laboratory. Everything fit perfectly. But this damnable rain, how long would it last? Sister Shia, dinner is ready. The group gathered around the hot pot, eating steaming bowls of snail noodle soup, filling the entire tent with the smell of pickled bamboo shoots from the noodles. In a twist of fate, everyone present turned out to be a snail noodle enthusiast, including Coil beside the flower bed who was in the middle of leveling up. Sister Shia, can we still live like this freely once we reach the heavenly market base? Alisha tilted her head as she scooped the noodles from her bowl into her mouth. This was her first time eating this dish, but the noodles were absolutely delicious. Big brother, I want more. Alisha, you'll always have enough to eat wherever we go. Don't worry. Perhaps the time in the small town left a lot of shadows in Alisha's heart. Sometimes she would unconsciously hide food, afraid of returning to those days. All they could do was help her relax as much as possible. Eat quickly. Gifford patted his sister's hair. Her previously lifeless hair had become shiny and black again over this period. Unfortunately, the psychological trauma wasn't easy to dissipate. If we find it suitable at the heavenly market base, we'll stay there comfortably. I believe that with our team's capabilities, we will thrive there, Goldie said, putting down her chopsticks and waving her arm. Xiao Bei quietly ate the noodles, still thinking about his power. He had discovered he possessed a special ability but didn't know how to use it. This saddened him somewhat. Bei, eat faster, the noodles will become clumpy if you don't. Indira quickly refilled Bei's bowl. The little guy had been under her special care recently. Her goal was to help him gain weight. She couldn't deny that she was looking forward to reaching Heavenly Market. Little Jin had said both of her children were there. She was more excited than anyone else. Riggs joined them for the first time, trying what these young people ate, and found it surprisingly delicious. Suddenly, he started enjoying bowl after bowl of noodles. Research and vaccines didn't matter compared to this bowl of noodles right now. By the end of the meal, everyone almost licked the pot clean. Due to Bryn and Coil's return, everyone finally relaxed their vigilance. Gradually, they drifted off to sleep. Bryn, how many more secrets do you have? I feel like I don't know you at all anymore. Cody looked at Bryn with a touch of melancholy. Yesterday's Bryn was still recognizable to Cody. But this returned Bryn was astonishingly different except for a hint of familiarity. You've changed, Cody pointed uncertainly at Bryn's face. Really? Bryn touched her face curiously. It must have been the awakening of her bloodline, leaving only the bloodline of the Shia family within her body. Naturally, her appearance had changed. Bryn, you look like a fairy now. You're nothing like that thin dark girl from university. But I'm still the same Bryn who'd climb walls with you. Bryn winked mischievously at Cody. Haha, Cody burst into laughter at this. They had climbed over walls just to catch a glimpse of handsome guys, only to be chased by the dormitory auntie the whole way. Soraya, yeah, and I noticed your figure has improved a lot too. Cody let go of her uncertainty and resumed being close with Bryn. Regardless, Bryn was her best friend. Early next morning, Cody took Bryn to the laboratory. Outside the laboratory door, several zombies wandered about, desperately trying to rush inside. Upon noticing Bryn and the others approaching, the zombies only paused for a moment before resuming their attempts to break down the door. These zombies are indeed peculiar. Goldie took out her darts. There's something valuable inside. Bryn felt the intense heat on her wrist. It seemed her guess was right. The stone was hidden here by Hoover. Take care of them. Just as Bryn finished speaking, several darts accurately pierced into the heads of the 10 zombies in front of them. A pity, only 3 small crystal cores. Goldie picked up the darts with a hint of regret. You're improving, that's very good. Bryn was always quick with praise. Keaton stepped forward directly and pulled up the iron gate. Let's go in. Along the way, they encountered various zombies, which were easily dispatched. When they reached the center, they found that this underground laboratory was incredibly large, nearly hollowing out the entire hillside. Unfortunately, there was no sign of the supposed barrier. Feeling the call of the stone, Bryn walked straight toward a glass cabinet. An unremarkable stone sat in the display case. No one would have thought it was the key to the entire laboratory. Picking up the stone, Bryn immediately stored it in her space. Perhaps because the stone was small, there was no significant reaction from the space. Since this place was dedicated to researching the stone and special entrances, all the equipment was top-notch, causing Riggs to catch his breath at every sight. After Bryn packed up the items, she followed behind the elderly man. Every time Riggs caught his breath, Bryn would store an item. By the time Riggs finished examining everything and turned around, he realized the room had become empty, and Bryn stood behind him, smiling. Nice one, little Jing, teasing the old man. Riggs laughed along. Shia sister, over here, there are so many medicines. Goldie's excited voice rang out. Bryn went over and saw an entire refrigerated storage of medicines. Common ones, rare ones, all neatly arranged. Excitedly, Bryn waved her hand, storing all the medical equipment and medicines into her space. Given how hurriedly Hoover moved, these items wouldn't have been transported. Shia sister, over here, so much food. Chapter 127, packing supplies until her hands ached. It was the food storage. There weren't many fruits and vegetables inside, and most of them had already rotted. However, there were still a lot of compressed foods here. They belonged to the category that could be stored for a long time and were convenient and compact. One of these could last a person an entire day, making it very suitable as travel food. Bryn quickly packed them into her spatial item. The last room was the armory. Before leaving, Hoover had taken the most weapons. So only things that were hard to take away remained in the armory. All kinds of bombs and small cannons, she took everything. Bryn's mouth stretched wide with a smile. So many supplies really made it impossible not to be happy. By the time everyone had their fill at the lab and came out, it was already afternoon. Bryn, should we set off now? Alexei glanced at the rain falling from the sky, which wasn't too heavy. Let's head out to sea from that side. Bryn pointed toward the sea ahead. Entering the water anywhere would be the same. They had found this island, and the direction of Tien City had been confirmed. Eldest sister Shia, now that everything has turned into the ocean, does that Tien City really exist? Gifford asked the question that had troubled him for a long time. Of course, isn't the Tien City base right on the sea? Bryn looked at everyone with a smile. Ah, the Tien City base is on the sea. Do they know a tsunami will happen? Bryn had been waiting for someone to ask this question for a long time. Never underestimate our Huaxia. Bryn says so. I'm actually quite curious about what the Tien City base looks like. We'll know once we get there. Let's set off. Before leaving, Bryn left a small teleportation array in the grass near the lab entrance. Who knew if it would come in handy later? 5 days later. Elder sister Shia, are we sure we're going in the right direction? Xiao Truman said this direction is correct. We've been on the boat for 5 days now. Cody, who initially felt excited, had now become numb. She had already explored this small yacht entirely. During these 5 days, they modified the small yacht, using Cody's metal ability to build 2 small houses at the stern and bow of the ship. These were much more solid than the previous tents. One was specifically for preparing meals for Alina, and the other for Old Man Apollon to conduct experiments. Bryn, it's ready. Riggs emerged with a test tube, his face full of delight. This is extracted from the she flower, plus the spirit spring you provided, and some miscellaneous stuff. Just 1 drop of this can expel the black substance from 50 crystal cores simultaneously. Really powerful. To wash these crystal cores clean, the spirit spring needs to flush for 3 days and nights. Bryn looked at Riggs admiringly. Scientists really were something else. Too amazing. I made another little thing by the way. This can determine whether those mutant animals are edible. If you get close to an animal and the crystal turns green, it means the animal is edible. If it turns blue, it indicates the animal has zombified. If it turns yellow, it means the animal is becoming intelligent, suggesting it should be released. Riggs took out 2 good things in one breath, causing everyone to look at him with admiration. In these 5 days, Keaton had caught intelligent animals multiple times. But each time, he was stopped by Bryn. Those fish cursed so loudly that even if she didn't want to hear it, she couldn't help but overhear. Now with this stone, even without Bryn around, everyone wouldn't misjudge or harm the creatures. 2 big pieces of good news today. We should celebrate properly. These 2 items were indeed timely. In her past life, the first thing didn't exist at all, and while the second did exist, it had far fewer functions. Just wonderful. Wow, eldest sister Shia, you have to come see. The small chili peppers are forming. This one sentence attracted everyone to the new greenhouse where several tiny, emerald green chilies grew attractively, swaying freely with the boat's movement. These little chili peppers should be allowed to grow a bit longer, but Bryn, this soil really works. Before on the island, nothing we planted would grow. And your soil is black, which means it's the most nutritious type. It's just that, chili peppers growing in 5 days. Cody squatted beside the chili plants, her brows furrowed with concern. It's the end times, maybe this is how it will be, Coyle hastily joked. I mean, we can't go about showing this openly. We need to keep a low profile. In case there are people with ulterior motives watching us. Cody's last sentence was filled with frustration, especially towards Coyle. Realizing his misunderstanding, Coyle scratched his head awkwardly. Speaking of these plants, Xiao Jin, I'm planning to study this soil to see if we can mass produce it in the future. Once everyone can grow things, we naturally won't be a thorn in others' sides anymore. Howard Apollon, let me know if you need anything. Bryn has always been very supportive of research. Howard, why don't you also research some nutrient solution? Nutrient solution? Soraya, novels always say that drinking nutrient solutions can replenish a day's worth of energy. Now with global oceanization, who knows when we'll be able to rebuild our home? After hearing Goldie's suggestion, Apollon Larrow pondered for a moment and nodded. You're right, this is indeed a direction worth researching. For those who have turned into zombies, the small bottles we had before wouldn't suffice for research on the boat. We'll have to wait until we reach Tien City base. If we can get approval for my own lab, things will be much easier. Apollon Larrow always kept his thoughts well hidden. But looking at the horizon now, he suddenly felt hopeful. Once we reach Tien City base, everything will stabilize. We've been eating seafood for days. Let's change the menu today. Seeing that Apollon Larrow seemed a bit dejected, Bryn quickly changed the subject. Everyone had already gotten used to the occasional rocking of the ship over the past few days at sea. How does the sky look like there's a hole in it? Why does this rain look like it might turn into snow? The temperature has risen quite a bit during this period. I guess many places are melting, so the sea level is only going up. Ellie, using her sensitivity to water, discussed this with Goldie. Bryn glanced at the rain-filled sky. This was what global oceanization looked like. As the temperature rises, the further north we go, the warmer it gets. The place we came from might be even colder now. So we have to keep migrating northward. Millimeter. Do you think that's why we still haven't seen any sign of the Tien City base? Bryn threw the question back at everyone. Sister Shia mentioned before that the base is on the sea. Coyle remembered Bryn's previous statement, but that was all he could think of. Could it be? Millimeter. Seeing that everyone was almost guessing correctly, Bryn spoke up. Haven't you ever considered that the base might move as well? Chapter 128, Plants vs. Zombies. The base can move. How can a base move? Ellie repeated the question in surprise. This direction is correct. As long as we keep moving forward, we will definitely find it. Bryn looked at the road ahead with determination. In her previous life, she had unexpectedly arrived at the Tien City base before the tsunami hit. She also witnessed how the Tien City base appeared on the sea. The bigwigs of the Tien City base might have foreseen this. They started building the Noah's Ark 3 years before the apocalypse. Before the disaster struck, the Noah's Ark wasn't truly completed. During the 6 months after the disaster, the Tien City base continued to improve Noah's Ark. Unfortunately, this time all the disasters came earlier, and it was unknown how well developed the Tien City base was now. Bryn, look at this. Cody's loud voice interrupted Bryn's thoughts. She looked up. Is this the Tower of Babel? Bryn asked, puzzled by the small tower in front of her. Judging from this, 2/3 of the Tower of Babel remains. The Tower of Babel, our country's tallest TV tower. So we must be in Nanhai City then. Coyle quickly joined them after overhearing the conversation. He had visited Nanhai City for tourism before, and the Tower of Babel left a deep impression on him. The seawater has risen so high. Keaton stared blankly at the tip of the tower. From this distance, everything seemed far away from them. There are people in the tower. Bryn and Alicia spoke simultaneously. Great job, Yarrow Yarrow. Alicia blushed due to Bryn's praise and hid behind Emma. What should we do? Bryn, this top part of the Tower of Babel looks like a military laboratory, Riggs observed, looking uncertain. No way. They built a lab on top of the Tower of Babel? How could they think of that? Goldie couldn't understand, feeling that no one up there seemed normal. The top 3 floors of the Tower of Babel were never open to the public. Even the elevators were separate. I heard from an old friend that they received an assignment. This lab was also established temporarily. My old friend was also involved in genetic research. Riggs tried his best to explain what he had heard before. Bryn nodded. If that was the case, it was indeed worth checking out. They might gain something valuable. There are many yachts outside. These people don't seem to be refugees. As their boat got closer, the boats docked on the side gradually came into view. Colorful small boats, even wooden ones. It seems this place interests everyone. Keaton manually steered the boat closer to the Tower of Babel. The bow and stern of the boat were reinforced, and no one outside knew what was inside. Bryn glanced at the small coriander plant beside the chili pepper. Maybe after this, we can make dumplings. Coriander filling, plus some pork with fat. Seeing they were about to reach the glass entrance, Bryn quickly briefed Cody and Kirk. Both of you, make sure to carry your backpacks. In case something happens, protect yourselves. We will come back for you. Just take this chance to train your abilities first. Then she handed each of them a cold weapon. A large mallet and a fruit knife. One for scaring and one for surprise attacks. Perfect. Bryn, let's go. There were already several people watching at the window, but no one intervened. Judging from these people, they belonged to different teams. Keaton scanned the crowd. Among them, one team actually had thermal weapons. And their uniforms were neat, suggesting they were organized and disciplined. When that team saw Keaton, their eyes lit up. "Hello, are you here for the bounty? This is our team, I'm Stuart." Upon hearing this name, Bryn almost stumbled into the sea. How coincidental. He is the captain of the first guard team of the Tien City base. The bounty must be issued by the authority. This place must have what they need. It looks like coming here was right. "Keaton, this is our team." Keaton shook hands with the other team leader and helped everyone get off the boat. On closer inspection, almost all the small boats were modified. So their boat didn't stand out too much. Bryn looked around and noticed, besides their team, there were 5 other teams. The bounty must offer significant rewards. Otherwise, it wouldn't attract so many teams to take the risk. She glanced at Stuart discreetly, preparing to speak. Someone nearby issued a mocking laugh. "Hey, is this team here just for laughs? Old, weak, sick, and disabled, they think they can compete with us. They're probably just here to slow us down." The person speaking held a golden hammer, looking at them disdainfully as he hugged the weapon. Before Keaton could respond, Stuart spoke up first. "Wilfred, watch your tone." "Ha, I have to watch my tone? Don't think just because you're from the authority that I'm afraid of you. If you're so capable, why haven't you even taken the first floor yet?" A bunch of trash. The entire floor fell silent after Wilfred's words. Bryn finally took a good look at him. Was this guy asking for a fight? "Wilfred, our captain is polite to others, don't be ungrateful." Stuart could tolerate it, but the young members of his team couldn't. "Come on, if you've got the guts, hit me. As long as I'm not dead, you're all trash. Wait till we get to the first floor, you weaklings should just go back to guarding the gate." Wilfred's expression grew more arrogant, eager to take over the area and claim the bounty. So he could brag about it later. The young member was about to say something more when Stuart stopped him. "Why bother? Boss, if we do this, other teams will look down on us too. We failed to get in, and facts speak for themselves." Bryn watched their interaction with great interest, feeling like she was watching a couple. "Don't tell me. One tall and imposing, one slim and agile. Quite a match." Bryn shook off her wandering thoughts and quickly interrupted them. "Nico, could you tell us the current situation?" "Cooper, sorry, but who is this?" Stuart asked apologetically. "This is Bryn. Betty, here's the situation. There are 4 floors from here up. The bounty item is on the top floor, but the place is now completely controlled by mutated plants. The entrance to the first floor is lined with sunflowers." "Sunflowers? Like the sunflowers from Plants vs. Zombies?" Bryn's interest was thoroughly piqued. Chapter 129, The Sunflowers Have Mutated. Stuart was taken aback by Bryn's description. Cough, cough, Betty, that's indeed a fitting description. Because these sunflowers have mutated. During the day, they release white energy balls to the plants behind them. At night, the seeds inside the sunflowers become weapons for attacks. We can enter during the day, but the sunflowers provide endless energy to the plants inside. If we attack the sunflowers, those plants will jump out and attack us. To be honest, we've been here for 2 days and haven't made any breakthrough yet. As Stuart spoke, Bryn's eyes widened more and more. This reminded her of Plants vs. Zombies, except everyone seemed to be playing the role of zombies. Goldie, who stood behind, was also intrigued by these plants and even looked eager to try. "Brantley team leader, what about the reward on the rooftop?" Keaton quickly followed up. They had no idea what the official requirements were. "The reward is described as just 1 flower. Once you see it, you won't mistake it. So powerful. Just a plant. I'll lead the team in there at dawn and show you what real ability looks like." Wilfred looked at them arrogantly. The surrounding teams remained silent, all their eyes on him. "All these teams arrived here today just like you. They plan to go in together tomorrow. When that happens, your team can follow behind us. Although we might not break through the first level, we can ensure your safe retreat." Stuart gently promised Keaton and Bryn. He was accustomed to protecting the weaker ones, especially since this team included elders and children. "These plants are so interesting. Bryn, let's get some for the old man to study." Apollon Larrow stood next to Bryn, whispering to her. Bryn saw that Apollon Larrow was unusually interested and naturally didn't refuse. Their space had already planted a variety of fruits and vegetables, but to keep everyone occupied, they added several wooden boxes on the boat for research purposes, especially for Apollon Larrow. Now Apollon Larrow couldn't stop himself from wanting to study everything. "Our timing is perfect. Ruby, stay safe outside and report any anomalies immediately." After instructing Ruby, Bryn began carefully examining the staircase leading upstairs. All she could see now was a dark void. Once past this staircase, the plants will start attacking, as if they've gained intelligence. "Tonight, find a corner to rest. We'll all go together early tomorrow." The others around seemed to respect him as an official representative and were unwilling to be the first to explore. Of course, they preferred collective action. Bryn casually found a corner, while others noticed Coyle taking out stools from his backpack. There were even camping tables and a mobile grill from the boat. Indira took over, using liquid nitrogen fire to boil ginger tea. A cup of ginger tea warmed everyone up. "Don't have much skill, but plenty of complaints." Wilfred sneered at these behaviors. To him, only fists mattered, whoever was stronger spoke louder. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to him. He glared at Bryn's team with disdain before finding a place to sit and calm down, though his eyes kept drifting back to them. Ignore that guy. He's clearly asking for trouble. Keaton set down his cup. He despised such brutes, overconfident, reckless, and a liability to teammates. But this tea was delicious. One of his hobbies was drinking tea, dreaming of retiring to a small courtyard where he could sip tea all day. Who knew it would end up like this? Feeling the little white dove gently pecking him, Keaton's eyes softened. The little one was comforting him. Earlier, fearing the small animals would attract too much attention, they hid the dove under clothes. But this little one was so considerate. Keaton glanced at his team members. Perhaps one day his dream would come true. Bryn pretended to drink tea while releasing her mental energy toward the upper floor. Oh my, so many people below, I'm scared. Speak properly. Sob, you're obviously after the nuts behind me, you're not gentle anymore. You don't even respond. You're obsessed with nuts. Impossible. Forget about it. How many novels have you been reading lately? Hihi, busted. Hearing the conversation between the two sunflowers, Bryn became even more interested. Then she heard various chirping little voices. That person hit so hard today, half my body is gone. Cover yourself with soil, you'll be fine in a couple of days. Awoo, when will we become strong enough here? I want to wander the world. Bryn found these little creatures absolutely adorable. She retracted her mental energy and decided to sneak them into the space tomorrow. There would surely be much fun in the space then. That night, almost everyone stayed awake until dawn. Except for Bryn's team. Everyone in the team lay comfortably in their sleeping bags. Keaton and Coyle sat with their eyes closed, completely ignoring the curious gazes from around. The other teams had mixed views on Bryn's team. Boss Lowell, this team seems unusual. Lowell glanced at Ming Haozuan beside him. This guy had been following him for so long, not in vain. He saw potential in him right away and started grooming him. They didn't come from the base and can survive alone at sea. They can't be simple. Wilfred is such a fool, let him probe their capabilities for us. We'll just sit back and watch. Instruct our people. Tomorrow, do not make the first move under any circumstances. Seeing that his subordinate understood the plan, Lowell continued to sit with his eyes closed, always aware of the surroundings. The few teams that came this time were mostly famous in the base. Because the reward was incredibly generous. 30 pounds of rice, 30 pounds of pork, and 30 pounds of fruits and vegetables. In this post-apocalyptic world, these supplies were already very precious. Naturally, various teams rushed over. They also followed because some teams with similar abilities to theirs came. Maybe they could take advantage of the situation. Bryn, there's actually dragon shadowgrass on this top floor. Bryn, who had been meditating, opened her eyes abruptly upon hearing Ruby's voice. Chapter 130. I bet they can last 10 seconds. Longing grass, how can it be here? Myra's puzzled voice echoed in Bryn's mind again. I also find it strange. Fraser over, this longing grass seems to be dying. How could longing grass, which has a strong vitality, be dying? Bryn was somewhat perplexed. And why would the longing grass? It can create illusions to deceive enemies by itself. How did it end up here? It was likely injured during its relocation, Myra replied after sensing again. This longing grass would greatly benefit my mental power. I've been worrying about how to upgrade it. In that case, we must get this longing grass at all costs. Myra, continue observing there and inform me if anything unusual happens. The next morning, many people were awakened by an enticing aroma. Heavens, what is going on with that team? Afraid of being robbed? A young man got a tap on his head from his brother. Are you crazy? If they dare to act so openly, guess how they have survived till now? By being arrogant. The young man's words made his brother speechless with annoyance. Just shut up and eat your compressed biscuits. These people obviously have genuine skills. Their blatant arrogance is also a warning to us not to have ulterior motives toward them. Heaven knows, Indira really wasn't thinking like that. She simply believed that one must eat before doing anything. Indira thought today was a physically demanding task. So she prepared everyone clear noodle soup, called so because it included vegetables, beef, and poached eggs. Meanwhile, elsewhere, team leader Brantley, I contacted our people last night. Do you have results? Stuart opened his eyes, revealing clearness within. Never seen this team before, seems they haven't appeared in the base either. Oh, interesting. Stuart didn't seem too surprised by the result. This team looked no ordinary. With so many elderly and children living leisurely in the apocalypse, they are either stupid or have absolute ability. This team certainly isn't the former. Only Wilfred, the fool, dared provoke others openly. You need to keep a close eye on them. Sarais. Stuart stood up directly, walked to the center of the floor, amplified his voice for everyone to hear. Everyone pack up, we set out in 15 minutes. After speaking, he led his own team to wait at the staircase. His voice caused almost every team to spring into action. On this side, Bryn also crawled out of her warm sleeping bag, rubbing her hands in anticipation. She glanced at Kirk beside her who looked somewhat nervous. He's really grown nicely. She couldn't spoil him. Kirk, the small fruit knife is just for self-defense. It's less noticeable when encountering trouble. You don't need to hold it right now, as we are here for you. Sister Shia, I just don't want to be a disgrace to everyone. Kirk hesitated but finally spoke out his thoughts. He had been observing how everyone interacted within the team lately. He understood it's best to speak up proactively. Sure enough, Coil immediately reached out and tousled his hair. Don't overthink, little one. With us around, you won't even get a chance. Braden shoo, my hair. Kirk quickly moved his head aside. Due to previous malnutrition, his hair was yellow and sparse. It had taken some time to improve slightly. Hey, hurry up and let your hair grow. At least to match Braden's shoes. Coil flicked his hair. For such a long time, none of them cut their hair, not for lack of tools. Both he and Jason often shaved, though. They didn't want to risk cutting themselves and looking terrible, resulting in everyone's hair growing longer and longer. Quit joking, let's hurry and catch up. After packing up, Jason urged everyone along. In no time, they became the last team. Phraseist teams consisted of 8 to 10 people, making the line rather long. But since this was originally a tourist building designed for hosting large crowds, their group seemed negligible. When Bryn and her group reached the entrance of the upper floor, they indeed saw a whole field of sunflowers. All sunflowers were rooted firmly in the cement ground. The apocalypse had definitely changed things beyond ordinary understanding. Team leader Brantley, you said they were so powerful. Why aren't they showing any movement now? Wilfred looked at the bright sunflowers with disdain. Amadeo Ma, these sunflowers won't attack people, but if we want to move forward, we still need to get past the nuts behind them. Stuart pointed towards the nuts behind the sunflowers. Those didn't seem as friendly as the sunflowers. Each one of them looked eager to knock them down. And look behind the nuts. Damn, aren't those pea shooters? A young man jumped up and looked behind. This is really Plants vs. Zombies. Look over there. Brantley pointed to the corner on the right. Those are zombies. These plants will also attack zombies and use the crystal cores from zombies to upgrade. These plants are not simple. Bryn heard all kinds of chatter in her ears, which made her dizzy. She could only quickly block out these guys and just happened to hear Stuart's last sentence. These plants are not only complicated but also quite crafty. Just some rotten plants. Boys, let's go. Wilfred lifted his golden hammer and charged in with his teammates. His brainless fans followed him like this. For a moment, colorful powers all rushed toward the sunflowers. Bryn hugged her arms and opened a little bit of her mental power. Ah, another fool is coming our way. Oh, why don't these fools know when to quit? Our plants and humans cannot fall in love. You shut up. The nuts behind are getting ready. I bet 100 sunflower seeds that these few people can only last 5 seconds under the nuts. Hearing these two little voices, Bryn's mouth started to curl upward. Her gaze searched among the sunflowers. Found it. Bryn found these 2 sunflowers. These 2 guys were too conspicuous. This graceful swaying posture, the golden flowers on their heads, and the little sunflower seeds inside, all revealed their uniqueness. These 2 were hiding at the farthest right in the sea of sunflowers, while their squad was exactly on the far right. Bryn slowly moved her feet closer to them. I bet they can last 10 seconds. Damn, who is talking to me? Chapter 131, it's too late for you to back out now. The sunflower spread its leaves and began to sway. Can you stop swaying and shaking me along with you? The other sunflower complained as it swayed reluctantly in sync with the first one. But the flower on top was accurately facing Bryn. Just now, it should have been this lady speaking. Where? I'm right here. Bryn kindly turned the flower that was facing away from her to face her. Holy crap, a beauty. The sunflower exclaimed upon seeing Bryn. Sunflower seeds began to fall off in surprise. Bryn quickly caught them with her hands. Don't waste. Do you want to gamble with me or not? Let's bet. Hearing these words, the sunflowers opened their mouths to speak. Everyone was paying attention to Wilfred's team, so no one noticed Bryn's actions here. If they had seen, they might think Bryn was sneaking a snack. Before they could continue talking about the bet, Wilfred already started his action. Wilfred swung his golden hammer fiercely at the nut in front of him. Ah, poor little nut, it's going to turn into mashed potatoes. Didn't you see the woman in front of us? Shouldn't we be worried about ourselves? What's there to worry about? Little nut will protect us. Beauty, I'm betting. 2 seconds have already passed. Colorful abilities did not cause any real damage to the little nuts. The only exception was that Wilfred's golden hammer beat one nut out of shape. The remaining nuts joined forces to form a solid wall of nuts. Bryn noticed the sunflower beside her, whose leaf was quietly waving. Then a golden light enveloped the nuts. This light not only doubled the size of the little nuts but also seemed to make their shells harder. This is what I meant by sunflowers giving them sunlight, Brantley team kindly reminded Wilfred. Little did Wilfred appreciate the advice. Do you really think this is Plants vs. Zombies? Looking for death. Wilfred wanted to establish his authority in front of everyone, so he pulled out all his stops. He aimed to wipe out these little nuts in one move. His golden hammer instantly split into 4. They smashed at the nuts from 4 directions simultaneously. Bryn felt like she heard countless cries of pain from the poor little nuts. Bang! A huge explosion followed by a puff of white smoke. When the white smoke cleared, the little nuts appeared before everyone. All the nuts were now mashed potato, scattered on the ground in pieces. Ha ha! Seeing this scene, Wilfred felt extremely pleased. Maybe he could annex other teams for his own use. Wilfred turned around to look at everyone. Such small stuff, they are no match for me. You can join my team now. When it comes to rewards and supplies, everyone gets a share. Why? Am I too intimidating with my ability? Why isn't anyone speaking? Just as Wilfred took a step forward, he found everyone stepping back. They even looked terrified. He touched his face. It was still handsome. Suddenly, he felt something poking his waist. He brushed it away with his hammer and said to the crowd, "Think it over. Joining Team Ma will bring you endless benefits." He then gave Keaton a challenging look. Keaton kindly pointed behind him and took a step back with his family. No need to involve them. Wilfred was about to say more when he felt another poke on his waist. "Will you never stop? Don't you see I'm busy?" Wilfred suddenly turned back, muttering curses until he saw a tan-colored wall. Then a small nut fell from the air onto the ground. It rolled towards the wall and merged into it. "What the heck? Scaring me like that?" Wilfred felt mocked. He looked up. A giant-sized nut was almost touching the ceiling. Holy crap, such a big nut. This behemoth nut blocked his path entirely. Unbeknownst to him, everyone had witnessed the nuts reforming. A golden light once again enveloped the nuts, merging them into one giant nut, which twisted its butt, if that was indeed its butt, behind Wilfred. This time everyone clearly saw the sunflowers providing the energy. It's just a nut. So what if it's huge? Wilfred confidently expressed his thoughts and then lifted the golden hammer. He prepared to repeat what he did before. Unbeknownst to him, this time the nut wouldn't give him another chance. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant nut fell directly toward him. The golden hammer collided with the nut, producing sparks. Unfortunately, in an instant, the giant nut pushed the golden hammer back with overwhelming power. Seeing the hammer being knocked away, Wilfred extended his left hand. Touching the small metallic object on his waist, his left hand transformed into metal. "Just you." This time, the metallic left hand was plunged straight into the giant nut's body. Just as he was about to shred the giant nut, he seemed to feel its mockery towards him. The next second, bang! A tremendous explosion sounded. Coil had been watchfully observing the nut and immediately stepped forward when the explosion occurred, using an earth shield to block flying potato fragments. Other teams also promptly summoned their defensive tools. Only Wilfred's team, due to blind confidence in him, was completely unprepared. By the time the potato bombs exploded, they were frantically trying to defend themselves. It was already too late. Everyone was blasted by the potato bombs to the stairs. Wilfred, at the center of the explosion, reacted just in time to use all his abilities to metalize himself. This saved him from certain death, though he was left barely clinging to life. He fell directly at Bryn's feet, coughing up blood. Seeing that the owner of the foot beside him was Bryn, whom he had looked down upon yesterday, he fainted from anger. His teammates, enduring severe pain, carried him away to treat his injuries downstairs. Fortunately, there were no fatalities. When Bryn saw Wilfred flying towards her, she knew it was the work of the two sunflowers. After waiting for them to drag Wilfred away, she spoke. 11 seconds, I win. Oh, why did she win? Can I go back on my word? Anton wanted to retract its promise with this excuse. Humans often break their promises anyway. You're too late to back out now. Bryn reached out and grabbed its stalk. Chapter 132. No, we don't need to. The two sunflowers looked at Bryn in horror. How did she manage to catch them accurately? Their arrangement was supposed to be confusing and easily not get caught. It was only then that Anton said reluctantly, "Woman, I remember you. Since we lost the bet, here are 100 sunflower seeds for you." Anton felt that his life was more important, so he quickly surrendered by raising his leaves. "I don't really want sunflower seeds." Only then did Bryn release its stem and held its leaves instead. Ismael, seeing itself being threatened, regretted many times for not stopping number one from doing something stupid. Thinking that this is his only brother, Ismael shook its leaves. "What do you want? But except for letting you pass, even if you go past, you can't get to the second floor." Ismael looked disdainfully at the circle of humans outside. These humans would not survive if they were allowed to pass. That's not necessary. So what do you want? Only then did Anton realize that they had fallen into her trap. Sure enough, humans are cunning and deceitful. If Bryn could hear thoughts, she would declare her innocence. She didn't know what Wilfred's ability was at all. But this person is so arrogant, there must be some substance behind it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived until now but should have been beaten to death long ago. "I want both of you." Bryn's words successfully frightened the two sunflowers. They didn't expect this human to be so bold, but at the same time, they breathed a sigh of relief. "It's not that we don't want to, but even if we agree, we cannot leave with you." Anton pushed aside nearby leaves, exposing their root systems. "See, our roots are embedded in the concrete. If you forcefully take us away, we won't live much longer, and I doubt you want 2 dead sunflowers. We also can't help, but we can let you pass safely through this floor. Our pea shooters won't attack you after that." Seeing the concrete floor, Ismael thought Bryn seemed lost in thought, believing their words worked. So it hurriedly provided convenience for Bryn, knowing well that humans love taking advantages. Bryn finally came back to reality. She was just asking the Helena to help clear out people in space. The Helena has already buried small spirit stones in one spiritual plant area, continuously assisting them in restoring root growth once inside. "Even if you don't follow me, you won't last long either." Bryn's mental power scanned them thoroughly. When she arrived, Alicia had come over and whispered to her. "These two sunflower spiritual cores are somewhat unstable, fluctuating up and down, very peculiar." Bryn targeted these 2 enhanced bugs on the sunflowers, intending to study them thoroughly. Due to being in the concrete, these 2 sunflowers can't absorb spirit chi, only ingesting hard-to-digest spirit cores, making their spiritual cores unstable. If replanted, they probably wouldn't last 3 days before withering. Meeting talking sunflowers, how could Bryn possibly let go? Hearing Bryn's words, the 2 sunflowers began to swing wildly. Why does this person know everything? What should we do? How should I know? We're going to die anyway, might as well try. The frenzied discussion of the 2 sunflowers reached Bryn's ears. Lads, is there a possibility that I can hear you talk? How can we believe you can save us? Ismael wanted to struggle a bit more, otherwise, make the pea-shooters act. Since they didn't have many days left anyway, it hated being deceived the most. If you don't believe me, you'll just wait to die. In fact, Bryn was also puzzled. From yesterday to today, these 2 sunflowers made her feel compelled to take them into her space. Clearly, other plants around her were making sounds. Finally, Bryn explained unusually. I have a piece of land filled with spirit cores, which can help repair your root systems. We'll go. Upon hearing this, Anton directly dragged number 2 to start pulling Bryn. Try it out. If it doesn't work, they'd rather die than become a hornet's nest. You haven't told me the consequences if you leave this concrete. Bryn spoke directly, leaving no place for the sunflowers trying to dodge. Well, tell her. You will be indiscriminately attacked by the pea-shooters behind, including the remaining nuts. I believe you can handle it. Anton chose to flatter. After hearing this, Bryn turned back and spoke a few words to Keaton. There will be pea-shooters attacking us later, so we need to be careful. Having said that, Bryn waved at the 2 sunflowers. Break your roots yourselves and come to me. Only then did the 2 sunflowers nod, took the opportunity to sever their roots, and jumped directly into Bryn's palm. They were immediately taken by Bryn into her space and arranged by Helena into the black soil. Both fell into a deep sleep together. Outside, without their presence, chaos ensued immediately. Various nuts began smashing crazily towards everyone. The pea-shooters in the back also started spitting out peas, shooting towards the crowd. Look at the sunflowers, those sunflowers. One person just dodged an attack from the nuts and noticed that the sunflowers before them were slowly withering. If the sunflowers wither, these 2 types of plants will not get replenished, and they cannot fight indefinitely. Braden's, charge. For supplies, charge. All team members became increasingly excited. They were not afraid of nuts or peas, they only wanted to cross the front line and go upstairs. Siscia, these small plants are actually quite cute. The little nuts didn't attack us much. This must be a gift from the sunflowers. Coil directly erected an enormous earth shield, and Bryn added a layer of green vines in front. They were completely immune to these small creatures' attacks. People nearby saw them leisurely walking towards the stairwell, stunned. What the hell? Why is his earth shield so solid? You idiot, you have earth abilities too, look at others. Why don't the nuts attack them? What kind of people are in their team? Do you know if they need more people? No, we don't need to. Our boat is about to be overloaded. Bryn silently refused in her heart. Siscia, is that a big Fraserruth flower ahead? Chapter 133, 1 Fraser level up, what now? Big Fraserruth flower? Where are they? Everyone's attention was drawn to this question. Only then did they notice that Bryn's team had already left everyone behind and was almost at the rear of the pea-shooter line. The big Fraserruth flowers were naturally at the staircase of the next level. The big Fraserruth flowers ahead all opened their large mouths wide, their heavy heads bobbing, catching everyone's eyes. Thus, others also gathered their strength, enhancing their powers, even cooperating with one another. They barely managed to withstand the attacks from the pea-shooters. Those at the back used offensive powers to attack the pea-shooters. Ouch, can you handle it? You blocked the left but ignored the right. Hurry. That pea-shooter has no peas left. Fire type, just burn them. Ice type, freeze that pea-shooter. Through combined efforts, they finally managed to carve out a path. Leading the charge was Brantley's team. Once they reached the staircase, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. On Bryn's team side, they had already set up small tables and were leisurely sipping tea. Even Coil, the Earth Defender, showed no signs of power depletion. Everyone sat sprawled on the ground, panting heavily, completely disregarding any sense of dignity. Looking at their own team's defenders, they really gave no face at all. Truly incomparable. Coil, while drinking tea, felt his powers gradually replenishing within him. Indira's tea was indeed timely. Wow, this tea smells so good. Heck, I took a whiff and feel like my powers are about to upgrade. Can I shamelessly ask for a cup of hot tea? Don't even think about it. These plants are too troublesome, who knows what awaits on the second level. No matter how tired they were, it didn't stop these people from gossiping. No matter what. Look at those pea-shooters behind us, would you want to go back? The remaining pea-shooters, having lost their targets, became docile again, not caring about their fallen comrades. All the walnut Bradens were dead, except for these few pea-shooters that remained. Due to their position allowing only straight-line attacks, they survived. In fact, Bryn could hear their thoughts. These people are so terrifying. Wah. So painful. Phrase him, I'm scared. Facing these pea-shooters whose actions and inner voices didn't match, Bryn could only try to maintain her composure. Stuart adjusted his breathing and approached Keaton again. Mr. Zaire, your team is truly filled with hidden dragons and tigers. I admire you very much. I wonder if you're interested in joining the Tianxia base. Our Tianxia base offers the best benefits among all bases. Never expecting this person to be poaching, Keaton's expression faltered. He originally thought the other party was just testing, as 3 teams had come before him asking if they could join. Please, Mr. Brantley, we were actually heading to the Tianxia base anyway. Oh, may I ask the reason? Stuart just wanted to see if he could offer some convenience, afraid the other might misunderstand. Quickly adding, don't misunderstand, I just want to see if I can help. I am the commander of the official patrol team of the Tianxia base. Keaton nodded, replying, we're looking for someone. Indira's relatives used to work in Tianxia, we hope to find some luck there. Hearing this, Indira turned and greeted Stuart. Stuart secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Looking for family is good. As long as it wasn't seeking revenge, anything was easier to handle. Since that's the case, once I return to Tianxia base, I'll also help you out. Thank you, Mr. Brantley. Keaton politely waved his hand. But what are your plans afterward? One more level up, what else? Then we'll follow your lead. Everyone realized following them meant at least not dying needlessly. While they were talking, Bryn quietly approached the 2 pea shooters. She swiftly negotiated with the little fellows. Do you want to come with me? Your little sunflowers are all with me. Cerise, yes, staying here won't get us anywhere. Phrasium, what do you think? The pea shooter mother nodded at her son. All right, we'll go with you. If Sunflower chose you, there must be a reason. Thus, Bryn only spent 10 seconds to bring this mother and son into her space. She didn't have time to check on the situation inside the space. Bryn hurried back to the group. However, in the second level, she did not sense any talking creatures at all. Was this difference too great? Or was there something else inside that scared them into silence? Big Sister Shia, why not take some little nuts with us? Emma loved those little nuts, their chubby bodies and cute appearances. Serate they bravely stood right at the front. So adorable. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Bryn extend her hand in front of her. Her hand slowly opened, revealing a seed lying within. This is a nut seed. This seed had rolled to Bryn's feet when she came back. She sensed the strong life force inside it. It seemed to be the last hope the nuts condensed before they disappeared. By accident, it managed to survive and could now embrace new life. Cerise, once we return, let's plant it. This seed was different from the sunflowers and pea shooters. Of course, it would still use the soil and spirit water from the space, but it could directly survive outside. It could completely recultivate and grow in this environment. Big Sister Shia, I'll take care of it. I will make sure it grows strong. Bryn carefully handed the seed to Emma. All right, I'll leave it to you. Keep the seed safe. Seeing Emma cautiously place the seed in her small satchel, Bryn ruffled her hair again. Everyone in their team had found their own tasks. It couldn't get more comfortable than this. Bryn lounged in the recliner, sipping tea leisurely. Then she spread out her spiritual power to see what she could find. Behind the big Fraserruth flowers, there lay an entire field of black mushrooms. Some were big, some were small, with various colors, except for the one in the very center. It seemed determined to make everyone know it was a mushroom. Its body contained all the colors of the rainbow. It looked incredibly vibrant. And this mushroom kept releasing poisonous smoke, enveloping the entire first floor in toxic mist. It made it hard for Bryn to see what was behind. But her intuition told her that whatever was there wasn't simple. She didn't expect that just advancing one level would increase the difficulty so much. At the highest level, maybe even a zombie king would appear. Everyone, let's prepare to continue moving forward. Chapter 134, Look, in the face of life, what are men anyway? A voice pulled Bryn back to reality. She handed the teacup in her hand to Dara and then got up to put away the chair, helping to pack it into the backpack. Cooper, this bigmouth flower likely releases poison. Poison? The brighter the color, the more poisonous it usually is. This question I can answer. Just like the prettier a woman is, the more dangerous she might be. Coyle packed up while still paying close attention to their conversation. Bryn wished she could kick him far away. A moment later, have your plant type not come out first. I think this poison can spread by contact. This was also Bryn's guess based on the toxic mushrooms. Toxic mushrooms release toxins, so logically, the bigmouth flower must be poisonous too, especially being placed at the forefront today for the guard duty. It seemed that this poison could directly infect through contact. So powerful. I'll take a sample for research, perhaps we can create some weapons with it. Mr. Apollin's words lit up everyone nearby. What a good idea, absolutely wonderful. No problem, Mr. Apollin, wait for me. Sister Shia, wait for me. Goldie peeked out from behind Mr. Apollin. She rummaged through her little shoulder bag, which had been upgraded by Indira. It wasn't just one bag. Inside, there were several smaller bags sewn together, about 5 or 6. She liked carrying everything inside to feel safe. This also led her small bag to become the brightest colored one, resembling the toxic mushroom they saw just now. I found it. Sister Shia, I made these pills based on the herbs you gave me and what I read, experimenting on my own. Bryn looked at the blackish medicine in Goldie's palm. She pinched one and smelled it. Then she was delighted to recognize the scent of the worry-free grass. Is this an antidote pill? Goldie, you're incredible. Bryn stared at the tiny pill with surprise. With this thing, passing the second layer shouldn't be too hard. Sister Shia, I made these during our time on the ship. No wonder you were always holed up in my lab, secretly researching this. Ah, Howard, I didn't want to embarrass myself if I didn't get it right. Sister Shia, I'm not sure how effective these pills are. Goldie quickly voiced her uncertainties. She'd never done anything like this before. Without a way to clinically test, she felt a bit unsure. This smell is correct. But I'm worried. Help. Before Goldie could finish speaking, someone nearby shouted for help. Everyone turned to look. It was a man sent by the squad to scout ahead. He was an invisibility ability user, so no one knew when he passed. But invisibility doesn't mean immunity to toxins. Unfortunately, he was infected by the toxic mist without even needing the bigmouth flower to bite. He appeared and collapsed on the ground. Just as he was about to be swallowed whole by the bigmouth flower, Auden acted, producing a thin rope, binding him and pulling him back. The bigmouth flower bit down on the rope instead. So while he managed to pull him back, his rope and he himself started turning purple. Within seconds, Auden became entirely purple. To know the effect, we have a chance now. This antidote pill can detoxify and defend. Prioritizing refining was indeed the right choice. Bryn raised her eyebrow at Goldie and then walked over with the antidote pill. Unexpectedly, Auden's teammate looked at her cautiously. What do you have in your hand? Don't try to take advantage of us. Young man, do you watch too much TV? Bryn rolled her eyes and nudged Auden with her foot. He's poisoned. Our girl here is a doctor who wants to save him. Not pleased. Do you want me to go back? Bryn held the pill, watching his conflicted expression. How ungrateful. She didn't really want to help either, preparing to walk away. At the same time, Auden began foaming at the mouth and convulsing. I'm sorry, Betty, please save my brother. This person spoke as if she had suffered greatly. Bryn looked at him speechlessly. If it weren't for Auden being well known in Tianxia base and potentially providing them convenience later, she wouldn't want to work so hard. She roughly pried open Auden's mouth, shoved the pill inside, and forcibly closed his jaw to make him swallow it. You. That person stood dumbfounded with the water bottle, never expecting such rudeness. Earlier, she noticed Jerson was particularly friendly towards this woman. She had no idea what this person had told Jerson. So pretty, yet who knew how many people she had lured in? In the apocalypse, where could you find a woman as clean and refreshing as her? Bryn glanced back. This woman had been glaring at her with hostility ever since yesterday. She couldn't be bothered to respond. It was clear that she regarded Auden as her possession. But, help. Why did a woman have so much anger? It made everyone feel like they were competing for someone's affection. Bryn rolled her eyes. Then she returned to her team, standing at a distance to observe Auden's condition. The woman initially wanted to take out her frustration on Bryn, but she noticed that the color on Auden's body was starting to fade. The purple disappeared, revealing black skin underneath. Bryn inwardly T-scared twice. What kind of taste does she have? Like such dark men? Not even close to her Jude. Wait, why did she think of Jude? Bryn was instantly startled by her own thoughts. That scoundrel had been gone for so long, she didn't know if he had returned to floor 12. Did he know to come to Tianxia base to find her? She shouldn't think about it. The more she thought, the angrier she got, feeling like a neglected wife, when in fact they had nothing between them. Bryn shook off the thoughts. Just then, Auden opened his eyes. Though poisoned earlier, he could still hear their conversation. This woman was nothing but trouble. Quietly hiding in the ship, she nearly caused his death. He had told her countless times he had no feelings for her, yet she clung to him relentlessly. Auden gently pulled his hand away from the woman. He signaled for one of his soldiers to help him up, feeling that his men also needed some discipline. He had himself brought over to Bryn. Brantley. The woman called after him stubbornly. You shut up and stay back there. If you don't, your fate is on you, and I can do nothing. Auden, dare you? If you don't protect me, you'll regret it when my dad finds out. The woman angrily threatened Auden. Bryn whispered quietly to Goldie, you see, in the face of life, what are men anyway? Chapter 135, Team Upgrade, what's the new gimmick? Stay away from this eccentric woman and men in general. Vera, don't worry, such scenarios are plentiful in novels. But if we're fortunate enough to return, I fear Nico might suffer. Goldie watched with great interest as the drama unfolded before her, finding these gossips far more entertaining than books. That's for sure. As for the invisible ability user, he wasn't as lucky. By the time Nico pulled him back, he had already succumbed to the poison. It was only then that his team realized what happened and charged over angrily. Why did you save him but not our teammate? You went too far. Who are you? Bryn stared at the wild-looking man in front of her. His teammate looked beyond saving, no need to waste the medicine Goldie painstakingly refined. Fraser over, they barely knew each other, so Bryn simply turned away, not intending to respond. But the man wasn't willing to let it go like that. Hey, I'm talking to you. Don't think just because your squad can pass through pea shooter plants, you can control all of us. Before coming here, he had observed that this woman seemed to lack abilities. Serate, she apparently held a good position in this squad. No doubt she relied on physical charms. If he intimidated her now, she might submit. Feeling increasingly annoyed, Bryn turned back around and saw the man's intent clearly this time. Another despicable mind. We have no obligation to save your teammate. What right do you have to save them but not help us? If you keep favoring one over another, we won't help you move forward. Now it wasn't just Bryn who felt bewildered, everyone in the squad did. They never asked for help. Nico winced upon hearing this. He had just said anyone could follow their squad. Turned around, and someone started causing trouble. How difficult. Prepared to say something, Bryn beat him to it. Do you have a say in Tien City base? She shook her head. Or are you old acquaintances with any of us? Another shake. Or have you saved us? One more shake. Bryn shrugged. Then why should we save you? Because you've got a big face. Infuriated by Bryn's words, the man raised his axe. Hey, brother, calm down. Don't stop me. I'm going to teach this woman a lesson. Brayden, I'm trying to save your life. Auden quickly caught the axe and continued persuading him. Look, we learned their methods. That's how we managed to pass the first level. If you act rashly now, beware their leader getting angry. They'll make your entire team regret it. After looking at Auden and Bryn again, the man finally put his axe away. Finally, he replied boastfully, consider yourself lucky. Auden waved to Bryn. Betty, this is my failure. We're all from Tien City base, so I naturally have the duty to maintain order. Nico, the whole second layer is toxic. Think about how to get through it. With that, Bryn waved him back to his team. Knowing there was truth to the information, Auden swiftly gathered the captains and relayed the news. Goldie, standing behind Bryn, witnessed everything. The incident left her with a lasting distrust towards men outside their team, making it even harder to find someone she liked. Shaking her head, Goldie rummaged through her bag for a small box. Yeah, I have a whole box. These medicines work well, making him recover quickly without side effects. Goldie, distribute the medicine. Bryn's approval of the medicine was exactly what Goldie wanted to hear, so she distributed it. But this will only block toxins for 10 minutes. So within 10 minutes, we must pass the second layer. Bryn whispered. At present, the first 2 living creatures on this level have been confirmed, right at the end. A pitch-black darkness, nothing visible. Alisha, help me take a look. Knowing Alisha's unique ability, Bryn hoped she could see something different. A few seconds later, Alisha spoke. Sister Shia, it's blackness, pure blackness. Alisha had seen various colors and could judge substances based on color. But an entire expanse of black was also new to her. Great job, our little Yao. It seems we can only take it one step at a time. After we get past that mushroom patch, we'll check out what's on the other side. If necessary, we'll burn it down. Ever since Bryn inherited some bloodline power, strange mantras about knife fire always popped up in her mind. She figured this was a good opportunity to test these mantras and see how powerful they were. However, this world seemed to be locked away from that so-called cultivation world. Even her spiritual brain couldn't find any trace of it. Oh, they called the spiritual brain the Sea of Awareness there. This made it seem more like cultivation indeed. But she knew the bodies of ability users were different from those in the cultivation world. As for exactly how, one day, she would surely find out. Xanth sister, they finished their discussion over there. That Brantley team invited us to join in the discussion. Coyle had been observing them initially, wondering what they could come up with. To his surprise, they did come up with something, so he quickly called Bryn over. Oh, let's go and listen to their ideas then. Brantley Amadeo, our team has a member who has purification abilities. He can absorb poison gas and convert it into clean oxygen for everyone to breathe. Brantley Amadeo, our team has a member whose ability is air isolation, allowing people to stay unharmed in a vacuum without inhaling toxic gases. Brantley Amadeo, our squad also has. Bryn looked at these squad members, who were completely different from yesterday's, and asked curiously, why are they so enthusiastic? Coyle, how did Brantley Amadeo get them so motivated? Oh, Brantley Amadeo said that if anyone can help everyone get through this crisis, their squad will receive an upgrade when they return. Squad upgrade, what's the new gimmick? Coyle shook his head, indicating he didn't know, while a man nearby looked disdainfully at them. Are you really from Tien City base? How can you not know such a big deal? Sorry, but we really aren't. Brayden, why don't you enlighten us? Chapter 136, you're too cocky, but I like it. The man puffed out his chest proudly and said, the teams of the Tianxia base are divided into 4 categories. Xian, Di, Xian, and Huang, 4 grades. The badges we wear are different for each grade. We've just been upgraded to the Xian level. Let me show you our badge. The man cautiously pulled a badge out of his pocket. Bryn almost doubted if this badge would be salty enough considering how this guy didn't seem to enjoy bathing. The badge was a transparent round object, featuring an eagle on its front and a Xian character carved on its back, with what seemed like earth-yellow radiance flowing inside. What's the material? Bryn looked at the badge in surprise. She hadn't seen such a badge in her previous life. It's a spirit core. Auden noticed their conversation and joined in. He also pulled out a badge from his chest area, but his had multicolored radiance flowing inside. These badges look impressive. These badges all contain a life-saving spirit core. The higher the grade, the greater the damage it can withstand. For instance, his can only resist 1 full attack from a level 2 zombie. But mine could perhaps withstand a level 4 zombie. Previously, Wilfred might not have triggered it because their team was at the Huang level. Bryn and Coyle stared wide-eyed. This method was brilliant. Why hadn't they thought of it? Behind them, Daylan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, rushed over. Young man, may I take a look? Taking the badge from Auden, Daylan examined it closely. He couldn't help but marvel that people in Tianxia were indeed smart to think of this approach so quickly. And once this badge disappears, it will show up on the leaderboard, indicating that this team is in trouble. Everyone can also know which mission went wrong, and they'll be more cautious when signing up. Isn't this experimenting on people? Sensing their puzzled looks, Auden didn't dodge their gaze. This is the only way to draw everyone's attention and ensure sacrifices aren't in vain. Normally, no one takes new missions at the base, but seeing many others did, we decided to try. Never imagined this mission would be so tough. Brantley team leader, what happens if the bounty items aren't turned in? That hasn't happened before. After all, ordinary people can't use bounty items anyway. For resource-related missions, keeping items hidden risks attracting unwanted attention. Bryn nodded. Indeed, everyone's mission details could be clearly seen in the main hall unless they planned to leave the base. They, however, weren't bound by base rules since they didn't belong there. After studying it, Daylan returned the badge promptly. Now they understood why these people kept their badges close. Since they signed up with them, Daylan decided to return to the boat to start working on their defense system. He already had a great idea. So, have you come up with a plan? Bryn asked as Auden approached. Serais, almost. A few special psychics can isolate this toxic gas, though their abilities aren't very high. Phraseist lack range and endurance. As for Zaire team leader's side, do you have any psychics skilled in this area? We do. Kirk raised his hand, pointing to Indira behind him. We have defense-type psychics. Keaton instantly understood and agreed. In that case, let's divide into 4 teams, and we hope you can lead one. One team has a good reputation in Tianxia and is easy to work with. Thank you, Zaire team leader. After thanking Zaire, Brantley also thanked Bryn. If he couldn't figure out who was in charge now, he wouldn't deserve his position. Once both left, they quickly returned to their own team. Indira, what did Kirk mean earlier? Oh, he meant the century egg and lean meat porridge I made on the boat. Didn't Coil study a poisonous bomb? Everyone glared at him upon hearing this. The stench lingered on the boat for 3 days, making it unbearable. No one knew what happened to the mermaid hit by it. That porridge, after eating it, creates a blue circle around me, blocking all smells. I ate it for 3 consecutive days. Kirk lowered his head and spoke softly. What? You have such a good thing, and you don't share it with everyone. You even hogged it for yourself, making us suffer for so many days. I didn't mean to. Kirk, somewhat embarrassed, lowered his head even more. At that time, he was still a little scared and didn't dare to speak too much. Oh, if he had said so, it would have been eaten up long ago, and there wouldn't be any left today. Indira quickly interrupted them, joking along with the kids, not realizing how thin-skinned he was. It was just a small casserole before. I asked Bryn to keep it. One portion either lasts longer or covers a wider area. It depends on how it's used, but the effect of one portion only lasts 5 minutes. This casserole is roughly 2 portions. Coil took over the casserole quietly handed by Bryn and started eating with his head down. Charging ahead naturally fell to him as the man. Ah, this century egg, this lean meat, this porridge. So fragrant. 2 minutes later, all 4 teams were fully prepared. Horace, Brantley has already told me. Don't worry, our team will stick closely to you and won't fall behind. Keaton coolly nodded and then stood at the back of his team. To outsiders, this looked like 2 big men protecting a group of the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled. No wonder they misunderstood. Let's go. Please have all psychics get ready. Auden shouted out the order and led everyone to start approaching the giant mouth flowers at the front. The special psychics walking at the front began activating their abilities. 1, 2, 3 small circles gradually appeared among the group. Suddenly, an extra-large circle appeared in everyone's field of vision. My goodness, what level of psychic ability is this, to create such a huge circle? Can it last until we finish this level? Soraya, isn't this big circle relatively weak in protection? The team behind Bryn's squad stared in shock at the large circle in front of them. How could this circle be described? If others' circles were bubbles, theirs was a hot air balloon. It even engulfed more than half of the neighboring teams. Cough, well, this big circle really gives a sense of security. Right, can we go through? Bryn, hearing the discussion beside her, quietly teased Coil. Coil, you're getting pretty cocky. But, I like it. Ha ha ha. Chapter 137, A Little Turtle Carrying a Flower. We have to do it big if we're going to do it at all. Otherwise, how will we stand out? Coil strutted like an ostentatious rooster, which reminded Bryn of Truman's initial behavior. There was a bit of resemblance. We've taken the antidote pills. These are just a cover, said Keaton with a chuckle. This guy seemed to be growing more childish as he lived. But everyone let him be since it wasn't a big deal, and they naturally went along with it. Unfortunately, this became perceived by others as flattery from the team members toward Coil. Recalling Coil's earth shield from earlier, and now his isolating bubble, people realized he possessed dual abilities. Instantly, many felt the urge to poach him. Coil moved forward, and everyone behind him tried hard to stay within the circle. Because once they stepped out of the circle, it meant coming into close contact with the poisonous gas. Can't you make the circle bigger like the neighbor did? Oh come on, hurry up. My body is almost outside. Do you know how to walk? Can you do it? He can, but then we won't last 10 minutes. The big-mouthed flower saw that none of them were poisoned and started to open its mouth wide, attempting to bite someone. Everyone in the back brought out their combat abilities to attack the big-mouthed flower. Several couldn't keep up, exposed to the poison gas, and fell down immediately. This made things even more chaotic for those people. Meanwhile, Bryn stood before a big-mouthed flower, her fair hand grabbing its stem, keeping it millimeters away without touching her. Let me go, you naughty woman. Why don't you challenge me one-on-one? What? At your young age, calling yourself sir. I am your sir, follow me, and I'll take you to better places. "Temph, you think you can trick Big Fraseruth? I can't leave this place." Bryn had to coax patiently. To outsiders, many thought she had gone mad talking to this man-eating flower. After some coaxing, after patient persuasion, she managed to put this big-mouthed flower into her space pocket. Of course, she ensured the big-mouthed flower provided a proper distraction. Nobody noticed. Then, following the team, they exploited the flower's immobility to pass this challenge. They arrived at the toxic mushrooms. "Ha, tiny humans, come accept the judgment of the mushrooms." Bryn decided she didn't really want this mushroom. Who knew the mushroom seemed aware she could hear it. It directly shouted at Bryn, "Hey, girl, look over here. I know you took Big Fraseruth, the silly kid. Why don't you take me too? With my 7 types of toxins, you can poison anyone you want, guaranteed no failures." Such an eager mushroom made Bryn even less interested. But it seemed to have its own agenda, severing its connection to the ground, shrinking into a small mushroom, hopping toward her. Bryn had no choice but to catch it and throw it into her space pocket. This mushroom gave her a feeling similar to a dominant presence. Too proactive. Fraser, after the colorful mushroom disappeared, the toxins secreted by the mushrooms on the ground gradually reduced. A few minutes later, the toxic gas in this area began to disperse outward. Thanks to the cleaning auntie who needed to open windows before leaving for ventilation. This circle can probably hold for a few more minutes. This poison gas hasn't completely vanished, everyone must remain vigilant. While other ability users absorbed spirit cores to maintain their powers, Coil leisurely took out his final. Century eggs, lean meat, kanji, a bowl of century egg and lean meat kanji. Oh my god, so fragrant. Never gets old. What kind of person is this? What conditions are we in? He's actually enjoying his kanji so leisurely. Don't tell me, but his kanji smells amazing, and it's still hot. The aroma of meat, how rare it is to eat meat nowadays. Nico told his confidant, looking at Coil's kanji, "We must treat everyone in this group with respect and never underestimate anyone. There might be a spatial ability user among them. Boss, spatial ability users are rare, and we encountered one today. We must try to recruit them into our base." Nico's subordinates looked at Bryn's team with admiration turned fiery enthusiasm. With a spatial ability user, their resource searches would be far more convenient. All hands, on guard. Just as everyone relaxed, a voice rang in everyone's ears. Bryn's team doubled the thickness of their protective shield, causing all ability users to mimic them. What? Who just spoke? There's nothing here. What a joke. In this tense situation with our abilities, who's playing such a prank? The voice just now sounded like a woman's, coming from over there. Following the person's finger, everyone looked toward Bryn's team. "Hey, woman, what's going on?" 3 seconds have passed, and nothing happened. One of the short men directly stepped out of the safety circle and walked toward Bryn. At that very moment, in that split second, black smoke, like black dragons, surged from the darkness ahead toward everyone. The smoke enveloped the short man. In the next second, he had already turned into black smoke, dispersing in the air. And those who had just lowered their shields could only hastily reactivate them. It was too late. By the time they saw the smoke, it had already permeated their bodies. They instantly turned into black smoke. The entire team was reduced by a third in an instant. The remaining people heeded Brantley's warning and followed that mysterious team. Bryn had spoken up just to warn Coil. At the moment the smoke was released, she finally knew what was lurking in the darkness. Something that seemed both plant and animal. A large turtle with a flower on its back. She really didn't understand why there would be a turtle here, or how a turtle could combine with a flower. And it was a decaying flower at that. The black smoke earlier came from this flower, possibly due to mutation. The smoke moved as slowly as a crawling turtle, and the stench was gone. That's why everyone let their guard down. But why should it matter to her? Bryn felt she had kindly warned them. Otherwise, these people might not have survived. Brantley's team consistently did exactly what the other team did. Thus, his team was one of the only 2 teams without any casualties. "Betty, do you know what lies ahead?" Auden looked at Bryn beside him. This woman was formidable. She was the second most powerful woman he had seen since the apocalypse began. Just a little turtle carrying a flower. What? Chapter 138, I decide not to wash my face for 3 days. Bryn's words left Auden and his nearby confidant stunned. Several seconds later, Jackson finally realized his own shock. With the world coming to an end, what was there left to be surprised about? "Betty, is there a way to solve this?" Auden asked with some reluctance. The disappearance of those people had made it clear that this poison was far more potent than the previous ones. He was well aware of his limitations. "We'll know as we continue forward." After saying this, Bryn instructed Coil to keep moving. They had only been talking for a minute or two when Bryn found out the truth. The tortoise was hiding in the darkness and hadn't come out. Not because it was powerful. Its breathing was weak, it seemed still to be in hibernation. But during the moment the black smoke dispersed, Bryn could sense the tortoise's movement. In short, it was just walking too slowly. So, they had to move past it. Bryn took out her flashlight and pointed it into the dark. Sensing the light source, the tortoise stopped moving entirely, remaining motionless. "Do you call this a little tortoise? What kind of flower is this? Why does it look so familiar? Why does this combination seem so strange? Did this flower release the poisonous smoke? I didn't see it move at all." Is there any other dangerous creature around here? The tortoise in front of them was as tall as an adult human and occupied a huge space. It almost blocked the entire staircase entrance, leaving only a narrow path for one person to pass sideways. This narrow passage had only been cleared after the tortoise moved earlier. Bryn stepped out of Coil's protective shield and approached the tortoise. Betty, be careful. Beware of the poison. Bryn waved her hand and explained to Auden, it's not moving. After getting closer, she noticed that the tortoise had indeed been walking but now seemed to have gone into hibernation suddenly, and the rotten-smelling flower on its head appeared to have entered dormancy as well with the tortoise. This challenge was over just like that. Bryn walked along the narrow path and past the tortoise, standing at the staircase entrance. Then she beckoned to everyone. You can come through now. Betty, be careful what you say. Don't wake up the tortoise. She's too confident. If we wake up the tortoise, we'll all be in trouble. Cerise, our abilities are already limited, and there are no crystals here to help us recover. Hearing the murmurs, Bryn deliberately spoke louder. I said, you can come through. As soon as the sound faded, the tortoise stretched its legs and moved its head slightly. Frightened, many ability users amplified their defense shields to the maximum, fearing another burst of black smoke. But the tortoise merely withdrew its head and limbs into its shell. Behind the tortoise, Bryn saw 2 tortoise eggs roll out after it moved. She casually picked up the 2 eggs and stored them in her spatial bag. Then she found a sandy spot and buried the eggs inside. There you go. She didn't care whether it was right or wrong. This action further alarmed the outside ability users, who immediately summoned their most powerful defenses, assuming Bryn had been crushed by the tortoise. Heavens! That woman is dead. We told you not to speak loudly. Now look what happens. Serves her right. What do we do now? Don't talk nonsense. She's fine. A man in blue couldn't stand listening to them anymore. Their team had saved them multiple times, yet they showed no gratitude. If you're so tough, then come out and cross the tortoise. After this remark, everyone fell silent. Humph. The man in blue led his team members out of the defense shield and followed closely behind Bryn's team. They successfully passed the tortoise and arrived at the staircase. Thank you, Horace. Thank you, Betty. We are the Blue Nightshade team, part of the Mystic team. If you need our help, we will cooperate anytime. Upon hearing this, Keaton turned around and surveyed them briefly. Seeing this man looked somewhat normal, he nodded. The man breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly led his team to find an open space to rest and recover their abilities. Brayden, Horace sure is cold. But their team looks so affectionate. Those 2 young girls are adorable and very well behaved. Okay, hurry up and restore your abilities. This is only the 2nd floor. Bryn was no longer paying attention to whether the people behind had crossed. After getting the tortoise eggs, she sat down, and her mental power entered her spatial bag. She had always rushed through before. Now that she had some relaxation time, she could finally take a good look. Initially, the vegetable garden that was only as big as a palm has now developed into the size of a football field. On one side, various grains are planted, along with durable and filling potatoes and sweet potatoes. On the other side, there are all kinds of fruits and vegetables. The trees that were planted at the very beginning have long matured, and now it's unknown how many generations have passed. As for the medicinal fields that were added later, their growth has been rather slow. Currently, only a small portion of them has managed to grow. There are still quite a few plants that have just started to sprout. Bryn walked around, sighing as she went. Then she took a look at the Shea family manor. It had also undergone tremendous changes. Though its size remained unchanged, all the furniture had been transformed into rosewood. Bryn knew that these items were extremely beneficial for cultivators to focus their minds. If there was a chance, she could take some out to see if they could help the team members. Finally, Bryn found the bougainvillea. A fruit hung on its branches. She didn't know that bougainvillea could bear fruit. But this did not affect her pleasant mood in the least. Bryn, once this fruit is ripe, it can become my avatar. Then I will be able to stay by your side whenever you're outside. The bougainvillea shyly swayed its branches as it looked at Bryn. It was somewhat afraid that Bryn might not need its company. That would be great. Having you around reassures me a lot. Her words made it immediately excited. In the next second, it started dropping petals. The petals drifted into the small forest with the wind. Hey, can you guys hurry up? The master has been back for ages, and you're taking your sweet time. Hurry, hurry. Bryn saw a group of little creatures jumping over from the path. They chattered non-stop, making the space feel more lively than ever. Bryn, we'll help you take care of those newly arrived mutated plants. Although they are a bit different from us, some of them are quite cute. That sunflower even gave us sunflower seeds. Soraya, yeah, here you go, Bryn. A little monkey directly handed her something wrapped in lotus leaves, then hopped back happily. Bryn looked at me, so I've decided not to wash my face for 3 days. Bryn looked at the sunflower seeds in her hand, ready to say something. Bryn, Nico is looking for you. Chapter 139, this is just too good. Bryn could only leave the space directly with the items she was holding. The sunflower seeds went straight into her small bag. Betty, I came to thank you. If it weren't for your team, we might not have passed the first level. Instead of suffering heavy casualties, we successfully crossed the first 2 levels with so few losses. Although Auden knew he was being a bother, he still had to thank them. After all, he still hoped they would continue leading him on. Nico, you're too polite. We were just lucky. But I fear the upper 2 levels will be even more dangerous. Bryn waved her hand. She didn't like people being overly formal with her. She feared more those who pretended to be courteous but actually wanted her life. It seems we can't advance further today. Let's spend the night here. This turtle shouldn't wake up, so we can rest easy. Keaton knew that Bryn disliked socializing and quickly took over the conversation. I imagine Nico understands. We aren't from the base, and unlike you, we have no obligation to protect these people. If something happens, we'll naturally prioritize ourselves. That thanks isn't necessary. Bryn secretly gave him a thumbs up. He really knew how to talk. Well done. She hated dealing with officials. Zaya's team would handle it from now on. Bryn hurried back to Indira and the recently lit stove. She took out the sunflower seeds from her small bag and shared them with everyone while listening to the friendly exchanges between Team Zaire and Team Brantley. Cooper, don't be too polite. I do have some selfish reasons. I hope you all can provide more protection within your capabilities. Though smiling, Brantley's heart was bleeding. He hadn't even said anything explicitly, yet they had already declined him. Now he had to repeat himself, which was embarrassing. Nico, before now I never asked why the base is so determined to obtain this reward item. Why did they offer so many resources as rewards? Those behind Zaire, eating sunflower seeds, nodded their heads in curiosity. They were all curious. To tell the truth, this thing seems related to the zombie virus vaccine. Brantley hesitated for a few seconds but finally revealed it. If they knew this, they might help humanity by assisting them. Howard Apollon, they say it's related to the zombie vaccine. Xiao Jin, we need to get a sample ourselves and study it. I'll join the base's laboratory to see who has such audacity. Not only about the zombie vaccine. How the zombie virus and natural disasters originated, have they understood all this? Howard Apollon, why does the Tien City base have such information? Well, once we get there, we'll naturally know. Seeing Howard Apollon's disdainful expression, everyone understood. Researching the zombie vaccine seemed far off. Knowing history, Bryn rolled her eyes upon hearing vaccine. 5 years into the apocalypse, there was still no so-called vaccine. Only 5 months in and they're thinking of researching a vaccine. It's wishful thinking. After all, dreams can sometimes be easier to achieve because everything exists in dreams. Nico, it seems the origin of the zombie virus has been found. Clearly, diplomatic Keaton also thought of this. Not exactly, these are just rumors. Brantley scratched his head awkwardly. These people were more rational than he imagined. Outside, many would go crazy if they heard about a zombie virus vaccine. Sarate, only he remained calm. Nico, we were just asking. Hope we can safely pass through the remaining 2 levels. Keaton's tone made it clear he wanted Brantley to leave, and Brantley knew better than to stay. He wasn't sure whether leading these people to the base was right or wrong. They seemed to have many secrets. Sigh. First, let's get through this stage. Sister Shia, the upper 2 levels might be much stronger. Now, these 2 levels almost required no effort. Guess the main challenges are above. Clara, want to go check it out together? Bryn invited the little girl, intending to train her courage. Frasier over, she noticed the girl's eyes weren't hopeless. She had already discussed this with Goldie and would tell her once they succeeded. Bryn used her mental power to observe the next level. Unlike the previous darkness, this one was full of vitality. Green and lush, like a miniature green forest. Recalling the initial floor description, this level indeed described a plant mini-world exhibition. Inside were mostly rare plants. Likely even more unique now. Bryn observed briefly, it looked similar to what was described. To reach the next level, one must cross through the entire floor and reach the other side. It would be like crossing the entire botanical garden. The danger level would be double that of these 2 floors combined. Bryn retracted her mental power and softly sighed. She felt like she was getting into trouble for them. Big Sister Shia, there are so many colorful things up there. They look so beautiful. Alisha reminisced with a face full of longing about what she had just seen. Since she could see those things, she felt no different from being able to see normally again. Compared to others, she was actually more grateful for the arrival of the apocalypse. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to see these colors again. Bryn nodded. On the next level, we need to stay alert. Bryn is right. The higher we go, the more dangerous it gets. We can't be as casual as before. Keaton looked pointedly at Coyle, who had been relaxing more lately. Cooper, don't look at me like that. I haven't forgotten to seriously enhance my abilities. Coyle didn't know why, but he had become more relaxed recently, completely lacking the caution he initially had when facing the apocalypse. Are you done talking? Come over and eat. Ellie came to call everyone. These past 2 days in the tower, everyone had been eating simply. This time they heated some soup and steamed buns and added some pickled vegetables. But to outsiders, this already looked incredibly tempting. The pickled cabbage came from Bryn's space, and Indira used her powers during the cooking process. As a result, the smell of the pickled vegetables was mouth-watering, making anyone within sniffing distance drool. Not to mention the fragrance emitted by her power. Gulp, why do they make even pickles smell so good? This is too much. Help. My soda crackers aren't fragrant anymore. Bryn was munching on her steamed bun. Although the food Indira made was never tiring, she wanted something different. Before the apocalypse, she only kept some chickens in her space, then later got some rabbits by chance. Seeing this, she had to find ways to raise other small animals to diversify everyone's diet. What is that smell? It's too fragrant. Chapter 140, afraid this is just the beginning. The moment the fragrance wafted over, Bryn had already signaled Ellie to use her water abilities to form a water-based protective shield. The fragrance directly dissolved into the water and was eventually enclosed in a water sphere by Ellie, delivered into her palm. Wow, this is the fragrance from just now? It's actually purple. Dara, it looks like your water abilities are about to upgrade. Bryn grinned widely as she watched Ellie. Dara's ability upgrades slowly, but relatively speaking. Her powers are very stable. Now even if she fights beyond her rank, victory is not out of the question. It all depends on Dara practicing non-stop in daily life. Her proficiency with water far exceeds that of ordinary people. Little Leaf, what a great ability you have. Why don't we keep it? I'll research it when I get time. Howard, don't fight me for it. I want to research it too and see if we can develop some special pills. Seeing this scene, Bryn laughed, especially observing how others outside reacted. The purple fragrance came suddenly, catching many off guard without timely defenses. Some even moved closer to take a few sniffs because of its allure. In the end, these people all ended up intoxicated and lost in their dreams. So this fragrance can make people act drunk. Look at that person. A tall man stood up dizzily after sniffing more of the fragrance and started dancing in public. His posture was embarrassingly clumsy, almost like someone practicing drunken boxing. Soon enough, several other such individuals appeared around them, displaying various ridiculous stances and postures. It was quite an eye-searing sight. Better not smell this fragrance, it's really embarrassing. Soraya, but it's pretty amusing. Haha, look at that guy, standing on one leg like a crane. Little sister, there's someone dancing like a snake over there. Those squads who realized to defend themselves later were hiding in defensive shields, patting their chests in relief. What an embarrassment. Hey, why didn't you warn us in time just now? Speaking was an old man dressed in hemp clothes, looking around 40 years old, his face dry and shriveled like a skull covered in skin, rather frightening and annoying. Phraseest of his team members were affected except for this captain who protected himself inspired by Ellie's water abilities. Water abilities that seemed useless before could also set up such defensive shields. Can't you speak decently? She only just reacted, and you guys didn't have any alertness. To have the nerve to come out searching for rewards like this. The blue team, who defended Bryn's team, wore blue butterfly ornaments, fitting their name Blue Beauties. In what position are you to lecture us? Mind your own business. Ha, you think you're so tough. How about managing your own teammates? Look at them sprawled all over, they should be ashamed. The skeleton man drew a large bone from his waist and slashed it at the other. Clearly enraged, the wind he generated seemed capable of slicing through skin, filled with immense killing intent. You think only you have weapons? Murray from the Blue Beauty squad immediately drew a large sword from behind him, taller than he was, seemingly heavy but easily wielded. Bryn's team watched in fascination as Keaton explained to a few young members beside him. That skeleton, though made of bone, must be enhanced by ability, not easily shattered. But this sword and this young man are quite impressive. This blade has considerable weight. At the moment the bone clashed with the sword, sparks flew. The bone and sword seemed evenly matched. Indeed, as Keaton said, the large bone had been infused with metal ability, making it abnormally hard despite its appearance. Serrate, the large bone might mislead enemies, causing them to underestimate it. Cooper, we shouldn't underestimate anyone based on their weapon. Cerise, sometimes the simplest weapons can appear most dangerous. Evidently, the sword-wielding youth knew this well. He poured all his strength into attaching flames to the sword. The clash between fire and metal was intense. Enough, stop fighting. This person was the captain of the Blue Beauties. With a flick of his fan, he effortlessly scattered the two fighters. Wow, what a cool weapon. It reminds me of the Apollon sect, from novels. Coyle's words successfully attracted the other party's attention, and while persuading them to stop fighting, he actually gave Coyle a flirtatious glance. Brayden has good taste. I love Apollon sect from novels, so I had someone specially make this fan for me. Skeleton Head saw that not only did the other person disperse his attack but also had time to chat with others. His whole skeleton face twisted in anger, his body covered in metal abilities as he raised the large bone and aimed it at the fan. Are you looking down on me? Saying that, he was about to strike the bone towards the person's head. If this hit succeeded, it would likely turn the person's skull into fragments. All surrounding people were drawn by this attack. The big knife boy wanted to come over to stop it, but before he could act, a small fan blocked the bone midair. With a light flick, the big bone was sent back, and Freddy stumbled backward. You are not worthy to be my opponent. Wow, Cooper, that's too cool. Can you help me get one of these weapons? This person is probably a level 4 ability user like me. That skeleton head should be a level 3 full ability user, about to upgrade soon. One level difference still means a lot. Goldie felt somewhat wistful, her ability could only save lives. To take lives, she could only practice hard. Level suppression doesn't exist within our squad. Bryn assured everyone. Our squad has a 50% chance of winning when we challenge level 4s despite being level 3s. So we're still powerful. Cooper, if there's an opportunity, I want to train my body more. Cerise, all of us need to strengthen our training. Abilities are great, but they are limited. We also need to improve our physical fitness. This fragrance, besides making people drunk, can also cause anger, leading to irrational actions. Cis Shia means that these two were controlled by that smell. Howard Apollon nodded, he had noticed this as well. It must be 2 fragrances mixed together. It seems we haven't observed carefully enough. Gifford and Kirk leaned together observing. They still had much room for improvement. This fragrance suggests that flowers have bloomed above. This might just be the beginning. Just as Bryn finished speaking, the faint fragrance wafted over again. Chapter 141. Oh my god. What a sin. This time, all the protective shields were active. Therefore, no more people got infected. However, those who were already infected were crawling around and could easily leave the protective area. Let's tie them up. Auden could only suggest to everyone that all the plant-type psychics bind these people with their abilities. Coil, you're a plant-type psychic. Once we get to the next floor, see which plants you can tame. If you can, it will greatly help your plant-type psychic power. Bryn remembered in her previous life, some plant-type psychics could scatter seeds to create traps. Those seeds must have been collected from the wild. Senior Shia, rest assured, I'll be mindful. Kirk, you need to learn to utilize your psychic powers as well. Find opportunities to practice. If you're really scared, ask Gifford to guard you. In case of any emergency, he can carry you away. Cooper, your lightning-type psychic power can naturally suppress these creatures. Alright, don't worry, we'll take care of each other. Bryn gave instructions one by one. She felt like an old grandma at this moment. Hearing everyone's responses, she felt warm-hearted. This was the feeling of relying on friends, instead of just depending on herself. Get some rest. Tonight, it's my turn and Emma to keep watch. Gifford and Emma immediately raised their hands. Although they were children, they understood it was everyone's responsibility to keep watch. They didn't want to be treated specially either. With this feeling, she slowly fell asleep against the wall. All the hustle and bustle around her had nothing to do with her. The next morning, Bryn opened her eyes. Some people nearby seemed to have fought all night, with dark circles almost reaching their mouths. On their side, the water-type and earth-type defensive shields kept alternating throughout the night. Everyone looked refreshed and energetic. They were mainly focused on staying spirited. How did they end up like this? Bryn pointed at the Blue Rose team, which was one of the few teams she remembered clearly. Senior Shia, their captain, and that skeleton man fought all night. That skeleton man was strong, chasing after them for hours. Gifford thought about the scene last night and chuckled. Despite being extremely tired, he still had to chase others relentlessly. In the end, their captain couldn't take it anymore and knocked the skeleton out with a fan. Senior Shia, why are there thin layers of black mist on their spirit cores? Alisha's words made everyone stop what they were doing. Alisha, did you just start seeing this today? Bryn asked, pleasantly surprised. Previously, she hadn't heard anything about it. Soraya, I felt dizzy last night. After a good sleep, I could see it. Sis, why didn't you tell me you weren't feeling well? I thought it was just from looking at things too much and resting would fix it. Alisha has upgraded her psychic power. Bryn held her hand and felt her powers. Goldie also checked her body urgently. No physical issues, and no fever. Faye, Lexi will cook fish soup for you later to nourish yourself. Seeing everyone's concern, Alisha blushed instantly. In the morning, Indira started researching breakfast and lunch for them. After this meal, they could set off to the next floor. She fried the fish until crispy, chopped it into bits with a spatula, then poured boiling water over it. Instantly, the aroma filled the air. Using a sieve to filter out the bits. A little salt, no other seasoning needed, the fresh and fragrant fish soup was enough to tempt anyone. Using the oil from frying fish, she made small fried eggs for each person, plus luncheon meat. Indira then put hand-rolled noodles into the soup, along with a handful of green vegetables. When it was served, the aroma wafted directly into everyone's noses. Oh my god, what a sin. How does this wealthy family even have such culinary skills? They have eggs and luncheon meat. Remove the shield, let me smell the aroma. We have fish too, but we can't eat it. Maybe it's because of the wrong people. You're elder, if you're capable, go make your own meals from now on. Seeing the argument starting, people from their team quickly diverted attention from the fish soup to mediate. Such incidents happened in teams 1, 2, and 3. Their understanding of Bryn's team went up another notch. Some people also took out their long-stored dry rations. Forget it. Who knows if they'd survive going upstairs, might as well eat first. For a moment, various smells appeared at the stairwell, directly covering the fragrance wafting down from the upper floor. Meanwhile, all the fighting stopped as the aroma of food spread. The members of Bryn's team were long accustomed to such breakfasts, and no one noticed the immense damage it caused to their surroundings. Bryn even took out the Larogan Ma she had previously acquired. It was a perfect addition to the noodles. Without further ado, they paid respect by eating first. Once everything was tidied up, Brantley led everyone, notifying that they would start moving to the next floor in 10 minutes. He also reminded everyone to make sure the defensive shields were intact. The scent floating down has such power, it will only be stronger on the upper floor. Everyone must be extra cautious. Bryn glanced back at the snoring turtle before leaving with her team for the stairs. 2 teams were already waiting at the stair exit. Never thought this floor would be so beautiful. Sarais. The colors are so vibrant, it's a rare sight. Even before the apocalypse, we might not have seen such a scene. Crack, crack. Drawn by the sound, everyone turned to stare at Bryn's phone. Your phone still has power, she's even taking photos. Sister, don't you know how dangerous the road ahead is? Sister, I'm just a fresh college graduate, and you're calling me sister. For the first time, Bryn wanted to punch someone over a nickname. Serate, that person looked far older than her. Haha, you're just jealous of me. I have a fully charged phone. Upon hearing Bryn's words, the few people in front immediately widened their eyes. Since the calamity, electricity in the base was conserved meticulously. Each person could only charge their phones up to 30%, and only in public areas. This person actually had a full charge. How could anyone not feel envy or jealousy? Seeing their expressions, Bryn knew this was still a demand from her previous life. She put away her phone in good spirits and carefully observed the botanical garden in front of her. There are sunflowers here too. Even nuts are here. Shia, there's even a small pond over there. To build an artificial pond here, there must be something special in it. Chapter 142, Daring to Capture Us, Seeking Death. Bryn followed their discussion and looked toward the pond. She vaguely felt there was something beneath this small pond. However, her spiritual power couldn't penetrate it, which only indicated that the thing's level was higher than hers. Ever since they entered this floor, they had already been under the surveillance of the pond creatures. Cooper, don't get involved with the thing in the pond. Bryn, what is that thing? I don't know yet. We'll find out when we get closer. Bryn frowned and sniffed again. Due to the overly strong fragrance previously, it had spread downward. Now, after coming up here, a foul smell was hidden beneath this fragrance. The two smells intertwined, becoming very unpleasant. The smell here is very strange. I didn't feel it just now. Why is it so obvious now? Goldie tried hard to endure the discomfort and sniffed again. Big Sister Shia, this floor makes me uncomfortable. Goldie, are you okay? Bryn watched Goldie's face gradually turning pale. It seemed there was an extremely violent presence here, causing such discomfort for Goldie. And its level must be quite high. Bryn looked at the surrounding plants again. These plants have actually become zombified. These zombified plants also developed a bit of intelligence, allowing them to hide among the numerous flowers and plants. They were almost successful in deceiving everyone. Unfortunately, as the fragrance weakened, their scent became noticeable. Bryn still caught it. At a glance, one could not even see the stairs on the other side, demonstrating how lush the plants were. As Bryn pondered a strategy, the people behind directly overtook them. The skeleton man stepped right into the botanical garden. What are you all standing here for? They're just some plants, not nearly as dangerous as the ones before. Just as he spoke, countless branches rubbed against the ground, trying to climb up the skeleton man's legs. The skeleton man swung his large bone club and chopped off all those branches. I told you. These little plants. Ah! Several branch-like limbs akin to human arms moved again, this time binding the skeleton man's waist and legs completely, taking advantage of his momentary lapse in reaction, directly dragging away the bone and pulling him out of sight from everyone else. All this happened within just 2 minutes. Bryn's spiritual power followed and arrived below the small pond. It seems the problem really is with the small pond. The mutated plants have developed intelligence and mostly know to avoid powerful psychics, especially zombified plants. All they can see is flesh and spirit cores. Seeming to respond to Bryn's words, the outermost branches moved again. They blocked the entrance tightly, clearly saying, "Keep out." The plants downstairs were quite adorable. Why are these on this floor so bizarre? Bryn raised an eyebrow. Then, a large fireball of greenish-red color appeared in her palm, about the size of 2 basketballs. Seeing this, the other team members also ignited similar large fireballs. The thorny vines at the edge sensed the danger and retracted all branches, revealing a clear path ahead. Let's go. Holding the fireball, Bryn beckoned the team forward, ignoring the followers trailing behind. When Bryn passed by the camellia tree at the entrance, she paused briefly before continuing. Fire and lightning elements naturally suppress plants, she reminded Auden kindly as she walked by. After all, so many fire psychics couldn't sustain it from start to finish and would need to switch and recover. With Bryn's large fireball leading the way, the front teams faced no obstacles. But, after walking for about several dozen minutes, Big Sister Shia, it feels like we're going in circles. When we were downstairs, it took us roughly 10 minutes to walk straight to the staircase entrance. Now, it seems we can't even find the entrance. Coyle pointed at the surrounding green plants, which seemed to be both the same and different from before. Cerise, and the people behind us have disappeared. Keaton nodded. He had been walking last but hadn't realized the other team behind them was gone. Others seemed similarly sluggish in their reactions after entering this place. Bryn looked at the fire in her hand. The flame flickered dimly, and the surrounding plants responded differently. As they walked, the plants should have become increasingly dense, but some areas seemed to deliberately guide them. And some plants were actually unafraid of her nirvana fire. Our protective shield is intact, and we all took detoxification pills this morning. It shouldn't be the effect of the fragrance. Bryn nodded. She dispersed all her spiritual power. She could sense that there were many people around them. But no matter how they walked, they couldn't encounter members from other teams. I'll mark this tree. Kirk pulled out his fruit knife and carved a small face on the silver tree in front of him. In the next second, the silver tree seemed to trigger some switch and directly formed a black hole. Kirk, be careful. Several voices rang out at the same time. Bryn was the farthest away, her and Coyle's green vines were about to touch Kirk. Goldie, who was closest to Kirk, grabbed him. Both were sucked into the black hole together. Bryn and Coyle's green vines crashed into the silver tree. The silver tree trembled, then turned to ashes and dissipated in the air. Damn it. Do you know where they were transported to? Bryn released her spiritual power again but found no trace of the two. What kind of power could block her spiritual force? Except for the thing in the small pond. Let me try, Sister Shia. Alisha opened her eyes, which immediately turned into a rainbow starry color. After a few seconds, Alisha was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Alisha, stop right now. Bryn was alarmed. This would do no good and might even hurt her. I can make it. They are not on this level anymore. As Alisha finished speaking, she spat out a mouthful of blood and closed her eyes, falling backward. Gifford pursed his lips, caught his sister, and placed her on his back. Indira hurriedly came forward and gave Alisha some spirit spring water, which Bryn had given her after boarding the ship. If any problems occurred, one should drink the spirit spring water immediately. Now, the spirit spring water had been diluted by Bryn, just right for everyone's current physical condition. Don't worry, she probably overexerted herself and is exhausted. Clearly, the botanical garden has an illusionary array near the entrance, despite being only a few steps away. Everyone, be extra cautious later. After giving instructions to everyone, Bryn made the flame in her hand much larger. Since it wants us to follow its wishes, let's walk over and see. Whoever dared to capture us is asking for death. Chapter 143, Our main strategy is wealth and power. Betty, the illusionary formation you mentioned? It's a type of illusion. This place should be formed by an array, leading us into an illusory realm as if we've been walking in circles all the time. Thanks to the ancient book, and my diligent self. Bryn silently praised herself in her heart. If she hadn't read the book, she might not have noticed it either. On this side, after Goldie and Kirk were sucked away by the black hole, less than 3 seconds later, they felt the scenery turn greyish, then they fell into a small passage. Sister Xiao, what is this thing? How come it feels sticky? Kirk raised his sleeve which had been smeared with something sticky. How does this look so much like aloe vera mucus? Goldie smelled the slippery substance with some uncertainty. Oh, it really is aloe vera. Don't worry, aloe vera gel is good for beauty, there's nothing to fear. Kirk looked at her somewhat puzzled. Weren't they supposed to be afraid since they had just been sucked away? Why does Sister Apollon seem so unafraid? Calm down, Bryn and the others will surely come to save us. Sister Xiao, it looks even darker ahead. Kirk pointed to the path ahead. The dark area seemed to attract him. He now felt a bit excited. This was embarrassing. Let's go. We'll get to that aloe leaf. Look, water is coming. Quickly, let's get on it. Some more people are being flushed in. It seemed many people had been thrown in behind them, and some were already unconscious. Unlike them, who remained fully alert. Chirp chirp. Bryn, this sound, it sounds like the mechanical bird's call. Cerise. This was the second time, with 2 calls heard. Is walking like this going to work for us? Coyle scanned around uncertainly. This area didn't seem different from where they had just been. The trees on both sides aren't different, but take a look. Bryn pointed to the road beneath their feet. Because this place had been artificially created as a botanical garden, the ground was paved with pebbles and soil. I see, some of this soil is new, some old. The pebbles also have newly added ones and those originally worn out. Coyle and Gifford spoke alternately, unveiling the secrets underfoot. You see those stones, some resemble crystal cores. They seem like plant crystal cores, all green. Based on previous situations, Horace merely squatted down to observe those few green crystal cores. Since Sister Shia said it's a formation, isn't it similar to the one you set up on the boat? This formation relies on these spiritual cores to sustain itself. Coyle and Gifford exchanged glances, saying simultaneously, will destroying these spiritual cores disrupt this formation? Not possible. The formations here are likely of the killing variety. Once we mistakenly touch the crystal cores, this entire botanical garden could turn into a killing ground. Bryn hurriedly stopped Coyle's hand. Upon entering this place, mutant plants and zombified plants coexist without interfering with each other, thanks to this formation. It supports the formation while maintaining balance between the two. This formation only emerged after the apocalypse. The elderly Apollon spoke calmly. Bryn admired silently. Experts were indeed experts. They had figured it out so quickly. Based on her observations, she had reached the same conclusion. Seeing Bryn's eyes, everyone understood Daylan was right. But aimlessly walking like this isn't a solution. Help. There's a man-eating monster. Just as Daylan was about to speak, a blooded person ran directly out from among the greenery. Brayden, are you okay? Coyle caught the man immediately, preventing the blood from touching others. There are monsters. The man seemed still immersed in the horror, not paying attention to Coyle. Sure. Ellie waved his hand, summoning a water column that drenched the man thoroughly. Who splashed me? Brayden, brother, what happened? The man suddenly snapped awake, trying to use his power, but Coyle held his hands down. Recognizing Bryn's team, he slumped to the ground. A monster, a black shadow, devoured everyone. Black shadow? Cerise, a black shadow. It said to play games with it, and those who lost would be swallowed into the black shadow. Coyle glanced at Bryn, then continued, like a black hole, sucking people in. Seeing Coyle's description, the man nodded excitedly. That's how it happened. Everyone was sucked in, and I felt something was wrong, so I ran down the small path, trying to find people. There were so many teams, but after walking for a long time, I couldn't find anyone. My ability is special. I can sense life forms around me. Just now, I sensed you guys, so I pushed through the green plants and rushed over. What about the blood on you? It was those plants. They looked harmless, but as soon as I touched them, they attacked me. Upon hearing this, everyone pulled Aunt Hayden, who was closest to the plants, into the center of the group. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Bryn stood nearby, and after hearing the mechanical bird's call, she paused for a moment before speaking. Since that's the case, feel out the other life forms around you. The man glanced at Bryn. He remembered this woman, Nico, and the Blue Demon Flower Team captain treated her with great respect. He then saw the fireball in Bryn's hand and nodded. Closing his eyes, he activated his ability. There are 3 people on the left. No, only one remains. No, 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 they disappeared. The man opened his eyes and started panting heavily, a feeling he hadn't experienced before. Those people seemed very close yet very far away, rapidly depleting his power. At the same time, Bryn released her mental energy. Sure enough. On the left was where they had disappeared earlier. Bryn turned her mental energy into a thread, continuously wandering along the path, circling around their location like climbing a mountain. Holding onto a spirit stone, she sustained her mental energy. Up and down, it finally stopped at the entrance successfully. Bryn then realized that the spirit stone she had left at the entrance initially could also serve as an exit. The small pond wasn't in front of them but on the left side of the entrance. From the start, this array had distorted space. With each step taken, each team entered different spaces. They naturally wouldn't encounter others but could still sense their presence. This gave some ability users the illusion that others were nearby, including Alisha. When the man used his ability just now, it appeared he was heading in one direction, but in reality, he was moving in circles. That's why it depleted his ability so quickly. Breaking through the plants and jumping over, though covered in blood, he only suffered superficial injuries, quite lucky. However, for non-ability users, this would be a problem. For Bryn, it wasn't a big issue. Our main strategy is wealth and power. Not only do we have plenty of crystal cores, but also lots of spirit stones. Let's keep moving. Chapter 144, still had time to eat spicy sticks. Sisshia, what about this guy? Coil looked at the bloodstains on his hands with some disgust. Strange, when did he become so meticulous about cleanliness? Coil felt something was off but quickly brushed it aside. Take him along. Upon hearing this, Coil hurriedly carried the person and followed everyone's pace. Who knew they had barely taken a few steps before the stones and soil on the ground changed again. Bryn, this is where Goldie and Kirk disappeared just now. Millimeter. Riggs seemed to have also understood what was happening. He joined Bryn in observing the surroundings. Serais, this is the place. Bryn examined the fine dust on her hand. It was ash from the ginkgo tree that had scattered on the ground. Do we end up back where we started? Ellie looked at the dust in Bryn's hand with confusion. To be precise, this is the exit. What? The exit? The exit to where? Cooper, looking at Coil's startled reaction, found it rather exasperating. An 8-foot-tall man, yet not at all steady. The exit of this layer of space. It's also the entrance. Sisshia, you've got me confused. Coil stared at the vanished position of the ginkgo tree with bewilderment. I'm confused too. The man raised his hand alongside Coil. Everyone except Riggs wore bewildered expressions. It's probably due to that black hole. Riggs looked at Bryn affirmatively. Seeing her nod, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed finding Goldie shouldn't be too difficult. This black hole serves as both the entrance and the exit. Cow Bay likely accidentally triggered the exit, which is why he was transported away. And as we kept moving forward, we were actually walking in circles. This place is our 4th time around. What? 4 times already? How come I didn't notice anything? Coil almost jumped up. He felt more and more disoriented. Look at the ground. I threw a purple crystal core at the entrance and a blue one at the exit. Oh, there are 2 blue crystal cores over there. Sisshia, you did all these things without us noticing? Gifford looked at Bryn with admiration. Bryn smiled faintly, thinking she had done even more. Likely their team was similarly situated. Others on their team were teleported away, and in panic, he wandered into the entrance and ended up in our space. So what do we do now? The man, seeing Bryn, felt a glimmer of hope he might still be able to save the rest of his team. Wait for what? We found the exit. We should go out directly. No can do. Going out this way would only lead us to another space by mistake. We won't be able to leave either. So we just let the black hole suck us in? Bryn looked at him speechlessly. Are you stupid? We don't know where we'll end up if sucked in. What if we land right into a monster's mouth? Coil's words always jinxed them. Whenever he said something bad, it came true. Bryn had a hunch this might be true again. Chirp, 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 chirp. 4 chirps. After hearing the mechanical sparrow sound, Bryn spoke again. How many layers of space did you detect just now? Keaton also noticed the mechanical bird sounds. There are 4 layers of space. It has been exactly 30 minutes since they were captured. Bryn glanced at her watch. Her guess wasn't far off. The bird's call rang twice at 5 minutes in, 3 times 10 minutes later, and now it's 15 minutes and 4 times. Keaton shared his observations with everyone urgently. For layers mean we will return to the starting point. Riggs added, as if solving a riddle. Heaven. When did you guys start studying these things? Coil looked left and right, feeling like he hadn't done anything while the others did so much. Xiaoshu. Holding on to the guy counts as doing work. Serais, Braden Shu, you did a great job. Ellie and Emma's words pierced Coil's heart like arrows. Bryn smirked slightly and glanced at the sky. Let's wait here. Sisshia, how long are we waiting? About 20 minutes or so. After estimating the time, Bryn pulled out a small folding chair from her spatial bag, placed it on the ground, and nestled into it. Foldable and with a backrest, this outdoor chair was perfect, the best choice for Bryn. Seeing this, Emma took out her own small chair from her backpack. Without having her own spatial ability, she asked Bryn to provide her with a foldable chair. A few minutes later, Bryn's team was already seated in a circle. Indira opened her magic bag and handed out snacks to everyone. Bryn contentedly opened a small pack of devil's jelly. Don't underestimate it, it had its own unique taste. Seeing Bryn's team like this, the man widened his eyes in shock. You, how can you still have time for snacks? You even have time to eat spicy sticks. Don't you have companions who were captured as well? Aren't you worried? Bryn finished the jelly in her hand, licked the chili sauce from the corner of her mouth, and then spoke. They have ways to protect themselves. Besides, getting anxious won't help you get out. Goldie and Kirk were also sitting on their little stools, munching on chocolate bars from their small bags. Wow, Sister Xiao Xiao, this chocolate has nuts inside, so fragrant. Then share some with me, mine seems to have a filling, you should try too. Soraya, after we finish, let's remember to ask Sister Bryn to restock. Beneath their feet lay an enormous aloe vera leaf. They figured out that they were now inside an enormous stomach, though they didn't know what kind of animal it belonged to. You all still have time to eat and don't think of a plan. This came from the people who were washed down with them. Kirk had used the aloe vera leaves to catch everyone. Why not just stay safe? There's no real danger in here. The aloe vera leaves floated around inside the belly, which was filled with water and various plants. And gold. Cerise, there was gold, but not much. There was no gastric juice seen at all. And everything was dark. Kirk finally understood how to use his darkness type ability. When they first fell down, the sudden drop made him panic. He formed a dark energy protective sphere around both of them. Then they landed on the aloe vera leaf. As the gastric juice and water were about to engulf them, he used the dark energy to freeze everything in place. This nearly drained his ability, but thankfully Goldie had a bag of crystal cores. It kept them unaffected. Since we're full, let's continue working. Everyone, be careful. Bryn's voice just trailed off. Chapter 145, At worst, we use Obdraman to strike. Just as Bryn finished speaking, the ground beneath them began to shake as if an earthquake had struck. What's happening? I think I saw members from other teams. What's going on? I see them too. There seem to be 2 teams over there, and they also look like they can't stand steady. Speaking of Goldie, she and Kirk were just finishing up cleaning up the garbage when she started folding their small chairs. Kirk used dark power to carve wounds into the creature's belly with a fruit knife. Though it was a fruit knife, after infusing it with dark power, each cut inflicted immense pain on the creature. This directly caused the space it created to become unstable. The 2 of them stood on an aloe vera leaf, swaying along with it. Soon, this creature seemed to feel discomfort, and its insides began to churn continuously. A wave hit everyone. Kirk, we might be able to get out. Hold on to the aloe vera leaf tightly. Xiao Xiao, you too. As soon as they spoke, a huge wave surged back towards where they came from. Chirp. We. The mechanical birds chirping and voices overlapped. Bryn immediately sensed it and quickly stabilized herself, waving her hand to put all the chairs back into the space pocket. Time is up, let's go. A black hole appeared before them. Can we really get out through this hole? I don't know. You don't know and yet you ask us to go? What if it's a trap? Will we all lose our lives? Seeing that Bryn couldn't confirm either, the man jumped up. Coil kicked him directly in the buttocks, directly sending him towards the black hole. Ah! Help me. The man's cries for help were sucked into the black hole along with him. Let's go. Seeing this, Bryn immediately followed him into the black hole. Unexpectedly, due to the shaking of the space, the area began to shrink prematurely after Bryn entered the black hole. Hurry, you go first. Keaton hurriedly guided the 2 elderly people, along with Ellie and her daughter, and Cody through the black hole. He, Coil, and Gifford stayed behind, jumping into the black hole just before it closed. Cooper, where are we? This doesn't look like the exit Shia mentioned. Coil and Gifford looked around. It seems we've separated from them. This should be the outer layer. Keaton noticed a small pond at this layer, presumably the outermost one. Upon coming out, Bryn only saw the 2 elders and Ellie with her daughter. She understood that due to the shaking of the space, they were likely transported to another area. Big Sister Shia, what about Cooper? Don't worry, they'll find a way out. Emma, upon hearing this, was worried about her companion Alisha. Don't worry, with Cooper, they'll be fine. At worst, we use thunder to strike. Hearing Bryn's words, they couldn't help but laugh. Meanwhile, the man who had been kicked did not appear in the same space as them. Bryn, look where we're standing. Bryn nodded, she noticed it right away upon arriving. They were now standing on the top floor of the Tower of Heaven. Unbelievably, they had bypassed the lower levels and come straight to the top. This floor was clearly designed for experiments. The group curiously examined the transparent glass rooms before them. Daylan rushed over immediately. These are for studying biological mutations, plant variants. These study gene fusions between plants and animals. These are biochemical weapons. Bryn, come quick, is this the formation you mentioned? Bryn hurried to Daylan's side. Inside the glass room, various formations were laid out using stones. The bookshelves in front of the stones were completely empty, likely taken away during evacuation. These stones actually contained spiritual energy. These people have been researching spiritual energy even before the apocalypse. After thoroughly examining all the rooms, Daylan concluded. How did they discover the existence of spiritual energy? Big Sister Shia, come over here, there's a notebook at the entrance of this lab. Emma's voice directed them over. December 5th, invited to participate in this secret activity. Spirit veins and spiritual energy are real, surpassing human understanding. December 25th, these experiments are insane. What do these people intend to achieve? February 14th, they haven't even figured out the spiritual energy, yet they have started researching formations. I didn't expect that the formation research would progress faster than the genetic studies of flora and fauna. April 6th, these plants and animals are no longer controllable. Some plants are even emitting black smoke, and many people have died. These people turned into terrifying things. For the first time, I regret studying these things. Seeing this sentence, Bryn's expression instantly became serious. She had always thought it was a natural disaster followed by zombies. It turned out that zombies were already artificially created before the disaster. Is there any connection between this place and Remy's underground laboratory, and the Sky Market base offering such rewards? Do they also know clearly what happened here? Seeing Bryn's rare expression, Daylan patted her shoulder. Bryn, once we get to the Sky Market base, maybe all these can be unraveled. Apollon Larrow, do you think this apocalypse is due to natural disasters or human-made calamities? Bryn never got close to these things in her previous life, but in this life, she always felt as if there was an invisible hand pushing her to find these truths. Underneath a certain ice of extreme cold, a man in black silently watched the scene before him. The group of experimenters from the Tower of Heaven actually turned his little thing into this ugly form. The man exuded cold air around him. Serate, the fire-type spirit seed in front of him seemed to play with the ice-type spirit seed, both harmoniously appearing in the air. Congratulations, Master, the fire-type spirit seed has been successfully fused with the ice-type spirit seed. Cerise, our leader's energy has also recovered much. The man in black stared at Bryn in the footage, his icy gaze gradually softened. It seems she has grown quite well even without me. Wasn't it because the leader prepared everything for her beforehand? If I hadn't rushed over, her friend would have been gone long ago. The man in black glanced at the kneeling man on the ground and said, good job. Mara, our leader actually praised me. It's like raining red flowers from the sky. He was about to say something when he was sent out by a frosty gust. Only one sentence remained in his ear. Go to the Sky Market base. You know what to do. Isn't it just asking me to protect Bryn? Worrying about this and that, did our leader really grow emotions? The man muttered to himself and turned into a green light, disappearing into the air. Bryn felt as if someone was calling her name. She patted her head. Chapter 146. Is this a man-eating flower? Perhaps it's a madman flower. Continuing to investigate the surroundings with Daylan, Goldie and Kirk had been holding onto an aloe leaf when they were washed into the pond along with everyone else. This pond looked identical yet completely unrelated to the one they had seen at the entrance. It was so large that it seemed to cover an entire level, but this level was clearly supposed to be a botanical garden. Xiao Xiao, look quickly. Before them, an animal was writhing on the ground in discomfort. Its chubby face framed by a pair of wet, large eyes stared at them innocently. Its short nose flashed with a hint of gold light, now scrunched up in pain. Its fur was brown all over except for its white ears, which trembled slightly. Small fleshy wings sat upon its shoulders, contrasting sharply with its enormous body. These humans were too wicked, it couldn't eat gold and thus couldn't recover its powers. Upon waking, not only did someone plant things on its back, but it also found itself thrown into a pond that seemed designed to counteract it. Clearly, it loved gold. Isn't what's on its body the botanical garden we saw earlier? It seems so. I think I see Cooper. To Goldie's surprise, the creature before her was growing larger. Only when Cooper and others fell to the ground did she realize it. Cooper, Coil, it really is you. Goldie hurried over to help them up. Kirk noticed the aloe leaf protecting them had shrunk down to a small leaf and rushed over to Cooper. Goldie, Kirk, it's good to see you safe. We're fine. Goldie waved her hand. Did Bryn and the others get teleported here? No, we just came out of this animal's mouth. Kirk pointed to the animal by the pond's edge. This creature looks somewhat familiar. Coil stared uncertainly for a few moments. Why, isn't this a pie yarrow? It has a dragon-like head and tail, a horse-like body, a lion-like appearance, and even wings. But it's way too fat. Barely recognizable. It's a pie yarrow indeed. Cash recognized it as well. But with the team still incomplete, they couldn't let their guard down. The botanical garden is on its body due to the magical array. Magical array? Frasier aside. In an instant, another team was ejected from the space, landing in front of them. Nico. Cooper. Are you alright? Auden sighed in relief seeing Zaire, then realized Bryn was missing. Cooper, where's Betty? We got separated. Zaire understood there had been no encounter. Goldie, what happened before? Cooper, this pie yarrow doesn't seem malicious. There seems to be an entrance in its mouth which swallowed us. Now it spat us out. Goldie omitted mentioning their assault on the pie yarrow, as more people gathered, making this place unsuitable for discussion. So where are Bryn and the others? The pie yarrow twisted uncomfortably, the objects on its back causing it much distress. Meanwhile, Bryn, sensing something, walked toward a glass room. Unlike other rooms, this one had dried red and green bloodstains on the glass and floor. It was evident that the animals or plants inside suffered inhumanely. Recalling the plants and animals downstairs, they were likely survivors of these experiments. Our botanical garden must have been the last experiment. They might have succeeded but couldn't leave. If not for Bryn, we wouldn't even be here. After his observation, Daylan found no staircases on this level. The only way in was through that black hole. Bryn closed her eyes, releasing all her mental energy. She was here for longing grass, and now was the best time to find it. The botanical garden downstairs must have relied on longing grass to form its array. But after feeling around, Bryn found no trace of longing grass. So where could it be? Bryn, since we're certain the longing grass is here, let's search the glass room thoroughly. Bryn nodded but paused mid-step. Something was off. No stairs made no sense. An empty lab made entirely of glass also didn't add up. But what exactly was wrong? Bryn, is that longing grass? Ellie suddenly pointed at a laboratory. They had seen this laboratory from outside before and did not find the longing grass then. But now, inside the laboratory, floated a plant emitting a golden glow. It looked somewhat like an aloe vera, with only 3 leaves, and its root system at the bottom was still coated with soil. Bryn nodded, indeed recognizing it as the appearance of longing grass. Something wasn't right. Still, something was off. When she thought of longing grass in her mind, it didn't appear. Why did it appear when she and Daylan mentioned longing grass? And that diary, the things they saw in their notebook later appeared in various glass laboratories. When they first arrived here, the glass seemed to show nothing. Also, no stairs. How could there be no stairs? How can there be no stairs? Bryn deliberately voiced her thoughts. In the next second, a staircase slowly appeared behind Daylan. The staircase seemed to lead to a specific path. On this side, Emma saw her nod and was about to directly push open the door to enter and take the longing grass. Emma, don't move. Bryn's warning was too late. The laboratory that Emma entered immediately turned into a huge red mouth filled with blood. It swallowed Emma directly. Ellie didn't have time to pull Emma back, only watching helplessly as she was swallowed. The man-eating flower prepared to continue opening its big mouth to swallow Ellie and Alina together. Realizing this, Ellie quickly summoned a water dragon, hitting the flower's mouth off course, and carried Alina to run toward Bryn. Emma was a psychic. She would definitely be able to save herself. She couldn't panic. As she carried Alina toward Bryn, the surroundings completely changed. All the laboratories disappeared, turning into man-eating flowers, each with large mouths, waiting for them like a trap. Man-eating flower, spit out Emma. Bryn walked up to the man-eating flower, her long sword already drawn. Hihi, if you have the ability, then find my main body. The little girl is inside my main body, any later, and she will be dissolved. Ha 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 ha. Is this a man-eating flower? It seems more like a madman flower. Chapter 147. Naturally, this divine beast is a pie yao. Behaving like a lunatic. Bryn took out the small bud of the triangular flower. A small pink bud that could create illusions. It could also break through illusions and find the entity that created them. Go. Little pink flower. Haha, you think you can find my true form with just a little flower? You must be a fool. Indeed, humans are all fools. Those experimenters who tried to study me ended up being devoured by me. Unfortunately, those people had no nutrients at all, only making me fatter. When Bryn heard the constant chattering of the man-eating flower, she felt an urge to strike it. This man-eating flower was truly verbose. No, she needed to find Emma first. Missy, found it. It's this one right in front of you, the most flamboyantly dancing big-mouthed flower. Mph, looks like you really have guts. Bryn finished speaking and immediately attached the hellfire to her long sword, striking at the arrogant man-eating flower in front of her. It's impossible. How could you find my true form so quickly? Humans have a saying, those who show off die young. I'll eat you. The true body of the man-eating flower was pierced by Bryn's sword, quickly transferring its essence to the adjacent plants. Opening its huge mouth, it sprayed saliva that could directly dissolve a person. Dara, protection shield. A water-based protective barrier firmly protected the others. Bryn lifted her sword again, stabbing towards the true form of the enemy. Why can you find me? The man-eating flower shook its big head, confused. Do you think only you can create illusions? Seeing the pink flower in position, Bryn glanced at the few spirit stones on the ground. She put away her sword and began to form seals with her hands. Pink flower turns illusion, myriad phenomena arise, array activated. In an instant, pink petals filled the entire space. Every man-eating flower that touched the pink flower vanished instantly, leaving only the original plant. Bryn summoned her long sword. Go, sword. The sword, carrying hellfire, sliced through the air, cutting down the large flower of the man-eating flower. The large flower fell to the ground, and Emma was instantly spat out. Bryn extended her hand to catch her. Big sister Shia, I'm fine. While inside the man-eating flower, Emma used her lightning power to protect herself. The corrosive fluid couldn't even get close to her, but if Big Sister Shia hadn't saved her soon, her spiritual energy would have been exhausted. But Big Sister Shia always came just in time. You should taste the power of the illusion too. Bryn flipped her hand and threw the true form of the man-eating flower into the spirit array. It relived its most painful moments once more within the illusion. The man-eating flower returned to that room with black iron walls. Without a trace of sunlight, only endless darkness. Those humans attempted to extract its energy. They were constantly trying to draw out its energy day and night. Its resistance only made these humans more excited, seemingly because it understood their language. Of course, they failed and decided to replicate it. They actually learned how to extract her blood for replication, creating a clone identical to itself. How could Frasier the carnivorous flower tolerate such humiliation? She awakened new abilities in pain. Using the illusion, she killed those humans. Those humans ran away in fear, taking everything with them. Feeling bored, she remodeled the botanical garden below. And that stupid thing below, I used the array I stole from the laboratory on it. Who knew it just wanted to sleep? What a waste. Bryn watched the man-eating flower lost in its memories, understanding everything that happened in the pagoda of heaven. All this stemmed from human greed. A few seconds later, everything around returned to normal. This level was indeed a laboratory, but all laboratories were fortified with copper walls and iron walls. Glass rooms were suitable for greenhouses, not experiments. There's nothing here, it was emptied long ago. Let's go downstairs. They should be there. Meanwhile downstairs, everyone looked at the poolside pie yarrow and the staircase entrance blocked by it. The entire place has turned into a pool. Only that narrow path is passable, but it's completely blocked by it. We must pass through this pie yarrow to reach the staircase entrance. This pie yarrow seems harmless, but we don't know what will happen when we approach. Soraya, what if it swallows us again? Let's wait a bit longer. Talking won't help. Let's try passing through. Keaton didn't want to hear any more hesitant talk. He exchanged glances with Goldie. Goldie hurriedly nodded. Elder sister Shia's judgment is never wrong. Perhaps they were transported to some safe place. Or maybe they're up there. Coyle pointed upwards as he spoke. Just as they were about to make a move, the pie yarrow seemed to sense something and started moving first. Damn, this thing is moving. The pie yarrow's turn sent it directly stepping into the water pool. The water in the pool was instantly squeezed onto the shore, drenching everyone in front of it. Luckily, I put up the earth shield just in time. As Coyle said this, he was met with countless hateful gazes. Their team was fine, but most of the other teams were drenched. How could they not be angry? He didn't even give them a heads up. After turning around, the pie yarrow started sniffing incessantly at the staircase entrance. What is this thing sniffing? The staircase entrance is empty. There isn't any big monster, right? At this moment, the pie yarrow felt a wave of heat rushing into its brain. It was the scent of its master. It had been asleep for so long and wanted to find its master upon waking. But there was no trace of its master's scent, and it couldn't track it at all. Just now, it seemed to catch a whiff of its master's scent. This staircase was too narrow to allow it to go up. The scent was intoxicating. The scent grew stronger and stronger, until it saw Bryn appearing with everyone else. What? My master has turned into a woman. How can this be? Ooh. Someone save me. Bryn looked curiously at the little creature before her. She heard every word it said clearly. What did it mean by turned into a woman? She had always been a genuine woman in both this life and her previous one. Little one, you're a pie yarrow, right? The pie yarrow jumped at Bryn's words. Has the master turned into a woman, and her voice also become gentler? I am naturally the pie yarrow, the divine beast. Bryn tried hard to suppress her smile that was almost on her lips. Then why are you swollen like this? The pie yarrow struggled forward to continue sniffing, but hearing these words, it plopped down its big bottom into the water pool. Its group behind it once again experienced a baptism of love. It's all those humans' fault, doing research on microworlds on my body without reason. And someone even set up a magical array, causing my body to grow bigger because of water. Listening to this, Bryn roughly understood the situation. These people really have big guts. Chapter 148, go ahead with confidence. It's true, daring to attack such a huge creature. You're wrong. In their eyes, animals are only for food or experimentation, Aspen complained in his mind. If it weren't for my ugly appearance, I might have been eaten by these humans as well. As a respectable divine beast, to end up like this is truly too tragic. Bryn had felt quite sympathetic toward it until she heard that line. Ha ha ha, little guy, you're too cute. Don't worry, you're not ugly. It's those indiscriminate eaters who are unattractive. You can hear what I'm saying? Aspen realized this and was so scared that he jumped out of the water pool. It seemed as if the entire Tower of Heaven was shaking. Aspen stopped just at the staircase entrance and sniffed carefully again. That's strange. You have the scent of my master on you. But it has faded. You're not my master, but you know my master. What are you talking about, little one? Bryn looked at the dragon-like big head before her, swaying and muttering to itself. What's your master's name? My master is the strongest immortal. He's very handsome and kind, taking special care of us little animals. Little animal? Are you sure? Cough, do you want to hear me out? Go ahead. My master is Frasier. These words genuinely startled Bryn. This Frasier, could he be the clan leader Frasier from 1,000 years ago? If this little thing has my master's scent, it must be because he planted something in my mind back then. Thinking of this, Bryn nodded slightly. I may have indeed met him. Tell me quickly where my master is. I need to find him. Excitedly, Aspen grew larger, almost squeezing the whole space. The botanical garden on its back started to sway, and some smaller plants couldn't hold on, falling off its body. They shrank back to their original size. Some were mutant plants, some were zombie plants. Without the array's maintenance, the zombie plants attacked any living beings around them through every possible gap, driven solely by a desire for blood, spirit cores, and upgrading. The mutant plants wished they could shrink into the ground, fleeing this terrifying battlefield. Don't get so agitated, you'll explode if you keep this up. Bryn used green vines to try calming Aspen, but with little effect. I don't mean to. My energy is insufficient, so I gradually grow larger, until my body bursts open and I lose consciousness, becoming just a walking dead. Aspen said all this in one breath, seemingly using up all his strength. A dark aura of death emanated from him, similar to the black aura from the zombie plants. Bryn was surprised when she realized she could see this black aura since leaving the boundary. Her body seemed to be continuously adapting to the power of her lineage, including being able to hear the voices of animals and plants. Her ears were now filled with many small plant voices along with Aspen's. This place is too terrible. Why did I just grow up to endure this? Do you think we wanted to? We awakened awareness only to fall into despair. They truly won't let us plants live in peace. Bryn blocked out these sounds according to a method she followed internally, leaving only Aspen's voice. If this issue isn't resolved, everyone here probably can't leave. She still hasn't found the long yin grass. Bryn, the array on it seems to be absorbing its energy. The plants seem more vigorous. Surrounded by numerous voices, Bryn finally paid attention to Riggs's words. She realized she had overlooked such an obvious clue. Standing at the staircase entrance, Bryn clearly saw the array on Aspen's body. This array is a cultivation array, combined with an illusion array. Something created by lab people. How can I trust that? The cultivation array directly exploits another's energy to promote growth, draining all its power until it dies of exhaustion. During this time, it can't use any energy, literally watching itself die. This array is too vicious. Seeing the array, Bryn naturally thought of this. It was probably due to the inheritance of lineage power. Perhaps someone in the lab had some unusual encounters, just like you. Riggs recalled seeing the remnants of those laboratories on the upper level. That laboratory, although it was an illusion, accurately replicated the laboratory as seen through the eyes of the man-eating flower. The formations in that room were mostly completed in one attempt, seemingly very easy to practice successfully. But according to her recent observations, not everyone was as talented as Bryn, able to succeed on their first try. Maybe. There was a plaque on the table in that room with the character Leonardo. Cody had remained silent all the way, trying hard not to be a burden to everyone. But while observing along with everyone, she made efforts to remember some small details in her heart. And thus, this clue came about. Leonardo. This surname is easy to find. Thank you, Cody. Since you didn't intentionally harm my friends, we will help you. Goldie wouldn't kill it since it wasn't acting on its own will. Coil and Goldie, struggling with the zombie plants on the opposite side, finally managed to shake off the entangling zombie plants and mutant plants. They finally had the chance to shout to those at the staircase. Older sister Shia, we're over here. This side is full of mutant plants and zombie plants. Don't come over. Hearing their voices, Bryn finally felt relieved. Next, they just needed to deal with the pie show, and everyone could reunite. This pie show likes to eat gold. If we can get some gold, maybe it can help replenish its energy. Gold? Maybe I can help. Cody stepped forward directly. I can sense there's a lot of gold jewelry down here. Maybe I can bring the gold jewelry over to feed it. But my ability may not be able to sustain for that long. Cody felt a bit embarrassed, as she hadn't helped with anything and was already making demands. Would they look down on her? About this. You don't need to worry about this. We have plenty of spirit stones and crystal cores. Ellie, seeing her like this, quickly patted Cody on the shoulder. Sarais. Bryn directly reached out her hand, and a small bag appeared in her palm. She handed it directly to Cody. When Cody opened it, she was blinded by the shiny contents. Are we so rich? Haha, we don't only have plenty of food, we also have abundant resources for improvement. Go ahead confidently. Chapter 149, Why Still Not Working? Bryn asked Cody to prepare to start, and she began making preparations herself. Once the energy of the Pi Yarrow, mythical beast, starts recovering, the botanical garden on her body would begin to absorb its energy. This moment was also the weakest point of the magical array. She had to take the chance to peel off the botanical garden from the Pi Yarrow's body. Sarais. Beneath this Tower of Babel is a museum, which houses many ancient gold artifacts and ornaments. Cody, are you ready? This was Cody's first time using such an ability, and her original ability level was only 1. She held a spirit stone in one hand, closed her eyes, and tried hard to feel the gold below. I found it. It's a gold bowl. Come. After finding the gold bowl, Cody controlled it to ascend along with the sea waves through the broken window. Bang! A gold bowl broke through the glass and landed in Cody's palm. Bryn, I made it. I actually did it. Sarais, you can do it. Seeing her good friend returning to her former liveliness, Bryn felt relieved. She had been too tense these past few days, which wasn't a good thing. Using the faint spiritual power around her, Bryn transmitted her words to the opposite side. Only by saving this Pi Yarrow now do we have a chance to survive. Otherwise, everyone will be affected by the aftermath of the explosion. Metal ability users on the other side, please follow my partner to lead the gold artifacts and ornaments up from the museum below. The ability users on the opposite side hurriedly let the metal ability users retreat to the back, performing abilities alongside Cody. Keaton remained at the front, fighting against zombie-like plants while Coil picked up the spirit nuclei behind him. For some reason, these plants targeted Coil alone. Brantley Team Leader's ability came into play then. Brantley Team Leader's ability was special. He could freeze all attacks for 2 seconds. It might not mean much for ordinary people, but freezing for 2 seconds was enough to save someone now. Why do these plants always surround me? Coil said irritably, just about to pat his trousers. Hey, isn't this what Sister Shia talked about, the seed? There were some green balls sticking to the bottom of his trousers, emitting a faint golden glow inside. You put them away first. There aren't many of those zombified plants left. As long as no more fall from the Pai Yao. Coil quickly gathered all the seeds that clung to his trouser leg into a small pocket, holding one in his hand for observation. What exactly is this seed? Oh, Braden Shu, you'd know if you tried nurturing it. Goldie watched as Coil was leisurely researching it, feeling like Braden Shu wasn't very quick-witted lately. Soraya. Coil threw the seed on the ground and irrigated it with his plant-based ability. This is a grapevine. Braden Shu, it's a grapevine. Watching the vines grow upwards rapidly, Coil nodded. Alright then, grapevine, go destroy those trashy plant. Coil used the grapevine to eliminate all the zombie-like plants around him, pulling out the crystal nuclei in the process. Surprisingly, he harvested 2. Before Coil could claim the crystal nuclei, the grapevine threw them into its main trunk directly. You swallowed my crystal nuclei. Why won't you listen to me, grapevine? In the next second, the grapevine vanished from the air, condensing into a jade-green grape that slowly fell into Coil's palm. A single grape. It wouldn't even fit between my teeth. Humph, I'm not for eating. I hid my main body, and those weak plants don't deserve my efforts. Oh, you're not small in size or attitude. If it weren't for the precious plant energy in you, who would agree to bond with you? You want to bond just like that. I need to bond with a fiercer plant. What can you, a grape, do besides being eaten? Coil and the grape started arguing while ignoring the crowd. But to others, it looked like Coil was talking to himself, which seemed a bit odd. Was he driven mad by those plants? It wasn't until Goldie patted Coil's shoulder that he snapped back to reality, quickly putting the grape in his pocket. By the time he raised his head again, countless gold artifacts appeared in the air, surrounding the Pai Yao. Bryn flew in front of the Pai Yao. Little Pai Yao, I'm here to help you. Do you want to eat these gold pieces yourself, or should I help you swallow them? Cough, the most poisonous heart is that of a woman. I haven't died yet. What's wrong with eating some gold? The Pai Yao opened its mouth and sucked in all the gold around it. Its body gradually began to shrink. The botanical garden array on its back also started to activate. But this time, Bryn would not let it fully activate. She flipped her hands, and the greenish-blue flames in her hands grew stronger. The nearby zombie-like plants instantly turned into wisps of black smoke and dissipated in the air. A thin layer of sweat appeared on Bryn's forehead. She softly chanted the incantation. Origin of all things, break. As soon as she spoke, greenish-blue flames surged from her fingertips toward the botanical garden. The color drained from her lips, and her face turned unusually pale. This array. It was incredibly powerful, seemingly just a simple one. It was completed using spiritual energy and dark aura together. Who could have such ability to control 2 incompatible energies simultaneously? Damn. The array was more powerful than she had imagined. It indicated that this person's abilities were above hers. If not for the infusion of spiritual energy, she would have almost suffered backlash. Big Sister Shia, something seems off. Her complexion looks wrong. Coil, we need to give her our energy. After Keaton spoke, he and Coil immediately transmitted all their abilities to Bryn. Goldie also spread her hands, sending points of white starlight into Bryn's body, hoping to alleviate her discomfort. The team members continuously transmitted their abilities to Bryn. They actually gave me all their spiritual energy. Bryn glanced at her teammates who were transmitting energy to her. Then she firmly closed her eyes, striving to absorb this spiritual energy to counter the array. This spiritual energy strengthened her power, allowing her to compete with the opposing force. But it was not enough. Far from enough. Although Bryn received abilities from several people, allowing her to compete. Compared to the array, this spiritual energy was still far too insufficient. It was nowhere near enough to crack this array. She was too overconfident, thinking that nothing could threaten her with her current abilities. She didn't expect that even such a small-seeming array harbored danger. If she withdrew now, the danger wouldn't be resolved. And she would suffer backlash. She must find a way. Bryn absorbed all the spiritual energy from her body and space, trying to stabilize her breath slightly. No good. Why still not working? Chapter 150. Come on, be dramatic. Bryn closed her eyes and began to harness all the spiritual energy around her. However, during the spellcasting process, these spiritual energies could not be used directly. They harbored dark black auras within them. The black smoke power must be removed, and only then can the purified spiritual energy be utilized. Ordinarily, it didn't seem so complicated. But in times of crisis, every second counted and could mean life or death. Hurry, Sister Shia's energy is not enough. What are you all waiting for? If she cannot break this spell formation and let it continue causing the Pai Yao's body to expand further, none of us will live through this. Goldie urgently urged the few unmoving people around her. These people were practically stirring up trouble, unaware that without Bryn, they would have been dead countless times already. Brantley team leader heard Goldie's words and knew that what she said was true. If this crisis wasn't resolved, they would all be doomed. He quickly adjusted his powers and channeled all his strength to Bryn. Seeing him act, the other squad leaders also followed suit and began transferring their energy. Suddenly, colorful abilities flooded into Bryn's body. Bryn continued to circulate the spiritual energy within her, compressing all of it before converting it into something usable by her. She also had to absorb the external spiritual energy at the same time. The small orb in Bryn's mind started absorbing the spiritual energy as well, seemingly competing for the energy Bryn needed for her spell. Why are you complicating things right now? Bryn tried to concentrate all the spiritual energy in her hands to counter the spell formation. However, this time, the small orb seemed out of control, continuously draining Bryn's spiritual energy. Seeing her own spiritual energy against the spell formation weakening, Bryn's face became paler. What's wrong with Sister Shia? Her complexion is terrible, and she's sweating more. She looks like she's in pain. What should we do? Bryn anxiously stared at the small orb suspended in the space around her. It was now covered in various colors, no longer resembling its previous bluish-green hue. She felt herself being defiled. This was even more terrifying than death. Not physical defilement, but soul defilement. Bryn roared inwardly. The small orb stopped absorbing energy at that moment. Just when Bryn was about to sigh in relief and strengthen her counter against the spell formation, the small orb began behaving erratically, colliding wildly inside her spiritual brain as if under the influence of some strange substance, or searching for something. Bryn couldn't understand this behavior, but it certainly made her extremely frustrated. This frustration caused her heart to fill with anger, leading her to spit blood. Sister Shia is spitting blood. Let's give it our all. Hearing Goldie's words, Cash and others were so anxious they wished they could transfer all their spiritual energy directly to Bryn. Unfortunately, it seemed insignificant compared to her needs. Bryn's ability to combat the spell formation weakened further. Balder hesitated about using his darkness element ability, fearing it might cause harm to Bryn. Thus, he hadn't acted. But seeing the current situation, he felt compelled to try. He extended his hand, and a streak of black energy rushed into Bryn's body. At the same time, behind Bryn, a purple flower bloomed, seemingly growing from her head. The flower absorbed all the surrounding spiritual energy and energy from the space around it, channeling everything into Bryn's body. Bryn, who felt extremely agitated just moments ago, received these two forces. In her mind's realm, the small orb instantly absorbed the black energy and the plant and animal energies brought by the triangular flower. It exploded like fireworks. Inside her mind, it was extraordinarily lively. Her irritability suddenly turned into joy. Seeing Bryn's unnaturally expression in the air, everyone was filled with fear. Could it be that too many abilities overwhelmed her? In her mind's realm, the fireworks vanished in an instant. After the explosion, instead of the small orb, there emerged a golden little fairy. Why a little fairy? Bryn only knew that fairies grow wings. And this one happened to have them. She thanked inwardly, thank you all. Bryn, who had just felt joy, now sensed an emptiness in her mind's realm, as if all the abilities sent to her from all sides had vanished. Oh, they were devoured by this little fairy. Indeed, it was her nemesis, one that couldn't be gotten rid of. Bryn gritted her teeth, realizing she had to take a risk. She closed her eyes and whispered to herself. With her other hand, she withdrew it back to her chest, her fingertips beginning to. Not far from a deep pool. What's happening here? Aren't these the spirit energy vortexes Master talked about? Are there still such powerful humans who can create this kind of scenery? How can such beautiful scenery be complete without me, the mermaid? Muttering to herself, the mermaid knocked out the human in front of her, then flipped into the sea. 1,000 miles away under the glacier. She's risking her life by absorbing spiritual energy like that, she might burst and die. This was the previous black-clothed man. He suddenly opened his eyes and clasped his hands together. The little phoenix in front of him stopped him. Master, don't worry, Lady surely has confidence in what she's doing. Look at how Lady's complexion has changed. Why is she taking such a risk? What is that? Pai Yao. How is it there? It actually has a growth formation and dark aura on its body. It seems someone has already started to act, truly shameless. Master, Lady is almost stable. We only have 2 more places left, we can't fall short now. Seeing that Bryn was indeed stabilizing as the little phoenix said, the black-clothed man reluctantly closed his eyes again and resumed his meditation. Meanwhile, at Tianxia base, they also witnessed this amazing scene. For those people, the drones in the air had been live-streaming the situation at the Tower of Heaven. Naturally, they also noticed Bryn's squad, especially Bryn. After seeing the previous scene and this recent one, almost everyone decided that they must get this squad to join them. If this team survives, we must get them to join us. I doubt they would follow orders, better not talk big. Amidst the colorful vortex of spiritual energy, Bryn felt unprecedented comfort in her body. It was as if she were floating in clouds. Just then, Bryn abruptly opened her eyes, and the greenish-yellow flame in her eyes was replaced by colorful flames. Come on, be dramatic. Chapter 151, I'm just a second-hand dealer. The little sprite in Bryn's mind seemed to have had its fill, as it let out a resonant belch, releasing colorful gases directly. Bryn closed her eyes for a moment before reopening them. She channeled all the strength from both her hands into the array. She had been holding it back with her last bit of strength until now. Now, it was child's play. In the next second, the array shattered. The black mist from the array still attempted to attack Bryn but was grabbed by her hand. With your strength. You want to harm me. With those words, she crushed the black mist and dispersed it into the air. She looked at all the exhausted people on the ground. She turned the small flower on her head into an enormous bloom and then utilized the spiritual energy just absorbed from the universe to directly inject into everyone's bodies. So comfortable. I feel like I'm about to break through. I feel the same. This is far better than absorbing spirit cores. The members of Bryn's team immediately got up and ran towards where Bryn landed, disregarding their own conditions. Big Sister Shia, are you alright? Goldie, Emma, and others quickly surrounded her. Coil scanned her thoroughly and nodded seriously. Do you really need to ask? Look at her rosy complexion. She's doing great. She needs nourishment. Give Bryn a good meal tonight. Just earlier, if not for Ellie supporting her, Alina would have collapsed on the ground already. Now she nervously patted her chest. She had long considered Bryn family and couldn't bear the thought of losing a family member. Big Sister Shia, that last move was so cool. Emma gazed at Bryn, her eyes sparkling. If she had to choose who to become, Bryn was her first role model. Bryn knew how formidable Emma had been in her past life. Although they were walking different paths this time, she knew their essence remained the same. Emma will definitely become even more powerful than me one day. Big Sister Shia, did you give us your spirit power with that final move? When Coil asked this, everyone looked at her with some concern. They didn't want to regain their abilities in this way. This is nature's gift. I'm just a second-hand dealer, Bryn said with a smile. This simple sentence stunned quite a few people. She suddenly turned around, deeply looking outside the window. In the upper-level meeting of Tien City Base. This Bryn isn't simple at all. Our drone almost got detected by her just now. A young man stood at the front of the meeting room, serving as the host of the meeting. The purpose of this meeting was the discussion about the dragon shadowgrass in the Tower of Heaven. However, everyone's attention was currently on Bryn. Thus began an intense debate. A person like her must join our base, or else she will be a future threat. An elderly man in his 50s, with contrasting black hair and a weathered face, frowned, finding Bryn oddly familiar. What if she refuses? A young man in military uniform stared sharply at Alina behind Bryn in the footage. He was shocked when he saw her. He quickly hid his emotions. His mother was alive and following this team, possibly aiming for Tien City Base. He wanted the meeting to end quickly so he could discuss with his sister how to bring his mother to their base to live with them. Their mother had raised them alone since childhood, and their father had passed away long ago. So, after growing up, they decided together to adopt their mother's surname. After graduating from university, they invited Frasier over multiple times, but she always declined, saying she wasn't used to living elsewhere. Since they each started families, their connection with their mother became more distant. After the apocalypse, they often thought of going back to find their mother. But there were more important tasks that needed their attention. He was responsible for maintaining various safety issues at Tien City Base, while his sister worked tirelessly in the laboratory researching vaccines. They barely visited the house arranged for them by the base. This delayed them from going back to find their mother. Previously, they communicated well with Brantley team, maybe they intended to come to our Tien City. And if they don't want to, we should eliminate her swiftly to prevent her from joining the enemy. This person was the only one wearing a floral shirt, lazily lounging in the chair. Also, since we've had such a long meeting, why aren't we given more comfortable seats? Young Master Leonardo has a point. If we can't use her, then kill her. This man smiled warmly at young Master Leonardo, agreeing with whatever young Master Leonardo said. After all, she doesn't intend to be an enemy of humanity. She doesn't now, but what about in the future? Who can say for sure? If she can be of use to the base, I will naturally protect her and give her the best treatment. The discussion in the meeting room gradually deviated from the main topic because of this matter. Stop arguing. Our primary task is to monitor their search for dragon shadowgrass, but where is it? Aino, have you seen any dragon shadowgrass? Aino, who was addressed, merely shook his head slowly. He had carefully observed Bryn's entire operation and did not see the dragon shadowgrass from his memory. So where has the dragon shadowgrass gone? The person we captured earlier said that dragon shadowgrass can create illusions and hide our Tien City base. Unfortunately, despite sending out so many people, none of them found this so-called dragon shadowgrass. Today was utterly disappointing. The people you sent are all eating my family's food. They are just this level. Inocio got up from his chair and swaggered out. It's too much, they're just relying on their family having stored food. There's nothing we can do, we simply don't have enough supplies to support such a large base. Alright, stop arguing. The meeting is dismissed. Ajax's words ended the meeting immediately. The drone also flew directly back from the Tower of Heaven to Tien City Base. Bryn, thank you for saving everyone. Your actions not only injected your abilities into everyone's bodies, but also eliminated all the mutant plants and zombified plants. These are the last remaining seeds of those plants. Everyone agrees that these seeds should belong to you. Nico walked toward Bryn with various seeds. First thanking her, then presenting gifts. It couldn't have been more perfect. Alright, Coil, take them. Coil saw that those seeds were already starting to smoke. These little seeds, once catalyzed, could be used by him directly. And unlike before when he had to open blind boxes, he recognized all these seeds. At that moment, A dark shadow lunged straight at Bryn's face. Chapter 152. This garlic sauce, even for shoe soles. Ah, lady, I adore you so much. I'm finally free. The pie yarrow had already reverted to its normal size, roughly the size of a palm. Bryn reached out directly and pressed the pie yarrow into the ground. Stay away from me. Seeing Bryn unmoved, the pie yarrow had no choice but to sit a meter away. But apart from gold, I think I swallowed some green leaves while in a daze. Green leaves? Cerise. Couldn't digest them at all, like, Before it finished speaking, the pie yarrow started vomiting. Indeed, what came out of its mouth were those so-called green leaves. However, when Bryn saw the green leaves, they looked strangely familiar. These are aloe leaves, aren't they? Why would it eat that? Ah, it's burning hot. Kirk's high-pitched scream drew everyone's attention. Bryn noticed the green leaves trembling in his hand, unable to bear the scorching sensation on his palms anymore. Kirk let go. That leaf flew towards the center where all other leaves began to rise into the air as if responding. The leaves reassembled and formed a small plant. A total of 6 leaves, without any stem or root. Only then did Bryn realize this was not just an aloe plant, it was clearly a longying grass. Betty, absorb this magical plant quickly. What is this thing? I've never seen it before, looks like aloe though. Maybe it can be used for beauty purposes. Hearing these words, Bryn extended her hand towards the plant calmly. No one around tried to stop her, they were already impressed by her previous actions. Curiosity filled their eyes. The plant, sensing Bryn's reach, flew straight to her palm as if guided by will. This grass is quite intriguing. Lady, it's this grass. That bad guy fed me this plant, and now it's embedded in my body. The ugly me has become even uglier, how can I face my master? The pie yarrow kept grumbling. This reminded Bryn of Ruby. So she instructed. Ruby, chat with the big brother properly and comfort him. Ruby flew in through the broken window, snatched the pie yarrow with her beak, and started fostering affection. Betty. Auden asked this question hoping to have a shot. What if he went back to the base and said he didn't try to keep the divine beast? Nico, do you want this? Bryn deliberately pushed the longying grass slightly forward in her hand. Unexpectedly, the longying grass simply drooped in her hand. Oh, Betty misunderstood me. I was asking about the pie yarrow. Bryn raised an eyebrow. Such an opportunity offered, yet you refuse it. In the next moment, Bryn happily tucked the longying grass into her little pocket. It instantly entered her storage space. She then replied. The pie yarrow likes gold. Only gold can stabilize its current form. Without gold intake, its size becomes uncontrollable. Not too much gold either, it can't absorb too much. The guy's got quite the sweet tooth. Upon finishing these words, Bryn froze. How did she know all this in such detail? Shaking off the images in her mind, she gave Ruby a quick reminder. Ruby, watch the pie yarrow carefully, don't let it cause trouble. Alright, this fellow seems quite honest, I'll reluctantly take care of it. Hearing this, Bryn shook her head. Beside her, Auden thought Bryn was declining, so he promptly backed off. Okay, Betty. Actually, I don't expect this pie yarrow anyway. Just if there's a chance, I'd love to play with it. Not wanting the pie yarrow? Then where would the gold come from to feed it? She certainly didn't want to waste gold feeding a bottomless pit. Looks like once they reach the Tianxia base, she'll need to figure out a way to ensure the pie yarrow has a steady supply. Seeing Bryn nod, Auden felt relieved. Now back at the Tianxia base, he could report back. Just wondering if the drone had arrived today. Meanwhile, the nearby merman. Halfway through his swim, he caught Bryn's scent and abruptly tensed up. That woman may seem powerless, but that vine net caused him plenty of trouble. And now she's become so formidable, he hesitated whether to join the crowd. In an instant, the vortex disappeared. Should I go or not? The merman circled nearby several times but couldn't muster the courage. Forget it, wise fish wait 10 years for vengeance. Let me practice more, then I'll find them again. Since that man fell for my charm, there's no way he can escape me. The merman swam towards the deep pool with a flick of his tail. He hadn't had enough playtime with his toys yet. At the distant location of the black-clad man, he saw Bryn's stabilized ability and the acquired longying grass, including her conversation with Auden. Xiao Jin, she seems quite lively. Master, I told you Lady is the most powerful. Now nothing can threaten Lady anymore, and you can rest assured to enter seclusion. Cerise, do not touch my projection stone again. Has Black Eagle arrived? Master, Black Eagle has successfully entered Tianxia base. However, this base is really too complex. She will handle it herself. The black-clad man closed his eyes, carefully sorting through the energy in his body. The spiritual power within him was becoming purer and purer, and he could now skillfully use 2 abilities. He should be able to return to Bryn soon. Thinking of this, he quickly emptied his mind and entered a meditative state. Xanth sister, isn't it a bit cruel to eat barbecued meat here? Cruel? How so? Bryn looked at Emma, puzzled. Xanth sister, look over there. Following Emma's finger, Bryn saw a group of hungry wolves staring at them greedily. Upon noticing Bryn's gaze, they hurriedly lowered their heads and started eating their compressed biscuits. They're fine, but in Emma's eyes, those people were already drooling over them. This barbecue beef smells amazing. The marinade by Indira is just heavenly. Indira, I want more grilled oysters. These oysters with Indira's secret garlic sauce are simply the pinnacle of sea delicacies. This garlic sauce is even good on shoe soles. Xanth's sister, are we going back to Tianxia with Nico's team? That's not impossible, it all depends on fate. No one could predict what would happen at sea, so it was uncertain. Xanth's sister, is the grass you collected earlier the thing we need to find? Chapter 153, Brayden, do you often stay up late? Upon hearing this, Bryn wore an expression that everyone understood. You're crazy, no one asks like that. We don't even know if there's surveillance here. Coyle gave her a disdainful glance. His instinct told him they had been under surveillance ever since entering the tower. It was just that the surveillance seemed to have vanished now. Goldie looked at Keaton in disbelief and received an affirmative nod from him. She then nudged Bryn on the side, seeing the certainty on Bryn's face. Goldie was stunned. How did she not notice anything? She must be too inexperienced. It's fine, it has disappeared already. Let's keep this item secure on our territory before bringing it out. Bryn spoke these few words implicitly, and the people around immediately caught on, which made her couldn't help but laugh. The warmth she had dreamed of in her previous life, she inadvertently gained so much of in this lifetime. The people around her, besides envy, had no other thoughts. They witnessed Bryn break the magic array and save them all, returning all the energy back to them. Some were even close to leveling up. They only needed to go back and collect some more zombie crystals for advancement. Among them was the captain of Blue Rose, who was now a diehard fan of Bryn's squad. Betty, Cooper, I wonder if I can ask what we call our squad. If we return to Tien City base, I will visit you personally. Keaton waved his hand dismissively upon hearing this. No need for such formalities, brother. We haven't done much. Our squad should be called the Peace Squad. Peace. That's a great meaning. In this endworld, most superhumans seek not peace, but a chance to rise. I have a few brothers injured by zombie plants. I must take them to the ship and lock them up. Just as the man in blue was about to head back and call his team, Goldie stood up. Hey, wait. Can you take me to see those people? She glanced at Bryn, who also wanted to try out her abilities, which had previously only healed external wounds. She hadn't tested them on wounds inflicted by zombie plants yet. Oh, I remember you are a healer superhuman. It won't work, they're not just wounded. One of them is nearly turning into a zombie. This was why he was hurrying to take them to the ship. Once they mutated, it could get dangerous quickly. The man in blue felt disheartened. This was his first time leading a team, and the casualties were heavy. If the captain hadn't been injured last time, it wouldn't have been his turn to lead. Going back, he didn't know how severely he'd be punished by the leader. In that case, it's fine to let her take a look. It can't get worse than it already is. Coyle interjected hastily and instantly earned disapproving looks from others. Rest assured, her abilities are reliable. Keaton stood before the man, giving off an aura that naturally demanded trust, as if he was born to be believed by the masses. All right, miss, follow me. Goldie brought Emma and Bryn along with the man in blue to a corner. Sure enough, in the shadows, a man was lying there, his chest turning purplish-green. His consciousness was almost gone, but he struggled to stay awake. Sister Shia, this person is about 70% turned. The main wound is on his leg, so the transformation started from there. Male, wind-type superhuman, approximately 1.5 hours since infection. Bryn followed behind, urging Emma to take notes. This was an arrangement between Goldie and Bryn earlier. She wanted to study the process of zombification to potentially help in the future. Also, she wanted to test any changes after her power level up. Bryn fully agreed. Healing powers are notoriously difficult to level up. According to the current situation and the conclusion from the blue-clothed captain, currently only level 1 healing powers are effective for external injuries. Goldie might be one of the earliest to reach level 2. This man was scratched by a leaf but began blackening because it came from a zombie plant. Only this arm has turned black, spreading very slowly. What do I do? Will I become a zombie? I don't want to die. The injured man leaned weakly against the wall, full of despair. You can cut off your hand to live, said the young man beside him seriously. The injured man hugged his arm tightly, shaking his head earnestly. I can't. I won't. I couldn't find a wife before the apocalypse. If I become disabled now, I'll never have a partner in this life. You're thinking of getting married in the end world? Are you really? Humph, I work so hard on missions just to save up for a wife. What do you think? Well, then I won't bother with you anymore. Here's your dinner, I'll go check on others. The man turned his sorrow into strength and bit fiercely into the compressed biscuits that had just been delivered. As for the few girls before him, he didn't think they had the ability to save him. He was already starting to think about whether he should continue saving up for a wife once he got underground. This man speaks clearly and has a strong appetite. Perhaps the power inside his body is fighting against the zombie force. Goldie thought for a moment and finally said this. However, it ultimately depended on the man's condition, which required Bryn's help. This was why she asked Bryn to come along. Mental energy was more useful than anything else at this time. You few young girls, what are you studying aimlessly? Trying to study this kind of thing. And you say I don't need an amputation either. The base has been researching for so long without any results. Do you think it will work just by talking? Not to mention much else, the reason this man couldn't find a wife might lie here. Bryn stepped forward directly, her colorful spiritual energy touching the man's mutated arm. Ouch, what are you doing? In this endworld, it's not popular to use the insurance fraud trick anymore. You're really... Xiaohu, don't be like this. She's a healer superhuman. So what if she's a healer superhuman? Everyone knows healers can only treat external injuries. In such a situation, they would only wait for people to die. Did your base healer superhumans really say that? That's right, and they charge exorbitantly. But many seriously injured people were indeed saved by them. By now, Bryn had examined his arm. The power inside his body was indeed fighting against the zombie force. The outcome was still uncertain, but based on her observations, the possibility of this man overcoming the zombie force was very high. Just like now, staying quiet and resting, not overusing his powers. He could basically recover in 2 to 3 days. However, Brayden, do you often stay up late? Chapter 154, you seem to have some kidney deficiency. You seem to have some kidney deficiency. Not just the person in front of her, but everyone around fell silent. Weren't we checking the arm? Why are you looking everywhere? I still want to get married. The man looked at Bryn in despair, as if the next sentence would be demanding her to restore his reputation. Even his team leader looked at her speechlessly. I just checked his pulse while I was at it. As for why she would check the pulse, Bryn indicated it was just a sudden habit, and by the time she realized, it was already over. Goldie and Emma stood behind her, lowering their eyes to hide their curiosity. They could wait until they got back to ask. Goldie, give it a try. Sure thing. This time, Goldie squatted in front of the man, put on medical gloves from her bag, and carefully examined his arm. She frequently sighed and poked at his wound with her hand. The man tried to pull back due to the stimulation. Young lady, has anyone ever told you that you look like a forensic examiner doing this? And stop poking, it's really itchy, okay? Forensic examiner? I'm saving lives here. Goldie was truly upset. She had made so many sacrifices to become a doctor, and now someone was calling her a forensic examiner. This person doesn't need amputation or special care, but he must not use his abilities anymore. He will likely recover in 2 to 3 days. If it continues to spread, he can come find me. The previous case was more severe, let's check him directly. Goldie had grasped the basic conditions of both patients, they were in no immediate danger of death. However, the other person had a larger wound area and deeper poisoning. Having depleted all his abilities, he naturally couldn't match the so-called zombie strength. Turning her head, Goldie walked toward the previous patient. In these few minutes, his consciousness seemed even more blurred. He kept muttering the same sentence, I want to go home, I want to go home. My baby is waiting for me. Hearing this, Goldie alternated her hands in the air, and white starlight flew out from her fingertips, slowly entering the man's wound. As the amount of starlight increased, the man's expression shifted from intense pain to stability. The greenish hue on his body began to retreat towards the wound. Heaven. The mutation is disappearing. Healing type ability users can actually treat zombie mutations. Does that mean healing types can eliminate zombies? The captain in blue watched this scene with immense surprise. He knew he had to report this to the boss. Goldie, don't overdo it. Sweat poured down Goldie's forehead in beads. Emma stood beside her, continuously wiping away the sweat. Glancing at her fingertips, she said resolutely, I can do it, Sister Shia. I want to succeed. For the first time, Goldie felt boundless hope for her ability. If successful, it would prove that healing types could save those mutated humans. Maybe she could save more people. But your ability is almost exhausted. Goldie shook her head vigorously, knowing that Bryn would stop her if there was any danger. Sister Shia. Goldie looked at Bryn with pleading eyes. She wanted to prove that healing types could do more than treat external injuries. They could also heal zombie mutations, giving many people in the wilderness hope to return to the base instead of being abandoned to die. Looking at Goldie gritting her teeth, Bryn understood how it felt to be left behind by teammates to face death. In her previous life, she had been that person left behind. But she was lucky enough to survive on her own. All right, I'll help you. With a wave of her hand, Bryn channeled all the surrounding spiritual energy into Goldie's body. Compared to before, the white starlight visibly grew stronger. Seeing this, Goldie focused more on delivering white starlight into the man's wound. Her internal spiritual energy emptied and refilled repeatedly. In that moment, Goldie was enveloped in white starlight. What is this? Second stage ability perfected, advancing to third stage. Goldie felt a sense of relief and comfort. After this surge of spiritual energy, she felt she could sustain the delivery of starlight longer. The zombie force on the man's body had retreated to his leg, near the wound. Just a little more. Goldie mentally chanted, increasing the input of starlight. The greenish mutation ultimately halted at the wound. Apart from the wound, the rest of his body returned to normal. The man eventually fell asleep comfortably, and Goldie withdrew her effort. She re-evaluated the state of her ability. If previously her ability was like a small pond, now it was a large pond, albeit not yet filled to the brim. Goldie nodded in satisfaction. The experiment was done, and now there were more people, with more complete data. Everyone was happy, and the crowd that had gathered around due to the healer ability user had stopped even breathing heavily. Pinch me quick, did we really save this person? Can you believe it? If we had met them earlier, wouldn't our third brother not have died? Since she can save people, why do the healers in the base say they can only treat external injuries? Because they're just not as skilled. Betty's team is indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. You are our Blue Rose allies. As long as we are in the Tianxia base, if you need anything from us, just speak up. Seeing this situation, the blue-clothed captain knew he had to quickly pull the other side onto his own team. But Miss Apollon, isn't there any way for this wound? My current ability can only seal the virus here. Perhaps in the near future, I can completely eliminate it. Goldie had already started daydreaming about the future. This success was all thanks to Sister Shia's support. She had to work hard to improve, so she wouldn't hold everyone back. After all, everyone was almost at level 4 abilities. As long as he doesn't get bitten again, when his ability improves, maybe it can be completely eradicated. The same goes for him. Don't use his abilities recently. There are traces of mutation in his body, and he needs 3 days of rest. Miss Apollon, we also have injured friends here. Can you check on them? We have injured people on our team too. Please look at ours. Our casualties were quite heavy. Look at ours. Bryn glanced at Goldie. Alright, then you and Emma go. I'll head over first. Hearing this, Goldie took Emma's hand and went to check on the injured. Bryn said she was heading back, but she threw a triangle plum fruit into Goldie's hand. Just in case there were some desperate people, it was better to be safe than sorry. Big Sister Shia, come back. Cody is running a fever. She has a fever. How could she have a fever? Wasn't she just upgrading her ability? Chapter 155, Awakening the Second Supernatural Ability. Cerise. She was fine when you guys left. Just now, as it ended, Sister Cody suddenly fell to the ground and started convulsing. Howard Apollon saw it right away and knew she had a febrile seizure. That's when we realized she had a high fever. Goldie, quickly go check on Cody. Bryn directly pushed Goldie in front of Cody. No one could compare to Cody. No one could stand before Cody. This is the thermometer from just now. It shows 41 degrees. Goldie took the temperature reading and indeed found the temperature extremely high. She's upgrading her supernatural ability and suddenly developed a fever. Bryn stood still, feeling helpless. They had just saved their friend with great effort, and now this happened again. Fever. Bryn forced herself to calm down and then used her mental power to slowly approach Cody. This was actually a very dangerous action. If Cody resisted, it could backfire on Bryn and even cause Cody's advancement to fail. Fortunately, Cody merely frowned slightly and then relaxed without resisting Bryn. Bryn sighed with relief. Inside Cody, there was indeed another force accumulating. Awakening supernatural abilities can also cause a fever. She might be awakening her second supernatural ability. The second ability, that's a good thing. Goldie stood by, carefully observing the state of the second ability awakening. Previously, Coil and others awakened their second abilities, and she missed it. This time, she would study it thoroughly. Sister Shia, doesn't Sister Cody's expression look off? Her body can barely handle it anymore. The energy in her body was just enough for her upgrade, but now she was starting to awaken her second ability. Naturally, it wasn't enough. Bryn pulled out the only remaining level 3 zombie crystal core from her spatial ring. This one had been reserved earlier, just in case of emergencies. The energy inside was much stronger than the natural energy surrounding them. But since Cody was only a level 2 ability user, she couldn't absorb a level 3 ability directly. Missy, this is a level 3 zombie crystal core. It can help you break through. Don't resist it. After saying this, Bryn placed the crystal core in her palm and slowly guided its energy into Cody's body. She drew inspiration from guiding natural spiritual energy. To her surprise, it really worked. Sister Shia, Sister Cody's complexion has returned to normal. Seeing that most of the level 3 crystal core had been used up, Bryn felt relieved. She exhaled and stopped guiding the energy flow. Thankfully, she didn't let Cody absorb all of it at once, or it could have been fatal. She'll be fine. When she wakes up, she should be alright. Everyone, go rest quickly. We'll head back to the ship early tomorrow morning. Once on the ship, it's our territory. Our own ship feels so comfortable. No need to worry about being monitored anymore. Haha, then you should go add some energy to the defensive array. From last night until this morning, many teams chose to return to their ships. Bryn and her group returned to the ship just as dawn was breaking. She had originally wanted to leave a teleportation array at the Tower of Heaven, but regretfully, she had no more crystal cores. Those small spirit stones weren't sufficient to support such an array either. It seemed obtaining crystal cores needed to be put on the agenda. Bryn's first action upon returning was to activate the defense shield. Without enough similar stones, they had to do it manually. That's why she asked Coil to supply energy to the array. Due to having dual abilities, Coil's level didn't rise quickly, but his internal energy was unexpectedly robust, comparable to Keaton at level 4. He was the best person for the job. Coil wiped the thin sweat off his forehead, feeling his familiarity with his ability deepen further. Howard Apollon immediately went to find experimental plants from Bryn upon boarding the ship, retreating into his temporary lab. Goldie followed Howard into the lab, ostensibly to assist but actually to use the equipment. Indira went to her space to start preparing food. The kids went to check on the fruits and vegetables they had planted earlier. The leeks were already fully grown, and they were happily harvesting them. Cooper, the ship's safety is in your hands. And Cody too. I may need some time. Hearing Bryn's words, Keaton nodded. Don't worry, the ship has me covered. Only then did Bryn feel reassured enough to enter her room, setting up a small defense array inside as she had seen before. She would wake up at any sign of movement. Myra, bring back the Pichot and protect the small boat. With the mental power awakening, I don't know how long it will take. Thank you. Myra directly started the return voyage with Pichot in its mouth. It had found a small gold mine with Pichot, and the amount of gold it had eaten was enough to maintain its current size. If necessary, it could help as well. Letitia, don't worry, we still have the hibiscus syriacus fruit. We will protect the team members. After receiving an affirmative response, Bryn sat on the small bed and slowly closed her eyes. Cooper, is Bryn going to have breakfast? Indira, she probably won't eat for a while. Don't disturb her. Keaton gave instructions to everyone again. Other teams' boats were not as fortunate as theirs. Some boats, due to the waves, collided with the Tower of Heaven and were deformed. Others were submerged by too much seawater, already flooded more than half. Each team was frantically dealing with their boats. No one noticed that Bryn's team had already set off. Of course, there were exceptions. Team Brantley had already sent people to observe them. When Keaton let go of the rope, he approached again. Cooper, are you not returning to the base with the main group? He received orders from above, insisting that this team must be brought back to the base. So he tried hard to follow them, hoping to move alongside them as closely as possible. No need, Nico, we'll go first. See you at the Tianxia base. Traveling together would risk exposing any large moves Bryn might make. Keaton directly drove the yacht through the numerous small boats ahead, moving forward. Oh, what a waste of this trip. We didn't find the bounty item and have to bear the round-trip expenses ourselves. Indeed, if we had taken other missions, we might have already received rewards. Look at that team over there, they even lost a person. Don't say that. This mission probably had the least loss. What else can you be unsatisfied with? That's all thanks to Betty at the end. Otherwise, we might all have been stuck here. Sarais. She is really powerful. Hope to work with their team again in the future. You're dreaming. Didn't you notice that no one in their team is weak? I bet that girl is a supernatural ability user. When Keaton heard this, he raised an eyebrow. They were talking about Alicia. Chapter 156. Women are unprovocable, so are girls. There was another team watching Bryn's group. On another dilapidated boat. The long-missed Wilfred was gloomily looking at their small boat. He had learned from the teammates' retelling after he woke up about what had happened earlier. He felt insulted by Bryn's squad. He originally thought that he could wait for the other team to all be lost in this heavenly pagoda news. Unexpectedly, not only did they come out, but they also emerged safely. Come here, we will follow their ship and seize the opportunity to kill them, then take over that yacht. Their team didn't believe what those people around said. If they were so powerful, why would anyone still get injured or sacrificed? His subordinates applauded to show their agreement. Marine resources were scarce anyway, and the look of the other party's boat was different. It was waterproof and well covered. It must have a lot of supplies on board. Unlike other boats which looked barren at first sight. If they could rob Bryn's boat, they could replenish everything once and hide peacefully in the base afterward. Looks like they are not moving with the main group. Let's keep following closely. We'll rob them when there's no one around. The sea ahead is full of zombies who can swim, perfect to utilize this point. Take them by surprise. Great plan, boss. Boss, I disagree. They haven't harmed us. We shouldn't do this. Back in the tower, we failed because of our arrogance. We should learn lessons instead. You brat, you want to meddle with me? In my team, whatever I say is an edict. Wilfred gave a signal to a creepy man behind the yellow-haired youth. Immediately obeying, the man kicked the yellow-haired youth into the sea, ignoring his fate. Wilfred stood at the center of the boat and said, Braden's, as long as we seize that boat, returning to the base with good food and drinks will be easy. Our leader is right. Those weaklings don't deserve such a fine boat, it's meant for us. The one who just kicked the youth took the lead in flattering Ma, and others followed suit. Everyone became excited in no time. Luckily, they were far enough that only nearby people glanced over. Wilfred quickly ordered the boat to speed up to reach the sea area before Bryn's team passed through. To reach Heaven Market Base, they had to pass that sea area. Just attract the zombies together there and wipe them out as they come. Then they would reap the benefits. Little did they know, Bryn's team didn't plan to go directly to Heaven Market Base. Cooper, Brantley team previously mentioned that along this route, would see Heaven Market Base in about a day and a night. Should we go now? Coyle waved goodbye to the gradually disappearing boats. Bryn hasn't woken up yet, neither has Cody, and there are those experiments. Now isn't the best time to go to Heaven Market Base. Soraya, then what should we do? We drift along with the sea, waiting for them to finish. Then we head to Heaven Market Base. With Ruby here, we won't lose our way. Ruby seemed to respond, calling to the two. Ruby, we don't understand what you're saying. Ruby rolled its eyes in the sky, telling them someone wanted to ambush them. But it couldn't find Bryn now, and these two idiots couldn't comprehend it mentally. Ruby could only fly up with Pai Shio and watch the enemy constantly. Worst case, it would attack that wrecked boat. Seeing no other teams, Keaton stopped manually controlling the boat, letting it drift on the sea. Sometimes, it's really coincidental. Their direction was exactly where the ambush was set. Braden, something's wrong in the sea. Alicia tugged at her brother's sleeve, sensing many crystal cores under the sea. They were strong, very large ones. That night, Alicia, who was sleeping, suddenly sat up. And there's a boat nearby. Gifford scanned the surrounding sea. Sure enough, a small hill could be seen not far away. Maybe the boat Alicia spoke of was behind it. Cooper, sister must mean that place. Gifford immediately called Cooper over and pointed at the hill not far away. Originally, they might not have seen it. But how could they be the same as others? Don't worry, those things in the sea are just what we need. After drifting at sea for so long, I wonder how those things in the sea are doing. Keaton directly drove the yacht above the zombies. Sure enough, as soon as they arrived, they saw the surrounding seawater continuously churning. Why don't these zombies go elsewhere? Alicia asked with some puzzlement. Coil directly extended green vines into the sea, only then discovering that this place was originally a prison. Before the apocalypse, these people were shackled here with iron chains. Now they had all turned into zombies and could not leave on their own. However, in this area, these zombies could surface to ambush others. After all, there were at least 30 of these zombies down below. They were right in the center of these zombies now. Miss Serai, prepare to collect crystal cores. Okay. Hearing Ellie's affirmative response, Keaton and Coil both acted at once. A bolt of lightning struck the zombie that surfaced, taking out its nearby companions. Instantly, several zombie corpses floated up on the water's surface. The seawater moved like a small fish, weaving through the heads of the various zombies. Finally, it swam into Ellie's hand, delivering 2 crystal cores. On this side, Coil started playing with skewering the zombies using green vines. Directly piercing through the zombies' heads, any crystal cores present were pulled out along with them. Bad luck, only 1 crystal core from 10 zombies. Big Braden Shoe, you're not suited for lottery games. You want to say he doesn't have the fate to get rich. Haha. Their laughter made Coil work even harder on skewering the zombies. Fortunately, they managed to obtain 3 crystal cores. These zombie crystal cores, they feel quite large. Coil looked oddly at the crystal cores in front of him. He seemed tempted to absorb them directly. Don't absorb it directly. Goldie quickly knocked the crystal core out of his palm. Why are you grabbing my stuff? Coil stiffly turned to look at Goldie, with faint purple in his brown irises. Cooper, there's something wrong with Big Braden Shoe. Knock him out first. Seeing this, Keaton intended to knock Coil unconscious directly, but Goldie's hands were faster. A silver needle instantly pierced Coil's head, making him close his eyes automatically. I sealed his 5 senses. Gifford, help Big Braden Shoe back to the cabin. Goldie, are you sure you're not retaliating? Keaton felt indeed, never provoke a woman, not even a girl. Chapter 157, Out-of-Body Experience. The remaining zombies were all eliminated by him and Emma, and Ellie collected all the crystal cores, placing them into the new liquid that Riggs had developed for purification. Those few people hiding behind the small hill could only see the small boat motionless. Boss, why is their boat not moving at all? Could they all be dead? It would be perfect if they're all dead. Wilfred overheard his subordinate's discussion, greed flickering in his eyes. The things on the boat would soon belong to him. Let's go over. Get your weapons ready, be mindful of the zombies in the water. Serai's, boss. Thus, a group of people grandly appeared before the small team. Aren't these guys too arrogant? Could these be the legendary pirate? Emma looked at the approaching broken-down small boat with innocent eyes. Just right for us to practice. Keaton watched the arrogant boat with a playful look on his face. Could these zombies be the work of these people? Goldie, how many crystal cores do we have now? Keaton thought about this trip to the Tower of Heaven. Their crystal cores were running low. With so many zombies, we only got 5. The quality of these zombies isn't great. Goldie looked at the few crystal cores in the small bag, deeply regretting being so generous earlier. Hopefully, there would be more zombies ahead for them to collect more crystal cores. This doesn't seem like pirates. Don't they see anyone on our boat? Or are they just extra confident? Ellie was always cautious, reminding everyone this time not to underestimate others. Good point, Sister Serai. Everyone stay alert. Keaton found the emblem on this boat somewhat familiar. It seemed to be an emblem he had seen on the Tower of Heaven. That boat even has an emblem. These people from the small boat are too bold. Coil also noticed the emblem on the boat. Everyone get ready, as soon as they make a move, we'll retaliate immediately. Keaton stepped forward to the bow of the boat, hands raised, instantly lightning flashing around. Meanwhile, Wilfred remained unaware. Hurry up, did you not eat? If the zombies capsize the boat later, it would be a pity. Boss, this trip wasn't a waste after all. Hearing this, Wilfred began planning how to decorate this yacht, starting with putting their team's emblem on it. Old 5, prepare your chain ability. Serai's, boss. This old 5 conjured 3 chains out of nowhere. The 3 chains quickly flew towards their small boat. Wrap around. At old 5's command, the chains began to wrap around the small boat, but as soon as they touched the top of the boat, they were repelled directly. Ouch, they even have chains. Goldie, feed those few crystal cores to the defense array. Keaton watched as the defense array flashed by. Such a weak attack used up 3 layers of strength. Seeing that the previously replenished energy still wasn't enough. In the lounge, Bryn had long felt the approach of that small boat. She seemed to have entered a rather dazed state. Because she was now floating in the air, watching the fight on both sides. It felt a bit like an out-of-body experience. But she felt a little dizzy. How did she get here? Why did these people seem so familiar? How come she couldn't remember? When she tried to leave, she found herself could only orbit around this small boat. Why couldn't she remember? And there was a bird always circling around her. Missy, what's wrong with you? Why are you floating in the air? Myra anxiously circled around Bryn. Bryn looked at the scene in front of her with some bewilderment. Wilfred's eyes widened when he saw the chains being repelled, looking even more excited at the yacht. What a good yacht. I wonder what they put on the boat. It actually has automatic defense capabilities. Tonight, we must take this boat. Old 3, you join too. Upon hearing this, Old 3 moved swiftly forward, and the seawater around the small boat seemed frozen. The entire yacht appeared to be embedded within ice. These pirates do have some skills, but this ice ability doesn't quite compare to Braden Fraser. Let me handle it. Ellie stepped forward, lifting her hand. The seawater under the ice started churning, continuously impacting the ice surface. Boss, the seawater below is churning, it's about to shatter my ice surface. Do they have someone else on the boat? Boss, there's clearly nothing on this boat. Let's go straight there. The chains continuously attacked the small boat's defense array, and Coil saw the array weakening, directly using his earth ability to strengthen it. But it could only barely maintain. The formation was already energy deficient. Cooper, looks like we'll have to get wet too. Coil felt a headache coming on, he really didn't want to get drenched. It was raining heavily over the sea, and his hair was already long enough to fall into his eyes soon, which would be quite troublesome. These young guys are really hard to please. In midair, Bryn saw Coil's expression and immediately guessed his thoughts. She blurted out her complaint, only just realizing that she should be very familiar with them. If so, then these people opposite must be enemies. She meant, how could she live on such a shabby boat? Coil, just shut down the array. These people don't need an array. Cooper had already identified the people opposite. On that boat was Wilfred from Fraser Tien of the Tower of Heaven. That arrogant dog. Arrays should be saved for when they're needed. Coil grudgingly turned off the array. Instantly, the entire small boat was exposed to the heavy rain, and at the same time, the iron chain successfully wrapped around the small boat. Boss, it worked, I've tied up the boat. Unlike old Five's joy, Wilfred's face turned black as ink. At the same moment the chains wrapped around the small boat, he also clearly saw a group of people standing on deck. Damn, how are all these people on the boat? Where are the zombies? Not good, boss, I can no longer sense the zombies in the water. Upon hearing this, Wilfred punched him straight away. If you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have known. Boss, these people being alive must be related to whatever protected the boat before. As long as we take down that man in front, capturing this boat will be easy. Back at the Tower of Heaven, we never saw these people use their abilities. Boss, we still need to be cautious. The only one who tried to dissuade Wilfred was the weakest member, Old Nine. His ability was to detect surrounding zombies, but now he found that all the zombies in the water had vanished. This completely exceeded his understanding. Who could kill zombies so silently? He regretted not checking earlier, maybe he could have discovered it in time. This small team has some peculiar abilities indeed. Abilities, oh right, these are all ability users, and I am an ability user too. Bryn murmured to herself in midair. Meanwhile, in the lounge, Bryn sat cross-legged with her eyes tightly closed, drenched in sweat. Chapter 158. How do I know you're not luring me with your beauty? At this moment, the man who was 1,000 miles away opened his eyes. Master, you're finally awake. Lady seems to have lost her consciousness. Mara circled Jude incessantly, and with a wave of the man's hand, a mirror appeared in the air, showing Bryn floating midair. The scene then switched to Bryn inside the lounge. It was obvious that Bryn wasn't doing well. Is she upgrading her mental power, extracting her consciousness from her body? Cough cough. Master, please stop coughing and quickly save Lady. As soon as Mara finished speaking, the man once again chanted the incantation. Closing his eyes once more. Bryn. Hearing the voice, Bryn was searching everywhere in the air. Suddenly, a white mist vortex appeared before her, out of which emerged a man. He had fair skin and a handsome face, his black long hair cascading over his white robe. Man, quickly save Bryn. She can't see me or hear us calling her. Seeing the puzzled look on Bryn's face, Alia almost frightened herself. Now being somewhat slow to react, saliva dripped down from Bryn's mouth. Handsome guy. So handsome. Jude held back the twitch at the corner of his eye. He would be wary of handsome people from now on. Do we know each other, handsome guy? Only now did Bryn respond, staring blankly at Jude. I feel like you look familiar. Maybe we met in a past life. Jude nodded slightly before replying. Indeed, we met in a past life. You should go back. Back where? Bryn gazed at him vacantly. Wasn't she just watching the show? She pointed toward Wilfred's boat, which was only a meter away from their yacht. That's the enemy. We need to attack the enemy. Looking at the dazed Bryn, Jude found her endearing. With a wave of his hand, Wilfred's small boat capsized instantly. Wow, handsome guy, ask for carry. Witnessing this, Bryn's eyes widened with excitement. Seeing Wilfred approach, Cooper was ready to launch an attack with his team, but then the opposing boat flipped over directly. Whoa, do these people even know how to sail? They capsized directly. Coil was astounded by their operation and leaned forward, hoping to understand how it happened. These guys deserved it, maybe they hit something. Don't let your guard down. In the sea, Wilfred gritted his teeth, holding his breath as he swam out from under the boat. Seeing their opponent so powerful, flipping their boat before even getting close, he realized there was no choice left but to fight. Once he surfaced, he called out to his comrades around him. Bradens, swim over to the yacht. We lost our boat, we must take over this yacht. Thus, 9 people headed towards the yacht. 5th Braden used an iron chain to connect to the yacht. Ratty old chain, thinking you can get on our boat? Emma stood before the chain, hands aimed at it, sending countless bolts of lightning through the water, enhancing its power as it reached the other side of the chain. 5th Braden was immediately knocked unconscious by the lightning. Wow, these guys are trying to board. Turning around, Bryn saw Wilfred preparing to climb aboard from the back of the yacht. Jude waved his hand again. Wilfred was flung 5 meters away, falling into the sea in a parabolic arc. Boss, hurry and save the boss. Seeing Wilfred fly out, the others swam quickly toward him. The boss was the priority now. What trick did their boss play? Standing beside Keaton, Coyle watched with curiosity as people flew away. Keaton ceased his actions. He sensed someone was helping them, yet he couldn't detect them. Bryn. Coyle, go check on Bryn. Reacting belatedly, Keaton followed Coyle towards the lounge. Unfortunately, Bryn had cast a spell on the lounge, preventing them from entering. Shia, you don't seem right. Through the window, Coyle noticed Bryn's unhealthy complexion. We'll protect the yacht, she'll be fine. You stay here. Returning to the bow, Keaton vowed to guard the yacht. Balder observed the overwhelming darkness, reflecting on his actions inside the pie stomach. Lifting his hands upward, let them taste the most terrifying nightmare. His words unleashed a shadowy blackness that drifted through the water towards the distant group of 9. As the black shadow enveloped them, the squad members collectively succumbed to fear. Only Wilfred remained disoriented. Kubai regretted that his level was not high enough to do anything about Wilfred. In the air, Jude suddenly furrowed his brows. You should go back. He extended his finger, pointing down at the lounge of the yacht. How do I know you're not luring me with your beauty? Bryn's attitude changed, she looked at him warily now. Jude felt a bit helpless. It was like before, where she constantly guarded against him. If only he hadn't gotten so close to her, causing her to always look at him with suspicion. Perhaps he should have learned from those people below and waited for her to save them. Maybe it wouldn't be this troublesome now. But at present, he had to return to his body voluntarily. That's your body, only by returning will you get better. You're the one who's not okay, your whole family isn't fine. Who curses others like that? Bryn didn't think there was anything wrong with her. She was enjoying the show. Jude looked at the stubborn Bryn and felt a headache coming on. In the next second, his figure faded considerably. It seemed his time was running out. Handsome guy, what's wrong? Are you disappearing? Jude was about to reply when Bryn's next words made him almost want to spit blood. Then hurry up and go. I believe this side will win. I'll wait until the battle is over. Bryn just inexplicably believed that the yacht side would definitely win. The Bryn in the lounge already had blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Jude followed her gaze to the small yacht below, noticing white smoke rising from the stern. Look over there, Indira is making you some delicious pickled fish. Only by going back can you eat such delicacies. Otherwise, you'll never taste these earthly delights and will forever float in the air. Jude prepared to say more, but Bryn had already rushed towards the lounge in a hurry. However, as soon as she got close to the lounge, she was bounced away. Jude steadied her from behind. It's good that you set up a protective barrier, but guarding against yourself is wrong. Jude, with his hand still on Bryn's back, directly pushed her into the barrier. Inside the lounge, Bryn's complexion instantly returned to its healthy pink hue. All the surrounding spiritual energy surged madly into her body. Chapter 159, What's Wrong with the Shield? Bryn, back in her body, also felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. Following her intuition, she continuously absorbed energy, compressing it and forming it into droplets again before integrating them into her spirit core. Her mental power had been fully upgraded, and now that thread of mental power was as thick as a baby's arm. Suddenly, she thought about the memory from mid-air. Black hair, white-clothed figure, that face. Jude. Or the master of the Fraser family. Jude's figure in mid-air was nearly transparent and fading away. He looked at the pie yarrow on Myra's head, who was wiping tears while staring at him. Little guy, protect Bryn well. Seeing the little pie yarrow nodding frantically, Jude's figure vanished into the air. 1,000 miles away, a black-clothed person meditating spat out a mouthful of blood directly. Master, are you alright? This body couldn't bear your soul in the first place. Jude waved off Little Phoenix and began self-regulating with his other hand. There seemed to be some other things appearing in his memories. Interesting. Turns out they had met over 1,000 years ago. Jude closed his eyes again and madly absorbed the surrounding energy. Keaton and others saw the vortex above the lounge, which was already a familiar sight to them. It looked like Bryn was about to wake up. Wilfred, standing not far away, also witnessed this scene. He didn't understand what it was. But he knew this was his only chance. With that thought, he accumulated his abilities and darted from the sea, unleashing all his energy toward the small boat. Cooper, hurry, someone is attacking us. The people on the yacht were ready to unleash their most powerful defensive abilities upon seeing this. The small yacht was everyone's home, they had to protect it until Bryn woke up. In that instant, the energy above the lounge suddenly surged outward, directly flinging Wilfred, who had burst out of the sea, sending him flying in an arc back into the water. Comfy. Bryn pushed open the door and smiled slightly at the people waiting for her. Good evening everyone. I've successfully upgraded. Congratulations, Sister Shia. Now we can relax. Apollon Shia patted her chest, still feeling lingering fear. It seemed like tonight would pass safely after all. Bryn, do you feel any discomfort? Keaton recalled Bryn's pale face and the spots of blood on her collar. It's all gone, just a small hiccup. Of course Sister Shia is fine. Could those people's sudden strange behavior have been due to Sister Shia's doing? Coyle immediately associated the odd behavior of those people earlier with Bryn's actions. However, Bryn didn't respond, and Indira wiped her hands, walking towards them, mumbling about the food she made. Sister Shia will definitely be fine, my late-night snack is almost ready. I made sour cabbage fish, using the pickled cabbage we made ourselves on the 12th floor. Hearing this, Bryn remembered the man in the air. That must have been Jude. Jude was indeed right. No matter how much Jude helped her, she always felt somewhat awkward. Starting from buying cold weapons, this person had intentionally or unintentionally assisted her. Even living next door to her. Unlike these people in front of her, whom she had saved and trained herself. This feeling was incomparable. So even if Bryn knew she was conflicted, she didn't plan to change anything. After all, he was nowhere to be seen now. What a man. Bryn shook off these thoughts. She greeted everyone and turned to the specially designed bathroom on the boat. Her accident had left her sweaty and stained with blood. She needed to clean herself up quickly. As for Wilfred's team, they were long gone. Dead or alive, she didn't care. When Bryn came out, she saw everyone sitting around a small table at the stern of the boat, discussing the lessons learned from the previous battle. Bryn lowered her head and chuckled softly. This warmth was something she would protect no matter what. Nobody could take it away from her. If those people ever encountered her again, she wouldn't give them another chance to fall into the sea. You're not wrong, Kirk's final move was indeed impressive. Apollon Shia saw Bryn approaching and quickly waved. Sister Shia, come listen, Kirk did well tonight. Oh, so great already, becoming a big boy, huh? Kirk couldn't bear Bryn's praise, blushing deeply. The lights tonight aren't bad. Bryn noticed his expression and quickly changed the topic. Only then did she closely examine the small lanterns for the night. They were actually made from shells, opened slightly. Inside each shell was a crystal core. At this moment, it was like a light bulb from before the end times, illuminating the entire bow of the ship. Is that a crystal core? Can crystal cores be used as light bulbs now? Haha, even Bryn was fooled. It can't possibly be a crystal core. Coil laughed out loud after hearing the comments. This is something Coilage did out of boredom. He hollowed out a level 1 crystal core and put a small light bulb inside. But the light it emits is indeed much softer. Previously, Clara always felt the big light bulb was too glaring. This is much better now. Gifford complained in words but was truly grateful for Coil's thoughtfulness. This man, though harsh in words, actually observed everything closely. When Bryn looked at Coil with a teasing gaze, he felt somewhat unaccustomed to it. Oh my, I just did it for fun. Who needs me to be handsome and charming anyway? Ooh. Coilage, you'd better not talk. Goldie instinctively retorted. Let's stop chatting. Cody is still sleeping, I left her a portion. Everyone, quickly try tonight's sour cabbage fish. Indira hurriedly invited everyone to taste the newly prepared sour cabbage fish. See how it tastes. With Indira's eager eyes, everyone stretched their chopsticks toward the already bubbling hot pot in front of them. Heaven. This fish is dancing in my mouth. This sour cabbage is amazing. While gobbling down the food, they also gave their opinions. I've decided, we need to pickle a large barrel of sour cabbage every year from now on. Sounds good to me. This storm seems endless. The temperature hasn't dropped further, but it's still not warm enough. Once we reach the Tiansha base, we can take our time sorting things out and go shopping. Keaton thought about the team. Currently, all their food and supplies were supported by Bryn alone. Cooper is right, we need to gather more supplies. The person we met yesterday said it takes about a day and a night to reach the Tiansha base. It must not be far from us. Just as everyone was enjoying their meal, raindrops started falling onto their faces. What's wrong with the shield? Chapter 160, a small boat lingering near the base. Low energy. Sister Shia, you can't imagine how it feels to finally experience a shortage of supplies. Our spirit cores are really running out. All the spirit cores obtained from those sea zombies have already been thrown into the formation. I estimate this formation can last another 10 minutes or so before we get soaked in the rain. Hearing Coil's words, Bryn was reminded of something she remembered before her upgrade. What did she forget? They needed a lot of spirit cores. First, Bryn waved her hand and directly shrank the formation to where they were sitting. Then she pointed towards the distance behind them. Look back there, that's the Tien market base. Everyone followed Bryn's finger but saw nothing there. Sister Shia, there's nothing there. There is. Keaton frowned as he stared into the darkness, seeing nothing with his eyes. But his perception felt something, and many people. Coil stood up this time, calming down to feel carefully. Cerise, yes, I can feel it too. This feeling is strange, like sensing crowds and the aura of psychics. Coil closed his eyes, not letting them interfere. There's a very powerful person, just as bright as Sister Shia. Alisha gazed into the distance. Since her ability upgrade, she could sense the strength of psychics. Meeting Wilfred's team, she didn't even want to speak. Even if they faced them head-on, they had no issues. Hearing Alisha's words, Bryn recalled the situation of the Tien market base in her previous life. There should be more than one. Soraya, Sister Shia is the best. Alisha smiled at Bryn, squinting her eyes happily. Gifford, you said earlier that Yaro's eyes felt prickly. Goldie, did you check on her? Bryn thought of a possibility. Sister Shia, I did look, but nothing seems wrong on the surface. Goldie was disheartened. She tried using spiritual power as Bryn did but didn't know how to use it properly. Now wasn't the time to ask. She swallowed her questions. Bryn, why can't we see the Tien market base, yet you all can feel it? Shoshana, after some recent body enhancements, was basically no longer considered elderly. It's probably because they are hiding themselves somehow. Mr. Apollon, standing beside Shoshana, had been researching tirelessly, hoping to help them live better in the Tien market base. After all, in such a place, without genuine skills, people wouldn't take you seriously. Meanwhile, at the Tien market base, Nico, who had just returned, was immediately summoned to the meeting room by a superior. Auden, talk about Bryn and Keaton. Auden gave a military salute before speaking. Keaton is a lightning-type psychic. His lightning seems different from what I usually see. It appears more potent, deeper in color, and much stronger. As for Bryn, I can't quite see through her. When thinking about Bryn, it seemed like she could communicate with plants, but this was too absurd to mention. The elder listening frowned. If so, why didn't their team return to the base with you? Speak. Auden lowered his head, it wasn't his fault. They ran too fast, and he couldn't even catch sight of their boat. But he couldn't say that. They seemed to have other matters to attend to, so they disappeared right after exiting the Tower of Heaven. Humph. You didn't bring back the longing grass, nor the people. Auden, it looks like you don't want to lead this team anymore. The elder's pressure made Auden sweat profusely, just as he was preparing to defend himself. Senior Benji, we saw he did his best. Clearly, Senior Benji wasn't going to let it go. Since he is your subordinate, you bear responsibility for this. At least bring back either the grass or the people. The young man didn't reply directly. Everyone knew that without being guided, outsiders couldn't see the base's existence, so their small boat might have passed it unseen. As for the longing grass, no one alive had ever seen it. At that moment, Palace Urshao entered and sat down casually. Phew, today is unusually serious. In my opinion, it's for the best that these people didn't come here, otherwise, they might not have left alive. Upon hearing this, the others present turned even more ashen. This troublemaker. You shouldn't talk like that. I'm actually quite interested in that woman. Who knows if we'll have the chance to meet? As Palace Urshao said this, he casually reclined into his chair with crossed legs. It seemed he was waiting for what would happen next. Xiao Emerson, please continue. Serais, Prince. Keaton is a retired soldier who left the military due to leg injuries and was later recalled. Oh, a soldier, then it's easy to explain. Apollon AO, a top-tier genetic researcher, also invited to the Tien market base. Dr. Apollon, does this mean their team might have initially targeted our Tien market base? One of the young men at the meeting table thought that since their targets were all related to the Tien market base, they might just have traveled together. Xiao Emerson, carry on. Prince shot a glare at the young man. These young people really had no discipline nowadays. This is the mother of General Hayden. So, Hayden Zun, your mother must be looking for you. Upon hearing this, Hayden Zun felt a tightness in his heart. If his mother knew he was in the Tien market base, it meant he had leaked military information. That would give them an excuse to deal with him. No, my mother doesn't know I'm here. It's just a coincidence. The less connection now, the better it would be for his mother. He and his sister had always been worried about someone using his mother to threaten them. As for Bryn, she's the heir of the Shia Corporation but sold her shares and disappeared from the public eye. The Shia Corporation? Prince muttered something under his breath, though no one could hear clearly what it was. As for the others, they are just minor figures, and we can't find out much about them yet. All right, you may leave now. If their target was the Tien market base, why did they enter with Auden's team instead of coming directly? The question circled back to the beginning. Auden could only try to shrink himself further into his chair. Unfortunately, being 180 centimeters tall, there was no way he could fit, making him stand out awkwardly. Prince, the patrol officer saw a small boat lingering near the base. A guard rushed in, quickly passing on this message. Chapter 161, Tianxia Base, long time no see. This so-called small boat is undoubtedly Bryn's team. Let's quickly pack up. Hovering around this base will definitely draw attention. We can enter the base soon. Sister Shia, what about our yacht? Will it be confiscated? Bryn waved her hand and said, I like this. They'd find it a bother. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Bryn's words. They had used this boat so comfortably. Sister Shia, why does your precognition ability sometimes work and sometimes not? Seeing Coil's somewhat contemptuous look, Bryn felt completely confused. Precognition? What nonsense. Looking at everyone else's expressions, Bryn finally got it. These people didn't suspect she was reborn but thought she had precognitive abilities. You think this is an ability? Bryn saw that everyone's faces were written with isn't it obvious? She suddenly lost the desire to explain. What could she say? Tell them she had been reborn in the 5th year of the apocalypse or even tell them how she had detonated herself? Forget it. If they want to think she has precognition, let them. It's not bad. Do you know my space? Oh, you mean the space where humans can enter? Isn't that how all spaces are? Upon hearing Goldie's words, Bryn finally understood. That's why no one ever asked her why she knew so much. These people had automatically made assumptions. Spirit stones and crystal cores were gained through her precognitive ability. Large batches of goods came from her space. Perfect explanation. Bryn looked at these faces which showed it must be so. You all need to protect me. With so many abilities, I'm afraid of being caught by the lab for dissection. Now Bryn could easily mention the word lab. However, those weirdos in the lab wouldn't get away. It was still early in the apocalypse, those psychopaths hadn't gathered yet. She would help them when the opportunity arose. Pish, Sister Shia, don't talk nonsense. You're a lucky charm to our team. Sarai's. No one can take you away from us. But indeed, it is a concern. After all, we've only seen peculiar abilities. So many abilities on one person, we haven't seen. Coil and Goldie started chattering again, while Riggs unexpectedly responded to them a few times. It shows there's always someone better out there. Our experience is limited. Riggs, speaking of experience, our team isn't small either. Bryn felt a bit ashamed, finding someone just like her would be tough. Alright, enough talk. How's Cody? Sister Shia, I just checked on Big Sister Brantley. Her fever has subsided and her complexion is rosy. She's almost awake. As long as there's no fever, it's fine. If she still had a fever, we couldn't enter the base now. Is the base's management this strict? Coil stood up and searched the sea again, to no avail. Dawn was approaching, the base residents should wake up soon. Bryn could tell Coil was thinking some random thoughts. She rolled her eyes directly. Our team's minds are just different from others. Forget it, let's finish packing. Keaton threw the package in his hand onto the deck. The little white pigeon he carried seemed to have sensed something, trembling in his arms. Bryn, check it for me first. Keaton pulled the white pigeon out from his arms. Seeing the pigeon tremble, Bryn immediately focused solely on it. She extended her hand, carrying her mental power, slowly stroking the white pigeon. The pigeon gradually relaxed, sleeping in Keaton's palm. That base must have powerful pets. That's why it's so scared. It may have met something similar before. Indeed, meeting once leaves a deep impression. Bryn gazed at the white pigeon. It was so human-like, maybe it could be well-trained in the future. Feeling Bryn's passionate gaze, the white pigeon couldn't resist shivering again. Keaton hurriedly placed it back into the pocket on his chest, tailor-made by Indira. Bryn, everything in the kitchen is packed up. Are my 2 children really in this base? Indira had always been strong-willed, raising 2 kids alone and working hard to bring them up. However, after the incident, no one returned to find her. It inevitably made her want to retreat a bit. Plus, living in this team made her exceptionally comfortable. If she really meets them, how would she choose? Bryn held Indira's hands, which were trembling slightly due to nervousness. Lexi, don't think too much. Once we see them, we'll naturally know what's going on. Rest assured, whatever choice you make, I will absolutely agree with it. Seeing Bryn's bright smile, Indira felt her heart melting. Bryn could leave any one of them, but none of them could leave her. Shia, rest assured, I will protect you and Indira. I will protect everyone. Kirk had visibly become rounder under Indira's care these days. He was developing into a chubby and plump kid, making his words sound more like a child's. Good. I'm waiting for you to protect everyone. After saying this, Bryn looked around. Then she waved her hand, and several spirit stones flew into her palm at the same time. The small boat was once again exposed to the heavy rain. Shia, what's this? Someone is watching us. At Tiansha base, the guards were using mirrors to check their small yacht. They needed to ensure there were no special items hidden in the yacht. So they developed this kind of specialized mirror, which could clearly see what was inside an object. This team is so poor. Surate, they were specially allowed to open the gate for them. The person speaking had a cigarette in his mouth, but it wasn't lit. It seemed he was just craving the taste. Soraya, I thought we could get some oil, but there's nothing. Another shorter man put his gun behind him, leaned against the doorpost, and said indifferently, the people who came back last night got a lot of good stuff. Don't talk about it, thinking about it makes me heartache. We must get something too. That boat is coming over quickly. How do they know where the gate is? It's probably because dawn broke, and the base became visible. What else? After all, Bryn didn't want to waste energy looking for the gate. As dawn approached, Gifford pointed not far away and started squealing excitedly. Ah, I see the base, it's so big. Wow, the base is really floating on the sea. Seeing the two excited, Bryn also stood up. She watched the massive structure slowly revealing itself before her eyes. Tiansha base, long time no see. Chapter 162, indeed, she grows well, why not follow me? Everyone, look quickly, it's emerging bit by bit. Is this a superpower or high-tech? Mr. Apollon stared at the changing scene before him, feeling myriad emotions. Their country now possessed such formidable weaponry. He wondered how many people would survive in this apocalypse. Let's prepare to enter the base. Bryn, seeing that the entire Tien City base was exposed, knew the time had come. Cooper, let's go. Cash, upon hearing this, finally switched on the generator of the yacht. The small yacht slowly made its way towards the entrance of the base. This entrance is quite interesting. There are 3 characters east main gate. Is this to prevent people from getting lost? Emma looked at the large, simple characters before her, tilting her head as if thinking of something amusing. Maybe there are gates in all 4 directions east, south, west, and north. The construction of this base must have been extremely challenging. Although Mr. Apollon wasn't an expert in mechanics, he could still discern some subtleties. For our country, where everyone is an infrastructure enthusiast, it might not be much of a problem. Bryn thought about the apocalypse, when many bases were established just as it began. The speed and quality were nothing short of amazing. What a clever design for this base. It has exits on all 4 sides, all extendable. If anything goes wrong inside, it doesn't hinder evacuation. And once retracted, it becomes easy to defend but hard to attack. This design is truly ingenious. The more Mr. Apollon observed the base, the more he admired its design. To him, a movable base was far more secure than any land-based one. No one knew how long these storms and floods would last. Howard Apollon, Sister Shia, the east main gate is opening. They saw a steel door slowly descend from above and drop into the sea in front of their small yacht. On one side was a staircase, on the other a transport track. It was thoroughly well considered. This massive structure was at least the size of a small town. Before the apocalypse, it had been hidden outside their capital city without anyone noticing. Absolutely astonishing. Cash and Coil had an innate trust in the country. Whatever official actions were taken, they subconsciously believed it was for the good of the people. Who among you is Cooper? Two guards emerged from the east gate, one tall and thin, the other short and fat, perfectly symmetrical. I am. Cash handed Cody over to Coil and stepped forward to greet them. Seeing this, Emma hurriedly dragged her small backpack over. Uncles, here's a little gift for you. This was previously discussed between Cash and Emma. Tien City base, being the largest, likely had higher requirements. If they acted too openly like they did in the towns, it might cause trouble. The tall, thin guard took the iron box Emma handed over, shook it slightly, then sniffed it. The sound inside surprised him, widening his eyes. Was this actually alcohol? This young girl certainly had keen judgment. The short, fat guard mimicked his companion, only to find cigarettes inside. These were clearly of much higher quality than what he usually had. Surprised, he realized these items weren't cheap nowadays. If you two could provide some convenience, we'd be grateful. No problem, no problem. With the gifts, both guards immediately plastered on smiles. They would keep some for themselves and exchange the rest, it would more than suffice. Just moments ago, they were complaining, and now they received such a pleasant surprise. Cooper, we were specially instructed by Nico to question anyone passing through. Here's the badge Nico asked me to give you. The tall, thin guard hurriedly pulled out the item from his pocket. Heaven Team badge. Does Nico have so much authority? Coil leaned in to take a look, surprised by the high-ranking team badge given right away. Cash also sought Bryn's opinion with his gaze, worried about the complications this badge might bring. Just take it. Bryn believed their team deserved the highest rank. If anyone wanted to use them, they would see whether the team cooperated. Cash accepted the badge cautiously. Both guards couldn't help but glance at Bryn simultaneously. In this apocalypse, former celebrities were all struggling. None were as impressive as this girl before them, though the other girls in the team were also commendable, fair-skinned and tender. This person, one of the guards, having put the items in his backpack, turned around and pointed at Cody on Coil's back. Do you have a fever? Were you attacked by zombies? Or by mutated plants? A series of questions left Coil no chance to speak. How could this be possible for someone who never stops talking? Alive. No fever. Not bitten. Just purely exhausted, okay? After saying this, Coil gave the other person an angry look. He was annoyed that even after receiving items, he still had to listen to so much talk. The man awkwardly touched his nose. It's just a habit. Then follow me. You need to be observed for 24 hours here, and during that time, we will register your abilities. If you are part of a squad, based on your abilities, you will be given housing and supplies. These supplies are only enough for you to survive here for a week. Within 1 week, you must adapt to life here and find suitable jobs. What if not? Coil hurriedly interrupted, and the other party helplessly shook his head. Then you will have to return where you came from. The base does not support idlers. Oh right, your yacht. If it's stored here at the base, you need to pay storage fees. Storage fee? The man made a gesture with 2 fingers. 2 first-grade crystal cores. Ha, you're thinking too much, 2 second-grade crystal cores per month. This statement made everyone in the financially struggling team take a deep breath. Even the richest among them would eventually face hard times. It couldn't be worse. We'll store it ourselves. Bryn gritted her teeth, realizing they needed to prioritize collecting crystal cores. Do you have a spatial type ability user? One of the guards opened his eyes wide again. Was this team so formidable? They clearly looked like elderly people, children, and women. Cerise, I am. What's up? Bryn hadn't expected such surprise from the guard. She remembered that spatial type ability users weren't particularly rare in her previous life. There are some missions recently that require spatial type ability users. Otherwise, things can't be brought back, and only those who qualify can accept the missions. You are very lucky, as the rewards are quite generous. Just as he finished speaking, a group of people surrounded a man dressed in red mink fur. Oh, so you're Bryn. Indeed, she grows well, why not follow me? Ha, where did this monkey come from? Chapter 163, successfully entered the base. Bryn rolled her eyes. Nowadays, anyone dared to come out and show off. You, asking for death. The man behind him directly reached out, ready to hit Bryn's face. However, the mink-clad man stopped him with a smile on his face as he looked at Bryn. Don't worry, there will be a day you'll beg me. Since we've met, let's go. With that, the man turned around and left with his group. Bryn was full of question marks. Who is this guy? What is he doing? What's going on? Shaking her head, she remembered the first rule of survival in the apocalypse. Stay away from mad dogs. To avoid drawing too much attention, Bryn decided to keep a low profile. She touched the small yacht and put it away into her space. Even so, it was still eye-catching enough. Heaven. Her space must be level 3 already. She can store this yacht inside, her level must be pretty high. Just a simple yacht. If they knew how many such yachts her space could hold, wouldn't they be shocked? Bryn covered her laughter with her head down. When they arrived at the quarantine point, one person explained after witnessing Bryn's strength. Space ability user, and quite powerful. No wonder young Master Leonardo came specially to see you. You have a bright future ahead. The speaker had red hair and leaned against the wall of the quarantine area, looking like someone in charge. Bryn just wanted to ask, in the end of the world, there are still places to dye your hair. Coyle asked directly for her. In this situation, can you still dye hair? Brayden, introduce yourself. That person staggered slightly. These people really know how to catch the essence. This isn't important. What's important is, don't you want to know the current situation of the base? Ms. Shia, this guy seems to be an information dealer. Hearing no useful information, Coyle turned away without another word. It was Cash who stepped forward this time. Are you the one in charge here? We need to undergo a 24-hour quarantine. How do we proceed? Can you help us with the formalities? Seeing their indifferent attitude, the red-haired man shook his head and walked into the back small house. Before leaving, he glanced vaguely at Cody behind Coyle. What are you looking at? She's just sleeping, and I didn't want to wake her up. Coyle quickly sidestepped, blocking that probing gaze. Only then did the red-haired man withdraw his gaze. A few minutes later, when everyone was getting impatient and preparing to ask, a bearded man walked out of the small house. His beard and hair were indistinguishable. Women, move forward. Men, use this room. Make sure to bring all your belongings. We're not responsible for any lost items. Without lifting his head, he started writing on a notebook. You, young girl, lightning ability, you're level 3, the girl is level 1. Is that correct? He pointed at Cash and Emma. Everyone, though shocked, didn't show it. Cerise, that's correct. Hearing Cash's confirmation, the man continued writing. Earth and plant dual abilities, level 3. Nice job, young man. Though he didn't look up, everyone knew he was pointing at Coyle with his pen. Metal ability, level 1. Relieved, Coyle noticed that the man hadn't mentioned Cody's awakening ability. 2 abilities would be too conspicuous. The 2 elders and this boy have no abilities. Randomly pointing, he hit Apollon Larrow, Hayden Lexi, and Kirk. Surprisingly, he failed to identify Kirk's dark ability. Bryn and Cash exchanged glances. She understood his look. If they knew how many abilities she had, they'd probably drag her to a lab right away. Right. What are you saying? Why isn't it for the benefit of the base? Come on, she's a woman. Those in power surely hope their own people can have multiple abilities. If lucky, they could mass-produce them, making them unbeatable. Unfortunately, this boy has speed ability. Savannah has no ability. That concluded the brief introduction. Healing ability, level 3. Water ability, level 2. When it came to Bryn, the man hesitated. You have no ability. No, wait. Do you have an ability? Or don't you? Bryn, hearing him mutter to himself, felt helpless. Sir, have you figured out if I have an ability or not? Strange, I can't seem to see clearly. What is your ability? Unable to see clearly, the man could only ask. Bryn was inwardly amused. Space ability user, we can store our boat ourselves without any help. Hearing this, the man indeed made a note on his notebook. Team name? Peace Team. It's already taken. Choose another one. Bryn felt a bit annoyed. She would definitely find out what kind of people were in this peace team when she had the chance. Then let's call it Spring Comes Team. Spring will surely come. Senior Shia, this name is full of hope. Spring returning means the end of the apocalypse. I like this name too. As everyone voiced their agreement, the man had already registered the new team name in his notebook. Then he walked to a dedicated seat and carefully opened the military issue notebook in his hand. He began entering the team information one by one. Heavenly Character Team. Your team has been classified as a Heavenly Character Team by the system. After the 24-hour quarantine, please proceed to the mission hall. To receive your first mission. What does that mean? First mission? They're still using mandatory missions? Bryn was also surprised. In her previous life, she didn't have such high clearance, so naturally, she didn't know the requirements for Heavenly Character Teams. It seemed there were many interesting aspects to this base. You'll understand once you go to the mission hall. Now let's talk about your accommodations and benefits. The man did not answer their questions because those matters fell outside his job scope. Meanwhile, at the conference hall upstairs, the moment the computer beeped, everyone's eyes widened. They carefully read through the information of the Spring Comes team until they reached Bryn's details. Space ability user? Just that. Is that registrar even competent? Prince was somewhat dismissive. This girl clearly looked different, yet she was listed as just a space ability user. Deceiving people. Prince, this person was trained in our base and is now a level 4 ability user. No external ability user could possibly be higher than this level. Upon hearing the explanation, Prince merely waved his hand. Forget it, let's observe for now. What? How many crystal cores? Say that again. Chapter 164, not 9.9, just 1 yuan for a level 1 crystal core. Mr. Shu, 30 level 1 crystal cores, or 10 level 2 crystal cores, or 2 level 3 crystal cores. The man finally lifted his head from the computer, glanced at Coyle, and quickly lowered his head again, staring back at the screen. You guys are robbers. No, you asked about the price of a standalone unit. We have so many people, How can we live if it's not a standalone unit? That's your problem. I'm only responsible for informing. The choice of residence is also in the mission hall. After isolation, you can go there first. With that, the man led everyone into the room. This was one of the quarantine points. A disinfection device at the entrance made it impossible to see inside clearly. They had no choice but to pass through the device. As the man led the way, Bryn subconsciously activated a protective shield, enveloping the entire squad. Only after passing through the disinfection did the quarantine point fully reveal itself. It was composed of several iron sheds, with small glass rooms, each accommodating one team. Betty, long time no see. You're here too. Those people thought they had seen wrong until they spotted Zaire Duejang, their squad representative, standing at the back. They then confirmed it. Really them. We thought they wouldn't come to the base anymore. Zaire Duejang, long time no see. Since you've come to the base, tell us if you need anything. We'll do our best to help. Bryn pointed to the countdown timers on each captain's body. What's this? The man brought a new timer. Each timer was attached to the captain's bodies and would sound when the time was up. Keaton stepped forward, cooperating as the item was affixed, then entered a room. Even the physical examination was skipped. Bryn recalled the strict checks during her previous life when entering the base, realizing these procedures must have been established later on. This base must have experienced some terrifying event. Why are you still here? Aren't you part of the base? Serais, because we're base personnel, we can't bring danger to the base. Once inside, it's a 24-hour observation period. Only those who haven't zombified can enter. Bryn silently gave him a thumbs up, impressive, showing national consciousness. Just as Bryn was about to say more, the timers on their captains beeped. The man promptly appeared and hurried the few out of the room. He ushered them toward the front door, somewhat like chasing hens back to lay eggs. Thankfully, she had called Truman into the space in time. Otherwise, it might have wanted to compete for someone else's job. Betty, we'll meet inside. Serais, we're off. Pushing and shoving, both squads finished the process and left. The man retreated to his little desk. At that moment, a woman strolled in, heading straight for their quarantine room. Who among you is Bryn? These are all too young, so. Must be you. The woman pointed at Bryn, looking disdainful. With your bean sprout-like figure, Master Leonardo wouldn't like someone like you. It's the end of the world. Where did this romantic mind come from? Who are you? Who I am isn't important. Important is that you stay away from Master Leonardo. Next time, I won't let you off. The woman left with a menacing glare, rushing back. Do people here always leave things unsaid? Fortunately, the rest of the quarantine went smoothly. After Zaire removed the timer, they finally opened the door, truly entering Tien City Base. Sister Shia, this is like a complete small city. Look at the streets, even with cars and motorcycles. Serais. And shops on the street, just like. They were speechless at the sight. To be precise, this small city is built over the base. After the tsunami, the base emerged from the ground. Bryn's simple introduction left everyone astonished. Unfortunately, there were exceptions. Sister Shia, does that mean there's a huge pit underneath? How misleading. Everyone was used to Coil's odd logic and ignored him. For their survival housing, they had to choose the mission hall. Breaking news, breaking news. Don't pay 9.9, just 1 yuan for a level 1 crystal core, buy without regret, buy without loss. Just as Bryn reached out, she quickly retracted her hand. It was a special time. The mission hall resembled a government office building. As soon as they entered, they were greeted by a huge display screen showing the latest task tables for today, listing numbers, and the names of participating squads. Sister Shia, there's Pingan squad over there. Where? Where? Just which damned person stole their name? There, why is there another one? There's one down there too. Bryn saw at least 3 Pingan squads before her eyes. She became a little angry. Why couldn't they keep their own name? The next second, every name was followed by a number, reaching up to 101. If you didn't know better, you'd think they were auditioning. Bryn patted her chest with lingering fear. Fortunately, we changed our name, otherwise it would have been 110. While the group was looking around curiously, a man appeared who looked exactly like the one from the registration desk earlier. Aren't you the registrar? Goldie said in surprise. You met my brother. I'm the second eldest, specifically responsible for introducing the mission center. Upon hearing this, Bryn understood why the previous man hadn't introduced anything. He probably feared losing his job and getting into a fight at home. Here's our squad badge. We want to learn more about the missions and housing. Keaton handed over the small badge directly. How coincidental, I happen to know everything you ask, and it's all free of charge, unlimited updates. Hearing free, Coil heaved a sigh of relief. They were truly poor right now. Tienzi squad enjoys the best benefits in the entire base, allowed to rent villas, and receives the most supplies. They get 30 kilograms of rice and 30 kilograms of flour every month, plus 3 chances to get vegetables. Eating vegetables is a luxury nowadays. With such good benefits, we naturally hope for some contribution in return. Only then is it fair. Get to the point. This man was definitely more talkative than his brother, but still distinguishable. Seeing these two identical men, Bryn suspected that an old third or fourth brother might appear. These were experiences she never had when visiting the base in her past life. Tienzi squad must complete 1 mission each month as compensation for the base. You can check out this board. In the corner of the hall stood a particularly tiny display sign. Mission 1. Kill underwater monsters and retrieve underwater resources. Minimum 2 squads must go simultaneously. Chapter 165. Don't ask. Asking means social anxiety. This mission sounds a bit scary. Look at the back. Registration squad, Squad 1. Cooper, this mission actually has squads signing up, and there's only 1 slot left. When Bryn heard this, she hit the button in front of her without hesitation. Congratulations to Chunli Squad for securing the first mission. There is no reward for this mission. In the event of casualties during the mission, the base takes no responsibility. The only thing is that apart from official supplies, everything else must be obtained by your own means. As soon as these words were said, Bryn pressed the machine in front of her. Congratulations to Chunli Squad for successful registration. Please gather at the East Gate at 10 in the morning 3 days from now. The screen in front buzzed sharply, and their squad's name appeared on all the major screens. Don't ask. Ask and you'll find it's social anxiety. Have you heard of Chunli Squad? No. What kind of squad dares to take on such a dangerous mission? Soraya. 3 teams went this week alone, and they almost all suffered heavy casualties. Is it still not too late to regret? Are we really taking this on like this? Coyle looked uncertainly at Bryn, hearing from others that this mission was especially perilous. Bryn lightly patted her hand. This itch in your hands of yours, didn't you just deserve it? I saw that other things can be taken freely. It's fine. What haven't our squad seen? If we can't beat them, we run. Goldie didn't panic at all, even comforting everyone. Bryn nodded vigorously next to her. If worst came to worst, she would take them all running. Cerise, now the problem is that we don't even have a place to stay. Coyle lifted Cody slightly behind him, somewhat suspecting they might have to spend the night outdoors today. We should be able to manage on the streets. What street? These words, once they reached Bryn's ears, sounded like the best news she had heard in a while. Nico, long time no see. Bryn flashed her most radiant smile and turned around warmly. Auden was so startled he stepped back a few steps. This expression feels a little dangerous. Betty, meeting again, I heard your squad was here and hurried over. Pity I seemed to arrive too late. Auden pointed at the large screen in front. Eh? You didn't know? Looking at the puzzled faces before him, Auden felt somewhat incredulous. You signed up for the most perilous mission without knowing anything? Seeing them shake their heads like waves, Auden couldn't bear to look. That underwater creature is massive, occupying a huge area under the sea, and particularly fond of things floating on the surface. One of the main reasons our base hasn't moved forward is because of this monster. Even when the base goes into stealth mode, it can somehow pinpoint the base and launch attacks, which forced us to retreat along the same path. As long as the base is out of its range, it won't be attacked. Everyone sucked in a breath after hearing Auden's words. Can't we go around? Goldie quickly asked a critical question, with Auden looking into those sparkling eyes. The problem is, mountains block both sides, preventing the base from moving forward. We can only pass through the path where it resides. So coincidental. This can't be someone who doesn't like your base and intentionally did this. Coyle couldn't believe it could be so coincidental. But with the apocalypse here, anything's possible. Hearing this, Bryn paused momentarily. Coyle got it right. In the previous life, when she came to this base a year post-apocalypse, she heard some elders talk about this incident. Back then, Tien City base suffered many casualties due to this monster. Problems also arose internally, causing a rapid decrease in personnel and loss of many capable individuals. Luckily, their sacrifices weren't in vain. The base eventually overcame the crisis, successfully leaving this area to find new land. She hadn't expected the crisis to appear so early. Was this underwater monster man-made or coincidental? Irrelevant. I'll take action. Bryn didn't bother thinking further. They would know once they went. Nico, this doesn't matter. Upon hearing Bryn's words, Nico felt greatly astonished. A problem that stumped the entire base seemed like a piece of cake for Betty. Could she really have extraordinary abilities? Thinking of this, Nico became more friendly towards Bryn. Betty, what do you mean by that? He referred to why Bryn smiled so frighteningly. We're taking this mission because of the badge you gave us, which forces us to take mandatory missions. So you need to compensate us. What? Auden almost thought he had misheard. Look at that. Auden pointed to the nearby small screen. Mission board for Tien City teams. Mission 1, retrieve underwater supplies from Dongfeng Tower. Mission 2, search for experimental equipment needed by the base. All these missions seemed much better than the one they had just accepted. After seeing it, Bryn glared at the second-in-command who had briefed them earlier. It was all his fault for not explaining clearly. However, that second-in-command had already vanished without a trace. In any case, you are responsible for this. You should still compensate us. Bryn thought if things didn't work out, she could go sell goods outside. She couldn't believe no one would trade for the items in her storage. Betty, how do you want me to compensate? Can you lend us some crystal cores? Bryn immediately added, afraid Auden might change his mind. But in the sky-piercing tower, you don't seem like people short of crystal cores. We want to rent a small villa, but we don't have enough crystal cores. Bryn refused to answer any more questions. She wanted to make money. Not even an underwater monster could stop her from making money. I don't have crystal cores for villas either. My crystal cores are all distributed among my team members. Besides, there aren't any grade 3 crystal cores available. We wouldn't have enough even for our own power enhancement. No one would willingly use them to rent a house. Auden's words made everyone feel utterly chilled. The little ones looked disappointedly at him, and Auden's heart sank. He didn't understand why they wouldn't stay in the cheapest dormitories. However, alright, I can guarantee for you guys. After this activity ends, you just need to pay back this month's crystal core fee. This guy was quite confident in them. It's as I expected, Nico is always the most righteous. Cooper, quickly go with Nico to finalize the arrangements. Bryn hurriedly pushed Cooper towards Auden. Whether they could live in a big villa depended on them now. She also wanted to have a hot lunch. Let's see if there are any other missions we can take. Chapter 166, Tien City Base, an interesting base. Sister Shia, this mission requires a plant-type psyker to go to the botanical garden every day and accelerate plant growth for half a day to receive a level 2 crystal core. These benefits, I wonder what the prices are like here. This requirement is for a water-type psyker to quickly purify seawater. 1 day's work earns a level 2 crystal core, half a day's work earns 5 level 1 crystal cores. All these tasks don't require leaving the base, it's quite suitable. This one is farming, and it's for non-psychers, with the reward being food. If it's a psyker, they need to complete twice the amount of work that ordinary people do. Why is that? Of course, because psychers have significantly stronger physical strength than ordinary people. Behind Goldie stood a young girl with her hair tied back in a ponytail, wearing a black down jacket. She seemed to have tidied herself up as much as possible. So, psychers can just run rampant. You didn't see that psychers won't even look at these tasks. Goldie continued asking questions while talking with her. It does seem true, and generally, those in teams would take team missions over there. There are not many individual missions on this side anyway. Outside, they're all waiting for new missions. Goldie turned around and looked at the long queue of people, sighing. While they were studying the missions, Bryn had already wandered off. She was strolling leisurely, recalling her previous life. In her previous life, when she arrived at Tien City Base, it was completely different from now. Everyone was particularly dejected, lacking the vibrant energy and passion for life present today. The mission hall had been abandoned then, with everyone directly assigned tasks in the hall every day. Accommodation was also directly allocated, with no distinction between villas or dormitories. The food was fixed daily, unlike now where one could buy or trade for items of interest. Bryn passed by a small cake shop. End of the world, and yet there was still a cake shop. And it even used animal cream. Bryn pushed the door open. Hello. Cakes are limited. We only have 2 left today. A young girl greeted her, making it feel as if stepping into the store was an escape from the dangerous outside world. Returning to the tranquil and bustling pre-apocalypse times. Miss, do you have any requests? Bryn stared into the girl's clear eyes and asked almost impulsively. Have you ever been out of the base? Have you fought zombies? Savannah seemed caught off guard by the question, her smile freezing on her face. After a few seconds, she regained her composure. I was working overtime in the store when the typhoon hit. Since then, I haven't left the store. I've stayed in this store since the day zombies appeared. I hid behind that glass. I saw others get bitten, blood spilling everywhere, only to be washed away by rain soon after. No traces were left. Luckily, the government stayed with us, so the power wasn't cut off, and I've lived behind the store ever since. And my boyfriend, luckily, he came to find me that day. Bryn listened quietly to the girl's story. To many, this was undoubtedly fortunate. These ingredients are running low. In some time, this shop might have to close. Bryn looked at the 2 cute chocolate-filled cakes in the display case. Wrap these 2 for me. Do you want to keep shopping? The government specially maintains this street to provide a place for people to relax. I think it's also to prevent unrest. Bryn shook her head. It was enough, she should find the others. Bryn took out a level 1 spirit stone from her pocket and handed it to the girl. Savannah packed everything up and then accepted the stone from Bryn. Why does this crystal core look so bright? Savannah couldn't stop admiring the stone in her hand, feeling it was somewhat different from the usual ones. By the time she realized it, Bryn had already disappeared from the shop. She left so quickly. I forgot to tell her to eat the cake as soon as possible. Her ice-type ability only keeps the ice intact for 1 hour. As soon as Bryn stepped out, she found a secluded spot to store the cakes. Then she wandered aimlessly. Bryn. Bryn turned sharply, thinking someone had called her name. But there was nothing to see. She shook her head and continued walking. Behind her, a jack was pulled into an alley by a group of young men. What? Lost money and now pretending to run away? I didn't. I saw my daughter, she must have money, and she will help me pay off the debt. On this side, Bryn walked a few more steps and heard someone calling her again. She turned back and saw Emma running towards her. Big Sister Shia, I've been looking for you for a while. Let's go. Big Sister Shia, the villa is arranged. Horace told us to get in the car. Get in the car. Bryn quickly walked over, finding it odd that they were taking a vehicle. The 2 returned to the entrance of the mission hall and indeed found an open-air vehicle parked there. Why not enjoy the rain under this heavy downpour outside? Coyle invited everyone as he placed Cody in the vehicle and let the 2 elders take care of her. He then went directly to the 2nd floor and set up an earth-type defense shield to block the rain for everyone. Wow, it feels like we've suddenly gone back to before the apocalypse. This really is a great place. If we could live here all the time, it would be nice. Hearing this, Bryn remained silent. If Tien City Base could stay like this, it would indeed be worth staying. Unfortunately, Big Sister Shia, Howard said we should find the base leader in the afternoon. Cerise, Riggs should do so. Howard also said he can earn some crystal cores for our team. Then we won't need to rely on others. So can I. I am earth type and plant type. Tomorrow I'll look for the farm to see if I can get a job there. Right, I'm water type, which is what the base needs. Missy, you don't have to handle everything alone. Bryn chuckled slightly. Everyone thought she was worried about the crystal cores. She didn't know why, but ever since coming here, she had felt a sense of sadness. Perhaps it was because the current base was vastly different from what it would become in the future. The sightseeing car kept driving deeper into less populated areas until finally, a row of beautiful small villas appeared ahead. Finally, this villa area looks pretty good. This one even has a yard. We can transplant some of our plants here. Cerise. And those rabbits can also be released by Big Sister Shia. Let's go inside. Bryn led everyone into the villa. Chapter 167, Sky Market Base 2, The Cheap Father Comes Knocking. Wow, this villa is in pretty good condition. Soraya, a 2-story villa, perfect for us. The rooms are equipped with double beds, which makes it more practical. As they entered the villa, they started exploring. Keaton and Coyle carefully examined every corner. Fortunately, they didn't find anything suspicious. They settled Cody into a room. It seemed he hadn't had a proper rest since the apocalypse began. He should have woken up by now, yet he was still in a deep sleep. In the afternoon, they took out the bunch of chives they had harvested earlier. Everyone started making chive dumplings, while Indira boiled some bone soup on the side. They were settling down here temporarily. We saw a lost and found and a missing persons board in that mission hall. In the afternoon, we can help Indira post her missing person information there. I'll go to the lab in the afternoon, Riggs thought to himself. For this mission, you 2 seniors just need to guard the villa. As for the rest of us, let's all go together, it'll be good practice. Bryn pondered for a moment and finally decided to take everyone along. It was the end times now, and everyone needed to grow quickly. Still, someone had to stay behind as well. Sister Shia, I have healing powers. I was really afraid you'd make me stay behind. Goldie, still feeling a bit scared, stuffed a round dumpling into her mouth. Before the apocalypse, she hated chive dumplings the most. But now, she found them delicious. Cerise, Sister Shia, I can also help. Alisha held a small bowl and ate the dumplings little by little, as if enjoying a sumptuous feast. Completing this mission is one thing, but mainly we need to earn some status. Looking at you guys, it seems like you're about to level up. This time, we need to gather some crystal cores so everyone can reach the next level. No matter what, they had to stockpile crystal cores this time. In the afternoon, everyone went out of the base in search of suitable work without any prior agreement. Riggs headed towards the lab. This is a restricted area, no private entry allowed. A young man stopped Riggs, who remained calm. Young man, ask your lab supervisor that Apollon AO is here. Do you know who the supervisor is? You just want to see him right away. I advise you to leave quickly. When my boss comes, he won't be as lenient as I am. The young man waved his hand, urging Riggs to leave. He hadn't heard of anyone coming today. Phone Benjian, I'm looking for him. Riggs calmly said the name of the supervisor. This surprised the young man, who looked tense. How can you call Dr. Fong by his first name? That's disrespectful. Young man, go ahead and pass the message. He won't blame you. Seeing Riggs's determined expression, the young man started to doubt. Could this person really be connected to Dr. Fong? Everyone knew Dr. Fong was very protective of his people. If he made things difficult, his new job might not last long. After appraising Riggs again, seeing he was dressed nicely and didn't look like someone causing trouble, the young man walked through the iron gate. Wait here and don't run around. Riggs had already asked Goldie to find out at the mission hall that the lab supervisor was his old friend, Fong Benjian. Soon, an old man with white hair followed the young man out, clearly annoyed. He was holding a report he was reading. Didn't I say not to disturb me if there's nothing important? You claim he knows me? Ridiculous, I don't have any acquaintances left here. Cerise, yes. The old man seemed very certain, and I was afraid to waste your time. Off with you, bad luck. By the time they reached Riggs. Fong Benjian. Who dares to call me by my name? Fong Benjian lifted his eyes from the report, still angry. Apollon AO? That can't be. Isn't Apollon AO in a wheelchair? Fong Benjian couldn't believe his eyes, circling Riggs 3 times. Fong Benjian, it's me, Apollon AO. Riggs confirmed again, exasperated. No, you look much younger than before. Fong Benjian still couldn't believe it, and Riggs shook his head. When you were on the team, you secretly video chatted with your wife, and I covered for you. That was decades ago. If you're really Apollon AO, did you reverse aging? Fong Benjian now looked at Apollon AO with a curious expression, clearly having accepted his identity. You have a head of black hair. It's the end of the world, you surely don't have time to dye your hair, right? And your face looks younger than mine by about 10 years. Just a coincidence. When we last spoke on the phone, you mentioned researching a vaccine. How did that go? Apollon AO didn't want to linger on these topics, so he quickly changed the subject with Fong Benjian. Ah, you mention it, and I've lost countless strands of hair over this old man's worry. Those people above somehow got some zombie virus sent over. But it looks different from what's inside those zombies. So far, there has been basically no progress. Oh, Apollon AO hadn't expected that after all this time, they had made no progress at all. Did you find anything special? When you mention it, yes, I found something strange inside the crystal cores. Once infected, people become extremely agitated. I suspect it's related to those zombies. Unfortunately, it hasn't been confirmed yet. Apollon AO sighed deeply in his heart. After all this time, they hadn't uncovered as much information as he had. But then again, he had these insights because Bryn had shared everything with him without reservation. Hey, it's all my fault. Let's not stand here at the door. Come inside, I'll have my students gather the current research materials for you. After you review them, we can discuss it thoroughly. Feng Benjian didn't care how his friend had arrived at the base. Since he was here and safe, that was what mattered. All he could think about now was his research. Apollon Laro followed him across the iron gate, slowly walking toward the lab. Meanwhile, Bryn was in the small courtyard with the kids, setting up their vegetable plots. A voice, both unfamiliar yet familiar, rang in her ear. Bryn, is it really you? This is your dad. Chapter 168, The So-Called Truth of Tianxia Base. Upon hearing this, Bryn's first reaction was, didn't that old dragon say her father was dead? Isn't he standing here alive and well? She would have to find a time to make that dragon take a good look again. Bryn looked at the ragged man in front of her with disdain. He even gave off waves of stench. The man's face was bruised black and purple, making it impossible to see his original appearance. However, the dragon did say her mother was still alive. With a thought, Bryn nodded at Isidro. The latter rubbed his hands together excitedly and pointed at the house behind Bryn. Bryn, you're all living in villas now. Look at me, don't just stand there, quickly let me in. Bryn stood where she was, arms crossed, contemplating how to get information from this man. Who knows what Isidro might think if she appeared unwilling. I am your father. You live in such a good house but you don't show filial piety to me. Do you believe I can make it hard for you to stay in this team? Seeing that Bryn had no intention of leading him inside, Akil's expression changed instantly. He seemed to remember something and shuddered. At that moment, Keaton came out after hearing the voices. He glanced at Bryn and then at Akil. He turned an inquiring look to Emma. This man says he is Sister Xia Jin's father. Keaton was also greatly surprised upon hearing this, amazed that Bryn had family. They had always assumed Bryn was alone in the world. The only ones who knew were Ellie and Emma, aware that Bryn had a stepsister, though they didn't know if she was alive or dead. Bryn, what about this man? Hey, so you're Bryn's man? I'm her real father, don't just stand there, bring me in already. Seeing Keaton treating Bryn with care, Akil started giving orders without hesitation. Little did he know, a man far away could not wait to wrench off his head upon hearing these words. A fraud, yet so arrogant, truly disgusting. Keaton wanted to step forward and explain but saw Bryn shake her head lightly, thus retracting his foot. I can bring you in, but you have to answer one question for me. Hot water and a comfortable bed filled Akil's eyes as he waved his hand nonchalantly. Ask. Let alone one question, 100 would be no problem. What exactly happened to my mother? Bryn voiced the doubt in her heart. Back then, she was too young, only after the funeral did they tell her about it. Why are you asking this? Akil was stunned by Bryn's question, wondering if the old woman had left any clues for her. Akil's evasive gaze confirmed to Bryn that her mother's death indeed had some oddities. Is there something you want to say? Standing on the steps, Bryn looked down at Akil. This reminded him of decades ago when he wandered the streets in poverty. Xia Xiana stood on those very steps, pregnant, telling him words that changed his life. Would you be willing to be the father of my child? I will ensure you have food and clothing for the rest of your life. Seeing Delilah's attire, he knew she was someone important and inexplicably nodded. Your mother died in a car accident. Akil shook off the memories, repeating what he had told Bryn countless times. Serate this time, he could not bring himself to look her in the eye. Why would she die in a simple car accident? Bryn frowned, never having asked this question before. On one hand, she was afraid it would upset her grandmother, and on the other, she felt since her mother was gone, taking care of the present was enough. Now it seemed things weren't that simple. On the day of Phraseatha's accident, the weather was clear, poor visibility wasn't an issue. I don't know. By the time I got to the hospital, your mother was beyond recognition. Akil shook his head frantically from afar. Seeing that he still wouldn't speak the truth, Bryn signaled to Kirk. A dark shadow quietly hovered beneath Akil. His expression twisted grotesquely as if remembering something. Your mother got what she deserved. After all these years of marriage, she never allowed me to touch her. I couldn't even hold her hand. She had no right, despite all my tolerance of her past. She even refused to develop any feelings for me. Hearing this, Bryn was deeply puzzled. In her memory, her parents were loving, and they treated her with affection. He spoke of someone completely unfamiliar. Cheating is bad enough, but you actually blame my mother. Shameless. Bryn felt nauseated just looking at him, and now hearing him malign her mother, she was filled with rage, wanting to kill him. Without your mother's support, do you think I would have the energy or the money to cheat? I wanted a divorce, I didn't want to continue living like this. Your mother wouldn't agree. She just pretended to be a loving couple in front of you, pretending father and daughter were on good terms. Under the influence of the power, Akil had started to become delirious, spilling out everything that had been buried in his heart for years. These are all things you say, but how did I come into this world? Bryn shook her head, she didn't believe a word he said. You don't know. Your stepmother was arranged by your mother, arranged for me. Your stepsister is actually my biological daughter. Every word from Akil made Bryn understand something yet left her puzzled at the same time. Seeing her confused expression, there was a gleam of satisfaction in Akil's eyes. You are not my daughter at all. Why should I care about whether you live or die? You're just a stepping stone for me to obtain the Shia family's wealth. Haha. Hearing this, Bryn's eyes widened in surprise, then filled with wild joy in the next second. This man wasn't her real father. That was the happiest thing ever. Akil got carried away, pointing at Bryn with his finger. Let me tell you, I tampered with your mother's car. She was too selfish, not wanting to give me anything, just wanting me to be a cheap father. Why not? Why not? If I can't have her, neither will she be able to enjoy herself, and the Shia family must belong to me. Akil's eyes had turned completely red, clearly lost in his own nightmare. You and your mother are one and the same, selfish and self-centered. Who knows where your mother picked you up from, some bastard child. Akil pointed at Bryn, looking at the face that so closely resembled her mother's. It was as if he saw Delilah standing on the stairs again, waving at him. Hearing his last sentence, Bryn immediately drew her long sword and stabbed Akil through. Frasier and you had a deal, why do you suddenly label her as selfish and self-centered? I want to see if your heart is really black. Chapter 169, Make him shine tomorrow. Akil looked at the sword in his chest in disbelief. You actually dared. I'm going to kill you. Black smoke was emanating from Akil's body as he glared at Bryn with eyes full of venom. Bryn stared back at him in surprise. This guy had awakened his powers right at this moment. This was good, it would make him tougher and not be a complete waste for Goldie's abilities. Goldie, heal him, but don't completely cure him. Gifford, close the door. Bryn tossed him into the living room through the doorway and pulled out the sword with her free hand. She had intentionally aimed off-center, avoiding his heart directly. But this action was enough to scare Akil witless. All thoughts of revenge against Bryn vanished instantly. He sat on the floor, tightly clutching his chest, hoping the blood would stop flowing. Hearing Bryn's words, Goldie hesitantly used her powers. Points of starlight fell into Akil's body. Seeing that the surface wounds were healed, Bryn promptly stopped her. Stop. Akil was feeling the wound healing when it suddenly halted. He could sense that inside his body, his blood vessels and organs were fragile, barely holding together. Bryn, why did you make her stop? Heal me fully. Seeing Bryn unmoved, he couldn't struggle up from the ground but threatened her fiercely. After all, I raised you, your father. Father, you're not worthy. You just said you weren't, didn't you forget? Akil recalled the insane words he had spoken earlier. It was strange, he had hidden these feelings for most of his life, yet they all poured out upon seeing Bryn. Malcolm didn't mean it, I know you were just angry, Malcolm doesn't blame you. Quick, have your friend heal Malcolm. And then, Bryn stood by, waiting for Akil to finish his sentence. She was curious about what drove him here. Of course, to help Malcolm pay off the debt, and then take good care of me. Realizing there might be hope, Akil quickly blurted out his innermost thoughts. After speaking, he covered his mouth, wondering what was wrong with him today. The others surrounding them, except for Bryn who remained calm, felt furious on her behalf. A fake father, acting so arrogant. How did you get here? Bryn showed interest in how Akil managed to appear here without her protection. Why should I tell you? I sold my sister, and only then did they agree to bring me along. At this moment, Akil wanted to slap himself. Even though he had his mouth covered, he couldn't resist responding to Bryn's questions. Indeed, dogs bite each other. It's her lucky day she didn't encounter Savannah. Bryn approached and grabbed Akil, bending both his arms behind his back. Now Akil lost his ability to resist. He writhed and screamed in pain, too distracted to care about his chest anymore. Sister Bryn, are you okay? Soraya, don't get upset over such scum. You guys. Clearly, I'm the one injured, and you're comforting him. Looking at them, Akil thought everyone in this house was mad. Ever since Frasier passed away and the stepmother came, I tried to please you and those two, hoping one day I could belong with you. But in the end, you and I aren't related at all. Wasting expressions. Bryn now looked at Akil like she saw a dead man. No wonder you sold me to the lab for a little profit. No wonder you always made me defer to my sister. No wonder you pushed me out in dangerous situations. Not being biological, it means nothing to you. Bryn slowly stepped on Akil's limp hand lying on the floor. Though dislocated, the sensations were still intact. With a snap, all his fingers broke, and Bryn finally withdrew her foot. Akil let out a scream of pain before collapsing limply on the ground. None of what you said is true. Due to Akil's newly awakened powers and Goldie's healing, his body was significantly different from before. It was just some broken bones, he wouldn't die. Bryn slapped him with the hilt of her sword, making him look directly at her. Staring at this face he had seen countless times in dreams, Akil seemed about to break down. At first, I intended to treat you well, but your mother wronged me first. If she hadn't been so cruel, I wouldn't have resorted to these methods. And you resemble her so much. Whenever you're unhappy, it feels like I see her in pain. I'll just be straightforward. Bryn looked at the increasingly deranged Akil in front of her. My dear father, you raised me as if I were a fool, yet hoped I would always protect you and them. You even expected me to shield you from disasters, and sacrifice myself for your experiments. Do you think you'd still be alive today? The base prohibits bloodshed. Aren't you afraid of punishment from the base? Bryn directly approached him and dislocated his jaw, no longer wanting to waste words on this scum. However, since her mental power had been upgraded, she hadn't had a chance to try it out. She seemed to be able to extract others' abilities, converting them for her own use. Today was a good opportunity. Bryn placed her hand on Akil's head, and black smoke began to flow continuously into Bryn's palm from his body. Akil, who had felt full of strength just moments ago, now sensed his power being drained. His body grew weaker and he let out guttural sounds while snarling at Bryn. Don't take my strength, it's mine, mine. Only after absorbing all of Akil's abilities did Bryn stop. She could only drain this person's ability for now, but with time and a crystal core, his ability could recover. It appeared that her mental power needed further upgrading. Those people experimented on me back then, drawing my abilities daily to force continuous bursts in adversity, exhausting my body to transform into ability. What do you compare to that? Goldie, don't let him die. Kirk, send him a nightmare. Coil, throw him to the garbage pile. This also counts as recycling. After giving instructions, Bryn tossed a light ball at Akil. This light ball amplified all of Akil's senses, making him feel the pain in his body more sharply. Sister Shia, shall we leave this man like this? Emma glared fiercely at Akil and looked at Bryn with concern. The last thing Akil heard before being thrown into the trash bin was Bryn's final sentence. Don't worry, he'll shine brightly tomorrow. Chapter 170, Savior, let whoever loves to be one. This power of his is rather interesting. Bryn played with the black gas in her palm. This black gas could make people restless and irritable. It was somewhat similar to the polluted substances inside crystal cores, except that this black gas could only influence a person for 2 minutes. Unlike the crystal cores effect, which was continuous. She took out a small brocade pouch and put the black gas into it. Products from the space, guaranteed quality. Maybe one day, they would come in handy. Senior Sister Shia, this is too lenient on him. Bryn did not reply to Goldie's words but instead asked Emma. You saw that task to clear zombies at the mission center this morning. Go and take it for us later. Okay, I'll go now. After confirming, Emma left with Alisha. If it were this easy, they could also play outside for a while. We will clear some zombies tomorrow first to get some food. Bryn resumed her usual indifference, which made the remaining people care about her even more. Senior Sister Shia, you mentioned something about a lab earlier. Under Coil and Keaton's cues, Goldie cautiously voiced her question. Oh, that's something from my previous life. Bryn said this weighty news and then slipped away, leaving behind several statue-like figures, who were unable to react for a long time. Previous life. What does Senior Sister Shia mean by that? Take it literally. Keaton soon understood why Bryn could sometimes predict things in advance and sometimes couldn't. So Senior Sister Shia doesn't have predictive powers but has been resurrected after death. Coil was a bit slow to accept this signal. Not resurrected after death, it should be rebirth as in novels. Goldie thought of the word rebirth from many novels she had read. Right, that's it. Senior Sister Shia must have suffered so much, enduring all this by herself. We must improve our abilities well and shoulder the responsibility of protecting her as soon as possible. Goldie wiped her nose in tears. She genuinely felt sorry for Bryn. After being together for so long, she had already considered Bryn her real elder sister. No matter how we improve, we probably can't catch up with Bryn. We can only try not to be a hindrance. Keaton was always practical, only saying what he could achieve. You're right, still, it's frustrating. I'm going to kick a few times to vent for Senior Sister Shia. Don't kill them. Senior Sister Shia said they'd be useful tomorrow. I know. Coil waved his hand casually. However, the two people behind him didn't plan to stop him. Bryn walked into the room, patting her chest. She seemed to have revealed her secret of rebirth just now. How did they get stuck like that? Bryn did not regret it. Her biggest reliance was the space, which she couldn't tell them about. But regarding her own rebirth, there was no need to hide it from these people. Now, she knew clearly that these people would not betray her. Even if they betrayed her, she had ways to hunt them down. A fleeting thought led Bryn into the space. Breathing the rich spiritual energy in the air, she somewhat disdained the outside world, where the spiritual energy was not only thin but also impure. By the time Bryn realized it, she had already voiced her thoughts. What's wrong with me? Bryn, the new batch of wheat, fruits, and vegetables are all packed and stacked in the warehouse over there. Following Myra, Bryn arrived at her boundless warehouse. Before the apocalypse, she was wealthy but hadn't managed to stockpile enough supplies before being trapped at home. Picking up supplies along the way helped, but it wasn't enough. She could continue stockpiling as long as the space allowed it. Bryn picked up a tomato and bit into it hard. So fragrant. So sweet. And it seems that the Shia Manor has undergone new changes. You should check it out. Why didn't you say that earlier? Bryn pinched the tomato and turned into the Shia Manor. Speaking of changes, there wasn't much change in size outside the manor. But things inside seemed to have changed again. Carved beds, dedicated meditation rooms, larger libraries, alchemy rooms. Phraseist importantly, on the table in the main hall, there was a shiny pearl. Bryn directly picked up the pearl. A shadow projected into the air. My young friend, it's been a long time. Heavens. Unku, why are you here? Not coming to reclaim the space, right? My young friend, don't panic. I just left a wisp of soul fragment in this space when I dissipated. The cultivation methods you use now are different from ours back then. It was indeed risky to give you the bloodline power back then, but fortunately, you made it through safely. No, this Fraser family seal on you. Bryn could only nod. This was thanks to his rescue, otherwise, she would have been long gone. It seems everything happens for a reason. This connection is meant for you. Unku muttered to himself, lost in some sort of contemplation. Phraseest of the things in this space are from several thousand years ago. I hope you can take out what's useful and help humanity. If you can't get through this time, mankind will be extinct. Unku waved his hand, and an image appeared beside him. The image showed a future scene where most of the earth was submerged in water, with very little land left, which was occupied by zombies and mutated plants. They were battling each other, while humans were nowhere to be seen. That's impossible, Bryn directly denied. After 5 years of the apocalypse, many bases still floated on the sea, and some had even found land to settle on. How could there be no humans left? That's the direction of the future. But as long as you can change it, perhaps there is still hope for humanity. Me. I don't want to be a savior, I just want to live a peaceful life. Like now, taking on missions and living happily in the villa. When Bryn said this, she was actually convincing herself. In her previous life, she had struggled to survive for 5 years, witnessing the drastic decline in human population, but never imagined that humans would disappear. She always believed that humans would persevere, especially the Chinese people. I know it's hard to accept, but you bear the Xia surname. The power left behind by the only god in this world. Unku looked at the girl in front of him, who was barely over 20. If not for necessity, he wouldn't want such a young girl to bear this cruel truth. Bryn fell silent for a few seconds, thinking about how the Tian market base nearly perished due to underwater monsters in her previous life. Perhaps that was the beginning, the start of the plan to eliminate humanity. Lifting her head again, Bryn's eyes were filled with determination. Savior. Let whoever loves to be one. Chapter 171, Task List, focused on making Freysiane. I only want to protect my team. The rest has nothing to do with me. King was about to say more but saw the look in Bryn's eyes and ultimately kept silent. Forget it, the world has already descended into chaos. No one knows how it will end, and she certainly can't decide that. Bryn, since you feel this way, I hope you can establish your own small world at least, providing enough protection for those people to survive. Otherwise, that would mean falling right into the enemy's trap. Hearing this, Bryn fell silent for a moment. She had no interest in being a savior. However, establishing her own world was something worth considering. Bryn, what you call superpowers differs from those of the ancient era, so cultivation methods are not entirely universal. You need to explore this yourselves. But you, as the last bloodline of the Xia family, have undergone marrow cleansing and received my inheritance. You're different from them. This is also part of the reason why King hoped Bryn could take up responsibility. Is the Xia lineage the reason I was different from others in my past life? Bryn looked down at her hands and muttered to herself. Serais, for some reason, everything went wrong in your previous life, while this life is proceeding correctly. Bryn raised her head sharply, looking at King. You said this life is the correct one? What exactly does that mean? The dragon mentioned before said my mother is still alive, is that true? Cough, yes, your mother is indeed alive, but... Before King could finish, the projection suddenly stopped. Angry, Bryn slapped the bead and tossed it heavily onto the table. Unfortunately, the bead gave no further response. Always breaking down at critical moments. So many questions left unanswered. Bryn, it might be due to insufficient energy. Once it absorbs the spiritual energy from the space, it should be able to recover. Ruby noticed the slight redness in Bryn's eyes, having been by her side all along. Yasmin, don't panic. This vast world offers countless opportunities to find your mother. Bryn walked out with her head lowered. Seeing these items in the spatial realm made her lose motivation. She briefly explained to a few others and left the space immediately. Bryn touched the intact phoenix wings on her wrist, wondering where the spatial fragments were. If she found all the spatial fragments, would there be enough energy for King to reappear? Then she might finally get clues about her mother and possibly reunite with her. Bryn rubbed her head, feeling overwhelmed by recent events. Involuntarily, she thought of someone who hadn't appeared for a long time but felt his presence occasionally brushing against her awareness. The feeling always made her itchy, wanting to pull him out and ask everything clearly. Sis Xia, let's eat. At the dinner table, Bryn remained distracted. Sis Xia, are you still upset about that scumbag? It's not that serious, you seemed fine when you returned to the room. What's going on with you? Hearing Goldie and the others whispering beside her, Bryn came back to reality. I'm fine, just thinking too deeply. Emma, how did the task selection go? Bryn quickly changed the subject. Sis Xia, we successfully completed the mission. We saw 3 tasks listed. These tasks seem focused on making money. There are 3 missions available. All these tasks offer level 3 crystal nuclei rewards, which are very useful for us now. The first task involves clearing zombies from a building and confirming if supplies are still intact. It seems like there are quite a few zombies, Goldie said, pondering the task while eating. It looks like there are nearly level 4 zombies in there. The danger level is rated 4 stars. If we accept this mission, it would be exclusive to us. Bryn nodded. Good job, keep talking. Only then did Bryn remember the cake she bought earlier and hurriedly took it out, letting Ellie distribute it. Wow, this cake looks delicious. We haven't seen a cake since the apocalypse began. Serais, and speaking of which, let me check my watch. Indira couldn't help but interject upon hearing the conversation. It's already January 23rd. In a month, it will be the Lunar New Suraya. Indira always kept track of this date, as February 23rd is Chinese New Suraya's Eve, a day for family reunion. Serai's, Zaire team leader's birthday also passed recently. Coil glanced at Keaton, regretting their usual lack of attention to such dates. This birthday is special because it's Horace's 30th birthday. It can be considered quite important. Alright, let's hear about the second mission from Emma. Bryn passed the cake to Coil. The second mission involves an abandoned underground tunnel. According to the description, there are homemade ventilation openings in that tunnel, and there might still be survivors inside. Since it's underwater, we need people who can hold their breath for a while, mainly to confirm if there are any survivors. The danger level is also 4 stars. So, this base has been pretty good, continuing to rescue people up until now. Gifford put down his cake, rare as he voiced his thoughts. Perhaps due to his previous experience underground, Gifford was more sensitive to these matters, giving him a better impression of this base. Another person surprised was Bryn. She was somewhat looking forward to meeting the person in charge of this base. This would definitely not be the same person she encountered before. If this person could maintain this base all along, it would certainly be a delightful haven for many. With his mouth full of cake, Coil mumbled, "Sisshia, where did you buy this cake? I want to go buy some tomorrow. It's at a street stand, and this is the name." This chocolate cake was indeed well made. Almost instantly, 2 8-inch cakes were finished by everyone. The owner mentioned that the supplies in the store are running out. If the supplies run out, then we won't get to eat cake anymore. Goldie felt a bit regretful, thinking this cake was truly delicious. Hayden, Lexi and Dara were very skilled with everyday bread and stir-fried dishes. But when it came to pastries, they couldn't match the taste made by professionals. "Don't worry. I'll go ask early tomorrow what materials are needed for baking, and we'll provide them." After finishing the last piece of cake, Coil came up with an idea. "Emma, please continue with the third mission." The third mission involves searching for seeds on a nearby mountain. That mountain seems to be called Fraseranshan. Fraseranshan? Did you read that correctly? Upon hearing the name, Ellie stood up in a daze, gripping Emma's hand excitedly, tears welling up in her eyes. "Frasium, what's wrong? What about Fraseranshan?" Ellie realized she had become too emotional and loosened her grip, gently rubbing her hand. The little girl's hand had turned slightly red due to her tight grip. "Frasium has never told you, but your father was on duty there. Uncle Hayden was on duty there." Bryn was somewhat surprised. This was the first time Ellie mentioned it. Chapter 172, this base has drifted quite far. In her previous life, she and her daughter never left the community. In this life, due to some twists of fate, it turned out they were actually closer. Ellie nodded and continued. "In our last conversation, her father, for some reason, mentioned this place to me. He hinted that if all else failed, I should take Emma there to find him." Bryn could roughly guess what Ellie left unsaid. "Dara, you don't have to do this. Family reunions are the most important." Ellie shook her head. "You must have your own plans. I originally thought it was a long journey away, but I didn't expect we were so close. I checked the map before. It would take 10 hours on a high-speed train from home. So we've come this far already?" Coil was quite surprised by the duration, as he had assumed that the Tien City base was still above Tien City. Fraserant Marogang is almost at the border of our country. It's at a high altitude, so it might not be completely submerged. Perhaps Braden Hayden is still there. This base has drifted quite far. Emma recalled the discussions around the mission announcement in the afternoon. "Our base's goal seems to be heading to Fraserant Marogang, though we don't know if there are any big shots there." She quickly added, "Right, Frasium, that Fraserant Marogang is where the Tien City base is headed. It looks like the base wants to send people over first to scout." Keaton pieced these things together. Maybe this base can still communicate with the area around Fraserant Marogang. "I saw many drones today. Drones can still be used. It seems there's more to explore here." Bryn had no good memories of the Tien City base from her past life. She hoped the current one wouldn't turn out the same way. Since that's the case, let's accept all 3 missions. "All 3? We also have the sea monster mission in 3 days. Coil wondered if they were overcommitting. The start time for the 3-day mission doesn't specify when it must be completed. Other missions have deadlines, but this one doesn't. Besides, the Fraserant Marogang mission is probably the most urgent, right? Bryn looked at Emma and finished the last piece of shrimp. The shrimp Coil caught earlier were large, firm, and abundant. Today, Indira specially prepared a full shrimp feast. Now, with her appetite improved, Bryn put down her chopsticks and started eating with her hands. "Indira, your cooking skills are beyond praise. You enjoy it, that's what matters." Earlier, noticing Bryn wasn't eating well, Indira had been worried, but now seeing her eat, her eyes crinkled into smiles. These shrimps are delicious, and the abilities they grant are fun too. Seeing Bryn relax, Coil started showing off again. He waved his hand, and one of them instantly transformed into a large shrimp claw. He demonstrated it to everyone. Bryn couldn't help but laugh. "Coil, your ability seems to last 10 minutes. If you go outside like this, be careful, people might think you're a monster." Goldie reached out to touch Coil's claw, which felt very realistic and moved freely. "Indira, your ability is getting stronger. One day after waking up, I found red dots falling into the pot while cooking." Indira hadn't mentioned it before, thinking it wasn't a big deal and feeling fine. With everyone bringing it up now, she mentioned it too. "Indira, you probably just upgraded." Indira herself was surprised. As an elderly person without consuming any crystal cores, she didn't expect to upgrade. The full shrimp feast lasted until evening. During this time, Akil in the garbage room shouted a few times, leading Coil to give him a lesson. The rest of the time was spent enjoying the meal happily. In the middle of the night, Riggs, who had finished reviewing all the documents, came out of the iron gate to see Bryn standing there staring at the guard. "Bryn, I'm here." Riggs hurriedly walked towards her. Behind him, Foam Benjian suddenly remembered that his old friend's leg was supposed to be unusable. "That's not right. Apollonao, aren't you supposed to be in a wheelchair?" Bryn and Riggs looked speechlessly at him. After working on this all day, he only realized now. Apollonao rolled his eyes and ignored him, introducing directly. "This is my eldest, Bryn. Bryn, this is your Howard Foam." Bryn raised a smile. "Howard Foam, hello." But Foam Benjian circled Bryn carefully, then came to a conclusion. "I remember your granddaughter was only 15. This young lady looks not so big, but definitely an adult. Thank you very much. Savannah, Goldie is at home. It's too late, I didn't let her come." Bryn could only explain. Oh, okay, Riggs. Come early tomorrow. I'll wait for you. You are neglecting sleep and meals. Are you living here?" Foam Benjian shook his head. His family members were in limbo, and if he didn't do something, he would always be prone to overthinking. He had no idea what happened to his son, daughter-in-law, and grandson. With his back turned, Foam Benjian retreated to the iron gate. Only then did Riggs lead Bryn back. Foam Benjian, like me, is a leading expert in genetic research. He has already discovered the black substance inside the crystal cores, but there's no way to purify it or stop people from absorbing it. And currently, those who have absorbed it haven't shown any abnormalities. Instead, their abilities have been enhanced. Riggs's expression was unusually serious as he spoke. So no one understands his research, and some even defame him. Bryn had heard of this before, just not expecting that Senior Foam was so capable. In such a short time, he had already identified the problem. So why did it take 5 years for the suppressant to appear? What happened in between? Right. He's now fixated on proving his right. But I see his mental state isn't particularly good, and he looks very haggard. I'm afraid he can't hold on. After speaking, Riggs sighed deeply. They were old but hadn't found the right person to take over yet. How could they be at ease? Bryn. Just as Riggs was about to speak, Bryn gave him a look. What is it? Howard Apollon, it's raining so hard, let's get back quickly. They quickened their pace back. But at the place they had just stopped, a man in a black raincoat appeared. Could it be that the old man's research is true? I need to report to young Master Leonardo right away. As soon as they returned to the villa, Bryn took out the few remaining crystal cores and spirit stones. She arranged them around the room. Finally, standing on the doorstep, she continuously changed gestures, murmuring to herself. Array formation, complete. Chapter 173, a little episode of Searching for Family in the Dead of Night. As Bryn's voice sounded, a beam of light encircled the villa, and the rain outside seemed to pause for a moment. In an instant, the beam vanished from the sky again. The rain also poured down with a splash. Bryn, will this attract others' attention? Keaton looked at her somewhat worriedly. Now, in the base, they had no foundation and shouldn't take such risks. No problem, I have already confirmed it just now before activating the magic array. After Bryn finished speaking, she turned around and glanced at the not-so-far distance. Just now, a drone was hovering in the sky not far away. It was facing directly toward their villa. But the moment Bryn cast her spell, the drone seemed to be interfered with. It fell for a certain distance. Only then did it stop, nearly on the verge of breaking down. On the surveillance side. What a lousy thing, they still claim it's the latest research, yet it went offline just now. A lean man angrily slapped the monitor. They had been watching for a whole day, except for a man who was stabbed and dragged into the room. There was nothing peculiar about these people. Now it was the end times, killings were commonplace for them. Their mission was to closely watch these people and see if there was anything special about them. Fortunately, Aloysius reacted quickly, otherwise, this drone would have broken down, and we couldn't compensate for it even with all our savings. Don't tell second young Master Leonardo about this, or we'll get ourselves in serious trouble. This person called Aloysius frowned and stared at the monitoring screen, saying, recall the machine for inspection in a while. We can't have the same problem occur again. Cerise, I'll do it later. When midnight came, after they saw that all the lights in the entire villa were turned off, the lean man retracted the drone, took out tools on the spot, and started inspecting it. And Aloysius took out his binoculars and continued spying. The moment the drone retreated, Bryn opened her eyes. She smiled slightly at the corner of her mouth, really interesting, not even letting us sleep on the first night. Then Bryn nimbly got out of bed and pulled out a delicate lady's pistol from under the pillow. Jude had modified this gun for her before, making it absolutely silent. Bryn just didn't think it necessary back then, so she hadn't used it. Now, it finally came in handy. She had just reached the window downstairs when a black shadow flipped through the window. Good evening, General Hayden. Cold sweat dripped from Preston's forehead directly onto the ground. He had completely failed to notice someone waiting here, and he had no chance to dodge. This person could not be underestimated. But how did she know? Preston forced himself to calm down. He had only come here to avoid those people upstairs. Betty, I have no ill intentions. Bryn laughed softly, but the gun in her hand got closer and closer. Bad guys naturally wouldn't say they are bad guys. Seeing that Bryn wasn't backing down, Preston took a deep breath. If they couldn't clarify things today, it would be even harder later. I just wanted to confirm my mother's situation. Your mother? Don't deceive me, you two siblings never intended to go back to find her. Upon hearing this, Preston widened his eyes in shock. This person not only knew his name but also knew about his sister. Did his mother tell her all this? But how did this girl know he was coming back tonight? Bryn watched Preston thinking, without hurrying to interrupt him. She knew what kind of person Preston was from her previous life. She naturally knew that he didn't deliberately fail to search for his mother. However, some words unsaid between mother and son would only increase misunderstandings. Is my mother okay? Preston looked at Bryn with red eyes, stubbornly hoping for good news. Not well. You're pushing your luck. Enraged, Preston revealed his power, producing several huge stones behind him. Whether his stones or Bryn's gun would be faster remained to be seen. Ha, on my territory, you still dare to fight me. Bryn used her mental power to shatter all the stones. This new skill seemed quite useful, it could already attack physical objects. Preston was calculating and thought a lot. Bryn didn't feel like dealing with his suspicions. In the end times, whoever had the hardest fists had the final say. Sure enough, seeing his ability shattered so easily, Preston didn't even see what kind of ability the other party used. Indeed, they had been too overconfident being isolated in this base. Please treat my mother kindly. I will repay you. Preston had momentarily lost his head, but now he calmed down again. Bryn could bring her mother across the ocean to the base. And last time when the drone returned, her mother seemed to have gained some weight. You should take care of your own mother. And you still have that sister of yours. Bryn's words made Preston fall silent. He had his concerns, as long as he was in this position. He owed it to this position and the subordinates who trusted him. We cannot risk it. If someone uses Frasier as leverage, we wouldn't know how to choose. Preston's face was filled with anguish. How could he not want to reunite with his mother? Averell. Just as Preston finished speaking, Indira walked out from the kitchen. Bryn is a good girl. Without her, I wouldn't be here. Indira wiped away her tears, understanding that her children were not deliberately avoiding her. She had already forgiven them. Frasier, I have been unfilial. Sister didn't know about this. Preston gritted his teeth, deciding not to hide it anymore and to clear things up with his mother. At first, we wanted to come back for you, but we were told it was classified and couldn't leave at will. Then our missions and responsibilities grew more and more. Now, there are people trying to overthrow the regime here. I was afraid they might use me as leverage, so I didn't send anyone back for a long time. By the end, Preston's voice was already choking up. But Indira still looked at him with kindness. She knew her children well, they were all good kids. To see you all again and know that you're all okay is enough for me. Bryn had already put away her gun while they were talking. Without this confrontation today, it would have been even harder for them to recognize each other later. Even if Indira knew they were alive, she probably wouldn't have come forward willingly. Child, don't blame Bryn. Without her, I might still be struggling in that underground shelter, or perhaps I wouldn't have survived after the tsunami, let alone wait for you to come pick me up. Indira, please calm down. Bryn hurriedly stepped forward and sat Indira down in a chair. Chapter 174, Heavy Rain Brings Warmth. Hearing his mother's words, Preston, a tall and strong man, seemed unable to bear it any longer. He covered his face with both hands, and a muffled voice came from behind them. Though his mother spoke casually, he could tell that without Bryn, they would never have been reunited in this lifetime. Preston composed himself, his eyes filled with determination. Frasier, we are unfilial. This time, we will definitely take good care of you. Turning to face Bryn, Preston continued, Betty, please allow me to take Frasier back home. If there is anything you need, as long as I can manage it, I will do it for you. Bryn pursed her lips upon hearing this. She was almost stripped of all her power, yet he still offered to help her. Can you really take care of Indira? I heard your sister works day and night on experiments. Preston choked up. How did she know everything? Seeing him so young. Serate, she indeed spoke the truth, and he had no way to refute it. Indira also waved her hand incessantly, saying, I won't go with you. I'm fine here. I just want to make sure you two siblings are safe. Bryn nodded along beside her. With Indira's excellent cooking skills, she wouldn't let her go easily. Frasier, staying close to Preston might be dangerous. Preston sighed helplessly, then said, the situation may be unstable lately. Staying with me might cause Frasier some hardship. Betty, I can only ask you to take care of Frasier for a while. Once these crises pass, I will personally come to thank you and take Frasier back. Hearing Preston's words, Bryn finally nodded. This sounded reasonable. But this person really was stubborn. Since Indira didn't want to leave, why not they join them? Betty, I know your team participated in the battle against the sea monsters. When the time comes, I will lead my troops to go with you. This mission must succeed, not fail. Coyle rolled his eyes from the side, who was protecting whom, still uncertain. Noticing that the other party was staring at her, and feeling Indira's cautious gaze, Bryn said, let's discuss it after this matter is settled. She saw the small basket Indira left on the table and handed it over to Preston. Catch. Indira then stepped forward, these are some snacks I made myself. With this weather, go find your sister quickly. I hope you and your sister can eat together. And remember to thank Betty. After thanking Bryn awkwardly, Preston was dismissed by her from the house. Preston, see you in 3 days. Following his mother's advice, Preston didn't return home but went straight to his sister's laboratory. When Camila saw Preston emerge, she looked annoyed. I'm at a critical stage in my experiment. What do you want? In such heavy rain, you should have found shelter. Big sister, come here. The siblings found a secluded awning and showed the basket to Camila. Their living quarters were under constant surveillance, making outside safer. I saw Frasier today. Camila jumped up at this news. You saw Frasier? Why didn't you bring me along? I initially wanted to check out the team taking care of Frasier. Then when I saw her, I thought I'd just leave, but they caught me red-handed. Camila's mouth dropped open in shock. You're a top-tier rank 3 ability user, rare in our base. That person's ability was unfathomable. Before I even realized it, it was over. Preston recalled every move Bryn made. No matter how he tried, he couldn't figure out what her ability was. Is Frasier okay? Camila's interest piqued even more. When you're free, bring me to meet that person. I want to see what makes them so impressive that you describe them like this. Frasier is fine, actually a bit heavier, and it's a girl. Seeing the mechanical whip Camila pulled out from her waist, Preston felt a headache coming on. A girl, cool. At the mention of a girl, Camila's eyes lit up instantly. She admired capable girls. At the end of the day, it's our fault regarding Frasier. Regardless of reasons, we should spare no effort to bring her over. Hey, I know, I will definitely take good care of Frasier in the future. How's everything going now? Camila hadn't seen her brother for a few days and took the opportunity to ask about the current situation. Not too well. Those people keep trying to find an excuse to replace me with their own people. Preston felt somewhat helpless. These people were, making it hard for him to do anything for the base without restraint. Humph, a bunch of cowards. If this base really falls into those people's hands, fear not, it might only take a few days for the base to be destroyed. Camila, unable to contain her anger, gave Preston a light punch before continuing. The situation in the base has exposed more and more problems. If this continues, I reckon even before we reach Frasier Anshan, the base will disintegrate on its own. Brayden, watch what you're saying. Preston looked at his sister disapprovingly. If things get too bad, let's take Frasier away from this base. With our conditions, we can live well anywhere. Camila had said similar things before, but Preston always brushed them off as mere venting. So right this time, he found himself strangely inclined towards that idea. Perhaps, he could start preparing along these lines. What's this? Camila kicked Preston again, interrupting his thoughts with her question. These are from Frasier. She insisted we eat together. Preston looked at her innocently. Why was his sister so violent? No wonder she couldn't find a husband. Well, don't just stand there. Camila immediately opened the small basket. Inside, wrapped carefully in a blanket, were 2 thermal containers. She seemed to catch a whiff of some delicious aroma. Swallow, gulp. Big sister, I didn't eat dinner tonight. Preston also smelled it and even swallowed hard. They knew their mother's cooking well, but when did it become this good? Quick, let's see what it is. Camila hurriedly urged him on, having already prepared small bowls and chopsticks from the basket. What's this? Crayfish. And they're all peeled. Leek dumplings. Heavens. What kind of feast is this? I've been drinking porridge for days, and now I'm actually seeing such food. Camila's mouth never stopped talking, yet her eating speed didn't slow down. Big sister, leave me some. The two seemed to have returned to their childhood, snatching snacks from each other. This tastes like Frasier's cooking, but why does it feel so different? Meanwhile, due to the unexpected guests, everyone was woken up. They gathered around the dining table for an impromptu discussion. Chapter 175 Dongfeng Building 1. Was that old lady Hayden's son just now? Wasn't he said to be a young general? How come he doesn't seem as seasoned and crafty as I imagined? Coyle knew the moment he spoke. And Indira covered her mouth, laughing. Everyone finally heaved a sigh of relief. You see, she had been in a daze all this time, making everyone speak cautiously. I'm fine. I'll go prepare some snacks for all of you to take along tomorrow. Indira got up and went to the kitchen, followed by a worried Ellie. People get anxious when they care. He still has some loyal fans at the base. Bryn began explaining the situation to everyone. Is Nico under his command? Although Keaton seemed to have his head down, what he said surprised everyone. They all turned to look at Bryn simultaneously. Bryn raised an eyebrow. Sarais, but it won't be long before he's taken down from his position. Why? Young General Hayden seems quite decent. Keaton couldn't accept the outcome Bryn mentioned. Soon, this base will experience turmoil. That sea monster will severely damage this base. But doesn't this base have a protective shield? I can't figure it out either. We'll know once it happens. Bryn felt a headache coming on. If the Tien City base changes, they would be wondering again. She wanted to understand what happened enough to nearly destroy such a base. The image of her last glimpse of Preston flashed through her mind. He was nothing like the person today. All these are future stories. The focus now is on crystal cores. Mentioning crystal cores brightened everyone's eyes. Everyone started discussing the arrangements for the next 2 days. Early the next morning, following the previous night's decision, Riggs went to the laboratory, Indira and Dara stayed to watch the house. Everyone else went out to undertake missions. Alia and Cosmo Dove were also left at home. Alisha didn't go either, she intended to continue watching Cody. Sister Shia said Sister Cody would wake up today and couldn't be left alone. Others were divided into 2 groups. Keaton took Emma and Gifford, handling zombie clearing tasks. Bryn, Coil and Goldie took the first task together. To go to Dongfeng Building to ensure the integrity of supplies. By the time they arrived at East Gate, it was opening. Bryn brought out 2 unprocessed small yachts this time. This caused envious looks from people around them. Their boats were too new, and they looked like they had the latest facilities. Isn't taking these boats too flashy, Sister Shia? Emma looked around and suddenly felt a malicious aura surrounding her. You can't escape if someone wants trouble, Keaton softly said and then patted the girl's hair. If someone means harm, don't hesitate. Others won't show mercy. Bryn was talking to Keaton. Sister Shia, we're ready. Okay, everyone pay attention to your safety. Come back once you've collected enough crystal cores, don't be greedy. Everyone agreed the previous night that they would return once they collected 10 level 2 crystal cores. Coil drove the yacht directly out, leaving the crowd behind. Although it's still raining, this sky seems much brighter than before. I wonder if it's an illusion. Goldie put his hand in front of his eyes, looking at the outside sky. Bryn recalled when exactly the rain stopped in her past life but found her memory unclear. Her original memories seemed to have become vague. What was happening? Sister Shia, we're here. Coil's voice snapped her back. Dongfeng Building was easy to find, as it was relatively tall, and its sign was on the top floor. The entire building was submerged in seawater, only the top 2 floors were visible. Sister Shia, look over there. Following Coil's direction, Bryn saw a stainless steel rod sticking out from the 2nd floor. It seemed to have pierced through someone, who occasionally shivered, with drops of blood dripping into the sea. Broken windows led to zombies trying to bite the person, resulting in them falling into the sea. Many zombies in the sea were struggling to climb and bite the person on the rod. Seeing this, Bryn closed her eyes and enveloped the entire Dongfeng Building with her mental energy. There were roughly 50 survivors inside. Basically, everyone was armed, and in the middle sat a Jack. When Bryn saw the man, his name immediately popped into her mind. Maxim. What a coincidence. And in a corner of the building, a group of people were actually locked up, all teenagers around 10 years old. Some of these children stared blankly with hollow eyes at the outside of the iron cage. Some of them had their heads down huddled in the corner crying, while others were continuously cursing. Bryn suddenly opened her eyes. There are 10 level 1 psychics, 6 level 2 psychics inside, and their leader is a level 3 metal psychic. In total, there are about 50 people. Afraid? Bryn raised an eyebrow at the 2. Finian inside is called Maxim. In this apocalypse, he's extremely cruel, especially fond of young boys and girls. How many of our country's future have been tortured by him? Bryn's words made Goldie stand up in anger. Pervert. Sister Shia, we need to take care of him. You're right. We should, but we are only 3 people. Coil thought about the 50+ people on the other side and felt they were at a disadvantage. It was strange how this base operated, issuing tasks without properly investigating, making people take risks blindly. Is this intentional? Bryn was unsure. This mission felt very strange. If someone unaware took on this task, they would fall right into a trap. Let's go meet that person. Bryn directed Coil straight toward the stainless steel rod. When they got close to it, Coil's eyes lit up looking at the zombies in the sea. To him, these zombies were the cutest things in the world. Especially if they contained crystal cores. Coil acted swiftly. The green vines shot into the sea, skewering the zombie heads. Finally, bringing back the crystal cores to him. Just 5 level 1 crystal cores. What a pity. How come this guy still seems alive? After safely storing the crystal cores, Coil looked at the person impaled on the rod. From a distance, it looked like the person was pierced by the rod. Now, up close, they could see the person had tied himself to the rod with a rope. I'll check on this guy. Coil was about to grab the rope. Don't move. Bryn's warning came just a bit too late. Chapter 176 Dongfeng Building 2 Don't drop the green bean cake. The man on the stick suddenly opened his eyes and blew a breath towards Coil, who was just an inch away. Sleep. Coil smelled it, his eyelids started to flutter, and eventually closed directly. Bang. Coil fell directly onto the deck planks, and even some special red spots appeared on his face. Braden Shu. Goldie hurried forward and shot a dart at the person on the stick. That person turned his head to avoid the dart. Just in time, Bryn took the chance to pull Coil back. Goldie immediately used her healing power, but unfortunately, Coil did not wake up, and the red spots on his body became more visible. Bryn glanced at the person on the stick with anger. The man on the stick also opened his eyes, flipped over, and sat directly on the stick, looking at Bryn and the others. You are asking for death. Bryn squatted beside Coil, reminding Goldie to take out the antidote pill for Coil. Seeing Bryn's expression, the man chuckled indifferently. Every day so many little guys wanted him dead, what use is it? These 2 little guys look pretty innocent, the boss would like them. He couldn't let them die. Pale pink smoke gradually enveloped Bryn and Goldie. Seeing Coil's complexion slowly returning, Bryn slowly stood up and looked at the man sitting on the stick indifferently. The smile hanging on the corner of the man's mouth began to wane as time passed. A few seconds later, he looked at the still unmoved Bryn and Goldie with puzzlement. It's impossible. My pink smoke can seep into any pore, how could you possibly resist it? Go, knock these 2 out. As he spoke, the smoke grew larger, and even the zombies seeking fresh blood were getting dizzy. Unfortunately, Bryn and Goldie remained unmoved, their eyes wide open. Now that you're done, it's my turn. Bryn looked at the man indifferently and stretched out her hand, where greenish flames danced playfully. When the flame touched the pink smoke in the air, It sizzled and followed the pink smoke towards the man. This is impossible. Who are you? Why do you have such bizarre flames? As soon as the man spoke, he quickly retracted the pink smoke and dodged the flames. Unexpectedly, a pile of mud appeared behind him, emitting a foul smell, completely opposite to the peach-flavored pink smoke. Both the flames and mud struck the man. Ah, what is this thing, so disgusting? The man shook his hands trying to get rid of the mud. But he couldn't shake off the mud or extinguish the flames on his hands. With no other choice, he glared at Bryn, then glanced at the waves below. They had already dealt with the zombies. Diving into the sea would wash him off and extinguish the fire. In the next second, he untied the rope and fell into the sea. How come this guy committed suicide by drowning? Did he feel ashamed of the nasty things he did himself? Coil jumped up from the ground. Looking at the small splash the man made when he fell into the sea, he sneered sarcastically. Pa, dare to attack young master me. The mud was his revenge. He saved someone, yet got attacked. It was too humiliating. What good does falling into the sea do? Little fish quickly surrounded the man, even some mutated sea fish swam over, attacking him fiercely. Serves him right. Alright, let's go. Sister Shia, what about the man in the sea? He's about to die, don't worry about him. Let's go. Bryn glanced at Coil, who had muscle but lacked smarts. At the same time, in the sea, the man had been holding his breath, trying to clean himself up, but after a few seconds, he found that the flames on his hands hadn't gone out and burned even brighter. Worse, the mud attracted many mutated sea fish. He couldn't use his powers underwater, and now he wanted to swim upward again. Suddenly, he couldn't move at all, as if frozen. He felt his soul burning. Too painful. No, I don't want to die. The man stared at the three shadows moving on the surface of the sea. How could he die? This was just an ordinary day. He could only helplessly watch as he sank deeper into the ocean. Meanwhile, Bryn asked Coil to park the boat properly, then the three of them walked straight in. As soon as they entered, they were surrounded by zombies. Coil took the lead and cleared all the zombies in front. He had already noticed that Bryn and Goldie were looking unhappy, probably still angry with him. He could only work hard to clear the zombies in front of him, hoping the two beauties behind him would calm down a bit. Bryn and Goldie followed Coil from behind, watching him take on the horde of zombies alone. 10 minutes later, Coil leaned against the wall, panting heavily. Killing zombies was also a physically demanding task. Big Sister Shia, there are 4 second-grade crystals and 23 first-grade crystals. Goldie carefully washed all the crystals and put them away. Coil stood beside her, glaring at the two. How unfeeling. He worked so hard killing those zombies, and no one even cared about him. Coil struggled to catch his breath. He had used 2 abilities alternately, pushing himself to the limit. Now he felt tight and uncomfortable all over. Seeing his state, Goldie quickly grabbed a few crystals and handed them to him. Then she used her power to ease his discomfort caused by the energy drain. Coil hurriedly absorbed the crystals and immediately felt much better. Aren't these crystals supposed to have harmful substances inside? He played with the remaining crystals in his hand. When I absorbed them just now, I only felt extremely comfortable, without any unpleasant sensations. Goldie rolled her eyes. Untreated crystals cannot be used. These have already been soaked in purifying water. Has Howard Apollin's skills improved again? This whole process only took a few minutes. Coil's words made Goldie very pleased. My grandpa is naturally the best. Bryn watched as Goldie was easily pacified, and smiled. The three of them rested for a while at the same spot. In between, a furtive figure peeked at them from the corner. They ignored it, continuing to sit where they were and recover. They also indulged in the green bean cakes Indira insisted they bring along. These green bean cakes are really delicious. Not too sweet, exactly the taste I love. Goldie happily counted the green bean cakes in her small pocket. After finishing up soon, she would reward herself with another piece. Bryn stood up from the small stool and neatly tucked it away. Let's put it away. The person we're looking for has come knocking. Don't drop the green bean cakes. Chapter 177, Stinky Ball Plus version. This is pretty quick. I haven't finished my mung bean cake yet. Next time we go out, I should bring a few more pieces. Although Goldie and Coil were saying this, their hands didn't slow down at all. By the time they had packed up their things, the other party had just arrived in front of them. Who are you? Why did you intrude here? The speaker was a tough-looking man with a long scar running from his temple to his chin. We're here to help you kill zombies. Coil looked at the man with a mischievous gaze. The moment the man glanced at the three of them, his eyes instantly filled with killing intent. Outside the window, a drone hovered nearby, clearly illuminating the scene inside. On the upper level, Maxim sat on a sofa, with a teenage girl kneeling beside him. He stroked the girl's hair gently, but unfortunately, her body couldn't stop trembling slightly. In this seemingly harmonious scene, it appeared especially jarring. Originally somewhat mocking eyes turned into surprise and admiration the instant he saw Goldie. This little girl is simply perfect. This porcelain skin, and these flawless features. She must be only 14 years old. Once I keep her by my side, she'll accompany me wonderfully. Maxim kicked the girl beside him away. Useless thing, look at that one, then look at yourself. Maxim's words made the girl tremble even more violently, but she didn't make any sound. She remembered what happened to the last companion. Her tongue was cut out, her eyes gouged, and her tendons severed from her hands and feet. Then she was hung downstairs to attract all sorts of zombies and mutant animals. She didn't want to die, she wanted to live. To live, she had to behave. Unfortunately, Maxim, upon seeing Goldie, didn't intend to give her that chance at all. Seeing the girl timidly nodding without any reaction, unable to compare with Goldie outside. Look up. Using the sharp edge of his left hand, Maxim slowly lifted the girl's head. Truly, there's no fun at all. As soon as Maxim finished speaking, he waved his hand lightly, and the girl instantly fell to the ground, a thin long slash appearing on her neck. The wound was too small, the speed too fast. Blood didn't have time to flow. Drag the body away. I need to wait for them to bring back my new pet here. Maxim sat on the sofa, staring intently at the scene before him. Meanwhile, Goldie was completely unaware of this. Now, she felt that the mung bean cake earlier had been somewhat unsatisfying. The mung bean cake wasn't greasy at all, but its texture was very smooth. One bite, and the whole mouth was filled with a faint fragrance. The man, feeling ignored by the three people in front of him, glared even more intensely. He had his eye on Bryn. Bryn looked like an adult, not suitable for the boss's taste, so he had set his sights on her. Don't underestimate how slender and small Bryn seemed. But he knew very well that the figure under her bulky clothes was absolutely as enticing as her face. Feeling the surrounding gazes, Coil positioned the two behind him. These people, along with the psychics, were a waste. Behind Coil, Bryn took out a black ball, the insides looking pitch black. It seemed like if it wasn't in Bryn's hands, it could explode immediately. Coil, be ready to dodge. Coil nodded ahead, having no time to turn around. If he had, he would have seen that this was the upgraded version of his stinky ball. I see you don't have your brain with you today, wanting to join us. Do we look like we'd join you? Coil rolled his eyes. Why were some people so naive and stupid? Desiring things that weren't theirs. Damn it, everyone, attack. Don't hurt those two girls. The muscular man raised the gun in his hand and aimed fiercely at Coil, intending to return the humiliation he had just experienced. Coil, move. Bryn spoke calmly and then threw the stinky ball plus version towards the crowd. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. A foul smell continuously assaulted people's senses. Bryn pulled the two back quickly until they found a safe high platform. Those who were about to charge over were now enveloped in black mist. Ah! Next, screams echoed alternately. Bryn extended her hand, hurling a stone directly at the drone outside. The drone lost power and fell into the sea. Bryn, that drone looks similar to the one we saw at the base. Coil had an innate sensitivity to these things. Despite having only seen it once, he could remember the drone clearly. This made Bryn feel as if she had found a treasure again. In the future, if they wanted to replicate something, they could simply rely on Coil's memory. As the black mist gradually dispersed, the people inside were revealed. Those who had been arrogant just moments ago now lay on the ground, including several of the psychics who had come with them. Even though they had put up protective shields, they were now barely breathing. Wow, Bryn, what is this? This thing is amazing. Though it was a bomb developed with Apollon Laro's help, even Bryn was surprised by its effectiveness. That's not right. Bryn, why does it smell like my stinky ball? This is your stinky ball, but Howard Apollon upgraded it for me and added some extra ingredients. Bryn gave him a brief glance before striding towards the fallen people. The psychics were as good as dead, there was no need to waste the spirit cores in their heads. But just as she took a couple of steps, a dart and a bullet reached her simultaneously. Bryn leaped up and kicked the dart, sending it back along its original path. From around the corner, two people were shot out, while another quickly raised his rifle and aimed at her. Ha! A greenish fire dragon appeared in Bryn's hand, slithering into the gun barrel. The opponent couldn't fire the bullet and instead triggered an explosion. They tried to use Earth-type psychic abilities to raise a wall of earth for protection. Unfortunately, second-level abilities were no match for the three of them. Earth wall, collapse. Coil extended his hand, and the earth wall instantly collapsed, blasting the person away. A green vine sprouted from Bryn's wrist, sweeping across the bodies on the ground. Bryn and her companions continued forward, following the path taken by those people. Along the way, scattered psychics were burned by Bryn's karma fire. She hoped they would be better people in their next lives, purging the sins they carried in this one. Chapter 178. Do you think you're the only fast one? Boss, run. Those three are too powerful, we can't stop them. Why panic? I'm still here. Axel looked irritably at the blacked-out screen. This machine wasn't easy to obtain, and without it, he couldn't communicate with the people inside anymore. Upon hearing his underling's words, his irritation only deepened. He stood up directly, setting up the machine gun beside him. I'll wait for them right here. That little beauty mustn't be killed, I'm looking forward to her pampering me. However, the people around him were reminded of what they had just seen and felt their legs go weak. Quietly, one of them began to retreat backward, wanting to escape first. Swoosh. Bullets turned him into a sieve. Many nearby were so startled they fell to the ground. By the time they reacted, many began to flee in panic. Axel lifted the machine gun, firing indiscriminately. In a corner was the companion of the previous girl, who covered her mouth tightly during this time to avoid being like her companions. She wanted to live, she wanted revenge for her friends. She couldn't just lose her life like this. This guy must have lost his mind. Coil's teasing voice appeared beside the girl. Only then did Axel stop, holding his machine gun calmly and sitting back on the sofa. Quite the boldness, you come to my door and kill so many of my brothers. How do you plan to compensate me? While talking, Axel's eyes remained fixed on Goldie. The more he looked at her, the more relaxed he felt. His heart itched, imagining the little girl submitting to him soon. Axel's eyes turned red with excitement. Coil, also a man, understood immediately upon seeing Axel's gaze. Scum. You truly don't deserve to live. Countless green vines spread out from Coil's feet, shooting straight toward Axel. He intended to pin the man like a pincushion for daring to look at him. Bryn watched the scene before her with interest, curious how much Axel had grown since last time. Suddenly, countless metal walls appeared around Axel, blocking all the attacks from the green vines. When the vine attacks weakened, Axel reached out. A metal dagger detached from his arm, thrusting straight towards Coil. The earth wall Coil summoned held for only 3 seconds before the metal dagger pierced through, charging towards them again. Fortunately, Bryn appeared in front of him, catching the dagger barehanded. Bryn shot the dagger right back at him. This vile thing would better suit him. The dagger faced Axel's own metal shield this time. Initially stunned by Bryn's maneuver, Axel chuckled when he saw the dagger coming back. Using my weapon against me, aren't you too naive? Unfortunately, the dagger didn't heed his command. It penetrated his metal shield and slashed toward his face. Unbelievably, Axel dodged sideways, watching the dagger embed itself firmly into the wall behind him. Only then did he turn to look at Bryn properly. Woman, you're quite impressive. Axel despised women the most. To him, there were only those under 14 and over 14. Women over 14 all deserved death. Only girls under 14 represented the purest existence. Axel pulled the dagger out, reattaching it to his arm. Then he stood up. A gust of wind blew, and before Coil could react, Axel was already in front of Bryn. He swept his leg toward her chest. However, the expected sound never came, and his leg seemed unable to land. He discovered that this woman had caught his kick barehanded. Impossible. Do you think you're the only fast one? As Bryn finished speaking, she let go of his leg, stepping back 2 paces. She then mirrored Axel's move, kicking toward his face. Too late to retreat. Ah! Axel flew out, crashing heavily into his sofa, which smashed into the wall. The concrete wall behind was shattered, leaving a large pit. You, a woman, how can you have combat skills superior to mine? I will kill you. Axel got up from the ground, wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth and grabbing his machine gun. He planned to turn the 3 in front of him into sieves. To be honest, you're disappointingly weak. Bryn looked at Axel. This man hadn't fully matured yet, and his strength wasn't as formidable as in his previous life. Indeed, he was not much of a challenge in front of her now. However, this also indirectly proved that the speed at which his ability manifested could be achieved through martial arts training as well. Upon returning, everyone must start practicing immediately. While this thought crossed her mind, all of Black Foam's bullet attacks were deflected by Bryn's protective shield. I don't believe it, your ability can last longer than my bullets. Black Foam continued shooting while pulling out another gun. Guns were abundant for him. Let's see who lasts longer. Seeing the 3 standing in place, unable to approach him, madness filled Black Foam's eyes. He intended to kill these people and keep Goldie's corpse as company. Ah, damn you. With a wave of his hand, the girl who had ambushed him was thrown to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This was her bravest act, honoring her parents and her friends. Black Foam pulled out the fruit knife embedded in his body with disdain. Attacking him like this? Overestimating herself. Bryn, seeing the situation reach this point, was growing impatient. She waved her hand, and the protective shield expanded rapidly. It expanded right up to Black Foam's gun muzzle. The bullets just shot out were deflected back, leaving him in a sorry state. He finally stopped shooting. Bryn kicked him directly, knocking him down and stepping on his chest. Then she bent his arms backward. Snap. Both arms flopped lifelessly to the ground. You were quite something, weren't you? Only then did Black Foam feel fear. Bryn seemed much more powerful in terms of abilities. We have no grievances or enmity. It was you who invaded my place first. And I don't even know you. Seeing the villain subdued, Goldie approached the girl. Faint white starlight fell into the girl's body, aiding her recovery. Meanwhile, Black Foam was once again captivated by Goldie. Truly worthy of catching my eye, you are indeed kind-hearted. Then Black Foam turned to Bryn. I know who sent you. I'll double your pay if you let me go. Really? Fool, tell me, who sent us? Bryn looked at Black Foam with a mocking smile. Chapter 179, The Girls in the Basement. It's just those guys from Tien City Base who don't look at me with favor. I enjoy jumping around in front of them, making it hard for them to eat or sleep. Axel turned his head and, realizing he couldn't see Bryn at all, spat out a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Several white teeth seemed faintly visible within. Heh, you're quite the actor. Bryn looked at her shoes with disdain. She almost didn't want them anymore. This guy had harmed countless girls, utterly disgusting. So, Bryn lifted her foot. Just as Axel thought she was going to let him go, Bryn delivered a powerful blow straight to both his kneecaps. Clang. Axel's knees smashed through the concrete floor, embedding into it as if they were part of it. Ah, bitch, I will never forgive you. You think your drone just happened to run out of power? Do you think you're the only one with dual abilities? Only now, looking at the shadow behind him, did Axel suddenly feel fear. This woman was a demon. Memories of the torment he suffered resurfaced in his mind. At 14, after being poisoned by that demonic woman, he was locked away in the basement. Not until he reached adulthood did he manage to kill her and escape. During his escape, he found that he could no longer face any woman over 14 years old. Instead, it was only girls under 14 that made him feel this world still existed for him. After the apocalypse, he entered Tien City base relying on his dual abilities. Unfortunately, once his quirks were discovered, he was immediately expelled from the base. Thus, he came here to form his own team, hoping to one day return to Tien City base and seize power. Clearly, things shouldn't have gone this way. How could he have lost? Everything had been arranged perfectly with the other party. All he needed was the perfect moment, and then the fortress would be his. Everything was so perfect. Seeing that the other side had uncovered his connection to Tien City base, he tried to make his voice sound slow and measured. Don't kill me. You guys were also expelled from the base, right? As long as you work with me, when I take control of Tien City base, you can join me. We can manage the base together. Axel had noticed that the three of them had no supplies, looking quite destitute. They must have also been kicked out of the base. As long as this man is stupid and naive. Coil had just returned from searching the area and heard Axel's words. A scum like you even dares to talk about joining us. Bryn released her foot, and Coil immediately hoisted the man up with green vines. Please, spare me. I've stayed hidden here without interfering with the base. Why are you determined to finish me off? Struggling as he was about to be thrown into the sea, Axel used his metal ability to try and cut the vines. Unfortunately, his powers were no match for Coil. Don't listen to him, he's a demon. A young girl, who had just woken up after being beaten unconscious, glared hatefully at Axel. Sister, don't believe him. We were imprisoned here by this demon. Savannah collapsed back into unconsciousness after speaking these two sentences, seemingly having exhausted all her strength. She's just exhausted, Goldie checked and sighed in relief, almost doubting her medical skills. Sis Shia, I didn't see anyone else when I checked. Bryn nodded. Since the girl mentioned it, they likely wouldn't be far. Let's keep searching. Haha, dreaming of finding them? Not happening. They can stay there and compensate for my loss. Underground, I'll still have countless girls. Due to being hung upside down, Axel's brain was filled with blood. Unable to consider anything else, he blurted out his true thoughts. Looking for death. A green vine shot forward, piercing through his shoulder blades, but because it remained embedded, no blood fell to the ground. Bryn closed her eyes and scanned the area meticulously. When her mental scan passed under the sofa, she distinctly sensed several life forms. Coil, under the sofa. Bryn opened her eyes and glanced casually at the hanging man. That look was exactly like the women who had never given him the time of day. You bitch, I'll fight you to the death. Axel mobilized his dual abilities, and everything metal in the room twisted into sharp weapons, flying toward Bryn. Just as these weapons were about to reach her, Bryn lightly tapped her foot on the ground and leaped into the air. A fire dragon sprang from her palm. The fire dragon collided directly with the weapons, and all the weapons were consumed by the flames. Finally, they reverted to their original forms and fell to the ground. Bryn took a step forward and walked up to Axel. Since you enjoy using live bait to lure zombies so much, why don't we use you to help us lure zombies? Consider it making good use of you. Bryn waved her hand, and Coil immediately extended the man out over the platform, leaving him just 1 meter above the sea surface. Then he pulled out the green vines, and blood instantly dripped into the sea, attracting countless zombies and mutated animals. Axel frantically used the remaining abilities in his body. Zombies below died in batches. Meanwhile, Coil picked up crystal cores happily from the seabed with the green vines. Each time Axel's ability was about to be exhausted, Coil would give him a precious level 1 crystal core, then watched as he continued to attack. Seeing this scene, Bryn smiled. Now, Axel was like a toy that needed winding up, with crystal cores being the key. If he stopped attacking, he would eventually be eaten by the zombies. He didn't want to die. Serate, he also felt the desperate struggle of not being able to die but also unable to live. Goldie, let's go down and take a look. Bryn led Goldie and moved the sofa aside. Beneath the sofa was clearly an entrance to a basement. Inside the basement were 2 large cages, obviously made by Axel using his abilities. Inside were all girls. Having not seen sunlight for a long time, they covered their eyes upon seeing the faint starlight streaming in, hoping they wouldn't be chosen. Are fairies here to save us? The sound upstairs seemed like a fight. Did that pervert get killed? Bryn looked at the cages before her and felt that what had happened to Axel earlier was too lenient. Goldie saw the girls her age beneath her and cried from sympathy. Xanth sister, let's save them. Chapter 180, Baiting Zombies. Bryn nodded and walked forward with her, opening the cage. You are free now. To their surprise, the people inside the cage only stared at her blankly. Only the 2 who had just spoken stood at the entrance of the cage, hesitant to step out. These people had been imprisoned here for several months. All their relatives had been killed by the demons, and their companions were periodically called up to be defiled by the demons. They had long lost the will to live. Suddenly someone opened the cage and told them they were free, but many hadn't yet realized what was happening. Come on out. Goldie looked anxiously at the 2, thinking that if these 2 stepped out, maybe the others would come to their senses. If we go out, this thing will electrocute us. Savannah pointed to the metal collar around her neck. This pervert actually made collars for them. Goldie couldn't help but wish she could kill Maxim right now. Bryn stepped forward and took off the collar, then examined it and found a small artificial crystal core inside. Sister Shia, what is this? Electric power, produced in the base, with a little vanity signature. Bryn fiddled with the artificial crystal core, from which electric power suddenly shot out towards her chest. Bryn grabbed the electric power with her bare hands, letting it slowly dissipate. Fairy, you really are a fairy. Seeing this scene, the others' once dull eyes seemed to sparkle with hope. Goldie, convert your ability to telekinesis, then focus on concentrating this power in your palms. Seeing so many collars, Bryn immediately started teaching her on the spot. Goldie tried carefully. She failed the first time, but by the second attempt, she seemed to have got the hang of it. Bryn watched her enviously. Indeed, geniuses were different. After removing all the collars, a thin layer of sweat appeared on Goldie's forehead. Her abilities were completely drained. Perfect. Absorb this electric power. Upon hearing Bryn's words, Goldie widened her eyes. Sister Shia, I'm a healer. Cerise, channel the power into your body, then guide it through your body in a cycle. After 3 cycles, it will gradually transform into your own power. Once it starts circulating in your body, it will continue automatically. Having said that, Bryn noticed the dozen or so girls staring at her with wide, pitiful eyes. Maxim can no longer bully you. You're free, you can go out now. She thought these people were simply scared. Sister Shia, let me try. Goldie followed Bryn's method, holding onto an electric charge and feeling the changes within her body. When Bryn confirmed Goldie's success, they both climbed out of the basement. Back on the platform. You're actually unharmed? How is that possible? As Maxim was killing zombies, he glanced at the 2 women. Seeing that they weren't as he expected, he realized his hopes were dashed. Behind Bryn, the dozen or so girls also climbed out one by one. Seeing Maxim again, they wished they could tear him apart. Let me kill him. Older sister Shana, take another look. They then noticed Maxim being used as bait to lure zombies. Haha, this pervert getting his due. It must be divine retribution. Bite him, bite him. Some even cheered for the zombies, not because they liked zombies, but because they wanted to see Maxim die. Bryn turned and continued observing. Savannahs kept following her, neither too close nor too far, about a meter away. During this time, the unconscious girl also woke up and joined the group, recounting the bravery of the 3. Finally stopping, Bryn sighed. You can go wherever you want. There's no need to follow me. Unfortunately, these few remained unmoved. A timid voice came from behind. Fairy, what are you looking for? I know there's another secret basement under Maxim. Another basement? Due to the lack of biosigns, Bryn hadn't sensed its existence. Let me show you. Savannah ran ahead with a friend. Sure enough, they found another basement under a single sofa. Both basements were constructed of metal by Maxim, explaining his rather adept use of abilities, albeit for evil purposes. Shoving the sofa aside revealed an entrance before them. Bryn and Goldie jumped down directly, while the young girls remained outside, not entering. As soon as Bryn jumped down, she smelled the scent of walnut oil. Visible to the eye were soybeans, flour, various types of rice, and edible oils. There were also many canned goods, packed in boxes, still within their expiration dates. Bryn simply reached out and stored everything into her spatial pocket. These were all things he brought people to rob from outside before the tsunami. One of the girls at the entrance explained to Bryn. Blackphone was someone who enjoyed eradicating every trace. Those people had long since perished. Older sister Shia, there are weapons over there. In the last corner, there was even a drone. Wow, really rich and powerful. In the darkness, the inconspicuous mark on the drone's body stood out. Benji, exclusive purchase. Benji, is there such a person in the Tianji base? Bryn and Goldie looked puzzled. They had only stayed in the base for one day. Fairy, do you need our help? Savannahs thought they were going to empty the basement. But with just a wave of Bryn's hand, everything went into her spatial pocket. The people at the entrance saw this and their eyes lit up with green light. The fairy was truly amazing. Older sister Shia, let us check if the supplies are here. We're taking them now. Goldie looked at Bryn a bit worriedly. Aren't we confirming it right now? There's no more supply here. Bryn just glanced at Goldie. Let's go. When the 2 came back up, they found that Blackphone had already been tortured by Coil until his ability was completely drained. Even the blood in his body was almost gone. Coil, let's go. Seeing that they had finished their business, Coil slowly released Blackphone into the sea. Countless zombies and mutated animals rushed over and devoured him entirely. During this process, Blackphone could not even scream. When the 3 were about to board the boat, Bryn noticed that the girls were still following them. You shouldn't follow us anymore. Find your own place. My sister was killed by that man. My parents too, impaled by metal spikes by him. Chapter 181, Trouble Brewing at the Tianshi base. I have no family left. I only have these friends. You saved us, and we want to follow you. You can make us do anything. Bryn frowned as she looked at the girls in front of her, none older than 14. Because they were thin, all the girls had especially large eyes, which now gazed at the 3 of them with moisture. I don't need you to do anything. Quickly find a safe place. Bryn turned away, resisting the urge to look at those big eyes. They still had tasks ahead, and taking them along would be inconvenient. However, Goldie clearly couldn't resist their pitiful gazes. Sis Shia, they. Though Goldie felt sorry for them, she knew they still had missions to complete and couldn't bring this group around everywhere. We still have a mission, and besides, our small yacht can't accommodate so many people. Bryn shook her head at Goldie. The sea was full of dangers, and no one could guarantee absolute safety. Then the same girl slowly raised her hand. I know where there's a boat. After being healed by Goldie, This girl now only had a slightly pale face but was mostly recovered. She just wanted to follow Bryn and the others. Savannah led them towards the central area on the second floor. There were 2 brand new medium-sized yachts, seemingly display models, encased in metal modifications by Black Peak. Metal spikes covered the bow and sides, leaving only the stern for boarding. There were numerous bombs and throwing weapons nearby. Shia, these are for throwing. They're preparing to attack other boats. Behind that, there were ordinary firearms and ammunition. In the far corner, some cold weapons seemed to have been abandoned, likely leftovers from the renovations. Who exactly is Black Peak contacting? Coyle looked at these preparations and realized that if they hadn't come, these people might have already headed to the Tianxia base. I heard Black Peak make a call. He was very respectful and cautious with the person he spoke to. It seems to be someone powerful within the base. After hearing this, Coyle thought about the few people he knew who fit the description, but none seemed right. If we could meet that person, I can recognize their voice. I studied vocal arts, but alas, my awakened power in this era is useless. A girl boldly revealed her ability before becoming dejected and trying to hide again. What nonsense. This power has great use. Bryn first felt surprised upon hearing about this power, then became delighted. If used well, it could be very beneficial. Fairy, we have boats now. Can we follow you? By you, they meant Bryn and Goldie. As for Coyle, they kept their distance, looking at him with both disdain and fear. Fear of men had become an unconscious reaction. We'll work hard and won't hold you back. If we encounter danger, you don't have to save us. Savannah, who initially spoke, had become the unofficial spokesperson for the group. Savannah's behind her nodded one by one. Why don't you find a safe place to hide? Goldie was puzzled why they insisted on following them. We've seen your strength. If you accept us someday, you will protect us. Hearing this, Bryn sighed. But among these girls, there were a few with unusual abilities. However, due to brainwashing, they didn't realize how valuable their powers were. Bryn nodded and asked the girl, "What's your name?" This was the girl they met first. Savannah stepped forward promptly, saying, "My name is Esme." Esme, Bryn repeated the name silently, feeling it was somewhat familiar. It should be easy to remember. In her previous life, anyone she encountered left a clear memory. How strange. Shia, are you okay? Goldie and the surrounding girls looked at Bryn with worry. Cough, I'm fine. I'll give you a task. If you can complete it, I'll consider letting you follow me. At that moment, Bryn thought of what her grandfather had said. What came out, however, sounded different. One day, if she really needed to establish a base, the base shouldn't only consist of them and plants and animals. Having more people would be better. Fairy, believe me, we can definitely do it. Esme stared with her large eyes, determined to complete any task Bryn gave them. This boat is for you. Go to the Tianxia base on your own. Find a way to enter the base and then locate Ms. Ellie in the villa area. Give my name, and she will know what to do. All the girls nodded furiously at this. Coyle stood behind, with a serious expression on his face. Bryn was testing their survival skills. If they could accomplish this, even without following them, these girls would fare better on their own. Fairy, so your name is Bryn, it sounds so nice. Bryn is my goddess, I want to become someone like Sister Shia. This made Goldie look over, as this had been her own goal all along. Sis Shia, what about these things? No worries, I'll take care of it. You should focus on how to get this boat out. Bryn didn't plan to help them directly. In the apocalypse, only they could help themselves. Bryn deliberately stored the supplies in front of these girls into her spatial bag. Seeing the girls were only surprised but not envious, Bryn then walked away with Goldie. By the time they got on the boat, those little girls hadn't figured out how to move the supplies yet. Goldie watched the Changfeng building recede from view, voicing her concerns. Sis Shia, I wonder if they can succeed. If they can't succeed in this, maybe it's better they don't come with us on such dangerous missions. Coyle ruffled her hair, treating Goldie like a younger sister. He couldn't bear the thought of Goldie going through what those little girls had experienced. He vowed to protect every member of their team. Coyle is right. If they can't even do this, it's safer for them to hide somewhere else. Bryn sat on top of the boat, gazing back at the Changfeng building. None of us know what lies ahead. The Tianxia base may be in trouble. Chapter 182, Tallying the Gains. Something went wrong. I think that base is great. Besides, it's under national control. What a pity if something happened. Goldie liked that base very much, both in terms of its structure and various arrangements within. She felt it was her ideal place. If there were any drawbacks, it would be that the personnel were too mixed, and prices didn't agree. Many bad people did all kinds of evil things under this apparent peace. After experiencing so many events, Goldie realized that these were the things their team could least tolerate. Coming back to her senses, Goldie saw that the rain seemed to have diminished a bit. This rain seems even lighter now. I hope it doesn't start and stop repeatedly. It would be great if it just stopped. Bryn paused at this comment. Speaking of the rain stopping, once the rain really stops, drinking water won't be enough. Seawater contains zombies, mutated animals, and various unidentified toxic substances. Now, because of the abundant rainfall, they store it with various containers. Once strong sunlight appears and it gets scorching hot. Those who drank seawater ultimately didn't die of thirst. Instead, they died due to lack of medicine. Bryn shook off the images in her mind, looking at the walkie-talkie given by the base when she accepted the mission. Sarai's, it was a walkie-talkie. But it was an upgraded version. She could type messages and report on the mission's progress. It just took 24 hours for the signal to be transmitted back. After perfecting the report about the Changfeng building mission, Bryn sent it with one click. The supplies inside had already been cleared out by her. If handed over to the base, it was uncertain whose hands they would truly end up in. Better to let her benefit from them. After all, they put in the effort and time. At the Changfeng building, Cassandra was still with the sisters surrounding the modified boat. Big Sister Shuai, this boat can't move at all. Those spikes will puncture our hands if we touch them. Why don't we stay here instead of going to that base? The bad guys here have been dealt with. Soraya, we're safe hiding here. Cassandra ignored the three speaking women. They thought they were safe here, but if someone like Axel came again, they couldn't hold out here. Only by completing Fairy Shia's assigned task might they gain a solid backing in the future. She patiently persuaded them, trust me, staying here isn't a long-term solution. Going to the base and joining Bryn is the right choice. But we can't even move this boat. Many of the sisters initially sided with Cassandra, but this boat's difficulty in moving made them lose confidence instantly. Don't worry, we have over 10 people, we must find a way. Those with abilities, step forward, and let's brainstorm. I have musical ability, clay manipulation ability, defensive ability. Out of the dozen or so people, only these three had what seemed to be rather useless abilities. The defensive function had some use, but against an ability user's attack, it might as well not exist. Alright, use the clay to cover the bow of the boat completely. Then use your defensive ability to protect the few girls pushing the boat at the bow. But, I don't know how. A girl in a blue shirt looked bewilderedly at Cassandra. Previously, she accidentally protected herself and discovered she had awakened an ability. But she didn't know how to use it. Cassandra didn't have an awakened ability herself, but she was quick-witted. Otherwise, she wouldn't have managed to keep Axel appeased and lived a few more weeks. Find a spot and carefully feel your ability. All three of you together. After arranging the three, Cassandra told the remaining girls, everyone else, let's search for anything helpful. Seeing Cassandra's proper arrangement, everyone followed her instructions voluntarily. Even the three previously complaining ones reluctantly dragged themselves around to look. Big Sister Shuai, there are several safety suits here. The number is exactly what we need. Upon hearing this, Cassandra immediately understood that Bryn had left these specially for them. She hadn't forgotten about them. Bryn was right, though the end times required them to rely on themselves. Big Sister Shuai, there's a large bamboo basket next to the broken window filled with food. When Bryn left, they were still studying the boat and hadn't noticed it. Seeing the food left by Bryn, several girls burst into tears. Some even reached out to take it. Cassandra immediately stood before the bamboo basket, blocking others' hands. Cassandra, we've been hungry for a long time. Let us eat at least until we're full. Don't move. The food is limited, and we need to plan how to allocate it so that it can sustain us until we reach the base. If we let you eat your fill today, what will we do afterward? Do you want to starve? Cassandra handed the bamboo basket to two girls who had been very cooperative earlier. You two, carefully calculate. On the yacht. Have you counted the crystals we harvested this time, Goldie? Big Sister Shia, she's counting now. Don't talk to her or she might count wrong. Coil, while controlling the direction of the yacht, also explained to Bryn. Big Sister Shia, why did the base assign a rescue mission like this to a small team? Shouldn't the authorities handle such matters personally? Coil had been thinking about this for 2 days and still couldn't figure it out. For a team to undertake such a mission, not only was the risk too high, but everyone acted independently and could never unite. Just looking at the task description showed how dangerous it was. In such perilous circumstances, they might lose their own lives before even saving anyone. Bryn remained silent. It was merely a trap set by some people in power, using high commissions to lure those teams into taking risks one after another. This way, the base wouldn't lack for abnormal powers. Only ordinary people and army psychics remained. After all, their numbers were limited. Once something happened, even if these people managed to return alive, they would have to think twice. Let alone, they might not return at all. They want them to go out and never come back. What? That's internal strife. Internal strife is fine, but sending people out to die is simply going too far. So, are there really people underground? Bryn pursed her lips and nodded. In the previous life, there indeed were people in this underground passage. But since these teams couldn't break through and found no trace of people, they gave up directly. As a result, all the people inside died from oxygen deprivation. Finally, when the seawater receded, some small corpses floated out, and everyone discovered them. In such a passageway, more than 30 people had hidden. Chapter 183, heading to the second mission point, surprises await. When Bryn first heard about this situation, she felt a wave of emotions. How desperately those people had longed for someone to rescue them. Serate until their last breath, they never saw any hope. Their hearts must have been filled with such despair. It wasn't that they hadn't tried to send out clues. Just before they were trapped, they managed to send out an electronic signal. The Tien City base received the signal and immediately issued the mission, sending people to rescue them. The timing coincided exactly with the day Bryn and her team arrived at the base. Now, just 24 hours had passed. Traveling by yacht would only take them a few minutes to reach the location. Thinking of the oxygen tanks and diving equipment stored in the space, coincidentally, These items were just obtained from the warehouse of the Changfeng building. As they neared the mission point, Bryn felt her tattoo slightly warming up. Sitting casually, she suddenly straightened up. Could there be stones over there? What a surprise this would be. Initially, she had only planned to give a casual warning to those people. It seems she would need to personally rescue them so she could retrieve the items herself. By the time they reached the shore, 3 teams were already attempting rescues. Bryn's tattoo was becoming noticeably warm. Unfortunately, even the most skilled breath-holding ability couldn't help move the stones underwater. Even if several people went down simultaneously, their endurance varied. Some would barely make it down before others floated back to the surface. Phraziest of the teams coming here to save people weren't solely motivated by the bounty. Another team is here, what's the point? We know there are people inside, but we can't do anything. Alas, the golden 24 hours have passed. I wonder if anyone's still alive. If they're all dead, why are we risking our lives here? We're here to save lives. Listening to the discussions among the 3 teams, Bryn noticed some members' eyes reddening due to frustration at failing to rescue anyone. A simple plastic tent had been set up on the shore. Phraziest people were soaked, with a few still wearing ropes, indicating they had just surfaced from a dive. Hello, could you tell us what's happening? Coil walked over directly and approached a Jack who seemed approachable. We are discussing. We've gone underwater 4 or 5 times already, but haven't found anyone yet. That's right. We even doubt whether there's anyone actually trapped inside. If there really are people, after all this time, are they even still alive? Oh, what should we do? After arriving ashore, Bryn immediately began examining the surroundings, looking for the cave entrance. How do you know the cave is here? Bryn pointed to a flag planted on the ground. Our people dived around this area, and only here did we find a recess. It must be this place. The speaker was the same Jack who replied to Coil earlier. Clearly, the 3 teams now took orders from him. Bryn glanced at him discreetly. In my opinion, we should leave now. We won't be punished for failing this mission. Wasting time here is pointless. This person was part of the Jack's team, his demeanor sly and cunning, clearly plotting something. How can you say that? Saving people is what matters most. Indeed, as he spoke, the 2 other teams became hesitant. He was trying to gain trust here. Rescue missions were just a front. Once these people returned, he would likely start forming alliances, taking advantage of joint missions. His team would follow others to reap benefits without effort. Realizing this, Bryn decided to ignore them. The Jack thought he had persuaded everyone, subtly positioning himself as the leader. But then, 3 more people appeared, which annoyed him. Suppressing his frustration, he said, "Welcome, do you have any ideas? Share your thoughts, let's brainstorm together." Serais. The other 2 team leaders now fully regarded the Jack as their leader, nodding along with everything he said. While they talked, Bryn walked over to the opposite side of the flag. Her mental energy told her something different was here. Coil, bring the equipment from the boat. Hearing this, Coil turned and carried everything from the boat. Seeing the trio ignoring him, the Jack's eyes darkened with resentment. Seeing the diving gear and oxygen tanks they brought, everyone stared at the equipment without blinking. The Jack wanted to step forward and say something to Bryn. He was directly blocked by Coil, who stood behind Bryn. "Hotshot, you're making a girl dive into the water like this, isn't that inappropriate? The humidity here is high." The Jack tried to play this trick again, showing apparent concern on the surface. In reality, he was constantly sowing discord. If Bryn listened to him, she would naturally feel Coil wasn't up to the task, leaving such a small matter to a girl. Instead, she might develop gratitude towards him. What a cunning plan. This wide net casting of his was truly well executed. After Bryn skillfully put on the diving suit and oxygen tank, she was ready to jump into the sea. "Sis Shia, it's better to tie the rope. This seems over the top, I wonder what that guy is thinking." Goldie handed the rope to Bryn, with the other end tied around Coil's waist. If anything unexpected happened, Coil could pull her out immediately. Okay. After some thought, Bryn took the rope and tied it around her waist. In the next second, she dived into the water like a mermaid. Is this girl such a good swimmer? Why didn't you come earlier? Maybe those people would have been saved already. Soraya, what were you doing before that you only came now? Coil merely watched the Jack coldly. He could sense the ill intentions from the other man. No wonder Sis Shia didn't want to deal with him. After Coil's glance, the Jack stepped back abruptly as if startled. Finally, he tripped over a stone and fell to the ground. Goldie, standing beside Coil, couldn't help but laugh. The Jack was helped up by others, feeling embarrassed, and went straight into the tent. Let's see what they can do. Some people nearby seemed sympathetic and wanted to talk to Coil but were held back by their companions and followed into the tent. You're all heading in the wrong direction. Wanting to save people like this is just daydreaming. This person was the one with a sharp mouth and monkey face, standing in front of the Jack. After saying this, he also entered the tent. Now, only Coil and Goldie remained on the shore. Goldie quickly fetched a large umbrella from the boat. A beach-specific large umbrella, along with 2 beach chairs. They relaxed on the chairs. As for Bryn, in their view, there was no problem at all. Once she emerged from the water, they would know the situation below. Just after Bryn dove into the water, she felt the tattoo on her hand becoming more intense. Her guess was right. She shook her head to adapt and began to swim downward along the mountain. Chapter 184, Found the Place. At first, she did not open her oxygen tank. She wanted to see if her recent practice of holding her breath had been successful. Also, at the moment she dived into the sea, the Helena in the space started calling her. A few seconds ago. Missy, there is a water-repelling pearl inside the Shia Mana. If you hold this pearl in your mouth, you can breathe and move freely in the sea without any restrictions. This thing sounds so good, but it has been left for 1,000 years. I wonder if it's still effective. Bryn directly used her mental power to search through every corner of the study room in Shia Mana. Sure enough, she saw the water-repelling pearl that Helena mentioned. It was emerald green, as if containing an ocean within. How pretty. Thus, although Bryn now had the water-repelling pearl, she still wore all her diving gear. Bryn swam downward, with some mutant fish swimming around her. Some zombies also floated past her eyes. She ignored them all. Until she saw some bare rocks covered by mud. It should be here. This place has been excavated. Naturally, there wouldn't be any mud outside, just exposed rock. Bryn placed her hand on the rock, feeling carefully. Not missing even the slightest detail. Strange, I shouldn't be wrong. After searching twice, she still found nothing. Could it be that the direction is wrong? Bryn decided to change direction and began to feel along the edge of the rock. At first, she still found nothing, and the rope on her body reached its maximum length. Bryn pursed her lips and directly untied the rope. Then she swam sideways like a mermaid. When she again came up empty-handed, Bryn got a bit angry. What a lousy place, how hard it is to find. She kicked herself far away and floated in the sea, looking at the whole stretch of rocks in front of her. These rocks didn't seem right. They weren't one piece, yet there were no seams. Suddenly, Bryn noticed a small stone embedded in the rock. She quickly darted over and carefully took out the stone. In the next second, a small bubble emerged from where the stone had been. Bryn's eyes lit up. Finally found it. There must be air inside for bubbles to form. Using the stone in her hand, she drew a big cross nearby. Then she swam back to the rope, pulling on it. Coil felt it and immediately pulled her up. Sister Shia, how did it go? Goldie hurriedly handed over the towel she was holding. After wrapping herself tightly, Bryn said, I found it. This news made her eyes and eyebrows brighten. I knew it. When Sister Shia acts, one is worth two. They were happy about this statement. But the people in the tent were not. The Jack lifted the curtain and said, we have searched for such a long time without any news. What can you do with such a brief search? And you are saying you found it boldly, but you only stayed down there for a few minutes with the help of an oxygen tank. The Jack no longer spoke politely as before. Every word he said now was uncomfortable to hear. Cerise, who knows if you're really telling the truth? Maybe you're bluffing us. What if you have other intentions towards us? Upon hearing these words, others looked at the three with increased vigilance. Traveling outside, the worst fear was being stabbed in the back by one of their own kind. Really funny, we're all here for the reward. And also to save lives. We have found the location, which means there's hope for saving people. Isn't that great? Goldie's words suddenly enlightened many, as they had just been misled by the Jack's earlier remarks. It was because the man had cared for everyone before, laying a foundation. His current sarcasm made many people feel that he was too two-faced. You say you found it, but do you have a way? We are willing to save people, but we don't know how to proceed. Seeing himself treated differently from before, the Jack felt annoyed, wondering why he had been so impulsive today. I don't mean anything bad, I just want to avoid putting everyone at risk, failing to rescue anyone while endangering ourselves. Words that previously seemed fine now caused people to think more. The Jack and his team were directly excluded from the group. Seeing this, he led his squad aside. He wanted to see if they could truly rescue the people. Since you could find the location so quickly, why didn't you rush here the first moment? Afraid there might be hidden intentions. Boss, I also think they are definitely not simple. Let's just keep an eye on them here. Boss, what if they go to rescue the people? Shall we join or not? Why not go? We have to go for the reward. We can't let these people take everything. Under the sea, on the other side of the small bubble. Amadeo Emerson, look over there. A young man with a dirty face excitedly led Yosef to the stone wall and pointed at the water flowing down from the stone seam. Yosef felt it with his hand. This is seawater. Has someone found us? This Yosef was the policeman who led the crowd at the foot of the mountain into this air raid shelter before the earthquake. He was originally the criminal investigator at the foot of the mountain, coincidentally leading his team here to investigate a case. But they encountered an earthquake and tsunami. So he had to lead the crowd up the mountain for shelter. Finally, they inadvertently hid in this air raid shelter. And no one knew where this air raid shelter led to. They could only rest in the first section. Behind the first section, there was a large iron door closed. When the second earthquake came, rocks fell and blocked the way out. With no choice, they could only hide inside temporarily. Later, they found that it started raining heavily. The water level kept rising. Yosef used the only weapon he had, leading his teammates to knock down all the remaining rocks. Then they blocked the exit tightly. Sure enough, as the water level continued to rise, they finally had to use the largest stone to block the outside completely. During this period, Yosef tried every method, using the police's special signal phone to seek help from the outside. But it was already the second day now. Although fresh air was still circulating from behind, the front was sealed off, and a total of more than 30 people were hiding inside. The oxygen was getting thinner and thinner. If they didn't find a way out soon, They might be trapped to death inside. Unfortunately, it was easy to let the rocks fall down. But moving the rocks now would be extremely difficult. Over, some of the young men from the village were fighting over the gun in Yusef's hands. They even wanted to seize it to become kings and dominate here, and claim all the food supplies as their own. How despicable. Maybe we have hope now. Yusef looked at the water flow, remained silent for a moment, then chose to comfort Braxton. Chapter 185, Preparing to Save People. They pinned their hopes on the last signal. Apart from that, they could only try every possible means to stay alive a bit longer. Yusef, without you, we probably wouldn't have made it this far. So now I cherish every day I live. Arlo's eyes were so clear that Yusef, who was accustomed to dealing with criminals, couldn't help but be moved. Yusef, Jethro is causing trouble again. Seeing his teammate approaching in a few steps, Yusef could only sigh. Here we go again. Maddox, slow down. The air here is getting thinner and thinner. These people are truly lawless. Yusef walked quickly a few steps, then stopped and turned to look at Arlo, saying, Arlo, thank you for your hard work. You will keep watch today without relief. I'll arrange for food to be sent over earlier. If there's any news, just tap on the stone, I'll know. With that, Yusef walked into the cave with Maddox. The cave wasn't large, and the path ahead was blocked, leaving only an area as big as a soccer field. The supplies everyone brought had been forcibly collected by Yusef. He had 2 colleagues guard them together. And those causing disturbances now were a few delinquent youths from the village. Before the apocalypse, these people loitered around the village doing nothing useful. Stealing from one household today, another tomorrow. Because they were quite vicious, no villagers dared to challenge them. Until Yusef came. No stealing, no robbing, no threatening people. This infuriated Jethro. Initially, they weren't part of the group. They just wanted to tail Yusef, catch him in a mistake, and write a complaint letter. When the earthquake struck, they followed right in without much thought. But once inside, they were under Yusef's control again. Jethro wasn't happy. Doesn't this Yusef rely on the gun at his waist to act so arrogantly? If he got hold of that gun, wouldn't he be the one calling the shots here? So, Jethro found ways to hassle the small police force every now and then. These officers didn't carry guns. With less food recently, people were increasingly dissatisfied. There was widespread resentment, which also led to a decrease in oxygen in the air. Jethro seized such opportunities to stir up trouble from time to time and incite everyone to join in. Just like now. You're intentionally withholding food from us, hoarding everything, trying to starve us to death. Heaven curse you. We've contributed plenty of food from our own homes. You're letting us die. Give back the grain, Sarais. Give back the grain. Those who fled from the village carried real grain. Being farmhands used to heavy labor, their physical strength was better than average, and they carried substantial amounts of food. Their supplies should last for 10 days without a problem. The only issue was that they couldn't make fire for cooking. The smell would be hard to contain, and it would deplete oxygen faster. Now they depended on a small ventilation hole near the iron gate ahead. No one knew what was happening on the other side of the ventilation. If the vent got blocked one day, they would die either from hunger or suffocation. Obviously, most people didn't understand this. Give back the grain, Sarais, we're all going to die here anyway. I'd rather die full than hungry. This remark resonated with many. By the time Yusef arrived, dozens of people surrounded his team members, creating an awkward scene. It's because of you that we are starving. If you hadn't taken our food, we wouldn't be suffering like this. And this wretched place, Yusef brought us here. Sarais, saying we needed shelter from the earthquake. Now, we're all trapped inside. You are killing us. Someone suddenly lashed out, pushing one of the police officers. Many of the young police officers were also short-tempered. They had been enduring humiliation these past days, and now someone was physically assaulting them. They couldn't take it anymore. Fraser people joined in, shoving, slapping, pulling hair. On shore, Bryn had already planned the rescue operation. Rescuing them earlier would mean completing her task sooner. Completing the mission and obtaining what she needed. It sounded wonderful. One reason they couldn't escape was that they couldn't move the boulders. Another likely reason was unrest inside. Coincidentally, Bryn's suspicions hit the mark. Initially, Bryn planned to have 3 psychics rescue the people, but she realized she and Coil had to join as well. After some thought, Bryn instructed Coil to gather everyone. She was wrapped in a blanket, observing them. I heard you called us. You're all wet. Do you want to find a place to rest? The Jack intended to show his goodwill. Unexpectedly, Coil glared at him. This infuriated the man. He had lowered his stance multiple times, yet these 3 remained ungrateful. Due to Coil's gaze, others started to feel dissatisfied as well. He responded so poorly to someone's genuine concern. Bryn glanced at them and said softly, those people below are facing life-threatening danger. Now you're worrying about being wet. Talking about resting? Don't you want to save those people? Hearing this, the Jack's face turned sour. The few standing beside him quietly moved away from him. Bryn shook her head. These people were really unbearable. If it weren't for the shortage of manpower. Who are the psychics here? 3 people stepped forward obediently, and the Jack also stepped forward seeing that. They didn't know why, but upon hearing Bryn's voice, they instinctively obeyed. Tell me about your abilities. Bryn was growing impatient with their hesitation. Delaying could jeopardize the rescue. She frowned and urged again, hurry up. I'm a water-type psychic. I can hold my breath underwater for 15 minutes. The man glanced at Bryn nervously after saying this. Coyle found it embarrassing. A grown man, who had survived so long in the apocalypse, being this timid. I'm a sound-based psychic. I can hear any sound within 1 meter. This person spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly, but he felt his ability was more of a burden. He heard people talking daily, which made it impossible for him to sleep well. I'm a strength-type psychic. I can lift an entire pig by myself. The Jack hurried to answer. He couldn't be the last one to speak. To appear approachable, he used a pig as an example, believing these country folk would understand. Ha ha. Lifting a pig. Without being a strength psychic, I can do that too. Chapter 186, Some Unusual Superhumans. Goldie thought about how in the forest she had been able to easily lift a huge boulder. Lifting a pig really isn't anything compared to that. The Jack's face flushed with anger, but seeing Coyle's expression, he didn't dare say anything. I'm a speed superhuman, but my ability is to accelerate others or myself, not to reach so-called teleportation. This person was a car mechanic before the apocalypse and was obsessed with researching car acceleration. Now he could accelerate people. Bryn nodded. If that was the case, it was still useful. Meanwhile, inside the cave, Yusef roared angrily several times, but no one paid attention to him, watching his subordinates getting beaten up. He could only pull out his gun and point it at the wall. Bang! Everyone stopped what they were doing, incredulously turning around to look at Yusef, who fired the shot. You took our food, not letting us have enough to eat. This guy actually wants to shoot us, an ingrate. Serais, an ingrate. Yusef watched these people, their eyes clouded by rage. He tried to pick out the instigator from the crowd. But as this group of people got more and more worked up, some even began to advance on Yusef. If you've got the guts, shoot. Go ahead and shoot, I'll wait until I kill you. It's all because of you. If you hadn't brought us to this cave, we might have already escaped. The oxygen, already scarce, became even thinner due to everyone's agitation. And the thinning oxygen made these excited people even more unstable, their faces flushing red due to lack of oxygen. In the crowd's push and shove, they unknowingly moved closer to Yusef. Finally, Yusef identified someone. The sycophants around Carnell, each sentence they said just stirred things up further. Just as Yusef was about to expose them, a rock flew out from somewhere, aiming straight for his head. Yusef was still in shock as the crowd charged towards him. He felt his heart beating faster. By the time the stone hit Yusef, everyone was stunned. They were honest farmers who had unconditionally trusted him as their police officer. Though a conflict had arisen, they didn't want to attack Yusef. Through the pain, Yusef tried to point at Carnell, who was hiding in the crowd. But the next second, due to both the head injury and oxygen deprivation, he fainted. Although supported by his subordinates, Yusef looked very frail. His 2 teammates guarding the food quickly gathered around him, paying no attention to anyone else. Seeing Yusef fall, the villagers started retreating with fear. They were all honest peasants, unused to such scenes. Look, there's no one guarding the food, let's grab it quickly. Frazier aside, move aside, we donated extra, I must get it back. All the food was snatched up, while Yusef's subordinates dragged him into a corner. A few of them huddled around him, bandaging the wound on his forehead. There was too much blood. Yusef looked ghastly pale, leaving them feeling uncertain. What if the boss doesn't wake up? Even if he doesn't, we'll guard him. The boss said that once the signal was sent successfully, someone would come to save us. All this is our fault, failing to protect the food supply. Now they are crazily grabbing and eating without knowing the consequences. Looking back at the crowd, they saw people greedily eating their food. Some had eyes starting to turn red due to oxygen deficiency, looking dazed. For farmers, having enough to eat was the best thing in the world. Previously, they arranged a spot behind a pile of rocks for waste disposal. It smelled, but they blocked it off to make it better. In just 15 minutes, some started to relieve themselves wherever. Back at his straw pile, Carnell looked proudly at his hands. This superpower was really effective, guiding people to feel pessimistic. It was incredibly satisfying. Above, Bryn had already begun assigning tasks to everyone. Sound superhuman, you can listen to sounds, so I believe you can transmit sounds too. Try it later, transmitting sound without speaking. She had seen this type of superhuman ability in her previous life. The person could use the power from 10 meters away, making it seem like the sound was right next to the ear. Sure enough, upon hearing this request, the man's eyes widened in surprise. It was the first time he had encountered someone teaching him how to use his superpower. Bryn's simple sentence seemed to give him a hint of the knack. He hurriedly walked to the side, squatted on the ground, and practiced non-stop. You, with the acceleration ability, try accelerating the water ability user to shorten his time in water. My requirement is that what he can do in 15 minutes, you should arrange for him to complete in 5 minutes. Is this possible? The man saw that Bryn was giving suggestions. It was like she was training him. On one hand, he felt itchy with anticipation. On the other hand, he was afraid that Bryn's advice might wear him out. This made him somewhat hesitant. However, the water ability user directly shouted out, "You tell me what to do. I'll cooperate. As long as we can rescue people." The man looked at Bryn with full confidence. He joined the team simply to save lives, not for any other reason. "I want you to make bubbles in the water." Bubbles? What's that? Bubbles made of water that can help people breathe inside for about 3 minutes. If your ability improves quickly, the time will be longer. Only in this way can we help the people in the water float up. And we need a huge balloon to hold up the entrance. Otherwise, the water pressure would rush in all at once, and those people wouldn't have time to escape. Bryn seldom spoke so much, but this time she chose to explain things in detail. The Jack hadn't expected Bryn to be so intelligent. He felt a bit embarrassed. He could only ask Bryn with a forced smile. What about me? What can I do? Bryn sized up the man before gently saying, You just stand here. Don't be ungrateful. I am here to save people. How can I possibly just stand here? On the surface, the Jack didn't show anything, but secretly he was rejoicing. He didn't want to take risks. Staying here was best. But Bryn's next words almost made him want to strangle her. Once people are rescued, you will fish them out one by one. Make sure you bring everyone up. Chapter 187 Preparations for Rescuing. What? I just stand here and wait to rescue people. This was not asking him to do physical labor. By the time he actually went to rescue someone, some people would already have fainted. How could they thank him then? Just as he was about to refuse, Bryn gave him a look that made him feel a chill down his spine. In the end, he numbly nodded. Bryn shifted her gaze to the remaining 5 or 6 people. You few, set up more of these plastic tents, and assign 2 people to boil ginger tea with Goldie. Once someone is rescued, help them into the tents, arrange for ginger tea, and provide towels. This was what the 3 of them had discussed on the yacht. Since they were rescuing people, they intended to ensure these people were properly cared for. The others, upon hearing Bryn's arrangements, did not raise any objections, merely nodding furiously. They didn't know why, but whatever she said, they instinctively wanted to follow her instructions. By the time they realized it, they had already been nodding unconsciously. The Jack could only stand aside reluctantly when he saw this. After a few seconds, someone finally reacted. We don't even know how to address you, and all these things you mentioned, we can see that this small area doesn't have those materials at all. Sarais, you're making things difficult for us. Coyle, seeing their wimpy reactions, pointed to the small yacht they had come in. The front of the small yacht has towels, ginger, and pots and pans, all fully prepared. All you need to do is follow the requirements. Coyle's words made the others widen their eyes in surprise. These 3 were so well prepared, it was clear they had planned ahead. They had even accused them of arriving late on purpose. They felt ashamed. This realization made them work especially hard. Several psychics, except for the Jack, were diligently improving their psychic abilities. I've succeeded, I've actually succeeded. The water element psychic excitedly stood by the seashore. He had never thought his ability could be used like this. He always believed that providing water was all he could do for the rest of his life. His voice drew everyone's attention. Bryn watched and nodded slightly. Very good, but it needs to be bigger, since it will be holding people. Bryn's words undoubtedly gave him great confidence. So he focused even more on practicing with seawater. Shia, that guy is doing pretty well. Within just a few minutes, he's made such significant progress. Soraya, I think in another few minutes, he'll be ready. On the other side. Did you hear me speaking just now? No, I've heard 1,000 times no. Well, let me try again. Even with sweat pouring down his face, he showed no improvement, still repeatedly asking if he was being heard. Coyle sighed, recalling Zaire Amadeo's previous training advice. At any time, avoid impatience. Once impatient, things that could be done well would suffer. It might even result in failure. Seeing that person drenched in sweat and veins popping out on his head, a gut feeling told Coyle that if he didn't stop, this person might lose control. Coyle walked over and placed his powerful hand on the person's shoulder. Caught off guard, the person turned around and asked him, Did you hear me speaking? I really was talking. This turn revealed the person's condition more clearly. His eyes were bloodshot and swollen, and he kept muttering to himself. And his companion completely ignored him, engrossed in his own tasks. No one noticed his abnormal state in time. Oh my God, how did you become like this? Are you turning into a monster? Instead of helping him, his teammate complained from the side. This made him even more anxious, talking faster and faster. As Coyle pondered what to do, a white, tender hand also rested on the person's shoulder. Bryn used her mental power to help organize the chaotic energy inside him. We can hear you, you've done very well. Her gentle voice made the person stop talking, staring blankly into the distance. His teammate, perhaps realizing something, turned back and shouted, Amadeo, Alden has lost control. This woman is incredible. She wants to kill all of us. When his captain came over, Alden had already gently opened his eyes, waking from the nightmare. Upon hearing such words, the captain stepped forward sternly. Don't talk nonsense. She just saved my life. Be careful she won't cooperate with you. Coincidentally, the captain heard this statement exactly at that moment. Indeed, his gaze toward that person changed. He became even more courteous to Bryn and her team. As a commoner who became captain during the apocalypse, he must have paid a great deal. One thing he wasn't lacking in was reading the room. Apologize to them now. I'm sorry. It's my fault for not disciplining him better. I'll take him away immediately, and we will do our best to meet your requirements. He felt the kind of pressure from these 3 that one reads about in novels. Not something an ordinary person like him could compare to. Right at that moment, the man woke up, feeling quite warm all over. Turning his head, he saw Bryn. Only then did he realize her hand was on his shoulder. She had helped him. Thank you. It seems I succeeded. Looking into Bryn's eyes, he slowly repeated this thought in his mind. While anxiously waiting, he saw Bryn smile and say, "It's good you've succeeded. Keep practicing. You need to be able to convey your message clearly, even if they don't want to hear it." Seeing Bryn saying this, he walked back to his teammate from before. "Weren't you always ignoring me? I asked for help, but you didn't respond. You even took my things." The man's eyes widened in surprise. He could really speak to him mentally now. "Sarais, I can also hear what you're thinking. Why don't you respond to me properly? Why do you ignore me? Why exactly?" Faced with such questions, the man fell to the ground, babbling nonsense. I responded, just didn't hear it. You deliberately ignored me. You've always looked down on me, cursing me every day for why I awakened powers." The man couldn't hide his shocked expression. "How do you know that?" Immediately admitting guilt. "Laro Fraser, you've gone too far. Teammates should help each other, not complain and criticize. If that's the case, my team doesn't welcome you either. When we return to the base, find somewhere else." "Boss, no. It's just a fleeting thought. I've never made mistakes." Bryn never liked getting involved in others' team matters. She just wanted to rescue people quickly and then get her belongings. Chapter 188, made contact with the people in the underground shelter. She brought Coil and Goldie back directly to the last marked spot. This was the most appropriate place to enter the sea. "Goldie, you take a few people to categorize and check those who come ashore. Sis Shia, why is saving people so troublesome?" In Goldie's mind, all they had to do was blow up the rocks, and these people would be able to get out. Bryn did not speak, but Coil beside her deliberately slowed down his tone. "We don't know how long these people have been locked up or how many psychics there are. Once this rock is opened, seawater will rush in due to pressure, and if the people inside could still survive otherwise. Once the seawater rushes in, it might harm those people instead. Without any preparation, chaos is very likely to ensue." Goldie thought for a moment and expressed her thoughts. "Sarais, so if we have a sound psychic, we can give the people inside an early warning so they can prepare. Also, that exit is still quite far from the sea surface. These people simply cannot hold their breath that long." Coil nodded in agreement. Water psychics should be responsible for sending people to the surface when they can no longer hold their breath. Thinking of the boy practicing diligently by her side, Goldie found him increasingly likable. Indeed, diligent and ambitious people were attractive. "You're right. If some can't make it ashore by themselves, let those responsible for salvaging bring them up. You'll be in charge of rescue. This responsibility is heavy." Upon hearing Coil's words, Goldie put away her smile. Her tightly closed lips showed she was now in deep thought. "It's okay." Before Coil finished speaking, Goldie interrupted him. "I can do it. I'll save all of them." A determined look flashed across Goldie's eyes. On one side, the speed-up psychic was helping those setting up tents, making their work more efficient, with many tents already erected. Bryn watched this scene, reassured that this person was indeed the least troublesome. Down in the underwater cave, Yusef had yet to wake up. After their frenzied eating earlier, many people now lay listlessly on the ground. None of them realized danger was approaching. Until a voice rang out, "Wake up, child, you've slept long enough today." "Heaven. My child, what's wrong with you?" The mother of the little boy was frantically pinching the bridge of his nose. The child only moved weakly once before losing response again. The woman rushed around holding the child in distress. Nearby, Yusef's subordinates had just finished bandaging him. Seeing he remained unconscious, they stayed by his side. Finally, he could no longer stand it and walked over. "You, don't hold your child so tightly. His face is red and tinged purple, he must be oxygen deprived." Hearing his words, the woman hurriedly loosened her grip, gently placing the child on a pile of clothes. "Officer, please save my child. We didn't fight for food, I know you're good people. Please save him." The man squatted down, carefully observing the boy. He is indeed oxygen deprived. The oxygen here is getting thinner, and the agitation earlier made it even worse. Just as the crowd was about to panic, Ambrose stood up. "I suggest you stay put, otherwise, the next one to lack oxygen could be anyone." While saying this, the woman started bowing to Ambrose, but he pushed her back. "If you trust me, I'll try to find a way. Others can go about as they wish." Ambrose's words seemed to give the woman hope. Others tried to question Ambrose, but the woman reacted like she was insane. "Don't touch him. Whoever dares to touch him, I'll fight them. He's my only treasure." Breathing heavily, she continued, "Don't stop the officer from saving my son." Recalling what Yusef said earlier, that small streams of water came through the rocks, Ambrose thought there might be a solution. He immediately picked up the boy, facing him outward to avoid blocking the airway, and hurried outside. Those who tried to hinder were pushed back by the woman. "Arlo, lend a hand." "Officer Ambrose, what's going on?" Arlo was shocked seeing him carrying a small boy. He thought something intense happened inside. "The child is oxygen deprived." "Oxygen deprived? Is the oxygen situation that bad?" "I feel fine here." Though Arlo wasn't surprised, he was deeply worried. Could they really have no chance of survival? There are fewer people here, and there's no garbage. The air is relatively fresh. And I heard the boss say that water flows in from here. While unbuttoning the little boy's coat, Ambrose asked Arlo about the situation. "Sarais, Yusef also came to see. We don't know if the situation outside has become more severe, or if someone really has come to save us." Ambrose nodded and placed the boy under the stream of water Arlo pointed out. Before long, the The little boy's breathing became slightly smoother. But only slightly. Fraser, help would be needed to escape this place. Seeing her son's complexion improve, the woman immediately wanted to kneel before Ambrose. Thank you, officer, for saving my child. You are all good people, but as a woman, I cannot compete with them. Ambrose, moved by her sincerity, supported her so she wouldn't kneel. Please get up, don't wish me dead. I want to live longer. The woman wiped her tears and went back to her son. Ambrose walked to the edge of the stream, gently touching the water with his hand. He thought, I hope someone will come to save us. We have come. Ambrose looked at his palm, bewildered. Am I hallucinating because I haven't slept enough? You're not hallucinating. We're outside the rocks. Because you touched the stream, we now share a medium and can hear each other's thoughts. Understanding this explanation, Ambrose withdrew his hand, feeling elated. Someone had indeed come to save them, and the signals had worked. If he didn't touch the water, they couldn't hear him speak. Once Ambrose confirmed this, he reassuredly placed his hand on the stream again. Are you really here to save us? What's your plan? Ambrose hurriedly asked critical questions. Yosef hadn't woken up yet and seemed to have a fever. If these people can save them, Yosef might be saved too. Suddenly, another voice resonated in his mind. Brayden, don't worry, we are just gathering information to better understand your situation before making arrangements. The psychic outside the rocks felt overjoyed that his attempt had succeeded. And there were indeed people inside. Did you make contact with someone? Are you this excited? Bryn directly used her mental power to converse with the psychic. Chapter 189, Communication established with people under the sea. At Bryn's voice, the man was clearly shocked, he nearly fell out of his bubble. Coyle supported him lightly. You can talk to me directly. Are you also a sound ability user? The twitching at the corners of his eyes revealed his current excitement. He had always thought this ability was nearly useless. He had never imagined it would one day serve such a purpose, nor did he expect to meet someone like her. In response to his anticipation, Bryn gently shook her head. He felt somewhat disappointed and wanted to ask more when Bryn pointed at the rock. Then she pointed at her watch, indicating that time was running out. They were supposed to be underwater for 3 minutes according to their plan, after which everyone must return. They had spent 1 minute fumbling around initially. Finally able to descend smoothly, they followed Bryn here, which took another minute. What started as an experiment unexpectedly succeeded. Now, the timing was just right. The man hurriedly touched the rock and thought, how many of you are there? How many ability users are among you? Bryce began tracing the water current, but received no response for a while, making him wonder if he was hallucinating due to oxygen deprivation. Just as he was about to shake his head and pull back his hand, the voice echoed in his mind again. Based on the question, he quickly replied, we have 38 people, 5 police officers, and the rest are villagers. What are ability users? His answer surprised the sound ability user, who hadn't expected anyone not to know about them. Could it be that none of these 30-odd people developed abilities? He conveyed this to Bryn. Bryn nodded, signaling for him to reassure the other party, then pointed upwards. It was time for them to ascend. The sound ability user could only support the rock one last time and said, we will come back. After saying that, he was dragged upward by Coyle. His ability was almost depleted. This was the first time he felt the exhaustion of using his ability completely, implying its importance. It made him feel useful, dispelling the listlessness he used to feel. All this was thanks to the person in front of him. Bryn seemed to sense something and turned to look at him briefly before continuing to swim towards the surface. Meanwhile, at Changfeng Tower. Sister Ouyang, I've managed it. Esme rushed over upon hearing this. Sure enough, all the spikes at the boat's bow were covered thickly with clay. At least now they wouldn't easily hurt themselves. Once we can push the boat out, we can push it from the stern to move forward. Esme thought, feeling that the day they reached Tiansha base wasn't far off. Sister Ouyang, we found some hemp ropes. Maybe we can use some to pull from the front and others to push from behind. 2 young girls carried ropes taller than themselves and staggered over. Great, with our strength, this heavy boat needs extra force. I remember there are some tricycles on this floor, they might be useful. Esme had gained some insight during her time with Black Edge, becoming far beyond her age of 14 or 15. Her environment forced her to mature prematurely. Ouyang, my defense is ready. I can apply it to the iron pot so it won't be pierced by spikes, but it only lasts for 1 minute at a time. Seeing both of their abilities perfected, Esme walked to the remaining food crate. Since everyone is prepared, let's have our last meal. Once this meal is over, we have nothing left until we reach Tiansha base. And only seawater to drink if you dare. But if anyone becomes infected as a zombie, I won't hesitate. Esme looked serious, and her words made a few timid ones cry. No one objected though, they all knew this was their last chance. Fortunately, Bryn had left them bread, cookies, milk, and other easy-to-eat foods. They finished their last meal quickly, staring at the empty bamboo basket and encouraging each other. Sister Ouyang, there's a map underneath. Esme spread the map on the ground, and everyone gathered around. Is this the map to Tiansha base? But it's just an ocean here. How do we determine direction? Cerise, how do we know if we're going further off course? When everyone was at a loss, a little girl in blue hesitantly raised her hand. I think I can sense the location of the base, ever since I saw this map. Sandra, you are truly a blessing to us. Sandra was the youngest girl among them and the only one who hadn't been violated. She had always been a key protected member of the group. None of them could have imagined that she would be the one to guide them in the right direction. We can make it. Once we reach the base and find protection, we will have hope for survival. With time, we can grow strong and become our own protectors. Esme's words undoubtedly resonated deep within their hearts. They yearned for a stable life more than anyone else. Because all those family members who had sacrificed themselves wanted them to live on with all their might. In whatever form. But they did not want to just survive, they wanted to live well, not confined in basements. We can surely reach Tiansha base. Let's start, Sister Ouyang. Serais, let's make good use of time. Let's go. Esme carefully put away the map. She had just noticed some words written beneath it. Perhaps this was something to prove their identity when they arrived at Tiansha base. It took them exactly 2 hours to secure everything that could be tied at the bow of the boat. Then they started their first attempt. The entire boat, reinforced with metal, was much heavier than a normal one. As a result, the boat didn't budge an inch. They were utterly exhausted. Sister Ouyang, I can't do it anymore. Why is this thing so heavy? Why can't these metal spikes be removed? Can such a boat really go into the sea? Will it sink? This concern had crossed Esme's mind too. Before leaving, she had secretly asked Braden Coyle, and only after receiving his assurance did she dare undertake such efforts. Clearly, using hands wasn't enough, they needed vehicles to pull the boat. But none of us knows how to drive. So what? It's the end times now. Are we still expecting someone to teach us? Hearing this, Esme smiled instead. Hadn't they yet recognized this cruel world? Vroom. What's that sound? It sounds like an engine. Amidst everyone's expectant gazes, an old tricycle appeared before them. Meanwhile, Bryn also made it ashore. Chapter 190. Oh no, internal conflict is brewing. The moment she came ashore, Goldie draped a thick blanket over her and handed her a cup of ginger tea. Bryn naturally walked under their big umbrella and leisurely sat down to drink the ginger tea. She was actually pondering how much time they had left. It would be getting dark very soon. Though saving people was urgent, it had to be done while preserving their own safety first. Going into the sea at night was too dangerous. Just as they entered the sea, the zombies in the water became notably more agitated. Although their attack power was reduced in water, it didn't mean these creatures were harmless. Zombies and mutated plants in the sea were constantly fighting each other. Things were far from peaceful. Everything was following the rule of survival of the fittest. The Bradley returned to the team and began recounting what just happened. He told everyone that there were indeed people below. Once it was confirmed that there were survivors beneath, everyone's enthusiasm grew even higher. A hint of guilt also surfaced. After all, they had searched in the wrong place and said no one needed saving down there. This was a matter of life and death. Therefore, they worked even harder to set up the tents and even boiled 3 large pots of ginger tea. All of this was seen by Bryn and the others. Senior Shia, don't you think these people are strange? They were clamoring to leave earlier, but now they're so actively participating in the rescue effort. Goldie paused for a moment before continuing, and their expressions looked so sincere. It doesn't matter. Let's save those people and get back to base as quickly as possible. I have a bad feeling. Bryn furrowed her brows. She felt like something was happening quietly. I wonder if Howard and Indira are okay. Hearing Bryn's words, Goldie immediately became tense. But she couldn't say anything about not saving the people. Don't worry, we'll go down to save them as soon as it's light tomorrow. Coyle knew Bryn's premonitions were usually accurate. Tomorrow, after we bring these people up, we can let them take care of themselves. After all, we can't let them make this trip in vain. Meanwhile, those people who had completed their tasks with sheer enthusiasm realized that Bryn did not plan on going down to save people right now. Why do they seem ready to rest? Are they not going to save anyone? They're not that kind of people. The Bradley finally realized he had never asked for the names of those 3 people. Who knows? We're already prepared, so why aren't they going down into the sea? The Jack's companion pressured persistently but dared not act rashly in front of Bryn. Instead, he pushed them for an explanation. The Bradley was poor at speaking, being introverted even before the apocalypse. Those few sentences were already his limit. The Paul coldly glanced at the person and retorted, then go ask yourself, why don't you force him instead? What are you talking about? This person noticed that the 3 of them had quite useless abilities with no offensive power. He had never taken them seriously. Now he was acting even more arrogantly, wanting to teach the kid a lesson. I'm saying what I'm saying, why are you so upset? Am I hitting close to home? Enraged, the man pulled out an iron spade from his waist, intending to hit the Paul on the head. Unexpectedly, a water dragon appeared, drenching him completely. Looking for trouble, huh? Pick another place. If you have guts, challenge me at Tien City base. The man, eyeing the group of 3 psionics standing together, could only grit his teeth and put away the spade. He was right. Once back at Tien City base, he would have plenty of ways to deal with them. Under the sea. Officer Xiaodeng, you've been standing here for over an hour. Braxton, seeing Xiaodeng standing motionless, found it odd and couldn't help but shout. Only then did Xiaodeng snap back to reality. He had been repeatedly trying to contact the other side. Unfortunately, after leaving a message, the other side vanished without a trace. Did something happen? Or did they leave? Was it too difficult to rescue, so they gave up? Clearly, Xiaodeng missed hearing the last words of the Bradley. Alas, it wasn't an illusion. Xiaodeng looked down at the stream. The little boy on the ground looked much better now. His mother was guarding him closely and wouldn't move. He couldn't leave either. So, Braxton, find Alden and have them bring Yosef here. This place might make Yosef feel more comfortable. Officer Xiaodeng, did something happen to Yosef? I heard gunshots earlier, assuming everything was resolved. You'll know when you get there. Xiaodeng didn't have time to explain. He had to stay here. The weak flashlight inside the cave flickered, seemingly unable to hold on much longer. This was the last flashlight. If it went out, it would likely be complete darkness. Xiaodeng still kept his hand in the water flow. He didn't dare move for fear that he might miss a signal from those who could save them. At least he was certain that they communicated through this. Meanwhile, inside the cave, Corner was quietly getting closer to Yosef. Yosef was indeed lucky to still be alive. His goal was Yosef's gun. Once he got the gun, this area would belong to him. He'd make those people smash the door open. Thinking this, Corner began to unleash his psychic power. Alden was still massaging Yosef when he suddenly felt overwhelmed by sorrow. Tears started dripping down. Damn, Alden, a man doesn't shed tears easily. What are you doing? Seeing Alden crying, the team members' already irritated mood worsened. But Alden only glanced at him and cried even louder. The teammate couldn't take it anymore. I told you to stop crying. Amadeo isn't dead yet. You're mourning already. These words seemed to have touched a nerve. Hey, what are you saying? You're such a big person now, can't you control your mouth? Their argument escalated quickly. These three had become so agitated that they moved away from Yosef and stood on an empty patch of ground in front of him. The crybaby beside them wailed even louder. Yosef, wake up. We're going to fight each other. The two about to fight glared at him angrily, their fists ready to punch him in the face. Stop it. Officers. Braxton appeared just in time, stopping them from fighting. His words indeed calmed them down. They simultaneously grabbed their hair, wondering why they had gotten so worked up. Braxton also saw Corner reaching for Yosef's gun. Corner, what are you doing? Just as Corner touched the gun, he heard Braxton's voice. He immediately pointed the gun at Braxton. Chapter 191, The Chaotic Situation Underwater. Hehe, what do you think I want to do? Corner tilted his head, squinted his eyes at Arlo, and loosely held the gun in his hand. At the same time, he was silently releasing his psychic power toward Arlo. Arlo felt something seemed to be drilling into his brain. He shook his head, throwing the thing out of his mind, and looked at this ruffian again. Corner, everyone has been lenient with you considering your age. You took Yosef's gun. What if someone gets hurt by accident? Speaking of which, Arlo and Corner could be considered to have a bit of connection. They were from the same village, more or less related. Arlo had always treated Corner as his junior and was quite tolerant of him. However, it was clear that Corner did not appreciate it. Now the gun is in my hands, everything should go by what I say. Corner found it strange that Arlo still hadn't reacted. By previous situations, Arlo should be cursing at him now, then rushing towards him impulsively. He would take this chance to fire the gun. But with so many people watching now, it left him in a rather awkward position. He rolled his eyes and pointed the gun at the villagers who were gawking. You guys, throw them out. Don't let them come near us. From now on, I am your boss. Everyone can eat as they like. Arlo was the village chief, and almost all villagers respected him. Especially in recent years, Arlo led the villagers to prosperity, bringing good days for everyone. It was partly because Yosef and his men were outsiders that they dared to shout at him before. Seeing that the villagers didn't move, Corner lost his temper. He imitated Yosef's earlier pose and fired a shot at the rock ceiling. Bang! I see who dares not listen. Next shot will be at those who disobey. The villagers crouched down, frightened by the gunshot. A few villagers looked at Arlo helplessly. Arlo also looked at these villagers he had helped all his life. He sighed, no need, I'll lead the officers away. Pretending to be nice. While sarcastically speaking to Arlo, Corner secretly tightened his grip on the gun. He still hoped Arlo would get furious, thus giving him an opportunity to use him as an example. These villagers dared not to listen to him because of Arlo. Arlo carried Yosef and walked towards the stone pile with other police officers. Corner could still be heard threatening the villagers, you better find a way to open the iron door quickly, or all of you will die. Arlo sighed softly. Officers, I'm sorry. I don't know what got into this boy to become like this. I'm worried whether he might hurt someone with Yosef's gun. The young boy helping support Yosef raised his head and said, that handgun has no bullets left. Hearing this, Arlo looked at him sharply and then sighed in relief. Well, forget it. Let's go. After saying this, Arlo seemed much older. Once Corner started conflicts with the villagers, he could do nothing about it. When they reached the stone pile, the little boy was still unconscious, and his mother, exhausted, fell asleep leaning against a rock next to the boy. I have some words to tell you, please put Amadeo Emerson down first. Several people carefully leaned Amadeo Emerson against the rock wall. Not good, Amadeo Emerson has a fever. The young man just now touched Amadeo Emerson's forehead and found it scorching hot. What should we do? There are no medicines here to reduce Amadeo Emerson's fever. I'll go back to get some medicine. I remember the doctor brought some antipyretics. Dustin jumped up but was stopped by Arlo. Officer Dustin, it may not be peaceful inside. It's best not to go there. Seeing Dustin's puzzled face, the young man hurriedly explained that Corner stole Amadeo Emerson's gun and drove us out. What? That gun. Dustin became nervous immediately. If the gun went off accidentally and injured someone, that would be terrible. No worries, I remember, there are no bullets inside. Hearing this, Dustin sat down again. He seemed to recall something and placed a piece of cotton cloth at the flowing water spot. After soaking the cloth, he hoped it could lower Amadeo Emerson's temperature. After settling everything, Dustin finally told them about what happened just now. When I touched the flowing water just now, a man's voice appeared in my heart. What kind of voice? Hearing this, several people gathered around Dustin immediately. Arlo, however, stepped back, not intending to continue listening. Arlo, come with us. Speaking of which, you became the village chief at such a young age, no wonder you look so old, Adonis. Arlo had no choice but to walk back. That man spoke very strangely, asking how many people were inside and if there were any psychics. What are psychics? I know, in the novels I read before, during the end of the world, psychics would appear with superpowers. The one who spoke was Anchor, the youngest police officer on the team, who had just joined this year. He was originally only here to learn. But he never expected to encounter such a situation. Superpowers? As you mentioned this, I remember something unusual. Arlo rubbed his chin, recalling his feeling just now. When I went to meet you, I suddenly felt something drilling into my head, making me feel very angry. I thought it was strange and shook my head, and then it was fine. Upon hearing Arlo's words, everyone became alert. Does that mean there is one of those so-called psychics among the villagers inside? It's hard to say, is there anything else unusual? Ambrose did not jump to conclusions easily, as this matter was too one-sided. Everyone fell silent for a few seconds before Anchor exclaimed, Cerise, something is off. Usually, the villagers can get emotional, but most of them are reasonable. After explaining the severity of the situation, they would all understand. But earlier, their eyes were full of aggression, as if they wanted to tear us apart. After Yosef was injured, those people seemed completely unaffected and went crazy grabbing food. Anchor's deductions made everyone even more uneasy. To have such terrifying individuals right beside them and be completely unaware. After understanding, Ambrose continued to repeat the previous conversation for everyone. On the shore, Bryn was closing her eyes to rest, but someone couldn't wait. They quietly came to the back of their tent. You think you're smart, we'll see how you get out of the water tomorrow, you make me lose face. Boss, is this really okay? They are rescuing people after all. Chapter 192, Want to die, don't drag us down. If you're scared, just get lost. This drug will only make the zombies surround her, which is perfect for drawing their attention and helping everyone else. But the person tried to say more but was immediately interrupted by the Jack. As for me, Esmond, I've never been at such a disadvantage. I must teach them a lesson. Cerise, yes, boss, let me do it, let me do it. Inside the tent. In the darkness, Bryn kept her eyes closed with a slight smile on her lips. Coyle, who was guarding beside her, opened his eyes the moment the two men appeared. He glanced back at the unperturbed Bryn and took no action, instead gazing out at the torrential rain. He wondered how Cooper and the others were faring. Meanwhile, Keaton and the others, who Coyle had mentioned, were in a frenzied battle. To them, zombies were now the most valuable treasures they sought. They felt like they were digging up treasure. Unfortunately, these treasures were hard to come by. Uncle Zaire, why are there so few crystal cores in these zombies' brains? If we could domesticate zombies, wouldn't it be better to grow larger crystal cores? Emma's words earned her a flick on the forehead from Keaton. Don't talk nonsense. How do you know when those zombies won't eat you if you domesticate them? Never underestimate their evolution. And didn't you notice that before, we judged whether a zombie had a crystal core based on its speed and attack power? Now even an ordinary zombie has this much strength. Is this what Sister Shia talked about evolution? At Emma's age, her normally innocent eyes revealed a trace of weariness. Not just humans are evolving, all living beings are. It's survival of the fittest. Keaton patted her shoulder as if to comfort her. Once their generation aged, this stage would be passed down to the next. But what if humans can't keep up with evolution? The thought made him force himself not to think further. They swiftly cleared the zombies in front of them. Gifford led the way, using his ability to quickly traverse through the horde of zombies. On the first day, they were still around the base, handling minor missions. As the zombies were gradually cleared, they moved on to the third mission. They hoped to meet Bryn and the others here. Cooper, I don't think Sister Shia's group has arrived yet. Just look at how many zombies there are here. Weren't these supposed to be mountains? Why are there so many zombies here? There are also mutated plants, which are quite fierce. That small team seems unable to gain any advantage over them. Gifford, panting, ran towards Keaton, eager to report what he had seen. He found the situation quite strange. It's fine. Let's clear the zombies together with the main forces. When they arrive, it'll be easier for them. Keaton looked at the dense crowd of zombies ahead. Some zombies unknowingly jumped into the sea, drifting away in the seawater to unknown shores. At least we have more teams taking on this mission this time. Emma glanced around at the squads working hard to kill zombies and mutant plants. Soraya, if it were just the three of us, we'd likely be dead in this swarm of zombies. And these zombies are different from the ones we encountered outside. Keaton casually waved his hand, unleashing a line of lightning that wiped out a cluster of zombies. These zombies feel like they have reached the strength of stage 1 zombies, yet they lack crystal cores. Gifford hadn't heard Keaton's earlier conversation with Emma. Zombies that were once easily killed now required some effort. Soraya, Uncle Zaire said earlier that we need to work harder so that these zombies don't surpass us. Emma released her ability following Keaton. Though she couldn't take out entire groups like him, she could now knock down 5 zombies at once. Gifford, having rested, unleashed his ability again, rapidly searching the zombies' heads. Heaven! Look at that powerful squad, the space in front of them is completely clear. How many zombies did they kill? Hey, brother, watch out. If you don't defend yourself well, you're going to be killed. The two brothers, although cooperating well, often needed lengthy breaks due to their insufficient abilities. They also noticed that their abilities seemed to recover much slower in this mountainous area. Well, at least there are government officials accompanying us here. Exactly, if we came alone, we'd be lambs entering the mouth of a tiger. Speaking of which, why did the government send us here? Sigh, I heard a little rumor that there are seeds of fire left by our country here. Seeds of fire? What's that? Haven't you seen movies? To protect all kinds of outstanding people in advance, waiting for the end of the world to end, and then revive our country. Oh, so our country can control the world then. The two men were hiding behind a stone post, chattering away. Their leader initially thought of letting them rest. Seeing that their talk was getting more off-topic, he couldn't help but slap each one of them. Are you two so idle? Quickly come over and kill zombies. For every step they advanced, the officials would move the guardrails forward as well. Gifford happened to overhear their conversation nearby, but his speed was too fast, and their captain didn't notice him. Gifford found it quite amusing. Wouldn't the seeds of fire also need to eat and drink? Would becoming a zombie differ due to intelligence? Perhaps this vast darkness is the so-called seeds of fire. In the morning, they had already cleared a small area. There always needed to be a group guarding the fence, clearing zombies that came close. It was now Keaton's team's turn to go in for a rest. Finally, it was dawn. Bryn opened her eyes, noticing that the zombies in the sea were no longer as active as they were at night. She quickly tidied herself up and stepped out of the tent. The others had long gathered in front of their tent. Fairy, when are we going to rescue people? Right. We didn't sleep all night, worrying about those people down there, not knowing when they might die. Why didn't we rescue them last night? Soraya. Last night I wanted to ask, but the captain held me back. The last two speakers almost sounded resentful. I'm not a fairy, you can call me Bryn. Second, if you want to die at night, you can go to your deaths on your own, don't drag us down. Thank you for inviting me. Chapter 193, Saving People at Sea. You, ungrateful, do you really think we are afraid of you? Bryn gave him a glance, and the two people who had been acting arrogantly were now trembling in their legs. But he still forced himself to finish his tough words. We will all join hands, do you think you can get any advantage? Coyle burst into laughter upon hearing this. Joke, even if all of you were to come together, you would not be a match for Sister Shia. His provocation turned their faces as red as liver. Originally, seeing these three people too arrogant, he wanted to suppress their arrogance. A normal person would surely explain carefully, then they would back down. Everyone would know they had strength in numbers, but now, it was hard to retreat. He rolled his eyes and stood firm, saying, you three kids have no manners, treating your elders like this. We just want to help save people early. Sure enough, those behind him began whispering again upon hearing this. Where were you when they came up last night? Why didn't you come to help? Goldie saw that the other party was still relentless, and there was an apparent impatience on Bryn's face. For some reason, she felt that Sister Shia seemed less earthy lately. The crowd's gazes circled back to the two men. Right. I didn't see you guys last night either. Me neither. Seeing everyone understood, Goldie continued, when they came ashore yesterday, there were still many zombies in the seawater behind them wanting to come ashore. It was my sister who took care of those zombies. If you still want to go save people in the sea, you're just asking for death. Coyle added another jab from behind. Standing at the back, Bryn, looking at Coyle and Goldie, suddenly thought of the scene where the two were debating with the crowd. She couldn't hold back a laugh. The two men, hearing the ridicule and accusations from the crowd, became furious. One of them raised his weapon and attacked Goldie, who was closest. Just as his axe was about to reach Goldie. Goldie, be careful. Coyle quickly erected a wall of earth in front of Goldie. Bryn directly used her mental power to control the man. It was as if his hand was out of control, the axe turned around and cut towards his own shoulder. Click. The sound of the axe getting stuck in his shoulder blade. Don't delay us from saving people, take this guy aside. Bryn said this lightly, her voice seemed to float in the air, making everyone obey unconsciously. Just as the crowd was about to move, Bryn's voice floated out again. Aren't you going to prepare, or aren't you saving people anymore? Everyone dragged the man on the ground howling to the side, even his partner dared not come forward to treat him, fearing Bryn's wrath. This woman doesn't seem to use abilities. Isn't it some sort of sorcery? With zombies around, having demons is also very normal. Although it was whispered, it slipped into the ears of the three people whose hearing was different from ordinary people. And those few ability users last night missed the thrilling scene due to the larger consumption of their abilities. After being woken up forcefully, they also heard the story from their squadmates. Seeing others' fear of Bryn, they felt admiration. Admiration for strength. Bryn was the absolute strength. Thus, the few of them got out of their sleeping bags neatly, cleaned up, and dared to leave the tent. Well, brother, we want to apologize to Betty. If we were there earlier, we wouldn't let you three suffer such humiliation. No need, it's not related to you. Also, my surname is Shu, Call me Coil, that little one over there is Goldie. Hearing Coil introducing himself, the three finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking they weren't blamed. Corey, trapped in the underwater cave, spent the whole night leaning against a rock near the water flow. Unfortunately, he didn't receive any news, perhaps realizing it might be because of the night. He kept looking at his watch all night. Until the watch showed 7 o'clock in the morning, he snapped back to reality. Officer Corey, maybe you were too nervous, too eager to get out. Arlo saw his state and approached helplessly to comfort him. Unexpectedly, these words seemed to provoke Corey. I'm not lying, what I said is true, I clearly heard that voice. You. Apart from Arlo, other teammates also gathered around. Corey, you rest, maybe it's just because you didn't sleep well. Sarais. We are all here watching, you rest assured and sleep beside Amedeo Emerson. Shining the weak flashlight beam, Ambrose glanced at Yusef beside him who was still running a high fever. What I said is true. I don't want to sleep, I just want to hear that person speak again. Anchor and the others looked at Ambrose with worry. Squad leader Emerson was now running a fever, and Ambrose was in this state, and after being driven here, they had been starving the whole time. But they really didn't know what to do. Meanwhile, deep inside the cave, some villagers, having banged their heads against the walls and exhausted their oxygen supply, had collapsed unconscious on the ground. Heaven help us. What is Chao Yang doing? My old man fainted too. When will this end? Chao Yang's ability could only amplify everyone's negativity but couldn't emit friendliness. So he could only watch these people without his ability enhancing it. Chao Yang became more and more irritable, his eyes growing more urgent as they stared at the big iron gate. As long as this door was opened, he could run wherever he wanted. These people's anger had nothing to do with him. Chao Yang continued tapping his leg, playing with the gun in his hand. Although the villagers complained bitterly, they did not dare to approach easily for fear of angering Chao Yang with the gun. Now they regretted it. Why did they cause trouble for Yusef, who was clearly their savior? Chao Yang, no matter what, I'm your uncle, how can you still order us around? Chao Yang's uncle was the oddity among these villagers. When asked to praise Yusef, he would criticize him daily, and now that Yusef was in trouble, he cursed Chao Yang everywhere. Chao Yang was already fed up, so he directly faced the man, making his emotions even more intense. If someone remained unaffected, it could only mean one thing. This person had no negative emotions, he genuinely worried about Chao Yang and wanted to give him a reminder. Chased by the old man, Chao Yang scurried around. Just as he wanted to raise his pistol to point at his uncle, the entire mountain began to shake. What's happening? Is this a landslide? I don't want to die yet. Swimming at the forefront inside the bubble, Bryn's lips were tightly pursed. After a night had passed, she didn't know how the people inside were doing. She needed to get them out quickly so she could focus on her real task. Chapter 194, Getting Closer to the Deer Stone. Back to 3 minutes ago, in the underwater world. After diving last night, the 3 psychics found their abilities had improved to varying degrees. For instance, the water psychic could now store oxygen inside bubbles, allowing them to speak normally even underwater. Xanth, we seem to be getting close. Bryn felt the burning sensation from the tattoo on her wrist. Here I come, stone. This time when they dove, they cleared a path by removing stones and set markers to prevent everyone from losing their way while rescuing people. Finally, we're here. It took them 2 minutes. His ability had improved, increasing the duration of the bubble to 7 minutes. So there were 5 minutes left. Upon reaching the pile of stones, Coil gave the sound psychic a push forward. Go ahead quickly. Xanth has already taught you what to say. Don't frighten them. The sound psychic nodded and approached the gap created by the stone he had noticed before. Is anyone there? We're here to save you. After several calls, there was still no response. Inside, Ambrose, who was determined to wait, had been knocked out by his teammates. They were afraid that his prolonged lack of sleep and heightened alertness might finally take a toll on his body. Xanth, no response. Could those people have run out of oxygen and can't speak? The speed psychic looked at the pile of stones with some concern. They shouldn't have. He said he could still manage when we spoke yesterday. How can this underwater world compare to land? Who knows what might happen? And this morning, we didn't seem to encounter any zombies either. The 3 psychics chatted among themselves, easing their concerns somewhat. Coil remarked wryly, are you 3 always so calm? Xanth, I've never met anyone as calm as me until now. Let's just get to work. Bryn moved to the front again and stretched out her hand toward the pile of stones. She had used her mental power and sensed that the people inside were fine. No problems. A large axe appeared in her hand, 3 times bigger than the one that attacked her before. This was one of her prized possessions she had collected initially. Who knew it would come in handy today? Just thinking about rescuing those inside and then going in to retrieve the stone made Bryn feel incredibly happy. She even hummed a little tune, though only she could hear it. I'm digging in the stone pile under the sea. That was the tremor felt by those inside. Ambrose woke up because of the commotion. Ambrose, are you okay? Get over here quickly. Another earthquake. Anchor quickly carried Chief Emerson on his back and ran to the side, hoping the rocks above wouldn't fall on them. It must be the rescuers. Ambrose broke free from his teammate's grip and stumbled toward the water current. He shouted loudly at the stone pile, we're inside, please save us. Seeing Ambrose, who remained calm no matter the danger, now in such a state, his teammates felt a mix of emotions. Outside, Bryn sensed something and stopped her axe. Go check, I think someone is talking. Xanth, we have 2 minutes left. Coil's words made Bryn nod. There was enough time, as long as the others didn't mess up. We're coming to rescue you. Time is tight, so please prepare those inside to move closer and stand to the sides to avoid being swept away by the water. The sound psychic delivered all instructions in one breath. Hearing this long message, Ambrose couldn't believe his ears for a moment. He wasn't crazy, he really heard it. They were going to be saved, and so was Amadeo Emerson. All right. 3 affirmatives, and the sound psychic saw him disappear again. He nodded to Bryn, who resumed chopping with the axe. Not that Bryn enjoyed chopping. These people were too weak and slowed down the work. Next time, she'd make sure the team had a strength psychic who could smash through stones with one punch. Humph. Inside, Ambrose quickly explained the cause of the earthquake to everyone. It's because someone outside is breaking the stones. We're going to be rescued. Uncle Braxton, go tell the villagers to head outside. Hearing this, Braxton paused for a second, nearly stumbling backward before dashing off. We're going to be saved. As Braxton just ran inside, he saw Corner aiming a gun at his uncle. Corner, what are you doing? This is your uncle. Corner, you ingrate, if you have the guts, shoot me dead. Look how many villagers have fallen because of you. Only then did Braxton notice that quite a few villagers had already passed out. He didn't have time to deal with these two anymore. He immediately found a large stone and stepped on it. Everyone, we're going to be saved. Put everyone on your back, leave the food alone. Life is most important. Make sure you stand on both sides, the seawater will surely rush in soon. Once it rushes in, grab the chance. Let the elderly, children, and women go first. Did you hear me? Braxton's words received an unprecedented response. Originally, everyone felt somewhat guilty facing him, but seeing he was still willing to lead them, they were now filled only with gratitude. The elderly, children, and women were the hope of the village and should leave first. After about 30 people left this place empty, Braxton left one last message. Carnell, I always thought I could help you, but I never expected my indulgence would make you worse. Your uncle, let's go. Braxton's disappointed look made Corner shudder. He didn't know what was wrong with himself. All he had wanted was recognition from the villagers, to be seen by everyone. How did things escalate to this point? We even resorted to violence. Corner clenched his teeth and stubbornly refused to move forward. At that moment, the tremor stopped. Coil, holding the axe, quickly moved to the side, releasing the psychic wall of soil. Seawater immediately rushed in. It took a full 30 seconds for the speed to slow down. The water psychic swam into the seawater as fast as possible. Upon entering, he saw Chief Emerson and others, along with Braxton. In his hand were 2 crystals borrowed from Coil. With a wave of his hand, a series of bubbles enveloped the people in front, sending them out. Many others were swimming hard toward here. The speed psychic directly enhanced everyone's speed. How did I swim here so quickly? Amazing. Stop talking, get out quickly. A bubble sent each person out. The speed psychic also held 2 crystal cores. On the shore, Goldie remembered what Shia mentioned before. She said, we can't give away the crystal cores for free. But we can lend them, lend 2 and return 3, a guaranteed profit. Chapter 195, Successfully Rescuing People, Heading Alone into the Tunnel. This way we can motivate them to kill more zombies and improve their strength. Goldie thought of Bryn's serious expression at that time. Indeed, their sister Shia was extraordinary. She stuffed the purse deeper into her pocket and hurriedly went to check how their ginger soup preparation was coming along. The remaining Esper was looking at the sea with anticipation. Goldie clicked her tongue. No matter what this person was expecting, it wouldn't happen. Just then, there was finally movement on the water surface. Whoosh! A large bubble floated up to the surface. Inside was a gaunt middle-aged woman, holding a 12-year-old boy tightly. Goldie rushed forward. Seeing the Esper staring at the woman in surprise, she quickly shouted, still standing there. Hurry up and get them out of the water. Do you think we have all day? The Jack turned around swiftly, staring intently at Goldie. Feeling uneasy under his gaze, Goldie grew a little angry and raised her voice. Oh my, the bubble seems about to disappear. If you don't get them out now, all our efforts will be in vain. Indeed, hearing her words, several people came over. Their gazes also fell upon the Jack. Seeing everyone gather around him, even with some suspicion in their eyes, the Jack had no choice but to use his powers to pull the woman and the child out of the water. Cough, cough. Thank you, great saviors. There are many more behind us. The first thing the woman did after getting ashore was inform them that there were still many people left, hoping they would be prepared. That magical bubble had left a lasting impression on her. Unfortunately, her child was unconscious and didn't see it. So she believed that they were saved by supposed deities. Auntie, don't think too much. We're just humans. It was the Espers who saved you. They are also human. Goldie led the woman toward the tents while one of the men took her son from her. While listening to Goldie, she kept an eye on her son, afraid he might disappear. In the next second, bubbles appeared again in the water. One after another, 4 or 5 bubbles emerged. The Jack could only scramble to save the people, sometimes not able to keep up with the pace. Some of the bubbles burst before anyone could act, prompting those who knew how to swim to jump in and help bring people ashore. By now, Bryn and her team had been underwater for 7 minutes. Bryn saw others unresponsive and caught a glimpse of a crystal core in someone's hand through the corner of her eye. She reined in her curiosity and focused on the task at hand. Now that the water pressure had decreased, She could make the hole larger so more people could come out faster. Coil assisted from the side, occasionally extending green vines. He pulled out those who fell down, couldn't climb, or were knocked out by seawater, directly bringing them up. Then the espers created protective bubbles and sent them to the surface. At the beginning, the group's cooperation was somewhat clumsy, but after several rounds, they developed a good rhythm. Bryn observed the three of them closely again. These three seemed quite insightful. She wondered if they would be willing to join their team, which needed some balancing as it felt a bit top-heavy with women. Finishing her thoughts, Bryn delivered the final axe blow. The exit was completely opened. I'll go inside and check. You guys speed up with rescuing people. After you go up, ignore me and directly send the rescued back to the base. Coil, leave none behind. Bryn spoke these words telepathically to Coil, audible only to him. Coil nodded gently. Bryn quickly stowed away her axe and swam into the tunnel entrance. Betty, why did you go in? Braden Shu, why didn't you stop her? Oh dear, do something. The three were worried about Bryn and started scrambling. Calm down, let's focus on our task. Our leader will be fine. She probably went to check if there's anyone left inside. Upon hearing Coil's explanation, the three refocused and continued their rescue efforts. Bryn kept swimming along the tunnel, helping those inside rush out faster. When she reached the deepest part of the tunnel, most of it was already flooded. In another minute, it would reach her head. In the seawater, Bryn carefully felt her tattoo. The direction pointed by the tattoo was towards this iron gate. Her beloved stone was behind this door. The tattoo on her wrist caused her skin to burn. Bryn swam forward a few more strokes. The huge iron gate ahead looked rather battered. The surface was covered with rust, as if it had been there for a long time. It was unclear when the tunnel construction began. Surprisingly, it gave off an ancient vibe. Bryn reached out to touch the iron gate, attempting to push it open. A purple light gently spread over the iron gate. Just as Bryn wanted to examine it more closely, her mind began to tremble, and the previously sealed ancestral power showed signs of surging out again. This wouldn't do, the power was too strong. Before gathering everything in the small world, she couldn't absorb such immense strength. However, from being sealed until now, she had never encountered anything like this. Bryn was somewhat flustered. She forced herself to calm down. It must be related to that blade of light just now. In that case, she could only go inside. If she could obtain the stone and replenish the small world, it might make the seal more secure. Bryn nodded silently to herself and reached out again. To her surprise, this time with just a light push, the gate opened. And her mind became even more unstable. Unable to think much further, Bryn had no choice but to force herself through the crack. As soon as she passed through, she noticed the surrounding seawater was gone. She rolled over, landing accurately on the ground. Just this slight movement made a thin layer of sweat appear on Bryn's forehead. With her head throbbing in pain, she had no time to react as the iron gate behind her tightly closed again. Inside here, the seawater hasn't seeped in at all. Hiss. Bryn's thoughts were interrupted once more by the unruly force running rampant in her mind. This hurts so much. What is going on? Indeed, everywhere in this place is dangerous. I have to be more careful. Bryn pulled out a flashlight and shone it around. It was still that dilapidated tunnel. The walls were mostly peeling, the floor covered with various soils and remnants from construction. Bryn glanced at the small light spot she had intentionally ignored earlier. She muttered to herself, forget it, since I'm already in. Even if it's a trap, I have to face it. Chapter 196, No Way Out, Let's Take a Risk. Bryn held up her flashlight and slowly walked forward. The oxygen inside here was very abundant. Compared to the outside, it felt like heaven. Perhaps the people outside were relying on this air to survive until now. But that purple light just now seemed a bit like a boundary being opened. Bryn shook her head. The more she thought, the more her mind ached, so she stopped and cleared her mind. Under Fraser and Comrade Jude opened his eyes again. The image in front of him had suddenly turned off 3 seconds ago. He noticed that the seal within Bryn had been weakened slightly. Suppressing the turbulent spiritual energy within his body, he managed to open his eyes. Jude stared intently at the frame in front of him. Unable to see Bryn, could it be that Bryn had entered somewhere she shouldn't have? As soon as this thought occurred to him, Jude couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up directly, intending to go outside. Master, your power hasn't been fully refined yet. Going out now will get you struck by lightning. Mara fluttered its wings anxiously behind him. Bryn might be in danger. Jude pursed his lips, swatted Mara away, and was about to step outside. Rumble. The sky instantly darkened, and purple lightning gathered in the air, right at the cave entrance Jude intended to step through. It seemed to be telling him, want to go out? You'll be struck by lightning. Keaton and his group also sensed this power. Even the zombies on the ground moved abnormally slow due to the appearance of the lightning. What's happening? It just appeared suddenly. Why are these zombies turning around? They're not going into the sea. Strange, they don't even fight back when we attack them. Everyone was studying the peculiar behavior of the zombies, diverting their attention from the lightning. Keaton and his group joined in the harvest. They took advantage of the situation to decapitate wave after wave of zombies. Jude watched the lightning in the sky with disdain. When the world was created and rules shaped, they didn't dare strike me with lightning. Now they've grown bold. The lightning seemed to hear his words and immediately weakened, almost conceding. Seeing this, Mara quickly said, Master, if Lady Shia knows you've been watching her all along, she'll definitely be angry. She has your seal on her, Master. You can still feel her presence. Jude stood there, pondering. If he went out now without refining his powers, he wouldn't be able to stay by Bryn's side continuously. You go and guard her for me. Hearing it could finally go out, Mara got excited and wanted to fly straight out. But it remembered its remaining dignity. Master, rest assured, I will protect Lady Shia well. With those words, Mara flew out, followed by a point of starlight. The starlight entered its body, causing all the flames around it to retreat. This didn't stop its stride. This was the stride of freedom. Living in darkness all the time, no wonder Master's temper has gotten stranger. And it had long been eager to go out after staying by Master's side every day. After killing the zombies in front, Keaton looked up. The dark clouds had dispersed, and the lightning had vanished. Being a lightning ability user himself, he could feel that this lightning was thousands or even 10,000 times stronger than his own. If struck, death would be certain. It vanished just like that. However, the zombies ahead didn't change, they continued walking forward non-stop. Heavens! The zombies heading for the seabed are now all running toward the shore. But they seem dazed, only moving in one direction and only attacking if someone gets close. Keaton led Emma and others back to a safe spot to rest. They harvested quite a few crystal cores during that round. Emma, tell us, how many crystal cores do we have now? Emma glanced around cautiously before lowering her voice and holding up one finger. Wow, our harvest is pretty good then. Gifford thought happily, looking at the number. It seems they no longer needed to worry about moving out of the villa. We've done enough. Let's rest properly. I'll prepare lunch. Cooper is becoming more like our nanny. Emma remembered her mother saying that Malcolm seemed to be on this mountain, but she didn't know where exactly. Looking at the sea, she hoped, I hope Sister Shia comes soon, so she can help me find Malcolm. Then she crawled into her exclusive sleeping bag. She needed to rest well so she could kill more zombies and gather more crystal cores later. Oh right. She felt that her power seemed to be saturated, as if it was ready for an upgrade. When she woke up, she would ask Cooper about it. With these thoughts in mind, Emma fell asleep. Beside her, Gifford had long been asleep, exhausted from the intense running earlier in the morning. Recently, they were all told they were growing and needed to maintain the habit of napping during the day. This led to even when they were on missions, Cooper made sure both of them took their midday rest. Surprisingly, Gifford did feel like he had grown taller. Bryn now felt a buzzing pain in her mind, and her eyes stung with fatigue. She yearned to close her eyes and sleep. Perhaps after a good sleep, all problems would be solved. Maybe she should just take a nap. Just as Bryn's eyelids were about to droop, she abruptly opened her eyes wide. Her eyes became crystal clear. Damn, it's an illusion again. The awakened Bryn stared at the seawater that had engulfed her moments ago. She was still in the dilapidated tunnel, surrounded by darkness, with only the same faint light source. Except this time, the light wasn't far away but right before her. If not for the water-repelling pearl she carried, she might have drowned by now. The illusion began as soon as she entered the iron door. What kind of person uses such lousy tactics? From the moment she entered, the iron door could no longer hold back the seawater. The bright barrier ahead marked the true entrance. The illusion was designed to lead one aimlessly, possibly forever trapped within it. But because Bryn was submerged in the seawater, despite having the water-repelling pearl, her body still reacted instinctively. That moment when the seawater engulfed her triggered her body's alertness. Now, staring at the bright barrier before her, Bryn hesitated. She sensed this might be more dangerous than anything she had faced before. Subconsciously, she glanced at her mind sea again, which was battered by the mysterious force. Some of the power was already surging uncontrollably through her meridians. If she didn't get the stone and absorb its energy soon, she might not survive today. Well, either way, it's a death sentence. Might as well take the risk, maybe I'll hit the jackpot. With that thought, Bryn stepped toward the bright barrier. Chapter 197 Finally seeing the long Sarayant 4 stone. After passing through the barrier, she nearly went blind from what was in front of her. Bryn closed her eyes for a moment. When she opened them again, a hint of green light flashed in her eyes. I didn't take a wrong turn, did I? A dilapidated tunnel that turns into a crystal palace after going through the barrier? Sarai's. A crystal palace indeed. The entire space was covered with a thick layer of ice. All around were various icicles extending wildly, looking like a crystal palace. Bryn heard some small voices coming from the side and looked into the surrounding ice spikes. Suddenly, an eye opened within an ice spike. Bryn jumped back abruptly, barely stopping herself. Greenish-grey skin, white eyeballs, and multiple decaying areas. What was frozen inside was actually a zombie. Looks like this area only froze over after the apocalypse. Perhaps it was too cold, or maybe some energy had been absorbed. Bryn felt the piercing pain in her head wasn't as intense anymore. But the burning on her wrist reminded her that she was close to the stone. Bryn calmed herself down and continued walking inward. She reached the end, finding that the path ahead was also covered in frost. However, there was a small pathway beside it, seemingly leading to a room. Due to her spatial ability and abilities, Bryn's body was quite resistant to cold. Serate, at this point, she felt an icy chill all over, except for the heat from the tattoo on her wrist. It seemed as if she had been guided by some force, pushing her step by step towards this place. Biting her lip, Bryn rushed in. Taking a turn, she immediately entered an ice chamber similar to a room. Bryn stared blankly at the ice beauty in front of her. and the stone she longed for was held in the Ice Beauty's hand. This. Bryn just felt somewhat dumbfounded. Just as she hesitated whether to smash the Ice Beauty or not. You actually managed to break into my barrier. An elderly voice echoed in the ice chamber, sounding like a broken fan, rustling. The sound hurt Bryn's ears. You actually have his power. Him? Who is him? And who is he? Bryn cautiously searched the entire ice chamber but couldn't find the speaker. Finally, she locked her gaze on the Ice Beauty in front of her. Such a handsome appearance, yet such an ugly voice. What a pity. Seeing that Bryn ignored him, the other party didn't get upset and kept talking to himself. I've been here for so long. It's not bad that you're here to keep me company. Bryn rolled her eyes. You want me to keep you company, but I just want to smash you and take the stone. As Bryn moved closer to the Ice Beauty, a streak of frost fell from above, directly freezing her feet. Seems like you're not very obedient. The elderly voice seemed disappointed. Bryn found it absurd internally. What's there to be disappointed about? We're not even familiar with each other. But she plastered a smile on her face, feeling that the other party must be able to sense it. No, I'm just trying to find out where the big shot is, right? PH, you don't deserve to know. As soon as the elderly voice faded, a bolt of ice lightning struck Bryn unexpectedly. Bryn sensed the icy power entering her body. It clashed with her own hellfire power, and her inherited power was jumping around. Unable to hold back, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Really weak. I was hoping you could entertain me for a few more days. Bryn could only silently curse in her heart. Get tired of playing? Didn't see your sister spitting blood? Seeming to think she couldn't do anything else, the other party directly withdrew the control on her leg. Bryn fell to the ground. Tell me, what has happened outside? Seeing that the Ice Beauty remained motionless, Bryn guessed the other party judged solely by sound. She glanced at the ground under her and slowly moved forward a little. Outside, it's the apocalypse. What is the apocalypse? That question caught Bryn off guard. Is there anyone who doesn't know what the apocalypse means these days? What kind of person is this? Have you never seen a movie? The whole world is in chaos, with zombies eating people, and all human habitats destroyed. The apocalypse, apt description. Hearing the voice say this, Bryn looked suspiciously at the Ice Beauty only 1 meter away. She thought of what she had heard 1,000 years ago and inexplicably wanted to tell the person in front of her. Maybe it's a conspiracy to eliminate all humans and start the world anew. Do you think humanity should disappear? After Bryn finished speaking, there was no response from the other side. Just as Bryn thought the other party had disappeared, their voice came through. Of course, humans should disappear. There was a hint of excitement in this voice. Bryn felt that it might be due to the chaotic forces inside her body. What good does it do for you if humans disappear? Who wishes ill for their own kind? Bryn had a premonition that she might not want to hear the other party's words. I am not the same kind as humans, I merely wear a human shell. Upon hearing this, Bryn felt a shiver run down her spine. Had she disturbed some monster's den? She should quickly take the stone and leave this place of right and wrong. You stay here and accompany me. The various forces coursing through your body can't be withstood by a human body. After I refine this stone, I will extract your spirit, and you will become my servant. Bryn did not listen to anything else but focused on refining the stone. She examined the cherished stone again. It showed no signs of being refined. Could it be that this guy has been hiding here, continuously refining the stone? May I ask, how long have you been refining this stone? The other side seemed unwilling to answer Bryn's question or was thinking of something else. Bryn took the opportunity to move forward a bit more. Just as Bryn gritted her teeth to endure another wave of power, the other party finally spoke. I don't know how long I've been refining it. Ever since I occupied this body, I started refining this stone. Unfortunately, Bryn knew what they regretted, regretting that the stone showed no sign of being refined. Why do you want to refine this stone? This time, the other party answered quickly. I don't know. I only know that it is my mission. Bryn couldn't hold back any longer and spat out another mouthful of blood. The fresh blood landed precisely under the feet of the Ice Beauty. Seeing the same situation as before, Bryn moved forward a little again. Chapter 198, Refining the Stone, about to level up. You don't even know what you're doing. Does it make any sense? Why wouldn't it make sense? Once I refine this stone, my mission will be complete, and I can return to my main body. Main body? So there is a secondary body as well. What on earth is this? Perhaps King in the Space might know, but unfortunately, he hasn't awakened yet. When the frost descended just now, Bryn tried to hide inside the space, not without attempts. Unfortunately, it seemed that this place had restrictions on entering the space. She couldn't get in at all. She thought for a moment, gritting her teeth, she said, you don't even know what you're doing, and besides, that stone doesn't seem to have changed one bit. Isn't this just a waste of time? Upon hearing Bryn say this, the person instantly became enraged, and it seemed like an icy tornado swirled in the air. A tornado rushed towards Bryn. Bryn intended to dodge, but unfortunately, her legs were frozen again. There was no room for her to react. She could only clench her teeth and endure this wave of attack. The down jacket on Bryn's body was slashed into countless pieces by the tornado, with white goose down continuously flying out. Bryn endured the pain in her body and glanced down at the feet of the Ice Beauty. Under the final blow of the tornado, Bryn spat blood for the 3rd time. This time, the blood sprayed directly onto the face of the Ice Beauty and the stone in his hand. Damn human, who allowed your blood to defile me. Whether it was the stimulation of human blood or Bryn's blood, Bryn felt that the ice beauty had completely lost it. I want you dead, I want to turn you into a puppet, then stay here with me. No, becoming a zombie would be better, this way you'd be chained up by me. Humans are only fit to become such lowly creatures. A venomous remark echoed in Bryn's ears. Physical injuries and the surging force within her body made Bryn dizzy. She stared fixedly at the stone in the ice beauty's hand. The frost on the stone was slowly melting due to her blood. Just a little more. You actually stained my body with your blood. I went through great lengths to find this body, and you've polluted it. Absolutely unforgivable. Seizing this moment, Bryn rapidly gathered the hellfire within her, balancing her strength in an instant. However, the cost was too high. She felt like there was a volcano inside her, ready to erupt. Once it erupted, she might perish. Bryn thought, since death is inevitable, she must seize this long-sought-after stone. Getting the stone gave her hope of survival. She clenched her tongue hard, forcing herself to stay conscious. The stone appeared. It seemed that the ice beauty also noticed the stone was exposed and attempted to grip it tightly. But after being frozen for so long, her body wasn't responding. In the next second, Bryn dashed over, using the hellfire to wrap around the stone and pull it into her hand. Then she quickly jumped up from the ground and ran out. Seeing Bryn take the stone, the ice beauty behind was clearly stunned for a second before reacting. Then came the storm of frost. It swept through the surroundings, with a chain of frost following closely behind Bryn. Bryn felt like she was about to explode and hurriedly tossed the stone into the space, letting the space absorb it. This method was something she learned from King. King said that the space was not merely a tool, it shared a master-servant relationship with her. The more intact the space was, the stronger her power would become. And the stronger she became, the better she could absorb the leaked heritage power. That power wouldn't run rampant inside her body if she couldn't absorb it. Now that her body contained frost power, she unexpectedly refined this power while deploying hellfire. As a result, she could temporarily cope with this power. However, to completely resolve it, she still needed to increase her strength. Bryn's mind raced as she didn't stop running for a moment. She didn't dare look back, fearing that if she did, she wouldn't be able to run anymore. Behind Bryn, the frost formed a skull, extending countless frost chains from the bottom. Bryn sidestepped, dodging the incoming chains. How could she get out of this damned barrier? Bryn straightened her body and continued running forward. The road, which didn't seem long when coming, now felt incredibly lengthy. She had to concentrate on the stone merging with the space, thus biting her lip and speeding up further. Having barely lived this life again, she could not die here for no reason. She jumped once more, successfully dodging another sneak attack. As Bryn kept leading the other party around in circles, the skull suddenly stopped. The ice beauty inside also reappeared. Previously obscured by frost, Bryn now saw the face clearly and was greatly startled. This person turned out to be the future Tien Market Base's ruler. What on earth is going on? It seemed that the ice beauty had been interrupted while refining the stone and then kept transforming into frost to chase her. Now, it seemed like she had entered a state of madness. How did she judge this? The ice beauty's face had patches of red, white, blue, and purple. Isn't that exactly what happens when someone goes into madness in novels? You can't escape. After saying this, the ice beauty immediately sat down on the spot and closed her eyes. She seemed confident that Bryn would not escape from this barrier. Bryn thought about the certainty of the other party. It reminded her of some knowledge she had learned before. The opponent was at a higher level than her. Entering the opponent's barrier was easy, but leaving it was impossible. The only way to leave on her own was to surpass the opponent's level. Then she would automatically be expelled by the barrier. Now, the barrier had already transformed into a giant sphere of ice. Seeing the other side motionless, Bryn immediately sat at the edge of the barrier. She took out all the crystal cores, spirit stones, and spirit nuclei, as well as the crystal cores she had picked up in the illusion. It was strange, although it was an illusion, those crystal cores were real. The creator of the illusion had put in a lot of effort to make it look genuine. Indeed, it was a grand grudge. Bryn glanced at the grand grudge opposite her, closed her eyes, and began absorbing. Earlier, she had already reached the peak of level 4 and could have upgraded to level 5, but she had forcibly suppressed it. She was afraid that too rapid an increase in ability might cause adverse reactions. Now was the perfect time. It all depended on who recovered faster, or who upgraded faster. While absorbing, Bryn also paid attention to the changes in the space. This stone was different from previous ones, it seemed exceptionally important. It could be considered the most critical part of the phoenix body, the heart. Therefore, the fusion with space was quite slow. Bryn now understood why the other party had failed despite spending so much time refining it. Chapter 199, Everyone has been rescued. She tried to regulate her breathing and sped up the absorption of the crystal cores. Perhaps because she was already ready for an upgrade, this time the absorption of spirit energy was particularly swift. It was as if she could never drink enough. Gradually, Bryn found that she was having some difficulty controlling it. Those crystal cores were just placed on the ground for absorption. There wasn't even time to hold them one by one in her hands. Fortunately, before diving into the sea this time, Goldie had insisted on giving her a portion of crystal cores. Otherwise, there would really be no good solution right now. Bryn opened her eyes and glanced at the ice beauty on the opposite side. Seeing that the other's complexion was still pale, she knew that removing the stone must have been especially harmful to this person. Bryn made an effort to relax her body so it could absorb better. Every part she absorbed made her strength stronger by the same degree. This allowed her to digest a bit of the inherited power. Bryn gathered all the inheritable powers she could absorb, waiting for a safe moment to digest them properly. Then she closed her eyes, focusing on the changes within her body. Her superpower was about to break through. On this side, Coil led 3 psychics and brought everyone in the sea to the shore. Although they rescued the people in time, several of them were underwater for too long and suffered from mild oxygen deprivation. Some were attacked by mutated plants while ascending from the sea. These people were dragged under tents but showed no signs of waking up. The Jack's psychic power was exhausted. He sat on the ground, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. He never thought he would use up all his psychic power one day. He always kept a backup plan for himself. Brayden, have some ginger tea. The Jack reluctantly took the ginger tea. The spicy liquid seemed to alleviate his discomfort a little. Where's Sister Shia? Goldie finished bandaging a person who was attacked by mutated plants in the sea and then looked up, noticing Bryn wasn't with them. It's okay, she has something to take care of. Coil handed over the injured to her to check, then hurried back to carry more people. Upon hearing Coil's words, Goldie nodded and focused again on checking those brought over. What puzzled Goldie was, besides the first few people who looked like they barely escaped, the later ones appeared much better off. After examining the current patients, Goldie returned to the initial group. One person had a head injury and was only briefly checked earlier. She had given them the only thermometer and now needed it back. Dr. Apollon, my boss has a fever of 40 degrees, what should we do? 40 degrees? Goldie took the thermometer, carefully put it away, and then looked at the man with a bandage around his head. Just minutes ago, he didn't seem to have such a high fever. His whole face was flushed red, almost emitting heat waves. Hurry, lower his temperature. If you have any ice element psychics, they can provide some ice. Now, physical cooling is the only method, and she had no antipyretics, so they had to endure. Goldie extended her hand, and starlight fell into Yesef's body. Dustin asked in confusion, so this is a psychic? And his companions also watched Goldie in puzzlement. Just a unique psychic ability. My psychic ability is healing. Seeing the frown on the man's forehead finally smoothing out, Goldie quickly withdrew her hand. She needed to conserve her psychic power for emergencies. Goldie touched Yesef's head and found it still scorching hot. She tilted her head in confusion. I've healed the head wound, why is he still running a fever? Psychic abilities don't delay, it should have cured him immediately. Unless the fever isn't due to the head injury. Once my brother arrives, you'll know. After another careful look, Goldie felt confident enough to say so. But this statement seemed alarming to the others. This fever might be a good thing. Aviv glared at Goldie, indignant that she'd call a fever good. That was a bit excessive. Just finish the ginger soup. Relax, your leader will be fine. Goldie pointed to the bowls of ginger soup on the ground beside them. There weren't many bowls, and they were reused. After you finished drinking, you'd pour more for others. Seeing these people hesitating to drink, she said anxiously. Under her gaze, Aviv had no choice but to gulp down the ginger soup, the spiciness reaching all the way to his stomach. His long empty stomach was slightly irritated by the taste. He quickly moved the bowl away and started vomiting on the side. Goldie took the bowl away and shook her head, walking off. It was just a bowl of ginger tea. Before long, Coil had settled everyone down. Those people went through a basic screening first, then the more serious cases were sent to Goldie for treatment. Goldie treated these people. In the end, Coil stopped her. He pulled her into their private tent. No one would dare barge in here. Eat quickly. Brayden Shu, I still have to check a few more people. You're still growing. Those people are all fine now, others can look after them. Coil pressed Goldie directly into the chair. This. Instant noodles. When Goldie saw Coil take out 2 packets of instant noodles from behind him, her eyes lit up instantly. In this post-apocalyptic world, they usually ate healthy and delicious food. But occasionally, they missed these fast foods. While Coil was boiling water, Goldie recounted what happened earlier. So, you're saying that you think that person's ability awakened? Coil spoke as he prepared the instant noodles. Look, all the injuries on that person's body were healed by me, and although there was a lot of blood on his head, it didn't hurt fundamentally. There's no reason for him to be unconscious for so long, it must be something else. I felt like something was forming inside his body, so I boldly guessed it might be an awakening. Goldie received the instant noodles. Whether or not it was an awakening, she'd likely know soon. This person wasn't like Sister Cody, he should wake up soon. After we finish eating, Brayden Shu, you go check on that person and help confirm. Then explain it to those people. I feel like they don't believe me. Meanwhile, Aviv looked at Dustin who had returned and used a damp towel to wipe his leader's palms and soles. They hoped this would lower the temperature quickly. Aviv was still stuck on what Goldie said. Did that person really mean our boss's ability awakened? The injury on his head did heal, but the fever hasn't subsided. Could it be true? They exchanged glances. If it really was an ability awakening, that would undoubtedly be the best outcome. And over here, Bryn suddenly felt unprecedentedly light in her body. Chapter 200 What is the adult ancestor worship ceremony? Bryn suddenly opened her eyes, a faint green light flashing in her pupils before they returned to their light brown color. Phew, finally succeeded in upgrading. Bryn exhaled, thankful for her thorough preparation today. She looked down at the sole remaining second-level crystal core amidst the ashes and took a sharp breath. Had the upgrade failed, she might have suffered a backlash, potentially getting stuck here for life. After sensing the power within her body, Bryn raised her head to look at the other person. The figure remained motionless, sitting still as if time had no effect on him. Only then did Bryn relax and raise her hand to examine the tattoo on her wrist. The heart of the phoenix was almost visible. No way. As soon as Bryn touched the tattoo, she felt the inheritance power within her becoming restless again. The inheritance power contained not only various spell inheritances but also the strong spiritual power from King. She could not absorb the leaking spiritual power right now. She would have to wait until the space upgraded and provided her with additional strength. Bryn closed her eyes once more, forced into it. In the air above Melissa's head, a black smoke cloud watched Bryn closely. This damn human made things so difficult for it. If the main body found out that it lost the stone, it wouldn't survive. Serate, after inhabiting this body for years and having all its senses intertwined, it couldn't attack Bryn without affecting itself. With its physical body heavily damaged, it couldn't merge back in either. The black smoke grew increasingly agitated, circling around Melissa, trying desperately to find a way back inside. It relentlessly rammed against the protective membrane. In the next moment, the membrane surrounding Melissa seemed to thin considerably. Seeing this, the shadow intensified its attacks, hoping to engulf the human before she recovered fully. That way, it could regain control over the stone. Bryn felt like she was having a nightmare. She dreamed about a man chasing her and stealing her treasures. After stealing them, he would laugh foolishly at her. What nonsense was this? Then, she felt dizzy, appearing in an ancient courtyard. There was a swing with a woman holding a child, laughing joyfully. Approaching, Bryn realized this was her childhood. She had seen pictures of herself and her mother from this very place. She stared at her mother's face, afraid that it might disappear at any moment. Little genie, grow up quickly, so I can go find your father. Why? Oh, you're always such a good girl, listen to Lexi when I'm gone. Why? Your father must be suffering. Once I find him, we'll come back for you and be together as a family. All because of that black mist, which is fighting over your father's body. When I find it, I will destroy it beyond recognition. Why? Back then, Bryn was too young to understand her mother's words, thinking it was just a game. Drooling, she gazed longingly at her mother, even smearing her drool on her clothes. Ah, you little troublemaker, you'll be stronger than me one day. I don't want you to be involved in this. I only wish for you to live safely and peacefully. Black mist. Bryn looked at her mother with some understanding. Was the end of the world related to the black mist? Did her mother know something? And if the black mist occupied her father's body, does that mean it's like Melissa? Her mother meant to expel the black mist from the body. Could that save her father? But wasn't he said to be dead? Bryn felt her mind ready to explode, just like last time. At that moment, her grandmother walked out of the room with a box in hand. Are you really going? Lexi looked worriedly at her daughter and granddaughter. Cerise, I'll give her a good identity. She won't be an orphan. I hope she won't hate me. Frasier stroked Bryn's short hair firmly. With me around, no one can bully her. Rest assured. The clue is in Frasier song Frasierunton. Be careful. Take this with you. Grandmother slowly opened the box, revealing the stone inside. Bryn stepped closer, eager to see. Isn't this the stone she longed for? The stone didn't look particularly large but was much more exquisite compared to others. Bryn had a premonition that with this stone, her tattoo might be nearly complete. Adding this one she was digesting, her small world would soon be complete. Bryn's mother glanced at the stone, then simply closed the box and pushed it over. Take good care of this stone. I will be back within a month after my trip to Frasier song Frasierunton. She is still so young, I can't bear to part with her. Just as she said these words, her eyes drifted towards the distance, as if it were Bryn who kept her trapped here. The scene shifted, and Bryn saw herself again. At 5 years old, she was mischievous and troublesome. Her mother seemed even thinner, exuding a kind of ethereal beauty. The stone ended up hanging around her mother's neck. Could something have happened? Frasier, I may not be able to return within a month this time. If I don't find him soon, I won't be able to hold on much longer. Standing on the steps, her mother looked down sorrowfully at Bryn, who was playing make-believe below. Her grandmother seemed much older but still strong, forcing a smile. After all these years, you've come back. This time, everything will be fine. If anything happens to me, what will become of Bryn? Bryn wiped away her tears, sensing her mother's foreboding that she might never return. With the vast fortune our Shia family has, are you worried about her future? Don't concern yourself with the Lees, they won't cause any trouble. When her grandmother spoke, the authority in her voice always made Bryn feel uneasy. But now, Bryn only saw her grandmother's resolve, ensuring her daughter had no worries. Leave this bracelet for Bryn. The bracelet refuses to acknowledge me as its master because I'm not worthy enough. But I hope Bryn never has to activate this bracelet in her lifetime. Foolish child, every member of the Shia family must go through this once they come of age. You must return to participate in her adult ancestor worship ceremony. The more Bryn listened, the more confused she became. Her grandmother had never held an adult ancestor worship ceremony for her. Chapter 201, Whom would I deceive if not you? Bryn's mother just stood there, saying nothing. She didn't know if she could come back, so she couldn't make any promises. Pursing her lips, she finally hugged her mother one last time, then patted Bryn's head and turned to walk away. No one knew this would be their final meeting. Bryn stepped forward to try to grab her mother. The next second, she was dragged to another place. Where is this? Lexi. In a dark room, Lexi was holding the bracelet that belonged to her mother, wiping away tears. Today is Missy's 18th birthday, yet you haven't returned. Can you really bear to let an elder like me send off someone younger? Forget it, forget it. Since you haven't come back, I'll decide not to have Missy go to the ancestral rites. As Bryn listened to her grandmother, she sized up the surroundings. This must be the ancestral home. After being brought back to the city by her grandmother at age 5, she hadn't returned here since. This must be right after her college entrance exams, when she went out to travel with friends. And they happened to celebrate her birthday outside, during which she received a call from Lexi. But Lexi never mentioned these things before. No wonder I missed the bracelet last time, but somehow found it again this time by chance. This bracelet is the generations-long burden of our Shia family. After carefully cleaning the bracelet, Lexi slowly opened another jewelry box. Then she tossed the bracelet into it casually. Bryn understood what her grandmother meant. The bracelet should be treated as an ordinary one from now on. Lexi, holding the jewelry box, walked to a mat and placed the entire box on a table. Then she slowly knelt down. Bryn reached out, but her hand passed through her grandma. Lexi was old, and kneeling like this was too much for her body. Before the spirits of the Shia ancestors, I may have to bury the Shia family secret. Please do not blame me, ancestors. I only want Missy to live a more comfortable life. Following Lexi's gaze upward, Bryn saw an ancient painting on the wall, depicting the ancestor of the Shia family. Suddenly, Bryn felt herself growing increasingly similar to the ancestor. Could this be due to the inheritance power? Lexi kept murmuring about Bryn's daily affairs, big ones like finishing the college entrance exam, and small ones like eating less recently to lose weight. Hearing these things now made them seem distant, yet also reminded Bryn of the girl who was once pampered by her grandma. The black smoke within the boundary was almost done adjusting after its backlash. It floated freely in front of Bryn after fully detaching from the ice beauty. At this moment, Bryn was drenched in sweat, looking extremely uncomfortable. Having looked around everywhere, the black smoke still hadn't found the stone. Damn human, where did she hide the stone? Why can't I smell it at all? Was it because my strength weakened from the recent backlash? The black smoke searched several times more but still couldn't find the stone on Bryn. Humph, no matter. Since you took the stone, I will consume you, and surely I'll find it then. The black smoke drifted back into the body, the surrounding black mist starting to transform. Sweat formed thinly on Bryn's forehead. She realized why she could see these scenes. They were stored by the bracelet. Now that the bracelet was melting along with the stone, it had brought her directly into the memories. With the bracelet now sealed by her grandmother, she wouldn't be able to see any other scenes. She sensed that a small part of the inheritance power had been absorbed by her. Just a little more, and the stone would be fully integrated. She could enter the space, absorb celestial energy, and convert the inheritance power. But her powers had already reached their peak without the assistance of spiritual energy, preventing further enhancement. Thus, she couldn't continue converting the inheritance power. Damn it. Another vicious cycle. Frasier sweat appeared on Bryn's forehead. She tried to absorb some external spiritual energy but realized she couldn't due to the boundary. Would she stop progressing here? She couldn't accept that. She had only enjoyed a few days of comfort. She wanted to enjoy a few more days, plant a large field, eat endless delicious food, and create a safe haven. She had barely been reborn. How could she die inside such a boundary? Everyone was waiting for her to return home. She still hadn't seen Jude again. What bad luck. How could she think of that man at a time like this? Bryn felt her body becoming increasingly uncomfortable. She could sense something approaching her from outside, but she was helpless. She was completely unable to move. The black smoke outside had already retrieved all its energy. The ice beauty opened her eyes and slowly walked towards Bryn. You've also suffered a backlash, huh? Haha. Don't worry, you won't be in pain for long. I'll just eat you directly. Maybe I can refine that stone then, and I can go back to find my master. The ice beauty stretched out her hand, and a wisp of black smoke appeared in it. The black smoke flew directly at Bryn until it enveloped her entire body. In an instant, Bryn felt something attach itself to her, which made her feel unbearably nauseous. She forced herself to open her eyes. What dirty thing dares to mess with me? Bryn first clenched the stone between her teeth to keep herself awake, continuing to drive the energy within her body to circulate. Upon hearing Bryn's words, the ice beauty froze on the spot. The next second, the black smoke lifted Bryn up into the air and slammed her down hard onto the ground. Spit. Bryn struggled to crawl on the ground. This thing had such a bad temper, not even letting her speak. I didn't say anything wrong. It's black and sticky. It really does make one feel quite sick. Although Bryn lay on the ground unable to move, this did not stop her from continuing to mock it. You, slut, you're just a slut. Who would have thought that after I wanted you to stay with me, you would dare to look down on my true form? I don't want to eat you anymore. Hearing the ice beauty say this, Bryn first let out a sigh of relief. The next moment, her neck was grabbed. She was lifted in front of it. I want you dead. Bryn felt the black thing around her neck tightening. She tried to struggle with her hands but could exert no strength at all. Cough, cough, you want the stone, right? I bet you've noticed that you can't find the stone on me. Bryn spoke with great difficulty, determined to get rid of this thing as soon as she could control her body. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the ice beauty stopped its action. Then it tilted its head and said, you better not lie to me again, or your head will be separated from your neck. Bryn could only force a smile. Chapter 202, Able to Absorb Faith Power. Would you really not be deceived? If not you, then who? Stones. I didn't bring them with me. They're still in that room. Let me down, and I'll take you there. The black smoke looked back and forth at Bryn suspiciously. The stones were too important, and it indeed hadn't seen any on Bryn. Could the stones really still be in the room? Anyway, this was its barrier. This human could never escape. The black smoke casually tossed Bryn to the ground and coldly said, "Lead the way. Killing you is too easy." Bryn gritted her teeth, forced to give up on circulating her energy and endure the pain of the inheritance force rampaging within her body again. She gritted her teeth as she struggled to get up from the ground. Then, she slowly retraced her steps. During this journey, Bryn repeatedly tried connecting to the spatial pocket, discovering it was still fusing, preventing her entry. Bryn began to panic a bit. There was no way she could get those stones out. Serate, it felt so close. I beg you. Hurry up and fuse. The door was just ahead, and Bryn dragged her feet forward. Who knew someone would push her from behind? Bryn stumbled into the room. The Ice Beauty closely followed. The moment the Ice Beauty stepped into the room, Bryn had vanished. Where did she go? Damn it. The Ice Beauty scanned the entire area but still couldn't see Bryn. She directly emerged from the Ice Beauty's body. The black smoke instantly filled the whole room. Unfortunately, nothing was found. No human, not even the coveted stone. This infuriated it. It searched every corner of the barrier with black smoke. It knew the other party must still be here. If they had broken through the barrier, it would have sensed it. Humans truly are liars. When I find you, I will tear you apart. Right when pushed by the Ice Beauty, Bryn attempted to enter the spatial pocket once more. Unexpectedly, it worked this time. Once inside the spatial pocket, Bryn paid no attention to its changes and sat down on the ground. The spiritual power within the space rushed wildly into her body. Bryn desperately compressed this energy while her abilities kept rising. Then she allocated a thread of mental power, gradually leading the inheritance force. Within Bryn's body, a green flame ability intertwined with a golden inheritance force. In her mind two colors flowed over the spirit core, brighter than ever. Bryn paid no mind to external matters, solely focused on advancing. Unbeknownst to her, the forest creatures all gathered around to watch. Some even cheered for her from nearby. Bryn is amazing. She's the most powerful one I've ever seen. You've only met one human. Why say nonsense? Whatever, Bryn is amazing. She seems to be upgrading. A short claw pointed at Bryn. Surrounding Bryn were green flames and golden inheritance forces. Let's get Bryn something to celebrate. It's good there's no thunderbolt tribulation in the spatial pocket. The spatial spirit floated in the air, finally able to appear. Before, it had been cooped up. With a wave of its little hands, more spiritual power in the spatial pocket converged toward Bryn. It wanted to ensure Bryn had sufficient spiritual power to advance smoothly. Outside, the black smoke had still found nothing after searching everywhere, making it begin to wonder if the opponent had truly escaped the barrier undetected. Ultimately, without another solution, it chose a human method. Waiting like a farmer for rabbits. Sitting in the room, ready to tear apart anyone who showed themselves. Meanwhile, on the shore, those remaining had finally adjusted. Although some were lost, many survived. With such a small landmass offering no food or supplies, Coil, after consulting 3 teams, prepared to send these people back to the Heavenly Market base. Goldie returned to Ambrose's side, needing to check Police Yosef before their departure. Miss Apollon, is my boss really okay? Goldie rolled her eyes. This was nearly the 10th time he'd asked. Every dozen minutes or so, this guy came asking. Either about whether his abilities had awakened, how long a normal awakening took, what symptoms occurred during awakening, or how to awaken abilities. Just hearing about awakening made Goldie headache-ridden. Figuring it was the last time, she decided to help check again. After looking at Yosef, and confirming his abilities had awakened, she nodded at Ambrose. Don't worry. Once awake, he'll be an ability user. As for how to awaken abilities, it's really hard to say. It might just be a matter of fate. Some people may never awaken in their entire lives, while others might awaken in adversity. Ambrose could only nod and quietly thanked her again. Thank you, and also the Betty you mentioned. It was because of this expression of gratitude that a golden starlight flew from his body into the sea. And no one saw this scene. By the way, they seem to have an ability user too, named Carnell or something like that. When Ambrose heard this name, there was only hate in his eyes. He injured our Amadeo Emerson and even took his gun. Upon hearing this, Goldie pulled out a small handgun from her pocket. This person asked me to return it. He said when he was down there, he didn't know why he acted like that. He doesn't have those extreme thoughts anymore. He was afraid you'd get too excited, so he asked me to help him return it. I don't want it. Ambrose didn't take it, and Goldie shrugged. She didn't want to deal with these matters either. But she knew there were no bullets in this gun. You can resolve this after returning to the base. After saying this, she packed up her things and left the tent. On the other side, Coil was briefing various people on the situation after arriving at the Heavenly Market base. Braxton also expressed thanks on behalf of all the villagers. Thank you, Mr. Coil, and the Betty who led you to save everyone. Behind him were fellow villagers, all nodding with gratitude in their hearts. Numerous golden starlights floated towards the sea. This direction was precisely where Bryn was. These golden starlights passed through the black smoke barrier, finally dissipating where Bryn last appeared. Page Faith power actually still exists. But didn't I find it now? I'll just wait for you to come out. The black smoke stared at where the golden starlights vanished, sitting on the ground, eyes fixed without blinking, afraid to miss anything. Inside the spatial pocket, the golden starlights penetrated the spatial barrier and ultimately entered Bryn's body. Bryn felt a new golden force surging within her. Chapter 203, directly leveled up from level 5 to 6. But this force gently wrapped the inherited power. Whenever she needed, she could unlock it gradually. What is this? Bryn felt puzzled. She had not figured out her own powers yet. How did new ones show up now? However, the spirit of space seemed quite delighted upon seeing this. Amazing, she can absorb the power of faith now. What a huge progress. Bryn realized this thing only brought benefits to her, so she ignored it. Continuing with what she was doing before, she slowly condensed her spirit core, making it more substantial. Her current spirit core was already as big as a plum. After Bryn covered the spirit core with the last layer of energy, it emitted a tremendous brightness. Gradually, the spirit core stopped spinning quickly, and a green one symbolizing vitality appeared in front of Bryn's eyes. Upon closer inspection, some golden threads were entwined around it. Bryn exhaled heavily, then slowly opened her eyes. A magnified chubby face suddenly came into view, nearly scaring her back. Fortunately, Triangular Plum caught her with its branches, which had been guarding her all along. Whoa, you scared me half to death. Whose plump kid has turned into a spirit? Hearing this, the guy whom Bryn called Big Fat Boy, swiftly turned around, muttering, after helping her so much. How dare she find me too fat? It's outrageous. Behind him, Bryn could only see a small fat bottom swinging in front of her. It just begged for a kick. Bryn thought this and immediately acted. Strange, why did she feel like she couldn't control herself and particularly wanted to fight or need others? What's going on? Hey, who dares kick master me? The big fat boy was directly kicked by Bryn into the stream. Though no bodily harm was done, he felt like his physical self had suffered damage. Several small animals pulled him out of the stream. Bryn, you ungrateful person, you treat your savior like this. Bryn was contemplating what was wrong with her when the other party's words triggered her. With your pudgy look and short legs, you saved me. Come on, tell me which animal spirit you are. I won't report you. The other small animals moved away from Bryn after hearing her speak. This guy even reported things, something even the scholarly monkey wouldn't do. The big fat boy sat on the ground, eyeing Bryn nervously, fearing another kick. Why are you so mad? None of your business. Bryn couldn't hold back her inner agitation anymore and kicked again. Splash. And the big fat boy fell back into the stream. Why does my body feel so off? I'm not trying to, I just couldn't help it. Bryn felt a bit better and hurriedly apologized. You still haven't told me which animal you're from. Deciding it was futile to get out of the stream since it didn't hurt him anyway, the big fat boy explained. I am the spirit of space. This time, I forced fusion and transferred all the spatial spirit energy to you. And here you are, kicking and insulting me as soon as you wake up. If it wasn't for saving you, I wouldn't have exhausted my spatial power, shrinking to a baby size. The more he spoke, the more animated he became, even waving his hands. Initially apologetic, Bryn lost it again at his waving hands. You talk too much. Bryn directly spewed out hellfire at the Goron. All that remained of the fur on the top of the big fat boy's head disappeared. Ah! A scream echoed throughout the space. Just as Bryn prepared to attack again, a green vine knocked her out from behind. You stop fooling around with her, don't you see something seems off with her? Triangular Plum lightly hit the Goron with the green vine, urging it to check Bryn immediately. Truman isn't here, otherwise, he would know. Did you notice anything? Triangular Plum and the other small animals gathered around Bryn. Irritable, easily angered, not right. She went straight from fully leveling up at 5 to 6. And she has always used purified crystal cores. How could this happen? Although the Goron only appeared after this upgrade, it had been observing Bryn ever since it bound itself to her space. Even in the previous life, it knew that Bryn's stepsister had awakened its space. He was quite puzzled as to why his stepsister could activate the space, but at least that person could only use the space as a storage ring. In this lifetime, Bryn found him right away and bound the space with her blood, which also greatly relieved him. Otherwise, no one knew how the world would collapse. The spirit of space transferred some more spiritual power from within the space into Bryn's body, finding that the spiritual energy flowed unimpeded. She might have been contaminated with something, causing her to become like this. Could it be that she was contaminated by the things from the dark eye? Perhaps, it must have happened during the space fusion process. Currently, the only solution for the spirit of space was to place Bryn in the spirit stream to see if it could stabilize her emotions. When Bryn opened her eyes again, she was already sitting on a rock in the stream. Beside her was still the big fat boy, along with a group of small animals. Who knocked me out? Bryn regained her senses and immediately wanted to roll up her sleeves for a fight. She had some thoughts, but they quickly faded as she was swept away by this emotion. Why isn't anyone speaking? Bryn continued to raise her voice. If they didn't tell her, she might end up hitting all of them. At that moment, a little rabbit pointed its short hand at the spirit of space. Then more small animals began pointing at him. It's you again, big fat boy. Bryn's surrounding abilities started releasing wildly, and just as they were about to burn the spirit of space, bang, clank. Bryn was directly kicked out of the space by the spirit of space. Bryn's ability hadn't retracted yet and kept spreading, reaching Heian, black smoke. The Melissa swiftly took a step back, a look of pleasant surprise appearing on her face. Waiting by the stump for a hair, the hair has finally come out. The Melissa quickly turned around and approached Bryn. This fire of yours is rather strange, the Melissa said, looking at the hellfire released by Bryn, hesitating slightly in place. After Bryn released her ability, the irritation inside her seemed to be released somewhat. Her sanity returned slightly. Chapter 204. Come on. Mutual torture. Bryn was extremely puzzled. In her previous life, she had only reached level 5 and never felt this irritable. Why would she feel like this now? Could it be because she had upgraded to level 6? No, that couldn't be related to leveling up. What could it possibly be related to? Bryn looked at the ice beauty who dared not approach her, then took a step forward. The only change was this thing, which she had never seen in her past life. What did you do to me? If it were the old Bryn, knowing that the opponent was much stronger than her, she wouldn't confront her head-on. But why should she hold back when she felt so irritable? Someone like you dares to question me? The cold beauty stood aloof from afar, looking down on Bryn with disdain. She saw that the karma flames around Bryn had already been extinguished. She stretched out her hand, conjuring countless threads of black smoke that targeted Bryn's neck directly. The disparity in strength meant that even at level 6, Bryn couldn't compete with her. However, the current Bryn had long forgotten this fact. All she knew was that this person was choking her, and she was furious. When furious, she wanted nothing more than to fight. And as the black smoke touched her neck, it penetrated her skin directly. Bryn felt her just slightly calmed emotions flare up again. Well, there we go. Finally found the reason. Recalling earlier, the black smoke had tried to kill her by grabbing her neck too. Why did it have such a fixation on choking? While enduring the pain, Bryn took a deep breath and sent a strand of mental energy following the black smoke into her body. In the end, she found its presence hidden in a small corner of her mind. How well hidden it was. Had she not followed the black smoke, it would have been very difficult to find it in her mind. Bryn used her mental energy to try forcibly extracting the black smoke. As her mind began to fluctuate violently, Bryn felt as if her head was about to split open. Haha, do you think my black smoke can be compared to that inside a zombie? You are doomed. Bryn felt the black smoke tighten around her neck. She wanted to curse but couldn't get the words out. So frustrating. Unable to vent her anger made it even worse. She couldn't take it, she really wanted to hit someone. Suddenly overwhelmed by her irritability, she let the karma flames fill her entire mind. Unfortunately, the black mist remained unmoved. The karma flames then burst out of her body. Climbing up the ice beauty's hand, the flames instantly engulfed her entire body. The black smoke had no choice but to escape rapidly from the ice beauty's body. Too hot, these are karma flames. How could you have karma flames? Impossible. As Bryn's rage intensified, more karma flames spilled out of her body. Previously, she had kept all the energy within her body out of consideration for the inherited power. Now, burn everything impure away. Bryn's eyes glowed with the madness that came after extreme irritability. The black smoke not only wasn't scared but laughed. Ha ha ha, what good will your karma flames do you? If you burn this body, I'll just use yours. These karma flames will naturally become mine. And once I devour your soul, perhaps I'll gain some nourishment. In the next moment, the black smoke entered Bryn's mind through her forehead. Although the karma flames surrounded the black smoke, they failed to eradicate it. Bryn sensed the intrusion too late. Struggling against the discomfort, she sat down and followed into her mind. You have an interesting mind indeed. With every step the black smoke took in Bryn's mind, a dark stain was left behind, until most areas turned black before it stopped. When Bryn attacked the black smoke with her mental energy, it simply passed through, hitting elsewhere instead. It looks like you don't know how to use your mind. Thousands of years ago, I consumed many cultivators. They tasted delicious. The consumed cultivators turned into zombies and ultimately became my shell. As for you, you skipped all that. Lucky you. Bryn inwardly cursed the black smoke. She should thank it. The black smoke reached out, creating a miniature version of Bryn inside her mind. It was also being choked by the black smoke. What a weird obsession. Just likes choking. Bryn paced frantically beside it. The small figure was being enveloped by the black smoke, seemingly trying to assimilate her. Bryn suddenly felt unwell. The feeling of vitality slowly draining from her body. Was she really going to die? Even if she were to die, she wouldn't let this thing parade around in her body. Bryn clenched her teeth and chose to make her spirit core explode directly. Once the spirit core exploded, her body would also explode, leaving no chance for the black smoke. Fragments of Bryn's spirit core spread throughout her entire mind sea. Her body's vitality was getting less and less. Damn it, you human woman, you actually dared to self-destruct. The black smoke quickly dropped the small figure and tried to run outside. However, Bryn's mind sea was filled with karma flames and the inherited power. It had no way to move. You want to die, but don't drag me down with you. Truly inauspicious. Bryn thought, I feel you're inauspicious too. Killing people everywhere, speaking so arrogantly, and planning to impersonate me with my body. She absolutely would not allow it. Bryn used her last bit of strength to try burning herself up with karma flames. To her surprise, after the karma flames ran out, a stream of golden starlight replaced them, gently enveloping her. Bryn, you can't give up. In the space, the Goron cheered for Bryn. The space wasn't yet complete, unable to take out its spiritual energy. Everyone in the space was powerless. If Bryn died, the bracelet would lose its master, and everything and everyone in the space would fall into suspension, waiting for the next master to activate it. Bryn was almost out of strength now. She thought her body was experiencing a dying glow, completely unaware that brighter, shinier golden starlight was enveloping the small figure in her mind. At the same time, it gathered the scattered spirit core fragments. The specks of starlight directly filled in the cracks of the spirit core. A more luminous spirit core appeared in Bryn's mind than before. Seeing this, the black smoke wanted to flee. This fool didn't recognize it, but it did. This was the power of faith. The only thing that could contend with the black mist eye. The small Bryn inside the mind absorbing all the black smoke, floated in the air with closed eyes. Chapter 205. Another little Bryn. The next second, little Bryn opened her eyes and began to cough violently. She finally managed to expel a ball of black gas. Phew, what is this stuff that gets into my mouth? In the sea of consciousness, Bryn had always been a faint shadow. Now, she hovered in the air, staring at her miniature version. This tone, this way of speaking, it's undoubtedly herself. Little Bryn spat out a few more times before all the black gas was expelled. She even waved her hand in the air, clearly showing her distaste for the black gas. The black gas lingered in the sea of consciousness for a moment, then chose to return to its base. Unfortunately, the base was already surrounded by golden faith power. The black smoke wanted to escape but couldn't break free from the faith power. It had only trapped itself. Just as Bryn thought the faith power could evolve the black gas completely. 1 second later, nothing happened. 3 minutes passed, still nothing, and the encased black gas started twisting madly at this moment. Do you think a little bit of faith power can purify me? 1,000 years ago, what your ancestor couldn't accomplish, you think you can? That's just a joke. These words made Bryn think of Unku and why he failed. Based on their last conversation, she could guess to some extent. He must have been too merciful, trying to save everything, and ended up getting himself involved as well. She was different. She didn't have such grand ideals. She just wanted to protect her own territory. As for other people, they were none of her business. Bryn pouted and said to the other, faith power may be scarce now, but it will increase over time. Ever since the black gas was enveloped by the faith power, it was initially terrified, but seeing that the faith power seemed only capable of trapping it, its courage grew. It started slowly releasing the black gas outward, with 1 success out of 10 attempts. Just wait until the black gas corrodes you, leaving you as an empty shell. Seeing its success, the black smoke laughed maniacally. Before the black gas could take root in Bryn's sea of consciousness, little Bryn absorbed it. After eating the black gas, little Bryn even burped. The black gas belched out seemed different from before. It vanished directly in the sea of consciousness. Hee, there was too much just now, I couldn't digest it properly. Now it's enough for me to fully digest. Bryn noticed the stiffness of the black smoke and drew a smug smile, looking over. Just stay here and behave yourself. Bryn floated in front of little Bryn. Looking at her miniature self, Bryn felt, how could she be so cute? Thinking about it, she reached out. Hey, I'm you, don't touch me. Keep those thoughts to yourself, I'm still a baby. Little Bryn hurriedly pushed Bryn's hand away. Bryn didn't fuss with her. Can you watch that guy? Humph. Little Bryn wore an angry expression at being looked down upon but spoke honestly. I naturally can't watch him, I'm no match for this guy. If it devours me, we'll only be left with a shell. Bryn remembered a book she saw in the space, which wrote that if you have a mini version of yourself in the sea of consciousness, that would mean reaching the level of a nascent soul. And the spirit core would disappear along with it. Bryn quickly turned back. Indeed, the place where the spirit core used to be was now empty. So, ability level 6 meant she had reached the nascent soul level. Don't daydream, I don't want to be eaten right after appearing. The faith power on my body kept me from being swallowed immediately. You need to absorb faith power quickly to eliminate the black smoke. Little Bryn whispered mysteriously. Bryn thought for a moment, why not let it out? Little Bryn rolled her eyes. Do you think the sea of consciousness can be entered and exited casually? Its entry was already one harm, another exit would be a double harm. That would cause your realm to drop directly, possibly never allowing advancement again. Bryn patted her chest. That's scary. Let it stay trapped here for now. I'll go figure out how to obtain faith power. Bryn turned around. You are me, and I am you. Why do you know so much? Bryn was a little unconvinced, maybe thinking that despite her larger size, she was actually inferior to the mini version of herself. Elder sister, the inheritance power you couldn't absorb is compressed inside me. How much of it did I also absorb? Hurry up and get out. Faith power. After saying this, little Bryn kicked Bryn out with 1 foot. Then she floated beside the black smoke, glaring at it which was much bigger than her, and fiercely kicked it. Let you bully my main body, I'll kick you to death. After kicking, she clapped her little hands and disappeared in the sea of consciousness, leaving the black smoke roaring helplessly. When Bryn's mental power came out of the space, she found that the barrier here had also disappeared, but the seawater in front still seemed to be isolated on the other side of the iron gate. However, it was still the dilapidated tunnel. Just as Bryn was about to go out directly, she turned back and thought. This guy has been here for so long, can't let him not bring anything good over. And previously there were so many zombies attracted here. Zombies, either they are human-made or spirit stones. There must be something good here, can't leave. Bryn continued searching along the tunnel nearby. She didn't forget to check the watch on her wrist, recalculating the time in her mind. Since she came down, 3 days have passed. Those people upstairs should have been sent back to the Tien City base by the two men, then heading to Fraser and Fraserunton to meet up with Zaire's team. As for those young girls, whatever, mainly thinking about the two elderly people and Cody in the Tien City base, have they woken up? And those 3 who went to Fraser and Fraserunton, don't know what happened to them. Bryn was filled with all sorts of random thoughts, yet her searching didn't stop. Sure enough, she found a small door, somewhat like an emergency exit of the tunnel. Bryn felt that this door must be left intentionally by the black smoke. In this abandoned tunnel, such a large area, there is only one door. Too much of a fool's errand. Bryn pushed open the door. Since the barrier created by the black smoke had already disappeared when it invaded her sea of consciousness, Bryn walked forward without any obstacles, winding along the path. Finally, she stopped at the entrance of a stone cave. Seems like it's the end. Maybe there's something in this stone cave. Bryn stepped straight in, only to have something pounce at her immediately, spitting fire from its mouth. A fire snake directly burned a strand of hair from Bryn's shoulder. Chapter 206, How to Carry the Spiritual Vein Home. Courting Death. You dare touch a woman's hair. Bryn waved her hand, and a stream of karmic fire devoured the opponent's fire snake, leaping straight toward the opponent. Ouch, it's burning me to death. Only then did Bryn retract the karmic fire. She took another careful look at the little creature in front of her, grabbing it by the nape of its neck and lifting it up. Are you a kitten? The animal referred to as a kitten stiffened in Bryn's hand but began struggling wildly the next second. You're the cat. Your whole family is cats. I'm a tiger, mister. Roar, roar. But to Bryn, this only sounded like meow, meow. Bryn lightly slapped its bottom and said, behave yourself. What kind of tiger acts like this? You're clearly a cat. I need to do my serious business, don't mess around. Bryn casually tossed the tiger that was now questioning its existence on the ground because of a slap on its bottom. Only then did she notice that behind the stone cave was an entirely different world. Especially those sparkling spirit stones ahead. Wow, who would have thought such a good place was hidden under this black smoke? So many small spirit stones, and there are large ones too. Bryn squatted down, frantically collecting the spirit stones. She lacked nothing now except for spirit stones, so she had to collect plenty. Woman, this tiger gives you one more chance. Just call me Carlos once, and I won't hold it against you. But Bryn was only focused on picking up spirit stones and didn't hear him at all. She kicked it over with one foot. Watch out for yourself. Bryn left this message and buried herself back into collecting spirit stones again. Picking them up one by one gave her a real sense of fulfillment. After Bryn picked up all visible spirit stones, she finally sat down, reflecting. According to the book, places with treasures are either guarded by spirit beasts or protected by spirit plants. Are you the spirit beast? Bryn looked at the underdeveloped big cat in front of her with some disdain. It was truly difficult to admit that it was a tiger. Well, that was so many years ago. Now I am a free body, the white tiger replied. These spirit stones are much younger than I am. The white tiger was also very curious about why Bryn found those tiny spirit stones valuable. They barely offered any absorption value, yet this woman treasured them so much. Do you mean there are more spirit stones? Bryn asked cautiously and received a glare in response. She kept getting these looks recently. Bryn was speechless. Had she done something wrong? Don't know, do you? The little tiger puffed out his chest, ready to say more. However, Bryn immediately followed up with, wow, Imran, please tell me, even giving him a radiant smile. Upon hearing Imran, the tiger forgot everything. There's an entire spiritual vein behind here. The little tiger confidently revealed the secret he needed to guard to Bryn. Bryn put away her smile, stood up from the ground, and continued forward. A spiritual vein meant a continuous supply of spirit stones. Bryn followed the sparse spirit stones along the edge of the cave, moving further ahead. The spirit stones became denser and larger ahead. The little tiger bounced along behind her. Don't walk so fast. I can't keep up. Shouldn't you praise this tiger? Afraid he might cause trouble, Bryn distractedly praised him, saying, you're the most handsome tiger in the world, you're the king of tigers. With these words, the little tiger glowed with a white light, illuminating the entire space. Blinded by the light, Bryn couldn't continue and could only stand still, waiting for the little tiger. No idea what was happening, transforming at this moment. The white light remained for several minutes without ending. Bryn even found a rock, sat down, and drank some soda. These past 3 days had been exhausting. With no imminent danger, she felt hungry. Finishing her drink, she was still unsatisfied and directly took out camping equipment from her storage space, cookware, instant noodles, and a lazy recliner. She made 2 servings of noodle cakes, adding 2 half-cooked eggs, plucked a handful of fresh cabbage, and finally took out the braised beef prepared by Indira. A hearty bowl of red braised beef noodles was ready. Just as Bryn was about to dig in, the other's evolution seemed to have ended. Her eyes flickered between the white light and the noodles. Ultimately, she decided to slurp a mouthful of noodles first. It's delicious, the beef tastes perfect. This runny egg is simply beyond satisfying. At first, Bryn had intended to stop after 1 bite, but she ended up forgetting. And it seemed that the little tiger was also fine. By the time Bryn finished her instant noodles and looked up, a pair of large, wet eyes were staring at her. It almost melted Bryn's heart. So, do you want some noodles? I can make a bowl for you. The tiger couldn't understand why this person was its destined one. Such a person really didn't do justice to its majesty. I don't eat meat, I'm vegetarian. This vegetarian tiger didn't know that in the not-so-distant future, it would regret this statement. Hee hee. Bryn glanced at it with some disdain. No wonder it was so skinny. What a pity. I have awakened. Seeing Bryn's expression, the tiger guessed she was mocking it. I know, you look fine now. Bryn began to pack up. Having finished eating, she could continue moving deeper. Seeing Bryn indifferent, the little tiger could only resign itself to following her while saying, why did I have to awaken now instead of some other time? Don't you think about it? Bryn waved her hand. She didn't want to get involved. All she could think of was how to move the spiritual vein home. So when Bryn said, congratulations, the little tiger was utterly infuriated. Roar. Why did I contract with someone like you? What shall I do? I bear the heavy responsibility of saving all living beings. While grumbling, it kept pace with Bryn. Finally, they stopped at a shimmering spiritual vein. Oh my god, this is too dazzling. Am I getting rich? Bryn gave the little tiger's ear a hard tug. Oh, that hurts, you meanie. Before it finished speaking, Bryn laughed. Looks like it's not a dream. This is simply perfect. Excited, Bryn flew straight into her sea of consciousness. Facing the black mist, she showed her most brilliant smile ever. Thank you. Though you don't have a name, without you, I wouldn't have found such a big spiritual vein. The black mist, hearing this, exploded with rage, swirling chaotically. Satisfied, Bryn went out to admire her spiritual vein. Now the question was, how to carry this spiritual vein home. Chapter 207, You Shall Be Called Hyatt. Bryn looked at the shimmering spirit vein before her eyes, feeling that all the hardships she had endured recently were nothing. With this spirit vein, what was there to worry about crystal cores or upgrading? The only solution Bryn could think of was to put the spirit vein into her space. Even just a little bit of black gas had been enough to make her almost lose control. If it hadn't been for the power of faith, who knew what she might have done by now? Once the spirit vein was taken home, she needed to upgrade quickly and then find a way to get the power of faith. After all, the force of inheritance was watching from the side. Thinking of these things, the joy Bryn felt at seeing the spirit vein was greatly diminished. How could she be so unlucky? This breakthrough to level 6 seemed to suddenly lose its meaning. Was she really going to die like this? Bryn suddenly became dejected. The plants and flowers around her were also affected by this gloom, withering instantly. The little tiger, which had been observing her, immediately noticed her state of mind. Rushing forward, it spat a flame towards Bryn. This time, the flame seemed to acknowledge her as its master, merely pushing back some of the black aura around her. Roar, what's this thing? The great me can't even burn it. You must wake up. Don't be like this. Born here, the little tiger had never seen such a sight before. Everything it knew came from its inheritance. This made it tense too. Its first contracted owner wasn't supposed to give up right now. It had waited 100 years to encounter someone entering, who knows when the next one would come. Meanwhile, Bryn still felt hopeless, her dejection growing. Black gas enveloped her completely. The little tiger hesitated. If she died, it wouldn't know how long it would take to leave here. A drop of blood, with a hint of gold, flew from between the little tiger's eyebrows towards Bryn. Piercing through the black gas, the blood successfully dripped into Bryn's forehead. Bryn felt herself become clear-headed again. What happened to her? Why did she feel like she couldn't live? She had just escaped death, even ate a bowl of noodles. Shaking her head. What about the force of inheritance? That's a powerful force. What about the black smoke? Without the black smoke, she wouldn't have known she could absorb the power of faith now. So what if there's an obstacle? Having died once, what was there to fear? Bryn felt refreshed, her previous worries turning into determination. She wanted to live and live well, finding her mother and living together. Bryn also knew that the black smoke in her mind was doing harm. And more importantly, it was this small, self-proclaimed tiger cat that saved her. What do you require? I will meet your demands. Seeing Bryn's earnest gaze, the little tiger became serious too. Take me away from here. Wherever you go, I go, as my master. As these words were spoken, a faint golden thread appeared between them. What is this? Bryn lifted her hand curiously. We were in a pet contract. Because of my blood from the eyebrow area, it has now turned into a master-servant contract, binding me to you for life. The little tiger stared at Bryn. It didn't tell the whole truth. This was a one-sided contract. If it chose to break it, it would need to sacrifice half its energy. Afraid that Bryn might consider it disloyal if it said so, leaving it behind, the little tiger really didn't want to stay and eat stones. Bryn nodded, watching the thread disappear before stepping forward and touching the spirit vein. This spirit vein feels icy and cool, so comfortable. Doesn't matter much. After a few centuries, I'm tired of eating rocks. The little tiger's words made Bryn widen her eyes, pointing to the nearby spirit vein. You eat rocks every day? Sarais. There's nothing here. I can only absorb the spiritual energy from stones every day for centuries. Naturally, I'm sick of it. Alright, don't say anything else. If you continue, I might punch you. After speaking, Bryn stood aside thinking. This spirit vein looks quite long. Not sure if it can be cut off and taken away. Taking the spirit vein away isn't difficult, the little tiger said, hopping around. Looking rather like a countryside cat, it tempted Bryn to stroke it. Go on, Bryn restrained her impulse. You have a space, right? Touch the spirit vein with your hand, and find a proper place in the small world to settle it. Hearing this, Bryn was startled. How do you know I have a space and a small world? Now we are bound by a master-servant contract. One of the highest contracts. I can enter and exit your space at will. I'm not like that broken snake. The more Bryn listened, the wider her eyes opened. So you mean you're on the same level as Myra? Hey, I'm still a bit inferior to it. You're so unlucky. How did you end up with such an ugly phoenix? Bryn had to seriously consider this tiger. What on earth had she contracted this time? But it looked just like a cat. Cute and fluffy. Where was the majesty of a tiger? Bryn wanted to pick it up for further study, but the other side spoke coolly. You should quickly store the spirit vein. Once the spirit vein is stored, the barrier here will disappear. There was too much information. Bryn needed a moment to process it. Wasn't this barrier created by the black smoke? Is it because of this spirit vein? What nonsense. Of course it's all because of me. The spirit vein and the barrier exist to protect it. That black smoke merely uses the outside area to hide and cultivate. Oh, so that's how it is. Bryn suddenly thought of something and looked up at the little tiger. So you mean this spirit vein can be taken away entirely? Of course. It's all mine. The little tiger proudly puffed out its chest. That's good. I was just thinking if part of it needed to stay behind, how would I do that? As Bryn spoke, she placed her hand on the spirit vein. In the next second, the spirit vein vanished, leaving the rock crevice unsupported and starting to collapse. The seawater is about to rush in. Go forward, that exit is closer. The little tiger hurriedly used its paw to pull Bryn back, who was running towards the wrong direction. Bryn glared at it. Why didn't it say earlier? Once she confirmed the passage, she directly threw the little tiger into her space. You shall be called Hyatt. There are many companions inside. Play happily. This was the last thing Hyatt heard Bryn say before being teleported into the space. Chapter 208, An Underwater Adventure. It was almost convinced that it was hallucinating, but looking at the small animals before its eyes, it could be 100% certain that it hadn't heard wrong. Bryn took out the water-repelling pearl directly and then rushed towards the exit at high speed. At the entrance and exit, seawater was gushing in from both sides. The impact was extremely strong, and Bryn nearly got washed back several times after 2 attempts. If she were to be washed back, with the combined forces from both sides, she would have no choice but to hide into her space. With the mentality of swift action for quick results, Bryn dashed outside directly. On this side, the sisterhood that had been drifting on the sea for 2 days already had someone fainting due to hunger. They had used all their strength and the power of the psychics to barely push the boat onto the sea. Only now did they depart successfully from the sea, heading towards the Heavenly City base. But for some reason, they couldn't find the entrance of the Heavenly City base. Eldest sister Ou Yang, the map clearly says that the base is somewhere nearby. The two of them looked down at the map, where a little arrow was slowly moving forward. They were near that little arrow. Hey, maybe the base saw the spikes on our boat and thought we were bad guys. Cassandra couldn't help but think this way. Such a large base, encountering this situation, would surely be afraid too, perhaps deliberating how to attack them. Thinking about this, Cassandra felt immense fear and quickly told the sisters to find a large piece of cloth. Eldest sister Ou Yang, where can we find such a big piece of cloth? Don't panic. If they really want to attack us, they will definitely observe us more. We just need to tell them that we are all weak women who have escaped. Rooms have bedsheets and pillowcases. They're white, bring them all over. Just as Cassandra finished speaking, the other young sisters seemed to realize that the matter might be very serious. They hurriedly went to the rest area to drag over the sheets. Everyone gathered together to discuss. How do we write? How do we write words on it? Cassandra stared fixedly at the white cloth, and the next second, she pulled out a metal sheet from her pocket. One side of the metal sheet was wrapped tightly in cloth, while the other side was sharpened by her. She cut open her finger and wrote on the bedsheet. Not enemies, seeking refuge at the base, with psychics. She also learned from Goldie that psychics were very important to the base. That's why she dared to write these words. Unfortunately, the blood from her fingers was limited, healing right after writing a few characters. By the time she scratched through all 10 fingers, only 4 characters were written, for the letters indeed had to be too large. Write too small, and she feared the others wouldn't see it. Just as Cassandra prepared to continue, someone snatched the metal sheet from her hand. Just give it to me quickly, don't waste time. Eldest sister Ou Yang, we're a team. We can write too. After saying this, she slashed her own finger and continued writing along what Cassandra had written. Cassandra wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, but she was still afraid. She was scared of being attacked. She could only stare fixedly at the sea in front of her. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly City base. As she imagined, they had prepared shells and aimed them at her. Maximus, this ship does look very similar to the ones that attacked us before. Are preparations ready? If they don't leave within 10 minutes, attack immediately. Maximus seriously watched the ship on the monitor. This ship wasn't appearing here for the first time. A month ago, 2 such ships appeared around the Heavenly City base, circling around non-stop. In the end, they threatened the opposing side to leave or else they'd get bombed, exposing the base's location. Scaring the enemy away. And after a month, they returned again. This time, Maximus didn't intend to be so courteous. Things inside the base had become increasingly chaotic recently. Leonardo Shao almost wanted to replace him immediately. Then the entire Heavenly City base would become his personal property. No longer belonging to the state, unable to serve the country anymore. His only regret was dispatching that team at the crucial moment. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to endure such threats. Preston stood behind Maximus. During this period, he had cooperated with Maximus by dealing with people sent by Leonardo Urshao, which allowed him to temporarily deceive the other side. Now Leonardo Urshao bought many psychics with money, and these psychics brought him more crystals when completing missions, causing his team to grow larger, with more psychics joining. Maximus, the situation is not favorable for us. But, there is a squad, perhaps it is our hope. Preston respectfully said to Maximus. Since meeting his mother and knowing about their team's strength, he has always wanted to find an opportunity to inform Maximus of the situation. Serrate, he kept getting delayed until now. You're talking about Bryn's team? Prince's sharp gaze swept over Preston, as if examining whether the other party had any ulterior motives. Prince, their team has 2 level 4 psychics and 1 level 5 psychic. What? A level 5 psychic? Where is that person? When Prince heard about the level 5 psychic, he couldn't sit still anymore. It was well known that Leonardo Urshao dared to be so arrogant because he had a maxed out level 4 psychic in his possession. That guy had an extremely volatile temper and would hurt people without provocation. It's their team leader, Bryn. Preston could tell from Prince's tone that this matter was settled. Quickly bring her here. Treat her nicely and don't offend her. Whatever she wants, we can provide. Prince hurriedly waved for Preston to go get her, but seeing him still standing there motionless, he instantly grew impatient. Preston was loyal, but he never took initiative on anything and always needed explicit instructions. Prince, it's not that I don't want to go. She's on a mission. What? This statement made Prince rise from his chair. How can such an important person be sent on a mission? According to the mission reports, she has already completed 2 3-star missions and is now heading to her 3rd one. Good, worthy of being a level 5 psychic. Where is her 3rd mission? Prince thought that as a level 5 psychic, she should be fine outside. But what Preston said next completely unsettled him. Fraser Anshan. What? Fraser Anshan, it's full of zombies there. And according to the reports from those who returned, those zombies seem unusual. Previously, Leonardo Urshao sent some psychics there, and they all went missing. Preston lowered his head and explained the situation, which made Prince frown deeply. That place, Fraser Anshan, cannot have any trouble. Meanwhile, Bryn knew nothing about these matters. She was like a fish, observing those strange zombies underwater. Chapter 209, Strange Fraser's High Fraserunton. These zombies seemed to ignore her completely as they kept moving forward. Their posture. Even Alia from her home would do better than them. This caused their speed to be slow, and Bryn quickly overtook them and reached the shore. Who knew that right after getting ashore, she saw a phoenix. Bryn reflected for a moment. Why didn't she recognize it as a phoenix when she saw Alia? Her conclusion was, this one looked much more like a phoenix. Look at those feathers, look at that tail. This was the phoenix in her heart. The other party seemed to be waiting for her. Seeing her ashore, it immediately rushed over. Missy, I'm Mara. Bryn's ears were refreshed by this crisp voice. With such a voice, such an appearance, how could it not be her adorable pet? Jealousy made Bryn a bit restless, but she forced herself to calm down. Do you know me? Bryn was somewhat puzzled. Why did this bird seem so familiar with her? I wanted to help you, but I saw you had already handled it, so I waited here for you. Mara, seeing that Bryn wasn't speaking, hurriedly added, Master sent me to find you. Master? You actually have a master? Who is your master? Hearing that it had a master, Bryn's first reaction was regret. Otherwise, she might have been able to trick this bird into coming home. She even said she would keep it as a bride for Alia. Sigh. My master is Jude. Seeing Bryn walk straight ahead, Mara quickly followed behind. Hearing the name Jude, Bryn's pace slowed down. You mean Jude? Where is he? Master is almost finished absorbing something. If he comes out now, he'll suffer from celestial punishment. Seeing Bryn's disbelieving expression, Mara quickly explained. Hearing celestial punishment, Bryn was speechless. Can't you come up with a better excuse? Doing something unethical, and then talking about celestial punishment. Continuing forward, Bryn stopped again after just a few steps. Because in front of her, there were countless zombies. It was as if all the zombies in the country were gathering here, and these zombies didn't even turn to look at her. What on earth is going on? I never heard of this in my previous life. Is it because of my rebirth, changing too much? Looking at the flood of zombies before her, Bryn felt somewhat at a loss. This has nothing to do with you, it's the doing of the dark main brain. Seeing an opportunity, Mara flew in front of Bryn. Let me take you to find your friend. As soon as she said this, the tiny Mara instantly transformed into something the size of a private jet. Come on up. We won't make it through like this. Clamping her lips, Bryn obediently climbed onto the phoenix's back. To be honest, this fur was in a completely different league compared to Alia's. So incredibly soft. In the next second, she was already in the air. From the sky, she could observe Fraser's High Fraserunton better. This mountain was easy to defend but hard to attack, surrounded by towering peaks on all sides, with only one road leading inside. And right now, this road was densely packed with zombies. If anyone was inside, they were truly in crisis. Missy, hold on tight, your companions are over there. Bryn quickly grabbed the feathers. At the same time, Maximus had digested all the information about what happened outside with Bryn's team. The launch was only 1 minute away. Maximus, look at the monitor. Preston glanced at the monitor. Read it out for me. Seated in his chair, this was the first time the other side requested communication. He wanted to see what was happening. Not enemies, seeking shelter in the base, there's a psychic among them. Upon hearing this, Maximus merely waved his hand lightly. The man standing silently beside him stepped forward, delivering a small microphone. Maximus spoke into the microphone, actually addressing the women outside the base. Where do you come from? Who told you to come here? As he said this, the note on the other side was taken back. It took a full 3 minutes. Just as Maximus was about to lose patience, the note was held up again. Changfeng Brin. Seemingly afraid the base wouldn't wait, the message was shortened to 4 characters. Previously, Maximus probably wouldn't have responded, ignoring such people was sufficient. But now it read Brin, the only level 5 psychic, whom she had asked to be called. Could it be there was a powerful psychic? Or some exceptional trait? After a moment of thought, Maximus instructed to let the guards open the gates for them, though inspections were to be stricter. On the ship outside, the group of girls finally got to see the true face of the base. A bridge slowly descended onto the sea surface, and they seized the opportunity to row the boat over. Just as they successfully boarded the ship, a massive octopus tentacle flashed past beneath the base. Phew, we're finally safe. Eldest sister Oyu Yang, should we go to the place Betty instructed us? We've already reached the base, can't we just seek refuge here? Cassandra turned around, giving the young girl a deep look before sighing. If you have this thought, you might as well leave the group now. We agreed at Changfeng Building that we would always follow Betty. No, eldest sister Oyu Yang, that's not what I meant. A hint of hurt flashed in the girl's eyes. Why did they have to listen to that Brin? They were capable of getting the boat into the sea but chose not to help. And because of the boat, they wasted so many days. Cassandra ignored her. They still had to be quarantined for 24 hours to ensure they hadn't been infected by the zombie virus. Then she would head to the villa area, find the place Brin mentioned, and join Brin. In the villa area, Cody, who was lying on the bed, slowly opened her eyes. She seemed to have slept for a very long time. Where was she? Hadn't she just finished dealing with those plants with Brin? Cody looked around at the walls and the warm clothes on her body. The next second, a voice entered her ears. It's really exhausting. These 2 elders use me every day but won't let me stay overnight. As if I enjoy staying here. It's just because Brin isn't here, I'm afraid you'll get into danger. If anything happens to you, Brin will be in trouble, and if Brin is in trouble, the master will kill me. Indeed, the hardest working laborer is me. Cody felt the voice coming from far away and nearby. So she threw off the quilt and nimbly got out of bed. Following the sound, she walked all the way out. Opening the door, a staircase appeared before her, along with a red-haired man. He was repairing the staircase railing. Just as Cody was about to ask him, the voice sounded again. Chapter 210 What happened to Fraser Anshan? I wonder how Brin is doing, whether she has arrived at Fraser Anshan and if she encountered the master. Too bad we can't see if she would burst into tears upon seeing the master. Cody's eyes widened when she heard this, then she aggressively spoke to the person. Who do you mean by bursting into tears? It's you who will burst into tears. The redhead lifted his head when he heard Cody's voice. Damn, it's Cody. The redhead instinctively tried to hide, taking a step back before stopping. She shouldn't recognize me. Cody was somewhat bewildered. He hadn't spoken. Where did that voice come from? And should she know him? He had a head full of red hair, no idea why. I'm here to help repair the stair railing. Be careful going downstairs. Seeing Cody staring at him, the redhead thought she had just woken up and hadn't reacted yet. He hurriedly pointed downward. Alisha is studying at the table, Indira is in the kitchen cooking. Cody nodded after hearing no further sounds, acknowledging that she had listened and didn't argue with what he said. She went down the stairs and was about to turn into the kitchen when another voice sounded. What should I make today? Alisha seems to have grown taller recently. Girls need to eat well. Howard Apollon said the laboratory food is too poor, so I need to prepare an extra portion for him. He likes spicy food, so let's make a spicy dish. And Preston, he keeps coming over asking for boxed meals. I'll have to prepare one more. Cody hasn't woken up yet either. As for Brin and the others, I wonder how they are doing. Cody stood next to Indira, certain that Indira's mouth had not moved at all. So where did this voice come from? Cody felt lost. What's wrong with her? Was she still dreaming? Cody pinched herself where she stood. This also made Indira notice her presence. Oh, child, you're awake. Indira warmly approached and put Cody's hand that was pinching herself aside. A voice rang out in Cody's ear again. This child, did she sleep too long? Why is she pinching herself? Let's get a doctor to take a look later. I don't need a checkup. Cody quickly declined. Indira looked confused at her response. I don't need a doctor. Cody looked seriously at Indira again, finally seeing puzzlement in her eyes. Indira, oh my, is your second ability so powerful? Indira was surprised for a moment but soon realized it must be Cody's second ability. How wonderful this ability is. Alisha, come over here. Hearing Indira's call, Alisha quickly got up and came over. The path seems clearer now, clearer in my mind. I still have to work hard. Cody suddenly turned around. These were Alisha's inner thoughts. Does she have a second ability? Can the second ability eavesdrop on someone's inner thoughts? How surreal is this world? Cody found this world unfamiliar. Sister Cody, you're awake. Here's a small flower made by Yarrow Yarrow for you. Cody absent-mindedly received the flower from Alicia, not noticing a thread of red smoke drifting from the flower onto her body. Sister Cody, you'll be very lucky today. Alicia seriously told her. Cody mechanically nodded, not having realized she had developed telepathy. Stop thinking about it, have some food first. I cooked rib soup today. We have to save some, we've consumed most of the leftover food. We don't know when they'll return. Alicia nodded, the food left by Sister Bryn was almost gone. Today's meal was brought back by Braden Hayden and Howard Apollon. Sister Cody, could you take Yarrow Yarrow to the mission hall later? Before, it was always Indira who went with her. Now that Cody had woken up, it would be perfect to find something to do. Okay. Cody took a sip of the light soup prepared for her because she had slept for a long time. With a small porridge added, it was still those days. After a hearty meal, Cody and Alicia set out. Along the way, they heard various voices. Fraser Anshan is filled with zombies, those rescue people may not return. Will our base suffer harm? Why are there so many gossips lately, instead of doing actual work? Various voices directly invaded Cody's mind, making it impossible for her to see the road ahead clearly. Stop it. Unable to tolerate it any longer, she roared on the street. Crazy. What's wrong with this person? Stay away from her. Just as Cody was about to say something more, Alicia held her hand. Sister Cody, try controlling it in your mind, don't listen. Alicia's words calmed Cody. She closed her eyes and told herself not to listen to the voices on the street anymore. In the next moment, she felt her ears cleared up. Finally, she was no longer tormented. Yarrow Yarrow, I'm better now. It's amazing. It looks like I need to practice more at home. The two then continued heading towards the mission hall. When they arrived at the mission hall, it was crowded with people. After listening for a long time, they finally understood what was going on. All missions were now closed except for the one at Fraser Anshan. It was essentially forcing everyone to go to Fraser Anshan to kill zombies and save people. The base had always been divided into two factions, those led by Benji Larrow and those led by Inocio. Usually, those who took on missions were mainly people loyal to the official side. But now, since the official side was pushing them to their deaths, many people started to defect to Inocio's side. Inocio said that as long as you join, all your food and clothing will be provided until the base gates open. The condition is absolute loyalty to him. Any betrayal means death. People from Inocio's group were standing at the entrance of the mission hall, shouting various slogans. Previously, there was no distinction in the mission hall. Anyone who wanted to take on a mission could do so. But after such divisions, Benji Larrow's faction would likely have fewer members. Yarrow Yarrow, what's happening at Fraser Anshan? Alicia shook her head, she wasn't clear either. She and Indira had come here several times, but these people just argued. Cody listened for a long time but still couldn't understand anything. She gritted her teeth and looked at Inocio's representative, it was you. In the next moment, a sarcastic voice entered her ear. These people are still hesitating, the official side is about to fall, and they still don't seize the opportunity. But it's better this way, no one will compete with us for supplies. Chapter 2:11 The Secret of Fraser Anshan. Cody silently took note of what the other person had said. Just now, she had tried focusing her attention on one individual. It worked successfully. Then, she chose to switch her focus to another person. This time, it was the most brazen one among those causing trouble. Hurry up, I still have to collect my bonus and enjoy myself. Apparently, this person had received some benefit and deliberately came here to cause trouble. Stop. Stop. A group of men dressed in military uniforms escorted the man in front as they walked over. The man speaking was the one being escorted. Cody was about to use her ability when Alicia placed her small hand on Cody's. Sister Cody, that's Uncle Hayden. Uncle Hayden? Do we know him? Cody was a little confused. What happened while she was asleep? Had their team already been stationed at this base? Sarai's, Uncle Hayden is a good person. Alicia had a good impression of Preston. This uncle often brought things for them. Alright, he's one of us. I'll stop listening. Cody understood Alicia's meaning. Preston glanced in their direction before shifting his gaze back to the crowd. He took the megaphone handed to him from behind. Don't you think about why our base is expending so many resources? Is it really for exploring Fraser Anshan? Just think carefully, how much food does the base have left? Why have we remained stagnant at sea? Preston paused, receiving the reactions of everyone before directly backing out. Behind him, there were various shouts. Who knows if you all don't have ulterior motives? Soraya, letting us die while you stay safe inside the base. Perhaps this remark struck a sore spot for the soldiers. A soldier behind Preston abruptly turned around, eyes red with anger. What did you say? That we're cowards? How many of our brothers have sacrificed themselves to defend this base? Now that it's your turn to contribute, you start yelling and making trouble. Then tell me, what exactly do you think you're contributing by doing nothing? Nonsense, I've been taking missions every day, all for the development of the base. Seeing people pointing at him, the man became enraged and started berating the soldiers. You dare say these missions are for the base's development? Initially, without any rewards, those tasks would stay unclaimed for 3 days, no, a whole week. If it weren't for the authorities running out of food supplies, you'd just continue slacking off here. After saying that, the soldier couldn't hold back anymore, sidestepped Preston, and ran away. His older brother died defending the base. Preston also left, lips pursed tightly. Seeing that it was almost over, Cody and Alicia also followed suit and left. They had just sat down, ready to take a sip of water, when Daylan hurriedly returned. The base might get chaotic. We need to prepare ourselves. Do we have news from Bryn? Daylan rushed into the room, gulped down a glass of water, and then explained. Indira promptly emerged from the kitchen, Ellie followed suit. We don't have much food, and we don't have a boat. It will be difficult if we need to flee. Ellie had been working in the base and heard these rumors. We aren't going anywhere. With Preston here, he'll protect us. Daylan plopped down and addressed them. We need to consider which side to stand with. On one side is official Benji leading the authority, and on the other is the second young master of the Leonardo family. Supplies and food were already dispersed by the authorities, who intended to confiscate second young master Leonardo's assets. Howard Apollon, what happened then? Cody and Alicia looked at him eagerly. He's quite shrewd. He paid a large sum for many ability users, ensuring not a single item was taken. Heavens. So he's very powerful. Not too bad. After negotiations, second young master Leonardo secured considerable say in the base. Both girls nodded in agreement. Seeing Daylan's expression, Indira knew he had made up his mind. She quickly returned to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Meanwhile, the redhead teenager previously ignored by Cody had left the villa at some point. Fraser-Anshan. Phoenix carried Bryn around Fraser-Anshan until they found the campsite of the Heavenly Market base. Missy, shall I take you over? Phoenix, after preparing to drop Bryn off, asked. As expected. No need. Continue ahead. I want to see what's happening on Fraser-Anshan. Bryn stared at the small group of people below and the vast expanse of zombies. Sure, hold on tight. Fenghuang, what exactly did you mean by the dark mainbrain just now? Bryn grabbed its feathers and asked. Well, it's better to wait for my master to explain that to you. My master will come out very soon. Look over there, those are people from other bases. Fenghuang directly took Bryn away from Fraser-Anshan, over the sea on the side of their base. Many ships were rushing towards this direction. The only common point was that all these ships were flying the flags of their respective countries. These were people sent by other bases. How did these people know to come here? Do you know what's going on? Ayuyu, let go. Bryn had immediately pinched its tender flesh, and Fenghuang was in pain, almost throwing Bryn off. Fortunately, if she had fallen, the master would kill it. All of these people were notified by the master. If we want this world to continue existing, we must first resolve the issue of Fraser-Anshan. What you're saying is too vague. Bryn didn't continue arguing, seeing that the team on the other side still had some distance to go. She directly asked Fenghuang to take her to the central area of Fraser-Anshan. That won't work. If I go there, I might wake up the dark mainbrain. What does that mean? Bryn felt that today's information was too much. You've already upgraded to level 6. The energy on your body is too great, making you a priority target for the dark mainbrain. Bryn thought about it for a moment. Why bring those ability users here? To send them to their deaths? No, Fenghuang quickly said. Just now you clearly said ability users have high energy, and he would attack, so many ability users would certainly create a huge amount of energy. Bryn looked down at Fenghuang, speechless. This broken bird was talking nonsense, which made her furious. It's merely gathering everyone's strength to complete what was left unfinished 1,000 years ago. A man's voice entered Bryn's ears. Bryn froze. Even after such a long time without seeing each other, his voice was still so familiar. Chapter 212, Meeting Jude again. What should I do if my heart beats faster? Humph, you all act together and can't even explain things clearly. Why should I believe you? Bryn pretended to be calm as she turned around. As she turned, she noticed that he was floating in the air right beside her. The short black hair he had cut earlier had now transformed into a long silver manet. He appeared much slimmer than before. His facial features had changed too. A transparent sphere separated the rain from him. Bryn froze for a moment. In her memory, Jude was quite different from the head of the Fraser family 1,000 years ago. So right now, he seemed at least 80% alike. Are you the head of the Fraser family? Jude, or rather Drew, nodded gently, looking at Bryn with a tender gaze. They hadn't seen each other for months, though he watched her every day through images, it felt completely different face to face. Bryn realized she was lost in thought and quickly coughed a few times. Why is this happening? This isn't the place to talk. With that, Drew moved forward and lifted Bryn off the phoenix. Then they flashed toward the underground cave from before. The moment Drew touched Bryn, her body stiffened. Should she push him away? Or shout at him? What should she do? By the time she reacted, they were already there, and Drew's hand had left her waist. Bryn pursed her lips, feeling somewhat lost. This is where I practiced last. Seeing Bryn still in a daze, Drew chuckled softly and tried to touch her hair, but she dodged him. Though she indulged in his beauty, she also had her boundaries. They weren't related after all. Such actions were inappropriate. You've been gone for some time. Were you in places like this? Without waiting for Jude to respond, Bryn continued speaking on her own. How did you eat here? How did you drink? Just thinking about it makes me feel especially pitiful. Bryn kept shaking her head dramatically as she spoke, while Jude just watched her without interrupting. When Bryn finished talking, she turned and glared at him. Get to the point. Jude then retracted his gaze from Bryn and said seriously, I am indeed the head of the Fraser family. In those days, to seek survival, I divided myself and scattered across the world, leaving only a shell behind, waiting for the right person to break the seal and proceed to the next step. The one who broke the seal was your mother, Alicia. Hearing her mother mentioned, Bryn, who had been casual until then, immediately looked up, staring intently at his eyes. Where is my mother? Drew pointed outside. At the center of Fraserunt. What secrets does Fraserunt hold? Frasier said to come here to find father. Everything pointed to Fraserunt, which turned out to be more complicated than she imagined. The Dark Mastermind is not an earthly being. Before Bryn could fully digest this, Drew dropped another bombshell. What do you mean? Could it really be something interstellar? Drew smiled and shook his head slightly. Our world is just one of countless worlds. The Dark Mastermind is the darkest entity in this universe. It will turn all living beings in the world into senseless monsters and eventually consume the entire world. Seeming to fall into reminiscence, Drew's eyes looked outward, as if gazing into the past. But our world has survived till now. Bryn thought of the thousands of years of cultural history in this world. How could it be so easily consumed? This consumption has happened twice already. Last time, we combined with the heavenly Tao, using all the spiritual energy in this world along with all spirit practitioners to seal it in Fraserunt. Seeing Bryn's shocked expression, Jude sighed. The price was that all spirit practitioners perished, and the world's spiritual energy vanished, returning the world to chaos. Slowly, life returned, and traces of spirit practitioners remained, leading to the emergence of psychic abilities, which is what you see today. And you are the sole descendant of King. What about my mother? Bryn was anxious. This was what she wanted to know most. It was your mother who asked me to find you and twist spacetime to let you reincarnate before the apocalypse. What? Bryn looked at Drew in disbelief. So her rebirth wasn't divine intervention but due to this man's actions. It was your mother who asked me to save you, but I arrived too late. You had already self-destructed. I saw a trace of inferno power in your psychic ability, knowing I had found the right person. You are the key to eliminating the Dark Master. Bryn curled the corner of her mouth in a mocking way. Nirvana fire, what can it do when that black smoke rushes into my mind sea and cannot be extinguished? Speaking of this, Bryn felt a bit angry. That's because you haven't absorbed the inheritance power. The phoenix on your hand is incomplete too. Your lack of strength led to this. After Drew finished speaking, he stretched out his hand. A box appeared in his palm, and at the same moment, Bryn's tattoo became abnormally hot. She had never experienced this kind of heat before. It felt like her hand was going to be burned off. What is this? A stone. Bryn covered her hand and said with difficulty, I collected these for you from everywhere. You stay here and absorb the stone. With those psychics outside, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Drew helped Bryn sit on the ground and then opened the box. 7 or 8 pieces of black patterned stones appeared in front of Bryn. This thing is really... Bryn didn't know what to say. She indeed needed these things. We don't need to be formal. Everything will wait until after you have fully absorbed it. Drew's words seemed magical, as Bryn took what he offered, closed her eyes, and began absorbing the energy. Bryn felt like her body was a bottomless pit. Now it wasn't just space absorbing the stones, but she and space merged as one, jointly absorbing the power within the stones. She was certain that once she finished absorbing them, her psychic abilities would advance by 2 more levels. Outside, at the temporary base of Tien City Base. Why hasn't anyone come to rescue us yet? There are so many zombies endlessly appearing. Boss, are we supposed to keep killing zombies endlessly? When Keaton heard what the squad opposite said, he also pondered for a moment. Why hasn't Bryn come yet? Did they encounter something? At this moment, Gifford came with 2 people from afar. Keaton narrowed his eyes and tried hard to see clearly, then his lips curled up. Then he walked quickly towards them. Coil, Goldie, you guys made it. Chapter 213, The Struggling Oriental Base. Cash glanced behind the 2 people several times but saw no sign of Bryn. Where's Bryn? Aren't you all together? Upon hearing Cash's words, Coil and Goldie's faces showed surprise. Sis Shia should have arrived before us. Goldie sounded somewhat worried. Don't worry, maybe something held her up. Coil comforted Goldie briefly before raising his head to talk to Cash and the others. We went to rescue people previously, and inside the tunnel, Sis Shia said she had a new discovery and asked us to send those people back to the base first and then come straight here to meet up with everyone. They were delayed on that island. We only managed to get them onto the boat today and then hurried over here. We originally planned to return them before coming over, but we were afraid of missing Sis Shia, so we decided to come ahead of schedule. Seeing Coil finished, Goldie picked up where he left off. I didn't expect Sis Shia wouldn't be here. After listening, Cash said, don't worry, if she said that, she must be confident. We've been here for a few days and pretty much figured out the situation. Amadeo of the 3rd squad is called to a meeting. Someone shouted from not far away. Cash hesitated for a moment, glancing at them. Cooper, let me speak. Gifford, who had become livelier in recent times, also wanted to share some burden for Cooper. We discovered that the base is still sending more people over continuously. Hearing this, Coil and Goldie looked puzzled. Why are they still sending people over? Did you see those densely packed zombies? They're being killed to rescue people in the central area. But until now, zombies keep crawling ashore from the sea non-stop. Now, the entire Mar and Fraserunton is filled with zombies, except for the area under our feet. Gifford's words made their hearts sink. Coil knew that official actions always have reasons, but under such circumstances, it was undoubtedly like smashing eggs against a rock. How could these people handle so many zombies? Even if their whole team went all out, they could only take care of part of the zombies, and there would be more coming endlessly. It was impossible. We're also confused as to why they insist on rescuing those inside. An officer mentioned that there are our country's top scientists and biologists in the central area. Perhaps they've already found a solution for the zombies, but no one knows if those people are still alive. What about drones? We have drones, right? Coil suddenly raised his voice, startling them slightly. Drones can't get close to the central area. All drones sent there automatically lost connection upon nearing the vicinity. We've already lost 10 drones and can do nothing. Gifford quickly explained what he'd heard over the past few days. Should we leave? Goldie instinctively felt they shouldn't get involved, thinking of the people waiting for them at home. We've gathered many crystal cores over these days, but Cooper hasn't mentioned leaving. And it seems these zombies don't attack humans, they just mindlessly move forward. Hearing this, Coil stood silently beside, seemingly deep in thought. Maybe the authorities are hiding something. If the zombies are so eager to get inside, there must be something attracting them. Braden Shu, you finally made it. Emma had just dealt with the zombies nearby, carrying a large bag of crystal cores back to the tent when she spotted Gifford, Coil, and Goldie. Big sister Goldie, look how many crystal cores I collected today. Little Yoon, you've leveled up. Goldie sensed that Emma was now much stronger. Hehe, it's because I've been killing many zombies lately, and Cooper has me absorb energy from them. Big sister Goldie, I've leveled up too, okay? Gifford couldn't help feeling competitive after hearing the praise for Emma. Cerise, you've leveled up, but you startled us so much with your words that I almost forgot. With this, Gifford blushed. Oh my, didn't you know you could go into the tent to talk? Emma took Goldie's hand affectionately and led her inside, asking along the way, Sis Shia, where is she? Did she go to the meeting with Cooper? It turned out Cooper attended a meeting every day at this time. Coil nodded, saying nothing, and walked toward the tent where Zaire was having the meeting. He intended to wait there and chat with him about the situation. Meanwhile, Bryn encountered trouble. She absorbed so intensely that the surrounding spiritual energy couldn't keep up, and without enough energy, she couldn't maintain her absorption process. She was sweating profusely, anxious and flustered. Take out the spirit vein. The spiritual energy from the spirit vein can support you for a while. Drew had been guarding Bryn all along and, seeing the situation, quickly spoke up. Hearing this voice, Bryn was somewhat puzzled. How did the person know she had a spirit vein? But at this critical moment, she could only take it out first. As soon as the spirit vein came out of the space, the surrounding spiritual energy became abundant. Bryn started absorbing frenziedly. I'll help you get crystal cores. With those crystal cores, it should be enough. Drew closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them again, there was only coldness in his gaze. He walked to the cave entrance and disappeared right away. Bryn glanced over but found him already gone, feeling astonished. She couldn't tell what level he was at all. As long as he was stronger than herself, that would be fine. Drew reappeared in the center of Fraser and Fraserunton. Here, a large base had been encircled. At the gate of the base stood a sign, Oriental Base. This was China's biggest stronghold. This base had been built a year before the apocalypse and gathered all sorts of bioresearchers, physics researchers, etc., virtually encompassing all of China's scientific research power. There were also other kinds of formidable figures in various fields, but one point was emphasized. They mostly chose middle-aged people, so experts like Riggs had to be sadly left behind. Before Drew's emotions emerged, he didn't feel anything special about this. They were just protecting the country's seed. However, after spending more time with Bryn, he developed a bit of compassion, but only for Bryn's little companions. To protect these talented people, the country had spent a lot of military strength here. Fraser had come to inspect this base before coming to this cave. Back then, the base had already cleared out those mutated zombies, and everything seemed to be on track. But gradually, they found something was wrong. There were always various zombies appearing outside the base. And no matter how they hid, even if they activated the base protection layer, those zombies could accurately attack the main gate. Chapter 214, The Appearance of a Fifth-Stage Zombie. Afterward, the eastern base witnessed what it was like to be surrounded by thousands upon thousands of zombies. These zombies came from all directions, crossing mountains and ridges, surging into the eastern base. Their speed wasn't fast, but their target was very clear. People inside the base, despite various studies, could not crack the reason behind this phenomenon. By now, those zombies had formed a vast black sea. Fortunately, the gate and the railings of the eastern base were all made of the latest materials. Ordinary zombies couldn't leave a mark on them, nor could projectiles penetrate them. But how could all zombies be ordinary? Jude watched indifferently as the psychics atop the base's gate fiercely battled the zombies. The next moment, his eyes revealed surprise. Fifth-stage zombie, growing so quickly? The fifth-stage zombie had been hiding among the ordinary zombies all along, continuously commanding them while searching for an opportunity. Suddenly, the fifth-stage zombie turned its head sharply and glanced in Jude's direction. Jude didn't take action. He intended to leave this zombie for Bryn as a snack. This crystal core should be quite good. As for the lives of these base personnel, they had nothing to do with him. On the city gate, China's top military officer, Dalen, stood straight. However, the solemn expression on his face made everyone around know that he was in a terrible mood. Ankan, any news? The distress signals we sent out seem successful, but it will take time for help to arrive. Anken waved his hand, knocking a second-stage zombie off the wall. Why do all these zombies keep coming towards our base? This question had been plaguing everyone all along. Dalen was still pondering. Their base definitely did not have a large number of people. There was no way zombies would be attracted due to population density. How about the underground safe base? They must prepare multiple contingencies. If no one can come to save them, they must save themselves. Currently, the entire base was besieged by zombies. All their psychics took turns, barely holding on until now. Everyone in the base put down their work and started digging shelters, only hoping that when the city gates can't hold, the elites could retreat into the underground safe base. Once the gate breaks, Anken, you lead everyone to hide immediately. Zach, then what about you? I will live or die with this base, delaying every second I can. Just as Dalen said this, his psychic abilities flared up fully. All the zombies surrounding the city gate were instantly killed. However, the price was Dalen violently coughing, eventually spitting blood onto the ground. Zach, you can't keep doing this. Anken anxiously stepped forward to support Dalen but was pushed away. But forcing your psychic power to level 5, plus taking medication to suppress mania, these actions are highly damaging to your body. I'm fine, this is the nation's spark, and I must protect it. Dalen resumed his previous stance, rigid and determined, as if no one could cross him and invade the base. The 5th stage zombie deeply observed Dalen, which was also part of the reason he hadn't rashly attacked yet. He needed to find more reinforcements. With that thought, the 5th stage zombie once again concealed itself within the zombie horde, vanishing without a trace. Jude noticed Dalen similarly. He harbored a slight fondness for this person, admiring his tenacity. Seeing the base could still hold on, Jude turned and flew back into the depths of Frasiershan forest. His target this time was 4th stage zombies. When the 5th stage zombie finally found a perfect place to summon a 4th stage zombie, it realized there were no 4th stage zombies responding to it nearby. Roar, roar. Some incoherent sounds came from its mouth, showing just how angry it was. Then, its eyes revealed confusion. Where were the 4th stage zombies? Meanwhile, Jude returned with a bag full of crystal cores. He arrived at the cave entrance to find that Bryn had just advanced from level 6 to level 7. A smile appeared on his lips as he walked over. If you're tired, rest a bit. You can go outside to play if you want. Upon hearing this, Bryn opened her eyes directly. Play? Play with zombies? Bryn rolled her eyes. Just tell me what's inside Frasiershan already. She was rather interested in this. Inside Frasiershan is a base, the eastern base. Jude sat down beside her. The eastern base, that must be ours. Bryn raised an eyebrow upon hearing the name, unaware of this base in her previous life. It's a batch of sparks left by the nation, filled with the country's most elite members. Who knew that? Bryn, upon hearing this, directly scoffed. What elites? These people hid comfortably in the mountains while we struggled to survive outside. Now they expect us to save them? If they could, perhaps they wouldn't want to expose themselves. TMPH, there are still so many zombies out there. She saw Shane nod and roughly understood what was going on. The base wasn't the key was what the zombies were searching for. I don't want to meddle in other people's affairs. Bryn felt it necessary to make her stance clear to Shane. She didn't want to put herself or her teammates in danger for a base. The base isn't the point. What's beneath the base is the point. If such an event happens again, this world won't be able to bear it, collapsing. We won't have anywhere to hide, and even the power of Tian Dao won't be enough. The one it chose last time was too weak. I reversed time with its help. It tacitly allowed me to aid you. Shane said this, his eyes full of tenderness as he looked at Bryn. Bryn turned her head away, not wanting to acknowledge him. This was no time for sentimentality. Chosen one? I never heard of that in my previous life, and now there's a savior. You'll understand when you see it. This time Bryn closed her eyes directly, seemingly resigned. Doesn't solving this problem mean we all die anyway? Shane, who had just prepared to step away, stopped. He softly replied, Cerise, this world will disappear. Bryn gritted her teeth, wishing she could bite through her gums. She just wanted a peaceful life. Why was it so hard? She closed her eyes again, beginning to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. All the 4th stage crystal cores were purified by Shane. Though she was 7th stage now, her abilities weren't solid enough and needed strengthening. Countless streams of spiritual energy rushed into Bryn's body. She took the opportunity to unlock a tiny bit of her inheritance power. Fiercely absorbing the inheritance power, converting it into her own strength. Bryn glanced at the black smoke in her consciousness sea. Since arriving at Frasiershan, it had been oddly well behaved, which puzzled her. Right, she hadn't told Shane about the black smoke yet. Forget it, she would focus on absorbing the inheritance power first. Chapter 215, Frasiershan is getting busier and busier. Here, Bryn was working hard to absorb the power of inheritance, while compressing her mutant level at the same time. Her current level was entirely inflated. On the other side, Keaton, who was in a meeting, also received a different piece of news. Our drones have detected many ships approaching from the side after probing the surrounding sea, flying our national flag. Commander, do you mean more rescue personnel are coming from our country? The commander didn't speak. Now no one could determine if the others were friends or foes. Only after they land and make contact would they know the truth. Our mission this time is to go all out and reach the central area of Frasiershan no matter what. Maximus never told us the reason before, but the situation now seems different from what we imagined. In the central area of Reborn, there's the seed that our country has kept. The seed? What's that? The commander paused for a moment, glancing at everyone's expressions. Only Keaton remained calm, while the others seemed as if they had lost control. If he continued, wouldn't everyone just explode? This is a military base prepared by our country in advance, full of top talents. If anything irreversible happens to the country, this will be Huaxia's only hope. It will represent us in reviving Huaxia again. Sure enough, when the commander said this, a few hot-tempered individuals instantly flared up. So does that mean ordinary people like us don't matter? Everyone thought earlier that natural disasters and zombies appeared suddenly. Enough. The commander stood up and roared, and only then did the noise slowly subside. The country didn't know for sure that this catastrophe would come. If it had been revealed hastily, causing chaos nationwide, what would happen? How could you say the country has no defense? The country has quietly prepared storage pods everywhere, immediately mobilizing soldiers upon the arrival of the heavy rain to save people everywhere. Don't you remember this? The commander looked at these people with some discomfort. These soldiers didn't know what was going on either, but they still bravely saved people in various dangerous places. Isn't that because we are the people of Huaxia? After the commander spoke, the previously upset people immediately lowered their heads in shame. They had indeed been too agitated earlier. Though one or two remained resentful, they held back in view of the current situation. I'm telling you this today just to ask for your perseverance. As you can see, the situation is tough. We won't reclaim the crystal cores you get from killing zombies. Please hold on, and we will recruit more personnel to the base. After saying all this, the commander seemed to deflate and sat down in his chair, waving at everyone. Everyone swallowed back what they wanted to say. Let's go. After saying this, Keaton strode towards the exit. Remaining here wouldn't serve any purpose. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Coil strolling around. Coil also happened to look up and saw him. Subsequently, the two walked slowly toward the tents, exchanging information along the way. By the time they reached the tent, it was dark again. Night wasn't suitable for combat, and waiting until daybreak would only allow more zombies to gather. Horus, where are all these zombies heading? Coil asked the question that had been bothering him all day. Even the base might not know. Keaton shook his head, but he felt that Bryn's disappearance might be related somehow. Meanwhile, at Tianji base, the group of people rescued earlier arrived outside the base under the cover of darkness. Since the base had received signals from the teams early on, the gate opened directly for them, completely unlike the treatment the previous girls received. But quarantine procedures were consistent. So when this group marched to the quarantine point, those dozen girls observed them from inside the glass room. Why are there so many more people? Malia frowned delicately, hoping not to be confined with them. Oh, miss, we were just rescued and finally made it safely to our base, an elderly lady from the village hurriedly explained. Were you rescued by the base personnel? Malia was somewhat curious, while another voice stirred within her. Oh, those people outside, I feel like none of them are capable except for a few young people who seem to be mutants. Alright, let's go in and talk. Seeing the guard open another glass room, Malia heaved a sigh of relief. She had previously seen the base rules hung on the wall. If those people were mixed with them, they might have to stay inside for more than 24 hours. During this time, they had already been given bread and mineral water once. Malia silently watched the countdown on her clothes. Soon they would be able to go inside. The old lady who just arrived at the neighboring glass room came over to find Malia right away. Maybe due to long-term suppression in the tunnel, now that it was safe, she desperately needed an outlet to vent. Little girl, you look so young. How did you get here? Malia originally didn't want to reply, but then she reconsidered. Before she could speak, a little girl from the group spoke up. It was Bryn, Sister Shia saved us. What? Upon hearing Bryn's name, the old lady instantly stood up from the ground, pressing her whole face against the window. Malia felt a shiver, wondering if there was some kind of feud. The next second, the old lady broke into a bright smile. Isn't this coincidental? We were also saved by Bryn, along with Coil and Goldie. Only then did Malia secretly sigh in relief, though she was still young and unaware that her small expressions had all been seen by the old lady. The old lady pointed to the other side. That's Yosef who initially saved us, but later something went wrong and his head was hit. We all thought we were doomed, but unexpectedly, the so-called mutants used their powers and directly rescued us all. It was simply miraculous. And Goldie kept treating us there, and even took the initiative to prepare ginger tea for us. The old lady's praise made these girls show varied expressions. Big sister Oyu Yang, why didn't they treat us like that? Chapter 216, time to meet up at Reborn. They saved us and gave us hope, even leaving us supplies. What more do you want? The speaker wasn't Malia but the previously silent defense-type psychic. Big sister Oyu Yang, rest assured. Though I'm a psychic, I'll follow your lead in everything. And so will we too, said the clay-type psychic and the vocal-type psychic. Malia's eyes immediately welled up with tears. She had planned to go find Bryn alone if the others were unwilling to follow. Thank you 3. After saying this, Malia walked up to the other girls. I know each of you has different thoughts. If you're not willing to come with me to find Bryn, once we enter the base, you can settle yourselves elsewhere. This base is already a great place for us. After speaking, Malia turned and walked toward the door without looking back. Her countdown began beeping at that moment. Ding, ding. A guard was drawn over, glanced inside the room, then opened the door. You may enter. It's a bit late now, so you can first find a hotel to stay. Elder brother, may I ask what are the requirements to stay at a hotel? Malia hurried forward. Crystal cores, 1 first-grade crystal core per room. Seeing they were all women, the guard relaxed and told them this much. But he didn't mention the unsaid, the base wasn't as safe as they thought it was. Oh, their quarantine is finished already. Handsome boy, could you tell me where someone without crystal cores can stay? The guard glanced at the older woman and left a curt message, sleep on the street. You, young man, how unkind. With this, the old lady's face went green with anger and she angrily sat on the ground, mumbling something incomprehensible. Once inside, Malia asked about the location of the villa area. Fortunately, the villas weren't densely populated, and the news of Bryn moving into a villa without effort had already spread widely around the base. While Malia led her group towards the villa, 4 or 5 other young girls chose to leave and find other means to survive within the base. Having found out the directions, Malia brought the remaining 8 sisters to the villa entrance. Knock knock. During their anxious wait, Alicia and Cody just happened to return. They carried a small cake that Ellie had reserved using crystal cores. It was Alicia's 8th birthday. What are you doing here? Cody called out to Malia at the front. Malia started at the voice and turned to see them. Heaven! How beautiful this little girl is. They must be Big Sister Shia's teammates. Cody aimed her power at Malia before hearing her mention Bryn, easing her tension slightly. We were rescued by Big Sister Shia, Braden Shu, and Big Sister Apollon. The defense-type psychic sensed something and stood in front of Malia, softly stating this, showing all the courage she had. Did Bryn send you? Cody asked next. Bryn said that if we managed to reach the base and find the villa, she would take us in, explained Malia after pulling the little phone, the defense-type psychic, beside her. Alicia nodded to Cody, sensing no ill intent from these people, only anxiety, perhaps fearing refusal. This was Alicia's second ability. She could feel emotions and judge friend from foe. If Bryn knew this, she'd be very pleased. Together, they'd be almost unbeatable, ensuring they wouldn't target wrong. Cody nodded upon seeing this. Come on in. Even if there were any issues, they weren't worried. Indira, we're back. Hey, why are you here? Cody gestured towards the red-haired man who appeared at the dining table for the first time. She had seen him around the house for the past 2 days, but he always vanished before meal times. And she remembered he had criticized them, when clearly he ran off early himself. Cerise, why is Uncle Hayden here too? Alicia pointed at another man. That was Preston. You're back. Come join us. We need to discuss some big matters. Daylan waved them over. He seemed not to notice the group of young girls behind them. However, Preston asked, what's the situation with these girls? They say Bryn sent them, replied Cody as she sat down and pulled a chair for Alicia. It was clear that the person leading them in couldn't make the final decision. Malia mustered her courage and recounted everything to the elderly man who seemed kind, including their captivity and the harm they had endured. The few sisters behind her even shed tears. After hearing it all, Daylan flew into a rage and slammed his hand on the table. They are nothing but beasts. Since Bryn sent you, she will ultimately decide on this matter. You managed to find us here, which shows you have both character and ability. Join us. Daylan gestured an invitation and then sat at the head of the dining table. We gathered here tonight because we plan to rendezvous with everyone at Fraser Ration. Preston brought back news that there seem to be unidentified creatures beneath the base, obstructing our progress. It may not be long before these creatures make their move. At that moment, Kirk, who had been upended day and night due to his darkness psychic power, came downstairs rubbing his eyes. Indira, I'm so hungry. Going to Fraser Ration might be our best choice. Kirk's voice mixed with Daylan's. Kirk raised his head, no longer drowsy. Are we going to find Sister Shia? Seeing everyone's lack of significant reaction, he shook his head. Since there is no objection, we'll set out early tomorrow under the pretext of taking on the Fraser Ration mission. We can go along with those people by boat. Little Hayden, what are you and your sister planning? Daylan, my sister, and I have agreed. I will lead the team tomorrow, and my sister, after spending too much time in the lab, wants to get out for some fresh air, said Preston, now shedding his usual rigidity when in front of Benji Lau. He radiated the confidence befitting his age, leaving Daylan quite envious. And what about you kids? Daylan finally turned to Malia. I understand. You're going to Fraser Ration to find Sister Shia, right? Seeing the kind elder suddenly turn serious, Malia was still somewhat scared. She tried her best to remain calm and express the group's wishes. We're willing to go with you, all the way to Fraser Ration. Chapter 217, Pretending to be my mother, damn it. Good, you little one are pretty nice. You're their leader, right? Since that's the case, then they'll be under your responsibility. Seeing Malia agree readily, Riggs felt some fondness for them. Bryn rarely makes mistakes in choosing people. Little girl, aren't you all hungry after coming over? I'll cook you all a bowl of noodles. Seeing that matters were settled, Indira quickly told the few girls and headed into the kitchen. I'll also find some clean clothes for you all. Ellie thought of Emma and the others when she saw how ragged and completely warm the girls' clothes were. I wonder how they are doing at Fraser-Shan, she said to herself while shaking her head and heading upstairs to look for things. Why don't you all go upstairs and freshen up? Dara will send the clothes over later. Cody spoke hastily seeing that they were still standing there awkwardly. Sure enough, gratitude appeared on their faces and they quickly followed Cody. They had not dared to speak loudly until now. Cody led them to the bathroom, where they took turns having combat showers. What Malia did not expect was that there was actually hot water here. This was practically no different from before the apocalypse. Is the entire base this awesome? The other girls shared similar thoughts. Everyone believed they had made the right choice by following Malia here. After taking showers and eating noodles, they couldn't help but shed tears. Don't cry. Is the noodle not to your taste? Nowadays we can't afford much time to prepare fancy meals. You can rest assured, once we join everyone, you won't lack food. Indira was someone with a soft heart. Now watching them cry, she became more concerned. Indira, we hear you addressed like this. We are fine, it's just been too long since we've eaten anything warm. Soraya, we thought we'd never eat such food again. Hearing this, Indira kept muttering, you poor kids. Since the incident, no one had ever comforted them like this, making all 8 girls burst into tears. Just as Indira didn't know how to console them, Ellie came to give everyone water. Don't worry, follow us. As long as you have no bad intentions, everything will be fine in the future. Indira, hurry and pack things up. We're leaving early tomorrow. Ellie hurried Indira back to the kitchen. After you finish eating, you can rest in 2 rooms downstairs. Make do for one night. We'll go to Frasershan tomorrow. Seeing Malia nod, she left the others alone since there was a clear leader now. The red-haired man stayed overnight at the villa after talking something over with Riggs. It just so happened he rested downstairs as well. Ellie kept an eye out. Should any situation arise, they could check each other. With great spirits, Kirk sat on his bed and started his daily practice. Unbeknownst to him, his ability level had already improved significantly. He hoped this time he could offer Vera some assistance. Under Tien City Base, a shadow flickered around, hinting at its imminent action. In Tien City Base, Inocio, who was asleep, suddenly shot up in bed. Just now, he sensed danger looming over the place. Would something happen to the base? Come here quickly, prepare the boat. We'll go to Frasershan tomorrow. His ability was foresight, which sometimes worked accurately and sometimes didn't, so he hadn't taken it seriously. But during sleep, it worked best. This made Inocio extra cautious. The last occurrence was when Old Man sent someone to kill him, which he pre-knew and rearranged plans to finally turn defeat into victory. Wishing him dead wasn't easy, even in the apocalypse. Responses came soon outside, yet unable to fall asleep, Inocio could only lie awake resting. Meanwhile, Bryn had fallen deeply asleep. Missy, wake up, I'm your mom. Phrase him. Bryn's head ached severely, but try as she might, she couldn't open her eyes. Missy, you shouldn't have come here, it's too dangerous, the voice continued as Bryn showed no reaction. Just leave this place. Run away with your friends or everyone will turn into puppets without thoughts. No, I won't leave. I must save you, Bryn managed to croak out. Missy, don't be afraid. This is your dream, so I can come in. Run fast. You can't win against the dark overmind. Bryn struggled desperately and finally managed to open her eyes. All she could see was a shadow in front of her, dressed in white, vaguely resembling her mother. Good child, I know you've been through a lot. Just hold on, and leave this place. Go to a safe place and live your own life. Just as Bryn was about to nod, another voice rang out, and she quickly turned around. Bryn, wake up quickly. Don't believe anything in the dream, and don't agree to anything it says. This is Drew. What's going on? When Bryn looked back at the woman in white, she had already turned into a black cloud. Inside the black smoke were 2 red eyes staring intently at her. Trying to pretend to be my mother to trick me, who gave you the courage? Bryn was so angry that she wished she could tear the black smoke apart directly. She wrapped her spiritual power with the karma fire and sent it straight to the figure. The black smoke turned to ashes under the burning of the green karma fire. At this moment, Bryn, who was being held by Jude, also opened her eyes. Phew. Damn black smoke. Missy, is there something you forgot to tell me? Drew asked, only now removing his hand from her body. He stood on the ground, staring at her, waiting for an explanation. Well. Bryn wiped the cold sweat off her forehead. She had almost lost control. She glanced at Drew guiltily but then thought, why should she feel guilty? Wasn't it because she encountered danger? I just didn't have time to tell you something. There's a cloud of black smoke in my mind. Seeing the worsening expression on Drew's face, Bryn hurriedly added, but it has been suppressed by the faith power within me. Ever since we came to Frasershan, it hasn't struggled as fiercely as before. As Drew's expression grew worse, Bryn felt like she was about to be in serious trouble. Suddenly, Drew took a step forward and hugged her tightly. Chapter 218, the relationship has progressed Loeltha. Bryn's face had just buried into his chest. Hard as a rock, why did this make her feel so secure? Phut. Bryn, how can you be thinking of such things at this moment? You can trust me, you don't have to bear everything alone. I will always protect you. Drew's words made Bryn stiffen unexpectedly. His words felt awkward and embarrassing. But after Drew said that, she felt like she could believe him. She could entrust herself to him completely, and he would definitely protect her. Why did she feel this way? The bond between us started 1,000 years ago. It was you who made me capable of emotions, taught me what longing is. In your consciousness see, there's my imprint. That's why you naturally have no guard up around me. Upon hearing these words from Drew, Bryn quickly pushed him away. She was thinking how hurried everything seemed. The heat must be because of the imprint he mentioned. Drew looked at the stubborn Bryn whose face was flushed and smiled slightly. He then reached out to touch the tips of Bryn's hair. Bryn flinched like a frightened bird, dodging him. Stay back, don't come near me. Your actions make me suspect that you have ulterior motives with me. I can't tell if it's due to our bond or just an impulse driven by lust now. Not only did Bryn dodge, but she also jumped backward fiercely and pointed at Drew. Drew watched her little mouth chatter non-stop. Maybe he should let this little mouth take a rest for a while. When Bryn regained awareness, all she could do was curse herself inwardly. You and your impulsive behavior, and your naive inexperience, and your wandering heart. She placed her hand on her chest, where her heart was beating wildly. Seeing her still flushed face, Drew became worried and tried to approach her again. In response, Bryn covered her mouth. No, I haven't decided yet. What if it's all because of that bond? Drew chuckled and touched her forehead before feeling reassured. Come here, I need to enter your consciousness sea and check the black smoke. Bryn looked at him suspiciously before relaxing, allowing Drew to touch her brow. In the next moment, both closed their eyes simultaneously. Whoa, Drew, you have a mini version too. Bryn watched the mini Drew entering her consciousness sea with amazement. To her surprise, this miniature version was far sweeter talking than the real Drew. Hurry up and bring little Bryn out. You two are together outside, so we should form a pair and be affectionate too, millimeter him. However, the words left Bryn feeling terrible. At this moment, little Bryn appeared, looking rather listless. Little Bryn, are you alright? Mini Drew hurried forward. Are you blind? Can't you see that something's wrong with me? Watching this scene, Bryn exclaimed, stop acting so wild, act more ladylike. Ladylike? What kind of lady acts like this in front of him? Clear as day. If you two don't come soon, I won't be able to hold on much longer. Little Bryn waved her hand, revealing the black smoke wrapped in belief power. How has the belief power weakened so much? Bryn said, feeling somewhat alarmed. It's because you didn't let new belief power integrate. This belief power was barely maintaining itself, it might not last much longer. Bryn turned her head away awkwardly, realizing she overestimated the situation, thinking she could wait. Just as Drew was about to say something, Mini Drew stepped forward. Don't worry, I'm here to help you. Mini Drew waved his hand at the black smoke. A beam of golden light shot out, instantly strengthening the belief power. This is my spiritual power, comparable to belief power. Isn't that impressive? Little Bryn stared at Mini Drew with hearts in her eyes. Bryn found it utterly unbearable to watch. She couldn't bear it any longer and dragged them away. You stay here and keep an eye on the black smoke. Let me know if anything happens. Drew watched the two miniature figures flirting and arguing, feeling inexplicably envious. Then he followed Bryn, being pulled out of the consciousness sea. Do you think letting the mini versions enter my consciousness sea will affect you? Bryn suddenly realized how important the mini versions were to each of them. Little fool, you're not worried about me possibly consuming your consciousness sea, but you're worrying about this instead? You still deny it. Drew's gaze was too intense, making Bryn blush and her heart race, feeling uncharacteristically shy. Quickly, she turned and stood by the cave entrance. So, should we go out now to collect more belief power? Looking outside, Bryn saw what should have been a white expanse was now completely covered in black. Don't rush, we can first find your friends. Do you think Keaton and Coyle have arrived? Hearing this, Bryn quickly turned back, asking again eagerly. You are quite kind to them. Drew sometimes just wanted Bryn for himself, but he knew well that Bryn's personality wouldn't allow her to do so. Hihi, they're all my family, Bryn said seriously while looking into his eyes. Alright, go ahead. You can't improve your ability here anyway. Go out there and maybe you'll get something. Just as Bryn nodded, Phoenix appeared at the cave entrance. Master, lady, please come up. This time, Bryn didn't mind much. Whatever. When the two reached close to the Tianxia base's campsite, Phoenix put them down to avoid drawing too much attention. They walked from the shore towards the tents. Bryn barely saw Fraser by use his power. Any zombies within a meter got their heads blown off directly. Bryn happily touched boxes with green vines. She couldn't help but feel, this is what it feels like to have someone strong to rely on. So happy. Senior Sister Shia, it's Senior Sister Shia, and Braden Fraser. Emma spotted them first and rushed over excitedly. The lightning power around her body kept releasing along the way. Bryn felt like she saw her former life's fearless zombie version of Emma. But today's Emma was totally different. How great. Have you been working hard on your cultivation, Emma? Bryn quickly held her beside her. Gifford and I both leveled up. We're at peak level 4 now, but Cooper told us to keep low, not to let others find out. Bryn nodded. That's right. Bryn, Drew, it's been a long time. Keaton heard the voices and came over with the rest of the team. Drew, you've become even stronger. Men naturally admire strength. You've improved a lot too. Drew nodded, glanced at him, and handed over something in his hand. Absorb this and break through to level 4 tonight. Chapter 219, Shall we go out for a walk? Keaton was quite surprised at what he saw before him. These were grade 4 crystals. Their entire base had tried its best, and they hadn't managed to get even one of these in several days. Drew casually took out 3 from his pocket. He hesitated about whether or not to accept them. Seeing this, Bryn directly grabbed the crystals and stuffed them into his hand. Hurry up and improve your abilities. We still have a lot to do. Only then did Keaton put the crystal core into his pocket and said to Bryn and Drew, let's not talk here. Let's go inside the tent. After they returned to the tent, Drew immediately lit the fire basins inside and added charcoal as well. He had prepared all this before the apocalypse. Seeing that Bryn was still standing while talking to everyone, he hurriedly pulled her over to warm up by the fire. It's windy outside. Bryn felt incredibly embarrassed. What was going on with this man? Looking at the curious expressions of those around her, she wished she could find a hole to bury herself. Coyle asked with obvious interest, Sis Shia, it seems like things are progressing between you and Braden Fraser. Just as Bryn was about to refute, Drew simply responded, Soraya. This one-word response made everyone laugh uncontrollably. Feeling like giving up, Bryn sat down abruptly, saying, Stop laughing. We still have important things to do. Anyway, tell everyone the situation. She gestured toward Drew, urging him to speak quickly. But she was somewhat uneasy. What if he didn't listen to her? That would be so embarrassing. Fortunately, Drew just smiled and sat next to Bryn before speaking. Tomorrow, the group from the side will come ashore. They've received calls from the central base and rushed over. Upon hearing this, Coyle looked as if he wanted to say something but held back. Bryn calmed him down. Wait for Drew to finish first, then we can discuss further. Coyle obediently sat back down. Drew continued, Indeed, there is a base in the center area, and they do need your help. However, it might be beyond your capabilities to save them, and you might risk your own lives. What should we do then? Just thinking about those zombies gave Keaton chills. There were simply too many of them. Evacuate them. Hurry up and move the people in the base out through the sky. Drew pondered and concluded that this was the best method. Sky? Coyle exclaimed, How can we move through the sky? That would require helicopters. Before Coyle finished his question, Bryn shot him a glance. Did you forget about Myra and the eagle from before? It's not just planes that can fly. But where would we find such animals in this short time? Outside is now an ocean. Keaton still found this plan unfeasible. Drew paused and then said, The most important thing now is to establish contact with the base. We'll see what they think and how they plan to proceed. How to rescue them by flying will become clear tomorrow. Bryn glanced back at Drew, feeling that the man was holding back information again. Drew only smiled without answering and handed the discussion back to Bryn, preferring not to deal with it. Seeing that he wasn't going to say more, Bryn reluctantly spoke to the others. Tomorrow will likely be busy, so today everyone should use crystal cores to upgrade their abilities. These cores have been purified. Have the cores in your hands been soaked in Apollon Laro's purification water? Relieved to see Emma nodding, she continued, Is there anything unusual about the people outside? Thinking for a moment, Keaton answered, Serais, they're particularly easily provoked. A tiny incident and they're ready to fight to the death. Cooper is right. Yesterday, someone accidentally knocked another person down, and they ended up fighting until the commander intervened, recalled Emma, who remembered yesterday's thrilling scene of a power battle between the two. Commander. Bryn looked at Keaton, slightly confused. All our actions here are based on the orders of the commander, who distributes daily tasks, explained Emma. Nodding, Bryn understood that the commander would be key tomorrow as well. Taking some crystal cores from her pocket, Bryn set up a small defensive array in the tent and built a simple spirit-gathering formation. Finally, she took out a large iron pot and a bunch of hot pot ingredients. Since we all have to work hard on upgrading tonight, we should naturally have a feast, said Bryn, noticing their eyes light up instantly. Her preparations were spot on. They hadn't eaten well lately, and it was high time for a hearty meal. She wasn't sure if the few people at the base had enough food and supplies. They should have left more resources then. Cooper, tomorrow try to contact Zun Li below and check on Apollon Laro's situation. If possible, bring them all here, otherwise, I'll go there myself. While talking, Bryn didn't stop what she was doing. Coyle, did you deliver those people? Big Sister Shia, we arranged for those people to board the ship and rushed over early, Coyle said honestly. He was a bit worried that Big Sister Shia might blame them for not doing a thorough job. This level is fine, we're not philanthropists. I have also obtained the items from the seabed. Bryn smelled it, it really was fragrant. Seemingly thinking of something, she took out some sushi and fruit wine from her space. Seeing this, Emma reached out, only to be slapped by Bryn. Kids can't drink alcohol. But Big Sister Shia, that's fruit wine. I'm already 15. Still no, just wait and eat. Emma could only go to guard the pot. Listening to the bubbling in the pot, Emma felt that all her efforts during this period were for this moment to enjoy a hearty meal. Alright, everyone dig in. After having their fill, they each found a place to start upgrading. Actually, the moment they met today, they knew that Bryn's ability level had improved. Wanna go out for a walk? Bryn tugged at Drew's sleeve. Then, Drew slowly stood up and extended his hand to her. My honor. Bryn blushed again. The sly man knew how to tease so well. She ignored his hand, stood up directly, and walked out of the tent. When will this rain stop? Bryn looked up at the sky with holes in it. Hearing this, Drew, who was following behind, spoke. When it stops, that's when the crisis will come. If we solve it, wouldn't it be fine? This rain is truly annoying. That makes sense. Drew watched the girl in front of him shaking off the water from her hands. Anyway, everything would be handled by him. Chapter 220. Finally someone came. Oops, are you blind? Don't you look where you're going? Bryn's attention was immediately drawn to the two people next to them. Drew could only turn his head to look at those two as well. Isn't it you who is blind? This is my tent territory. Why are you standing so close? The two were about to come to blows without exchanging a single word. Drew, why do I feel like there's black aura emanating from their bodies? Bryn asked in puzzlement. To her surprise, Drew reacted oddly. You can actually see the black aura? What? Can't I see it? Bryn rolled her eyes. What was he talking about? No, I'm just surprised. Drew waved his hand and continued. I reckon they've killed too many zombies here and absorbed too many crystal cores. Absorbing so much in a short time has already affected them with black aura. Is there a way to help them? Seeing Drew look at her, Bryn shrugged and said, just asking. There is, power of faith. Forget it then, I don't even have enough power of faith for myself. Bryn abandoned the idea altogether. These past few days, I haven't produced any power of faith either. I don't understand how I even got this power of faith. Bryn couldn't figure out how she had acquired the power of faith. The so-called power of faith comes from others' belief in you. Usually, it is because they feel you have helped them or answered their requests and received what they wanted through you. Drew tried to explain its meaning to Bryn. In 1,000 years, he himself hadn't encountered much power of faith. The most power of faith belonged to Bryn's ancestor, Unku. Let's leave it until the next time it happens. We'll research it then. Seeing the two already fighting, Bryn quickly pulled Drew away. They shouldn't get caught up in the fight. Though the sea was still calm, they all knew tomorrow would be bustling. The two stood there silently watching the sea for a long time. The next morning, Cash was the first to wake up, followed by Coil, then Emma, and finally Gifford and Goldie. This series of events dragged on until almost noon. Bryn had already started preparing lunch, yellow braised chicken rice. Indira had already placed some pre-processed chicken in Bryn's spatial pocket. All Bryn needed to do was take it out, thaw it, and season it with her favorite secret yellow braised chicken sauce. The aroma instantly filled the entire tent. If those people outside smell this, they'll go crazy. We've been eating nothing but biscuits and water these past few days, not a hint of meat. Thinking of those biscuits, Emma wrinkled her nose. It seemed her palate had become quite refined. During those days at sea, wasn't it the same? I relied on the chocolate in my bag to get through those long days. After saying that, the two exchanged a smile. The small bags contained items Bryn had personally prepared for them. She even individually prepared everyone's favorite snacks. No wonder they trusted Bryn wholeheartedly. So fragrant. This taste really reminds me of the yellow braised chicken before the apocalypse. As soon as Coil pulled open the curtain, he smelled the unique aroma of yellow braised chicken. God. Sister Shia, I could fall in love with you. But after Coil said this, he felt a piercing gaze. Turning his head, he saw Drew staring at him from afar. He could only rub his nose and wave at him, joking, does anyone not love Sister Shia? Drew turned his head back, not wanting to respond. He slightly regretted bringing Bryn here. Perhaps it would have been better to foster their relationship in the cave. Still having a meeting, Cooper? Looking up, Bryn noticed only Coil had returned. Serais, it seems those people from the side have landed, and the group is quite large. From what Coil gathered from the commander's words, he intended to lead a friendly delegation to meet them. Cash was left behind. Alright, save some for Cooper, and let's eat, Bryn nodded. If they didn't eat soon, there might not be anything left later. One spoonful of rice, carrying a piece of chicken, and scooping up some gravy, straight into the mouth, such fulfillment. Emma began eating. Sister Shia, your yellow braised chicken is simply delicious. This chicken makes me feel energized all over. Then this must be Indira's specially processed chicken. Gifford hurriedly stuffed a large bite into his mouth, then mumbled unclearly. Indeed, this yellow braised chicken is really good. I hope we can have chicken every day in the future. Coil held up his yellow braised chicken and shouted outside. Then in the future, when we have other good food, you'll miss out, Goldie teased. Watching everyone chatting and laughing, Bryn felt this was exactly the life she wanted. Suddenly, Bryn thought of the thing in her mind's sea. What bad luck. She was so angry that she ate 2 bites of potatoes fiercely. Good food could indeed heal people. Sure enough, as soon as they finished eating, an alarm sounded outside. Everyone come out and assemble. This phrase was continuously repeated outside. Seeing this, Bryn's family quickly packed up their things and followed the crowd to the center point. We will send someone to the side area to communicate. I emphasize here, no conflict, absolutely no private conflict. The commander's voice reached everyone's ears. Bryn secretly nodded. This person had a sound ability and also a combat ability. He was a dual ability user, but why was his level only 4? Now, everyone should follow the tasks assigned this morning and proceed to clear zombies in order. Hope everyone can gain something today. Dismissed. Hearing the final word of dismissal, everyone slowly moved toward the zombie zone. They came here for 2 reasons. 1, there was no food at the base. 2, it was for crystal cores, to get stronger. Once they became strong, every place would be their territory. So these people were particularly enthusiastic about killing zombies, but it was unclear whether they had taken the words earlier to heart. You all go kill zombies obediently, we'll go check the situation first. Bryn quickly informed Coil. Then she glanced at Drew, and the two silently left the crowd. Finding a secluded spot. Feng Huang, come out quickly. Upon hearing Bryn's words, a phoenix emerged from beneath Drew's clothing. Take us over there to check the situation. Bryn found the appearance of the emerging phoenix incredibly cute. Sure, I've been itching to do something. It should be lively over there. The phoenix instantly enlarged its body several times, just enough to accommodate them both. Bryn was very satisfied with this adaptable companion who could change sizes. She couldn't help but sigh about her own fake phoenix. If Ruby were this obedient, it would be great. Chapter 221. Turns out they are all old acquaintances. Missy, I heard you saying bad things about me. A voice drifted over from the distance. The two humans and the bird turned their heads at the same time. An ugly phoenix flew over from the sea with a small animal on its head, a turtle with a little red flower on its head. It looked especially comical. Ha ha ha, this phoenix is so hybridized. Drew's phoenix, although not the first time seeing Myra, had never directly observed it up close like this. Her words deeply stung Myra. Originally, Myra was already anxious because Bryn was about to climb aboard. Now, seeing the other phoenix's smooth feathers and bright colors made it feel inferior. It gazed at Bryn resentfully. Bryn, are you abandoning me? Do you want to change your spirit beast? It didn't want to be this hybrid color either. It envied others for having brightly colored red feathers. Unlike itself, its feathers were dull and lacked any luster. Helpless, Bryn stood there waving to Myra. Myra, rest assured, even if you're a hybrid phoenix, your master will never disdain you. You admit that I'm a hybrid phoenix? Myra felt its last shred of dignity being ripped apart by Bryn. After saying this, it took the bird turtle on its head into the space. It could only enter the space autonomously when near Bryn. As it left, it shot a challenging glance at the phoenix. Master, all the other ladies' spirit beasts have names. I want one too. The phoenix made its first request to Drew since birth. Drew paused for a moment. Then how about we call you Lulu? Lulu. Thank you very much. Bryn. Bryn waved her hand quickly in midair. No way. That's too horrible. Why don't we call you Aaron instead? Your feathers are as red as flames. Hearing this, Aaron nodded vigorously. Any name was better than Lulu. Hurry up and come here. They seem to have already arrived. Aaron carried them both directly over, and Jude waved his hand. Bryn felt a thin film enveloping them. What's this? Invisibility spell. Drew sat behind Bryn, wishing he could stay there forever. Can I learn it? Bryn was quite interested in the invisibility spell. Of course. Seeing Bryn seemed somewhat unhappy, Drew added hurriedly, even abnormals can learn it. Only then did Bryn nod in satisfaction. Why are there so many birds over there? Bryn pointed in the direction where they were headed, the group of people who brought these boats. Come on, Aaron, let's go down. When they approached from a distance, the Tien City base people also just arrived. Only then did everyone realize these boats didn't belong to a single base but two separate ones. Bryn was watching the animals on those boats with great interest. Those boats were almost entirely filled with animals. This indicated that someone on the boat could control or tame these animals, which was similar to the group they had encountered before. In the next moment, Bryn's eyes widened. That grass skirt, that unique makeup, it really was the beast tamer tribe she had met before. She saw that it was indeed the tribal chief's granddaughter. Looking beside, coming down from another boat was none other than Remy. These are old acquaintances. There were even Lyndon and Yuri, the two brothers. Bryn seemed to recall something and quickly scanned both boats. Sure enough, it was Long Aotien. It appeared they had good luck and got a boat. They must be doing pretty well. On the three larger boats nearby, Bryn did not encounter anyone familiar. Sure, what's happening now? Seeing the base commander approach for negotiations, Bryn dragged Drew and quickly ducked behind Keaton. Everyone is trying to take charge. The one over there is the newly established Hayden Psi base, with 4 types of people gathered together. This side is 1111 base, which came specially. They happened to meet up. The last ship is a military vessel on an overseas mission from our country, full of ordinary people, just like Tien City base, a floating castle that's nearly at capacity. They say they're here to help, but actually, they want Fraser Anshan to give them a breather. Bryn's eyes widened. Zaire Omadeo sure has some clout. Drew nodded slightly beside her. Cooper, do you remember those people? Bryn gently pointed towards them. Of course, we sent them off personally. Recalling that scene, Keaton still found it amusing. Those people probably think they're all dead now. They were whispering below, while the discussion above became louder. You send just a young person here to represent your Tien City base. Isn't that disrespectful to us? Finian of 1111 base frowned at their commander. Then he waved his hand disdainfully. Your Tien City base can just follow behind and assist. You don't understand Fraser Anshan's situation now. We have been here for many days and are very familiar with the circumstances here. Our base is not far from Fraser Anshan, didn't you see it? The commander of Tien City base negotiated unyieldingly. But they wouldn't give up the initiative. Oh, what an arrogant guy. Bryn looked at the Jack from 1111 base, wanting to check his abnormality. In the next moment, she saw dark smoke starting to emanate from his body. Drew, that man has dark smoke around him. Drew, who was in a trance, quickly glanced at the person Bryn mentioned. Millimeter, quite dense. But this person only arrived at Fraser Anshan today. Is there black smoke in other places too? Bryn was somewhat uncertain, wondering if it was everywhere. It's possible that this person is just a shell. Drew's words shocked both Bryn and Keaton. Bryn was surprised because another enemy had appeared. Keaton was completely frightened. He hadn't seen the black smoke they talked about, but black smoke occupying a body while still being able to speak and move normally terrified him. But then again, it's the end of the world, so what's impossible? He seemed to accept it. If it's as Drew said, then this person is intentionally provoking us. Bryn's mind raced. Anger will enhance the formation of dark smoke. Drew said calmly, then looked at Bryn. Need intervention? Bryn shook her head. She understood Drew's meaning, whether to remove the dark smoke from the puppet's body. So what? If they can't solve or even notice such a problem, how can they survive the apocalypse? Chapter 222, spiritual energy and black aura. The head of the 1111 base seemed very displeased with the commander of the Tien City base. He took a step forward, glaring fiercely at the commander and said, "Do you know what it means to defy me?" The commander looked up and saw his eyes as dark as pitch. This was definitely not the eyes of a normal person. He was so frightened that he shivered, then hastily retreated 2 steps. By the time he recovered, the man's eyes had returned to normal. His stumble was taken by everyone as a sign of weakness. The commander wanted to step forward but was stopped by Adrian, who stood beside Remy. Seeing Remy gently shake his head, he instantly understood that Remy had noticed the scene as well. The commander could only purse his lips and retreat to the side. "We are all here to help Fraser. There's no need for conflict. The most important thing now is to find a way into the central area and investigate if anyone has survived in that base." Remy's words made everyone nod in agreement. Seeing that his attempt to incite chaos failed, the head of the 1111 base could only wave his non-existent sleeves and return to his own base. Only Bryn noticed this action. This black smoke must have existed for a long time. Bryn remembered that the black smoke in her mind seemed to have existed for a very long time too. From the very beginning, it knew that it couldn't destroy Earth 1,000 years ago, so it planned this disaster over a millennium. When Drew saw that Bryn thought of this, he continued along the same line. Upon hearing this, Keaton drew in a sharp breath. Had he just heard something he shouldn't? At this moment, the general from the military ship also came down from the ship. Previously, he hadn't shown up but chose to send his subordinates to negotiate. His sudden appearance now aroused everyone's curiosity about what was going on. To everyone's surprise, the general walked straight up to Remy. "Remy, it's been a long time. I'm glad you're still here." In public, the general saluted Remy, which undoubtedly showed that the military ship would take direct orders from Remy. Remy nodded and returned the salute. "Waylon, how have you been?" "Remy, everything is ready." Aziel, who was standing beside Remy, rushed back and said, "Our tents are set up. Please come inside and let's discuss our strategy. As for how to save this base, how to approach it, and how to allocate personnel, we'd like the commander of the Tien City base to brief us on the current situation." After saying this, Remy left the temporary dock first. The commander hesitated for a moment, sent his subordinates to relay the message to the base, and then headed towards the tent. Now there's no more fun to watch. Bryn watched those people with slight boredom. She came here just to watch the show, and it was over so soon. "Don't worry, we can go eavesdrop." Bryn turned around and looked seriously at Drew, finding it hard to imagine that such a serious face would say something like that. Quite a contrast. Keaton also stared at Drew in disbelief, as if doubting the authenticity of what he said. Drew saw their gazes and added, "But you'll have to cast the invisibility spell yourself." Bryn nodded vigorously, recalling that Drew had already demonstrated it on Yu Yang before. Under Bryn's invisibility spell, the 3 of them successfully squatted beside the tent. "We have already learned about the situation at Fraser. This is our base's Beastmaster. Considering the terrain, we brought 20 large birds, regardless of species, capable of reaching the central base." "That's fantastic." For the first time in days, the commander smiled. "We understand the zombie situation you described. Once everyone has rested, we will split into several groups to kill the zombies. But regarding the zombie cause, we require each person to keep their own." Remy paused after saying this. Seeing no objections, he nodded and asked Aziel to arrange it. The zombies approached from all directions, but there is only one entrance to the base. So many zombies have climbed over mountains, which we dare not touch yet. "Remy, Lyndon, and I will handle that part," Lyndon said. His wind affinity gave him advantages in mountainous areas. Remy nodded slightly in agreement. "We have many heavy weapons on our ship. Let's clear a batch of zombies first before bringing them down," Waylon from the military ship added. Seeing this, the head of the 1111 base reluctantly said, "Then we'll take the last corner." Remy had been waiting for this statement. He immediately formulated the entire plan. They and the Tien City base would be divided into 4 groups to sweep through the base. Then, large birds would be dispatched to the central area to determine the survival situation in the base. No matter the reason, so many zombies were enough to make everyone envious. To them, these zombies were their greatest treasure. Fraser, it was an endless treasure. If this continues, more people will lose control due to excessive inhalation of black gas. Wouldn't the scene become particularly chaotic then? Ziegua's words made Bryn agree wholeheartedly. The psychics who can appear here are all top tier among psychics, and their psychic levels are high. This black smoke is likely targeting this point. Once everyone becomes abnormally irritable and starts killing each other. Bryn felt a chill thinking about the black smoke's intentions. Killing each other means it won't need to expend energy, it can directly start devouring Earth. The current human population has long surpassed that of 1,000 years ago. Drew listened carefully to Bryn's words and then added a sentence. Bryn also agreed after hearing this, it probably didn't anticipate that so many zombies would return. These zombies can't all go to waste. It's like they're free for the taking, we should snatch more. Bryn felt that these zombies had both advantages and disadvantages, depending on how urgent those people felt. If they weren't so urgent, following a slow and steady pace, the black gas wouldn't accumulate so quickly. If they crazily inhaled crystal cores, the black gas inside their bodies would rapidly accumulate together, ultimately affecting their mental state. "Drew, I have a question." Bryn pursed her lips. "Since he can turn people into shell zombies, why are there still psychics? Why does black gas invade psychics? Interfering with their mental state?" Because 1,000 years ago, we negotiated with the Heavenly Tao that if disaster struck again, the Heavenly Tao would restart spiritual energy, infusing all of it into the human body as a spiritual energy carrier to counteract the black gas. Zombies exist because black gas overpowered spiritual energy, while psychics exist because spiritual energy overpowered black gas. Chapter 223, Dividing into 4 groups. Rather than saying you fought the black aura, it's more accurate to say that you and your spiritual power together fought the black aura. Drew paused for a moment before continuing. In zombie crystal cores, the reason is that all the spiritual power within them gathered and was tainted by the black aura. Keaton nodded. No wonder the cores can upgrade, but absorbing them taints one with the black aura. That's merely amplifying the black aura everyone inherently has. Drew gently responded with a millimeter hum. When the black aura in one's body reaches a certain level, though they won't become zombies, it makes people irritable and uneasy, eventually leading to mutual slaughter due to emotional issues. This black aura certainly plays its cards well. Bryn pouted. In her past life, so many people had turned against each other because of irritability, quite a few bases even slaughtered each other. Heaven's Tao has already exhausted all its energy. I guess now it can only quietly watch. After Drew spoke, he looked up at the sky. Behind the dark clouds, it seemed like a pair of eyes was watching them all along. How did this apocalypse get mixed up with cultivation? Keaton felt somewhat lost. Bryn replied irritably, go ask Heaven's Tao. Drew lightly coughed, and Bryn and Keaton quickly turned to look at him. What are you doing? Bryn looked curiously at him. Why would he cough? He can't possibly have a cold. Only then did Drew point to the side with his finger. When Bryn looked up, she saw Adrian, whom she hadn't seen for a long time, looking at her in surprise. Goodness, wasn't the invisibility spell activated? Bryn felt greatly alarmed and hurriedly patted her chest. Your invisibility spell has expired. Drew told Bryn this unfortunate news without any expression. Betty, it's been a while, Adrian said after regaining his composure. He didn't expect to encounter her here, he just knew Betty would be fine. Adrian, it's been a while. Bryn waved awkwardly and stood up nonchalantly, patting imaginary dust off. We're just passing by. Betty, how about joining us inside? Remy will be delighted to see you. Adrian moved aside and invited Bryn. After hearing this, Bryn thought for a moment. No, we don't need to go inside. Hey, Betty, Adrian looked a little disappointed. Bryn quickly added, we should be going. Let's go. Hurry up and leave. She tugged at Drew's sleeve with one hand and waved to Keaton with the other. Adrian watched the 3 of them walk away before returning to the tent to report. You're serious? Remy turned to look at Adrian, and seeing the slight nod from the other, laughed. Good, as long as nothing's wrong, Remy genuinely liked Bryn and the others, who all had extraordinary abilities. With their help, it would be easier to solve these problems. My friends outside don't have anything major going on, let's proceed with this plan for now. In 2 days, we'll meet back here. Remy got up. Sure, follow Remy's instructions. The general on the military ship stood up first and then walked out. Remy personally saw them off. Adrian, where did Bryn go? Find out, and let's set a time to meet her, Remy instructed Adrian once everyone was gone. After giving Adrian the instruction, he asked Aziel to push him to rest. He'd felt rather tired lately. Oh right, something's off with that 1111 base leader. Have Aid investigate it. Remy recalled this matter before leaving. He had seen those black eyes before the apocalypse and hadn't expected to see them again here. After Bryn walked far enough to see Adrian return, she stopped and spread her hands. Why could my invisibility spell only last so short? It seems I need more practice. Drew nearby said, it's okay, let's go to the mountain. Hearing Drew suggest going to the mountain, Bryn nodded eagerly, okay. Then she turned to Keaton. Cooper, we'll go first. You should return with the group. Just as she was about to leave, she stopped. Cooper, contact Riggs and have them come over. The 2 of them then flew toward the mountain on the phoenixes. Keaton remained on the spot and took out the white dove hidden in his clothes. Little dove, when can you carry me flying? In your dreams. The white dove pecked Keaton. He was really dreaming if he thought that as a dove, it could fly him around. Keaton petted its head and instructed, you heard it, find Riggs. The white dove nodded and finally emerged completely from Keaton's clothes. During this period, Keaton had been feeding it with the purified crystal cores. Its feathers were exceptionally white and glossy. Just by looking at it, one could tell it was a well-fed domestic pigeon. It shook its body and flew out directly, disappearing from sight in the next second. Only then did Keaton walk back with relief. On their way back, a few people, influenced by their emotions, kept criticizing the commander. Commander, why did you retreat? If that person was in front of me, I would definitely knock him down. Our commander is just a coward. It's really hard to swallow this. That's the 1111 base, right? No way, let's all go together later and beat up the person in charge. That's enough. Seeing those people getting more and more agitated, the commander quickly stopped them. You don't know the situation. Don't provoke the people from the 1111 base. Our Tien Sha base isn't full of cowards like you. Soraya, let's go. Seeing that the commander not only refused to join in on the scolding but also tried to stop them, these 2 became even angrier. With those words, they left the group in high spirits. Commander, they're going to cause trouble. Someone by the commander looked worried as he watched the 2 leave. What do you suggest we do? These people have been getting more and more irritable lately. The commander was still thinking about what he had seen earlier. Being targeted by that thing made him feel eerily cold. Let's get back quickly. Keaton spoke up at the right moment, urging them to hurry back. He had many things to attend to once he returned. Next, the several bases took control of the 4 cardinal directions around Fraser Anshan. While constraining each other, they cooperated with the goal of rescuing the central area's base. By this time, Bryn and the others had already flown to the top of the mountain. Wow, look at these zombies. They're sitting here absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Bryn observed the meditating zombies at the summit with great interest. Chapter 224, A Zombie with Human Consciousness. Do you think this can enhance his strength? Bryn poked Drew and asked curiously. Drew humorously put her hand down. It can. Bryn turned around and felt carefully again. Spiritual energy is indeed flowing into him. Why isn't it black mist? Logically, zombies should be controlled by black mist, leaving just a body shell. Let's go down and see. Drew had Feng Huang directly bring the 2 of them down. The zombie on the mountaintop opened its eyes the moment they landed. Who are you? The zombie looked at Bryn and company, revealing a hint of confusion. We haven't even asked you yet. Seeing the other party speak first, Bryn hurriedly followed up with her question. But who knew that after she asked, the other party seemed even more confused. Cerise. Who am I? I'm Enrique. Right, my name is Enrique. Bryn pointed at him in surprise and glanced at Drew. What's wrong with this zombie? It has consciousness. You haven't said why you're here either. Enrique closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, there was a look of anger on his face. Why do more people keep coming here? Damn it. Why does everyone like to come here? This increases my workload. When will I be able to retire? Hearing him continuously grumble until mentioning retirement, Bryn suddenly felt this zombie suited her taste. She looked at Drew first. Do you know him? Drew nodded in agreement but then shook his head. I know him, but not like this. When Bryn laughed, Enrique stopped talking to himself. Seeing Drew seemed to recognize him, he hurriedly approached, trying to grab Drew. Unexpectedly, before he could touch Drew, he was bounced back by a transparent shield. I just want to ask, who exactly am I? My mind always has some images, telling me to do this and that. Enrique felt extremely angry because he couldn't get close. Why wasn't it working? He just wanted to know what was happening to him. In the next second, Enrique's eyes were covered in black, his entire body muscles rapidly expanded, and both arms quickly covered with a layer of golden metallic color. This is dual power and metal abilities, at peak level 5. What kind of zombie is this? Bryn exclaimed, her mouth nearly hanging open. At this moment, Enrique raised his fist and attacked in Bryn's direction. He provoked you, so why attack me? Bryn was speechless. Was this guy unable to distinguish between men and women? Just as Bryn thought it would be blocked by the defensive shield, Drew withdrew it. Play with him a bit, Drew said before instantly moving to the back. A punch accompanied by a powerful gust appeared before Bryn's eyes. She quickly moved her body, dodging it with a sideways move but fell to the ground due to inertia. She rolled with the momentum and gave Drew an annoyed look. Play what crap. As soon as she finished speaking, another punch came straight for her face. She narrowly avoided it. Don't hit someone in the face, didn't your mom teach you? Swiftly turning her head, she concentrated all her strength in her legs and took advantage of Enrique's forward momentum to strike him in the head. Due to his zombie transformation, Enrique was far less agile than Bryn. But his entire body could metallize, and he immediately metallized his whole head. Bryn kicked straight onto the metal. Your head is too hard. Bryn mourned her leg for a few minutes. Why did you all come to Fraser Anshan? Why disrupt our peaceful lives? This was always the question lingering in Enrique's mind, and it was also the first time he encountered someone who could communicate with him. Previously, the people inside would attack him upon sight, and he only wanted to attack those people. Those outside couldn't understand his words. He had been depressed over this for a long time. I'm curious too, how can you maintain human consciousness while looking like a genuine zombie from the outside? Bryn was thoroughly intrigued. Living through 2 lifetimes, she had never encountered anything like this. Could your crystal core be different? She tilted her head and sized him up. Then Bryn became more serious. Then let's have a proper sparring match. Fire formed in her hands, and green flames seemed to burn in the surrounding air. This was the first time Bryn used hellfire since upgrading, and she hadn't expected it to be so powerful. Seeing this, Enrique immediately metallized his entire body, especially his legs. He swiftly ran toward Bryn and extended his leg to kick towards her chest. The metallic luster exuded a chilling sensation. Bryn immediately used a fire dragon to wrap around his leg and then quickly flipped over, using her feet to strike at the weakest point of his metal. Ah! A zombie's scream broke the silence on the entire mountaintop. Many zombies who were trying to climb up turned around because of this scream. You're cheating. The metal covering the zombie's body rapidly faded away, and so did the muscular enhancement. It directly reverted to its previous frail state as a zombie. Anyway, I won. Bryn squatted down and closely examined Enrique's appearance. During the fight, she had noticed something but wasn't entirely sure. The zombie patterns only reach his neck, there are none on his head, so he hasn't fully transformed into a zombie. Why is that? Bryn continued speaking as she leaned forward for another look. Suddenly, a pendant appeared in front of her. There's a pendant here. Bryn used green vines to snatch the pendant over, leaving Enrique no time to react as it was taken away. This pendant. This belonged to my mother. When Bryn identified the pendant, her heart pounded fiercely. Could this guy be connected to her mother? You, give it back. It was given to me by my mother. Seeing the pendant snatched away, Enrique, ignoring the pain in his body, reached out to grab it. Don't give me that crap. Tell the truth. Where did you get it from? Bryn gripped the pendant and glared at Enrique angrily. Her mother had only one daughter, how could there be an imposter? She was furious. Enrique didn't respond, just tried to attack Bryn again. This time Bryn showed no mercy. She used hellfire and spiritual energy to bind him, floating him in the air. I'm giving you a chance. Tell the truth, why do you have this pendant? The stone on it also belongs to me. That stone was precisely the incomplete piece from Bryn's spatial pocket, yet now, holding it in her hand, her tattoo didn't react at all. Perhaps this pendant had some special quality. Was this the reason Drew brought her here? Chapter 225, the karmic fire upgraded again. Give it back to me, that's mine. Daxton's speech became hesitant and broken. Only now did Bryn realize that Daxton had lost his pendant, and the tattoos on his body were faintly creeping upwards. This also made him appear increasingly disoriented. She paused for a moment. If he remained conscious, she might still be able to use him. If he truly became a zombie, she'd have to waste effort killing him, which wouldn't be worth it. So Bryn tossed the pendant, and it landed precisely around Daxton's neck again. Seeing him instantly calm down, Bryn could only click her tongue beside him, marveling at the power of this thing. Bryn didn't care about him but turned to Drew. Can you explain? Seeing she didn't seem angry, Drew stepped forward and said, he's the guardian of Fraserunt Frasiang. Bryn tilted her head and glanced at the half-human, half-zombie hanging in the air. A guardian? What kind of guardian? The kind passed down through generations. He's the last one. Drew waved his hand and easily released Bryn's ability, letting Daxton drop straight to the ground. With a clattering sound, Daxton not only didn't wake up but flipped his body to the side and actually fell asleep right away. So what can he guard? Bryn sighed and walked directly toward where Daxton had been meditating before. He was just sitting here in meditation. Is there something special about this place? As soon as Bryn finished speaking, her foot had already stepped onto the highest point. Be careful. Drew's voice accompanied a bolt of lightning power, landing together. Bryn reacted as the lightning struck, but she didn't know how to handle the sky-descending purple lightning. She could only use her karmic fire to build a protective barrier around herself. Seeing Bryn summon the karmic fire, Drew thought it would make things worse. The more resistance, the fiercer the lightning tribulation. What a heaven with no sense of humanity. Drew quickly flashed over and grabbed Bryn's waist, intending to run to the side. At the same time, the purple lightning and karmic fire came into close contact. Before Bryn could savor the moment, Drew had already whisked her away. Hey, why are you in such a hurry? That lightning isn't an issue. It was the first time Bryn saw Drew so startled, and it seemed there were things even he couldn't predict. No problem. Drew thoroughly examined Bryn, making sure she was really okay before letting go. That was a lightning tribulation. You're fine. Drew seemed incredulous, fearing Bryn might be comforting him. Looking at you like this, I believe you genuinely like me, Bryn chuckled seeing Drew's worried expression. After that incident last time, she always felt he was too composed. Who could kiss someone and immediately turn so serious? I do like you, stop saying silly things. Seeing Bryn teasing him, Drew finally relaxed, going along with her banter. After hearing that, Bryn felt her heart almost leap out of her chest. Could this be the feeling of falling in love? Bryn shook her head. There was Drew's divine seal in her mind palace, maybe influenced by it. She mustn't let herself be deceived. Seeing Bryn not replying, Drew didn't get discouraged. The more you resist the lightning tribulation, the fiercer it gets. When you used karmic fire just now, I was afraid it would hurt you. I'm fine, but my karmic fire feels different now. After saying this, Bryn opened her palm, revealing green flames dancing in her hand. Just then, a hint of purple from lightning mixed within the green flames. It absorbed the power of lightning, making your karmic fire even stronger. Drew gazed at the sky meaningfully. It seems this guy got some sense this time. Bryn curiously watched the karmic fire in her hand. It seemed to come alive, jumping from her palm up her arm to settle on her shoulder, nuzzling her cheek affectionately. Bryn was amazed at her karmic fire's behavior. Drew, my karmic fire has become sentient. It might have gained intelligence due to the lightning power. Drew also reached out to touch it, but the small flame shot out a tiny fiery hand, slapping Drew's hand hard to the side. Haha, it rejects you. Bryn was thoroughly amused. This little one, quite temperamental, just like its owner. Drew didn't get upset, shaking his hand and placing it behind his back. Chimph, I don't want to talk to you. What should we do with him? Bryn pointed at the sleeping figure on the ground. He's a level 5 top-grade zombie, about to become level 6, but he retains human consciousness. We can't kill him. Drew looked at Daxton. This guy still had uses and couldn't die. I was thinking the same, but how can we subdue him? Bryn felt a headache coming on. Although this guy had some consciousness, it seemed his memory was somewhat confused. You use your spatial power to sense his pendant, perhaps he will trust you. Drew thought for a moment. Since they were from the same origin, this might be the only way. The level 5 zombie was asleep here, while those peak level 4 zombies below were eyeing them hungrily, patiently waiting for their chance. Whoever could devour this level 5 zombie would become the new level 5 zombie and take over this mountain. Those level 4 zombies. Bryn's hand itched, so she asked Drew for his opinion. It seemed that whenever Drew was around, she always couldn't help asking for his thoughts. You go ahead. I'll guard it here. Drew found a stone and set up a small tent, then took out a firepot and conjured up several prepared fish. Bryn glanced at him casually. Was this guy going to barbecue fish for her? Could she eat it? Could she choose to have turkey noodles instead? Her spatial ring was full of delicious food, she didn't want to poison herself. Just as she was distracted, a zombie nearly touched her hand. The little flame on Bryn's shoulder saw this and immediately produced a fire dragon, which carried the zombie away. Through this battle, the rapport between Bryn and the little flame grew. In the end, Bryn no longer wanted to tangle with those few zombies. She simply wrapped her fist in karmic fire and punched through a zombie's head to extract the crystal core. Until she encountered an interesting zombie. This one was also a peak level 4, but it didn't attempt to ambush her. It seemed to just be there for the excitement. Why did she think so? Because this zombie was dressed neatly, even with a flower on its head. If it hadn't been raining heavily, the flower might have swayed more gracefully. What are you looking at? Bryn appeared behind the zombie, actually startling it. Bryn couldn't help but wonder, could this be a zombie with human memories? Chapter 226, An Old Acquaintance. The moment the figure turned around and saw Bryn, its first reaction was not to attack her but to dig into the ground and quickly bury itself. Bryn watched dumbfounded as the zombie rapidly dug a hole and buried itself. By the time she realized what was happening, only a pair of ash-grey eyes were left staring at her from the dirt. Ha ha ha. Bryn couldn't hold back her laughter, which came out quite loud. She simply pulled the figure out of the dirt and tied it up with green vines. Seeing how it shivered in fear, she felt like some kind of bully preying on a well-behaved zombie. Then she left it lying there and went to deal with the other level 4 zombies. Inside the tent at Shishi Base, the previous head was lounging lazily in his recliner while a woman sat on the ground massaging his feet. Before long, the head kicked the woman onto the floor. You can't even give a decent foot massage? What use are you? Terrified by the coldness in the man's eyes, the woman immediately cowered on the ground. Master, I'm sorry. Recalling the previous meeting still irritated him. He rose and grabbed her hair. I seem to recall you saying you were going to Tianxia Base. Hearing him mention Tianxia Base brought a flash of regret to the woman's eyes. She shouldn't have been curious about how that bitch Bryn died. Otherwise, she wouldn't have missed her father and ended up in Shishi Base instead of Tianxia. Tears streamed down her face. She tried to expose her beautiful neck, hoping he might spare her life because of her usefulness. Master, Shishi Base is the best base. No other base can compare. The man grunted, shoving her away. They had just arrived here, and too many people were watching them closely, so it wasn't convenient for harsh treatment. Just annoyed by your human antics, the man muttered before lying back in his chair and closing his eyes. A look of confusion passed over the woman's face. Seeing the man close his eyes, she tried to quietly leave the tent. However, just as she reached the door, she heard him say, go check out Hayden Psi Base and see how they are doing. He had taken her along this time because her power was seduction. She could even charm someone one level above her own power. When they first met, she wanted to seduce the man. Unfortunately, he wasn't human. The woman froze at his words, then nodded and slipped out. Outside, she ran into one of his underlings. Cousin, are you okay? Virgil looked worriedly at her. Seizing the opportunity, she leaned into him. Cousin, I almost lost my life just now, and Master wants me to go to Hayden Psi Base. What am I supposed to do? Her voice sent Virgil into a momentary daze, nearly leading him to embrace her. But the next second, he regained control and withdrew his hand. Cousin, don't use your power on me. Cousin will definitely care for you. Just follow Master's orders or else you'll suffer. Remembering her previous punishment, she trembled and quickly stood up before fleeing. After the woman left, a sharp glint appeared in the man's eyes. He parted the curtain and reported to the man inside. Master, it seems that Tianxia Base didn't send their leader. Their commander alone runs things, and many of their base members have become extremely violent, constantly fighting each other, resulting in internal casualties. Virgil kept his gaze on the ground, afraid to meet the man's eyes. A few minutes later, when Virgil thought he should hastily leave, the man spoke. This news is the best thing I've heard since coming to this island. The man opened his eyes and stared at Virgil's head. These foolish humans, facing their end, think they've got some advantage. Virgil had also wondered initially, aren't they humans too? But later, it didn't matter. His master gave him authority to manage the base, and that was enough. Now, he held half the power in Shishi Base. If he advanced his power further this time, perhaps when he returned to the base, he would have even more influence. Master, the military ship is filled with ordinary people, nothing to worry about. Virgil continued narrating the information he gathered while keeping his head low. The only concern is Hayden Psi Base, which seems to have a lot of power users, with all sorts of strange abilities. The man's eyes returned to normal at this moment. Good, I've already sent someone to Hayden Psi to see what we can bring back. A base with so many power users is actually run by an old man without any powers. It's quite interesting. You may leave. The man simply waved his hand and closed his eyes again. But Virgil knew that this was a sign of satisfaction from the master. He quickly got up from the ground, left the tent, and called over the other guards to brief them on the upcoming zombie-killing operation. None of the 4 zones zombies were allowed to cross into others' territories. Thinking of the harvest, Virgil's eyes showed intense desire. Meanwhile, at Hayden Psi Base, Hoover, Aziel said he saw Bryn. Is that true? Coleman pushed aside the curtain and walked straight in. He sat down on the lounge chair next to Hoover. Hoover shook his head and poured a cup of water for him from the teapot. It's true. I was just about to ask you to send someone to Tianxia base to check things out. Hoover placed the cup on the table next to Coleman and continued when he saw the other take the cup. If we can meet Bryn, it would be nice to catch up. If possible, bring her over. I have something to consult with her. Coleman finished the water in one gulp and replied, alright, I'll go myself this time. Bryn won't be able to avoid me like last time. We found such a good place, she'll definitely like it. He handed the cup to Aziel and briskly stood up to leave. Hoover shook his head, this kid, still the same. Adrian, Wilson is here, Adrian shouted as he pulled aside the curtain. Lyndon followed directly into the tent and naturally heard what Hoover and Coleman had said. Hoover, I've given instructions regarding the zombies there. This time, we should get a lot of crystals, Lyndon said with evident happiness in his voice. Their base was in a remote area, which made it safe but lacked enough zombie crystals for their upgrades. Chapter 227, 2 people and 2 zombies training in a cave. This also led to their very slow leveling up, already lagging behind other bases. It was easy for them to be swallowed by other bases this way. Wilson, I heard that the highest psychic ability level now is level 5. Remy played with the cup in his hand, remembering that the highest level in their base seemed to only be level 4. Lyndon nodded. There were quite a few level 4s in their base, but no one had yet reached level 5. I sent some men to inquire today, and many psychics at the Heavenly City base have become extremely irritable, much like Madoksu. Lyndon paused before continuing, these are mainly people who have just leveled up from level 4 to level 5. Oh, are there many of them? Remy raised his head to look at Lyndon with a hint of confusion. Lyndon nodded and said, it seems they make up the majority. Seeing Lyndon nod, Remy understood. If this isn't a random occurrence, then all psychics leveling up to level 5 will face emotional instability. What about reaching level 6 or level 7? Remy's hypothesis left everyone silent. This tent was full of psychics. The guard standing at the door felt his scalp tingle after hearing Remy's speculation. He quickly shared his thoughts, sometimes upgrading can't be controlled. When a bottle is full, it starts to overflow. That's when you're level 4 and you can barely control it. Lyndon continuously nodded, that's right. When I leveled up to level 5 previously, it was the same during a mission. I felt like I was about to break through, so I tried hard to suppress it out of concern for safety in the wilderness. In the end, I managed to hold on until we returned to the base before leveling up. Remy turned to Adrian, seeing him nod too, before speaking, we might need to verify this. But Remy hesitated, this method couldn't be reversed if it failed, and there wasn't currently any good solution for emotional instability. Remy, I'm willing to try, said the soldier who had been speaking. Seeing that Remy didn't respond, he gathered his courage and continued, I can feel that I'm just about to level up. If I document my entire experience, it could provide more useful references. Telling ordinary people who turn into psychics would scare them, making them less likely to cooperate if they know the truth. Before he could continue, Adrian made frantic gestures at him, causing him to shut up. But he still stood there straight, seemingly refusing to leave unless Remy agreed. Remy, let me join him. Seeing that Remy wasn't responding, Adrian knew he was weighing the options. This power, sometimes not leveling up, can also harm the body. Remy finally agreed, alright. Gather some psychics tonight to guard them too, and give them the zombie crystal cores collected today to help them level up. Cerise. In the afternoon, the number of crystal cores collected by various bases skyrocketed. Many held crystal cores, ready to advance further that night. At the summit of Fraserunton, Irving finally woke up after a long sleep. How did it feel like I haven't slept for a very, very long time? It was so comfortable. After sleeping soundly, Irving was no longer as furious as before. He tilted his head and looked at the 2 lovey-dovey people sitting in front of him. Earlier, you touched me, and I felt very comfortable, which allowed me to fall asleep. Irving pointed at Bryn, then himself, finally remembering. Hearing this, Bryn didn't contradict him. Indeed, she had used her spatial powers to touch him earlier. Do you remember anything else? She asked, hoping against hope as she looked at Irving. Irving stared blankly at her. Is there something I should remember? All I recall is needing to drive all intruders out of Fraserunton. Disappointed, Bryn sat back, gnawing angrily on the squid cooked by Drew. She had finished eating the fish earlier, surprised at how skilled Drew was in cooking, easily rivaling Indira's dishes. I remember a woman gave me this pendant, probably my mother. She told me to wear it properly, as it could save my life in emergencies. A vague image appeared in Irving's mind, which he recounted to Bryn. That's my mother. Bryn rolled her eyes, unable to believe her brother could be so clueless. Irving scratched his head in confusion. Bryn once again thought he was a fool. How could someone like this assist her? Let's go. Bryn tidied up the trash and prepared to take Drew and the female zombie tied to the tree back. She didn't want this fool to assist her anymore. But after only a few steps, Irving followed closely behind. Bryn glared at him. Go attend to your own business. Why are you following us? I feel very comfortable being by your side. Irving was nothing like his usual self, instead resembling a little child. Bryn turned to Drew. He isn't regressing in intelligence, is he? Drew examined Irving carefully and then slowly nodded. The black patterns moved up a bit earlier. It seems his intelligence has dispersed again. Finally, with Bryn's expression turning to one of despair, the 2 people and 2 zombies returned to the cave where Drew had been staying. What is this place? It feels so comfortable here. Seeing this, Irving quickly sat down and started cultivating. Bryn noticed the golden-red psychic energy circulating around him, interwoven with streaks of black. He doesn't treat us as outsiders at all. This is what you meant by having him work for me. Bryn felt gloomy seeing him upgrade on his own and even sitting in her spot. Oh, The female zombie nearby kept murmuring, as if desperately trying to break free from her bindings and find a place to bury herself. Somehow, Bryn saw fear in her face. What are you afraid of? You're a zombie. How can you be so timid? Bryn tugged at her ropes. She reacted like a frightened animal, quickly crouching on the ground. Only when she confirmed that Bryn wasn't going to make another move did she slowly lift her head, making sure there was no danger before standing up. The spiritual energy here is too abundant, she's just not used to it yet. Drew observed and gave his conclusion to Bryn. Indeed, the spiritual energy here was most abundant, provided one could pass through Drew's barrier and get inside. Bryn felt her own psychic power stirring slightly within her body. She found a spot and sat down. Today, she planned to stabilize her psychic power further. Chapter 228, finally met up. Howard Apollon, are we almost there? Alicia clutched Cody's clothes anxiously. There are all zombies below, I feel unwell. Just now, Alicia had released her ability and sensed the zombies underneath. It made her feel uneasy as if she had had an intimate encounter with the zombies. Yarrow, bear with it a little longer. If you can't, just turn off your ability. We'll be there soon. Apollon AO was also worried about the girl. She looked pale and seemed very uncomfortable. Cody felt Alicia's forehead beside her and her expression changed slightly. Howard Apollon, she has a fever. Apollon AO pursed his lips, watching Fraserantion getting closer, seemingly sensing the crisis over there. Cody, help Alicia to Indira, let her give something for Alicia to eat or drink. At this pace, we should arrive by noon. Apollon AO took out the latest research result he had developed before leaving, the psychic ability suppressor. He did not know if it would work, but he hoped he could try it here. Bryn had specifically instructed him to develop this before she left the base, using refined essence from crystal cores. This energy was very similar to the spiritual force that Bryn had once shown him. After Indira received Alicia, she hurriedly poured lemonade into Alicia which she had brewed before setting out. The water was enhanced with her ability and had a calming effect. This child looks like she got scared, Ellie said anxiously, looking at Alicia. Cerise, she said she saw so many zombies. Maybe she got frightened by them. Cody nodded lightly, smoothing Alicia's hair on her forehead. Alicia was already sweating profusely. After a while, everyone began to feel the boat slowing down. Have we arrived? Why does this island look so dark? Those are zombies, my goodness. Why are there so many zombies? Interrupted voices reached Cody and others' ears. Cody quickly picked up Alicia, then pulled Indira and Ellie to find Howard Apollon and the others. The ship's loudspeaker started repeating instructions. Pay attention to safety, disembark in order, register after disembarking, don't run around aimlessly. After Cody found Howard Apollon, they followed the crowd. A white dove perched on Howard Apollon's shoulder. How amusing, keeping pets even at the end of the world. Look at him, what can he do against zombies? Ignoring other people's comments, Teacher Apollon didn't pay any mind to these idle discussions. These kind of boring people would only waste his time. He just wanted to get to the base as soon as possible to meet up with Bryn and the others. Cosmo Dove, ignore those dull people. You lead the way, Apollon AO stroked Cosmo Dove comfortingly. When boarding the ship, this little guy came to him, relayed Keaton's words clearly, and then rested on his shoulder. At that moment, Howard Apollon knew he was right to bring everyone to Fraserantion. Here, Howard Apollon, we're here. Sis, over here. They had just disembarked when they heard someone calling them. Cooper said you would come today, and asked me to wait here to pick you up. I thought he was kidding. Never thought it was really you guys. What's wrong with Sister Alicia? Her complexion looks terrible. Gifford immediately noticed Cody's sister on her back. He missed her birthday, and now upon meeting her, she was in such condition. Gifford, with red eyes, carried his sister on his back. Cody felt a bit guilty under his gaze, as if she hadn't taken care of his sister well enough. She just saw a lot of zombies and fainted. Indira gave her some calming water. Cody hastily explained the situation. Gifford nodded solemnly, thanks, Sister Cody. After saying that, Cody felt better. The next second, Gifford used his ability to directly take his sister back to the tent inside the base. He remembered that the tent had Sister Shia's array, which might help his sister. Don't worry, let's go back. I haven't eaten Indira's cooking for so long. Emma pulled Ellie, coquettishly as usual. Don't worry, Indira is here now. Want anything special? Big Sister Shia cooked us delicious food. These 2 days have been pretty fulfilling. Is Bryn in the tent? Apollon AO interjected at this moment. To his surprise, Emma shook her head. She went out in the morning and hasn't returned yet. However, we have a protective barrier around our tent, absolutely safe. Let's go over there quickly. Emma led everyone towards the tent. On this side, Keaton had already found 4 or 5 newly upgraded level 5 psychics. He held a small notebook in his hand, filled with names of those who had just upgraded to level 5 and all their changes after upgrading. After he finished questioning everyone he needed to, he looked at the content in the notebook in silence. As long as they upgraded to level 5, it seemed like a switch had been touched, making them extremely sensitive and prone to anger. Keaton put away the notebook, picked up the distributed supplies, and then walked towards the tent. By this time, Howard Apollon and his group had already arrived. When he lifted the tent flap, he indeed saw Howard Apollon and his team inside, along with Preston and his sister who had just come in. Howard Apollon, you're here. Amadeo Hayden, it's been a long time. Cooper, it's been a long time. Keaton waited for Preston to leave but was surprised to find him sitting down directly. Aren't you supposed to be busy? Keaton was somewhat puzzled. Someone in Preston's position shouldn't be here. I'm on the mission to escort everyone here, so I'll be staying with the group, including my sister. Preston tried to appear as kind as possible. His sister just glanced at Keaton, then lowered her head to continue studying her little weapon. It only needed a few more touches to be ready for use. Seeing this, Howard Apollon hurried forward. It's okay, Cooper. What do you need to say? Only then did Keaton nod and pull out the notebook from his pocket. Then he said to the little white dove on Howard Apollon's shoulder, Little guy, don't you want to come back? The little white dove hopped off Howard Apollon and into Keaton's arms. Howard Apollon took the notebook right away. The more he read, the worse his expression became. Are these things accurate? Howard Apollon asked Keaton seriously, not expecting Bryn's preparation to be put to use so soon. But there were only 5 of these items at the moment. Chapter 229, Team Assembled. Horace, Bryn asked me to study something before, and it seems useful now. Riggs glanced behind Keaton several times but still did not see Bryn. Riggs, Bryn, and Drew were assigned separate tasks by me, Keaton said while retrieving his notebook. I will send you back to the tent. I also need to investigate the state of those frenzied ones again. If they upgrade, symptoms will appear. This is a very serious matter. Keaton's expression was stern, which made the atmosphere in the tent feel heavy. Drew is back too? Riggs was surprised that someone who had been missing for so long would be here. It seems Fraserunt Marrowgang hides many secret. Keaton nodded and repeated what happened this morning. Apollon AO became interested after hearing about familiar faces until Keaton mentioned the person with black eyes. You think he acted intentionally? Riggs was puzzled. Based on Keaton's description, this person should be a leader, so there's no reason for him to act impulsively. Cerise, he seemed to want a conflict between us. There was a hint of intentionality on his face. Bryn once said this guy was just an empty shell. Keaton recalled the conversation between Bryn and Drew, which was not kept secret from anyone in the team. An empty shell? What does that mean? Riggs muttered these words repeatedly, then found a chair to sit down, pulling out his notebook from his bag and scribbling various notes. Suddenly, he looked up as if he remembered something and saw Goldie serving tea nearby. Alicia fainted after saying there were many zombies. You can try this on her. Riggs rummaged through his bag for a while before finally finding the item. Goldie took it. It was a small silver bottle, containing an unknown liquid. When Alicia entered the tent, Goldie immediately examined her but found nothing wrong. She was preparing to use her powers when she saw Riggs writing at a table and went over to pour some water. Holding the bottle, she used her power to treat Alicia but found no effect. Then she opened the bottle given by her grandfather, releasing a strange fragrance. Camila also came over out of curiosity. Just one sniff made her feel comfortable all over, even soothing some of her hidden injuries. This piqued her interest even more. What kind of good thing is this? Upon smelling it, Goldie recalled a book passage. Long Ming Cow, perennial grass, can cleanse all impurities. It appears Howard knows why Alicia fainted. Before Camila could ask, Goldie hurriedly fed the potion to Alicia, knowing that once opened, it must be consumed immediately. Even a second's delay would weaken its effectiveness. Oh my, you gave it all to the girl without checking first. Camila curiously watched Goldie and Alicia drink an unknown potion, truly impressive. Soraya, it's fine. Sister Hayden, you can rest over there, isn't your weapon still under research? Goldie said, glancing at Camila's weapon. She had been studying this broken thing for a long time without success. But, Sister Hayden, why are you researching cold weapons? From what I know, base hot weapons aren't scarce. Goldie tapped Camila lightly when she noticed her daze. Camila lifted her head and looked seriously at Goldie. Hot weapons will eventually run out. Under current conditions, producing more is almost impossible. Combining cold weapons with abilities might be the way forward. Camila's words enlightened everyone in the tent, causing an eerie silence. A few seconds later, Emma, munching on a peach, pointed at Riggs and shouted, Howard Apollon, you're upgrading. Apollon AO was lost in deep concentration, unaware that he was actually leveling up. That's not right. Howard Apollon has no ability, right? Gifford watched the glowing Apollon AO with confusion. Keaton reacted quickly, placing a 4th-level crystal core within Apollon AO's reach. Once inside Apollon AO's range, the contents started flowing into his body, stabilizing him gradually. Gifford, once the crystal core is absorbed, keep supplying them to Howard Apollon, Keaton instructed. Let's not disturb Howard Apollon. We'll wait for Bryn to return before we talk. For now, everyone should continue with their usual tasks. I'm going out for a bit. Keaton instructed and then lifted the curtain to walk out. He had just left when a small white dove hopped in through the gap and stood on the table where Riggs was working, keeping watch over the elderly man along with Gifford. Big Sister Hayden, you can go attend to your own matters. What you said earlier was very insightful, thank you. Goldie, seeing that Alicia was stable, picked up her medical kit and prepared to leave. She also wanted to explore ways to combine healing abilities with medical skills. Among those who had come to Marrowgang Fraserunton recently, there was an excellent surgeon who might give her some inspiration. At the Tien City base nearby, Inocio watched the footage of Bryn's team from the previous day inside the base. In his dream last night, Bryn Bryn appeared, and fortunately, he remembered her face. The role this person played during the incident at the Tien City base was still unclear to him, which is why he kept reviewing the footage. Each time he watched, he noticed something different about Bryn. On the first viewing, he couldn't discern how Bryn acted. On the second viewing, he saw Bryn's speed, assuming she was a speed-type ability user. On the third viewing, he observed Bryn's strength, thinking she might be both speed and strength type. By the fourth viewing, he realized all his assumptions were wrong. This person seemed like a full-spectrum ability user, which seemed impossible. Sir, the boat is ready and can depart for Marrowgang Fraserunton anytime. A person outside spoke respectfully from the doorway, as if fearing to disturb him, speaking in a very soft voice. What if we bring the entire base to Marrowgang Fraserunton? Inocio caressed the screen with his hand, muttering to himself. Chapter 230, something big is about to happen at the base. He wasn't without thoughts of changing what happened in his dream, but everything he knew told him that a seer could only foresee, not alter reality. But if it were that person inside, was there a possibility of changing the base's downfall and his own painful death? His subordinates, seeing Inocio's gloomy face, dared not speak. He feared that a single word might cost him his life. Inocio was unpredictable, no one could guess his thoughts, and none of them knew the exact level of his abilities. No boat trip. Go prepare and invite Prince over. Tell him I want to discuss something important about the base with him. Inocio casually tossed his tablet onto the sofa and played with the gun in his hand. Serais, second young master. That person listened, bent to close the door, and hurried off to relay the message. On hearing that Inocio wanted to see him, Prince sneered. That shameless scoundrel wants to consult me on base matters. What does he have to do with the base? Utter nonsense. Prince, Amadeo Hayden also went to Fraserunton. Our manpower here is insufficient, and we still haven't figured out Inocio's ability level, a trembling advisor behind Prince cautiously advised. Amadeo Hayden had said before leaving that they mustn't let things become too tense between Prince and Inocio, otherwise, they'd be in a passive position. Humph, let's meet the brat and see what game he's playing. Prince picked up his pistol from the table and strode out of the office. When he arrived at the conference room, he saw Inocio lounging carelessly in a chair, legs crossed, exactly the kind of attitude he despised most. Who knew how Leonardo family raised such a thing? Prince was just about to start mocking when Inocio raised a hand to stop him. Prince, I know what you're going to say, but I'm not in the mood to listen. Please hear me out first. Inocio felt time was running out. If he didn't get the base moving soon, he might not escape either. You disrespect your elders. I am an elder of yours. Prince sat down angrily, slamming his hand on the table. Weren't you always investigating my abilities? Inocio's words made Prince bite back whatever he was about to say. My ability is to be a seer. I can foresee events on my side, but these visions are uncontrollable, they come whenever they please. I can't control the dreams. Inocio spread his hands, placing the toy gun on the table. This was already his utmost sincerity. Prince looked at him dubiously. Then why are you willing to talk now? Because I dreamed of something that threatens my life. Inocio smirked, tilting his head lightly. It concerns your life as well. At this, the people behind Prince immediately pointed their guns at Inocio. Inocio remained calm, looking at Prince composedly. After a 2-second pause, he remarked, the person you brought today isn't as good as Preston. Preston, that guy, playing against him is more interesting. Inocio snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the other person's gun was sucked towards Inocio and landed in front of him. Forget to introduce myself, this is my second ability, magnetic attraction. He lifted the other person's gun with one hand and fiddled with it before tossing it back to Prince. Prince's face turned blue and red, clearly livid, his fingers trembling as he pointed at Inocio, unable to utter a word. Fine, I won't beat around the bush. I dreamed that a huge monster would overturn the base, and all of us would end up dead in its mouth. Inocio's expression became serious and solemn. Not just Prince and his group, even Inocio's own subordinates were taken aback by this unusual demeanor. Are you telling the truth? Prince finally processed what Inocio said after a few seconds. By then, Inocio had convinced him it was indeed true. Their military scanners did detect a massive creature nearby, but they couldn't identify it, only guessing it might be a giant mutated octopus. Seeing the silence, Prince stood up and asked again, did you see what it was? After a moment's silence, Inocio replied, it's an octopus, an extremely large one. Prince believed him completely after hearing this. Defeated, he slumped into his seat, lacking the vigor he had earlier. It seems our base is truly doomed, Benji Laro thought with a deep sense of sadness. He never imagined that after leading everyone to avoid natural disasters, they would end up being destroyed by a monster. Since that's the case, hurry up and notify everyone to escape. Although Fraserunton isn't the safest place, we've already cleared out an area there. Plus, all our base's psychics are there. I believe everyone can still survive. Seeing the soldiers behind him not moving, Benji Laro roared again in anger. Why aren't you moving? Just as the soldier was about to act, Inocio called out, don't be hasty. I didn't say it was a dead end. Inocio stood up, tapped on the table, and on the main screen, a person appeared. Benji Laro looked up, puzzled, and turned to Inocio. What do you mean by this? Benji Laro, don't play dumb. Would you not recognize this girl? Inocio especially disliked these elders who dared not take responsibility for what they did. From the moment she entered the base, you were always observing her. Now you're asking me what's going on? Without looking at Benji Laro anymore, Inocio stared at the woman on the screen. In my dream, it was this Bryn who suddenly appeared. Perhaps she is the only hope. Benji Laro shakily raised his hand and said, "You mentioned Bryn? If it's her, then indeed there's a possibility." Inocio turned back, with a hint of confusion on his face. Why? In my dream, she just flashed by, like being accidentally captured in a film frame. Inocio felt the difference in her even in his dreams. She seemed out of place within them. She is very likely the base's only level 6 psychic. Currently, how many level 6 psychics does Huaxia have? Previously, Ren brought back news that those level 4 psychics sent to Fraserash and Fraserunton all upgraded. Those people couldn't fully understand her abilities, but it suggests she might already be at level 6. The only level 6 psychic in Huaxia. When Benji Laro said this, everyone in the meeting room sucked in a cold breath. Then, they felt incredibly fortunate that the only level 6 psychic belonged to their base. Chapter 231 Heading to Fraserun from the Heavenly Market base. Now that you put it this way, Senior Benji, we could simply move the base there directly. Young Master Leonardo relaxed his body, thinking that if they could just reach Fraserun, the tragedies in his dreams might not come true. The base has stayed here for quite some time. One reason is the unknown monsters ahead blocking us, and another is the imperfect power system of the base. The fuel is almost depleted. If we go to Fraserun, the base might not be able to move forward again. Senior Benji seemed to have aged 10 years all at once, losing the energy he previously had when challenging young Master Leonardo. And at this moment, the deepest secret he had been hiding was revealed. Young Master Leonardo obviously hadn't expected that this base he cherished so much would soon become a huge, immobile piece of iron. Senior Benji, we should set off for Fraserun immediately. Maybe there's still a sliver of hope, said young Master Leonardo in an uncharacteristically serious tone, which made Senior Benji somewhat indecisive. Senior Benji's silence made young Master Leonardo a bit anxious as well. He certainly didn't want to die here. If he used unconventional methods, it would definitely waste more time. Just as young Master Leonardo was preparing to take a gamble, Senior Benji slowly nodded his head. The two quickly instructed their subordinates to prepare, and Senior Benji promptly issued orders to start up the base. Outside the meeting room, many people felt the base starting to move. Why is the base moving? Right. It hasn't moved for months, and now it's starting up again. Where are we going? Maybe we've found a better place and we're relocating. After experiencing this, these people returned to their work. The destination of the base was not as important as whether or not they'd have dinner tonight. How could the giant octopus in the sea allow its plaything to escape? Its tentacles were tightly following the base, almost sticking to it as it moved forward. Back at Fraserun, people were still fighting zombies with all their might for the crystal cores. In the cave, Bryn completed her absorption once again, stabilizing her powers at level 7. Daxton, the zombie aura on you seems temporarily suppressed, Bryn observed curiously. Was this a medical miracle? Perhaps Howard Apollon could study this. I feel incredibly clear-headed. Daxton somewhat shyly grabbed his hair, feeling a bit embarrassed recalling previous events. Bryn smiled, then turned her gaze to the distance. Drew, I think I'm sensing something different. Bryn walked to the cave entrance, looking precisely in the direction of the Oriental base. Let's go to the Oriental base. Bryn released Myra from the spatial pocket while keeping the other animals inside. She hoped nothing outside would disturb them. Drew nodded and called out for Aaron as well. What about us? Daxton asked, pulling along the female zombie and looking up at the two. Well, you won't be a problem, but this female zombie is too conspicuous. Bryn looked at them with a headache. She brought the female zombie only out of curiosity, and now she wasn't sure how to settle her. Just follow. The usually timid female zombie surprisingly looked at Bryn and spoke. Bryn pointed at Drew and said, is this zombie regaining human memory? Drew approached and examined the female zombie. Her intelligence has awakened. She's like a newborn. What? Zombies can awaken intelligence? Bryn was momentarily speechless. Zombies also evolve. With too many zombies here, this advancement could happen earlier. Unspoken was that this female might be the new zombie king. The last zombie king was Daxton standing right there, truly a coincidence. Hopefully, this variable develops positively. Got it, put her in this outfit, and no one will recognize her. Bryn took out a black fluffy cloak from the spatial pocket and a protective shield, placing both on the female zombie. My name is King. The female zombie held Bryn's hand gently as she helped her dress. You behave, we're going out to do something, and then we'll bring you back home to reunite with your family. Bryn knew King was like a newborn, so she coaxed her gently. Be good, if anyone finds out you're a zombie, they'll drag you away for experiments, and you won't be able to stay with us. King nodded obediently, letting Bryn drape the cloak over her, repeating, behave. Bryn understood that Drew hadn't finished speaking, but since she saved King, she would naturally take care of her. They sat on two phoenixes and flew directly towards the Oriental base. They had thought that Remy and the others should have arrived long ago, but they waited for half a day before seeing several large eagles flying in the sky. Several figures could be vaguely seen sitting on the backs of the eagles. Brayden, there are two birds over there. The one with a bit of baldness seems familiar. Yui squinted his eyes and pointed to the side, addressing the elder brother behind him. That bird seems to be the one that previously battled the eagle, belonging to Betty. Lyndon closely watched the birds flying toward them. He discreetly hid his hands behind his back and condensed a powerful wind ball. Once thrown, it would pierce the opponent like countless daggers. Before he could even identify them clearly, their voices reached him. Wilson, long time no see. Are you and your brother well? Really, Betty, this is Yuri. Yuri was excited upon hearing Bryn's voice and happily waved at her. The scene of Bryn's previous battle with the eagle left an indelible impression on him. She was a woman he admired from the bottom of his heart. Seeing the wave, Zyrekking mimicked the gesture by extending her hand but noticed the cloak had slipped off. She hurriedly covered herself again. She remembered Bryn's instruction to cover up properly or risk being dragged off for experiments. Yuri only then noticed there was a girl seated behind Bryn, wrapped so tightly that even her eyes were invisible, not to mention her appearance. After exchanging greetings, Bryn and her group flew up to them. Wilson, I know you're heading to the Oriental base. However, this base is quite special, so I volunteered to come along. Hope you don't mind. Bryn gave Lyndon a standard smile, but he seemed unprepared for this development and did not react promptly. Brayden, Betty is talking to you. Seeing this, Yuri quickly nudged Lyndon. No problem, she can come along. Betty, have you dealt with the people there before? Lyndon heard what Bryn said and assumed she had been there already. Chapter 232, Meeting with the Eastern Base. We haven't dealt with them before, but after so long, if that base is still holding on, it must be extraordinary. Bryn shook her head and then had Myra fly in alignment with the other Da Ying. These few clumsy birds are also worthy to fly alongside me. Bryn, you're humiliating me. Myra looked unhappy. Stop watching so many TV dramas like Dara. You, a mixed-blood phoenix, don't even know what humiliation means. Bryn tapped Myra's little head. Why couldn't her pet be both beautiful and well-tempered? Drew's phoenix beneath her had never said such things. She merely looked at those animals with disdain and would never lower herself to compare with those eagles. Myra was indeed stupidly adorable. Wilson, this person's background is unknown. How can we act together? The speaker was a beast tamer. He immediately recognized the two legendary phoenixes before him. This made him, as a beast tamer, realize his most revered wish of owning a divine beast. It was beyond infuriating to see these two treating the divine beasts like ordinary mounts. Lyndon just glanced at him indifferently. It's not your place to speak here. Do your duty. Yuri followed behind, sarcastically saying, your own savior, and you dare question their background. Have you forgotten the trials you went through? Upon hearing this, the man stiffened. He had been unconscious during the disaster and only later heard from clan members that a woman and a phoenix saved them. Could this woman before him be that savior? Bryn waved her hand indifferently and had Myra proceed towards the eastern base first. The eastern base was easy to find. Wherever zombies gathered, there was the base. In no time, they were above the eastern base. The eastern base had 3 groups of guardians taking turns on guard duty, killing zombies, and collecting crystal cores. This was the changing shift phase, which had become orderly over time. The only issue might have been that recently many people had upgraded to level 5, becoming incredibly irritable. At first, experts claimed it was due to recent stress. But when all level 5 ability users showed similar behavior, everyone realized it was due to their ability upgrade. This caused some issues today among the guards. Why do I only get 3 crystal cores? I've been busy all day, my abilities are totally depleted, 3 cores aren't enough for recovery. If I'm sent into battle without proper recovery, I can't utilize my abilities fully. Who will take responsibility if something goes wrong? A man turned red as if burning hot iron, clearly furious. The new rule is that level 5 ability users receive 3 crystal cores. If you haven't recovered by your next shift, I'll apply for a delay for you. The distributor stood firm, having handled many similar cases today. However, the vein popping out on his forehead indicated he was restraining himself. He was known for his best patience and temperament within the team, hence chosen for this task. He always thought this job was great because what others complained about didn't bother him. But after upgrading to level 5 last night, he found himself unwilling to listen to these complaints today. You're deliberately targeting me. Are you out to get me? Flames started spurting from the man's body. A flame accidentally touched another person, who reacted unusually by jumping aside. Do you want to kill me? I'm just an employee. Whatever the higher-ups say, I do. Is it really necessary to get physical? With that, the distributor waved his hand, producing an iron shovel. Seeing the shovel heading toward the other's head, nothing seemed wrong with the target's head. However, the fire on his head scattered into sparks flying up. Right where Bryn landed. Ouch, trouble came from nowhere. Seeing the sparks approaching Myra, Bryn quickly waved her hand. The sparks instantly changed direction, heading towards the 2 men below. Bryn, you still love me. Myra turned, looking moved. Bryn pursed her lips. You have little feathers left. Burn any more, and you'll be bald. Myra turned back quickly, pretending she hadn't heard and glaring fiercely at the 2 on the tower. Damn it, who attacked me? The flaming man caught the sparks and looked up. My grandpa taught you manners. Bryn retorted directly. You, stinking woman. The fiery man formed a large fireball and threw it at Bryn. Myra rushed to the front, opening her mouth to directly swallow the opponent's flames. Soon, she belched loudly. This fire feels like it has impurities. Myra spat a couple of times on the ground in disdain, then complained to Bryn. The people below were momentarily stunned by the sight of the people in the air, which allowed the fiery man to successfully attack. At this moment, the leaders had already regained their composure. Quickly take the fiery man down, they are our friends who have come to help us. The speaker was the leader of this guard shift. Hurry, go report. He shouted to the person behind him before turning his head to look at Bryn and the others. May I ask, did you receive our base's distress signal? The question was asked cautiously. This was the first time someone had arrived at the base since the distress signal was sent out. Does this mean that their base is saved, and they don't have to endure this hardship anymore? Heston quickly removed the needle from his hand upon receiving the message and hurried towards the city gate. He hoped those people wouldn't cause trouble. Wilson, come over. They're looking for a responsible person. Bryn quickly turned around, revealing Lyndon behind her. Base Hayden Sigh, Lyndon here to discuss with the Eastern base. Lyndon directly declared his identity in mid-air. However, none of them planned to land on the city wall, causing the today's gatekeeper to inwardly cry out in dismay. It must be because of what just happened that scared them off. Mr. Jew, our base leader will arrive shortly. Please be patient and wait. Just as he finished speaking, Heston landed on the city wall. Looking at these young people in the air, he felt somewhat disoriented. Just a few young people, how can they save the base? It seemed their base would indeed have to fight to the death here. Hiding his thoughts, he said to them, I am the leader of the Eastern base. Is the leader of your base nearby? Our 4 bases are now all gathered on Fraser and Fraserunton. Seeing that Heston had a different aura, Lyndon had the large eagle bring him to the city tower but still didn't choose to go down. Chapter 233, Entering the Oriental Base. I'm Lyndon, but there are simply too many zombies on the mountain. And now, zombies are continuously climbing up from the sea. Lyndon glanced at Obdraman's expression before continuing, our mission this time is to see if your base is still surviving. Finians of our bases have been discussing solutions day and night. Obdraman's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. For bases actually came, he originally thought it would be good enough if even one arrived. He was also clear that these bases coming here mainly focused on killing zombies for crystal cores, while saving them might just be a secondary objective. Bryn was also secretly observing Obdraman from the side. A level 5 ability user, yet the ability fluctuation around him felt strangely artificial, much like the ability users in this base. Zach, may I ask how many people and ability users are there in this base? Lyndon's question was rather impolite, akin to directly probing the other party's bottom line. The people behind Obdraman wanted to say something but were stopped by him. Obdraman looked seriously at Lyndon and said, we have about 10,000 people in our base, and 3 out of 10 are ability users. Heaven. 3 out of 10? A young man behind Lyndon exclaimed in surprise, hearing such data for the first time. Bryn found this number even more strange upon hearing it. Even for the strongest bases, the proportion of ability users usually wouldn't exceed 2 out of 10. 10,000 people with 3 out of 10 being ability users, this base could dominate the apocalypse era. Was it because this base was built for scientists, implying that abilities are determined by intelligence? It couldn't be. Bryn negated this idea in her heart. When Obdraman mentioned 3 out of 10, everyone from the Oriental base appeared extremely proud. Lyndon's gaze toward Obdraman changed slightly. If it really was 3 out of 10, they could indeed hold on until now. Lyndon lowered his eyes, hiding his thoughts. Zach, how do we communicate with you? Obdraman quickly had his men pass over their base's specially made walkie-talkies. This walkie-talkie can communicate in real time. Hope Xiao Ju will take it back. Obdraman was very polite to Lyndon, as if he treated everyone like this. Alright, then we'll head back today. After putting away the item, Lyndon started instructing the giant eagles to turn around, preparing to return to the base. Just as they were about to leave, Bryn used her psychic power to send a message to Lyndon, asking for his help to enter the Oriental base. Only after seeing Bryn nod did Lyndon turn to Obdraman and say, Zach, this is Betty, a very powerful ability user from our base, and the person next to her is also joining. They can stay to help. Obdraman's body stiffened momentarily but soon relaxed again. However, this did not escape the eyes of Bryn and Drew. Welcome most sincerely. However, the Oriental base is in crisis, so we may not be able to properly take care of the two of you. Please look after yourselves. Obdraman finished with an apologetic glance at Bryn. No problem, we're here to help, Bryn waved indifferently. As long as she could get inside, maybe she could uncover the secrets beneath or understand the secret of the ability users in this base. Bryn nodded at Drew, and both of them jumped off Phoenix amid cries of astonishment. They landed steadily on the city wall in front of Obdraman. Yuri looked at the two enviously. Brayden, Betty is already so strong. Soraya, you need to level up too. Lyndon thought of the numerous crystal cores on Fraserunt Marrowgang, which explained why he wasn't surprised by Bryn's strength. We'll go, take care, Lyndon said and then led everyone to fly back. Seeing the group out of sight, Obdraman turned to face the two. Mr. Ju mentioned that the two of you are powerful ability users. May I ask what your abilities are? Obdraman added hurriedly, don't misunderstand, just for a simple understanding. She's a fire element ability user, and I'm an ice element ability user. Drew stepped forward and introduced briefly, then pointed to the two behind. These are our friends, strength type ability users. We only need a small place arranged for us. Bryn kept observing the surrounding ability users. Phraseest of them gave her an unnatural feeling, only a few felt self-awakened. Xiao Qi, quickly arrange accommodations for them. Obdraman asked about abilities because he found himself unable to discern the ability levels of these two before him. Either these two were of higher rank than himself, or they had some special means to conceal their powers. He was a level 5 top-tier ability user. He didn't believe there could be anyone of higher rank than himself. It seemed they just had some small tricks. You two are free to walk around the base, but the city gates are dangerous areas. Make sure you're well prepared before going there. Dalen stared intently at Bryn and her companions. Bryn smiled and pointed to the sky. As Wilson said earlier, we're here to help. Of course, we'll do our part. Good, young people are indeed different. Cough, cough. Dalen saw that they weren't panicked by the sight of so many zombies and started to look forward to what they could do. Zach. Baylor quickly stepped forward to support Dalen. I'm fine. You too, I'll go rest first. Just follow Baylor. Dalen waved off Baylor's hand, straightened his chest, and walked down the city tower alone, hands behind his back. Please follow me. Baylor's voice rang out, bringing Bryn back to her senses. Then the two followed Baylor into the Oriental base. The Oriental base was square-shaped, divided into 4 zones: living area, research area, military area, and planting area. Each area had different supervisors. Baylor led them on a full tour, allowing Bryn to finally spot something odd. Ability users were concentrated in the military and planting areas. While soldiers might have better physical fitness, it made no sense for all of them to be awakened. Betty, the base is only this big. We've toured everywhere now. Please head back to rest. Baylor, with Dalen in mind, bade farewell after showing them around. I've arranged your resting area. Someone will guide you to your rooms. Amadeo Chi, please go about your business. We understand. Bryn squinted her eyes, looking at the adjacent planting zone. There, an ability user directly accelerated the growth of a whole patch of plants, then, without any rest, moved on to speed up growth in another area. Chapter 234, The Strange Eastern Base. Even Coil couldn't continuously cultivate such a large area without stopping. The wheat and fruits instantly matured, and the people nearby swiftly harvested the food and dragged baskets of it to the kitchen. There were quite a few psychics inside, who directly carried everything using brute force. It seemed that these were items to be used immediately by the kitchen. This base is really interesting. The vegetables are actually fresh and cultivated every day. Bryn looked at the planting area, seemingly planning something in her mind. I can also plant, for Bryn, said the female zombie, holding Bryn's hand and only daring to speak once she saw no one around. We haven't named you yet. How about we call you Xiaohuan? I hope you can be happy forever, Bryn thought. Let's go. Beryl felt uncomfortable all over ever since they entered the eastern base and kept peering around nervously. Any slight sound seemed to agitate him. Bryn nodded, and both of them hurriedly headed towards the residential area before entering a room. Bryn held Beryl's hand directly. Beryl, snap out of it. Drew, what's wrong with him? Drew stepped forward and tied up Beryl. This is the lair of the dark mainbrain. Can you imagine how powerful the dark forces are? After saying this, Drew extended his hand toward Bryn. Give me 2 spirit stones. Pausing for a moment, Bryn realized Drew specifically mentioned spirit stones, meaning that spirit cores wouldn't work. She took out the spirit stones and handed them to Drew. Watching Drew draw some mysterious gestures, the energy from the spirit stone was directly channeled into Beryl through his brow point. He'll be fine after a good sleep. Drew clapped his hands and sat down on one side. Just like this, we'll keep him bound. Bryn pointed at Beryl but had no intention of loosening the ties. She also sat down and even took out a water cup to drink. We need to find an opportunity to check out that research area. I feel like we might find our answers there. Bryn leaned back, staring blankly at the wall. Do you think this base has any hope of surviving if we hadn't come to rescue it? Hearing Bryn's words, Drew didn't look up and replied, Serais, they would definitely try to save themselves. But it's hard for everyone to survive. It was like that in the previous life. He had left from here and fell into a deep slumber. By the time he woke up and went looking for Bryn, it was too late. Drew, what are you thinking about? Bryn waved her hand in front of his face, snapping him out of his thoughts. Thinking about you, Drew said seriously. Upon hearing this, Bryn's face turned as red as a boiled shrimp. Can you please be serious? Seeing that he wasn't self-aware, Bryn felt helpless again. Knock knock knock. They exchanged a glance, and Drew got up to open the door. Betty, Mr. Fraser, tomorrow morning there will be a guard shift change at the city tower. If you're interested, you can go watch. There are also facilities for your pets near the planting area. Without waiting for a reply from Drew, the person left. This person is also weird, as if we're poisonous or something, running so fast. Bryn poked her head out but was quickly pushed back by Drew. It's raining heavily, be careful. Drew watched the person's back until he closed the door and walked back to join Bryn in the room. Bryn quickly sat down and pulled out the walkie-talkie left for Keaton. This was something she entrusted Keaton to give to Riggs. This walkie-talkie obtained from Benji Foam Tower was a valuable item, modified after the apocalypse, vastly different from those she stockpiled. Meanwhile, in this tent, Riggs had just woken up. He had no idea that he was actually a psychic. His ability was special. He could restructure and calculate in his brain, then proceed to do things accordingly. No wonder he recently found himself getting smarter, solving problems that previously puzzled him. Ding ding ding. A pleasant ringing sound pulled Riggs's thoughts back. He looked down at the walkie-talkie, given to him by Keaton on Bryn's orders. Riggs reached out to connect the walkie-talkie. Hello, Howard Apollon, can you hear me? Bryn's voice came through, and Riggs moved the device further away in surprise. Had this walkie-talkie been modified so powerfully? Hello, is this thing broken? Hearing Bryn tapping the walkie-talkie, he hurriedly spoke to stop her. Missy, I can hear you. Bryn finally sighed in relief. Howard Apollon, did the experiment go well earlier? Serais, as per your requirements, it went smoothly. Riggs glanced at the backpack beside him. Then we'll find an opportunity to give it to Cooper for clinical trials. Bryn was completely confident in what Riggs had made. Once this thing works, she wouldn't believe the dark mainbrain would have any other way to make them kill each other. Alright, everything will be according to your instructions. We just arrived and brought a girl with us. They said you told them to find us at the villa area, so we brought them all along. Riggs's words made Bryn recall something. After a while, she exclaimed, Serais, then arrange for them to fight zombies too. People must be able to protect themselves. Bryn thought of her plan. This was indeed a good opportunity. Okay, we're purifying the crystal cores here, no big issues. Riggs then remembered another experiment he wanted to do, which seemed to show some promise. Good, Howard Apollon, we are at the eastern base now. There is a research area there. I'll check it out tomorrow and talk to you again. The research area strongly attracted Riggs. He had too many ideas in his mind, but the equipment in the tent was far from enough. Okay. He repeatedly said 3 OKs before ending the conversation with Bryn. He then informed Coyle of Bryn's requirements and threw himself wholeheartedly into the next round of research. Sister Elliot, is it really fine for us to be stationed here? Elliot Schwer didn't know either. She only knew that shelter was one thing, but relying on themselves was another in this apocalypse. If not, we'll sign up to fight zombies tomorrow. Elliot Schwer's eyes revealed determination. Fight zombies? We are all ordinary people. How can we fight zombies? Savannah, who spoke, looked pale as she gazed at Elliot Schwer. Why can't we? We have hands, feet, and weapons, Zhao Apollon said, with Coyle following behind her. Both of them held several cold weapons, all of which had been modified by Camila specifically for fighting zombies. Chapter 235, The Lowell Inhibitor makes its appearance. Although you are quite young, it's the end times now. We can't afford to treat you as we used to. Sending you to kill zombies is for your own protection. Coyle was hopeful that they could survive, having witnessed their emergence after overcoming difficulties. They are just worried, not truly unwilling to kill zombies. Elliot Schwer quickly defended them when she saw the two being terrified. Elliot, you should lead them, not excuse their behavior. Goldie's disapproval made Elliot Schwer question if she had been too protective of them. I understand, I'll make sure they're well guided. In just a few minutes, Elliot Schwer's eyes turned from confusion to determination. Goldie and Coyle knew that this girl was changing. Leaving behind their weapons, they left directly. Sister Elliot, they're so aggressive and they've just given us some weapons without caring for us. Serais, we went through so much to get here. These two, who were silent before Goldie and Coyle, began complaining as soon as they left. This time, Elliot Schwer didn't comfort them but squatted down to pick up a weapon that suited her. Then she looked up at the other girls. Besides talking, I hope you can all contribute when we go out to kill zombies. With weapon in hand, she walked aside to study it. These were merely children, seen by some as lambs awaiting slaughter. The two silent psychics picked up weapons too, sitting beside Elliot Schwer and discussing the weapons usage. The others, noticing Elliot Schwer wasn't speaking on their behalf, reluctantly collected weapons. Only one girl glared viciously at Elliot Schwer while inspecting her weapon. Elliot Schwer didn't mind, her goal was to help these kids survive. Tomorrow morning, they would head out to fight zombies. Other bases have reaped rewards within just a day, causing occasional laughter among people, a stark contrast from usual. Commander Zaire, our base's boat is arriving. In the command tent, Keaton looked attentively at the commander. Surprised, Keaton glanced up briefly before looking deeper into the tent. The base is moving. It seems there's a creature near the base planning an attack. Maximus said we have no choice but to move ashore. The commander felt a headache thinking about the creature. They originally intended to clear obstacles for the base to move ashore, yet now with many more bases around, it might not be a wise decision. Why did you call me? The old man ordered me to find Bryn from your team, but I've never met her, hence I called you over. Oh. Find Bryn, she's out on business, I don't know when she'll return. Keaton shrugged, indicating his powerlessness. Out. It's dangerous outside, how will she manage alone? The commander frowned deeply, annoyed at this situation. Seeing Keaton unresponsive, he added, hurry and get her back. She's only one woman, don't let her mess things up for the base. Keaton shrugged again, not wanting to argue, and pulled back the curtain to leave. Returning to the tent, he immediately asked Daylan to contact Bryn. Bryn, Tien City base is coming to Fraser Jen. Upon answering, Keaton rushed to relay the news. But the voice on the other end wasn't Bryn's. Got it. Drew responded, his worry visible as he glanced at the sleeping Bryn. Just moments ago, the black smoke inside Bryn seemed to sense something familiar and erupted powerfully. Bryn exhausted all inherited powers, combined with faith power and his origin force, sealing it away once more in her consciousness sea. This caused her spiritual energy to deplete, plunging her into deep sleep. As for the other bases, besides killing zombies, it seems there has been no other movement. Keaton thought about it. Although Drew and Bryn hadn't explicitly stated their relationship, everyone was aware. So he decided to continue reporting. Hurry up with zombie killing and then focus on enhancing your psychic powers level. Don't forget about Daylan's inhibitor. Drew reminded again. To make this inhibitor effective, we must use it wisely where it matters most. Drew thought that Bryn's faith power was also something urgently needed at present and should be scheduled accordingly. Sure, rest assured. We understand, Keaton responded after seeing Daylan nod in agreement. The moment they heard this, the call on the other side was immediately hung up. Wow, Braden Fraser hangs up so quickly. Coyle smiled, just about to continue when Goldie interrupted him. Braden Shu, Commander Zaire, you need to come over and hold Alisha down quickly. Goldie sounded very anxious. Both of them turned around swiftly and saw Alisha standing up, her eyes instantly open but entirely black. She was struggling fiercely, trying to break free from everyone's attempts to restrain her, even lashing out at her own brother, Gifford. A series of red and blue beams shot toward Gifford but were blocked by Coil's earth shield. This scene made Keaton think of the leader of the CC base. Could Alisha have also been infected? Daylan took out the inhibitor and quickly pressed it against Alisha's forehead. A flash of green light appeared, and the blackness in Alisha's eyes faded away, revealing her original gaze. So this is what Drew meant by using it where it matters. What exactly is this? Coil looked solemnly at the inhibitor on Alisha's forehead. Daylan, how did Sister Shea explain it when she asked you to create this thing? That night, when Preston arrived, Bryn gave me a box with a serious expression, asking me to develop the Lowry inhibitor, saying it would soon come in handy. I didn't expect it to be like this. Daylan circled Alisha again. Although the inhibitor had suppressed her fury, its effect was temporary. Alisha's condition is different from that at the CC base. Look at her, she seems to be regaining consciousness. Keaton noticed Alisha's eyes filled with confusion. Chapter 236, A Sleepless Night. The head of the CC base had an expression filled with determination to succeed. It was clear that this person had acted intentionally. Cooper, there are 4 inhibitors left. We need to use these in Bryn's name. Riggs recalled what he and Bryn had discussed on the phone. All right. If we do it in Bryn's name, we will definitely be drawing a lot of attention. Keaton still had some concerns. He feared it might provoke attacks from others. So Bryn and Drew said that we need to improve our abilities quickly. Currently, level 5 is the highest ability outside, and most of us have already reached level 5. The few young ones left need to hurry up. Riggs looked back at Gifford and Emma. Ellie had always been in logistics, so her ability remained at level 4. Cody was also at level 4, while Kirk, with his special ability, had long upgraded himself to a level 5. Their squad was the only one in the entire base that hadn't experienced any cases of madness. If this information got out, it could spark curiosity and possibly danger towards their team. Howard Apollon, isn't my sister a level 4? She hasn't upgraded to level 5 yet. Why would she display mad symptoms? Fraser over, her condition is much worse than those outside. Gifford watched his sister's somewhat blank expression, feeling very pained. He felt he hadn't protected her well enough. Don't worry. Maybe it's because of what Alisha saw in the sea, Riggs speculated based on past events. It was likely Alisha had seen something she wasn't supposed to. Don't worry, Bryn will return and treat your sister for sure. I've just finished checking Alisha's physical condition and found no abnormalities. Her issues are still related to her ability. Goldie had just conducted a physical examination on Alisha, discovering that her body showed no irregularities. The problem stemmed from her abilities. That night, the squad members all went to sleep with worries on their minds. People from other bases were restless due to the cores they had collected today, with some even starting to use the cores to upgrade themselves overnight. Tonight, many more people would become level 5 ability users. Meanwhile, a massive base fortress was moving towards Frasershan over the sea. Due to its immense size, it moved slowly, trailed by a giant octopus monster. Maximus, why don't you rest for a while? One of Maximus's subordinates stood behind him, carefully suggesting this. Have you detected the creature? Maximus massaged his temples. Aging made enduring long nights difficult. It's still following us. The subordinate quickly lowered his head after speaking. If this monster reaches Frasershan with us, won't it harm all the people there? Is what we're doing right? Maximus looked down at the controller in his hand. If everyone in the base and Frasershan doesn't survive, he would be considered the greatest sinner in China. Maximus, you're overthinking it. What if we all make it through? Inocio lounged with his legs crossed, seemingly careless but intently watching the direction the base was heading. He hadn't anticipated the base's movement being so slow. Despite forcing himself to sleep, he couldn't foresee what would happen next. He could only comfort himself, believing that changing the base's direction might be key to their survival. Maximus stayed silent, both of them staring at the screen ahead. The screen displayed Frasershan. After a long time, Maximus spoke again. Has Bryn been found? Not yet. She's supposedly on a mission. Worthless. Why didn't they keep her in the base properly? Upon hearing that she wasn't around, Inocio's mood plummeted. According to prophecy, the crisis was within the next couple of days. Team Dark 10, inform everyone to find Bryn and ensure she stays put in camp. Inocio cared deeply about the uncertainties surrounding Bryn. This made Maximus glance at him again. It was destined to be a busy night for everyone. Here, Lyndon was still having a meeting with Remy, reporting everything that had happened today to him in detail, including Bryn's request to stay at the eastern base. If Bryn wants to stay there, it must mean she has made some discoveries. Let's find an opportunity to meet her. Remy always maintained trust in Bryn, knowing she always had reasons for her actions. Perhaps that base holds something she desires. Remy, should we save that base or not? Lyndon's question made Remy laugh. How long has it been since this base first sent out a rescue signal? Instead of answering directly, Remy posed another question. Frasier than half a month. Lyndon calculated and realized it had been such a long time. For such a long time, with so many zombies besieging the city, their base has managed to hold on. And you're telling me that those people look calm, not like they're running out of ammunition and food? Remy thought about it and felt that this base was becoming more and more intriguing. Cerise, exactly as you said, and astonishingly, 3/10 of the people in that base are psychics. Lyndon recalled the few bases he had encountered here. With all the psychics combined, there were fewer than 100, yet the other side could have so many psychics, it was just too strange. So, let's wait and see. Did anyone secretly upgrade last night? Seeing Adrian coming in, Remy hurriedly asked about the situation of the psychics. Remy, as expected, these people crave power and had prepared the crystal cores early. Some have already started upgrading. Adrian paused for a moment before continuing. We had to urgently stop another part, but if we don't give them an explanation, I'm afraid there will be unrest tomorrow. Don't worry, everything will become clear tomorrow morning. We'll find Riggs tomorrow. Remy knew that Bryn's team members had all gathered together. Fraser over, according to the information they had gathered, none of the 3 level 5 psychics on their team had exhibited symptoms of madness. This might just be the breakthrough point. Go back and rest now. I still need some time to think. Remy dismissed everyone and sat alone in his chair, occasionally lowering his head to take a sip of tea. The head of the CC base did not sleep either. More accurately, he did not need to sleep. In the evening, he had sensed the power of the mainframe, but unfortunately, before he could establish contact, that power vanished. You're saying people from other bases are taking advantage of this opportunity to upgrade? Upon hearing his subordinate's report, his mood improved immediately. Great, what about our base? Boss, they are all upgrading. I'll go get the crystal core and upgrade myself, then come back to serve you, Virgil spoke cautiously. Unexpectedly, the boss raised his hand to cut off his words. You don't need to upgrade, just rest well. With that, he directly used his psychic ability to toss Virgil out. Outside, Virgil was puzzled but did not dare to act rashly. He could only securely hold onto the crystal core in his hand, waiting for the next opportunity. The next day, when Bryn woke up, she saw 3 pairs of eyes staring at her, as if she were the most delicious cornbread in the world. Chapter 237, Saving People on the City Tower. Pa, who talks about their own steamed bun like that? Bryn quickly flipped and jumped off the bed. Bryn, you're finally awake. The base has already sent people over once. Beryl was back to normal now, able to communicate properly. He didn't remember anything about what had happened before. Aina looked at Bryn worriedly, occasionally poking her. How do you feel? Drew pushed the door open and seeing Bryn awake, hurriedly put down the items in his hand on the table and then pulled Bryn to check on her variously. I'm fine, this time there seems to be no different feeling. I thought I could dream a little. That's good. Have your meal first, then we'll go to the city tower of that base. Drew led Bryn to sit at the table where a bowl of seafood porridge was placed. Did you make this? Bryn sniffed the smell. This doesn't lose to Indira's. Drew stood there and nodded lightly. Made for you, hurry up and eat it. Then he watched as Bryn took one bite after another, finishing everything. Seeing this scene, Drew gave himself a thumbs up mentally. It was indeed right to learn cooking skills. During his seclusion period, he had been constantly pondering these dishes. There will be more delicious things later on. Hearing Drew say so, Bryn's heart skipped a beat. Did he just express his feelings? You won't leave without telling me again, right? Vanishing for half a year, who can stand it? Drew looked at Bryn tenderly. No, never again. Okay, let's go then. Bryn felt if they didn't leave, this place would really be filled with pink bubbles. When they arrived at the city tower, the shift change had already been completed. Those newly posted psychics quickly found their positions and began killing zombies, while others squatted under the city gate, waiting for the opportunity to extract crystals. They then threw the corpses onto tricycles and had them transported away by someone else. No wonder 3 shifts were needed each day. Enduring this long was not easy. They're here. Ishon pulled at his friend's clothes and casually threw out an electric bomb, instantly blowing up a small group of zombies. Humph, coming so late, who knows if they're really here to help, probably here to laugh at us. Ives was usually the unfeeling type in the team, often sticking stubbornly to principles. With so many zombies now, these two say they're here to help, but who knows if they're not just freeloading. Amadeo Gao makes sense. You two don't look like you're here to help, maybe you're here to freeload. A man sneered as he looked at the two, while Ives ignored him. The man wasn't angry either, just sizing up Bryn from head to toe as if plotting something. Bryn, they are too much. Beryl was emotionally stable now, naturally able to feel the hostility from others, which made him very uncomfortable. Aina also agreed on the side. She was a pure zombie and very sensitive to human malice, but her little mind couldn't figure out why humans could be so malicious to each other. Zombies were always united. It's okay, we won't bother with them. Bryn glanced at the man mocking them. She didn't see how industrious this man was either. As for Amadeo Gao, though talking, he never stopped killing zombies with his hands. Drew, since we're here to help, let's get to work. Bryn turned to glance at Drew, competitive spirit blazing in her eyes. She wanted to see how powerful Drew had become after such a long time. Drew curled up the corner of his mouth, then used his legs to push off, leaping swiftly into the air. The next second, he appeared on the city tower, hovering in midair. He then drew runes with both hands, ice arrows rapidly shooting towards the zombies. These ice arrows seemed self-targeting. No matter how the zombies moved, the ice arrows would always hit their mark precisely. If there were any crystal cores, they would be brought out by the ice arrows and dropped back to the city tower, at Bryn's feet. Bryn took a deep breath inwardly. Ice arrows weren't uncommon for Drew. But for every single arrow to be so accurate, With such a huge number of them, there were nearly 100 zombies. Bryn quickly hid her surprised expression and looked around. Seeing those people gaping speechlessly, she suddenly felt she wasn't the only one being shocked. The next second, Drew had returned beside Bryn. Soraya, just a little trick, nothing special. Drew's modesty left the nearby people speechless. Only Bryn knew he was likely telling the truth. For Drew, this was indeed a small trick. Due to the sudden disappearance of nearly 100 zombies, the people under the city tower started picking up and moving the zombie corpses. While moving the corpses, a girl somehow got too close to the outer group of zombies. Bryn happened to glance sideways and saw a zombie raising its green, emaciated claw towards the girl. She pushed off from the ground with both feet and flew directly out. Simultaneously, she lifted her wrist upward, and a fire dragon emerged from her palm. The fire dragon immediately swept up the zombie, dragging all the surrounding zombies along with it. Savannah, shocked, patted her chest in relief. Thankfully, this young lady had saved her. She looked up and sincerely thanked Bryn. At the same time, a streak of golden starlight bounced from the girl's body and ran toward Bryn. "Hey, Drew, did you see that?" Bryn asked uncertainly, afraid it was just an illusion. "Cerise, it's faith power." Drew nodded. It was indeed this phenomenon. So, saving people can generate faith power. Bryn looked at her palm as if understanding but still puzzled. Just as Drew was about to say something, a voice came over. "Help! The zombies on the south side have suddenly increased dramatically. They can't hold on any longer." Ives's actions froze instantly. "Ishon, you stay here with some people to guard. Those zombie corpses are blocking them from coming through for now." Ives instructed and quickly chose a few teammates before they started running along the city tower toward the south. "Hey, wait for us." Bryn waved and shouted. "Miss, I know you have the ability. Please save us. This happens often, and we rely entirely on people like you to hold them back." The last small man said hurriedly to Bryn as he rushed past, then sprinted to the south to rescue others. "Let's go." Bryn put away her playful expression. She didn't say she wouldn't help. Being labeled like this felt truly uncomfortable. Chapter 238, Successfully Collecting Faith Power. "Myra, come quickly." Myra instantly appeared before Bryn, and then she took little Juan, flying straight out. Behind them, Drew walked leisurely towards the south with Daxton. "Drew, isn't Bryn supposed to hurry over?" Daxton noticed that Drew's pace was much slower compared to the hurried people around them. "Give her some time." Drew was still pondering the reason for Bryn's faint last night, feeling it wasn't simple at all. When Bryn arrived in the south, some zombies had already climbed onto the city wall. Surprisingly, they were all psychic zombies of level 3. The people facing ordinary zombies could barely handle them, but against these, they would be eliminated instantly. Myra carried Bryn, flying low, and when the opportunity came, a vine shot out from Bryn, directly binding the leg of one zombie. With a casual flick of Bryn's hand, the zombie, which had just climbed up and was about to bite someone's neck, was flung away instantly. The man who had narrowly escaped death looked at Bryn with lingering fear, his eyes revealing terror. After a few seconds, he started looking at Bryn with gratitude. Ding, received faith power. Bryn happily saw the golden starlight entering her mind sea. Faith power was simply amazing. Next, Bryn instructed Myra to fly to the nearest zombie. She stretched out her hand, punching through the zombie's head, retrieving a yellow crystal core casually. Bryn shook her hand, shedding a protective layer, keeping her hands clean. In the zombie horde, one zombie felt fear as it watched its companions die one after another. It was a level 5 zombie that could control other zombies, leading the psychic zombies to sneak attack this area in hopes of breaking in for a hearty meal. After Bryn dealt with the zombies, she suddenly looked at this zombie intently. "I found you." Bryn let Myra take her right through the zombie sea, bringing her face to face with this zombie. The level 5 zombie immediately tried to control Bryn upon seeing her. If it could control this woman, could it get inside? Bryn felt a mental force stealthily approaching her, but it was too weak. Bryn waved her hand, making the mental force trying to touch her vanish instantly while her own mental force began to expand. "Do you think only you can control zombies?" Bryn stared into the zombie's eyes intensely. The next second, the zombie's entire head exploded. Bryn extended her hand, catching the crystal core that fell into her palm. Aina, watching Bryn's actions, was scared witless and curled up to reduce her presence, fearing Bryn might twist off her head if displeased. After eliminating this zombie, the other zombies lost control and slowly disappeared from the southern gate area. "Heavens! Are you from our base? How have I never seen you before? She is so powerful, she's like a celestial deity protecting us." Endless faith power surged into her body. However, Bryn still noticed that the quantity didn't match. Some people weren't overly grateful and even seemed slightly repulsed. After a while, someone finally mustered the courage to approach Bryn. "Fairy, you saved us. How do you wish we show our gratitude?" The man approaching seemed to be the captain here, speaking on behalf of everyone. Ives, who witnessed the whole process, had a completely new perception of Bryn. "I'm sorry for earlier." Ives stepped forward and apologized directly to Bryn. Bryn understood Ives's previous behavior and admired how she managed to defend for so long. She unintentionally heard that Ives had been guarding the gate continuously for 3 days, absorbing crystal cores when exhausted and continuing to fight zombies. Thus, Bryn waved her hand, deciding not to hold it against him. Obdraman finally arrived, late. Seeing needle marks all over his arms, Bryn became even more suspicious. If it were just regular injections, why on the arm? And those syringes looked thick, reminding Bryn of some unpleasant scenarios. Betty, thank you both for saving our base. All we can do now is guard it to the death, Obduraman said sincerely, followed by a golden starlight floating out from his head. Just happened to be here, no big deal. Bryn waved her hand to stop him from bowing further, indicating that the problem was solved, and she wanted to go back to rest. All right, shall I send a guard with you? Obduraman was genuinely happy that such a great help had come to the base. His men behind him watched Bryn's retreating back with curiosity. He was one of the base's researchers, who had previously been injecting Obduraman in the room. Only after leaving the research area did he appear here. Bryn glanced at him, finding him somewhat familiar. She tried hard to recall but eventually turned her head to the side. The only level 5 zombie here has already been killed by me. Other zombies have fled in all directions. It's temporarily safe. You should take this opportunity to rest and adjust. Having said that, Drew and the others arrived just then, so Bryn quickly pulled them back to the room. She was now very interested in that research institute. She wanted to see what was there. Drew, those needle marks on that person's hands remind me of the experiments conducted on me in my previous life. Bryn subconsciously rubbed her arm, still feeling the pain even now. Those people were devils, using extremely long needles to extract her bone marrow and abilities, just to find out why she didn't have rage syndrome and hoping to replicate it. If she ever met those people again, she would tear them apart. It seems like that laboratory has some secrets. We can visit it in the afternoon, Drew thought for a moment before speaking. They had made an appointment yesterday, but they never went. Today presented a good opportunity to explore. After saying goodbye to the people on the city tower, the two headed straight for the cafeteria. Even before entering the cafeteria, they smelled the aroma of rice. I can actually smell mapo tofu. Where would there be tofu in this apocalypse? Drew, come over here. Seeing the food, Bryn ran directly to the glass cabinet, watching as the cafeteria staff served everyone their meals. 3 dishes, 1 soup, and unlimited rice. This was something that most bases could not match. Betty, you finally came here. I had a hard time finding you. Speaking was Xiao Qi from yesterday. What's up? Bryn looked at him blankly. Hadn't they just parted? Zach is worried about inadequate hospitality here and specially asked me to bring you guys to lunch. Xiao Qi looked seriously at Bryn, noticing she had been staring at the dishes. Hihi, how embarrassing. I want that crispy chicken cutlet. Bryn smiled brightly at the crispy chicken cutlet in front of her. Chapter 239, all the bases have arrived. Next to her, Drew silently noted that Bryn loved crispy chicken fillets, but what he hadn't anticipated was that Bryn enjoyed all delicious food. She was not picky at all. By the time Bryn patted her belly and walked out of the cafeteria, it had already been an hour later. This meal was indeed satisfying. Since that's settled, we should get down to business. Bryn glanced at the 2 sets of wistful eyes around her. Enrique and Buck couldn't eat and just watched Bryn chow down for an hour, their moods now highly unstable. Drew didn't feel anything in particular. After all, watching Bryn eat was an enjoyment for him. The 2 humans and the 2 zombies marched grandly towards the research area. No one obstructed them on the way. Instead, people greeted them warmly. Bryn, why are they so enthusiastic? Enrique noticed how different everyone's attitude was from that morning when they left. His mind struggled to catch up. Yaya Buck also followed behind, showing a puzzled face. It must be because of what happened on the city wall this morning. Everyone knows about it. I think I even gained some faith power points. Bryn tapped her head, feeling very pleased. This meant that the black smoke in the sea couldn't harm her anymore, and she might live a little longer. Bryn, how do you feel now? Drew asked with concern, remembering her previous fainting episode. I'm fine now, feeling particularly good. Bryn patted her chest and urged them to walk faster. Hurry up. I'm really curious about that research area. Meanwhile, Tianxia base, after being at sea for so long, finally arrived at the shore of Fraserianshan. The commander had ordered all base members to gather to welcome the leader. As a result, the shore was packed. Why did the base come directly here? Could it be that Fraserianshan is the most suitable place for our survival? No way. Zombies keep coming endlessly. Look at those hills, there are zombies crawling up. What's going on? Benji Larrow had just disembarked and overheard these words, revealing his foul mood with a grim face. He never thought it would take so long to reach Fraserianshan, suggesting that the mobile fortress he saw as safe might be risky due to its speed. This undoubtedly smacked of incompetence. Maximus. A voice made Benji Larrow lift his head abruptly, and the next second, his eyes turned red. Maximilian stood on a truck with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at his old friend. Hoover, I didn't expect us to meet again in this lifetime. Benji Larrow quickly pushed through the crowd and approached Maximilian. Maximilian stepped down from the truck, and they stood side by side. We old-timers need to persist a bit more. Maximilian patted his old friend's hand, feeling grateful for surviving this apocalypse. Only with gratitude could one see things clearly. Let's go, let's chat inside the tent. Maximilian led his old friend into the large tent of Tianxia base. Adrian wanted to stop them, but Maximilian gave him a look. It's fine. They strode into the tent, leaving the audience outside. Boss, these 2 bases seem familiar with each other. They might ally. Wouldn't we be at their mercy then? Virgil said this aloud. His boss smiled as he watched the 2 men's backs. It doesn't matter. No matter what they discuss, it's all for offering sacrifices to the master. With that, he headed straight into the tent. Only his 2 subordinates heard this. What is he thinking? Virgil felt uneasy upon hearing those words. He sensed that this person was planning something. Perhaps it was an opportunity for him. He needed to find Savannah soon. Savannah had successfully entered Hayden's Cybase using her ability, becoming a squad leader's sweetheart, completely charming him. She extracted information about Hayden's Cybase and also heard the name Bryn. Unfortunately, she learned from the lower ranks that Bryn had died, which brought her a fleeting satisfaction. At the moment, she wasn't interested in the gathering crowd but focused on absorbing crystal cores given by the squad leader to upgrade her abilities. She knew the power of her ability. Any man could be charmed by her. However, she couldn't surpass levels, making her crave power. She wanted everyone to kneel before her. If only Bryn were still alive, she would make her experience disfigurement and the terror of being chased by zombies. Savannah touched her face, the scar serving as a constant reminder since the apocalypse began, causing her never to dare look in the mirror. Even Virgil despised her and abandoned her. After she completed the master's tasks, she would certainly make a thorough complaint. Just then, Virgil lifted the curtain and walked in. "Cousin, my dear cousin." Virgil's words made Savannah stiffen. This cousin of hers was actually only a distant relative from her mother's side, but he always considered himself her cousin, and she had been attracted by his appearance. Every time he called her like that, her face would turn red and her heart would race for a long time. Until Bryn showed her those photos, she refused to believe it. When she went through great hardships to find him, the look of horror on his face when he saw the scar on her face was something she dared not forget even in her dreams. If not for this person, she wouldn't have been sent to the master's bed, and eventually kept by the master who found her ability interesting. Thinking about this, Savannah lowered her head and pursed her lips, then raised her head with a bright smile, turning her scarred side away so as not to frighten him. "Cousin, what brings you here?" Due to her ability, Savannah's voice became extraordinarily seductive. If Virgil's ability level wasn't high, he might have pounced after hearing those words. "Cousin, I have no choice. The boss has gone mad." Virgil moved forward and grabbed Savannah's hand. Savannah hadn't suffered much because she had always served others, and her hands remained tender. Virgil stroked them absent-mindedly. Savannah naturally knew what he was thinking and silently withdrew her hand. "Cousin, don't talk nonsense. How could the master be crazy?" In her heart, she thought, that person was already crazier than anyone else. Sarais. Really, the boss was muttering to himself today, talking about sacrifices and saying that everything must die. Hearing this, Savannah stiffened again. She had heard those words before but had assumed they were just sleep-talking. After some thought, she looked up again, directly using all her abilities. "So, cousin, what do you plan to do?" Chapter 240, The Prey Always Brings Surprises. Virgil's eyes suddenly became dreamy. "Cousin, let's go to Hayden's Cybase and expose the master's secret. If we do this, we can be recognized as meritorious contributors there. Perhaps they'll treat us even better. Being by the master's side, we're always at risk of losing our lives." Savannah listened carefully to his words, missing the glint in Virgil's eyes. When she looked up again, his gaze was dreamy once more. "Cousin, have you ever loved me?" Savannah finally asked this question. She couldn't bear it. She couldn't accept that all her years of admiration would end like this. "Of course, my dearest cousin. Everything I do is for our future together," Virgil replied, looking at Savannah with deep affection. Savannah wiped away her tears. "Is what cousin said true? Will you treat me well?" A flicker of impatience flashed in Virgil's eyes but quickly disappeared. "Sarais, as long as we go to the base and expose the master's true identity, we will definitely get credit for it." Savannah nodded, her purple ability dissipating into the air. Seeing this, Virgil pretended to come to his senses. "Cousin, what just happened?" Savannah smiled. "Cousin must have been too busy lately. You should go back now. We can discuss another time when we'll go see Mr. Ara." Virgil nodded slightly and quickly left the tent. Just then, he cast a look of disgust behind him. Still playing the role of a rich miss, huh? Just a trash, with such a perfect opportunity, I don't believe you won't fall for it. Back in her room, Savannah thought about it and decided to report the matter to Mr. Ara herself. If something went wrong, at least she wouldn't drag her cousin down. She made up her mind and started tidying up. She had just upgraded to level 5, and surprisingly, it really did mesmerize him. It seemed she needed to enhance her abilities further. As long as she became powerful enough, she wouldn't have to worry about her cousin betraying her loyalty. When the squad leader returned to the tent after completing his task, Savannah used her ability. "Jerson, today someone from 1111 base gave me an important message. But this information can only be told to the person in charge of the base. It's of great importance." Savannah leaned slightly against the man. The squad leader showed a hint of hesitation in his eyes. "Do you want to meet our leader?" "Sarais, this is extremely important for the base," Savannah continued persuading him. Speaking of the squad leader, he was rather amusing. He was still a virgin, having refused every advance she made because he didn't want premarital relations. "Jerson. All right, I'll try. Today, I promise I'll get you to see Mr. Ara." After saying this, the squad leader immediately pushed Savannah away and fled. Only when he ran near Hoover's tent did the heat on his face subside. "That woman is formidable. I almost couldn't resist her." He shook his head and walked into the tent. Upon seeing Aziel, he casually sat beside him. For your sake, I almost compromised my virtue with that fierce woman," the squad leader said quickly, pouring himself a cup of tea. Seeing that Aziel wasn't paying attention, he didn't get angry but waited quietly next to him. It was clear they were old acquaintances. After about 10 minutes, Aziel closed his book and looked up at the squad leader. Thanks for your hard work. What brings you here? You, taking advantage of the situation. That woman said she has something important to report to Hoover. The squad leader casually flipped through the documents Aziel had just verified, who didn't stop him. This guy held a higher rank than him, so he had to salute him upon seeing him. There was no point in stopping him. The fish has taken the bait, hasn't it? Who did she meet today? Since the first day that person arrived, Aziel knew their intentions weren't pure, and the squad leader was personally sent to monitor them, watching what they were up to. It took only 2 days for the real motive to show. The person responsible at 1111 base, surnamed Jiang. They talked for a long time inside. His ability level is high. I didn't dare to get too close, the squad leader said, thinking of how he had crystal cores but couldn't upgrade yet, feeling quite frustrated. When will I be able to absorb these crystal cores and upgrade to level 5? Look outside, everywhere are level 5 ability users. The squad leader counted the increasing number of crystal cores daily but couldn't do anything with them. Don't worry, it should be soon. Aziel thought of how Hoover had instructed someone to invite Daylan before going to the tent. They should have met by now. What do we do now? Really take her to Hoover? The squad leader was quite troubled thinking about that woman. He had already retired and was planning to find a reliable wife, settle down with children, but now he had to sacrifice his appearance for the mission. Were it not for you being the only level 4 ability user, just one step away from level 5, Aziel finally had some time to tease him. You know what? That woman has leveled up too. The squad leader recalled how he almost fell under her hallucinatory ability today. It genuinely scared the life out of him. Fine, I'll report this now. You head back immediately and keep an eye on her closely. Aziel picked up the documents on the desk and walked out directly, leaving behind just a few instructions. Only then did the squad leader grumble as he left, wishing to go fight zombies rather than face that ominous woman again. Once that woman is done, he would definitely ask Aziel to thoroughly disinfect his tent. Bryn and the others had successfully passed through security and entered the research area. Bryn, what is this place? Eunice was very curious about it. This seems to be Chinese medicine. It looks like there are dedicated people responsible for their cultivation here. Bryn observed her surroundings. The growth conditions of these herbs were roughly the same, which could only mean they had specialists nurturing them. Why are all those houses white over there? Why all white? Eunice pointed to several short and plump little houses nearby. Maybe each scientist has their own temperament. Bryn sarcastically speculated. Haha, this young friend sure speaks entertainingly. An elderly man in a white coat walked over from not far away. Judging by his appearance, he had just come out of the lab, still holding a glass bottle. I got tired of staying in the lab and couldn't figure out how to solve the current predicament, so I came out for a walk. Seeing them, the elderly man raised the glass bottle in his hand. Chapter 241, Enemies Meet, Eyes Turn Alia. Bryn's gaze darkened at the sight of the glass bottle. This glass bottle and the black object inside looked oddly familiar. Seeing the elder treat it so casually, she surmised that this item must be very common here. Hello, we just came to visit the research area, and we were just joking with them earlier. Bryn masked her probing look and, lifting her head, was once again the bright, innocent girl. The old man has nothing better to do now, shall I take you around? The elder became immediately interested upon realizing they were visitors. Anyone allowed to visit this place must have Obdraman's approval. These people must be special. Would that be too much trouble for you? Bryn felt today was turning out incredibly lucky. Having the elder guide them would surely be better than wandering aimlessly. Not at all, not at all. The elder waved his hand and led Bryn and her group towards the white buildings. These houses appear white but are actually made of special materials resistant to explosions, fire, and smoke from the outside. The elder spoke proudly about this. Why only from the outside? What about inside? Eunice turned into a curious child. The elder seemed nonchalant when asked this way. If something happens inside, it'll definitely blow up. He then pointed to a not-so-distant area. See there. That dark patch is where a lab exploded recently, but it didn't affect the surroundings. Only after seeing this did Bryn and her group nod, continuing their approach. Look at this room. Though it appears white, one wall is transparent glass, allowing a clear view of what experiments your people are conducting. The elder excitedly showed them the progress of the experiments. Before they could get closer, Buck called out loudly, "Why?" Bryn just held her hand without speaking. When they got closer, she understood what Buck meant. Zombies. And they're alive. Bryn was startled by the scene in the laboratory. Fraser astonishing was the fact that researchers were inserting steel needles as long as arms into the zombies' heads. Eunice instantly covered his own head at the sight. Buck also felt uneasy and moved around uncomfortably. They aren't scared. Don't worry, these zombies don't feel anything, the elder chuckled, stroking his beard with his other hand. What are they doing? Why use live zombies instead of dead ones for experiments? Aren't corpses easier to control? If they fail to subdue these live ones, wouldn't it be counterproductive? Bryn was puzzled. The elder shook his head amusingly. Only living zombies have the substances we need in their brains. Oh, what is that substance? This was the only thing Drew had said since entering. With a mysterious expression, the elder leaned forward and said, "It's called spirit energy." Upon hearing this, Bryn froze, while Drew lowered his eyes, giving no hint of his thoughts. The elder seemed to know how they would react. "Old man, how do you know it's called spirit energy? It sounds like something from a novel, Bryn concealed her emotions, stepping slightly forward for a clearer view. Of course, I have my methods. It's an excellent thing that can rapidly awaken latent abilities. Do you want to try? The elder's words prompted Drew to quickly glance at him, trying to read something from him. Unfortunately, he saw nothing more than an ordinary old man, not even a metahuman. Right. Drew suddenly looked at Bryn. Their eyes met, and Bryn nodded slightly. It appeared both of them thought along the same lines. This was a research area, yet those wearing white coats were all regular humans. The ones restraining the zombies were all soldiers. Could this be a coincidence? Seeing they weren't talking, the elder was about to ask again, knowing no one could resist the allure of enhanced power. But before he could speak, Bryn pointed at what he was holding. Is this also extracted from zombie brains? After pondering for a few seconds, the elder slowly nodded. Cerise, and the stuff inside zombies' heads is much more plentiful. I'm researching how to deal with it. This explained why earlier, the elder had been wandering around with it in hand. Hearing this, Bryn's first thought was that they must have plenty of the black substance. Fraser over, if they had managed to separate the two substances, they might truly be humanity's only hope for salvation. Seeing Bryn lost in thought, the elder's eyes twinkled with a smile, his lips slightly curling upwards. Drew happened to catch that slight upward curl of the elder's lips. The elder continued leading them around. Along the way were mostly genetic modifications of animals and plants, relatively routine stuff. Until they finally stopped in front of the last white room. Inside lay a person, hooked up to various machines, while beside them, someone in a white coat was holding a long needle aimed at the person's head. What's this for? Bryn pointed at the scene behind the glass, her face full of confusion. This is what our base excels at most. The elder's smile grew even wider, and the previously amiable old man seemed to take on an eerie edge. Excels at? Bryn looked at the elder, puzzled. We help people develop their latent abilities. The moment the elder said this, Bryn stiffened instantly. So that's artificial powers. Bryn slowly spoke these words, unable to believe what she saw through the glass after saying it. Artificial powers? How could that be possible? Just then, a figure appeared before Bryn. On the other side of the glass, a woman carrying a tray opened the door and walked toward the lying man, her eyes filled with excitement. Bryn quickly moved closer to the glass. Harriet, it was her. That professor who tormented her the most in her previous life was actually from Dongfang Base. But why would she end up in their southern base? What had happened to Dongfang Base? But Bryn couldn't dwell on these thoughts now. All she could think about was killing Harriet. This woman had made her suffer endlessly in the lab, making her beg for mercy countless times. Just when she thought Harriet might show some compassion, the latter would give her the maximum dose of drugs and draw more blood. Harriet claimed that only when Bryn was in despair would she secrete more of the substances she needed. The day Bryn self-destructed was also the day Harriet announced her research results. That was how Bryn managed to gather enough strength and ultimately detonate herself, taking everyone with her. Missy, what are you thinking? Drew reached out and held Bryn's hand. Chapter 242. How to make an enemy wish they were dead, a truly daunting task. He noticed her hands were icy cold. In his previous life, when he rushed there, Bryn had already self-detonated. He had never met anyone from the lab, nor did he know that the person in front of him had tortured Bryn for months. So, he quickly initiated time reversal and brought Bryn back to before the apocalypse. Looking into Bryn's eyes filled with hatred, he seemed to recall something, then gently squeezed her small hand. Missy? Only then did Bryn snap out of it, looking at Drew with eyes brimming with fragility and terror. This was the first time Drew saw this look in Bryn's eyes. Since being reborn in this world, she had always been firm and decisive, never showing such vulnerability. What inhuman torture must she have endured in that laboratory? Thinking of this, Drew silently memorized the appearance of the woman in front of him. Soon, Bryn would be able to take revenge on her enemy. The elder seemed to notice Bryn's abnormal state. I'll guide you back the same way. The young lady might be scared. Hehe, old man, how could Bryn be scared? Beryl said, only to receive a glance from Drew. Instantly, he deflated. No need, we know the way back. Drew refused. The elder glanced over them and finally relented. Alright, it looks like the experiment here is about to succeed. I'll go check it out. Drew nodded and led Bryn back, who was still dazed. The two creatures behind them hurriedly followed suit. On the way, Bryn didn't speak a word. Her mind was already concocting countless ways to make the other party suffer. But even then, she felt it wouldn't satisfy her thirst for revenge. Letting this person die easily would feel like a huge loss. Drew held her hand silently without a word. Seeing the tense atmosphere, the two creatures behind dared not speak either. It wasn't until they returned to the room that Bryn hadn't decided what to do yet. She was pulled by Drew to sit on a chair. She hadn't noticed when Drew disappeared. While holding her hand, she was deep in thought again but was eventually drawn by a fragrance. Smells delicious. Is this seafood soup? Bryn lifted her chin, eyeing the bowl in Drew's hand. A milky white soup filled with various kinds of seafood, and even soft tofu. Drew placed the seafood soup in front of her. Would you like to try? Only now did Bryn realize she was hungry. Lunch had long been consumed while touring the lab. She thought, such fresh soup should be paired with rice, shouldn't it? In the next second, her spoon dug up a spoonful of plump, soaked white rice from the bottom. Surprised, she looked at Drew, noticing his expression remained unchanged, though his eyes betrayed a hidden smile. Bryn gratefully finished the entire bowl of soup. Wiping her mouth, she asked with some puzzlement, aren't you eating? Just watching me eat like this. I'm not hungry, had too much for lunch. Drew picked up the bowl and prepared to wash it. Hastily, Bryn called out behind him, you don't ask what just happened to me. The two creatures beside her exchanged confused glances. They had no idea what happened, only that the soup indeed smelled good. Drew turned around, are you ready to tell me? Seeing Bryn hesitating without a reply, he left the room, giving her space. The two creatures also exited under Drew's gaze. In the kitchen, Drew instructed the two zombies, don't disturb her, if you upset her, you will suffer. Beryl stood up straight, only you can upset her, we won't. Drew gave him a stern look, then continued, and don't wander off. If someone discovers your identities, it'll be troublesome. He refrained from saying more, don't go near the lab or else misfortune might strike. Knowing Beryl's nature, the more he said this, the more likely he'd run towards the lab. By the time he returned to the living room, Bryn was staring straight at him. You ran away before I finished talking, really ungrateful, Bryn pouted, noting his perceptiveness but lack of comforting ability. Drew sat down beside her, looks like you're ready to tell me. Bryn sniffed, I've been thinking of ways to kill that person so I can feel better. Drew stroked her hair, did you think of anything? Bryn sighed, that's the problem, I haven't. Drew smiled, since that's the case, leave her to me, I'll definitely make you satisfied. You really mean it? Bryn suddenly looked up, only to bump directly into the other's arm. Ouch, do you have iron hands? Bryn rubbed her forehead while batting Drew's hand away. Amused, Drew pulled her hand away and gently massaged her forehead. It was indeed red. Missy was always so delicate, in her previous life, she must have suffered greatly. Really, trust me. Drew looked earnestly into Bryn's eyes. Bryn was momentarily stunned, a flash of blue flickered in his eyes, like the sea, and she felt as if she were floating in this vast ocean. She covered her chest and quickly pushed Drew, who was getting closer, away. Don't come any closer, you're trying to take advantage of me again. Missy, when will you accept me? Drew looked at her with a hurt expression. He had already confessed his feelings, and he could sense that Bryn felt differently about him too. Seeing the hurt in his eyes, Bryn actually felt a twinge of pain and spoke frankly, wait until the primordial power inside my mind disappears. Only then can I determine whether it's truly me feeling this way or being influenced by your primordial power. Alright, I'll wait for you, we have plenty of time. Seeing Bryn's conflicted look, Drew reassured her not to worry. Then he took out a few 4th level crystals. You still have 4th level crystals? But it seems these crystals won't help me much anymore. Bryn shook her head and didn't reach out to take them. Drew placed the crystals on the table and explained, these aren't for you to absorb. Try to see if you can strip away the black force from them. Bryn wasn't upset by the misunderstanding. After all, she hadn't considered stripping away the black force before. Previously, she used spirit springs to cleanse the crystals, and later, Howard Apollon used the spirit spring to create special small boxes that allowed everyone to use spiritual cores freely. What should I do? Bryn looked bewildered at Drew, she had no idea how to do it. Instead of wasting time guessing, she decided to ask directly. And why can't you? Chapter 243, Rage Inhibitor. Your power is rather unique, and you're the only one with black energy inside your body without being eroded by it. You can more accurately sense the strength of this black energy. Drew gently tapped Bryn's head. Bryn shrugged helplessly, not expecting that she could also become a chosen one, just the unluckiest one. At the same time, she felt relatively fortunate since Drew could reverse time, giving her another chance to start over. I'll give it a try, don't disturb me for a while, Bryn said lazily as she sat on the chair and started to examine the crystal cores placed on the table by Drew. In a tent by the seaside, Prince and Remy exchanged information about what happened between them after resting for the afternoon. The two returned to the tent again. Remy, you said this morning that Bryn once saved hundreds of lives and even gave you a large ship. Prince was somewhat incredulous, amazed at such an impressive person. Seeing Remy nod, he had no choice but to believe it. And their base hadn't kept track of her well, so they still didn't know where this Bryn went. Where's Preston? Get him here. He came here this time with Bryn's squad. Prince instructed the nearby guard before turning his head to continue discussing with Remy. Remy handed him a cup of tea. Don't worry, I've already asked someone to invite Daylan and others. Daylan, who's he? Prince looked puzzled, which made Remy chuckle. Prince, there are many hidden talents in your base, how could you not notice? Remy patted his old friend's shoulder, almost relishing the irony. Prince grumpily sipped his tea. This tea is really good, Remy. In such an apocalypse, there was still such quality tea. His old friend was truly extraordinary. You mentioned Bryn is the only level 6 power wielder in your base, which is quite possible. Look at the level 5 power wielders here now. Remy shook his head, continuing, based on our observations over these 2 days, the more level 5 power wielders absorb crystal cores to boost their abilities, the more aggressive they become. And you heard the report this morning, some of them have already started hallucinating. Remy's expression grew serious. They were originally meant to serve the people, and no matter when, they must shoulder their responsibilities. Prince nodded, Cerise, we can't let those people freely absorb crystal cores anymore. But how exactly should we handle this? Remy leaned back, tossing the question back. Everyone was very keen on crystal cores now. Whoever tried to seize anyone's core would be asking for trouble. Just as Prince was about to speak, Adrian pulled aside the curtain and led Apollon AO in. Old friend, we meet again. Apollon AO knew instantly that Remy was looking for him when he saw Adrian. He also had a rough idea why Remy needed him. Remy, didn't expect both of us have such good fortune to survive. Apollon AO waved and directly walked to sit opposite the two. Knowing that the other party just didn't want to mention past events, Remy poured him a cup of tea. This is Prince, the leader of the Heavenly Market Base. Remy's introduction merely got a slight nod from Daylan. Prince, this is Mr. Apollon AO. Remy's words made Prince straighten up quickly. So you're the top genetic scientist we urgently recalled before the apocalypse. Prince couldn't believe that Apollon AO was this person. According to the records, Apollon AO should already be 85 years old. But the man in front of him looked like he was only in his 60s, full of vigor. Daylan saw the disbelief in the other's eyes and knew what was going through his mind. This was also why he didn't immediately seek out Prince when he arrived at the base. Apollon AO took out a small pin-like object from his pocket and placed it on the table. I know why you called me. You want to ask if the genes of power wielders have been altered, if there's an aggressive factor within them, Apollon AO said, making the other two stop drinking tea simultaneously. This thing is called a rage inhibitor, which I made while I was in the Heavenly Market Base, Apollon AO continued, causing Prince to spray his mouthful of tea. Such a big shot was in their base conducting experiments and even finished ahead of schedule, yet he didn't detect any of it. He must really be getting old and clueless about his own base. Remy immediately thought of Bryn. Only that girl had the capability to provide opportunities for Apollon AO's experiments. Was it Bryn? Remy asked softly. Soraya, she found impurities inside the crystal cores and asked me to research it. We discovered that a certain amount of these impurities can make people become aggressive, but we are not clear on exactly how much is required, Apollon AO said, leaving space for Remy to chime in. This is happening right now, especially when power wielders level up from grade 4 to grade 5, and it gets worse as they advance further. Prince also put down what he was holding. He had been shocked at first by the delay in his information, but now he truly believed this person could solve their dilemma. Apollon AO nodded. I've only managed to develop 5 rage inhibitors. One has already been used on a member of our team, Alicia. She has stabilized. Alicia had just woken up as Apollon AO was about to leave. Her consciousness was clear, and she had returned to her normal self. You can send someone to inquire and you will understand, Apollon AO, noticing the two elders fall silent, kindly reminded them. No, we didn't mean that. I was just wondering why there's only one here when you mentioned making 5. Remy stared at the object on the table, determined to obtain it. Cerise, I was thinking the same thing. Prince hurriedly joined in after Remy spoke. There's only one available, and everyone would want it for their own trusted ones. Oh, I only brought one out. The others are still in our tent. Upon hearing this, both elders quickly stood up and simultaneously said, I'll send someone to get them. Apollon AO smiled. Our tent is the safest place. With the two looking puzzled, Apollon AO stood up as well. Think about how this item can be utilized to its fullest potential. With those words, Apollon Laro left the tent, leaving the two elders staring at each other. Remy, this? Prince pointed at the object on the table. Remy laughed helplessly. We only have one. Do you really want to conduct experiments? We should indeed think about how to use this rage inhibitor effectively. Chapter 244. People controlled by black smoke. Just as they were struggling with how to use the items, an opportunity came knocking. Soon, they understood why Riggs said their own tent was the safest. At the 1111 base, under the direction of its leader, all crystal cores were used on one person. That person was now at the maximum level 5 status. If all of 1111 base's crystal cores were given to him today, he would become the only level 6 psyker in this area. Then, it would be up to them to rule this place. If Bryn were here, she would surely smile and say that the sky was still bright, and there was no need for daydreams. So instead of going out to kill zombies, the man walked around between bases, observing. This was what the leader intended, to let him show off outside so everyone would know about the power of their base. But when he passed by the Tien City base, he met another max level 5 psyker. After leveling up, he could sense the difference in psionic abilities between himself and the other person. Now, the other person's PSY power made him feel threatened. That person was Cooper. Keaton had just come out of the commander's tent and was about to return to his own when a blind fool blocked his way. Hey, you're the same level as me. Let's have a competition. He remembered what the leader had said. To make all bases look highly upon their 1111 base. Now was the best chance. Same level, and after he brutally defeated the opponent, their base would naturally gain fame. Keaton glanced up slightly at the man in front of him. In such heavy rain, this person was walking around like this, clearly not very smart. He pulled down the hood of his raincoat and prepared to walk around the other person. How dare you ignore me? Who do you think you are? The other person immediately attacked, a wind blade flying toward Keaton's hood. Keaton quickly dodged to the side and threw a lightning ball from his hand. The other person seemed unprepared for Keaton's agility, and the lightning ball hit him directly. It didn't hurt, but it infuriated him, making him feel he had lost face. It made him furious, looking at the man in front of him as someone who deserved to die. How could this person upset him so much? Thus, he spread his arms, rapidly summoning a tornado in the air. The tornado came from the sea, crushing tents along its path. Those in the tents either protected themselves with PSY powers or were swept into the tornado if they were ordinary people. Fraser people gathered around, some trying to save their friends by using PSY powers against the tornado. This only fueled the man's anger, initially wanting to defeat the person in front of him, now he wanted to kill all these people. In the next second, his eyes turned black. Seeing this, Keaton thought, not good. This man is being controlled by black smoke. He swiftly summoned lightning power and quickly rescued those innocent people caught in special positions within the tornado. By the time Elders Ara and Benji arrived outside under protection due to the tent being destroyed by the tornado, the person's 4 tornadoes had formed, floating in the air, his black eyes terrifying. What's wrong with this guy? He's a level 5 psyker, we can't possibly win. Soraya, why did he summon a tornado? His eyes turned black, while Zombie's eyes turn white. Is there a connection? Seeing people speculate wildly, Remy grew even more irritable. The moment he stepped out, he already held something in his hand. The 2 elders hurriedly called over the guards, learned the details, and couldn't help but look at Keaton. On seeing him, Remy recognized him immediately. Cooper, are you alright? Remy went directly to Keaton's side. Keaton turned his head, recognizing Remy, nodded briefly, and continued rescuing people without time for greetings. Lightning power helped pull out some ordinary people, while more were seen swirling away in the tornado. This person is too scary. I don't believe it that all our combined powers can't compare to his. Unknown voices spurred the Psychers' resolve, as they believed they must protect their own. Seeing everyone attacking him, the man paused momentarily, then concentrated all his strength. If that's the case, you will all die. People finally felt the disparity between levels. A newly leveled up level 5 Psyker versus a max level 5 Psyker, the difference was immense. Remy looked at Keaton beside him and stopped his hand that was busy saving people. What are you doing? Keaton glanced irritably at the elderly hand in front of him. Cooper, only you can stop him. Use this on him. Remy fumbled to take something out of his pocket. He had already thought of a solution just now. Keaton lowered his head and saw the suppressor of frenzy carelessly left on the dining table by Riggs. He nodded. It was indeed the best time, as Bryn said, to demonstrate the effect of the suppressor of frenzy and reveal that person's true face in front of everyone. Keaton took the object, carefully removed his raincoat, then pushed off the ground with all his might, sending himself soaring into the sky. Using his powers, he avoided the tornado blocking him. With a puzzled look on the man's face, Keaton firmly slapped the suppressor of frenzy onto the man's forehead. The tornado vanished instantly, and those caught inside were plummeting rapidly. Seeing everyone still stunned, Keaton quickly shouted, "Hurry up and save them." The Psychers then used their utmost abilities to ensure those falling landed safely. Looking around again, all tents surrounding Keaton's were shredded by the tornado. But Keaton's tent remained intact, with a little girl lifting the flap. Hey, where did all the tents go? Why are there so many people standing here? And why is everything in such a mess? A series of questions chilled the hearts of those outside even more. Alicia, come back. Riggs called from behind. Okay, the little girl smiled at Keaton before obediently returning to the tent. Remy muttered to himself, no wonder he said their tent was the safest. That man's eyes gradually lost their blackness due to the suppressor of frenzy Keaton applied. In everyone's eyes, a wisp of black smoke rose from the man's head. What is that thing? It doesn't look like anything good. The man's eyes returned to normal, but his face wore a confused expression. Chapter 245, it's time to show off in front of everyone. This thing isn't the reason for the apocalypse, is it? What if that person woke up? Wait, why do I hear something about an end-of-the-world reward? You know what, I heard it too. What does that person mean? Right, could that black smoke really be the cause? The man passively accepted various sounds entering his ears. At this moment, a girl around 15 or 16 appeared in his line of sight. Hey, are you alright? He looked at the girl in front of him, seeming to recall something. His mouth trembled, ready to say something. In the next second, the girl turned back and said to the man who had just fought with him, "This person is fine, not dazed yet." Keaton nodded slightly, a smile on the corner of his mouth, then he spoke to Goldie, "Thanks, Dr. Apollon." His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but everyone around could clearly hear it. That person is a doctor. Such a young kid, a doctor. Who would believe it? As soon as these words were spoken, Goldie had already walked over to the ordinary person who had been slammed to the ground by the tornado. Golden starlight fell onto the person's body, the wounds rapidly healing. The person, who had been constantly holding their chest and coughing, quickly found relief. Heaven. A healer ability user. This girl is so powerful. That's just an ordinary person. What's the big deal? Some people still looked at Goldie disdainfully. Goldie curled her lips, catching sight of an ability user out of the corner of her eye, one who had been injured by an ability attack. There was still some energy from wind blades lingering on his arm. Goldie walked over and placed her hand on the other's arm. Soon after, the energy was quickly neutralized, and the wound healed swiftly. The person looked at his smooth arm as good as new, recalling the sharp pain from earlier, then gazed at Goldie. This person is indeed a doctor. We fight to the death out there. Healer ability users are so rare, so what if she's just a little girl? These words made everyone look at Goldie differently. Goldie glanced at Keaton, knowing it was time to show her true skills. You guys, carry that person over to the small tent next to ours. It was only then everyone noticed that next to the prominent tent, a mini tent had been set up sometime. Hurry, don't just stand there. Goldie walked toward the small tent. She mumbled under her breath, "Delay my saving someone, you'll take the consequences." Seeing such arrogance from a little girl, the crowd was ignited with curiosity to see if she was the real deal. Thus, when the seriously injured were carried on stretchers, the tent entrance became packed, with no room to squeeze through. And this was exactly the effect Goldie wanted. Coyle and Gifford stood at the tent entrance, leaving the crowd outside to crane their necks to watch. Goldie chose this person specifically because the injuries were severe enough. A metal rod went straight through the body, right where the heart was located. That was precisely why Goldie chose this person. Saving this person would naturally make everyone believe in her. She took out the sterilized surgical tools just delivered. Of course, she wasn't going to use a scalpel to save the person. She only needed these auxiliary tools to help remove the object, making it easier to utilize her ability. The moment the person lying on the stretcher was brought in, Kirk and Cody held him down using their abilities to induce dizziness. Ideally, creating hallucinations to block out external pain. Heaven. Is this person going to cut the flesh open? What if there's excessive blood loss? In such a simple operating room, how can anyone be saved? It's sheer nonsense. The one who spoke was from the 1111 base, tasked by the owner to incite conflict between this girl and everyone else. As for why, that wasn't for him to ask. Kirk gave that person a straight look, and the person immediately closed his eyes standing there, seemingly lost direction. He couldn't speak anymore, his expression showing he was caught in a nightmare. If it weren't for our captain's kindness, I wouldn't have helped either. Goldie loudly said this, hoping for questions. Who's your captain? Is your captain stronger than you? Sarais. Why not finish what you started? Tell us. Oh come on, why are you troubling a little girl? She has to save people. She started. While they talked, Goldie had already made the cut with the scalpel. Blood flowed out instantly, but she used her ability to stop it rapidly. However, this alone couldn't save the person. After checking, Goldie shouted to the outside, we need a metal ability user who can last for more than 10 minutes. Adrian, who had left Dalen's side, quickly walked up to Goldie and said to her, Miss Apollon, it's been a long time. I'll do it. Goldie nodded and then began instructing Adrian, you need to control the metal very precisely. This rebar is next to the heart. When you pull back each step, I will repair it in time. If our speed is not consistent, this person won't make it. God, are they really going to let her experiment on the wounded? A sudden voice popped out. Goldie smiled, Mr. Brantley, then we shouldn't save him. Perhaps that person has a way to bring people back directly. Seeing that Goldie had actually stopped, the injured person's friend quickly pushed through the crowd, walked up to the man, and loudly cursed, raising his fist to strike. What are you babbling about? Can you revive my friend? If not, don't waste Dr. Apollon's time. The man didn't dodge even when hit, instead, he displayed his swollen face prominently before everyone. Are you speechless now? It seems you also want to kill your friend. The friend of the injured person was flushed red from anger by these words, lifting his hand to summon his ability to kill him, only to be stopped by Coil eventually. Have you ever thought that she is so young, a healer, and can also perform surgery? Isn't that too coincidental? The man saw his attempt blocked, continuing. As he spoke, a wisp of black gas flashed in his eyes. This scene was captured by Gifford exactly. Everyone looked quickly, there are black threads in that man's eyes. Could this be intentional? Gifford shouted it out loud. Afterward, the man affected by the black gas realized what was happening. He swiftly approached the man and shouted loudly, I think I see them too. Right after he said that, the inhibitor on his forehead started flashing red. In front of everyone, black smoke floated out from the speaking man's brow, then got absorbed by the inhibitor. Chapter 246, the foreshadowing has been set. That thing, I forgot to ask about it just now. What was it? Soraya, it felt like you returned to normal when you had it on. Do you feel anything? Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Goldie quickly instructed Adrian to help rescue the others. The crowd outside was all drawn by the suppressors of rage. People around him also started to chat amongst themselves. Tell us, how does it feel? Does it hurt? Sarais, does wearing this thing mean you won't turn into one of them? Your eyes were all black just now, that was scary. Exactly. The man touched the back of his neck. He actually remembered what happened earlier but only just recalled everything. I don't know what happened either. It felt like my temper couldn't be controlled. I used to be a good-natured person at work, never getting mad, but today, everything I saw made me angry, the man said while touching the device on his brow, worried it would fall off. Upon hearing his description, several nearby individuals immediately agreed. Now that you mention it, I kind of felt the same way too, but I managed to control myself. That emotion came and went quickly. Soraya, I had the same feeling. I argued fiercely with my wife today, nearly resorting to violence. Luckily, sanity prevailed. The short man seized the opportunity to place himself in the center of the discussion. Did you notice that every time after absorbing the crystal core, those feelings would become less intense for a while, but then that irritability would come rushing back again? Sarais, yes, that's true. Then does it mean we should absorb more crystal cores? Probably. Otherwise, why would this happen? Coil noticed the conversation drifting and called out quickly, but if that's the case, why would they still need the devices on their heads? Why not give them crystal cores directly just now? Everyone snapped to realization upon hearing Coil's words. Right. So what is this thing anyway? That man also stopped examining the device. I'm already at level 5 full capacity. Logically speaking, I have absorbed a significant number of crystal cores, yet the higher my level, the angrier I get. I'm far from being calm now. He placed his hand over his heart, feeling as if he was finally regaining his peaceful state. It was at this moment that Keaton stepped forward. You're calmer now because of the suppressor on your forehead which restrains the black aura. If you keep absorbing crystal cores, once the suppressor can no longer handle it, you will revert to your previous state. Keaton's words made everyone step back 2 steps, fearing another outburst from him. The man staggered, frightened by his own condition moments ago. His state had scared even himself. So what do we do? My ability has reached its limit, but not upgrading also feels wrong. Keaton patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't panic. You're fine as long as you wear this and update it regularly. Confusion spread among the surrounding people. Does that mean wearing it forever? Soraya, such an ugly thing. And what do you mean? The higher the level, the more uncontrollable it becomes. Exactly. Should everyone stop upgrading? Seizing the moment, Keaton moved past the crowd and stood atop the highest point. Quiet down, many level 5 users are already noticing their tempers becoming increasingly irritable. This shows that you still have some self-awareness. Once you lose it like before, the situation becomes serious. Keaton paused amid the chatter below and continued. If you lost awareness and attacked your family or friends, it would be too late to regret. And if you never regain consciousness, you would end up as a puppet controlled by the black smoke, endlessly dominated by these emotions. You can sense it but cannot do anything. Keaton's words grew more severe. Hoover tried several times to intervene but was deterred by Keaton's looks. The situation was dire now. If they didn't unite, none might leave this mountain. Everyone look here. Keaton held up a transparent box. Inside was a crystal core, but this core looked different from what they had seen before. Black smoke swirled around the yellow fluid inside, seemingly extracted from it, trying to penetrate the yellow energy but restrained, lingering restlessly near the core. This is the black smoke. That's right. It was actually inside the crystal core. How terrifying. We've been absorbing these cores for so long, and we were just cleansing this black smoke. Sarais, please save us. These people quickly sent signals for help to Keaton. But Keaton stood even straighter. You shouldn't be asking me for help. The one who wants to help you is our team leader, Bryn. The rage suppressors were also commissioned by her for rigs to research. All the materials were collected by her. And Dr. Apollon over there performing surgery, she got that opportunity thanks to Bryn. Following Keaton's pointed direction, everyone saw Goldie wiping sweat from her brow. The person who had been barely breathing moments ago now had the rebar removed, with red lips showing a healthy complexion, not a trace of the severe injuries they once had. If they hadn't witnessed it themselves, anyone would have suspected she had swapped the patient. So you should thank our captain, Bryn. Why does that name sound familiar? You don't know? Previously, she rescued a group of people by diving underwater to find the true entrance. Ah, I remember that mission. I thought it was a scam. Betty isn't a scammer, she saved us. We are all very grateful to her. This was spoken by the mother who had brought her son along. She felt not only gratitude but also admiration for Bryn. After arriving at the base, her son woke up and awakened his ability, giving them hope for the future. In a place unseen by everyone, golden light was floating from her and her son toward Bryn at Dongfang base. Bryn, meanwhile, was still working hard to strip the black aura off the crystal core. Seeing the golden light approaching, she smiled. Looks like the things I sent them have made some difference. I hope this works when the time comes. Drew sat beside her, helping Bryn pack the black aura she had just stripped away. Rest assured, when the time is ripe, it will be the season of harvest. Chapter 247. Everyone is trying their best. Bryn stared at the box in his hand, asking with some curiosity, how did you make this box? This black mist is everywhere. Drew tapped the box with his hand, stone of faith, given by the way of heaven. Bryn looked at him in surprise. He sounded too casual, making her wonder if she had misheard. You mean this thing is the stone of faith? Bryn, looking incredulous, stretched out a hand to poke the small box. Seeing Drew nod, she picked it up and examined it closely. This thing looks like a yellow jade. How could it be the stone of faith? Bryn's eyes suddenly lit up as a different idea seemed to form in her mind. If I absorb this, will it suck away all the black smoke from my head? She waited earnestly for Drew's nod. What she got was just a slight shake of his head. This belongs to the way of heaven, not you. You must possess your own power of faith to use it freely. Bryn dropped the box on the table somewhat disappointedly. She no longer found it as appealing as before. They have already started over there, so it shouldn't take long. Drew patted her head, put the box away, and prepared to go out and cook dinner for Bryn. You haven't told me why you are collecting this black mist. Bryn shouted from behind him. She had worked hard stripping away the black mist but still didn't know why. Drew paused at the door. It will be used soon. Bryn laid her head on the desk, feeling dejected. She decided to strike. Her thoughts gradually drifted back to earlier times. Myra, remember to give them everything carefully. Bryn checked all the items one last time. They were things Goldie needed for surgery, which Bryn stored in a ring in her space. Speaking of the ring, it was something the pie dug out just because it had a bit of gold on it, nearly swallowing it whole before being stopped. Got it, Bryn, why are you becoming so nagging? Myra pushed Bryn aside impatiently. Having finally received a task, it was determined to complete it well. It also gave a glare at the phoenix beside it, wondering why others had such beautiful names while it ended up like this. All right, go on. Bryn hurriedly sent it off. Once it flew away successfully, she picked up the walkie-talkie. Howard Apollon, we can start now. We must let everyone know that only we can provide rage inhibitors. Be very careful not to be eroded by those black mists. Are you okay over there, Bryn? We're all worried about you. Apollon AO, upon hearing Bryn's order, knew their team would soon begin to act. Do you think it's right with what you called the power of faith? Cerise, I have relied on your faith to hold on until now. Bryn realized this only after Drew reminded her the day before. If not for Drew, she wouldn't have known that their faith had been continuously helping her. Otherwise, she might not have been able to contain that ghost thing for long. When will we meet again, Bryn? Cody has met Bryn several times and separated again, but this time is the longest yet. Don't worry, she is sister, we'll do our best, Kirk said sadly. He depended greatly on Bryn. I guess it will only take a few more days before the eastern base can't hold on. Bryn prepared them mentally. During these days, stay ready at all times. Myra will remain with you. Bryn was most worried about them since they didn't have her kind of ultimate refuge. She didn't want all the people she saved to ultimately fail. Okay, we'll take care of ourselves. After saying this, Bryn hung up and focused on stripping the black mist. When she first succeeded in stripping it, Bryn couldn't control the black mist. Luckily, Drew arrived in time to put everything back into the box, otherwise, the black mist would have slipped away from her hands. Later on, her techniques became more skilled, enabling her to strip out the black mist in an extremely short period. She was like a mobile rage inhibitor, an upgraded version that could directly draw out black mist. Only, Bryn hadn't experimented on humans yet. And Bryn's ability stemmed from the growing power of faith inside her. Her inherited power had also increased significantly with Drew's help during these 2 days. She seemed to understand why the black smoke could only come back now. Subsequently, Bryn focused all her newfound faith power on eliminating the black mist inside her body. Now, the black mist within her had been reduced to a mere fraction of its original volume and no longer looked as menacing as before. Bryn felt relieved and sat back in her chair, waiting for tonight's delicious meal. Wow, what is this? Sichuan hot pot. How did you know I like this? Bryn stared at the long mist delicacy in front of her, swallowing her saliva with effort. She snatched the chopsticks handed to her and began to eat heartily. Nothing was more important than having a good meal. Tonight, it seems that a group of people in the eastern base will be upgrading to level 5 psychics. Drew shared the news he heard today only after seeing how much she enjoyed her food. Cough, cough, what did you say? Bryn choked, her eyes turning slightly red. Drew, upon noticing this, realized her kindness hadn't changed. They still dare to upgrade. Bryn was puzzled. If they don't upgrade now, the zombies outside will be too much for them to handle, Drew stated the fact calmly. Bryn then thought about the gathered zombies outside ready to launch an attack. What about that old man? Shouldn't you find him now? The thought of that look made Bryn shudder involuntarily. It will come to us. Drew's confident expression made Bryn swallow any objections. In the following days, Bryn continuously honed her stripping technique, occasionally going out for rescues, absorbing plenty of faith power from the eastern base. Meanwhile, the external bases finally lived in peace, everyone uniting together and carving a path toward the eastern base. All because of Howard Apollon's words. If we want to survive, we must reach the eastern base. Only there can we produce more rage inhibitors. With the world already in chaos, everyone struggled so hard, and their only wish was to stay alive. No matter how, just living was enough. Chapter 248, Rescue of the Eastern Base. At the same time, everyone suppressed their own abilities and did not blindly absorb crystal cores anymore. And Hoover and his people had successfully collected all the crystal cores as planned to prepare for any emergencies. The closer they got to the eastern base, the more oppressive the atmosphere within the team became. Because the closer they were to the eastern base, the more powerful the zombies became. Level 3, Level 4, Level 5. On this day, all they faced were Level 5 zombies. Previously, they had been complacently killing low-level zombies. If they hadn't stormed in, allowing these zombies to fully develop, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Under Bryn's squad's daily influence, everyone had developed a blind trust in Bryn. They all believed that once they reached the eastern base, there would definitely be a way to solve the problems. Adrian can't hold on. I really feel awful. I might not survive today. The one speaking was Adrian. He had endured for a long time, benefiting from Bryn's earlier care. He had upgraded to a level 5 ability user without becoming uncontrollably violent like others, which made him think about the initial crystal cores Bryn gave him. Perhaps because of those pure crystal cores, the dark energy accumulated inside him was insufficient, having no impact on his mental state. But upgrading again could be uncertain. Brayden, all the rage inhibitors have been used up. All the materials at Dalen's place are gone. We can't make any inhibitors now, Aziel said, looking at Adrian's pale face, feeling anxious about how to handle the situation. At that moment, Coyle pulled back the curtain and walked in. Oh, I wasn't wrong after all. Your complexion didn't look right this morning, and it turns out you're about to upgrade. Big Brayden Shoo, stop teasing my brother. If he upgrades, who knows if he'll still have self-awareness. Aziel glared at him but dared not speak too harshly. Coyle shook his head with a smile, then sat down on a chair. Aren't I here to bring you solutions? After saying that, he threw several level 5 crystal cores onto the table. My dear Big Brayden Shoo, don't add to our troubles. If my brother could absorb these cores, he would have done so already. Why suffer like this? Aziel was about to say more when Adrian stopped him. In fact, Adrian had wanted to stop him for a while, but the chaotic abilities within his body kept him preoccupied. Omideo Shoo, he didn't mean it. I know you have good intentions. Adrian endured the discomfort in his body and waved at Coyle. Hey, take a proper look at those crystal cores. Coyle looked helplessly at the two in front of him. Only then did Adrian realize what he meant, picked up the crystal cores on the table, and examined them carefully. These look very much like the ones Betty gave me at first. Could these be purified crystal cores? Adrian looked at Coil in disbelief. At such a critical moment, he hadn't expected Coil to bring him these instead of keeping them. So what? Everyone in our squad has already upgraded to level 6, and even Cooper has reached full level 6 without using rage inhibitors. Can you guess why? Coil turned and left without giving the other party a chance to respond. I need to report to Remy. Aziel, go find him quickly. Adrian, after realizing this, only wanted to find Remy immediately, completely forgetting his current state. Just 2 steps in, he vomited blood due to the rolling ability inside his body. Brayden, just upgrade first. We can discuss other matters after you reach level 6. They indeed knew that Bryn's team had all upgraded to level 6 ability users early on. They thought Daylan had equipped them with inhibitors, never imagining they wouldn't need them. Adrian could only sit down where he was, and Aziel hurriedly handed over the purified crystal cores, staying by his brother's side. As for Savannah, who had been eager to report initially, she finally saw Remy as she wished. To ask why it took so long to see him, it was purely coincidental. Since the squad leader had upgraded and fallen into a coma, no one led Savannah around, making her hesitant to act rashly. And Adrian was also busy enough to forget this matter. Now that the squad leader woke up, they decided to follow Adrian's instructions and take Savannah to Remy. This is how it happened. Sitting in the main seat were elders Benji, Ara, and Apollon. The 3 elders were discussing crystal-correlated matters when a woman burst in crying. She was accompanied by Coil, who had just returned to report to Daylan after delivering something. Hey, why are you crying and sobbing? Coil saw Savannah crying and walking, glad he dodged her attempt to grab him. Savannah missed her target and could only lie on the ground crying. She had hoped that the man in front of her would show some affection towards her. His ability was something she couldn't see through, and since he could come here, he must be someone significant. If she could cling to his leg, wouldn't it mean she could live a good life? But to her surprise, this man wouldn't buy into her act at all. Stop crying like a banshee, just get to the point. Coil walked away disdainfully towards Riggs. Seeing Coil return, Riggs nodded at Hoover and assured him, don't worry, Adrian will be fine. Hoover finally relaxed his tense heart. The crystal cores for Adrian were all prepared by Hoover, while the purification solution was provided by Riggs. They didn't dare question why these items were only brought out now. They had no right to question him, so they could only look at Riggs, hoping for an explanation. Don't look at me like that. Deal with that person first. Riggs indicated the woman on the ground with a nod of his chin. Only then did Hoover and the other regain their focus on Savannah. A few minutes later. You're saying the leader of 1111 base is a monster who wants to kill all humans? Coil summarized the key points from her words. Seeing Savannah nod, Hoover asked, then why did you come to tell us? What do you want? Hearing this, Savannah was elated. I want to join the Alliance base and become a squad leader. Indeed, several bases had formed the Alliance base, excluding only the 1111 base. There were only about 100 people left from 1111 base, many of whom had met their end due to either their own actions or the base leader's decisions. If you want to be a squad leader, you can sign up for the squad leader competition. Previously, members of the Alliance base couldn't agree among themselves, so they held the squad leader competition to ensure everyone accepted the outcome. A flicker of impatience flashed across Savannah's eyes before she disguised it as natural. I can't beat those brutes. Before she could continue, Coil interrupted her. You can use your charm ability to make them fall at your feet. Chapter 249, Crisis at Eastern Base. Savannah now also turned around, realizing the other party was mocking her. She twisted her head and glared fiercely at Coil, then looked up at the 3 seated elders with a pitiful expression. Everything I said is true. Ever since we arrived at this Fraserunton, he seems even less restrained. He speaks without any reservations in front of everyone. Not only did I hear it, others must have heard it too. Savannah tried her best to display her most graceful side. Unfortunately, no one cared about her. Remington definitely has an issue. Previously, someone threw a rage inhibitor at him, but it had no effect, meaning that he isn't being affected by black gas erosion. It's possible his body has already been taken over by the black gas. Daylan shared his thoughts with the other 2 elders. Elders Ara and Benji exchanged glances, both seeing fear in each other's eyes. Once a person is occupied by the black gas, can they be saved? It seemed as though Daylan knew what they were thinking. He continued, since he's already been taken over, there's no coming back. Daylan sighed softly, our own lives are at risk. There's nothing we can do for those outside. Hearing this, Savannah realized they had known something was wrong with Big Brayden Chi all along. She felt like they had been playing her for a fool. Since you all know there's something wrong with him, why haven't you dealt with him? Why are you meeting with me now? Savannah glared hatefully at the people inside the tent. Well, naturally, we're hoping you might bring some good news. It's just disappointing that you didn't. Seeing she wasn't giving up, Coil added, even if there's an issue, they're still killing zombies honestly at their base, which is enough for now. Coil, please take her away. Is Cooper not back yet? Daylan waved his hand, deciding this girl was of no more use. Cooper went east. The zombies there seem weaker. After saying this, Coil walked out, not wanting to dirty himself. He had learned from Aziel that dealing with this woman was dangerous. Meanwhile, Cooper stood looking at the distinctly divided zombies, furrowing his brows in concern. They encountered level 5 zombies, so naturally, they would assume all subsequent ones were level 5 or even level 6. However, after forging a path today, he realized the zombies surrounding Eastern Base were mainly basic ones. Those level 5 zombies seemed deliberately placed there, intended to make them retreat. With Bryn and Drew inside, how could they possibly retreat? They would face the challenge head-on. Besides, Bryn mentioned that Eastern Base wouldn't last much longer, likely collapsing within days. He stood on the hill, gazing at the vague silhouette of the walls ahead, realizing they were close. Inside the busy Eastern Base, Bryn and Drew had thoroughly investigated the situation with the old man. Drew, who would have thought such a powerful old man was possessed by black smoke? Why do you think he did this? And why help them develop something that can produce superpowers? Bryn, squatting on the roadside with her chin resting on her hands, observed the people of Eastern Base. Each one diligently worked on their assigned tasks, striving to reduce the burden on the base, each willing to give everything for its defense. This is the kind of base she wanted. Serate, it was accomplished with the help of the Dark Overmind. Does he want to control all these people with black gas? Daxton swayed beside her, voicing his thoughts. Bryn nodded. Then why does he want superpowered individuals? Aren't regular people easier to control? Daxton scratched his head. Bryn's question was too complex for him. Aina, standing nearby, looked at Bryn in confusion before reaching out to touch the crystal core on the table. She had long been curious about this object, restraining herself from approaching it every day. With no one watching her today, maybe she could finally try. The moment she touched the crystal core, something inside flowed into her body through her hand. Aina jumped up in shock. Bryn thought she was joking and casually replied, I understand, I'm fine, just thinking. Aina gestured urgently, fearing she would die here and wanted to bury herself in a hole, though there was no soil in the room. So she ran to the bed, covering herself completely with blankets. Seeing her enter the room, Bryn was not worried at all. To explain how they discovered the old man's connection to the Dark Overmind, that would have to start from Bryn tracking her enemy. One night, Bryn was in a particularly foul mood. Just thinking about her enemy bustling around doing experiments, she decided to seek some retribution and exact a little interest. Who knew that when she infiltrated the lab, she saw her enemy standing there with the old man. Teacher, why did the experiment fail again? This time the dosage was clearly very precise. What a waste of this batch of subjects. Upon hearing those words, Bryn wanted to kill them right away. If not for Drew's warning about alarming the enemy, she would have acted already. Don't be impatient. We are getting closer to success. Black and white never mix. To merge the two isn't as simple as you think. After speaking, the old man turned his back to them, looking up at the sky as if deep in thought. It was then that Bryn noticed the old man's eyes were completely black, with a slight curl at the corners of his mouth. Clearly, he had been overtaken by the black gas. His consciousness must have been replaced long ago. Afraid of being discovered, she hurriedly used invisibility to return. She also understood the purpose of their experiments. She realized that last life, the woman whispering in her ear, I can't believe there could be such a perfect hybrid, it's a pity teacher can't see it, was not about why she wasn't going berserk but about why the black gas within her coexisted peacefully with her spiritual energy. Last life, it was like this. This life, with the power of faith, even a mass of black gas couldn't affect her. Could it mean that she could refine and use the black gas for herself? That night, Bryn pondered this but hesitated, fearing that if she broke the seal, the black gas might rage beyond her body's tolerance, leading to her death. So she remained conflicted until now. Beryl, seeing Bryn lost in thought again, could only lie beside her, silently keeping watch. Chapter 250, Coming Out to Catch Braden Octopus. Drew had been running out of the base these past couple of days. When asked, he wouldn't say anything but would always return at this time to cook for Bryn. But today, even after her daydreaming was over, he still hadn't returned. This made Bryn inexplicably uneasy. She waited until it was dark, and Drew still hadn't come back. Xia Qiao knew something must have happened, otherwise, he wouldn't be gone so long. Daxton, you two stay put in the room and don't run around everywhere. You must wait for me to come back, Bryn told Daxton since Alexei was still sleeping. Seeing him nod, she finally left the room. Right then, an anomaly occurred in the space, and Bryn could only retreat back into the room. Then she quickly flashed into the space. Daxton, seeing Bryn vanish in thin air, thought he had just imagined it, rubbed his eyes, and continued to sleep on the table. Meanwhile, Bryn entered the space and saw two dragons, one large and one small, coiled among the mountains. It turned out that her space had grown so big, comparable to the real world outside Moranchan. Cohen, Xiaobai, you've come out. Bryn felt like she was in a sci-fi movie as the two dragons flew towards her. Xiaobai flew up to her, directly lifting Bryn and placing her on its head. Bryn quickly grabbed onto its dragon horns, steadying herself. Wow, Xiaobai, your dragon horns have grown out. So now you're a true dragon. Xiaobai shyly nodded, almost dropping its master earlier. It would have to be more careful from now on. Cohen, thank you. Bryn warmly thanked Cohen. She hadn't yet thought of a good way to properly thank him. Bryn, I am about to fall into a deep slumber. Cohen's voice sounded in Bryn's ears. His voice was filled with fatigue, as if he would fall asleep any second. The current world cannot accommodate two dragons. Before, because of me, it couldn't advance to becoming a dragon. Now, with this dragon entering the world, I can no longer appear. Fortunately, there is your space. I need only to sleep. Perhaps one day, when the world returns to its original state, I can awaken again. Cohen laboriously finished these words and transformed into a dragon egg, flying into the Shia residence to rest beside King's Pearl, continuing to guard his master. Bryn patted the nearby Xiaobai. Xiaobai, your master is just sleeping. One day, I will definitely wake him up. Xiaobai nodded and shrank, returning to Bryn's wrist, looking like a jade bracelet. Having resolved the matter in the space, Bryn quickly left the space and went outside. Myra, let's go find Drew. Bryn called back Myra, who was peeping not far away. Even though it was a phoenix, it liked to peek at neighboring hens. She wondered why there was such a phoenix in her space. What was King thinking when he put Myra into the space? Okay, I'll stop watching. Hold on tight. Myra, once airborne, started getting excited. Xiaobai also woke up. How come being awakened as a dragon can make him look so cool? These dragon horns, these dragon scales. Myra, focus on finding people. Bryn stopped Myra from getting lost in self-admiration. If she didn't speak up, Myra could keep chatting all the way. Bryn looked around constantly, afraid to miss anything, but unfortunately, she didn't see Drew anywhere. Even the previous cave was thoroughly searched, along with retrieving the spirit vein back into the space. Where could he have gone? Bryn looked up at the dark sky, falling into a daze. Suddenly, she remembered the conversation with Riggs yesterday. Missy, that big octopus seems to have followed the Tien City base to Fraserant Marantian, but currently, it's taking no action. However, it's unclear what will happen next. When discussing this, Drew was nearby, but there was nothing unusual about his expression. Maybe he went to find that octopus. Myra, let's go to the seaside where the Tien City base docks its ships. Bryn hurriedly asked Myra to take her there, hoping this time they'd be right. Before they arrived, they saw waves churning, seeming to contain a massive rope and some white star-like flashes. Myra, be careful, Bryn pointed to the area. Drew must be there. Myra carried Bryn swiftly toward it. From afar, Bryn saw a human figure falling, startling her. The next moment, a fiery red phoenix leaped past, carrying the person up. Numerous octopus tentacles, severed and frozen, fell into the sea. Thinking of this, Bryn shouted loudly, Drew, where are you? Instead of aimlessly searching and possibly affecting someone inadvertently, it was quicker to shout directly. However, not only did Drew hear her voice but also the octopus brother. A tentacle as thick as an adult man's muscular arm lashed over directly. Bryn immediately summoned a blazing knife, swiftly cutting towards the octopus tentacle. With one slash, the smell of grilled squid wafted over. Bryn, are you okay? How did you come here? Go back quickly. Drew arrived beside Bryn at the same time, waving casually to create a circle. Bryn curiously stared at the circle, as if stepping into it would transport her to Dongfang base. Is this similar to my teleportation array? Seeing that Bryn still had time to ask about this, Drew felt somewhat helpless and amused. Brayden, I haven't eaten yet. This grilled squid smells really good. Bryn glanced down at the octopus tentacle falling into the sea, feeling a bit regretful. Oh, you're impossible, Drew said before closing the portal. With his current ability, he could only open another portal in half an hour. The octopus should be finished by then. Why did you come alone to kill the octopus without bringing me out to see the world? Just as Bryn spoke, a mass of black ink attacked them. Myra quickly flew Bryn to the left. This ink is so stinky. Fortunately, we ran fast enough. Bryn did a somersault and stood on Myra's back. Xiaobai, let's practice our teamwork together. As Bryn finished speaking, the Xiaobai on her wrist flew into the air. Its body rapidly grew several times larger. It was now about the same size as the octopus in the sea. Seeing Xiaobai's appearance, the octopus seemed threatened and sprayed a bunch of ink at Xiaobai, which Xiaobai easily dodged. During this process, Bryn jumped onto Xiaobai's head. Chapter 251, Octopus Brayden logs off. Bryn was quickly shuttled through the rainstorm and seawater by Xiaobai. Fortunately, Bryn had just erected a protective shield in time, otherwise, she would have been drenched. The octopus tentacles pursued them persistently from behind. Each time it seemed like it would catch them, Xiaobai flicked its tail and flew half a meter away. After several rounds of this, Octopus Brayden finally realized he was being teased. Drew also took the opportunity to get close to Bryn. Stop playing around. Go wait over there. I'll finish this soon. Hearing this, Bryn nodded and then let Xiaobai take her to the edge of a cliff nearby. From there, she could see Drew and the giant octopus clearly. Beside her, Ruby watched with some concern at the splash of red. Do we really not need to help them? Bryn jumped off Xiaobai's head onto a rock, shaking her head as she found an excellent spot to watch the battle. He said so himself. This octopus is nothing to him. Nothing. It looked pretty dangerous just now. The phoenix-headed Ruby couldn't understand such complex human behavior. He was gathering something earlier. Bryn rummaged through her spatial ring while speaking, found it. She pulled out a pack of spicy squid tentacles. Maybe after she finished enjoying this snack, Drew would be done. Bryn, you're actually eating snacks. Ruby couldn't believe it. In such a perilous situation, she still had the heart to eat. If Bryn had been concerned before coming, she wasn't anymore after hearing Drew's words and observing the situation. On the contrary, the aroma had enticed her. So they watched from the cliffside as the sea churned violently, silver flashes appearing intermittently within. Countless zombie corpses appeared on the water's surface, all having been shot through the head. An icebox containing a zombie crystal core was thrown right in front of Bryn. With satisfaction, she tucked the icebox away. A short while later, more octopus tentacles and numerous sea creatures surfaced, all with their heads pierced through. Clearly, the crystal cores had been taken. Seeing it couldn't do anything to Drew, the octopus shifted its gaze to Bryn. Just as it moved closer, Drew's ice sword pierced through all its tentacles, pointing directly into its mouth. Drew manipulated the ice sword, thoroughly shredding the octopus inside before finding its blue crystal core amidst the ink. Drew swiftly withdrew and landed on the cliff. Here, for you. He handed the blue crystal core over, which had already been washed clean in the sea. At that moment, the blue crystal core resembled the vast ocean, deep and unfathomable. This core is too beautiful. You're making it sound like you're giving me a present, Bryn remarked teasingly as she took the crystal. It is a gift, one that I hope will make you happy. At that moment, Bryn felt both choked up and happy. In her previous life, she had misplaced her trust in so-called family members and placed her hopes on Virgil, who didn't even look twice at her. She ended up as she did, ultimately because she had been too foolish. Thank you, I really like it. Bryn decided to keep what was inside the crystal as a keepsake. You didn't come here just for the crystal, did you? Bryn asked after putting away the crystal. Drew nodded slightly and extended his hand. Black ink hovered in the air. Drew controlled the ink, opening the box containing the black aura. The moment the black aura emerged, it was absorbed by the ink. Bryn's eyes widened. This ink is incredible, capable of swallowing black aura. Not swallowing, but absorbing it for its use, Drew corrected. The ink enveloping the black aura was hurled by Drew. In midair, the two forces rubbed against each other and exploded. Excited, Bryn ate a few bites of squid and clapped enthusiastically. This is great. Now we don't have to worry about the black aura. This ink is limited, and the octopus wouldn't submit. I intended to subdue it, but it attempted to attack you instead. Drew's eyes turned purple, a sign of his anger. No wonder you kept going back and forth with that octopus, fighting non-stop. Bryn nodded and held out her hand to Drew. Let's go back then. Since everything was settled, they could return. They had important matters awaiting them early tomorrow morning. Not far away, Hoover and his group also stood on a hill, watching a phoenix flash by with two people. Cooper, is that Betty? Hoover asked, though he was already sure in his heart. Seeing Cash nod, he continued, Betty said the eastern base can't hold on any longer. Did she mention how long? Cash shook his head. No, she just told us to hold our ground and not be too anxious. Also, control those who have been affected by the black aura. Then she instructed Riggs to expedite the production of enhanced ability inhibitors. After listening, Hoover looked into the distance with his hands behind his back. Let's do as Betty said. As you mentioned today, except for this ring being level 5 zombies, the rest are ordinary zombies. So, notify everyone tomorrow to attack those level 5 zombies fully. Tomorrow we will break through their encirclement. Hoover calculated the time in his mind, hoping they could help the eastern base so this trip wouldn't be in vain. Those purified crystal cores have already been distributed. Many people are worried and haven't absorbed them yet, which is exactly the effect we want now. The western base, some people have started spreading rumors that the base is going to conduct secret research using the crystal cores. That person in charge, we don't need to worry about him now. We'll control him once he acts, sparing innocent civilians. At this moment, Hoover didn't realize the eye problems of that person, just have someone keep an eye on him. At the eastern base, it was also a night without sleep. It wasn't because of anything else for Dalen, it was due to the black aura running rampant inside him, making it difficult for him to sleep. He felt his temperament had deteriorated significantly compared to before, unable to control his emotions at all. Zach, this is the medicine Professor Adonis sent over to suppress the black aura. Standing next to Zach was the young guard who previously led Bryn and her team. Dalen took the medicine and injected it roughly into his arm. Once the medicine entered his body, he barely felt the return of control over himself. Fortunately, he did not let the professor make this medicine public. Chapter 252, the rain has stopped, and the black chi starts to spread. This medicine, however, has become so reliant that he now needs it to control the black chi within his body. Otherwise, the black chi would run rampant, and he would gradually lose his sanity. If this matter were to spread in the base, it would only cause panic among everyone and potentially lead to major chaos in the base. Did Professor Adonis say anything else? Aaron opened his eyes after calming down from the agitation inside him, looking at the person opposite him. She said she still needs more subjects, the man said, bowing his head deeply as he finished speaking. Hearing this, Aaron flew into a rage. She still needs subjects. They are all living people. It was only under the name of volunteers that we managed to gather so many for her, fortunately leading to the success of the experiment. But now, she actually wants to continue this dangerous experiment. Has saving the base come to mean that her experiments can be conducted without control? Aaron did not yet realize how close his words of frustration were to the truth. Bryn had just stepped out of the room when she paused, feeling the rain outside. Drew, this rain seems to be stopping, Bryn remarked with some surprise, as this rain differed completely from what happened in her previous life, leaving her with no point of reference. Cerise, the rain is about to stop. Drew lifted his head to look at the sky, as if seeing the heavenly Tao that had once apologized to them. You mentioned before, that once the rain stops. Bryn recalled Drew's earlier words. Drew tapped her mouth, indicating come inside and talk, before stepping inside himself. Once Bryn entered the room and was about to speak, she saw Drew writing on the table, Dimension. Bryn then grabbed his hand, along with Irving and Buck, entering the dimension together. It was the first time she had brought so many people and zombies into the dimension. Unexpectedly, Buck and Irving were immediately rejected by the dimension. Drew, why can't they come in? Bryn wondered aloud, thinking that theoretically, she should be able to freely bring people or animals in and out of the dimension, only ejecting someone through an order given by her. There is black chi. This is also what I will tell you shortly, Drew explained, dragging Bryn toward the Shia residence as if they had visited countless times. Upon reaching near the patriarch of the Shia clan, Drew immediately attached his original power onto it. The patriarch appeared instantly before them. Is it time? The patriarch's vague question stirred unease in Bryn's heart. Soraya, Drew simply nodded lightly. This day has finally come. Don't be afraid, Bryn. You already possess the power to contend with it. The patriarch smiled warmly at Bryn. Bryn glanced at them. Darkness AI? Are we safe talking here without worrying about it overhearing us? It's very busy, having so many voices to listen to every day. It may not always have the time to closely monitor you, especially given its persistent arrogance and disgust. The patriarch waved his hand, and a compass appeared in front of Bryn. On it, a drop of blood spiraled, enclosing a trace of black chi within it. Heaven! Wasn't this black chi supposed to be unable to enter the dimension? Bryn exclaimed, realizing that if the black chi could enter the dimension, this place would no longer be the safest sanctuary. Don't be afraid. This black chi is for you to refine. Once you refine its primal power, its black chi will never harm you again, the patriarch gently explained. Its primal power? How do I refine it? Bryn asked, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Phoenix blood, fragments of dragon bone, a drop of essence blood from the zombie king, your faith power, and Drew's primal purple chi, these can aid you. Bryn counted off the items on her fingers, Phoenix blood, Alia, dragon bone fragments, Cosmo, faith power is fine, purple chi I already have inside me, but where can I get a drop of essence blood from the zombie king? Bryn looked up somewhat lost, following Drew's explanation, knowing that once the rain stopped, it meant that the heavenly Tao was telling them it no longer had the power to protect them. The darkness AI would appear, and humanity would be dominated by the black chi until Earth's destruction. There is one. Drew tilted his head, extracting the original power from his hand and passing it to Bryn, revealing Buck's identity as the zombie king. What? Buck? She just knows how to bury herself. Bryn shook her head, finding it hard to accept. Buck is a zombie, full of black chi, isn't she? She is a new species, evolved from zombies ultimately. She is not under the control of the darkness AI, the patriarch kindly explained to Bryn. Only then did Bryn accept this explanation. You must be cautious once you leave. It has already started acting. The patriarch finished speaking and dissolved into the air. Drew, are you really the patriarch of the Shia clan? Bryn seemed to think of something. Drew barely shook his head and pointed to his mouth, meaning it was not to be spoken of. The two decided to retrieve their items and directly enter the space for Bryn to start refining, then go straight to find the darkness AI. To rescue her mother and seek their own home. Little did they know, as soon as they left the space, Bryn smelled the dense black chi in the air. Drew, how can this smell be so strong? The rain has stopped. There is nothing to stop the spread of the black chi anymore. Drew waved his hand, casting a purple protective shield around them both. This is your original power, Bryn exclaimed. The density of the black chi necessitated Drew's use of his original power. Just to be safe, let's quickly check on them. The two quickly headed towards the room. Irving and Buck, unable to enter the space, saw no sign of the two for a long time and returned to the room together. But soon, a dark force began swirling around them. Irving inhaled the black chi and became dizzy, his eyes turning black. The stone on his chest struggled to absorb the black chi to keep him from losing all reason. As for the black chi, it couldn't enter Buck's body, but it made her very scared, causing her to want to bury herself again. Buck, Irving, where are you? We're here, Bryn, we're here. After shouting this, Irving's remaining consciousness was consumed. Yeah. Seeing Irving attack her, Buck crouched down in fear. After waiting for some time, she looked up to find Bryn's sword of karmic flame blocking Irving. The black chi on Irving's body was largely dissipated by the karmic flame, and his consciousness gradually returned. Bryn, strip the black chi from his body and compress it. Drew swiftly restrained Irving. Bryn rushed forward, surrounding all four with the karmic flame. Chapter 253, the attack begins. To her surprise, Buck trembled even more when she saw the inferno flames. She's too weak, she can't withstand your inferno flames, Drew explained kindly. What kind of situation is this? Bryn quickly formed hand seals and slowly extracted a thread of black energy from Daxton's head. Fortunately, it was wrapped in the inferno flame, preventing other black energies from rapidly replenishing it. However, there was a lot of black energy inside Daxton's body. After clearing for a long time, she could only extract most of it, leaving a small part still inside him. The depletion of spiritual energy within her made Bryn hesitate whether to stop. At this moment, Drew directly threw all the crystal cores he had collected underwater next to Bryn. While absorbing the crystal cores, Bryn continued to extract the black energy. After 2 hours, all the black energy was completely removed and thrown into an octopus's ink by Bryn, finally pressed into a small ball. Put it away. Bryn quickly stored the small ball into her space because the ink successfully contained the black energy within. Bryn also understood why Drew prepared the ink. It turned out this person had been preparing for this day all along. After all the black energy was removed from Daxton, he suddenly opened his eyes and called out to Bryn, Fraser. Bryn's face turned green with anger. In her 20s, having a son in his 30s was something that would shock anyone. Before Bryn could say anything, Daxton shook his head himself. You are not my mother. You are her daughter, Bryn, right? Bryn nodded. You really met my mother? Where is my mother now? Just as Daxton was about to speak, Drew stood up quickly and protected Bryn behind him. A clump of black energy suddenly appeared on the nearby empty ground, and an eye emerged from within the black energy. The doctor's voice came from it. You can ask me. I know more than he does. You really managed to manually remove the black threads. Not surprising, you are indeed her daughter. Lowell Reus, Bryn threw countless inferno bombs at the black energy, but unfortunately, after being scattered, the black energy quickly regathered. I wasn't done talking yet. Do you want to follow me? This Earth has no hope. If you follow me, I can take you back to my home planet. I believe you will be much happier there. The eye gazed at Bryn, saying what it believed could seduce her. Bryn suppressed her anger and spoke impatiently to the black energy. If you were truly capable, you wouldn't be in an elderly body. Something must be suppressing you, preventing you from escaping. You don't appreciate kindness. After saying this, the black energy wanted to disappear, but just before it vanished, a gentle female voice came out. Is it Missy? Is it my Missy? Upon hearing this voice, Bryn's eyes welled up with tears, and she tightly grabbed Drew's hand. It's my mom, her voice. I've seen her in my dreams. Phrase him. Unfortunately, it seemed like they couldn't hear her, and the black energy dispersed. Drew immediately held back Bryn, who was about to rush out. Calm down, we're still one step away. Wake up. Drew shook Bryn anxiously. He did it on purpose to let you hear. The black energy in you needs to be refined. Hearing this, Bryn gradually calmed down, and Daxton hurriedly took off the stone around his neck. Bryn, this is the last stone from your small world. Once absorbed, you can refine the black energy. We might have a chance. Bryn held the stone and looked at Drew. Do I have to absorb this stone? What about him? I'm fine. My existence was meant to suppress the black energy on Fraserunt Malgantian. Who knew I would get contaminated myself? Daxton stroked Bryn's hair. As long as you exist, I will have a chance to reappear. Bryn had already thought of it. Daxton being so attached to the stone suggested he was the stone itself. Back then, your mother nurtured me with her blood and gave me life. I should call her mother. Daxton smiled slightly at Bryn and pushed her toward the table. Hurry up, listen to the sounds outside. Daxton's words made Bryn instinctively look outside. Help. Why are psychics going crazy? The doctors and professors are gone. Zack, save us. Don't come closer, something's wrong with Zack, stay away. Zombies have entered the base. Outside were filled with cries of ordinary people, various sounds constantly assaulting Bryn's ears. She knew it was the Dark Mind trying to lure her out. If she went out now, Drew couldn't protect her. The black energy inside her would interact with the Dark Mind, and now she couldn't gather the faith power either. The only solution was to complete the reorganization of the small world and fully absorb her inheritance power. Then refine all the black energy. Bryn pursed her lips, looking at Drew but didn't say anything. Drew gazed deeply at Bryn and finally sighed, conceding, stay here peacefully, it can't break in. But after an hour, its power will return, and this barrier won't be able to hold it back. After saying that, a purple protective barrier in the room flickered. Xia Qian nodded, taking one last look at Daxton. Though they hadn't spent much time together, since she knew he was that stone, she had decided never to absorb it. Serate, she found herself unable to do otherwise. Bryn closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, she aimed the inferno flames directly at Buck's forehead. A drop of dark green zombie essence blood floated out from her forehead and hovered in the air. Buck, you should sleep too. When you wake up, we'll go home. Hearing these words, Buck closed her eyes contentedly and slept beside Bryn. For the newly born zombie king, Buck was undoubtedly very fragile, and it was uncertain how long it would take to recover after extracting this drop of essence blood. Drew also nodded at Bryn before pushing the door open and heading out. He needed to fulfill his promise to Bryn and lead those outside into the eastern base. At Apollon Larrow's place, Alicia was the first to notice something wrong with the black energy. She had her brother carry her on his back and used her ability to find Apollon Larrow and the others directly. The zombies, something's wrong with the zombies. They are going to turn around and attack us, Alicia said, panting. Since she woke up last time, her body hadn't fully recovered, yet she continued using her ability, helping everyone identify weak spots in the zombie forces, allowing them to launch attacks there. From seeing the eastern base from afar to now being at their base entrance, Alicia had contributed significantly. Chapter 254, The Final Battle 1. You mean the black aura is also acting abnormally? Prince stood up from his chair anxiously upon hearing Alicia's words. Let's get in the car and head east towards the eastern base with all our might. Once we're inside, we can think of a way to leave using those birds and beasts. Last night, it seems that Octopus has been dealt with, Daylan said to Prince on purpose. They had tacitly avoided mentioning this matter all along. For the Tiengua base, choosing to come to the perilous Fraserunt instead of seeking safe land surely had its reasons, which wouldn't be hard to uncover. Prince wore a look of awkwardness mixed with excitement. He felt guilty because his actions were immoral, but he was thrilled that the enemy was eliminated and they could return to the offshore base. Remy, people at the 1111 base have gone berserk. A soldier clutched his chest as he rushed in, barely managing to say these words before collapsing. There was a huge hole blasted into his chest by an ability user. Even Goldie couldn't save him. It's not good. Some ability users are going crazy. Another soldier hurried over. He came back from the front battlefield. Zaya's team insisted this message must be delivered. Elders Apollon and Shu exchanged glances, then Daylan quickly turned and said, looks like the black aura has fully appeared. These people have been controlled by the black aura, devoid of self-awareness. They're more terrifying than zombies and must be eliminated collectively. Seeing that Remy wanted to say something, Daylan stopped him and continued, don't assume these people can be saved. Their consciousness has been consumed, only their bodies remain, merely shells capable of abilities. Remy could only nod. Then let's go. All of us old folks will get in the car and clear the way together. We must enter the eastern base today. So, they prioritized dealing with everyone at the 1111 base. Keek directly used dark-type abilities to let the person in charge of the 1111 base enter the dream he desired most, the Earth being destroyed, and the Master leading them home. In its dream, Coil swiftly decapitated it, causing the black aura to disperse outward from its body. Only then did it realize it had been tricked. You cursed humans actually played such despicable tricks. Without a body, the black aura couldn't coalesce, and without the Master's help, it couldn't possess others either. It could only watch in frustration as its dark smoke returned to the Master's body, and its consciousness would disappear from the world. Unfortunately, the black aura hadn't floated back when Drew caught it in a box. He left the box hovering in the air. If any black aura tried to flee towards the eastern base, it would naturally be sucked into the box. Satisfied with the arrangement, Drew flew down. An ice blade sliced through, directly piercing those influenced by the black aura. Who are you? How can you kill recklessly? Scare away the black aura. These people can still be saved. Drew ignored them completely. Within minutes, half of the ability users were dead, while the black aura from their bodies was sealed into the box. Drew, are you okay? Seeing Drew, Chi Guodong rushed over using his abilities. I'm fine. We must reach the eastern base today and clear out all those affected by the black aura. Inside the eastern base, under Zach's lead, all higher-level ability users were controlled by the black aura. To force Bryn out, it crazily threatened common people. Unable to cope, Bryn eventually shut down her 5 senses and focused entirely on her task. The 7th, 8th, and finally the 10th layer legacy power. Bryn opened her eyes swiftly, golden light filling her gaze. With intricate hand gestures, she extracted the black aura enveloped by faith power from her consciousness. Next, she channeled all her strength into refining the black aura. 1,000 years ago, the black aura invaded Earth. It was an unknown entity, leaving everyone helpless. Even the heavenly Tao was powerless. Thus, they made a 1,000-year plan with those immortals, allowing the black aura to gradually imbibe Earth's essence, making it no longer an alien presence. People on Earth would then find ways to counter it. Drew's previous explanation wasn't comprehensive, and zombies were one method to combat the black aura. If the black aura didn't interfere, batches of ability users would emerge, which the main black aura intelligence wouldn't permit. So it released black aura to balance against spirit energy, leading to the zombie and ability user factions. The next step for the Heavenly Tao and Drew's plan was finding suitable individuals to refine the black aura. The refinement of the black aura actually means making it serve oneself, rendering it unable to continue harming humanity under the direction of the Dark Overmind by descending upon Earth. So, the more the Dark Overmind's black aura is used, the less it becomes, which is why it urgently needs to emerge now. Bryn's thoughts shifted. The black aura in the air had already been refined by her. Bryn could even begin to control some fine strands of black aura, and only golden faith power and legacy power remained in her mind. And the essence blood of the new species, along with the strongest creatures of the 2 tribes in the world, had been fused by Bryn into a dagger. She put the dagger away and handed Buck to Ruby before heading towards the laboratory. Dr. Zaire must be in the laboratory. On the surface, the laboratory was already deserted. Bryn walked to the entrance of the laboratory where she first met Dr. Zaire. She touched the stone on the ground that had been polished countless times. She had noticed this stone the first time she came but was interrupted by the elder and did not touch the mechanism. The mechanism activated, revealing a black hollow cave in the laboratory door, leading underground rather than into the lab itself. Bryn gripped the dagger and walked straight in. After an unknown period of walking, she finally heard voices. Master, why are we here? We should just kill them. After a long pause, Dr. Zaire finally spoke. Why do I not appear in my true form but instead use this old man's body? Only then did the professor next to him smack his head. The brain of Black Aura sighed. Why can't I produce intelligent species like humans no matter how much I study? Why can't it function autonomously? Hearing this, Bryn laughed mockingly. Who entered? Shouted the Dark Overmind, looking at Bryn, then said, It's you. You actually dared to barge in. Are you not afraid I will kill you? Upon hearing this, Bryn slowly walked inside. If you could, you wouldn't be hiding in this human shell, saying such things. Chapter 255, The Final Battle 2. The Dark Overmind let out a humph and made the black mist within the professor emerge from her body, causing the professor to collapse into unconsciousness. Do you want to see my true form? The doctor turned around and looked at Bryn. A pair of black eyes made Bryn involuntarily want to do as instructed by the other party. Bryn resisted with the power of faith circulating within her body and stubbornly asked, Where is my mother? If you see my true form, you'll know, said the doctor without looking back at Bryn, lifting a foot to walk forward. With no choice, Bryn furrowed her eyebrows and followed him inside, prepared to swiftly pull out her dagger if anything happened. She followed the doctor underground for a long time. Suddenly, Bryn saw a bright light. A secret laboratory appeared before Bryn. Fraser surprisingly, there was a woman lying in the laboratory surrounded entirely by black mist. Bryn wanted to approach but felt unbearable discomfort all over her body. This was the Dark Overmind. Clearly, this was her mother. Bryn looked at the doctor with red eyes and demanded, "What's wrong with my mother? Why is she like this?" The dark overmind had already found a place to sit on its own. "It wasn't your human's clever idea to use a human body to trap me, making it impossible for me to break out of this seal." "A human body?" Bryn repeated tremulously. "So my mother is just a human body now?" The other party carelessly waved a hand. "To become the host body of mine should be an honor for your mother. Pity, I will soon be free, Earth will soon perish, and I can finally complete my mission and return home." The dark overmind felt gratified thinking about the mutual slaughter outside. Stuck here on Earth for millennia, it was finally getting away. "Why should Earth have to perish because you say so? What are you? And what are those above you? When did humans on Earth need you to take charge?" Bryn's aggressive stance seemed to infuriate the other party. With a wave of the hand, a scene appeared before them. Ordinary people in the Eastern Base were being brutally murdered by psychics, methods so cruel that some were even killed by their own friends and family, leaving them incredulous until death. See, despair, fear, these emotions are all nutrients for me, continuously merging into my body. It's only a matter of time before your mother's body can't contain me anymore. Bryn took a deep breath and glanced at the swirling black mist. Not at all. Humans will save themselves, not just in this base, but wherever there are humans, everyone will find a way. Bryn stared intently at the dark overmind with her bloodshot eyes. Her words were barely finished when flashes of humans fighting back against zombies and frenzied psychics appeared on the screen in the sky. Far away, the mermaid was tidying up the mess. Teams previously encountered had grown rapidly, constantly eliminating zombies. And because of Bryn, the destinies of some people had changed in this life, still striving to survive, the cries of newborns igniting everyone's enthusiasm. The Eastern Base was eventually caught up by the people. Those mutated zombies and black mist-influenced psychics were brought under control. "Impossible, why didn't anyone notify me? What's going on?" The dark overmind called out to all the black mists but received no response. It glared fiercely at Bryn, wanting to consume her whole. "I've been watching you grow up, how did you manage every step?" the dark overmind persisted. It was Drew. During his disappearance, he not only restored his powers but also hunted down those black mists, sealing them into boxes. And as for me, those I saved early on, they no longer followed the previous fate line. Unaffected by you, I sent white pigeons to inform them, dealing with any anomalies preemptively. Closing its eyes, the dark overmind emitted a stream of black smoke from the professor's body towards Bryn's mother's body. "If it's like this, I must break the seal. I want this world to be buried with me." Seeing more black mist enveloping her mother's body, Bryn didn't want her mother to not even have a whole corpse left. She took out a dagger from her spatial bag and slashed her hand, the fresh blood staining the dagger and forming a golden glow. Facing such dense black mist, Bryn needed a large amount of psychic energy to resist each step she took. At this moment, the Pi Yarrow, mythical creature, jumped out of the spatial pocket. "Missy, let me help you eat the black mist, quickly get up." Bryn leaped onto the back of the Pi Yarrow, which proceeded to open its mouth and devour the black mist. As time went on, the Pi Yarrow's speed became slower and its body smaller, while its belly grew increasingly bloated. "Missy, I can't help you anymore. You have to walk the last bit of the road yourself." Bryn couldn't bear to see it like this and quickly stored the Pi Yarrow back into her spatial bag where there was spiritual energy that might help it. Bryn summoned the Nie fire and the power of faith, surrounding herself tightly before struggling toward her mother. "How about it, are you going to kill your own mother?" The voice of the dark overmind echoed in Bryn's ears continuously. "Come join your mother. You two can continue being mother and daughter, living happily together." Seeing that Bryn wasn't affected by the black mist but was moving much slower, the dark overmind decided to make Bryn its new vessel. This way, it could be free and then figure out a way to destroy Earth as a gift for its master. A look of confusion appeared on Bryn's face, as if she were considering this proposal. Once her mother exploded, all the black mist would spread out, directly affecting those outside, turning them all into hollow shells of zombies. Standing beside her mother, Bryn reached out her hand, wanting to touch the other's face but pulled it back, afraid of disturbing her. She slowly squatted down, gently grabbing her mother's clothes and whispered, "Instead of letting mother explode, it's better to leave her body intact." The dark overmind didn't hear clearly, but seeing Bryn's attachment to her mother, it felt that Bryn was indeed the best vessel. The black mist around Bryn's mother grew thicker, with an endless stream of black mist surging towards her. But Bryn seemed not to notice, still gazing lovingly at her mother as if trying to engrave her image in her heart. The dark overmind retracted all the black mist, only by doing so could it gather enough energy to switch vessels. Outside, those who were controlled by the black mist, including psychics and zombies, moved as if in slow motion. Chapter 256, The Final Battle 3. Cooper, they're slowing down. Charge. Coil erected an earth element staircase. Keaton directly ascended the earth element staircase toward the city tower. The eastern base was in a state of crisis and had no time to pay attention to them, hence, no one opened the door for them, and even fewer noticed the influx of so many humans outside. The people inside the eastern base were busy trying to survive. Faced with the threat to their lives, they calmed themselves quickly and gathered together, preparing to break out of the base. It was under such circumstances that they met Keaton. Just as Keaton opened the city gate, he turned around to see a dense crowd standing behind him. Without time to think, he immediately hurled a bolt of lightning at them. They seemed to think he was an intruder, launching all sorts of inexpensive abilities at him. A fiery red phoenix lifted Keaton into the air. The power of the lightning was blocked by several ability users from the other side, but at the cost of almost complete injury. How could someone be this powerful, comparable to Zack? On the Phoenix's back, Keaton saw Drew hovering in midair. Drew had just cleared out a swath of zombies, allowing them to enter the eastern base so quickly. Only then did Keaton turn and say to the group below, "Don't be afraid, we're not bad people. We've come here to rescue you after receiving notification." "Is what you're saying true? Are you really here to save us? Don't tell us you're trying to trick us again. These people are high-level ability users. Who knows if they might go crazy?" Seeing they were discussing among themselves, Keaton finally spoke, "We have ordinary people too, don't be afraid. We have birds and animals that can help transport you out of here." After Keaton finished speaking, there was no response from the other side. Just as he thought they might have some reservations. One person stood up, "We don't want to leave here. This place is our home, hard one. We ask you to help us clear and rebuild our home." Seeing Keaton didn't respond, he continued, "I know you all came from the sea. There's hardly any land left outside, this might be one of the few small patches left. We also hope you can stay and live with us, to rebuild Huaxia together." If Bryn were here, she would recognize this person as Zack's successor. Zack knew his condition and was worried about potential backlash. A pickup truck slowly drove up next to Keaton. With the door opening, Remy's voice emerged. "Tell us first why your base is in such a dire state." "On our side, only super high-level ability users are controlled by the black gas. It's because of the professor and the doctor. They developed an injection from zombie bodies and administered it to ordinary people with potential, awakening their abilities, but requiring monthly injections for reinforcement." The man recounted everything Zack had instructed him to say. "We had no choice. There were too many zombies. We needed that many ability users to hold out. Now all those people are controlled by the black gas. Sarais. Even the mighty Zack couldn't escape it. Soon, your powerful people will be affected too." Suddenly, someone in the crowd screamed, pointing at Keaton. The tremendous change made her start resenting ability users, blaming their pursuit of power for this mess. "We won't. We have inhibitors, and we're on the verge of developing an antidote. Your ability users can be saved as long as they aren't completely overrun." Goldie held up the medicine for everyone to see. "They have an antidote, it can save them. Stop killing each other." "Indeed. Then we can continue living here." Upon seeing the antidote, the crowd no longer cared about its authenticity. They simply sought reassurance that a solution existed. "You cannot stay in the base, everyone must evacuate." Drew, floating in the air, said calmly. His words irked some people. "You don't help rescue people and now you're asking us to leave our home. Are you responsible for this mess? Ever since you arrived, the base has changed like this." "Sarais, it's definitely related to them." Several discordant voices rose, and Drew was ready to act when Keaton sensed something. "With their help, we have an antidote and managed to reach your base in time. Do you think zombies outside are toys?" After Keaton finished speaking, no one on the opposite side responded, but no one was willing to move either. Until the person at the front finally spoke, "My surname is Emerson, we will retreat with you." Everyone then picked up their belongings and prepared to evacuate. Keaton quickly gave instructions, "Ability users, surround the entire base. No one is allowed to enter until it's completely safe." An hour later, seeing everything was properly arranged, Drew handed Buck to Riggs and hurried towards the cave where Bryn had disappeared. Inside the cave, the dark core had gathered all the black gas, waiting for the moment when Bryn's consciousness was weakest to take over her body. And now, that moment had arrived. Bryn shed a tear for her mother. All the black gas converged into a black dragon and drilled into Bryn's body. The black gas surged violently inside her, as if everything in her body was about to shift position. It was just like what her mother must have felt back then. Bryn spat out a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Just as she felt her consciousness fading, Bryn swiftly pulled out a dagger from her pocket and slashed her palm, forcing herself to stay awake. She then plunged the dagger fiercely into her mother's heart. All the black gas seemed to be restrained, being sucked back into the wound. It's impossible, how could there be a new species? This Earth actually produced a new species." The professor stared at Bryn resentfully. "I can't accept it, I was so close, just one more step and I could leave this damned place." He even tried to grab the black gas on his body, hoping it would stay longer. As the last trace of black gas flowed from the old man's body into her mother's, the hollow shell that was the professor collapsed instantly. Blood continued to flow from Bryn's hand, dripping down the dagger into her mother's heart. From that moment on, a solid seal was formed, trapping the black gas so it could no longer harm anyone. However, the black gas already inside zombies and human bodies could not be eliminated, meaning zombies would still exist. A new species had been born, and humanity would have to learn to coexist with zombies on this Earth. Only then did Bryn seem to breathe a sigh of relief, collapsing on the ground. It was finally resolved. The pain caused by the shifting of organs due to the black gas surged at this moment. Bryn spat another mouthful of blood onto the ground and fell, struggling to open her eyes. She never thought she would see Drew before dying. It was worth it. Chapter 257 The End. Drew saw Bryn fall and staggered, nearly losing his balance. He steadied himself and rushed to Bryn's side. He touched Bryn's forehead with his hand. Seeing her spirit core intact but slightly cracked, he let out a heavy breath, then picked her up and slowly walked out. Behind them, the entire laboratory was instantly frozen, and Bryn's mother and the dark mainbrain would be permanently sealed here. When Bryn woke up, it was already a month later. During this month, the Eastern Base had been fully incorporated by Remy and integrated. They applied the methods from the Eastern Base to partition various areas and assigned leaders from other major bases into these regions. At the same time, these people also had a say in the Eastern Base. Inocio, who came with Prince, originally wanted to seize control of the whole Eastern Base. Unfortunately, ever since he arrived at this mountain, he lost his opportunity to speak. Including the miniature drone he used to spy on Bryn and others, Coil had dealt with it all. Now, he could only stay put. If he did anything unsatisfactory, Remy might make an example out of him. The members of Bryn's team were given the best villas, but everyone's mind was focused on Bryn's awakening. This made Remy suspicious that they might run away at any time. The only thing he could do was to have Adrian visit every day. Lately, there seemed to be no sign of rain in the sky, making water-type psychics even more crucial to the base. Daylan spent every day in the lab studying the polluted seawater outside, searching for ways to purify the water resources. Ellie didn't idle either. She worked daily with the water-type psychics in the base to store water and irrigate fields. Since bringing Bryn back, Drew had kept himself and Bryn locked in the room. It took several persuasions from Keaton for Drew to loosen up. He started to hustle outside to find useful crystals and spirit veins for Bryn. Bryn was like an unfathomable cave, absorbing everything he brought her, no matter how many or how large the crystals and spirit veins were, yet she didn't wake up. Upon checking her spiritual sea again, Drew found the cracks slowly healing, which motivated him even more to seek out materials. Today was the day he returned. Braden Fraser, will Sister Shia wake up this time? Drew glanced down at Alicia standing beside him and said softly, no, she will wake up soon. After speaking, he pushed open the door and walked inside. Bryn lay quietly on the bed, her complexion rosy, her chest rising and falling continuously, signaling that she was still alive. Drew handed over the crystal cores and small spirit veins he found. The black wound on his wrist was revealed. He quickly withdrew his hand, afraid Bryn would see it upon waking. In the next second, Bryn absorbed everything. Serate, she remained asleep. Braden Fraser, don't you want to go downstairs and eat something? Alicia, remembering her mission, hurriedly spoke. Drew shook his head, sat down by the bed, and stared straight at Bryn. He sat like that from morning until night, and from night until dawn broke. A faint voice came from the bedridden figure. Drew didn't catch it clearly at first, but when he leaned in again, the sound became exceptionally clear. Hungry, so hungry. While Bryn was unconscious, her psychic abilities protected her life, so she didn't need too many nutrient injections. But once awake, she felt extremely hungry. He experienced the same feeling when he woke up. Bryn had awakened. In the next second, Bryn opened her eyes. However, those eyes. Her brown pupils had completely turned blue, occasionally flashing with streaks of black. Drew tightly hugged her. It's good you're awake, it's good you're awake. Bryn patted Drew's body, just preparing to speak when she felt dampness on her shoulder. Drew was actually crying. Wouldn't that reduce his lifespan? Why are you crying? I just had a long sleep. Bryn helplessly patted his waist. Drew regained his composure, pulled away from Bryn, showing no trace of tears. You've been asleep for 1 month and 1 day. Bryn looked surprised at him. She never thought she would sleep for so long. No wonder she felt hungry enough to eat a cow. Bryn quickly jumped off the bed, hopping around on the ground. Beside her, Drew stretched out his hand, cautiously holding Bryn. Seeing this, Bryn slapped his hand away. What are you doing? I'm fine. I feel refreshed and energized now. With this slap, the scars on Drew's hand were revealed. Bryn quickly grabbed that hand. What's wrong with you? Explain it. Drew took Bryn's hand away and covered the wound again before he spoke. It's a minor injury, nothing to worry about. Seeing this, Bryn leaned in, just 2 fingers away from him, their lips almost touching. Bryn saw him dazed and laughed softly. Tell me, how did you get injured? Drew, staring at the opening and closing mouth in front of him, answered as if bewitched. Heaven's will didn't allow me to take spirit veins. Upon hearing this, Bryn lunged forward abruptly, pecking him fiercely like a woodpecker, then swiftly turned around and rushed out of the room. When sealing the dark mainbrain, Drew's inherited power left his body, eliminating its influence on her. It wasn't until the end that she realized her biggest regret was not seeing him one last time or bidding farewell to him. Bryn hid at the door, patting her chest. This kind of incident was unprecedented in both her previous life and this one. Bryn, you're awake. Early in the morning, Indira, who was heading to the kitchen, happened to see Bryn standing in the corner with a flushed face. Why is your face so red? How do you feel now? Indira's reminder made Bryn even more uncomfortable, making it hard for her to respond. She's fine. Drew, hearing the voice, immediately came out to help her out of the awkward situation. Gurgle. A loud sound helped Bryn break free, also making her wish to find a crack to hide in. Okay, knowing hunger is a good thing. I'll cook some noodles for you. What else do you want? Indira looked kindly at Bryn. Chicken soup, I want to drink chicken soup. I'll send you a hen later. Bryn smiled sweetly at Indira, and this smile inadvertently made Drew beside her flinch. Give me the hen, I'll cook it. Drew took the old hen that Bryn had taken out of her spatial ring. This hen was raised by Bryn before the apocalypse and absorbed various energies in the space, making it far from an ordinary hen. When Drew started stewing the chicken in a sand pot, the aroma attracted everyone in the villa. As soon as they all gathered, they saw Bryn sitting at the dining table, trying hard to eat a bowl of noodles larger than her face. Sis Shia, you're awake. It's really Sis Shia, who else eats like that? Heaven. Finally awake. The chattering voices didn't affect Bryn at all. Once she started eating, she discovered how hungry she was and couldn't stop, only continuing until she was full. This was already her third bowl, giving her a little feeling of fullness. The scent of chicken soup began to waft out. Drew waved his hand to confine the aroma within the villa area. After finishing the last bite of noodles, Bryn wiped her mouth. Sarai's, not bad, 7/10 full. She turned around and found everyone looking at her as if she were a rare animal. She hurriedly waved her hand, stop staring, sit down. I have something to tell you. When everyone sat down, Bryn said, we might need to leave here. Phew, finally able to leave. Things are about done, leaving would be better. We don't have much stuff either, we can go anytime. Bryn looked confused at everyone. This wasn't what she had expected. Riggs coughed into his hand, hiding his uncontrollable smile. We've all been waiting for you to wake up and leave here. Everyone feels more comfortable being with family rather than following rules in the base. Sarai's. Eating delicious food without isolation, how dull. Coyle leaned on the chair, his head tilting toward the kitchen. Sisshia, you once said you wanted our own base. Now is the perfect time. Goldie gazed at Bryn sweetly. Bryn glanced around and saw everyone agreed. She nodded, then there's no need to choose a day. Let's go today, so no one finds out I'm awake. With everyone's agreement, she watched the kids run happily back to pack their things, unable to resist laughing. Kirk, Cody, we'll have a new home. These two craved having a family the most. Bryn's words made them exchange smiles and hurry to pack as well. The next day, when Remy sent Adrian over, the villa was already empty. Remy, they've all left. Adrian bowed his head, feeling responsible for not watching the villa properly. Don't blame you, if they left, it must be because Bryn woke up and didn't want anyone to find out. Who could have found out? Remy laughed as he took a sip of his drink, then glanced outside the door and softly said, if there's an opportunity, we can still meet. Half a year later. Shia sister, why did you come out? It's so sunny. With Ruby patrolling, do you really fear zombies will ruin our land? Here. Bryn tossed something directly to Coyle. Coyle quickly caught it, only to feel its coldness on his hand. Ice cream. You've managed to develop it. This ice cream looks amazing. You bet. Where is Drew? Bryn licked her ice cream, feeling that under the scorching summer heat, only ice cream could cool her down. After the rain stopped, the weather indeed became increasingly hot, reaching its peak now. The area they were in was moved out by Bryn from the small space, creating a mobile island that floated at sea. They planted crops on the island and even designated an area for Howard Apollon to conduct experiments. Occasionally, after some experimental results were achieved, and when they encountered smaller bases, they would distribute these results and let them spread. They continued floating at sea, not caring where they ended up. As for those who had designs on their island, they simply never returned. When Bryn found Drew, he was fishing by the seaside. A few days ago, Bryn had called for fish, but it was too hot, so many fish either died or swam deeper into the ocean. Drew wasn't sure about catching anything today. Here's one for you. Bryn took out an ice cream from the space. To her surprise, he didn't take it but instead leaned over to lick it. Really, shameless. Bryn blushed and jumped aside. She then lay down on a beach chair, conjuring up a giant modified electric fan around her. With this kind of life, I could live like this until the end of the apocalypse. Bryn sighed. This vacation-like lifestyle was hard not to love. Hey, with such heat, won't the ground melt? Bryn suddenly sat up straight, struck by a thought. Sarai's, let Buck fix it again then, Drew casually replied, putting away his fishing rod, realizing no fish would bite today. Buck rolled her eyes nearby. She now had the self-awareness of a 5 or 6-year-old child. Phraseist tasks were given to her, euphemistically called training her. Seeing this, Bryn conjured another ice cream for her. Don't get mad, we shouldn't argue with older people. Eat your ice cream. Bryn prepared another ice cream for herself, ready to enjoy it. Drew scooped her up. Older people? Want to try? He carried her back home. Oh, my ice cream's falling. Bryn exclaimed, regretfully looking at the ice cream on the ground. Buck stood there, licking her ice cream, watching the two of them walking further and further away. End of story.